Chapter 1. In September, the summer heat had yet to dissipate, and the city of Shen had experienced over half a month of high temperatures. It wasn't until midway through the month that several heavy downpours brought the temperature down by a few degrees. At 10 in the morning, at the Hillman Hotel, room 3806. The curtains were tightly shut, clothes were scattered on the ground, and beside an exquisite luxury wristwatch lay an opened box of Durex. The air conditioning in the room had been running all night, and the person lying in bed moved slightly. This movement sent a tingling sensation through his bones, waking him up. Lu Qinyan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of drowsy, somewhat weary eyes beneath long lashes. He was in pain, his entire body ached, though he couldn't pinpoint which part hurt more. For a moment, the black irises gazed blankly, but sleepiness soon overcame him again. He turned his head inward slightly, and his eyelashes closed once more. In the final second before closing his eyes, he saw a face. It wasn't an especially perfect contour of features, but it exuded a tranquil and youthful boyish charm. Over the arm blocking the face, one could see messy hair, arched eyebrows, thin lips, and a slender neckline, suggesting this wasn't a woman. Just as the beautiful, narrow eyes closed for less than 2 seconds, they snapped open again, locking their gaze firmly on the person next to him. Lu Qinyan's first reaction was, why does my female companion look so much like a man? Then, it dawned on him how wrong this situation was. Ignoring the pain, he sat up hastily, flung off the blanket, and let out an audible gasp upon seeing the unexpected sight. Shit! Where was his female companion? Who swapped her for a man? Before he could even begin to process what happened, a numbing sensation quickly spread from his legs to his brain nerves. Pain seized him while memories of last night flooded back. Shit, it turned out he spent the whole night doing double dragon with this person. Though he lacked experience in such matters, he understood where the discomfort came from. His gaze fixed intently on the face, anger flaring rapidly in his eyes, blood boiling, until his rage consumed his mind. He raised a hand and slapped the young man twice on the face with resounding slaps. You goddamn wake up, Lu Qinyan roared fiercely, his voice cold and seething with fury. The youth startled awake, still groggy from sleep, muttering with apparent grievance, Ugh, why are you hitting me? On the verge of explosion, Lu Qinyan heard this and got infuriated further, kicking the man off the bed. His forehead collided heavily with the cabinet corner, waking the youth fully. Before the situation clarified, another forceful kick struck his chest, slamming him against the wall. The youth's chest emitted a dull thud as he struggled to recover. Then, behind him, the roar of the man echoed loudly. Fuck you, I'm not just gonna hit you, I'm gonna kill you today. Breathing hard, the other swiftly approached from close range, pinning him forcefully from behind, twisting his wrists backward, followed by a strong kick to the back of his knees. The youth gritted his teeth and groaned as one knee hit the floor directly. Then, in his ear, he heard 2 distinct clicks. In an instant, both arms went numb, losing all feeling of pain. With ease, Lu Qinyan dislocated both arms, then loosened his grip, spitting out, shit, getting laid by a like you. The youth staggered on his knees, his eyes carrying a mysterious depth, clenching his jaw as blood filled his mouth. When he finally recovered, his hair was yanked back harshly. Forced to raise his head, he faced the blazing gaze of another pair of eyes, dazzling yet sinister, as if capable of captivating souls. What's your name? Lu Qinyan produced a cigarette somehow, placed it between his lips, stepped on the youth's shoulder with one foot, and asked condescendingly. The youth panted silently, his eyes greedily examining the other's face repeatedly, first the piercing eyes, then the straight nose, red lips, and the mole under the chin, boldly lingering on the alluring collarbone. Lu Qinyan had no idea what he was thinking, but this deadpan expression ignited his fury further, and he slapped him across the head. Speak. Unprepared for another slap, the youth winced. Knowing now that provoking this man would result in trouble, he prepared to speak. Suddenly, an abrupt ring interrupted him. Lu Qinyan paused, releasing the man, and walked over to pick up the phone. After glancing at the caller ID, he answered irritably, Speak. Big Master Lu, have you woken up yet? On the other end was Qinyu, the bar owner and one of Lu Qinyan's rare friends in the country. Sensing something amiss, Qinyu blurted, Why are you so pissed off early in the morning? Do you need something? Lu Qinyan replied, wrapped in a bath towel, casually sitting on the sofa, I'm dealing with someone right now. Dealing with someone? Who is it? Qinyu said, Need help? He gave a sidelong glance at the not far away and snorted, No need. Just tell me what you want. Qinyu said, Nothing special, just checking if you woke up or not. Last night we drank too much, my head still hurts. We shouldn't drink like that again. Last night drinking? Lu Qinyan suddenly remembered. Qinyu, hold on, he opened the camera and took a photo of Lu Qinyan, I'll send you a picture, take a look who this is. There was silence on the other end. Lu Qinyan added, I've sent the photo to your phone, check if this face works in your bar. After a while, Qinyu's voice finally came through, Young master, are the injuries on his face caused by you? Don't talk nonsense, Lu Qinyan said irritably, is he from your bar? What's his name? He definitely isn't from the bar. If I had such a fine guy here, I'd have immigrated to Dubai long ago. Qin Yu asked. It's not Lu Qinyan, don't you recognize who this is? It's my ancestor if I should know him, Lu Qinyan replied unhappily. He's not your ancestor, it's Xinyan, Qin Yu said. Lu Xinyan, haven't you recognized him yet? Your stepbrother. There's only one son in the Lu family, where does this stepbrother come from? Lu Qinyan stopped mid-sentence as he seemed to remember something. He turned his head and stared at the youth, beckoning with a finger, calling him like a dog, silently mouthing, come over. The youth's eyes never left the man, and upon seeing this gesture, stood up and walked over. When they were half a meter apart, Lu Qinyan pointed his foot at the coffee table, indicating for him to sit. Lu Xinyan complied. Lu Qinyan leaned forward, pinched the youth's jaw with one hand and examined closely from side to side. Even though bruised and swollen, it didn't stop him from recognizing. After a good while, Lu Qinyan narrowed his eyes slightly, and softly spoke, it really is you. Qin Yu heard this, remembered already. If it wasn't for him last night, you would have been taken advantage of by that lecher Chen Yi. Lu Xinyan looked at him with innocent black eyes and finally stammered out a word, brother. Lu Qinyan tightened his hand gradually, word by word, who calls me brother? His chin firmly gripped, Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth, and his eye sockets gradually reddened, chin. Brother. Hey, why do you still have this violent temper, Qin Yu said, what did Xinyan do to you? He at least saved you from Chen Yi. Can you? With a slap, he hung up the phone, finally achieving peace and quiet. You, Lu Qinyan released his grip and asked again, are you Lu Xinyan? Lu Xinyan slowly nodded. Lu Qinyan kicked the coffee table in annoyance, furious, speak. Are you mute? Lu Xinyan pursed his lips slightly and whispered softly, not mute. Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes, what's my name? Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan drew in a breath sharply, damn it. Lu Xinyan, Lu Xinyan, Lu Xinyan. As he quietly repeated these 3 words, he kept smoking fiercely. Calm down, you've already dislocated his arms, that's enough, that's enough. His chest moved vigorously several times as he gradually calmed down, examining the person once more. It wasn't his fault he didn't recognize the person at first sight, they had been separated for nearly 8 years. When he left the country, that boy was still pale, malnourished, and less than 160 centimeters tall. Now, transformed completely, he grew into this obedient form. Who could have imagined, even breaking his head, he wouldn't have thought they would meet this way. Lu Qinyan deeply inhaled a breath, feeling a headache, rubbing his temples. Looking down momentarily, he instantly deeply inhaled another sharp breath, go put some clothes on. Shit, no wonder I hurt. Whether Lu Xinyan truly didn't understand or pretended not to, he stared blankly at Lu Qinyan. Enraged, he slapped again and roared furiously, are you AF * king exhibitionist? Lu Xinyan's head got dazed after being hit, reacted slowly, and slowly tightened his legs together. It hurts. Dislocating an arm can't hurt that much, Lu Qinyan said menacingly, 1 minute, find a way to cover that hideous thing, otherwise I will make it separate from you. Lu Qinyan pressed out the cigarette, picked up the clothes on the ground, and started putting them on. By the time he finished dressing, looking back, he saw Lu Xinyan struggling to put on his underwear with 2 broken arms, awkwardly and comically. Originally, he wanted to severely interrogate Lu Xinyan about what happened last night, but seeing this pitiful figure, Lu Qinyan restrained himself. He remembered how this kid had always been afraid of him since childhood, he might not even get a chance to ask anything before the boy started crying. And if by any chance, it turns out that last night's trouble was caused by his drunkenness and rash actions, then this morning he broke the other's arm. If word got out, wouldn't he be labeled as a jerk? No, Lu Qinyan shook his head. He couldn't act impulsively. This was an inside job, giving some lessons as a form of punishment would suffice. He picked up his phone, opened WeChat wallet, and there were still more than 100,000 yuan left. He glanced again at Lu Xinyan's broken arm and asked, where is your phone? Lu Xinyan paused for a moment while wearing his underwear and stared at him. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue irritably, are your ears broken too? Lu Xinyan shrank back slightly, pointing with his lips toward the pants on the floor. Lu Qinyan grunted and picked up the pants, digging into the pocket and asking, password. Date of birth. Lu Qinyan almost lost control once again, wanting to hit someone, who the hell knows when you were born. Lu Xinyan lowered his brows, looking perhaps somewhat disappointed or something else, and slowly recited a string of numbers. Lu Qinyan quickly scanned through his contacts, gritting his teeth and transferring 10,000 yuan to Lu Xinyan, this is for medical expenses. If it's more than enough, no need to return. If it's less, cover the rest yourself. Having said that, Lu Qinyan wasted no time in leaving, grabbing his coat and walking off. Just as he reached the door and opened it, he was stopped by a voice behind him, brother. Forgot to mention, Lu Xinyan said calmly, looking at his retreating figure, mumbling, welcome back to China. With his rear end still sore, Lu Qinyan didn't know whether this was a sincere welcome or sarcasm, and angrily slammed the door. Chapter 2. Lu Qinyan hailed a taxi on the side of the road and went to the house where he used to live while studying domestically. After returning to the country, he had never gone home, only stayed here. As soon as he walked into the house, he called Qinyu. The person on the other end started talking immediately. Why did you hang up my call earlier? You didn't reply to my messages either, I thought you were dead. What happened? Hey Lu Qinyan, say something. Turn down the volume. Lu Qinyan endured the pain, lying on the sofa sideways, and asked, how much do you remember about last night? I need details. Qinyu was taken aback at the other end. Did you really forget what happened last night? Do you remember Qinyi? After thinking for a long time, Lu Qinyan finally pulled this name out from the depths of his memory. I have some impression. Qinyu made a sound of disapproval. Brother, I advise you not to drink in the future. Really, I'm afraid one day you will wake up after drinking too much and find your ass hurting. Qinyu didn't know that Lu Qinyan's ass was indeed hurting right now. Get to the point. What about Qinyi? You two met at my bar last night, Qinyu said. That creep probably drank too much. He knew the Lu family went bankrupt and threw a card at you, wanting you to accompany him for a night. At that moment, you stood up and slapped him. Damn, it felt so damn good. Qinyu became excited at the other end. Lu Qinyan could barely recall, but his hand hurt badly. Slapped him, then what? Qinyu continued, then that creep wouldn't give up, saying he offended you and apologizing by offering you drinks. By the way, thanks to Master Lu's blessing, Chen consumed over 60 million yuan at my place last night, ha ha ha. Lu Qinyan wasn't interested in how much Chen spent. He asked, you mentioned earlier that Lu Qinyan saved me, what did you mean? Oh, Qinyu got to the point. Qinyan, he and his friends were also at the bar then. Let me tell you, Qinyan is really reckless. He wanted to take you away, but that dog Chen deliberately made things difficult for him, making him drink all the wine on the table before letting him go. Lu Qinyan said, then he really drank. Qinyu repeated, he really drank. Damn, what an idiot, Lu Qinyan cursed. Oh, Qinyu suddenly remembered something. What's with the photo you sent me this morning? Lu Qinyan didn't want to mention anything about Lu Qinyan. Nothing, I sent it to the wrong person. Qinyu was a bit gloating. Being your younger brother is really unlucky, being bullied by you as a kid, and now as an adult, still getting beaten by you. He isn't my younger brother. Lu Qinyan corrected. Indeed, Lu Qinyan was not Lu Qinyan's younger brother. Lu Qinyan's mother passed away from cancer when he was 4 years old, and he grew up under the care of his father. Perhaps to make up for the lack of maternal love, his father spoiled him endlessly, indulging every whim. Whatever Lu Qinyan desired, his father would buy it for him the next day. Unsurprisingly, Lu Qinyan grew up like a little prince. However, when he turned 15, his father brought back a woman and a dirty little dog. Though young, Lu Qinyan sensitively detected the relationship between the woman and his father. Without any welcome, instead, like a little tiger defending its territory, he fiercely opposed them through running away from home and fasting to protest against Lu Zhenghuan and Jiang Man. For Lu Qinyan, this was a revolution in his life, and seemingly due to his relentless efforts, this revolution achieved apparent success. Jiang Man lived in the Lu family as a nanny, and Lu Qinyan cautiously acted according to his expressions. But simultaneously, his father gradually lost hope in him, using well-behaved Lu Qinyan as a reference, making him seem rebellious and arrogant. As arguments increased, the father-son relationship became increasingly tense. In high school, he learned to smoke, fight, date, play games, and drink, which naturally included bullying Lu Qinyan. The frequency of Lu Zhenghuan being called to the school was comparable to the times he came home. Thus, at the end of his senior year, during the first summer break of his university, one day, his father told him he was going to marry Jiang Man. It was a unilateral announcement without following his opinion. At that time, Lu Qinyan realized his revolution hadn't succeeded. On the very day his father and Jiang Man prepared to get their marriage certificate, he left for Canada. He was gone for 8 years. In between, the father and son had contact. Lu Qinyan knew that because he left, they didn't register the marriage. But he no longer wanted to come back, facing a home filled with the smell of strangers everywhere. Until a week ago, the Lu group declared bankruptcy, and Lu Zhenghuan fainted at the shareholders' meeting. He returned. The moment he stepped off the plane, he immediately began dealing with the mess back home while also scheduling a doctor abroad to treat Lu Zhenghuan. After wrapping up everything yesterday, all he wanted was to unwind at Qinyu's bar, but it turned out that he ended up getting fucked by someone. And the person who did it was none other than Lu Qinyan, whom he had despised since childhood. Shit. Lu Qinyan, are you asleep? Can you hear me? Qinyu shouted on the phone. Lu Qinyan snapped back to reality. No, I'm not sleeping. Go ahead. Qinyu sighed exasperatedly. I said let's go to Huada University. Old Master Fu knows you're back and has been wanting to see you, but his experiment or some patent just came through, so he can't leave. We should visit him. Fu Xianshu was a good friend he and Qinyu met during their first year at Huada University, a scholar and a paragon of excellence. Now that the Lu family had gone bankrupt, people who once knew him couldn't wait to ridicule him. The only ones who still cared about him were Fu Xianshu and Qinyu. But now, with his sore ass, Lu Chinyen didn't even want to move. Let's wait a couple of days. Qin Yu, alright, get plenty of rest. After hanging up, Lu Chinyen felt uneasy and decided to take a shower in the bathroom. He stripped down and instinctively glanced at the mirror, only to almost fail to recognize himself. Shit, is that guy a dog? How could he have been gnawing on my body like that? Looking at his battered reflection in the mirror, Lu Chinyen instantly regretted not hitting harder last night. Even though he twisted the other guy's arm, he had paid for the medical expenses. Moreover, it was him who endured the pain last night. If anything, it felt like he lost something, similar to giving away both his ass and money. And to top it all off, he was frustrated. Although it had felt good, there was no way the young Master Lu would ever admit it. After finishing his shower, Lu Chinyen tied his wet hair into a ponytail behind his head, revealing an impeccable face, then walked into the kitchen. He grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, taking sips as he picked up the phone lying on the sofa. There was one missed call. It had come 10 minutes ago. He checked the time and called back. Hey, Chinyer, came a woman's voice from the other end. Your dad and I have just landed and unpacked our luggage at the place we're staying. How come you answered the phone? Lu Chinyen frowned, asking, where's dad? The woman on the phone was Jiang Man, the titular. Mrs. Lu, your father is a bit tired from a day of flying. He's resting in the room. He asked me to tell you. Lu Chinyen made a nonchalant sound and was about to hang up when she quickly lowered her voice and called out, wait. Lu Chinyen grew impatient. What? Jiang Man said, Chinyer, thank you for agreeing to let your dad and me go abroad together. Lu Chinyen scoffed, don't thank me. I just don't want your dad to be unattended due to his poor health. That's why I allowed you to follow along. I understand. I'll take good care of him. Rest assured. Jiang Man showed no intention of hanging up. Lu Chinyen noticed this. Is there something you want to say? Yes. Auntie wants to ask you one favor privately. Jiang Man hesitated before expressing her request. Chinyen studies in Xing City. Since you're older, could you look after him on my behalf? At the mention of Lu Chinyen's name, inappropriate memories resurfaced, making Lu Chinyen inexplicably irate. He interrupted her, you want me to take care of him? Jiang Man hurried to explain, not exactly, what I mean is, both of you in Xing City can support each other. Humph, support each other. Jiang Man, Lu Chinyen said, the only reason I let you go abroad is because dad has cherished you for years and needs someone to look after him. This isn't a daycare center, don't assume everything is my responsibility. Little year, you and Xinyan grew up together. Jiang Man spoke softly, I know you hate me, but Xinyan is innocent. My name isn't something you can call so casually. Lu Chinyan's temper flared slightly. I left Xing City when I turned 18. There's no such thing as growing up together between him and me. Besides, the Lu family has already gone bankrupt. Unlike dad, I, Lu Chinyan, am not your family's ATM machine. I can't offer you two a superior lifestyle. It's best if you take care of yourselves. Sorry, Jiang Man sounded awkward, that wasn't what I meant. Lu Chinyan massaged his temples. He didn't intend to make things uncomfortable either. Though he disliked Jiang Man, she was currently taking care of his father. Thinking of this, he relented with a sigh, pass on the message to him, if he needs money, let him contact me. Lu Chinyan may have some cash on hand, but not much. The money he earned in Canada, part of it was used to fill the losses in his father's company, another portion was set aside for his father's treatment, and he only kept over $10,000 for himself. It wasn't that he minded spending the money, it just felt a bit strange having to spend it on people he didn't particularly like. After speaking with Jiang Man, Lu Chinyan opened a food app and ordered takeout. After placing the order, he lay listlessly on the sofa, aimlessly scrolling through his social media feed. He had downloaded WeChat not too long ago, finding it much more convenient to use than Facebook. His fingers slowly swiped down, browsing through new updates, when suddenly, they paused as his pale fingertips rested motionless on the screen. It was an update posted by an unfamiliar profile picture. There was no face in the photo, only an arm encased in plaster was visible. Lu Chinyan stared at the unfamiliar nickname and avatar for a while but couldn't recall who it belonged to. He managed his WeChat contacts very strictly, only adding familiar people, and he had no memory of when or how this person had been added. Moreover, there was no label for the contact. After staring at the avatar for a few seconds, Lu Chinyan finally entered the homepage and clicked, Remove Friend. In a hospital ward, Lu Chinyan lay silently on the bed, staring at his arm in plaster with a smile on his lips. Hey, is this guy okay? A friend noticed and seemed uneasy. Do you think his brain hasn't been checked properly? Another disagreed, didn't you notice? He looked pretty happy. TSK, so apparently he likes being roughed up, the friend whispered happily before lowering their voice even further, but getting beaten up during sex like that, either his brother must be some kind of glass bottom anus, or brother Lu is into masochism. Ha. Lu Chinyan lazily flicked his eyelids, expressionless as he said, who said I'm the glass bottom anus? The friend felt a chill run down their spine from this sharp gaze and chuckled dryly, and nothing. The other person urged, ask him what you want quickly. He's in a good mood today, tomorrow he might not be. The friend nodded and gathered courage. Brother Lu, does your arm still hurt? Lu Xinyan blinked and remained silent, blankly staring at his arm, staying that way for quite a while. Then, his eyes sparkled, and he responded off topic, no regrets. Chapter 3. Lu Xinyan rested at home for 2 days, feeling bored. On the morning of the 3rd day, he called Qin Yu early. Are you up? I have nothing to do today, let's go to Hua University. Lu Xinyan stood in front of the mirror, holding his phone between his shoulder and ear, holding a flowery shirt to compare against his body, but wasn't satisfied. He casually threw the clothes on the bed. Do you have anything planned today? Sure, no problem. Qin Yu, aside from working at the bar at night, was idle most days and had plenty of time. What could I possibly have going on? I can tidy up and leave. Should I pick you up? No need, just come over. Lu Xinyan sifted through colorful clothes. I'll head there directly and meet you at school. Alright. Qin Yu said, I'll wash my hair first. See you later. Lu Xinyan hummed in response, hung up the phone, picked out a black shirt and long pants from countless pieces of clothing, along with a scarf to cover the marks on his neck. His semi-long black hair was neatly tied at the back. He wore an exquisite wristwatch. His simple and elegant attire instantly highlighted his tall stature and long legs. Before leaving, he sprayed perfume rather fashionably. Lu Xinyan didn't graduate from Hua University. He went to study abroad in Canada after his first year. However, he had a close buddy at Hua University, which is why he came here. When Lu Xinyan arrived at Hua University, Qin Yu hadn't arrived yet. By memory, he found the laboratory building. He'd heard Qin Yu say that Fu Xianshu was now pursuing a postdoctoral degree, spending all day either in the lab conducting experiments or eating and sleeping. Phew, the mere thought of such a life made him feel it was dull. Lu Xinyan found someone in the experimental classroom. Why didn't you call me before coming? Qin Yu said you were coming together with him. Fu Xianshu was guiding a younger female student on her thesis. Seeing Lu Xinyan enter, he immediately stood up. I should have come to pick you both up. Fu Xianshu asked the young woman to leave first. She paused briefly, then glanced back at Lu Xinyan, instantly turning red-faced and embarrassed. She quickly fled with her books clutched tightly. Did I interrupt your little conquest with the junior girl? Lu Xinyan smiled, dragging a chair over and sitting down. Qin Yu will be here in a bit. Don't talk nonsense. Fu Xianshu removed his mask. If you have time to come to school, does that mean everything is handled? How long do you plan to stay this time? Almost done. Lu Xinyan shrugged. We'll see how things go. Maybe I won't leave this time. Lu Zhenhuan almost passed away this time. Once matters here are settled, I'll bring him back and keep him company. He laughed indifferently. Anyway, he can't beat me now. Fu Xianshu chuckled lightly, shook his head. The secrets within Lu Xinyan's family weren't exactly hidden anymore. He remembered when he first met Lu Xinyan. One time he accompanied Lu Xinyan home to fetch some items, and that time, they ended up fighting with their family members. He originally waited outside, but suddenly he heard yelling inside. Turning around, he saw a man slap Lu Xinyan off the stairs. He froze in shock. Inside the room at the time stood a woman and a thin little boy, silent as he was, all watching wordlessly. Lu Xinyan spat out a mouthful of blood, climbed back up, threw the bag onto the man. Lu Zhenhuan, don't ever expect me to forgive you. Red-eyed, Lu Xinyan finished speaking and stormed out the door. A frail little boy stumbled out of the room, clutching onto Lu Xinyan's hand, stuttering, brother, big brother, please don't leave. Uncle didn't mean to hit you. Lu Xinyan shoved the boy away like garbage, causing the boy to fall on the ground and look at him with tears streaming down his face. Don't you dare touch me. Lu Xinyan's expression was fierce and terrifying. You're just a dog of the Lu family. Not even a dog. Stop pretending in front of me. Get out. The boy was startled, and the tears gathered in his eyes overflowed. Then, without hesitation, the boy slapped himself across the face, tearfully asking, brother, are you feeling better now? His actions baffled him, but he realized the boy was trying to cheer Lu Xinyan up. However, Lu Xinyan's face remained grim. He left with the words, Lu Xinyan, once you leave this house, I'll feel better, and walked away. Afterward, Lu Xinyan truly never returned to the Lu residence. He initially thought it was a momentary burst of anger, but Lu Xinyan stuck to his words. Later, when Lu Xinyan studied abroad, their communication became even closer, becoming best buddies who could talk about anything. How is your dad's health? Fu Xianshu asked. No serious issues, just worn out, Lu Xinyan said, forget it, don't mention this matter, it's annoying. Fu Xianshu tidied up the textbooks on the table, wait for me here for a while. I'll give the materials to my teacher. Call Qin Yu and ask when he'll arrive, then we'll go eat. Lu Xinyan waved, signaling for Fu Xianshu to go attend to his own affairs quickly. After Fu Xianshu left, Lu Xinyan sent a text message to Qin Yu asking when he would arrive, and soon received a reply. Qin Yu, don't rush, I'm on my way. If you're hungry, start eating first. Lu Xinyan replied with an okay, stood up, and walked out of the lab. He pulled out a cigarette, stuffed half a stick of agarwood inside, bit the tip between his teeth, lit it, and took a deep puff. He smoked a few drags, feeling bored, so he decided to stroll around the campus. Hua University still looked the same as always, without much change. The old teaching buildings had been renovated, looking brand new now. A banner was hung outside the gymnasium, indicating that there would be a basketball league with other schools. Ahead was the basketball court where two teams were fiercely competing. A circle of girls surrounded the court, cheering and yelling encouragement. Lu Qinyan stopped to watch, a cigarette dangling from his mouth from a distance. When he was in his teens, he also liked playing basketball, it was one of his strengths. In middle school, he even made the school team, being considered a top player. However, after the age of 15, besides playing basketball, he also enjoyed fighting, and now he almost forgot what it felt like to play basketball. Since he had nothing to do today anyway, after finishing lunch, he could find someone to practice with. Lu Qinyan thought about it as he watched, but found it boring and turned to leave. Suddenly, one side's player single-handedly cut through the opponent's defense line and passed the ball back to an outer teammate. Perhaps tired and losing strength, the teammate's pass was intercepted by the opposing player, sending the ball out of bounds directly toward Lu Qinyan. Realizing this, Lu Qinyan reached out, catching the ball mid-air, then cradled it in one hand. The ball spun around his fingertip before he bounced it twice on the ground, still good control. The nearby girls followed the ball with their eyes and only then noticed the handsome guy standing next to them. Instantly, some covered their mouths and screamed. Wow, he's so handsome. Who is he? Is he a senior student? How come I haven't seen him at Hua University? My goodness, if there were someone like this at Hua University, there's no way we wouldn't have heard of him. He must be from another school. I want all his information within 3 minutes. He doesn't look like a student, but I still do. Damn, those legs, should I just lie down and worship them right away? Hey, handsome guy, a sweaty player called out while resting on one knee, could you throw the ball back over here? Thanks. In the sunlight, Lu Qinyan smiled faintly, tossed the ball straight back, and it beautifully returned to the player's hands, making the girls whisper again among themselves. A vibration came from his thigh, and Lu Qinyan patted his hands, pulling out his phone. It was a message from Fu Xianshu, where are you? Qin Yu has arrived. Let's eat at the third canteen. Lu Qinyan replied with a good. On his way back, he chose a smaller path. When passing by the Lover's Slope, someone happened to say, Yo, your arm is broken, are you trying to become the one-armed swordsman Yang Guan now? These words coincidentally reached Lu Qinyan's ears clearly, making him unconsciously slow down and glance toward the source of the voice. There were 3 guys gathered together, and another person was hidden behind a tree, face invisible. Judging by the scene, even with his heels thinking, he knew exactly what was going on. A few years ago, seeing such a case of bullying might have compelled him to interfere, but now at most, he could only cast a few meaningful glances and hope things ended well. After casting these glances, Lu Qinyan continued walking until the next sentence made him stop. Speak up, Lu Qinyan, what, your arm is broken, so you've become mute. There are quite a number of people with the same name in this world, Lu Qinyan thought. Someone else said, Big brother, why bother talking nonsense to him? Just beat him up. That person agreed, exactly, he won't dare speak up anyway. Lu Qinyan sighed, what if they weren't the same person with the same name? His mom entrusted him with this. Damn, taking care of kids means so many issues. Cursed silently in his mind, Lu Qinyan shouted to the group, hey. The 3 turned simultaneously, the leader glaring at him, what's up? Lu Qinyan raised an eyebrow slightly and saw the young man they hid among themselves. Damn, it really is him. Who the heck are you? Seeing him remain silent, the other person lost patience and demanded. Lu Qinyan stared at the young man, raised his hand, revealing extraordinarily pale fingers under the sunlight, crooked his index finger, and said indifferently, come over. Confused by his meaning, the 3 exchanged looks. Then one of the little brothers walked over, what does my father have to do with you? Lu Qinyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his eyes as he slapped the guy hard across the face, the sound echoing loudly throughout the woods. The little brother was struck by the slap and fell directly to the ground, dazed and confused, forgetting to curse. When I was your father, you were still mixing dirt with urine and playing around, Lu Qinyan said, pointing at Lu Qinyan, you, come over. The other 2 were intimidated by Lu Qinyan's grip strength and felt a bit frightened. They were still just students, and it was obvious that this person was not someone to be trifled with. After helping their fallen companion up, they ran away in fear. In the woods, only 2 people remained. Lu Qinyan took out a wet wipe from his bag, slowly and deliberately cleaning his hands as he said, what are you still standing there for? Lu Qinyan slowly walked over. There was still a bruise on his forehead, and he called out, brother. Lu Qinyan paused in his movements and looked up, what did you call me? Lu Qinyan pressed his lips together, Qinyan brother. Lu Qinyan balled up the wet wipe and threw it hard at Lu Xinyan's face as he asked, what are you doing here? Lu Xinyan replied, I'm studying at Hua University. Who were those guys earlier? Lu Qinyan asked, his gaze sweeping over his arm, why are you wearing a cast? Is it some kind of fashion statement? "They're from my dorm." Lu Xinyan's voice grew softer, tinged with as he said, "It's from when you hit me that day." He hit him. When did he ever hit him? Lu Xinyan was momentarily stunned but then suddenly remembered. But that day, his hand had been very light, it shouldn't have been this severe, a slight dislocation, no need for such a big deal to get a cast. Lu Xinyan shook his right arm, "The doctor said my right arm is more serious." He extended his hand, pushing up his sleeve to reveal thick bandages wrapped around his left wrist. "My left hand is less severe, it's the wrist that got injured." Lu Xinyan couldn't believe it. He remembered just touching it lightly. "Are you fucking Princess P?" Chapter 4. Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu were sitting at their usual spot in the third cafeteria, while Lu Xinyan directly went upstairs to the third cafeteria. It was not yet mealtime, so there were few students around, and he immediately spotted Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu. They had always liked eating at the third cafeteria back when they were studying. The food selection here was more varied than outside restaurants, and it tasted better too. Qin Yu looked up and saw Lu Xinyan, just about to wave and call out. But then he swallowed his words before they left his mouth. Fu Xianshu noticed the strangeness, turned back, and upon seeing the youth behind Lu Xinyan, his eyebrows furrowed as well. Lu Xinyan brought along the little tail, Qin Yu muttered. Privately, they referred to Lu Xinyan as Lu Xinyan's little tail. Because whenever someone knew Lu Xinyan, they would almost certainly see Lu Xinyan whenever Lu Xinyan appeared. When Lu Xinyan was around 14 or 15, he was so thin and weak that he resembled a small bean sprout. Despite not being particularly favored by his brother, he still carried his school bag everywhere Lu Xinyan went, stuffed with snacks, water, cigarettes, a lighter, gum, tissues, and occasionally even condoms. Like Doraemon's pocket. So back then, what they loved saying the most was, "Lu Xinyan, you've grown a tail." Unexpectedly, after so many years, Qin Yu found out that Lu Xinyan was now actually a few centimeters taller than Lu Xinyan. "Meeting him on campus isn't strange," Fu Xianshu said, "he studies at Hua University." By the time Lu Xinyan got admitted to Hua University, Qin Yu had already graduated from his senior year, so he didn't know about it. Fu Xianshu also learned about this incidentally one day when he accidentally ran into Lu Xinyan. "What are you two chatting about?" Lu Xinyan approached and sat down next to Fu Xianshu. Fu Xianshu casually replied, "We're waiting for you to eat." "Big brother Qin, senior," Lu Xinyan respectfully greeted. Fu Xianshu gave Lu Xinyan a lukewarm glance as a response. "Hey, Xinyan, long time no see." Qin Yu was slightly warmer and asked, "What happened to your arm?" Lu Xinyan hesitated, cautiously stealing a glance at Lu Xinyan before saying, "I accidentally hurt myself." Lu Xinyan didn't say anything, instead picking up his chopsticks and adding some dishes into the hot pot. Judging by the tension between the two, Qin Yu, who knew Lu Xinyan well, stepped in to smooth things over, inviting him, "You haven't eaten yet, right? Sit down and join us." Lu Xinyan didn't move, standing next to Lu Xinyan and judging his mood. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Fu Xianshu lifted his eyes, clearly implying, "You've brought this upon yourself," written all over his expression, making Qin Yu feel somewhat embarrassed. He rubbed his nose and kept quiet, silently picking up his chopsticks to place the food on the table into the hot pot. How could he have known that after so many years, Lu Xinyan still followed every word of Lu Xinyan, completely ignoring others? Suddenly, Lu Xinyan slapped the chopsticks he held onto the table, creating a loud sound in the otherwise empty cafeteria. Impatiently, he barked, "I told you to sit down, didn't I hear you? Go get another set of bowls and chopsticks." A couple seated in the corner of the cafeteria glanced over due to the noise. Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu looked unsurprised, pretending not to hear and continuing their meal unaffected. "Young master, why do you keep dragging people along like that?" Taking advantage of Lu Xinyan fetching the bowl and chopsticks, Qin Yu asked, "Are you bored and looking for entertainment?" "Get lost." Lu Xinyan glared at him irritably, briefly recounting the event from the Lover's Hill. "I saw him getting bullied, felt sorry for him, so I brought him here. We eat as we usually do, talk as we normally would, pretend he doesn't exist." Qin Yu didn't believe him, sensing something fishy. "When did you start being so kind-hearted? And feeling sympathy towards others to bring them along especially?" "So," Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow, "was I ever cruel to him in the past?" "Not just cruel but downright a harpy, killing him hundreds of times over by now if it had been him." This thought remained unspoken by Qin Yu, who instead changed the topic. "Old Fu, are juniors these days really that badass?" Qin Yu was referring to how Lu Xinyan ended up getting pulled aside into a secluded forest area and bullied. Fu Xianshu blandly remarked, "No idea, I don't pay attention to such things." "Fuck," Qin Yu suddenly cursed, "Xinyan's arm wasn't broken by those bastards, was it? They probably warned him not to tell us." Qin Yu didn't notice, but as he said that, Lu Xinyan's hand paused mid-reach for the food, and he looked at him. "What are you looking at me for?" Qin Yu thought he had something on his face. Lu Xinyan coughed as a cover, "Nothing." Lu Xinyan returned with the bowls and chopsticks, taking his seat opposite Lu Xinyan, and the trio naturally moved past their earlier conversation. During the meal, since Lu Xinyan's right arm was in plaster, he had to rely solely on his left, which made him eat very slowly. With his left wrist injured and unable to exert force, the spoon occasionally struck against the edge of the bowl with a clinking sound. It slipped from his hand several times, falling back into the bowl and causing soup to splash all over the table, making the situation rather awkward. Lu Qinyan and Qin Yu, along with Fu Xianshu, were discussing where to go after their meal. Irritated by the occasional clangs in their ears, Lu Qinyan finally snapped, "Can you even eat properly, damn it? With this mess, how are we supposed to eat?" Lu Qinyan glared at him. Lu Xinyan put down the ladle and sat upright. "I'm sorry." The three words sounded light and indifferent, conveying no real remorse. Qin Yu quickly intervened as Lu Qinyan was about to lose his temper again. "Lu Xinyan's right hand can't be used, he hasn't eaten anything yet. Try to understand." Saying that, Qin Yu scooped some soup into Lu Xinyan's bowl. "Here, drink some soup." Lu Xinyan turned his head and managed a smile. "Thank you, brother Qin Yu." New for owning a bar, Qin Yu had dealt with countless different types of people, so how could he not hear the underlying meaning? He chuckled nervously and indicated there was no way he could smooth things over. "Brother Qin Yu, don't misunderstand," Lu Xinyan tried defusing the situation. "It's just my left wrist is hurting, I can't apply any force." Qin Yu, who wasn't one to hold grudges, laughed. "No problem. Hey. Your left hand is injured too?" Lu Xinyan nodded. His left hand, hidden beneath the sleeve, would indeed go unnoticed if not paid attention to. This realization ignited Qin Yu's temper. Shit, when did Hua University start spawning such monsters? Even Fu Xianshu, who usually didn't care about other people's business, couldn't help but ask, "Who did it?" "It was me," Lu Xinyan responded with the same line as before, "I did it myself." This pitiful performance, unless one were blind, clearly revealed he was protecting someone. "Look, just say it," Qin Yu said, "we'll take care of it for you. After all, we've watched you grow up. We can't let anyone bully you." Fu Xianshu set down his chopsticks without saying a word, but it was evident he supported Qin Yu's suggestion. "You see, your senior has spoken," Qin Yu said. Under Qin Yu's insistent questioning, Lu Xinyan glanced at Lu Qinyan. This glance was seen by Qin Yu, who remarked, "Don't look at your brother. In our trio, he was always the best fighter, trained hard. Me and old Fu combined couldn't beat him." Qin Yu asked laughing, "Is that true, Lu Qinyan?" Lu Qinyan muttered an oath under his breath, then reluctantly hummed an agreement while caught between a rock and a hard place. The matter of injuring Lu Xinyan shouldn't be known by Qin Yu, who was truly a big-mouthed gossip. Letting him know would be akin to telling half of Xinqiang. Moreover, Qin Yu would certainly want to probe why Lu Qinyan injured Lu Xinyan, leaving Lu Qinyan struggling to explain what happened that night. In short, everything was troublesome. All right, if he doesn't want to say, don't force him." Lu Qinyan stopped this unproductive conversation, getting up and going to the fruit section to grab a straw, placing it in Lu Xinyan's bowl. "Use this, it won't require much hand effort." Qin Yu. Fu Xianshu. After sitting down, Lu Qinyan finally gave Lu Xinyan a proper look, and his tone was unusually gentle for once. "Is the issue of eating now resolved?" Lu Xinyan gazed at that face that disturbed his mind and numbly nodded, "Yeah." After the meal, Qin Yu suggested going to the swimming pool to swim. Since Lu Qinyan left, the three hadn't swum together in a long time. "Go swimming right after a meal?" Lu Qinyan said, "You guys go ahead, I'll wander around a bit and meet you later." "Okay, let's go, old Fu," Qin Yu said. Once they'd walked far enough, Lu Qinyan paused, turning to Lu Xinyan, "Follow me to the infirmary." Hua University's infirmary was still in its usual spot. Lu Qinyan knew this path better than the way home since his early university days when he ended up bruised or bloodied every 3 days. The school doctors even recognized him. Unfortunately, the old doctor no longer served as the school doctor at Hua University, and this young doctor was his son. "Is his injury very severe?" Lu Qinyan stood beside the hospital bed with arms crossed, exuding a natural air of disdain and arrogance, asking, "How did his left wrist get injured?" The young doctor removed the bandage, inspected it, and said, "Sprain. You should take him to the hospital for further checks." Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyan frowned slightly. He didn't remember twisting Lu Xinyan's wrist. Could it have been an accidental injury? He asked again, "How long will it take to recover approximately?" The doctor replied, "That depends. For the next period, avoid lifting heavy objects to aid recovery." "What about this?" Lu Qinyan pointed to the cast. "Doctor, isn't the cast working fine?" "Chenian," the doctor stepped out to fetch medicine, and Shenyang looked up at the man. His voice was deep and gentle. "It will get better soon, don't worry." "Don't worry your ass." Chenian slapped Shenyang's head with his hand, a bit annoyed. "Shit, why didn't you dodge?" He was talking about that day. I tried to dodge," Shenyang muttered quietly, "but I didn't make it." Waste of space, Chenian rolled his eyes and didn't bother saying another word. While the doctor applied ointment on Shenyang, Chenian watched for a moment before getting up and stepping outside. He took out his phone, which had 2 unread messages, and tapped them open. They were from Yuqin. "Mr. Lu, come over to the swimming pool and have some fun." Hurry up, let me see your skills. Chenian gave a small laugh, feeling no mood, so he sent back a quick reply. On the other end, Eugene had just finished 2 laps in the pool. He grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water when he got out of the pool and just then heard his phone beep. He dried his hands, picked up the phone and read the message. Eugene said, Chenian won't come. Maybe he couldn't shake off Shenyang, ahaha. Envious Fu took the water bottle thrown by Qin and uncapped it, gulping down some water. That might be true. Qin suddenly dived into the deep zone and asked, didn't you know that Shenyang is at Hua University? Today, he was bullied too badly. Most of the time I haven't paid attention. But then Xian Shu suddenly remembered something. I have a junior disciple in the free boxing club who said that their club president invited him to participate in matches several times but he refused every time. Haha, not possible, Qin laughed and said, as for Shenyang being approached because of his height and looks for joining the club, I believe that. But for fighting matches? Don't kid around, if he could fight, would his arms have been broken? Seemed like there's some truth in that, Xian Shu nodded, thinking maybe he'd misunderstood something. But Shenyang does seem rather reliant on his brother. Qin asked, do you still remember the incident when Chenian quarreled with his father? He came to Hua University waiting for Chenian every day, rain or shine, without missing a single day for half a year. Xian Shu definitely remembered. Back then, he told Shenyang that Chenian wasn't at Hua University anymore but had already gone abroad. But the kid didn't believe it, glaring at him with eyes filled with stubbornness gradually transforming into sorrow. Then he bumped him like a fireball and ran off. Chapter 5. After leaving the medical room, Lu Chenian unexpectedly offered to send Lu Xinyan back to the teaching building. The two walked one after another. Lu Xinyan obediently followed behind, head lowered, looking dispirited. As they walked, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Brother. Lu Chenian didn't bother to correct him again and turned around, his tone impatient. What is it? Lu Xinyan looked up at him, pitifully. I want to eat something. Lu Chenian glanced over. On the other side was the snack street where all kinds of snacks were available. It had already passed dinner time, and there were very few people around. Haven't you just eaten? Lu Chenian said. With a somewhat aggrieved look in his eyes, Lu Xinyan replied, I didn't eat enough. Lu Chenian recalled that in Cafeteria 3, this person indeed hadn't eaten much, spending most of the time watching them eat while drinking 2 bowls of soup with a straw. So damn bothersome. Lu Chenian marched over to the food stall selling Guangdong-style stewed snacks and ordered more than 50 yuan worth of these snacks. He then asked Lu Xinyan, enough for you? As the aroma floated out from the broth box, Lu Xinyan said, that's enough. Lu Chenian looked around, there were 2 tables outside. He took a pair of chopsticks and sat down, let's eat before we go. Following his instruction, Lu Xinyan also sat down, taking up chopsticks in his left hand. After great difficulty in picking up a beef ball, he finally brought it to his mouth but before he could take a bite, it slid down the chopsticks and fell onto the table, bouncing twice before rolling to the ground. Lu Chenian. Lu Xinyan. These chopsticks are no good, said Lu Xinyan as he tried to pick up another piece of potato, but the potato also seemed uncooperative, falling directly into the soup box, splashing its broth everywhere. With a startled yeah, Lu Xinyan dropped the chopsticks, hurriedly covering his eyes with his left hand. Brother, the soup got into my eyes. Are you an idiot or what? Exclaimed Lu Chenian, thoroughly exasperated. He pulled out some tissues and handed them to him. Lu Xinyan rubbed his eyes red. He originally looked innocent, but now, it appeared as though he'd been bullied. In an irritated tone, Lu Chenian asked, do you still want to eat? Yes, came the muffled and low response. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chenian realized how indebted he was. After all, if not for breaking this person's arm, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. Suppressing his internal irritation, he picked up a new pair of chopsticks and grabbed the meatball, thrusting it impatiently into Lu Xinyan's mouth. Eat quickly, damn it. Opening his mouth to bite, Lu Xinyan murmured vaguely, it's so hot. You. Lu Chenian stared at him for half a second, shoving the whole meatball into the other's mouth. Burn yourself dead then. Despite the harsh words, when feeding the meatball, Lu Chenian felt incredibly awkward, gently blowing on the food near his lips and gruffly asking, still hot? No, Lu Xinyan finished what was in his mouth and nudged his lips, I want a vegetable ball. Eating without using hands yet making so many demands, Lu Chenian was clearly unhappy as he picked up a vegetable ball with the chopsticks, still first blowing on it. Were you like this before? Lu Chenian was referring to eating. Lu Xinyan blinked, understanding the hidden meaning, slightly lowering his eyebrows and eating the vegetable ball as he changed the topic. This tastes really good. A fool would fail to see through this. Setting down the chopsticks, Lu Chenian impatiently asked, how many meals have you eaten in these few days? After pondering for about 10 seconds, Lu Xinyan answered, 2 or 3, no, counting today, 4. 4 meals in 3 days. Is there something wrong with your brain? While speaking, Lu Chenian lifted his hand to hit, paused mid-air, and after a moment let it drop. Shit, come to think of it, being unable to eat also has something to do with him. Lu Chenian silently hesitated for a second, reluctantly picking up the chopsticks again, with an obviously unpleasant face continuing to feed him. I want to drink the soup. Lu Xinyan said. Drink more soup. Why don't you just drown? Lu Qinian gave Lu Xinyan a sharp glare, getting up to fetch a spoon and ladling up a scoop of the soup. A hint of joy rose in Lu Xinyan's eyes as he lowered his head and drank, saying, Brother, don't you want to try this? Eat yours. Lu Qinian frowned darkly, pushing seaweed into the other's mouth. Don't talk so much. Oh. Lu Xinyan continued to focus on eating. What a waste, unable even to eat properly, Lu Qinian cursed in his heart while feeding him. In just the short time of eating these stewed snacks, he had already insulted all 18 generations of Lu Xinyan's ancestors dozens of times. After finishing the stewed snacks, Lu Qinian remembered something and asked, Where are you staying now? He had been back for over half a month. When Lu Xinghuan was in Xincheng, he only went to the Lu residence once for a meal. That time, he didn't see Lu Xinyan or his belongings, meaning he should have moved out by now. As expected, I'm currently living in the dormitory. I moved out quite early. Lu Qinian asked, Were the 3 people I met today in the grove also from your dorm? Yeah, Lu Xinyan said, Actually, they are all very nice to me most of the time. Lu Qinian stared at Lu Xinyan for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking about. After a long pause, he said, Anyway, I've got nothing better to do today. Have them join us for a meal. We can get acquainted. I am still half their senior, after all. At this, Lu Xinyan hesitated. Well, they're all pretty busy. Lu Qinian said, Having a meal won't take too much time. Aren't they normally good to you? You can choose where we go. Another day then, Lu Xinyan averted his gaze. They have classes. Lu Qinian leisurely remarked, It'd be great to thank them for the special care they've given you over these past months. Lu Xinyan paled visibly, lips trembling, Brother. Lu Qinian looked at him as if saying, Keep lying, and prompted, Tell me exactly how they are good to you. Slowly, Lu Xinyan cast his eyes down, his disheveled bangs covering his forehead. Lu Qinian rolled his eyes. He still acted like a wimp after all these years. No wonder he gets bullied. Who else would they bully but him? Come on, Lu Qinian stood up, let's go take a look at your dorm. Lu Qinian felt that it wasn't really his place to interfere, but if he just left Lu Xinyan here, he'd feel uneasy even when back home. He had just reprimanded those few people today, there was always the possibility they would take out their anger on Lu Xinyan. Lu Qinian didn't want to receive a call asking him to come back to school to claim a body. When they reached the dorm, Lu Qinian stayed by the door and did not immediately walk inside. The dorm was small but surprisingly clean, with bunk beds and 4 beds altogether. A few jerseys were hung out to dry on the balcony. It did not resemble the kind of place where those 3 ruffians lived. Against the wall stood a desk, on which sat a basketball, a computer, and textbooks. Only after Lu Xinyan opened the sliding glass door to let some fresh air in, did Lu Qinian step inside, picking a stool at random to sit down on. He asked, Where do you sleep? Lu Xinyan, the top bunk. You've been flying up to sleep these past few days. Lu Qinian remarked. Lu Xinyan, it's a bit difficult, but it's manageable. Lu Qinian truly couldn't help but admire how Lu Xinyan managed to survive all these years. After taking 2 puffs from his cigarette, Lu Qinian eventually asked, When did the doctor say you could have the cast removed? In about 4 weeks. Lu Qinian was quiet for a few seconds before turning around and picking up a half-empty bottle of mineral water from the desk, dousing the lit cigarette end with it. Pack up whatever you need. For now, roll over to my place and stay there. Chapter 6. Lu Qinian probably thought he was out of his mind to suggest that Lu Xinyan should stay at his home, but once the words were out, there was no turning back. Lu Xinyan had few belongings, yet he packed very slowly. Lu Qinian, arms crossed over his chest, watched the young man's clumsy movements and finally couldn't help but curse, stepping forward and snatching the backpack from Lu Xinyan's hands. Brother. Lu Xinyan didn't understand why. Lu Qinyan's handsome face turned cold. By the time you finish packing, it will be tomorrow morning. What do you need to bring? Lu Xinyan took down the toiletry bag hanging on the wall. This. Lu Qinian inspected it, frowned at its contents, and reached for the toothbrush. You've got to be shitting me. Did you use this to clean a toilet, Lu Xinyan? With that, he threw the bristly toothbrush into the trash bin and stated firmly, I'll go get you a new one. Anything else? Lu Xinyan looked at the defunct toothbrush, silent for a moment, then knelt down and opened his suitcase, revealing neatly folded clothes, uniformly black except for 2 or 3 white and gray ones interspersed among them. Seeing his dragging behavior, Lu Qinian impatiently picked up 2 pieces and stuffed them into the backpack. He said, You're not moving, just take a couple to change. I have some new ones anyway, I'll give them to you when I get back. Lu Xinyan said, That's all. Looking at the still mostly empty backpack, Lu Qinian urged him, Think again, don't come halfway through and turn back, I don't have much time. Lu Xinyan stood up and with trembling left hand clutched the bed rail to climb up. Lu Qinian quickly grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Don't want your hands. No, Lu Xinyan replied, I'm going to get something. What? It's under the pillow, Lu Xinyan said. Lu Chinian shot him a glance, grabbed the edge of the bed with one hand, and felt under the pillow. Sure enough, he found something. This piece of crap. It was an ordinary black rope with a pebble dangling at the end, quite unremarkable, likely a gift from someone, otherwise it wouldn't have been placed under the pillow. Aha. Lu Xinyan accepted it, cherishing it as he slipped it into his pocket, that's all. Lu Chinian glanced at it. Since the other party wasn't planning to explain, neither did he. By the way, you're staying outside for a month, do you need to submit a lodging application? I'll ask later, Lu Xinyan replied. Alright, Lu Chinian didn't bother with these details, let's go. Lu Chinian's place wasn't far from Huada University. It only took a few minutes by car. As soon as they walked in, Lu Chinian tossed the backpack onto the couch and pulled out 2 bottles of mineral water from the fridge. He unscrewed one and handed it to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan drank a sip, glanced around. The house was predominantly gray, neat and clean, with a total of 2 bedrooms. The living room was spacious, with 2 flowery shirts thrown on the sofa. Lu Chinian walked over, picked them up and threw them into his own room, pointing to the neighboring one, you sleep here. Everything is brand new and has been changed when I came back. It's cleaner than your dorm. Brother, Lu Xinyan's eyes softened, did you live here after leaving home? Or what? Lu Chinian asked, do you think I slept on the street? Go put your stuff in the room. Okay. Lu Xinyan obediently carried the backpack into the bedroom. Lu Chinian followed closely behind and leaned against the doorway, make sure to tidy up the garbage in the room every time. I don't expect you to handle big things, nor do I expect you to do anything much, but maintaining cleanliness is the bottom line. His obsessive cleanliness habit over the years hadn't changed. Lu Xinyan slightly curled up the corner of his lips, alright. Don't answer too fast, Lu Chinian warned, if there's something I can't stand, I'll kick you out anytime. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan suddenly turned around and looked at Lu Chinian earnestly, no, I will be very obedient. Lu Chinian sneered, then good. He threw the spare key onto the table, keep it safe. If it's lost, it's all on you. I have something to deal with now. Let me know what you want for dinner and I'll bring it back for you. As for the trivial matter of having meals, Lu Chinian no longer expected Lu Xinyan to accomplish it. The same as you. Lu Xinyan said. Without saying anything, Lu Chinian returned to his room, changed into formal wear, and headed out. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Lu Xinyan paused his movement, sat on the bed, and almost imperceptibly exhaled. His gaze gradually shifted to the key on the table. He walked over, picked it up. Metallic texture, still warm in his palm, he stared at the key for several seconds. After a while, he grinned contentedly. Lu Xinyan's phone, resting along the seam of his pants, vibrated. Feeling quite pleased, he pulled it out. It was a message. Big bro Lu, I got back to the dorm but didn't see you, and your wash bag is gone too. Did you abandon me to live happily with Siri and your brother? The sender was Qi Rang, Lu Xinyan's roommate. Qi Rang was the cherished grandson of Grandpa Qi, never worrying about food or clothing. There were several mines waiting for him to inherit, but Qi Rang had other ambitions. He started doing esports live streams in his teens and now had over 800,000 followers online. Looking at the key, Lu Xinyan replied without any restraint, yes. The cafe was quiet in the afternoon as Lu Chinian pushed the door open. The man sitting in the distant corner glanced up and saw him immediately, not because the man's eyesight was that good, but because when Lu Chinian walked in, most young couples' gazes naturally landed on him, captivated by an aura of prideful elegance surrounding him. So, this must be Mr. Lu's son, the man thought. Lu Chinian found who he was looking for, approached, and sat down, saying, did you wait long? I just arrived. Ordered you a coffee, the man replied. Dressed formally in a suit, he was much older than Lu Chinian, having been the secretary under Lu Jing'an during the Lu Group's era. After the Lu Group went bankrupt, Tang Ying found employment at an established corporation. Lu Chinian had contacted him today regarding a matter. Thank you, Lu Chinian said. How's Mr. Lu's health? Tang Ying had owed his current standing to the elder Mr. Lu and still remembered that kindness. Lu Chinian, thanks to your concern, he's recovering well. After some pleasantries, Lu Chinian cut straight to the point, I invited you here today to ask about something. When our company's capital chain broke, my father asked you to sell the Lu family residence. I'd like to know who bought it then. This. Though not long ago, Tang Ying remembered clearly. Moreover, the Lu mansion was located at the foot of Fragrant Hill in Xinqing near the sea, where every inch of land was priceless. Covering hundreds of square meters, the Lu mansion was considered a true luxury estate. Only a few wealthy individuals could afford such a purchase. However, Mr. Lu instructed me to handle it, but during the signing, we only dealt with the other side's lawyer, the actual buyer wasn't present. Lu Chinian furrowed his brow, didn't you see the name on the contract? Tang Ying shook his head, remembering, that lawyer was very protective of their client's privacy. I recall clearly that even Mr. Lu asked, but the lawyer only mentioned the money would fully arrive. If you want to know more, perhaps you could go to the Lu mansion and see who currently resides there. I've been there, Lu Chinian replied, after we moved out, no one lived there. In that case, it's unclear. Oh, right, Tang Ying suddenly remembered, the day after the contract was signed, the lawyer took a call from the buyer and referred to them as Director Qi. Director Qi? There were many people surnamed Qi in Xinqiang. But among those families capable of paying such a large sum for the Lu mansion, the Qis were few. Lu Chinian filtered through them in his mind, could it be grandfather Qi Guoming? Impossible. If grandfather Qi intended to help the Lu family, he wouldn't have done so discreetly, opting instead for outright assistance. Lord Lu, are you asking because? Tang Ying questioned. Lu Chinian lifted his coffee cup lightly and took a sip before smiling. The Lu mansion was the only place my mother ever lived in. I intend to buy it back from its current owner. If I'd been in Xinqiang back then, I wouldn't have let my father sell it. Tang Ying was genuinely shocked upon hearing this. Do you mean buying it back? Yes, Lu Chinian responded briefly. Tang Ying said nothing, taking a big gulp of his coffee to calm himself. Buying back the Lu mansion was no trivial matter, it couldn't possibly be resolved with mere tens of millions. It wasn't that he didn't wish to offer assistance. This was far beyond the scope of anyone's capacity to fix. Of course, Lu Chinian understood what Tang Ying's silence implied. Indeed, if someone told him they were planning to buy the Lu mansion, he would deem it an unattainable dream. Especially given his current financial situation, his most valuable possession at the moment was probably that statement he just made. Yet after considering this matter for a few days, he would no longer waver. He pulled out a business card from his bag and handed it to Tang Ying. Secretary Tang, here's my business card. Knowing how wide-reaching your connections are in Xinqiang, I hope you might assist if there's a suitable opportunity. Lu Chinian was certainly not in dire straits, but he felt casting a wide net wouldn't be a mistake. Tang Ying took the business card, gazing at the 3 characters printed on it, Lu Chinian. Although it was his first time meeting Lu Chinian face-to-face, Tang Ying wasn't unfamiliar with Lu Chinian. Initially, hearing about him from Lu Xing'an, he thought this was merely a handsome young man who preferred leisure and youthful arrogance, running away from home, until the Lu Corporation went bankrupt, and this very young man brought all his overseas savings to settle the debts, leading to the present moment. Tang Ying was momentarily overwhelmed by a myriad of emotions. I'll go home and check. There should still be the contact information for that lawyer on my old work number. Once I find it, I'll send it to you. As for this, Tang Ying put the business card away. If there's a suitable job, I'll contact you immediately. Alright, thank you. Tang Ying, it's nothing. Neither of them said more. Lu Chinian lifted his wrist and glanced at the time. It's getting late, so I'll head out first. As he stood up to pay the bill, Tang Ying quickly stopped him. Let me take care of it. It's fine, I also need to bring something back with me. Lu Chinian asked the server to pack 2 desserts, paid the bill, and then left the cafe. Back home, Lu Chinian casually placed the dessert box on the table and went straight into his room. When Lu Xinyan heard the sound in the room, he closed his laptop and stepped out, noticing an additional box on the table. He glanced at the master bedroom door and knocked lightly. Brother. The door wasn't fully closed, so it opened slightly with just a push. From Lu Xinyan's angle, he could see the person inside removing their shirt, revealing a porcelain white yet strong back, with a straight spine and a deeply indented waistline. It was supple yet powerful, as if sculpted inch by inch, creating lines that irresistibly made one want to hold and trace downwards. Lu Xinyan obviously hadn't expected such a scene and froze in place momentarily. He knew he should look away immediately to avoid being caught with inappropriate thoughts by the man, but the more he realized the danger, the more tempted he became. Suddenly, he started to fear. He feared losing control of the unextinguished desires within himself and entertaining improper notions, which might lead him to do something irretrievable. The man inside must have also sensed a gaze, hesitating briefly as he changed clothes. Who's there? Chapter 7. Lu Xinyan's heart suddenly raced. Lu Xinyan turned back and, upon seeing someone, his brows slightly furrowed. Then he suddenly remembered that it was in the afternoon that he had brought this person back. His tone was harsh. Do you need anything? Just a few seconds later, Lu Xinyan's tense expression instantly returned to normal, and he said, I just heard the sound of the door opening. Oh, Lu Xinyan didn't think much about it, and said, there's dinner I brought for you on the table, go ahead and eat it yourself. He wasn't very patient with taking care of others in every detail. As he spoke, he picked up the bathrobe from the bed and walked past the other person. With a click, he closed the bathroom door. Only then did Lu Xinyan let out a sigh of relief. He reached out and pushed the door open a bit more, taking a look at the master bedroom. The first thing to catch his eye was a navy blue king-sized bed. On the pure white walls hung 2 oil paintings. An 8-square wardrobe stood ajar, and there were probably about 123,467 bottles of perfume inside, the clothes' colors being all over the rainbow. The plainest ones would likely be the black shirt he wore today when going to school, and a few suits. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan smiled faintly. Everything was still the same as before, unchanged. He closed the door gently, went over to open the dessert box, revealing 2 blueberry mousse pieces inside. Lu Xinyan picked up a spoon, scooped a bite and sent it into his mouth, cold and sweet. He truly couldn't figure it out, why someone who was so grumpy usually always liked eating things favored by elementary school students. After showering, Lu Qinyan casually put on a bathrobe and came out. His face was flushed from the steam after washing up, with water droplets clinging to his long eyelashes. A few strands of hair fell onto his face, giving off an aura of exceptional charm and handsomeness. As he dried his hair, he asked, "How does this mousse taste?" He approached and directly took the spoon from Lu Xinyan's hand, scooping a bite and sending it into his mouth, nodding, "Not bad." After speaking, he took another bite. Watching the spoon that had been sent into his own mouth repeatedly enter Lu Qinyan's mouth, Lu Xinyan momentarily froze. What? Lu Qinyan noticed his gaze, incredulous that he could be dissatisfied with tasting a little of what he bought. Whether intentional or deliberate, Lu Xinyan shifted his gaze away. "No, nothing." Lu Qinyan stuck the spoon into the mousse. "Hurry up and finish it. There's only this much left. I can't even finish it during my shower time." He simply couldn't stand this overly finicky attitude, like a young girl. Lu Qinyan didn't say anything else, and turned to the bedroom to get the hairdryer, entering the bathroom to dry his hair. His hair had grown longer in Canada, back then, being young, chasing trends, getting perms and dyeing it often. Later, without frequent touch-ups, he gradually got used to this length. After returning to China, he planned to find some time to cut his hair, because every time after washing it, it needed to be dried, which was a bit troublesome and hard to manage. A series of footsteps approached, and Lu Xinyan appeared in the mirror. "Brother." Lu Qinyan raised his eyes, meeting his brother's gaze through the mirror, raising an eyebrow in question. Lu Xinyan looked for a while, then suddenly asked, "When did you start growing your hair long?" "What's it to you?" Lu Qinyan changed the direction of the blow-dryer, thinking for a moment, and then lightly said, "I lost count." "What, do you want to grow yours out too?" "No," Lu Xinyan shook his head, smiling slightly, "you definitely look better than me." Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes, "Stop flattering me here." He tilted his chin, indicating the location of the electric toothbrush. "That white toothbrush is yours. You'll have to figure out how to turn it on yourself. Don't expect much from your clumsy hands anyway." Lu Xinyan glanced and softly said, "Thank you." After drying for a while, Lu Qinyan put down the hairdryer, and Lu Xinyan quickly picked up the comb and handed it to him. Lu Qinyan naturally accepted it, combed his hair, and took the hair tie Lu Xinyan offered, muttering as he tied up his hair, "At least you've got some common sense." Perhaps impressed by Lu Xinyan's good behavior, Lu Qinyan's tone involuntarily softened, "Come in and wash up." After saying this, he frowned and stared at Lu Xinyan's arm, saying, "Clean up the bathroom after you're done washing. Don't make a mess everywhere." Lu Xinyan obediently said, "Don't worry, I won't." "That's good." After tidying up, Lu Qinyan returned to the bedroom. After walking around all day, he felt a bit tired, lying down on the bed and opening his phone to look for a movie to watch before sleeping. Just as he opened it, 2 messages popped up on the top of his phone screen. He clicked them open. They were sent by Tang Ying. "Mr. Fong, 137x x 6558. This is Mr. Fong's contact information, Master Lu." Lu Qinyan prepared to call but glanced at the time again. It was already so late. After hesitating for a moment, he saved the number instead and replied to Tang Ying with a "Thanks." Tang Ying, smile. After exiting the chat interface, Lu Qinyan started a movie. However, before even a minute passed, there came a sudden bang from outside, as if someone had crashed into the door. He froze for a second, realizing the situation and tossing his phone aside. Hurriedly, he got up and went out to see what happened. There he saw a showerhead spinning out of the bathroom like a ghost or demon, water spraying all over the living room. For someone with obsessive cleanliness like Lu Qinyan, this was an outright disaster. His temple throbbed twice as he yelled, "What the hell are you doing? Brother!" A moan came from inside the bathroom. Lu Qinyan couldn't avoid getting splashed. He picked up the showerhead and walked into the bathroom. Seeing the scene in front of him, his anger melted into frustrated massaging of his temples. Lu Xinyan was sitting on the floor looking disheveled, guilt-ridden as he looked up at Lu Qinyan. "I'm sorry. Brother." He had initially prepared to take a shower but, when removing his clothes, found it difficult due to stiff hands. Coupled with the slippery floor, he accidentally fell and hit the shower switch, causing this whole mess. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qinyan turned off the showerhead. Exasperated, he asked, "What exactly were you doing?" Droplets hung on Lu Xinyan's face, soaking half his clothes. He looked utterly pitiful. He said, "I wanted to take a shower but I accidentally fell." "Are you a pig?" Lu Qinyan cursed while helping him up. "Why didn't you ask me for help?" Lu Xinyan murmured, "I thought I could do it myself." "You're delusional," Lu Qinyan growled. "Go wait somewhere else." The bathroom wasn't small, but with 2 grown men inside, the space felt cramped. Seeing how messy the bathroom had become, Lu Qinyan almost wanted to kick Lu Xinyan out. Picking up the towel and toothpaste that had fallen to the ground, he set them aside. He then looked at the person standing in the bathroom. His younger brother was peering through the glass, clearly feeling wronged. "Are you upset now?" Lu Qinyan laughed bitterly. "Did I falsely accuse you?" In less than 10 minutes, Lu Xinyan had managed to make such a mess. It was as though the advice had been given to a dog instead of a human. No. Lu Xinyan whispered softly. Lu Xinyan asked, didn't you know you could ask me for help? Lu Xinyan replied, you told me not to bother you, not to make unnecessary trouble. True, those words weren't entirely wrong. If Lu Xinyan had requested help earlier, Lu Xinyan might have restrained himself. Glancing at the 2 arms that he had broken, Lu Xinyan internally scoffed. Well, whatever, since they've come to this point, maybe no one helped him at school either. Moreover, Lu Xinyan hadn't taken a shower for quite some time, and was starting to smell. Just go out for now, Lu Xinyan waved him off. I'll call you later. Lu Xinyan stepped out of the bathroom and stood by the door, his eyes never leaving Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan restarted the showerhead, giving the long-unused bathtub a good rinse. Although it wasn't too dirty because he seldom used it anyway, cleaning it made him feel more comfortable. After everything was ready, he turned around and said, get back in. You're washing here, I'll fill the tub for you. Once it's full, get in. Call me if you need help, understand? Yes, Lu Xinyan nodded. After Lu Xinyan left, Lu Xinyan undressed and stepped into the bathtub, placing both hands on the edge. As the water reached his waist, he excitedly called out, brother, I'm ready. There was no response from outside, so Lu Xinyan shouted again, Xinyan brother. Xinyan brother. What the hell do you want? Came the annoyed reply as footsteps approached. Opening the door, Lu Xinyan saw the situation inside and swallowed the rest of his words. Closing his eyes, gritting his teeth, he growled, who the fuck told you to undress completely? I thought you didn't hear me, Lu Xinyan's voice sounded muffled. Does anyone take a shower fully clothed? The doctor said my hands can't touch water right now, so I need your help. What a headache. Rolling his eyes, Lu Xinyan placed his phone aside. Looking up, their gazes met. Lu Xinyan, turn around. Lu Xinyan followed his instruction, turning his back to Lu Xinyan. Under the bathroom light, his muscular back gleamed evenly, with clear defined muscles. There were faint finger marks along his torso, especially prominent under the warm glow. Lu Xinyan, upon noticing these details, hesitated briefly. Uncontrollable images flashed in his mind. Shit, fucking hell. Lu Xinyan felt his heart rate accelerate slightly, likely due to the warm lighting which made his face slightly flushed. That night, he was drunk. Even though he couldn't remember the details due to blacking out, it wasn't enough to forget everything. He didn't feel awkward about his interactions with Lu Xinyan, but when he saw these marks again, he wished he had a knife to chop off his fingers. He must have been crazy that night. Since there was no sound, Lu Xinyan turned back, his eyes abnormally gentle, brother. Lu Xinyan suddenly snapped back to reality, ah. Lu Xinyan blinked and asked, what were you thinking about just now? Faced with those innocent, pitch-black eyes, Lu Xinyan felt like he'd been seen through, and became slightly flustered, but quickly regained composure and feigned calmness, thinking. I was thinking of how to drive you away so I wouldn't have to deal with this nonsense. After spitting out the words irritably, Lu Xinyan turned around and picked up the shower gel. Just as he was squeezing it, he heard a sentence from behind, oh, you're moving so slowly, I thought you were embarrassed. Lu Xinyan paused for a second, then flipped his hand back in frustration. He did 2 deep breaths in quick succession. Shit, it's just a bath, isn't it? He often gave baths to his friend's big dog lake in Canada, and could tame such a large dog. Surely he can handle a human. With this thought, Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth, glared fiercely at Lu Xinyan, and slapped the shower gel onto his shoulder. The moment they touched, the heat transferred to his palm startled him, making his fingertips tremble slightly, but fortunately, Lu Xinyan had seen plenty of tough situations, so he managed to hold on without withdrawing his hand. And then. Damn it, this is over. This person is different from a dog, no fur, how to make foam. Through the touch, Lu Xinyan seemed to sense the man's embarrassment behind him, and couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling upwards. He desperately wanted to laugh but held it in. Brother, don't be nervous. Lu Xinyan, who the hell is nervous? Shit, was the order wrong? Shouldn't I use a bath puff to create foam first? Chapter 8. Lu Xinyan's arms were stiff, his hands burning hot. Stopping was not an option, and neither was continuing. He had bathed before, but how, was it completely different from doing it himself? Lu Xinyan moved his hand slightly, with just the right amount of force. Lu Xinyan's body tensed, brother. Why are you shouting? Lu Xinyan exploded. He also knew that the previous move wasn't like scrubbing, but more like, stroking. No, why was he thinking of those 2 words? But there was no such thing as retreat in his world. No matter what, Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth and began to wash hard. The water in the bathtub trickled. Lu Xinyan stared at the shadow on the wall and suddenly called out, brother, do you remember when we were little, you made me take bird eggs from the nest, I fell off the tree by accident and sprained my foot? Of course I remember. How could Lu Xinyan forget? At that time, he was 15 years old, and it was the first year after Lu Jinghuan brought Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan to the Lu family. He disliked Lu Xinyan from the moment he saw him. One day, while Jiang Man and Lu Jinghuan were not at home, he instructed Lu Xinyan to climb a tree and take down the bird's eggs for him to play with. Little Lu Xinyan was new to the place, and seeing Lu Qinian was captivated instantly. He obeyed Lu Qinian without question, climbing the tree to please him. But when Lu Xinyan climbed the tree, he secretly moved the ladder and hid nearby. Lu Xinyan excitedly found the bird eggs, only to look down and find him gone, causing panic. He cried loudly, and accidentally fell off the tree. Luckily, the tree wasn't very tall, and below was a flower bed, so he just sprained his ankle and had a few abrasions. After Lu Jinghuan learned about this upon returning home, he scolded him severely. But Lu Qinian knew it was wrong. Initially it was meant as a prank, and he hadn't anticipated Lu Xinyan would fall. During that time, Lu Jinghuan was busy with work, and Jiang Man was not around either. Therefore, during Lu Xinyan's recovery, helping him use the bathroom and bathe became Lu Qinian's responsibility. "You gave me baths when we were little too," Lu Xinyan said. Thinking back to those memories and comparing them with the present situation, Lu Qinian was incredibly speechless. "You've been stupid since childhood, lacking discernment. You knew I hated you but still clung to me like chewing gum. Breaking your arm now is exactly what you deserve." Lu Xinyan countered, "I'm not stupid." "Huh, not stupid?" Lu Qinian asked, "Then do you know that back then, I intentionally tricked you to go up the tree?" "I know, but you don't know that I intended to fall off the tree." Lu Xinyan smiled gently, voice soft, "I know brother truly cares for me." "Bullshit," Lu Qinian rolled his eyes, "it's because I feel sorry for you. Don't mistake dog lungs for a conscience." Lu Xinyan acted as if he didn't hear that, saying on his own, "Now that brother has returned, I won't be bullied anymore." Hearing this, did he mean to cling on to him? Dream on. "You think too much," Lu Qinian pushed his shoulder. "I looked out for you when you were young because I felt pity for you. Now that you're grown up, who will care about your trivial matters? When your arm gets better, go back to the dormitory quickly." As he spoke, the strength in his hands increased significantly. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan let out a hiss of pain. "It hurts." "What's wrong?" Lu Qinian paused, seeing another fresh blood mark on his already bruised back, particularly clear. "Damn, these hands are really unreliable." Lu Xinyan said, "You grabbed me so hard it hurts." "What hurt?" "It's just a minor injury, stop being so delicate." Lu Qinian's movements lightened somewhat, reaching out to grab a towel and wiping lightly. "Turn around and lift your arm." Lu Xinyan followed suit and lifted his arm. Lu Qinian went to his side and carefully washed his arm. "How long has it been since you've had a shower?" The bathroom was too quiet, not saying anything felt strange. "It's been 3 days." Lu Qinian made a sound of disapproval, mocking, "No wonder you smell sour." Lu Xinyan wasn't angry, looking up at the man with a gentle gaze. The bathroom was quite warm. Lu Qinian, with his fair skin, had his cheeks flushed red due to the heat. His long lashes framed his big eyes which were slightly slanted, as if drowsy or intoxicated. Even the skin behind his ears turned pink, presenting a charm that was subtly captivating. Most times, when he got angry, he resembled a cat, ferocious yet beautiful. Lu Xinyan stared at the man's pouty expression for half a while and suddenly smiled. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing." Lu Xinyan shook his head. Lu Qinian didn't believe it, but he was too lazy to argue further. Walking in front of Lu Xinyan, "Lift your chin." The distance between them suddenly became very close. Lu Qinian could even feel Lu Xinyan's breath. Uncomfortable, he took a couple of awkward steps back and fixed his eyes on his own fingers. Lu Xinyan looked at the face so near to his, as if something in his heart was slowly cracking. His gaze moved from Lu Qinian's eyebrows to his pale pink lips, and after pausing for a few seconds, fearing that it would reveal too much greed, he lowered his eyes. Lu Qinian happened to catch this expression just in time. He originally thought that only he felt awkward, there was something wrong with him, but it turned out it wasn't just him who was feeling awkward. He sighed with slight relief, seeing it, anyone would feel awkward. After helping Lu Xinyan take a shower, Lu Qinian didn't even have the energy to complain. Once he got back to his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, while still dreaming, he vaguely sensed something poking at his nose. There was also an annoying sound calling him. "Brother, brother." Lu Xinyan had somehow appeared beside his bed. Lu Qinian squeezed his eyes into a slit and saw that irritating face. He grabbed the pillow nearby and threw it at him irritably. "What are you shouting about so early in the morning?" Lu Xinyan pushed the pillow aside and said gently, "I'm going to school now. Breakfast is on the table, don't forget to eat it." Annoying. Lu Qinian covered his head with the blanket without good manners. Lu Xinyan smiled, gently pulling one corner of the blanket. "Did you hear me? You damn mother-in-law, go roll somewhere already." An impatient voice came out from under the covers. "I'm leaving then." Lu Qinian did not bother to respond. He turned over and continued sleeping. He closed his eyes, and within less than 2 minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up, shouting towards the outside, "Damn it, who gave you permission to enter my room?" After all this, Lu Qinian could no longer fall back asleep. He got off the bed, walked out of the bedroom, and found a steaming bowl of porridge on the dining table, smelling appetizing. He never cooked meals, yet all the necessary kitchen utensils were present at home. Lu Xinyan actually knows how to cook. Lu Chinian revealed an incredulous expression on his face, walking closer for a look. Joby red bean porridge. There weren't many ingredients left in his fridge. Where had these come from? Had they been bought separately and then transferred into his home bowls? Lu Chinian couldn't figure it out, and using a spoon to stir the mix, it seemed oddly familiar, but he didn't dwell on it. He went directly to the bathroom to freshen up. On the washstand hung a toiletry bag which should have been placed there by Lu Xinyan last night. Lu Chinian picked up his toothbrush, looking at his tired eyes as he brushed. He thought, I will make sure to lock the door every day from now on. After washing up, Lu Chinian sat at the table and picked up the bowl to eat breakfast. After taking a few bites, his eyes accidentally caught sight of an empty bottle on the antique cabinet. Strangely, when had he bought an empty bottle and put it on the cabinet? While eating, he suddenly stopped, looked at the red beans and Joby in the bowl, then at the streamlined transparent bottle on the cabinet. Damn, he finally realized why the red beans and Joby seemed so familiar. This is my decoration item. I thought you weren't coming to school anymore. Tan Sirui had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, staring at the computer screen after eliminating the opponent before glancing sideways at the young man entering the dormitory. No deaths or exhaustion, mate, this time you're really doing well. Why wouldn't I come to school? Lu Xinyan walked in, pulled a stool and sat down. It seems like you guys are quite disappointed that I made it back alive. Qi Rang lounged on the bed, controlling the keyboard with his fingers as he laughed. Last night, Siri and I were discussing how many times you and Lu Chinian went at it, and we even bet on it. Bro Lu, whether I can get rich depends on your performance. Lu Xinyan grabbed a pack of cigarettes. Are you not bored? Gambling on me. How could that be boring? Tan Sirui wiped out the last enemy and exited the game lobby. He teased, both Qi Rang and I thought today we would get another call from you asking us to take you to the hospital. Now seeing young Master Lu perfectly fine, it's deeply comforting. Who knew, young Master Lu could dislocate his arm just trying to climb into bed, truly unique. Besides, in this world, there was only one person who could make young Master Lu willingly accept a beating and not fight back. Lu Xinyan lit the cigarette, putting the burning end into his mouth and inhaling hard. There won't be any such thing happening again, it was an accident. Tan Sirui chuckled, one accident is enough. Qi Rang added, why does it seem, based on Bro Lu's tone, that he wasn't fully satisfied last night? Play your game. Lu Xinyan's tone turned unpleasant. Qi Rang laughed out loud and reached toward Tan Sirui. Well, did you hear that? Give it here, I guessed right. Tan Sirui swore under his breath, stubbing out his cigarette before picking up his phone. I'll transfer it to your phone. 3,000. Nah, you lost, Qi Rang said. 5,000, quickly. Tan Sirui reluctantly transferred 5,000 to Qi Rang and leaned back on the stool. Mr. Lu, you're really not performing well. I bet on 5 times. Lu Xinyan blinked, exhaling a puff of smoke as if deep in thought. No rush. Tisk, listen to this, my brother Lu is someone who gets things done, Qi Rang teased casually. If it were me, having someone like Lu Chinian at home, why would I even go to class? Hearing that, Lu Xinyan turned his head to stare at Qi Rang and asked slowly, if it were you, what would you want to do? His messy hair draped over his forehead, making him look somewhat obedient and innocent, but at this moment, his gaze was cold and chilling. Originally an ordinary sentence, it made Qi Rang involuntarily remember the consequences of those people before, and he immediately felt a chill down his spine. He froze, forgetting about his game character getting killed with a headshot, and hastily grinned, hee, just kidding. I swear, my eyes have always been closed whenever I see Lu Chinian. Chapter 9. Lu Xinyan diverted his gaze and asked, what about Qin Yi? Ah, I was just about to tell you something. Qi Rang snapped his laptop shut with a click. Siri and I went to find him. I think Qin Yi is not trustworthy and wants to use this matter to threaten us. Sigh, it's complicated. Tan Sirui said, I heard his father's company is having some difficulties lately, otherwise, he wouldn't take the risk. Lu Xinyan chuckled lightly, his voice calm, it's nothing more than wanting more money. Let's meet up, today, and I'll talk to him. Qi Rang immediately pulled out his phone. All right. You're going alone? Tan Sirui asked. With both of you? Are you two going to be my bodyguards? Lu Xinyan stubbed out his cigarette, stood up, and went to the balcony to grab his school uniform. Look at what you're saying. Tan Sirui muttered, it's not like I can't see that your hand can't drive. No need, I'll take a taxi, Lu Xinyan replied as he changed into his school uniform. With a clear-cut face and an especially bright red lip, combined with his tall and long-legged frame, when dressed in a school uniform, he exuded an air of youthful vigor and sunniness. But very few people knew the kind of person concealed beneath this seemingly warm and pure exterior. Within 10 minutes, Qi Rang had arranged everything. He said, it's all set. The address has been sent to your phone. Lu Xinyan hummed in acknowledgement, brushed his hair slightly, and instructed before leaving the dormitory, don't wait for me. I'll go straight to my brother's place once I'm done. Tsk tisk, Chi Rang could hardly stand it. Brother Lu, what happened to your years-long persona of being cold and emotionless? My persona is there to be broken. Tan Sirui shook his head, opened the computer, and re-entered the game. Come on, let's play another round. Inside the private room, Lu Chenian sat on a stool, his hands crossed over his knees, staring at the man opposite him wearing glasses. He asked again, Lawyer Fang, is there no room for negotiation? Lu Chenian was almost out of patience. After breakfast, he had invited Fang Huai out to discuss repurchasing the Lu family residence. Initially expecting a smooth process, half an hour had already passed without even a hint of compromise after much persuasion. Very sorry, Fang Huai sat opposite him, clad in a neat suit, his resolve unwavering. Mr. Lu, from the moment we purchased the Lu family residence, we have decided never to resell it. Lu Chenian exhaled deeply, making one last attempt. I'm willing to offer 60% more than the amount you paid initially. Please reconsider. It's where my mother lived her final days. Upon hearing this, Fang Huai fell silent for a moment, then pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. Let me be honest, Mr. Lu. In fact, Lu family residence is a gift my boss wants to give to his beloved. Even if you offer double the price today, the Lu family residence will not be sold. A gift? Lu Chenian couldn't help rolling his eyes mentally. Could you give me your boss's contact information so I can speak with him personally? This. Fang Huai hesitated, then responded, you might have to wait a little. That's fine. Watching Fang Huai get up and step out of the private room, Lu Chenian leaned back against the chair, feeling rather irked. A gift for the beloved, one would indeed struggle to persuade them. But not attempting would leave him with great regret. The Lu family residence held the final memories of him and his mother. If even this were lost, he truly didn't know what else in Shen City would be worth staying for. Besides, why give anything other than a house where someone lived for decades? He waited inside the private room for a bit and saw Fang Huai still talking on the phone outside. Deciding to get up, Lu Chenian prepared to visit the restroom to smoke. In the stall, after lighting his cigarette and taking 2 puffs, he heard footsteps approaching as someone entered. Shit, just because you're rich doesn't mean you're above everyone. If you push me too far, I'll expose everything about you and see how arrogant you are then. Huh, that voice sounds familiar. Lu Chenian exhaled a ring of smoke and opened the door, stepping out. Recognizing the man standing by the sink, his eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Yi. Truly, fate has its way of crossing paths. The person hearing their name called looked up and also paused upon seeing Lu Chenian. This was Chen Yi, someone who had caused trouble for Lu Chenian earlier at the Qinyu bar. He always relied on his wealth to act arrogantly and was detested by many. Lu Chenian found him annoying since freshman year, as Chen Yi always gave him strange looks. However, Lu Chenian had never paid much attention to it. Later, while abroad, he rarely thought of Chen Yi at all. It wasn't until a few days ago at the Qinyu bar that the two met again, and it was safe to say things had turned sour between them. Hey, Chen Yi pulled himself together within seconds after his earlier bout of emotions, grabbed a tissue to wipe his hands, and said, what a coincidence to run into Master Lu here. The 4 words were spat out with an air of mockery. Yes, I thought this was a place for people to eat. Lu Chenian stood under the light, a shadow falling on his nose as he spoke. Smoke curled from his lips as he continued, I didn't expect animals could come here too. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. You. Chen Yi glared at him but seemed restrained by something. After a while, he eyed Lu Chenian up and down and remarked, Tisk, I can't afford to offend Master Lu now. It's just that good looks attract attention. This comment carried hidden innuendo. Lu Chenian narrowed his eyes, his voice icy, say that again. Chen Yi, still seething from being reprimanded earlier, found himself irritated at seeing someone who had lost everything maintain such arrogance. So what if I do? Chen Yi raised his voice, the Lu family has gone bankrupt anyway, hasn't it? Really, why don't you think about what I told you that night? Though Lu Chenian's temper was infamous, there was no denying how attractive he was. A mole on his chin somehow made him alluring, his skin was whiter than any woman's, and he had long legs, a curvaceous rear, yet a surprisingly slim waist. Even knowing he shouldn't be flirtatious, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel aroused every time he saw Lu Chenian. The tension in the restroom became palpable. Lu Chenian's expression darkened slightly. Slowly extinguishing his cigarette, he took a step towards Chen Yi. Remembering Lu Chenian's imposing demeanor from their last encounter, Chen Yi instinctively stepped back 2 paces until his back hit the wall. You, what are you doing? Huh, Chen Yi wanted to sleep with him, did he? Lu Chenian gave a cold laugh, relax. I've got somewhere to be today, so I won't lay a hand on you. I just want to let you know, even though the Lu family has gone bankrupt, I'm still not someone you can afford. He reached out to adjust Chen Yi's collar. Do I look like someone you can keep around? Do you even know how much I cost for a night? How much? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out at the door, and Lu Chenian looked over. Lu Xinyan had appeared outside without warning, expressionless as he observed them, his emotions indecipherable. Upon realizing who it was, Lu Chenian blinked in surprise. What are you doing here? Without answering, Lu Xinyan had initially planned to use the restroom but ended up hearing their conversation instead. Compared to both of them, Chen Yi's face instantly paled. The courage he'd summoned to provoke Lu Chenian vanished instantly when faced with this seemingly harmless yet formidable young man. As he walked past Lu Xinyan, he cautiously glanced at him. A single sidelong glance from Lu Xinyan sent shivers down Chen Yi's spine. Chen Yi felt uneasy, inwardly cursing himself before slinking away, humiliated. What the hell are you doing here? Once Chen Yi left, Lu Chenian asked, puzzled. Lu Xinyan remained silent, gazing at the person before him, then softly asked, how much do you cost per night? Having realized that Lu Xinyan had heard his prior remark, Lu Chenian felt somewhat embarrassed, even though it was a deliberate taunt aimed at Chen Yi and nothing more. With annoyance, he slapped Lu Xinyan's head. What's in your brain? You actually believe that? I was just messing with him. The slap seemed to snap Lu Xinyan out of it, and he cast his gaze downward, muttering a quiet, oh. You haven't answered my question yet. What are you doing here? Lu Chenian asked. No classes in the afternoon. No, Lu Xinyan replied. Lu Chenian, uninterested in further small talk, ordered, I've got some business to take care of. Wait for me outside if you're not doing anything. We'll go home soon. Okay. By the time Lu Chenian returned to the private room, Fang Huai had already finished his phone call. Sorry, I went to the restroom, Lu Chenian apologized. By the way, Lawyer Fang, about what I asked you earlier. Fang Huai wore a contrite expression. Apologies, Mr. Lu. There's no need to push it, Lu Chenian said, giving up on the subject. Both men exited the private room. Fang Huai drove to the parking lot, only to find the young man standing next to Lu Chenian, talking to him as if they were close friends. After taking a closer look, Fang Huai nearly slammed on the brakes in astonishment and confusion. Wasn't that little Master Lu? How on earth were they together? Fang Huai suddenly felt that Lu Chenian had invited him out today to discuss buying back the Lu residence, and asking for the boss's contact information was a joke. Weren't he and the boss friends? Upon second thought, he recalled the words from the previous phone call and began to guess some of the situation. TSK, it seemed rich people were just way better at playing games than them. Brother, why did you see a lawyer today? After returning home, Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Chenian leaned against the sofa. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat surprised. How do you know I met with a lawyer? When you two came out, I saw that man dressed like a lawyer. Lu Xinyan said without changing expression. Humph, so his eyesight was still sharp. Lu Chenian didn't hide anything. I just asked about the matter of the Lu residence. Lu Xinyan took out a bottle of mineral water from the fridge, sat down, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to Lu Chenian while asking, do you want to buy back the Lu residence? Lu Chenian took the bottle, drank a sip, and said, the owner won't sell, they said it's a gift for their beloved one. Shit, there are so many nice places around Xiangshan other than the Lu residence, but why specifically the Lu residence? As he spoke, Lu Chenian got up and went to the restroom. Actually, he couldn't understand either. If they wanted to give someone a present, they should buy a new house and decorate it according to their preferred style, so why choose a used house? Maybe. Lu Xinyan touched the rim of the water bottle that had been drunk from, softly murmuring, only the Lu residence can make him happy, right? Chapter 10. Lu Xinyan came out of the bathroom, took off his shoes and curled up on the sofa. He picked up his phone to order takeout. What do you want to eat? He had drunk a lot of tea outside and was feeling a little hungry now. Flipping through the options, Lu Xinyan muttered, I've eaten all these before, there's nothing good here. Have you been eating takeout since you returned to the country? Lu Xinyan frowned. This question had actually come to his mind last night when he saw that there was nothing in the fridge except mineral water, while the kitchen tools were intact but without any vegetables. This morning, after searching for a long time, he finally found a bottle of red bean Koik's milk on the shelf. As they talked about this matter, Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered something. He said, speaking of food, I haven't even criticized you yet. This morning, you cooked my decorative item. His tone wasn't good, but Lu Xinyan didn't care at all, instead asking, how did it taste? What else could be said? The man who had clearly finished it all was being two-faced. Of course it tasted awful. Lu Xinyan smiled faintly and didn't bother to expose him, gently taking away Lu Xinyan's phone. It's not good to eat too much takeout. What would you like? I'll cook it for you. Can you really cook? Lu Xinyan sat up. He recalled the bowl of porridge in the morning, cooked soft and glutinous. Lu Xinyan usually had picky tastes, but he couldn't help admitting that it was truly delicious. Having eaten takeout for almost a month upon returning, he was close to being sick of it. Now, hearing that Lu Xinyan could cook, he became slightly interested. However, he asked cautiously, your arm is still. Lu Xinyan didn't seem to mind, something simple won't hurt. There's just no ingredients at home. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan felt quite unconcerned. If there were ingredients, wouldn't that be easy? He picked up his phone and stood up, alright, let's go buy some now. Lu Xinyan and Lu Xinyan arrived at the basement level of the nearest mall. Brother, Lu Xinyan walked to the vegetable section and held up a purple cabbage, asking, do you want this? Lu Xinyan pushed the shopping cart and stared blankly at the round ball in Lu Xinyan's hand. During his time in Canada, he had had a servant take care of his diet, so he rarely entered the kitchen. Forget about selecting ingredients, naming certain vegetables already counted as being well informed. This was one of his blind spots. You choose yourself. Don't ask me everything, Lu Qinyan said. Lu Xinyan's eyes bent slightly as he put down the purple cabbage, then we'll take a look at others. According to what Lu Xinyan knew, Lu Qinyan was extremely picky, doesn't like vinegar, enjoys spicy food but fears it, avoids chicken, duck, pork, and lamb, preferring fish, beef, and rabbit, avoids offal but likes seafood, stays away from celery and carrots but favors tomatoes and potatoes. When they reached the seafood area, Lu Xinyan squatted down and looked at the fish in the tank, saying, "Today I'll cook fish for you, how about that?" Probably knowing that Lu Xinyan could cook made Lu Qinyan feel more amiable towards him, sure. Lu Xinyan selected a medium-sized fish, got it slaughtered, and tossed it into the shopping cart, then bought some seasonings. Lu Qinyan watched behind Lu Xinyan as he selected materials with an expert manner and couldn't help but ask, "When did you learn how to cook?" In his memory, Jiang Man had never allowed Lu Xinyan near the kitchen. And logically speaking, in the Lu family, there was no need for Lu Xinyan to cook. At school, there was always a cafeteria. Seeing how professional Lu Xinyan was in choosing ingredients, Lu Qinyan couldn't help but be curious. In high school, Lu Xinyan placed the seasoning in the shopping cart. Lu Qinyan, you weren't living at home during high school, right? Would Jiang Man allow you in the kitchen? Lu Xinyan deeply glanced at Lu Qinyan and said, I didn't live in the Lu family anymore by high school. Oh, Lu Qinyan didn't pay much attention to this sentence, but found it amusing. If you left the Lu family, would Jiang Man agree? She got rid of me with difficulty, leaving only you, and then you left again. Wouldn't she have gone crazy with anger? It doesn't require her consent. Lu Xinyan seemed to remember something, a flash of fierce defiance passing through his eyes but quickly vanishing. I'm not hers. Hearing this, Lu Qinyan snorted. Actually, 80% of Lu Qinyan's dislike for Lu Xinyan stemmed from Jiang Man. When Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan first came to the Lu family, Lu Qinyan indeed didn't welcome these unexpected guests. But Jiang Man went out of her way to treat him kindly, and slowly, Lu Qinyan also softened inside. Until one day, Jiang Man's necklace was retrieved from the trash bin in the toilet. Everyone in the family believed it was him who did it, and neither did Lu Zhenghuan trust him because there was no one else who would do such a thing. Lu Qinyan was young back then, quick-tempered, believing if he hadn't done it, that should be enough. Thus, he got into a standoff with Lu Zhenghuan for half a month. This matter eventually passed over time, but not long afterward, Jiang Man tasted peanut powder on her toothpaste while brushing her teeth. Jiang Man was allergic to peanuts and was sent directly to the hospital. When she regained consciousness, she sobbed, insisting that someone in the Lu family must have been trying to harm her. That time, Lu Zhenghuan confined him for a whole week. Lu Qinyan was furious and heartbroken because he didn't do it. When he was smashing things in his room, the door opened slightly, and a furry little head peeked through, calling cautiously, "Brother, big brother." Lu Xinyan had one hand in his pocket, and he ran up to him, looking up earnestly, "I brought you something nice to eat. Don't be mad, alright?" He took out a piece of mousse from his pocket. It was all sticky and clumped together. But Lu Xinyan treated it like treasure, tiptoeing up and offering it towards his mouth. "Eat this sweet cake, your mood will get better." Perhaps due to being extremely depressed at the moment, Lu Qinyan glared at the little boy, his eyes red, and said furiously, "I didn't do those things." "I know, don't worry," Lu Xinyan nodded, his pupils black and bright, saying sincerely, "In the future, I will protect you." Lu Qinyan's thoughts drifted back, and he couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Man schemed tirelessly to exclude him from the Lu family, yet her own son acted like a little traitor, always trailing behind him and following his orders. How ridiculous. But Lu Qinyan suddenly recalled that Lu Xinyan used to stutter as a child, yet now he spoke without any issues. Could this problem have improved with age? Lu Qinyan thought about it for a moment, shook his head, and decided it wasn't his concern anyway. "Big brother," Lu Xinyan called from a distance, snapping Lu Qinyan back to reality. He held a bottle of red wine and said, "Let's buy this one and drink it at home tonight." Lu Qinyan walked over, glanced at it, frowned, "Why are you buying this?" His alcohol tolerance was poor, and last time after getting drunk, the memory still left him traumatized. "Put it back, you're still a student. What kind of wine do you need?" Lu Qinyan said. Lu Xinyan's face showed disappointment, and his eyes locked onto him intently. "Then can we just drink a little bit? We haven't eaten together since you came back. Just today." Lu Xinyan pursed his lips, holding the bottle tightly as if to say, "Even if someone puts a knife to my neck today, I wouldn't let go." "You really make me sigh," Lu Qinyan muttered helplessly. He knew this guy would nag endlessly, and bringing it up now meant it would resurface again once they got home. He sighed, "Alright, bring it in." Sure enough, Lu Xinyan smiled brightly, his eyebrows curving up, "This is a good bottle I picked out." Lu Qinyan snorted, looking into the shopping cart, "Anything else to buy?" Lu Xinyan, "Buy some more. We can cook meals regularly." Lu Qinyan nodded, "Alright." The two selected more items in the mall. When it came time to pay, they looked at the contents of their shopping cart. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan regretted, maybe we should put some things back. Lu Xinyan didn't understand, why put them back? There's too much, Lu Xinyan hesitated, I can't help carry it right now. Lu Xinyan understood immediately, this guy had underestimated him. The next second, he turned around and gave Lu Xinyan a firm slap on the head, are you stupid? Who do you think I am? Will these things weigh me down or something? Lu Xinyan wrinkled his brow and whispered softly, that's not what I mean. Their voices and movements were relatively large. They already stood out because they were handsome and tall, so they already drew a lot of attention. This action caused even more people around them to look. From a distance, someone clutched their chest and whispered to their friend excitedly, fast look, it's true. I've been following them, and I knew it was real. See, the long-haired one looks super handsome. My goodness. How come this side profile kills me more than my new favorite celebrity? God, I've already mentally cheated. Lu Xinyan heard this and couldn't suppress his twitching eyebrows. What the hell were they talking about? It's nonsense entirely. As they discussed further, both realized how absurd these comments were. They finally reached the checkout counter. Okay, let's see what else needs adjustment, Lu Xinyan suggested as they reviewed the shopping list carefully. Lu Xinyan seemed unsure about the amount, we could reduce the quantity. Do you realize the importance of a well-rounded dinner menu? Lu Xinyan teased lightly. Chapter 11. After returning home, Lu Xinyan took the groceries into the kitchen. Lu Xinyan carefully placed the ingredients in the fridge, leaving out everything they would need for cooking. Lu Xinyan's movements were clumsy and slow, making Lu Xinyan uncomfortable watching him. Do you need help? I'm fine, Lu Xinyan replied as he rinsed the ingredients in the sink. It'll be quick. Lu Xinyan watched for a few seconds before stepping out of the kitchen. He opened a cabinet, fetched a decanter, let the red wine breathe on the table, then went to his bedroom to change clothes. By the time he returned, the range hood in the kitchen had already started humming. Even with his injured arm, Lu Xinyan cooked quickly, firing up the wok, heating oil, all done with fluid motions. In less than half an hour. Lu Xinyan watched as if it were magic, dish after dish appeared on the table, steamed perch, sweet and sour spare ribs, oyster sauce lettuce, stuffed tofu. All were dishes he liked to eat. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan felt some regret welling inside. If he had known Lu Xinyan could cook so well, he wouldn't have been so hard on him earlier, maybe solving the issue of future meals. Big brother, try this, Lu Xinyan grabbed chopsticks from the kitchen and, using his left hand, picked up a piece of fish meat and brought it close to Lu Xinyan's mouth. This action came naturally, Lu Xinyan had been handless in front of him for a long time. In the past, he frequently fed him food. Leaning forward with Lu Xinyan's guidance, Lu Xinyan ate it. Damn, it was really good. Lu Xinyan's eyes sparkled as he asked, how is it? It's pretty. The compliment almost reached Lu Xinyan's lips but turned abruptly, sounding indifferent, not bad, just okay. Being stubbornly tight-lipped, Lu Xinyan simply smiled without caring too much. Turning around, he took 2 glasses from the kitchen, poured in the wine, and handed one to Lu Xinyan, big brother. Gazing into Lu Xinyan's eyes, his pupils gleaming softly, welcome back to China. I'm glad. Lu Xinyan snorted, staring at the wine about to go down his throat while remembering his poor tolerance for alcohol. He said, just a heads up. This wine can be drunk, but don't drink too much. He shook the glass slightly, once this glass is finished, that's all for tonight. You still have class tomorrow. His drinking capacity wasn't great, he could only handle about a glass. Yet, because of Lu Xinyan's pride, admitting his weakness was impossible, and he could only preemptively find excuses. My tolerance isn't good either, we'll just drink a little. Lu Xinyan spoke quietly. Their glasses clinked. Try this, Lu Xinyan put down the wine glass and sat beside Lu Xinyan on his right, placing a piece of rib in his bowl, this is what you like. After putting the rib down, Lu Xinyan casually added a small sip of wine into Lu Xinyan's cup, not much, just enough for a taste. Lu Xinyan didn't notice. For one, he was hungry, and secondly, Lu Xinyan's cooking genuinely suited his palate well. Ever since returning to China, he hadn't found a restaurant to his liking. After eating a couple of bites, he asked, do you cook for yourself often? The dishes on the table didn't seem like something someone who rarely cooks could produce. Not often, Lu Xinyan placed another piece of fish in Lu Xinyan's bowl and smiled, if big brother likes it, I will cook for you every day in the future. Who said I liked it? Even though he enjoyed it, he wouldn't admit it aloud, it's barely edible, that's all. Oh, I agree, Lu Xinyan played along, but doing more in the future will improve the taste. But you have to help me taste it, otherwise, I won't know if it tastes good or not. He sounded serious. Lu Xinyan humphed, we'll see. After saying that, he lowered his head and continued eating. Lu Xinyan watched him for several seconds before placing another piece of tofu in his bowl, carefully advising, be careful, it's hot. Indeed, Lu Xinyan disliked being burned by heat, and he ate tofu slowly and cautiously, like a cat. First testing the temperature with his tongue, he'd quickly withdraw when it was too hot. Watching these little actions amused Lu Xinyan, prompting him to raise the wine glass toward Lu Xinyan, here. Lu Qinyan automatically accepted and drank. Eat the tofu later. Lu Qinyan felt like feeding a cat, eat the fish first. Why aren't you eating? Lu Qinyan noticed that Lu Xinyan hadn't eaten much. I am eating. Saying that, the next moment Lu Xinyan grabbed a bite of vegetables. It seemed intentional or deliberate, the use of chopsticks now trembled slightly. Lu Qinyan seemed to think it was enough, probably considering the effort put into preparing a whole table of dishes. He grabbed Lu Xinyan's bowl and filled it with nearly half a bowl of food. Eat slowly by yourself. He wasn't in the mood to serve anyone now. Thank you. Lu Xinyan picked up his wine glass, his brows curving slightly as his pupils appeared unusually dark under the light. Lu Qinyan noticed that there was little change in his own cup of wine, so he lifted it again and drank a large gulp. After this sip, his ears started turning red gradually. TSK, how come the wine seems endless? He set down the glass, feeling puzzled, murmuring to himself. It's because you drink very little each time, Lu Xinyan unconsciously replied. It seemed right. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Qinyan didn't suspect anything, and took another sip. Before he knew it, when he had nearly finished the perch, he had already consumed the amount of 3 cups. Red wine has a strong after-effect. At first, Lu Qinyan didn't feel much, but now he started feeling dizzy. But he wasn't completely drunk yet. He shook his head, put down his chopsticks, and leaned lazily against the chair. I'm full. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan handed over the glass, his tone calm. There's still a little left. No more. Lu Qinyan, a bit tipsy, started losing his temper and said irritably, move it away. Lu Xinyan quickly moved the glass. Watching Lu Qinyan's face clouded by drunkenness, he gently tucked his hair behind his ear and softly coaxed him, then I'll go get you some water, okay? Lu Qinyan squinted. He really got drunk and after several seconds of reaction, barely nodded imperceptibly. I'll help you back to your room first. Lu Xinyan stood up, bent down, and wrapped an arm around Lu Qinyan's waist, helping him off the stool. With their breaths too close, Lu Qinyan felt somewhat uneasy and was about to push Lu Xinyan away. Suddenly, the arm around his waist tightened, and a warm voice whispered in his ear, be good, you're drunk. Listen to whose talk. In Lu Qinyan's world, there were no words like obedience. I'm not ing drunk. Lu Qinyan, the force controlling him increased significantly. Lu Xinyan's gaze locked tightly onto his face. The two were close enough that their breaths intertwined sporadically. After a while, Lu Xinyan lowered his head and nudged his face gently with his nose, whispering, I don't want to do anything to you right now, so be a good boy, okay? Chapter 12. After a while, Lu Xinyan lowered his head and nudged his face with the tip of his nose, whispering, I don't want to do anything to you right now, so be good, alright? You. Whether Lu Qinyan understood the meaning of this sentence or not, he tilted his head slightly backward, increasing the distance between them, and raised an eyebrow casually. Under the light, his hair was disheveled. That pair of smiling eyes, full of intoxication, looked at him lazily with a hot and humid breath escaping from his mouth. What can you do? Lu Xinyan stared at that stunningly beautiful face for a few seconds, not at all angry, then tightened his arms, pulling Lu Qinyan back into his embrace. He tightly wrapped his arms around him, pressing their bodies seamlessly together, and softly whispered in the man's ear, let's go back to the room first. Let go. Lu Qinyan pushed him irritably, I'll walk by myself. Lu Xinyan pretended not to hear and tightened his grip further, pulling the person closer to him. He gently placed him on the bed and touched the crimson lips with his fingers. I'll get you some water, you need to behave. His voice and actions were tender, as if he were calming a moody cat. Get out. Lu Qinyan was irritated, feeling like there was a fly buzzing in his ear, impossible to shake off. Something pressed against his mouth, but only for a few seconds before the pressure disappeared. The sound of a door closing echoed nearby. Lu Qinyan closed his eyes and massaged his temples. Damn, normally he could drink 3 glasses easily, why couldn't he handle one today? Shaking his head, he reached for a cigarette on the bedside table, took one out, and then picked up half a piece of aggrieved, inserting it into his cigarette holder, fumbling several times. Fuck, annoyed, he threw the cigarette onto the floor. Lu Xinyan, he rasped, did you go to the toilet to fetch water? No one answered him. Supporting himself on his elbows, Lu Qinyan recalled that Lu Xinyan wasn't much of a drinker either, had he fallen down. What a damn nuisance. Cursing under his breath, Lu Qinyan turned over and got out of bed to check outside, but when he stepped to the door, it opened again. Lu Qinyan blinked and said, where the hell did you go? Watch out. Lu Xinyan acted swiftly, steadying him. His right hand didn't have much strength, so he let him lean against the wall instead. There was a snap sound, and the room plunged into darkness. Only the beam of light from the doorway illuminated the floor. It was very quiet inside the room, leaving only 2 intertwined breathing sounds. In the dark, a deep, hoarse voice spoke, did you do it on purpose? Damn, why is it dark? Lu Qinyan cursed, feeling something pressing against his back on the wall, he touched it with his hand. The room lit up again. He didn't notice Lu Xinyan's gaze, instead, he glanced down at the cup in his hand and grabbed it to take a sip. Doesn't this water taste like wine? Lu Qinyan squinted, shaking the cup. Residual red wine lingered on his lips. Lu Xinyan looked at Lu Qinyan's flushed face, sighed inwardly, thinking, deliberate, would probably have to wait until next life. It's water. Lu Xinyan remained composed. Lu Qinyan blinked a couple of times, didn't suspect anything, tipped his head back and finished the water in the cup. The cup slipped from his hands. At this point, Lu Qinyan was completely drunk, lying down on the bed without realizing how he got there. He stared through blurred vision, his thick lashes fluttering lightly, trying to say something. What's wrong? A soft murmur sounded by his ear, low and enticing. Cigarette. Lu Qinyan didn't bother to open his eyes. Just a moment. Lu Xinyan looked around, picked up the aggrieved and cigarettes from the floor, carefully inserting them, grabbed a lighter, and lit them skillfully. After blending, the scent of aggrieved made the nicotine aroma very subtle. Lu Xinyan took a puff, turned his head, and deliberately blew a smoke ring towards Lu Qinyan. This would have probably angered Lu Qinyan in normal circumstances, but now his mind was muddled and lacked strength. Qinyan. Lu Xinyan leaned forward, staring intently at the face, his lips curling upward. Lu Qinyan didn't want to deal with him at this moment, but when he smelled the smoke, he extended his hand, his voice slurred, "Give it to me." Lu Xinyan chuckled, holding his hand instead and pressing it on the bed, "Here, I'll give it to you." Then he took another puff, kept it in his mouth, and leaned down, his lips lightly touching Lu Qinyan's, coaxing in a hushed tone, "Open your mouth." Unconsciously, Lu Qinyan slightly parted his crimson lips. Smoke diffused from between the lips. When the smoke cleared, Lu Xinyan stood up, unabashedly examining the sleeping face of the man. So many years had passed with little change, his features and personality remained just as they used to be. His alcohol tolerance hasn't changed, but his temper is worse than before. Sigh. But that's good too, it shows no one can stand him. Thinking of this, Lu Xinyan smiled again, reaching out to stroke Lu Qinyan's face. The man seemed to feel it, contentedly rubbing against his palm. He really is like a cat, beautiful and fierce. After watching for a while, Lu Xinyan naturally leaned down and kissed the mole under his chin. Happened to hear Lu Qinyan groan softly. "Let me touch but not kiss you, Lu Xinyan pressed out the cigarette, sighed, and scratched Lu Qinyan's high nose ridge. "Forget about tonight, next time I want you to compensate me, understand?" After a moment, the bedroom door was gently closed, Lu Xinyan came out and tidied up the leftover food in the living room before going back to his own room to sleep. Lu Qinyan woke up very early the next morning, at 7 o'clock. While brushing his teeth, Lu Qinyan looked at the man in the mirror, trying to recall what he dreamed last night, but found no impression at all. He only drank a little last night, how could he forget even the dream? Too scary. Lu Qinyan spit out the mouthwash and heard footsteps in the living room. Lu Xinyan walked over with sleepy eyes. "Brother, you woke up so early." "Yeah, did I get drunk last night?" Lu Qinyan asked. Lu Xinyan, "Yes, really just one glass." "Actually, I can drink quite a lot normally." Lu Qinyan tried to save some face. Lu Xinyan smiled, didn't say anything, and naturally loosened his pants as he entered. Lu Qinyan paused and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to the bathroom." Lu Xinyan answered without hesitation, slightly tilting his body. Lu Qinyan happened to see from the mirror, something lively and energetic. He almost thought his eyes were blind. "You don't tell me when you're going to the bathroom." Lu Qinyan hurriedly lowered his head to rinse his mouth, rushed out of the bathroom just before hearing the sound of water, and cursed outside, "If you do that again, I'll kick you out." TSK, Lu Xinyan stared at the white wall, getting angry. By the time Lu Xinyan finished using the bathroom and came out, Lu Qinyan had already changed clothes and was about to go out. "Aren't you eating breakfast?" Lu Xinyan asked. "Eat my ass," Lu Qinyan replied angrily, feeling full after seeing that thing first thing in the morning. This statement seemed a bit off. Sigh, never mind. Anyway, everything that has entered his body, he wants to cut it off and kill it as quickly as possible. Chapter 13. You've got Lu Xinyan staying at your house. Qin Yu, a bit tired after running several laps, got off the horse's back. "Isn't it that you dislike him? Then why do you bring him into your sight and make yourself uncomfortable? You didn't see for yourself." Lu Qinyan held the reins. "His arm is like that. Once the cast comes off, I'll kick him out." "Shit," Qin Yu said, "I should have known you dragged me to the riding field in the early morning because you didn't want to stay home." "It's partly the reason," Lu Qinyan replied. Qin Yu laughed, remembering something. "By the way, there are a few new blood horses at the field. Let's take a look." Lu Qinyan nimbly flipped down from the horse, removed his hat, and patted the horse's nose. "I think Lily is good." "Lily is not bad," Qin Yu said, "but she's old and won't be able to run for many more years." "I can feel that." Lu Qinyan handed Lily over to the staff. "But it's still okay." Lily was a horse that Lu Qinyan met when he was 19 years old. On university weekends with nothing much to do, they came to the horse ranch, rode horses over obstacles, watched 3-day races, and had an enthusiasm for spirited horses no less than their love for cars. "Give her a long bath, she just ran for quite a while." Lu Qinyan heard Qin Yu specially instructing the staff. After the staff left, he said, if you like her so much, why don't you buy her? There's too much that I like, Chinyu said, buy one whenever I like a horse. I might as well open a horse farm then. Chinyu grabbed 2 bottles of mineral water, handing one to Lu Chenian. Let's go inside the stable. There's an Arabian horse that returned this time, really handsome. I know you'll like it. Alright. Lu Chenian could not refuse Chinyu. The horse Chinyu mentioned was bought by the ranch from England. It took 3 years of negotiation with the person in charge there to get this horse. Horses are different from cars, some purebred spirited horses cannot be purchased even if you have money. Therefore, when the ranch bought this horse, people came daily without interruption just to see the horse, only calming down in these last couple days. Lulu is inside, they set up a special room for it, Chinyu said. The two walked through the stable, refusing to let the staff follow them. Besides, they had known the people here for more than 10 years, familiar with each horse in the stable as if they were their own children. Lu Chenian looked around. Why give it such a feminine name? Chinyu said once, how is Lulu a feminine name? It's a 3-year-old male. Hey, it's listening to us talking. As Chinyu stepped forward in big strides, Lu Chenian looked ahead. Lulu was 3 years old, handsome, with a thumb-sized white mark between its brows, bright and clear eyes, smooth mane, all-black lustrous coat, waist and back lines carved like knives, standing there alone, already radiant and eye-catching, surpassing any other horse in the stable. What do you think? Chinyu stood in front of Lulu, raising his eyebrows at Lu Chenian. Is it worth the trip? Lu Chenian said once, feeling amazed in his heart. He couldn't help but reached out to touch it. It is different. Of course, Chinyu proudly said, this is pure blood. Lu Chenian couldn't stop touching, his eyes carrying a hint of tenderness. There will be a competition at the stable next week, Chinyu suggested. Come play. Do I have your free time and money now? Lu Chenian shook his head. There's no way I can join competitions like that anymore. Hey, that's not right, Chinyu argued earnestly, precisely because you don't have my free time or money now, that's why you come play. Later, you won't even have the time. Besides, do I care about this amount of money? If you feel indebted, then just visit my bar more often. Chinyu really didn't care about this amount of money. Lu Chenian chuckled lightly, shaking his head, preparing to say something when a vibration came from his pocket. He took out his phone and glanced at it. It's my dad calling. Lu Chenian went out of the stable, as the signal inside was poor. Walking outside, Lu Chenian answered the call, Dad, what's up? How come I can't just call and check on you? Lu Zhenghuan said on the other end, do I need a specific reason to contact you? Over the years, the relationship between the father and son has gradually softened. Lu Chenian smiled and said, of course not. Are you adapting alright over there? How's your health? Have you secretly been smoking? Still getting used to it. Doctors come regularly to check up on me, Lu Zhenghuan said, your Aunt Jiang watches me closely every day. How could I smoke? Lu Chenian did not want to hear the woman's name and change the subject, you just focus on your treatment there. Once it's about done, I'll pick you both up and bring you back. Lu Zhenghuan nodded, alright, take care of yourself in the country, don't overwork. Do you remember what day it is in a few days? Huh. Lu Chenian thought for a moment and asked, what? Qi Lao's 70th birthday is coming, Lu Zhenghuan reminded him, I knew you'd forget. Don't miss it. Oh, alright, I'll go. Stop worrying about these things, focus on your treatment. After hanging up, Chinyu asked from the side, what's up? How's your dad's health? He's doing fine, Lu Chenian said, in a few days, it will be Qi family's patriarch's birthday celebration, right? Ah, almost forgot, Chinyu remembered, I was going to tell you this. My dad went on a business trip and asked me to attend on his behalf. Are you going as well? Lu Chenian replied, my dad called just to remind me about this. When Lu's family went bankrupt, the Qi family had helped them out, plus their long-standing friendship, not attending would be inappropriate. Alright, let's go together then, Chinyu said. Back at the dormitory, Qi Rang was packing his things and said, it's my grandpa's 70th birthday celebration, so I have to go home these next few days. Your grandpa's 70th birthday? Lu Xinyan looked up and asked. That's right, Qi Rang suddenly grinned mischievously, I'll prepare rooms for all of you ahead of time, you get what I mean. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Xinyan said. Oh, if that's the case, I won't bother preparing then, Qi Rang said. Lu Xinyan looked at Qi Rang for a second, coughed lightly after 2 seconds, take care of some matters on your own. Qi Rang couldn't hold back his laughter, teasing, some people look calm on the surface but inside, they're already turbulent with emotion. Lu Xinyan ignored him. Before leaving, Qi Rang asked another question, how's Qinyi doing? Hearing that name, Lu Xinyan's eyes showed a bit of sarcasm, expressionless, he said, greed can lead to one's downfall. If he still wants to stay in Qing City, he should know what words to say and what words to avoid. After saying that, he picked up his phone, glanced at the time, closed the book in front of him, stood up and said, I have to leave too. It's still early. I've got something to do. Lu Xinyan visibly brightened up. He had messed with someone this morning, and now he had to go back to comfort them, smooth things over. On the way back, Lu Xinyan stopped by the supermarket, bought groceries, and got home to find Lu Chinian hadn't returned yet. He entered the kitchen, prepared everything when he heard noise from the living room. No one else would enter. Lu Xinyan soaked the gelatin sheets into cooled boiled water and walked out. "Brother, your B.A." He abruptly swallowed the rest of his sentence upon seeing the scene clearly before him. A man suddenly emerged from the kitchen, startling Lu Chinian, who was just about to take off his clothes. Panicking, he quickly grabbed the clothes on the ground, intending to put them on again, but decided against it and grumbled irritably, "Aren't you supposed to be at school?" He assumed Lu Xinyan would be in class at this hour, returning home thinking no one was there. He had ridden a horse, sweaty and smelly, so he planned to take off his clothes and head straight for a shower. Unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan's earlier bad temper resurfaced. "You have nothing better to do, huh? When I left, you were at home, when I came back, you were still at home." Lu Xinyan responded, "Our supervisor got sick today." Speechless, Lu Chinian walked toward the bathroom, pushing Lu Xinyan aside as he passed by. "Don't stand in the middle of the way." With a loud bang, the bathroom door closed. Lu Xinyan snapped back to reality, acting as if nothing happened, and went back to the kitchen to wash the strawberries in the bag. But his mind kept replaying the scene he saw in the living room just now. The light pink shade, recalling its sensitivity, it was truly maddening. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan's eyes darkened, and the strawberry in his hand suffered his frustration, getting squished until juice dribbled everywhere. He immediately halted the memories, focusing instead on his task. After taking a shower, Lu Chinian came out wrapped only in a bath towel. If he were alone normally, he wouldn't even think of heading to his room to change clothes, but now, hearing the sound from the kitchen. Shit, annoying. Lu Chinian went back to his room, dressed, then came out, peeking into the kitchen and frowned. "What are you doing?" Lu Xinyan turned around upon hearing the voice, smiling. "Nothing much, just making some food." "Food?" Lu Chinian raised an eyebrow curiously. Lu Xinyan held a square box in his hands. Lu Chinian wanted to investigate. No, realizing his intention, Lu Xinyan quickly hid it behind his back, softly saying, "Can't see now, first open the fridge." TSK, Lu Chinian rolled his eyes, pulled open the fridge, then sat on the couch in a bad mood, shouting loudly, "Who gives a damn, I'm not eating later anyway. What the hell is this? Just because you can cook. Really think you're that great now? To hell with it, who the fuck even wants to eat?" Lu Chinian got angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Why had it seemed like he wanted to eat earlier? He wasn't hungry or anything. F***ck. Nope, next time nothing should be eaten. As Lu Chinian was warning himself internally to resist temptation, a sudden coolness hit the edge of his mouth. Looking down, he saw a fresh, crimson strawberry. Lu Xinyan stood behind the sofa, bending over slightly and smiling into his eyes. "It's been washed clean, it's really sweet." Huh? What did he just say? Can't eat it. Right, not eating it. If I do, my name can be written backwards. Straight yogurt-flavored strawberry, your favorite. F***ck, that's too much. Lu Chinian scowled, closing his eyes for a moment, pondering the whole name thing. After a long while, he abruptly snatched the strawberry, putting it into his mouth, then became both annoyed and angry from being seen through. "You're such a bother, who the F***ck even likes eating these kinds of things? I want to eat shark." "Alright, fine, I like it," Lu Xinyan chuckled indulgently. "I bought too many, and can't eat them all by myself, we shouldn't waste." He said it so matter-of-factly. Lu Chinian huffed, appearing somewhat reluctant. "Then I'll help you get rid of some of it." Lu Xinyan's lips curved into a smirk. Truly, never seen someone who clings to saving face yet speaks with such a double meaning. Chapter 14. Are you going to attend the Qi family's birthday banquet, brother? Lu Xinyan asked while sitting on the sofa. Lu Xinyan glanced at him. "How do you know?" "I went to the Qi family's banquet with uncle every year when you weren't in Xincheng." "Every year?" Lu Xinyan gave a light scoff. "Brother," Lu Xinyan picked up a strawberry and handed it to Lu Xinyan, casually adding, "Bring me along when you go." "Why would I bring you?" Lu Xinyan immediately retorted without thinking. Lu Xinyan brought out his pre-prepared argument. "You haven't been in the country for many years. There must be a lot of people you don't recognize anymore." This was exactly what Lu Xinyan said correctly. In 8 years, many people and things had changed drastically. And there was no harm in bringing Lu Xinyan along. "Do you have appropriate clothes?" Lu Xinyan asked. "Yes, I do," Lu Xinyan replied. Qi Rang showed no sense of being the host. Everyone in the villa was busy since early morning except him, who sat cross-legged in the garden trying to stay calm. Today was the birthday of Qi Guoming, Grandpa Qi. People from Xincheng with influence were present, all led to the rooftop garden by the servants. Qi Rang. Tan Si, who entered together with Tan Jun, immediately noticed his good friend. Due to the occasion, Tan Si wore formal attire. Upon hearing the voice, Qi Rang turned off his phone and walked over to greet politely, "Uncle Tan, hello. This is Xiao Rang, right?" Tan Jun, father of Tan Si, who watched Chi Rang grow up, said, "We haven't seen each other for a long time. You've grown taller and more handsome." Chi Rang smiled, "Uncle, you look younger as well. Grandpa is upstairs, I'll ask someone to take you there." "Don't worry about me, I can go up myself," Tan Jun said, "you kids go play." As soon as Tan Jun left, Chi Rang lazily examined Tan Si from head to toe, making two clicking sounds. "You look so proper today." "Forget about it." Tan Si loosened the button of his suit with one hand and complained, "My father insisted I dress like this, saying I shouldn't embarrass him today." Chi Rang laughed heartily and patted his good friend on the shoulder. "You must be tired. Let me tell you something, my mom prepared a set for me too, but Grandpa said I don't have to wear it." "Ah, I envy you." Tan Si looked around and asked, "Have Lu Xinyan and his brother arrived yet?" "Not yet." Chi Rang glanced at the time. "They said they'd set off half an hour ago." Speak of the devil, as soon as Chi Rang finished speaking, two figures appeared at the entrance. There stood Lu Xinyan, dressed in high-end tailoring, pure black suit accentuating his skin even more delicate and fair, with semi-long curly hair loosely tied back. Beneath his long eyelashes lay eyes exuding a mix of laziness and indifference. His straight nose complemented slightly pursed red lips. The face resembled one sculpted perfectly, with every detail approaching perfection. His astonishingly long legs were encased in black pants, revealing waist-to-hip ratio that astonished bystanders. Despite wearing an utterly normal outfit, he emanated an air of restraint. This sight stirred an almost uncontrollable urge to pull him to the bed and indulge in lewd deeds. What lucky incense did Lu Xinyan burn in a past life? Chi Rang, who had met Lu Xinyan before but never observed him so closely, exclaimed in amazement, "No wonder after smoking Mayan cigars, he doesn't need anything like Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes." "I don't know if he burned any lucky incense, but his arm must surely be burning," Tan Si joked. "Even if he lost an arm, he'd think it worth it." Chi Rang laughed out loud. It was indeed true. "Hey, Lu Xinyan!" Chi Rang called out. Lu Xinyan was also formally dressed today. Tall and slim, walking beside Lu Xinyan, he also possessed extraordinary charisma. "Do you know them?" Lu Xinyan stopped, recognizing Chi Rang and Tan Si, feeling familiar but not quite remembering who they were. Lu Xinyan reminded him, "He is the grandson of Grandpa Chi Rang. The one next to him is Tan Si, son of Tan Jun." Oh, Lu Xinyan recalled now. He once attended their 100th birthday banquet as a child. "This must be Brother Xinyan." Chi Rang approached, eyes crinkling warmly as he greeted, "Hello, I'm Chi Rang. I often hear Xinyan mention you." "Mention him?" Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow, asking, "Do you two know each other?" "Yeah," Lu Xinyan said, "we are classmates." Chi Rang, "Brother Xinyan, let's go upstairs. My grandpa is up there. He frequently mentions you in front of me." Seeing Chi Rang's overly enthusiastic demeanor like a licking dog, Lu Xinyan frowned but refrained from saying anything due to the setting. The four of them went up to the rooftop garden together. The area was vast, decorated all around. In the distance on the stage stood two rotating cameras, and the venue was filled with guests. Chi Rang wasn't fond of such occasions, so he led the group toward the swimming pool area. "It's quieter over here. Let's go this way." From afar, Chi's mother saw her son and waved to get his attention, but Chi Rang pretended not to notice her. She immediately signaled a servant to call him over. Tan Si couldn't escape either. After taking just a few steps, Tan Jun called him over to converse with some so-called social elites. "Brother, let's head over there," Lu Xinyan suggested as soon as the other two had left. Lu Xinyan disliked these kinds of events too, plus their Lu family was likely already a laughingstock for others, so why should he bother? It was better to find peace away from the chaos. There were few people by the pool. Lu Xinyan approached and chose a chair randomly to sit down. As soon as he did, he received a message from Qin Yu. "Qin Yu, I see you. I've been here all the time, but I got stuck with this bald guy right after arriving. It's driving me crazy." Qin Yu had arrived earlier than him. "Qin Yu, we talked for 10 minutes, and I didn't understand a single word." Qin Yu, and damn, his teeth are holding a piece of vegetable. Seriously, I'm worried it might fly onto my face. Ugh. Shit. Lu Xinyan chuckled, then began typing a reply when suddenly he felt a warm breath near his ear. "Brother, have some water." Lu Xinyan appeared from somewhere with a glass of fruit wine. He naturally sat close to Lu Xinyan and raised an eyebrow while looking at the screen. "Who is it?" "None of your business." "Stop asking about my affairs," Lu Xinyan said as he leaned slightly to take a sip from Lu Xinyan's hand. Finding the flavor quite pleasant, he went for another sip. However, Lu Xinyan intentionally moved the cup further away. His expression seemed slightly hurt. "After eating my little cake, brother has now turned on me and pretends not to know me." Lu Xinyan glared at him. They were dangerously close, barely 10 centimeters apart. Before he could speak, his phone vibrated several times in succession. "Qin Yu, holy crap, what are you two doing? Making out in public or something?" "Qin Yu, I think my eyesight's getting ruined seeing you flirt so openly, Lord Lu. Have you never learned how to use your hands after all these years?" Qinyu, from my angle, it looks like you're almost kissing Lu Xinyan. Qinyu, could you save the smooching for home? There are cameras around here. Be mindful of the occasion. Lu Xinyan replied with a face that read, what the hell are you talking about, you're rambling nonsense, man. A photo followed. Lu Xinyan opened it and found only his back was visible in the picture. Facing Lu Xinyan, from this particular angle, they indeed looked very much. Qinyu, no kidding, this view is seriously intense. Frowning, Lu Xinyan pushed Lu Xinyan slightly away, replying, screw you. Qinyu, though, are you really without arms or what? Need someone to hold drinks up to your mouth? Qinyu, why not feed each other mouth to mouth? Chapter 15. Actually, this kind of thing was something that Qinyu had seen countless times. As long as Lu Xinyan was around, Lu Xinyan didn't need to lift a finger. Anything he wanted to eat or drink was carefully delivered to his mouth, all Lu Xinyan had to do was open it. Aside from being somewhat timid, there was little to fault about Lu Xinyan. They used to joke frequently that if Lu Xinyan were a girl, they'd have married her for sure. Qinyu thought that after so many years had passed, Lu Xinyan's growing irascibility would be too much even for the now adult Lu Xinyan to bear. But upon observing today, everything became clear. Lu Xinyan's irritable nature was fostered by none other than Lu Xinyan himself. However, Qinyu lowered his eyes to glance at the photo, and somehow he felt that the look in Lu Xinyan's eyes when gazing at Lu Xinyan in the photo was somewhat complicated. It wasn't exactly fear, rather, it carried some other undertone that Qinyu couldn't immediately identify. Added to that, the people in front of him were chattering incessantly, leaving him with no peace of mind to dwell on the matter. The longer Lu Xinyan looked at the photos, the angrier he became, an inexplicable irritation rising within him. He turned his head and glared at Lu Xinyan, what are you doing sitting here? Stay away from me. Lu Xinyan blinked, pretending not to understand, what's wrong? I'm annoyed, spat out Lu Xinyan, with just one word. Alright, responded Lu Xinyan, agreeing verbally but making no movement, instead fixing his gaze on the shimmering pool. After a long silence, he suddenly asked, brother, do you remember the time when you taught me how to swim? Lu Xinyan ignored him, keeping his eyes on his phone. Lu Xinyan didn't care and continued on his own, you know, I learned how to swim because of you. Lu Xinyan retorted coldly, so what? Lu Xinyan's expression appeared deeply hurt, you said that once I learned, you'd take me to the seaside, but... As the old memories resurfaced. Lu Xinyan scoffed disdainfully, you actually believe that? It was just a joke. Lu Xinyan stared intently at the flawless profile of Lu Xinyan's side, saying slowly, I thought it was real. So, you've remembered this trivial matter for so long? Lu Xinyan found it amusing. Do you remember every single word I say? You'd be better off using your memory on studying. Lu Xinyan lowered his gaze, slightly curling the corner of his mouth, almost mocking himself, and fell silent. For a moment, there was complete quietness, and all that could be heard was the wind in their ears. Lu Xinyan kept playing with his phone, getting increasingly bored. A while later, Qinyu sent him a message, it's starting, come over. Turning off his phone, he stood up and said coldly, let's go inside. Lu Xinyan remained still, head bowed. Ha! Lu Xinyan furrowed his brows and kicked him gently, hey, Lu Xinyan. The youth made no reaction. Just as Lu Xinyan was running out of patience. Lu Xinyan suddenly looked up, his eyes rimmed red, saying something incomprehensible to Lu Xinyan, I remember. Lu Xinyan was momentarily stunned and only understood half a second later. He smacked him on the head, so you're acting upset with me now, huh? Lu Xinyan averted his eyes and whispered obstinately, I'm not. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes nearly to the back of his neck, like hell he wasn't, the words, unjustified grievance, seemed to be written all over his body. Fine, fine, Lu Xinyan lost his patience, such a small issue, I'll take you sometime in the future. Now let's go in, don't embarrass me later. Qinyu had reserved 2 seats for them, and after going inside, Lu Xinyan directly walked towards Qinyu's table. For whom are we mourning? Such gloomy faces. Qinyu said quietly after they sat down. Both of their expressions darkened further. No idea, Lu Xinyan said expressionlessly, turning his head to glare at Lu Xinyan who looked utterly dejected. If you're unhappy, just go home, no one's tying you here forcing you to stay for dinner. Lu Xinyan gazed straight ahead, I'm happy. Right now, I can even write a birthday poem for Uncle Qi. Lu Xinyan. He already regretted ever impulsively bringing Lu Xinyan along. Ha! Qinyu burst into laughter beside them. Lu Xinyan clenched his fists tightly. He decided silently that he'd settle this with Lu Xinyan after dinner. Before the meal began, the host droned on endlessly on the stage with numerous congratulatory speeches, going through formalities until finally, when Grandpa Qi cut the cake on stage, did they start serving food. Lu Xinyan waited until his stomach started growling a bit. Not wanting to stay mad at Lu Xinyan anymore, he focused on eating since that was the main event. Just as he picked up his chopsticks, someone from the main table came over respectfully and said, Master Lu, Mr. Qi invites both of you to join the main table. Lu Qinyan paused, following the direction of where the main table was, noticing Qi letting the elder sit down and smilingly beckoning them. You two go ahead, Qin Yu suggested. Grandpa Qi has helped the Lu family, it's appropriate. Lu Qinyan hesitated a little. He didn't know when this event would end, but as Qin Yu said, it was the right thing to do. Qi Latang quickly had 2 extra stools brought over. The main table also included the Tan family. Grandpa Qi noticed Lu Qinyan and smiled, "You're Mr. Lu's son, aren't you? Come, take a seat. If little Latang hadn't told me, I wouldn't have recognized you." Qi Latang, being sweet-mouthed, added, "Grandpa, even I almost didn't recognize Brother Qinyan when he came." Lu Qinyan politely smiled, "Happy birthday, Grandpa." The Qi family maintained a close relationship with both the Lu and Tan families. Despite the Lu family's bankruptcy, their connection remained unaffected. Grandma Qi asked kindly, "Qinyan, how is your father's health? I heard you sent him abroad for treatment." Lu Qinyan replied, "He's much better now, thank you for asking, Grandma." On the main table, naturally, there was much chit-chat and drinking involved, but they consumed very little actual food. Though Lu Qinyan inwardly disliked it immensely, he had no choice but to attend out of politeness, hoping only not to pass out drunk on the table. Halfway through the dinner, Lu Qinyan couldn't hold up anymore. "Brother, are you okay?" Lu Qinyan unexpectedly spoke first after an extended period of coldness between them. "I'm fine, I'm just going to the restroom," Lu Qinyan said, getting up and heading to the bathroom. Concerned, Lu Qinyan stood up too, apologizing to those at the table, "Excuse me, I'll go check on him." Grandma Qi agreed, understanding his concern, Go ahead. Go and check." Qi Latang then chimed in, "By the way, if Brother Qinyan needs rest because he's feeling tipsy, there's a room prepared downstairs for you too." He specifically mentioned this as a reminder. Lu Qinyan nodded gratefully, "Thank you." Qi Latang winked and grinned slyly, "Don't mention it." As she saw her son and Lu Qinyan walk towards the restroom, Grandma Qi glanced at Qi Latang, asking, "What have you been discussing with Qinyan? You intentionally told Grandpa that Qinyan has returned from abroad so he could come over and eat with us. What's on your mind?" "What do you mean?" Qi Latang acted surprised, "I haven't seen Brother Qinyan in ages, so I just wanted to chat with him. And besides, don't you like Brother Qinyan too?" Grandma Qi, unable to fully grasp their motives, decided to drop the matter. Qi Latang laughed, taking a bite of his dish just as his phone buzzed. He took it out. It was a message from Lu Qinyan. "Who made you pour so much alcohol into him? Send some medicine to sober him up to the room." Chapter 16. The restroom. Lu Qinyan had been trying to vomit for half a day but nothing came out. "Brother," Lu Qinyan embraced the front of Lu Qinyan's chest with one hand passing under his armpit and said, "There are antidotes for alcohol downstairs. Let's go down." "Don't touch me, it will be fine after I throw up." Lu Qinyan tightly clung to the sink with both hands. "You be a good boy." Lu Qinyan couldn't handle the drunk man, his hand also being inconvenient, so he could only coax him, "Let's eat some antidote first, alright?" Lu Qinyan shook his head, "I want to throw up." "Then let me help you induce vomiting." "If you can't, it doesn't matter, do you understand?" Although his tone was gentle, it carried an air of no room for argument. Lu Qinyan nodded. Lu Qinyan tightened his embrace slightly, his hand feeling for Lu Qinyan's lips, murmuring, "Open your mouth." Just as his fingers touched the tongue base, Lu Qinyan started feeling uncomfortable. The softness in his mouth made Lu Qinyan's breathing uneven for a moment. "Don't be scared, relax." Lu Qinyan grabbed his hand, sobbing, "It's too deep. Can't take it already, huh?" Lu Qinyan took a deep breath, "What about bigger things later? Be obedient, swallow a little more." Even though they both knew this was just simple induced vomiting, his mind kept conjuring up strange images unintentionally. Finally, something unknown pushed 2 slender fingers towards the back of his throat, then pressing forcefully. Lu Qinyan reflexively retched. But only some liquid came out, yet Lu Qinyan felt better than before. After washing his hands, Lu Qinyan grabbed a tissue and wiped off the water stains around Lu Qinyan's mouth. "Alright, let's rest in the room for a while." Lu Qinyan lazily leaned against his shoulder and nodded. Lu Qinyan hooked his chin and affectionately rubbed those 2 lips with his fingertips. "Next time you can't drink this much outside." This small action annoyed Lu Qinyan greatly. Irritated, he tried to avoid it, but upon turning his head, his jaw was clamped. "What's wrong?" Lu Qinyan knowingly asked and added, "Sorry, I meant not drinking in front of outsiders in the future." He didn't want anyone else to see the drunk Lu Qinyan. Now Lu Qinyan's head was spinning, he just wanted to sleep, too lazy to care about what the other person was saying. Lu Qinyan kept questioning relentlessly, "Did you hear that?" The restroom stall door was opened by someone leaving. Instinctively, Lu Qinyan shielded Lu Qinyan's face into his chest and prepared to support him away. However, someone called out, "Little Mr. Lu." Upon hearing his name, Lu Qinyan looked up and saw a stranger. He was also attending today's birthday banquet. "It's really you, are you here for Elder Qi's birthday celebration too?" The man sounded amazed and delighted, he hadn't expected such good fortune to meet Lu Qinyan. "Who are you?" Lu Xinyan didn't remember seeing this person. That man quickly pulled out a business card and handed it over. I'm the manager of aluminum mold building materials, Xiao Qian, here's my card. Lu Xinyan reached out and took it. Deputy General Manager Qian Wenza of aluminum mold building materials. Lu Xinyan politely said, Mr. Qian. Don't call me Mr. Qian, the man said sheepishly. Previously, I made an appointment with you to discuss the project cooperation in Qingdao, you may have forgotten. But since we've met again, it must be fate, I hope we can make time in the future. Too noisy. An impatient voice cut short their conversation. Only now did Qian Wenza notice the man in Lu Xinyan's arms. Slightly tilting his head, he examined, and this person is? Lu Xinyan frowned, then slightly moved his body to block the other's view, warning eyes meeting the stranger, my lover, he drank too much. Oh, sorry about that. Qian Wenza immediately retracted his neck and suddenly became surprised, is little Mr. Lu married? Good boy, we'll return to the room soon. Lu Xinyan bent low to gently console the man in his arms. However, the person in his arms seemed unwilling to cooperate, pushing dissatisfied. Wanting to lift his head, Lu Xinyan massaged the man's nape to calm him, soothing, be obedient. Then looking up coldly, excuse me, I have something to do, we'll contact when there's time. Alright, see you next time. By the time Qian Wenza realized, the restroom was already left with only him. Scratching his head, still in a daze, wasn't that a man just now? But, when did little Mr. Lu get a lover? Didn't manage to see what the other person looked like at all, Qian Wenza began to feel regretful. The feast was still ongoing. Lu Xinyan directly supported Lu Qinyan downstairs, encountering Qin Yu downstairs. My god, how did he end up like this? Qin Yu had specifically come out to look for Lu Qinyan. Knowing that Lu Qinyan couldn't drink, he was keeping an eye on him. However, while he was conversing at the table for just a few moments, Lu Qinyan got drunk. Here, let me support him, Qin Yu said without hesitation, trying to take Lu Qinyan from Lu Xinyan's arms. It's fine, Lu Xinyan quickly stepped back, I can manage. Qin Yu's enthusiastic hands caught nothing but air. Lu Xinyan reached the guest bedroom prepared by Qi Rang beforehand and gently placed Lu Qinyan on the bed. A pot of hangover-relieving soup was already waiting on the bedside. Qin Yu asked, should we wake him up to drink some hangover remedy before sleeping? Lu Xinyan bent down and pulled the blanket over, no need, he already vomited earlier. Qin Yu clicked his tongue, sigh, knowing he couldn't drink much, why did he? Lu Qinyan, Qin Yu called twice. Lu Qinyan muzzily woke up, his eyes blurred, Do you still know who I am? Qin Yu questioned. Lu Qinyan was really drunk, muttering after a long pause, shouldn't I recognize you? Exactly, your buddy here, Qin Yu sighed helplessly and waved off with his hand, alright, go to sleep. Since Lu Qinyan was so wasted, Qin Yu decided not to drive him home anymore. Oh, are you two going to spend the night here? Qin Yu inquired. Lu Xinyan nodded, yeah. Qin Yu glanced at his watch, it was late. Alright then, I'll check if there's any room available. We can stay the night and tomorrow I'll take you both back. Then Qin Yu noticed the sofa and sat down, saying, let me rest here for tonight. It's actually quite spacious. That. Brother Qin Yu, Lu Xinyan started, if you have anything to do, feel free to go ahead. I'll take care of everything here. No problem, Qin Yu laughed, I came here to enjoy myself anyway. You address Lu Qinyan as elder brother, making you somewhat my younger sibling too. No need to be formal with me. Lu Qinyan gave Qin Yu a glance, one with ambiguous meaning. He turned away and sat down, gazing steadily at the man lying sound asleep on the bed. After several seconds, Lu Xinyan suddenly spoke up, Brother Qin Yu, you do have something on your mind, right? Qin Yu didn't catch the underlying implication, nope. Lu Xinyan fell silent afterward, simply uttering a light, oh. The room became extremely quiet, as though every breath could be felt. After 2 minutes, Qin Yu received a call, I'm down here now, should I come upstairs? Okay. While talking, Qin Yu signaled, someone's looking for me, toward Lu Xinyan. I'll be coming down shortly, Qin Yu mouthed silently. Lu Xinyan seriously formed an okay gesture. With reassurance, Qin Yu walked out, followed by Lu Xinyan rising immediately. There was a distinct click sound as Lu Xinyan locked the door behind him. Chapter 17. The next day. Lu Xinyan opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was an unfamiliar environment. He froze for 2 seconds, pulled back the covers, and discovered that his clothes had been changed. He sat up as the bedroom door opened. Lu Xinyan walked in holding breakfast in one hand and saw the man sitting on the bed, brother, you're awake. Lu Xinyan's head still throbbed faintly, where are we? Lu Xinyan placed the plate on the bedside table, at the Qi family residence. You were drunk yesterday, so I had them prepare a room for you. Did you sleep well? It was then Lu Xinyan remembered yesterday was Elder Qi's birthday banquet. He asked again, did you change my clothes? Lu Xinyan replied, I was worried you wouldn't sleep comfortably, so I changed your outfit. The pajamas are new and have been dry cleaned. He knew Lu Xinyan never wore anyone else's clothes, especially intimate items like pajamas. Are you hungry? Have some food first. Lu Xinyan picked up the milk and brought it near Lu Qinyan's mouth, the strong aroma of fresh milk filling the air. Lu Qinyan furrowed his brows slightly and turned his head. Put it there, I'll take a shower first. Saying this, he kicked off the covers and got out of bed, but the movement strained his muscles, making his bottom sore. Lu Qinyan let out a soft groan. Shit. What's wrong? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Qinyan shifted uncomfortably. Nothing. Lu Xinyan paused briefly, understanding flashing through his eyes. He calmly put down the cup with steady hands. Yesterday, when I helped you into the room, you accidentally fell once. Lu Qinyan responded with an oh, muttering, that must be why. His buttocks hurt, possibly from sitting on the floor. Lu Qinyan didn't dwell on the minor incident. He slipped into slippers and went into the bathroom, closing the door behind him. By the way, where are the clothes I wore yesterday? Lu Xinyan, I sent them to be dry cleaned. They're downstairs. I'll bring them up. All right. Whenever he drank alcohol, he would pass out, and the next morning, he could never remember what happened the night before. Next time, he thought as he started undressing, he would definitely take medicine to counteract the effects of alcohol beforehand. When he finished undressing and was about to shower, his gaze subconsciously darted towards the mirror. Just that one glance made him pause. Huh. There was something. Lu Qinyan tilted his body slightly, his eyebrows knitting together as he noticed the clear purplish marks on his pale and slender shoulders. Who left those, and under what circumstances, were self-explanatory. But after all these days, most of the traces on his body had faded significantly. Yet now, why did they seem even darker? And his butt, Lu Qinyan tilted his head back slightly, eyes looking downwards, taking a peek. An involuntary click of his tongue escaped him. How could it be so red? Large areas of redness covered it, swelling somewhat as if from a fall, yet not quite like one. Any touch brought a bit of soreness. Damn it, Lu Qinyan silently swore in his heart that he would definitely stop drinking alcohol. After finishing his shower, he called out to the outside, Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan was sitting on the couch outside. Hearing the call, he quickly responded, brother, I'm here. The bathroom door opened a crack, and an arm reached out, give me the clothes. Lu Xinyan walked over and handed the bag to Lu Qinyan. His gaze involuntarily followed and peeked inside for just 3 seconds, but it was enough to, happily, catch sight of what he should have seen. Instantly, Lu Xinyan's breathing became disordered as memories from last night flooded back like a tide, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against each other as if that sensation still lingered on his hands. After dressing properly, Lu Qinyan found the breakfast had already gone cold, and he wasn't in the mood to eat anyway. You go and say hello to Grandpa Qi, Lu Qinyan instructed, tell him we've left first and we'll visit another day. Lu Xinyan nodded. As Lu Qinyan went downstairs, he saw Qin Yu dozing off on the sofa. He walked over and poked him with his finger. What are you doing, so listless? Did you hire a prostitute last night? Qin Yu looked up, his eyes vacant as he stared at him. You're awake. Seeing Qin Yu's weary face, Lu Qinyan teased, really hired a prostitute last night? Are you kidding me? Qin Yu rolled his eyes, I didn't sleep all night. Actually, I just want to ask, were you guys really asleep dead sound? What? I called you but your phone was off, and Xinyan was sleeping too deeply. When I went downstairs, all the guest rooms arranged by the Qi family were full. Qin Yu yawned, almost crying, so last night, I slept sitting on 2 chairs. You called me? Lu Qinyan took out his phone and saw it was turned off, maybe it ran out of power. Lu Qinyan glanced at his watch, damn, it had been 5 minutes already. Why hasn't Lu Xinyan come down yet? Just as he was thinking, the room upstairs was pushed open and Lu Xinyan walked out, saying something to the person inside and turning back. It was too far away to hear clearly. Lu Xinyan nodded and came down, brother, let's go. Lu Qinyan looked at him, what were you guys talking about for so long? Nothing, Mr. Qi just told us to come often, Lu Xinyan smiled. Ah, let's go, you always have to question everything, I'm so tired. Qin Yu picked up his clothes and threw the car keys to Lu Qinyan, you drive, I'll sit in the back, a bit sleepy. In the car, Lu Qinyan remembered something and asked, you said the horse race is this weekend, right? Qin Yu lazily replied, this Saturday. Lu Xinyan interjected, what kind of race is it? Ko answered, the race at the horse field. By the way, those 2 days are the weekend, Xinyan, do you have classes? If not, come with us. Why should he come? His arm is already like that, what if his leg gets hurt too? Lu Qinyan scolded. Just watch the race, not ride the horse. Qin Yu then asked, Xinyan, can you ride a horse? Lu Xinyan glanced at Lu Qinyan and nodded, yes, I've learned. Wow, Qin Yu became interested, nice, your brother also can, he even won an award in high school. Lu Xinyan's eyes softened as he looked at Lu Qinyan, I know. How did you know? Lu Qinyan stared forward, he didn't remember telling Lu Xinyan about this. I heard from uncle before. Lu Xinyan straightened his body and expressionlessly said. Qin Yu, why do you care how he knows, it's not a big secret anyway. So, we're going together, Xinyan. Lu Xinyan immediately agreed, sure. Lu Qinyan didn't speak, so Lu Xinyan couldn't help but ask again, brother. Tisk, didn't Qin you say you could go? Lu Qinyan manipulated the steering wheel with one hand, stylishly and casually. Anyway, it's not my money being spent, he decides. Lu Xinyan smiled and turned around, obediently saying, thank you, brother Qin Yu. The day before the horse race, they went to the horse field. Qin Yu disliked places when there were too many people, so he booked the venue beforehand. After arriving, Lu Qinyan got on the horse first, running 2 laps around the field to satisfy his craving. Lu Xinyan then sat in the viewing room, staring fixedly at the man riding the horse without moving his gaze even half a second. This was Lu Xinyan's first time seeing Lu Qinyan ride a horse. Lu Qinyan wore a set of equestrian attire, the clothing outlining his slender figure, his long and straight legs straddling either side of the horse's belly, his back and waist upright, his chin slightly tilted inward, sharply focusing ahead. As the horse began to gallop, the strong, taut buttocks bounced rhythmically up and down under Lu Xinyan's intense stare. The man's posture while riding the horse was completely flawless, perfectly standard. But Lu Xinyan's observation left him feeling somewhat parched and tongue-tied, as if the man on the horse was riding directly on him. Lu Qinyan didn't notice that heated, bone-deep look. After running a few laps, he got off the horse, removed the helmet, and walked into the viewing room. He saw Lu Xinyan sitting there, and asked, where did Qin Yu go? Brother Qin Yu went to the restroom. Lu Xinyan quickly handed him water. This is the first time I've seen you ride a horse, brother. Lu Qinyan ran 2 laps, rarely in such a good mood, and laughed, there were many times you didn't see. Lu Xinyan followed his smile, very handsome. Huh, Lu Qinyan cast him a sidelong glance, still smirking, don't flatter me here. Lu Xinyan, I'm serious. Lu Qinyan didn't reply, drank a sip of water, passed the bottle to him, and stood up, let's go check out the competition area. Today at the horse field, there was a race, divided into cross-country races and obstacle course races held on the same day. Most horse fields host 3-day events more frequently, but this time the main purpose of the horse field wasn't for the competition, but rather to introduce the newly purchased horses grandly. Although many customers knew the horse field had new horses, some were still unaware. Lu Qinyan and Lu Xinyan went to the obstacle course competition area where now all riders were warming up for tomorrow's larger audience. He walked through the crowd, heading further inside. In the distance, an astute manager of the horse field spotted him and quickly ran over, young Master Lu, you're here today. Last time, Lu Qinyan and Qin Yu came once, and the staff at the horse field easily recognized friends of Qin Yu. Lu Qinyan's eyes remained fixed on the arena as he asked, is Lily participating tomorrow? The manager, who knew Lu Xinyan, also looked towards the galloping steeds on the racecourse. Lily won't be running much longer, this is her last year. Do you still remember the fiery horse you and brother Qin looked at last time? Lulu, the manager asked. Lu Xinyan nodded, about to say something, when his phone rang. It was Qin Yu calling him. He stepped aside to take the call. Hey. Where are you guys? Qin Yu came out of the restroom and didn't see the two. I'm at Field A. Lu Xinyan, we're at the competition area. Who were you just talking about with Lulu? Lu Qinyan glanced over at the man a short distance away speaking on the phone and asked, Vision, and Lily? The manager smiled. Lily is one of our horses here, and Lulu is a new arrival we received some time ago. Last time Master Lu and brother Qin really liked Lulu. Lu Qinyan responded with an oh. The manager glanced up and down at Lu Qinyan and asked, are you a friend of Master Lu? Are you still in school? Lu Qinyan's gaze was distant, and he replied coolly, not a friend. The manager nodded, unwilling to embarrass himself further. You go do your work. Lu Xinyan ended the call and walked back, telling the manager, don't worry about us, we'll just look around on our own. The manager said, all right then, if there's anything, just let me know. Lu Xinyan stayed where he was for another 2 minutes before continuing once Qin Yu arrived. Qin Yu, you guys disappeared so fast. I only went to the restroom and lost sight of both of you. As Qin Yu walked and spoke, he said, I overheard someone talking about buying a pure-blooded fiery horse while I was in the restroom. Horses are categorized into 3 types, cold-blooded, warm-blooded, and fiery horses. Among these 3, pure-blooded fiery horses are the most expensive. This equestrian field ranks as one of the top in Shin City. The cheapest horse here costs several million yuan, with the most expensive ones reaching prices over 9 digits, or even higher. Pure-blooded fiery horses generally cost no less than 8 figures. When Qin Yu heard that someone was considering purchasing such a horse, he couldn't help but whistle in amazement. Lu Xinyan had doubts, really? I heard it firsthand, though I don't know if it's boasting or serious. Qin Yu remarked. So what? Lu Xinyan shrugged nonchalantly. Together, they strolled and somehow ended up heading toward the stable. In preparation for tomorrow's competition, all the horses were outside today, including Lulu. Heh, Qin Yu spotted it immediately, pointing with his hand, your beloved Lulu is right there, why not go take a look? Lu Xinyan retorted quietly, beloved by whom? How isn't it beloved? Qin Yu still remembered Lu Xinyan's gentle demeanor the first time he saw Lulu. Xinyan, do you know how your brother looked at Lulu for the first time? It was like looking at a lover. Lu Xinyan laughed from Qin Yu's exaggerated metaphor, bullshit. Actually, Lu Chenyan wasn't very passionate about horses, he rarely came to the equestrian field. But today, he noticed that Lu Chenyan, ever since returning to the country, was laughing more than any other day, radiating a carefree, easygoing, and unrestrained charm that was especially captivating. He watched as Lu Chenyan approached Lulu's side, raising his hand to gently touch its nose. Lulu nudged against his shoulder with its mouth. A man with mild obsessive-compulsive disorder, at this moment, paid no attention to the dirt on his clothes. In the afternoon, they spent some time touring the equestrian field, had dinner, and stayed overnight at a nearby hotel, waiting to watch tomorrow's competition. Qin Yu booked 2 rooms. After taking a shower, wearing a bathrobe, and grabbing a deck of cards, he went next door to the room Lu Chenyan shared with Lu Chenyan. "Why are you alone?" As soon as he entered, Qin Yu saw only Lu Chenyan, and he asked, "Where's Chenyan?" Lu Chenyan had just finished washing up. He dried his hair as he answered, "He went out to take a call, the signal is bad here." "Oh," Qin Yu casually picked a bed and sat cross-legged on it, "I found a deck of cards in my room. Let's play 3 cards. Lu Chenyan sat down, "Deal the cards." The night wind outside was slightly cool. Lu Chenyan stood at the entrance of the hotel making a call to someone. In his hand was a business card he obtained when leaving the equestrian field in the afternoon. He tapped the card, hesitating for a few seconds, and finally dialed the number. Soon, a male voice came through the phone, "Hello. Lu Chenyan, hello, may I speak to the manager of Tianshao Equestrian Field?" Yes, what can I do for you?" "I would like to inquire about the price of the pure-blooded fiery horses at your facility." Chapter 18. When Lu Chenyan returned to the room, Qin Yu's underwear was almost all gone. "Shit, are you cheating?" Qin Yu looked at the cards in Lu Chenyan's hands and couldn't quite believe it. "How come all the straights tonight ended up in your hands?" "I don't want to play anymore, it's no fun. You don't even know how to let me win a bit. How many times have I already let you win?" "It's your own fault," Lu Chenyan said with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his wet hair plastered over his shoulder. Before he could finish speaking, the door opened and without turning around he said, "Are you done with the call?" Lu Chenyan walked over and saw that the ends of Lu Chenyan's hair were still dripping. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" This question came naturally. By this point Lu Chenyan was already used to being bossed around by Lu Chenyan like a housewife. So he casually replied, "I didn't feel like it." Lu Chenyan glanced at him and murmured, "You'll catch a cold." As he spoke, he went into the bathroom and took out a hairdryer, not caring if there were others in the room, plugged it in, and stood behind Lu Chenyan, naturally beginning to blow-dry his hair as though he had been doing it forever. Qin Yu saw this scene and stopped shuffling the deck. "The guy's arm is still in a cast, and you're treating him so harshly." "What?" Lu Chenyan arched an eyebrow, looking a little arrogant and cheeky. "He eats my food, drinks my drink, and lives with me, can't I at least have him dry my hair?" Qin Yu shook his head, thinking these two willingly tortured each other, and no one could stop them. "Let them be." With loud voices in the room, Qin Yu lost interest in playing poker. Glancing at the time, it was already past 10 o'clock. After exchanging a few casual words, he went back to his room to sleep. The next day, after breakfast at the hotel, the 3 went to the racetrack to watch the competition. On the day of the race, the track was absolutely packed with people. However, they had had the foresight to book a viewing room in advance. The view from the viewing room was great, it captured everything happening on the track clearly. Not long after Lu Chenyan sat down, his phone in his bag rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID, it was an unknown number, and immediately silenced it, tossing the phone aside. "Shit," Qin Yu burst in carrying several bottles of soda, shouting loudly, "Lu Chenyan, guess what I just heard?" "Lu Chenyan, what's the big deal?" Qin Yu seemed to be having trouble digesting the words he'd just heard, quickly opening a bottle of soda to calm himself down. "I heard the staff talking. They said Lulu has been reserved by someone, and she won't be competing today." "Is that true?" In contrast to Qin Yu, Lu Chenyan seemed very calm. "Didn't you say yesterday that someone wanted to buy the hot-blooded horse?" Qin Yu sked, "Can those even be compared? Lulu is a purebred Arabian blood horse. These aren't in the same league." With that, Qin Yu wouldn't give up. "Nope, I haven't ridden Lulu yet. I need to confirm this matter again." Before Lu Chenyan could ask for more details, Qin Yu rushed out like a streak. Was Lulu really booked? Lu Chenyan was surprised and curious at the same time. Because Lulu was the only purebred Arabian blood horse in the racetrack. She had only returned less than half a month ago, and she was in her prime. Thinking about it carefully, the real jaw-dropping reason behind it all was actually who would be wealthy enough to make such a decision. "Brother," Lu Chenyan called him, handing over the ringing mobile phone. "Your phone keeps ringing." Lu Chenyan took it. The incoming call was from the same unknown number as before. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Lu Chenyan noticed this subtle action and casually asked, "Who is it?" In fact, Lu Chenyan didn't know either. This number had already called a few times, as if unwilling to give up. Lowering his eyes, he hesitated and answered the call. "Chenyan." A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone, sweet and pleasant. She asked, "Is that you?" This voice was so familiar. Lu Qinyan thought for a moment and said, "Are you Su Na?" Hearing this name, Lu Xinyan's eyes narrowed slightly but soon recovered their normal appearance. The woman was stunned for a second on the other end, then a surprised voice came through, "Yes, Qinyan, it's me. Thank heavens, I've finally reached you." Su Na's cheerful voice continued, "Guess where I am right now? You must be in Canada." Lu Qinyan paused mid-sentence, glancing at the phone number. It was domestic. He asked, "Have you returned to China?" "Yes, I've been back for 2 days." "Honey, I know what you're going to ask," Su Na said with a hint of excitement in her voice. "But I want to say sorry to you. Please forgive my previous foolish actions. I'm back here specifically for you." Chapter 19. "Dear, it's been almost a month since we parted. Don't you miss me?" Su Na said coyly. Lu Qinyan looked in the direction of the competition, lightly tapping his fingers on his knee, and suddenly he smiled. Su Na was someone Lu Qinyan met while studying in Canada, also a Chinese person. 3 years ago, their first encounter occurred at a party when they first engaged in a physical relationship. Afterward, they naturally maintained this kind of connection, without saying, love. Though Su Na had some habits that were opposite to Lu Qinyan's, one could not deny that Su Na was a perfect bed companion. Not only was she passionate, generous, sexy, and beautiful, but she never asked about his private affairs. But just a month ago, Lu Qinyan returned to China for family reasons, and before leaving Canada, he had an argument with Su Na, thinking that their relationship would end here. However, Lu Qinyan did not expect Su Na to come back to China. He still remembered what Su Na had said before he left. "I really don't understand why you want to return to China. Are you unhappy here? I will always be by your side. You can simply bring Uncle Lu over to Canada, I can find people to take care of him. Can't we live like before? Qinyan, if you choose to return to China, then there's no point in continuing our relationship. I don't accept long-distance relationships. Or is there someone in China you absolutely have to see? How did you end up coming back so quickly?" After a pause, Lu Qinyan asked. "Yeah, what's there here that's worth me coming back for?" Su Na teased jokingly, "Isn't it because there's a thief who stole my heart when I wasn't paying attention, making me unable to focus on eating or drinking tea?" Su Na spouted her sweet words effortlessly, which Lu Qinyan had long grown accustomed to. He laughed and asked, "Where are you now?" "And where are you?" Su Na replied. "Honey, I want to see you right now." Lu Qinyan. "I'm watching a game, probably." Su Na interrupted him in a coquettish tone, asking, "Is the game more attractive than me?" She feigned disappointment and said, "I took more than 10 hours flight just for you, landing in this unfamiliar city. Come on, are you even willing to act as the host? All I ask is that you accompany me for dinner, Qinyan." "Truly." Lu Qinyan sighed. "Alright, I can't argue with you. Send me your address." Lu Qinyan sat nearby silently, not uttering a word the whole time, until he noticed Lu Qinyan disconnect the call and get ready to leave. Then, his eyes flickered a hint of panic as he got up and asked, "Brother, are you leaving?" "Lu Qinyan, something came up. Stay and play with Qinyu. We'll ride his car back later." "I'm going with you," Lu Qinyan immediately said. "What are you going to do with me anyway?" Lu Xinyan faltered for 2 seconds, but soon after, his voice lowered slightly along with a pitiful expression on his face, "I don't know anyone here alone. Brother, if you go, I'll be all by myself." Lu Qinyan got irritated with Lu Xinyan's clinging behavior. "Isn't Qinyu still here?" "Lu Xinyan, I'm not very familiar with brother Qinyu." Lu Qinyan truly couldn't figure out why he'd need to bring Lu Xinyan along to meet Su Na. "Brother," Lu Xinyan looked at him, his expression somewhat obstinate. Alright, Lu Qinyan thought. If he was going to meet Su Na and Lu Xinyan didn't want to watch the race here, it wouldn't matter if he went home first. Call Qinyu and check where he is. Tell him we're leaving early due to some prior engagements. When Qinyu received Lu Xinyan's call, he was outside engrossed in the race. Hearing the news that both of them needed to leave earlier, he didn't mind, simply agreeing to reschedule next time. The two stepped out of the horse field and hailed a taxi outside. After giving the address, the car set off for its destination. Su Na had returned to China less than 2 days ago and was temporarily staying at a hotel. As they neared the location, Lu Qinyan sent her a message. Upon reaching the hotel, even before exiting the car, Lu Qinyan spotted Su Na from afar. There stood Su Na with her jet-black wavy hair, adorned with exquisite makeup that looked glamorous and striking. She wore high-end designer clothes, carried a limited-edition handbag, and strutted in black high heels, drawing attention from many passers-by. From far away, Lu Qinyan saw a man approach her, handing her a business card, saying something. Su Na grinned, pinched the edge of the card, glanced at it briefly, then stuffed it into the man's suit pocket, shaking her head. Lu Qinyan watched this for a moment while seated in the car. Suddenly, Su Na met his gaze. She broke into a broad smile and hurried towards him in her high heels. Lu Qinyan chuckled faintly. He turned to Lu Xinyan and said, "Go home first. I'll be back later." Lu Xinyan turned to appraise the woman approaching them. That face was not unfamiliar to him. Su Na was the only person Lu Qinyan had any kind of relationship with since going to Canada. It was a face he had seen countless times on the computer 3 years ago. She was also the only person he had ever allowed to stay by Lu Qinyan's side. However, today was the first time he was meeting Su Na in person. Bright eyes, alluring and sexy, she was even more beautiful than in her pictures, indeed, the type who attracted men. Lu Xinyan glanced at her for a few seconds, then looked away, asking, "So when will you come back?" "Humph, just go home. I know when I'll come back," Lu Xinyan said as he pulled the car door open, his foot barely touching the ground before his arm was grabbed. Lu Xinyan instinctively wanted to shake it off but immediately reconsidered upon remembering her injured hand. "What is it?" "I'll wait for you with dinner prepared." Lu Xinyan looked at him with clear eyes. "You must come back." "Really?" During this period, Lu Xinyan had been particularly well behaved, so much so that any irritation Lu Xinyan felt couldn't surface. He freed his hand and said, "I'll be late, go ahead and eat, then entertain yourself." The car door slammed shut. Lu Xinyan unconsciously clenched his fists, not hurrying to leave but instead watching as the woman approached Lu Xinyan step by step. "Dear," the woman threw Lu Xinyan a flirtatious glance even before getting close, "it's been such a long time." Hearing the intimate nickname from the woman's mouth, Lu Xinyan slightly narrowed his eyes. Then, he watched as the woman initiated the embrace, wrapping both arms around Lu Xinyan, ready to give him a passionate French kiss after their month-long separation in public. Quickly, Lu Xinyan called out, "Brother." This shout was too loud, leaving both people standing by the road momentarily stunned. Lu Xinyan almost doubted that someone was doing this deliberately. As he turned around, before he could get angry, he saw Lu Xinyan holding his phone, extending it through the car window. With a calm voice, Lu Xinyan said, "You forgot your phone." Lu Xinyan walked over, snatched the phone, shoved it into his pocket, and shot Lu Xinyan a glare. Lu Xinyan acted as if he didn't understand, giving a smile, "I'll go first then." "Get lost already." Lu Xinyan waved dismissively. The car window slowly closed. Lu Xinyan sat up straight, the smile on his face vanishing entirely within seconds, making his earlier demeanor in front of the man seem like an illusion. Chapter 20. The Western restaurant had a quiet atmosphere, and the dishes on the table were delicately prepared and appetizing. Su Na picked up her glass and gently clinked it against Lu Xinyan's, before tilting her head back to drink half a glass of whiskey. Lu Xinyan, on the other hand, swirled his wine glass, watching the liquid sparkle in the light, then put it down, saying, "You didn't give me a heads up that you'd be coming back." This was the first time they had met since their argument in Canada. Su Na blinked her bright eyes mischievously and said, "I wanted to give you a surprise." With a twinkle in her eye, she slipped off her high heels under the table and stretched out her long legs, her foot tip tracing up Lu Xinyan's trousers onto his thigh, teasingly asking, "Well, are you surprised?" The tablecloth hid her movements beneath the table. Lu Xinyan looked at her for a few seconds, his voice calm as he reminded her, "Su Na, it's mealtime now." He didn't appreciate overly intimate acts in public. "I'm enjoying my meal." Su Na smirked wider, though the next second she obediently brought her leg back down. After 3 years by Lu Xinyan's side, Su Na was smart and knew how to keep things appropriate, she never did anything to provoke discomfort. "You really lack any romance," Su Na complained in an exaggerated tone. Lu Xinyan smiled slightly, then asked, "Are you staying in a hotel now?" Su Na picked up her elegant cutlery and delicately sliced a small piece of steak, placing it into her mouth and chewing slowly. She murmured casually, "Are you inviting me over by asking this?" Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Do you think so?" "Of course not," Su Na answered lightly for him. Having been around Lu Xinyan for 3 years, she often doubted whether he even understood the meaning of love. Every time she took a step closer, he would retreat 2 steps, or more. Many friends envied her ability to be with Lu Xinyan, but even she sometimes felt like she had a special place in his heart. At the same time, there were moments when she felt like she'd never gotten close to this man at all. Lu Xinyan perhaps noticed this wasn't something good to hear. He coughed lightly, intending to rephrase more tactfully, "It's not just me living at home anymore." But the phone on the table vibrated, cutting him off. Lu Xinyan picked it up to look. It was a message from Lu Xinyan. Not long ago, they had re-added each other on WeChat, and Lu Xinyan even changed the contact note to improve recognition, ensuring Lu Xinyan wouldn't end up in his cold palace again. "Annoying pest, big brother, what do you want to eat tonight?" Recently, Lu Xinyan had switched his avatar from the default one to a cartoon of a goofy little dog running wildly while holding a rose in its mouth. Predictably childish. Lu Xinyan threw 2 words back, "Whatever," before tossing the phone aside. Su Na glanced over but didn't ask more, continuing their earlier conversation. "By the way, what were you going to say about your house?" Lu Xinyan replied, "Someone else has moved into the spare room." Su Na forced a smile, "Who is it?" "The one you just met, he was in the car." Lu Xinyan explained. Oh, Su Na remembered that the person in the car appeared to be a young man. She let out a slight sigh of relief, his arm was injured. Lu Xinyan nodded, "He's just temporarily staying." Su Na laughed, somewhat teasingly saying, "Next time, I'll get injured too. Then I could live next to you." But, Su Na thought of something, deliberately infusing her tone with jealousy. You hate troubles the most, so why would you allow someone to stay at your place? Lu Qinyan naturally wouldn't tell her it was due to the matter of his own injury being related. He responded blandly, it's fine. Su Na wisely stopped pressing the matter and shifted topics. So, after we're done eating, will you escort me back to my hotel? Lu Qinyan looked at her, silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Su Na reached out, grabbing his hand resting on the table, her fingertips drawing suggestive patterns on his palm. We haven't seen each other in so long, I have a lot I want to talk to you about. Just as Lu Qinyan was about to respond with a smile, his phone buzzed again. Lu Qinyan. Seriously? Isn't it enough yet? Probably guessing who it was, an obvious trace of impatience crossed his face. He pulled his hand away from Su Na's grasp and grabbed the phone. Sure enough, it was the annoying pest. Big brother, do you like mango sago pomelo dessert? Scratching.jpg. Annoying pest, photo it looks so delicious. Damn, the nickname was apt indeed. Su Na observed Lu Qinyan's expression, picking up her glass to sip some wine, seemingly nonchalantly asking, work? Friends? Such a pest. Lu Qinyan didn't want to say much about Lu Qinyan. But he still sent a message back, if you want to drink, drink yourself. I'm busy now, stop bothering me all day long. After sending the message, the phone interface immediately showed, the other party is typing. A few seconds later, it showed again, the other party is typing. This repeated several times. However, no new messages appeared. Lu Qinyan was getting annoyed with this hesitant behavior and was about to type something. The screen changed, a message popped up, oh. Lu Qinyan no longer wanted to deal with it and turned off his phone, putting it in his bag. He then looked at the food on the table but lost his appetite. After replying to the message, Lu Qinyan sat expressionlessly on a bench in the supermarket corridor, holding his phone in his left hand with the screen still faintly lit. He sat there like a statue for about 3 minutes before standing up and walking away, carrying the bag outside. To the right of the supermarket exit, there were rental cars. He went over without hesitation and rented one, pulled open the door, and got inside. On the wide road, a car with green and white colors sped through the traffic, disregarding traffic rules as it passed a red light recklessly. Sitting in the driver's seat, memories of 3 years ago flashed through Lu Qinyan's mind when he received an email regarding Lu Qinyan and Su Na. Su Na. At the thought of her name, Lu Qinyan let out a derisive laugh. His gaze fell on the flower bed ahead, eyes narrowing slightly as an almost imperceptible glint of cruelty flashed in their dark depths before he stepped hard on the gas pedal. Dear, the journey from the western restaurant back to the hotel room was short. As soon as they entered, Su Na turned around, blocking Lu Qinyan with her watery big eyes and knowingly asked, are you going to stay tonight? With his back against the door, Lu Qinyan raised his hand to brush Su Na's ear hair, looking at her with a smile. Su Na's brows and eyes curved beautifully as she tiptoed up, only to be stopped by a finger. Pouting, she took hold of his hand and placed it gently on her soft lips, coquettishly saying, really, after so long, can't you give me a kiss? Lu Qinyan lightly touched her face, leaving just a brief kiss as if skimming water, you know how it is. She knew, Lu Qinyan disliked kissing, even disliked others leaving marks on him. After such a long time together, she had never once touched Lu Qinyan's lips. She'd attempted to steal a kiss on the road, but someone had interrupted them. Still, Su Na didn't care. She pushed Lu Qinyan lightly, slowly retreating, kicking off her high heels, sitting at the foot of the bed, arching her feet with toes touching the ground, both hands supporting herself at her sides while leaning back, showing off her beautiful leg lines. Her coy smile radiated flirtation. She seemed too tempting to keep one calm. Lu Qinyan narrowed his eyes and moved closer, lifting his hand to hook under her chin and looking down at her. Su Na blinked at him, her hands climbing onto his shoulders, and using her legs to encircle his waist, pulling him onto the bed. Vibration sensation came from the outside of his thigh. Hold on, Lu Qinyan propped himself up with one hand, pulling out his phone, there's a call. Why? Su Na's voice carried a tinge of complaint, but her speed at unbuttoning his clothes did not stop. Whose call is it? Do you have to take it now? It's from a stranger, won't take long. Lu Qinyan calmed her down, sitting up and sliding his finger over the answer button, hello. With no choice, Su Na also sat up, circling her arms around Lu Qinyan's waist from behind and pressing her hot lips to the side of the man's neck, trying to distract him. Yes, it's me, Lu Qinyan spoke while pinching the hand on his waist, signaling awareness of timing in place. Su Na laughed, flipping his hand and placing it on her thigh, whispering softly, not gonna dare punish me, huh? As she spoke, she began unbuttoning his shirt collar, ready to assault his sensitive neck. Suddenly, she paused, disbelief flashing in her eyes. Wide-eyed, the next moment, she hurriedly opened Lu Qinyan's shirt. In an instant, joy upon meeting dissipated from her heart, describing her shock as being struck by lightning would not be excessive. She stared intently at the traces behind Lu Qinyan's ear and those covered by his clothing. Although they had faded significantly, she recognized them instantly. They were unmistakably marks left from intense sucking. What? The other end of the phone said something, causing Lu Qinyan's voice to suddenly rise. Car accident. Are you sure? Lu Qinyan didn't notice Su Na's odd behavior. He pushed her away and got out of bed, holding the phone between his shoulder while fastening the buttons on his shirt and asking, "Are you sure the person you brought in is Lu Xinyan? Is he badly injured? Which hospital are you at? I'll come over right now." Upon hearing that he was about to leave, Su Na suddenly snapped back to reality, not having time to ponder the origins of the hickey, and hurriedly asked, "Are you leaving? Thank you for calling me." "All right." After finishing the call, Lu Qinyan's voice carried a note of anxiety as he grabbed his coat and put it on. "I have to go to the hospital now. Seriously, he gets into trouble just because we're apart for an hour." "Hospital?" Su Na processed this for a second, put on her high heels, turned around, picked up her bag, and said, "Qinyan, I'll go with you." Chapter 21. The door of the ward was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Xinyan looked up. Seeing the visitor, his eyes lit up, and he was about to speak. Slap. A loud slap interrupted Lu Xinyan. "Ah. Qinyan." Su Na, who had followed in, was startled. "Sir, this is a hospital," the nurse exclaimed with wide eyes, unable to react in time to what just happened. "Are you tired of living?" Lu Qinyan glared at the young man on the bed, out of breath from running. "How dare you drive? Do you have any common sense? Do you even want to live?" Lu Xinyan paid no attention to the slap he received. He reached out to touch Lu Qinyan's fingers, his lips trembling. "Brother. Don't call me." Lu Qinyan shook off his hand, spewing harsh words. "Did your schooling make you stupid? Is your head full of shit? You even dared to ask the doctor to call me. I thought when I rushed here it was to find your corpse. Are you his family member?" Even if he was handsome, the nurse couldn't stand it anymore and repeated, "This is a hospital, please keep your voice down. You will disturb others." Lu Qinyan cut off the nurse. "Shut up. Nurse. This person might look good, but why does he have such a bad temper? Brother." Lu Xinyan once again hooked his fingers around Lu Qinyan's, looking at him with reddened eyes, as if he were ready to cry after receiving every insult, appearing like a pitiful child. Lu Qinyan stared at Lu Xinyan and asked, "Do you feel better only when your legs are also plastered?" Lu Xinyan tightened his lips, muttering softly, "I didn't do it on purpose, I didn't expect." "Would you have expected this?" Lu Qinyan angrily remarked, "You seem so proud. Is it because the hospital has fast Wi-Fi or better air conditioning?" "I didn't." Lu Xinyan responded dejectedly, his voice trembling with sobs. "Do you dare cry today?" Lu Qinyan threatened, "Can't I even say a few words to you? You're truly becoming a fucking princess, neither beatings nor scoldings can be endured." Ever since childhood, Lu Qinyan disliked this trait of Lu Xinyan most. Just saying a few harsh words made his eyes red, making it seem like he'd suffered the greatest injustice in the world. All these years, it hasn't changed one bit. With tearful eyes, Lu Xinyan replied, "It can be said." Lu Qinyan glared at him. "So, are you preparing to cry for whom to see?" Lu Xinyan stubbornly claimed, "I won't cry." Though his mouth spoke against crying, his voice was hoarse. "Not crying my ass, almost teary-eyed already." Lu Qinyan looked at this scene, completely speechless. He hadn't let the guy out for more than an hour, and a car accident occurred. What a real talent. Lu Qinyan didn't know how he ended up dealing with such a nuisance. What did the doctor say? Lu Xinyan obediently replied, "The doctor said there's nothing serious. When the accident happened, I used my arm to block it, breaking the cast. The car isn't seriously damaged either." Lu Qinyan was enraged by this statement. Who the hell asked if the car was okay? "What about you, are your hands useless now? Did your brain get affected? And your leg, does it need amputation? If amputation is needed, I'll find a hospital for you in advance and change your brain along the way." Lu Xinyan frowned, whispering, "No need, but don't curse me." "Curse you?" Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes, viciously poking the young man's head. "Do I even need to curse you? I think your brain would be better off unused. What's its use anyway?" It seems that making trouble for me makes you happy, right?" Lu Xinyan sat on the hospital bed, his head jiggling with each poke, not knowing what came over him. A slight smile appeared on his lips. "You're still smiling. Does your arm not hurt?" Lu Qinyan abruptly stopped talking, his hand frozen mid-air. Even Su Na standing nearby, who had remained silent all along, was stunned. "Brother, after more than half a month, finally, both hands embraced the long-thought-of person. Thank you for coming to see me." "You damn fool, release me." This sudden embrace left Lu Xinyan stunned, speaking while trying to pry off his hands. The moment he touched them, Lu Xinyan quickly cried out in pain, "Ah, my hand." Lu Xinyan paused. Damn, how could he forget this part? "Are you okay?" Lu Xinyan shook his head, "Nothing serious. The doctor said the plaster has just been removed, it needs proper rest and shouldn't be injured again." "Then why are you moving around?" Though harsh words escaped from Lu Qinyan's mouth, he loosened his grip, let go fast. Lu Xinyan deeply inhaled the scent from the man before reluctantly letting go. In his anger earlier, Lu Qinyan didn't notice the plaster had already been taken off. He asked, "Didn't they say it takes a month?" Lu Xinyan explained, "They did say a month, but the doctor said the recovery was good, so later I wouldn't need the plaster anymore." But I still feel a bit uncomfortable. Lu Chenyen's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he gruffly said, if you're uncomfortable, tell the doctor. Don't cause more problems later. Lu Chenyen obediently nodded, I will tell him. Lu Chenyen looked at Lu Shenyen's foolish expression, wanting to say something but then shook his head, forget it, damn it, he's stupid like this already. Speaking more would scare Lu Chenyen even more. Chenyen, Su Na stood awkwardly for a while, finally finding a chance to interject, since there's no issue, then that's great, right? Only then did they notice Su Na was still around. From their conversation, Su Na understood the relationship between this young man and Lu Chenyen, so she warmly smiled at Lu Chenyen, hello, my name is Su Na. Lu Chenyen raised his eyes and gave her an unenthusiastic glance. This gaze was distant and indifferent. Su Na almost thought the person who had been cuddling to Lu Chenyen earlier and this current individual were not the same person. Chenyen, please help me watch him for a moment, Lu Chenyen said, I'll go handle the discharge procedures. He initially thought the person would have to stay in the emergency room for several days, but now it seemed, except for breaking the plaster, there were no serious injuries on his body. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. As soon as Lu Chenyen left, Lu Chenyen's smile gradually faded from his eyes as he leaned back on the hospital bed. Are you called Chenyen? Su Na took the initiative to start a conversation, feeling it necessary to befriend someone connected to Chenyen. Are you brothers? Lu Chenyen's eyebrows moved slightly, you call him Chenyen. Su Na didn't notice the coldness in Lu Chenyen's gaze and continued, in fact, your brother and I met overseas. He probably didn't have time to mention our connection. Lu Chenyen inspected Su Na for a few seconds, quickly understanding her intentions. A mocking smile tugged at the corner of his lips, he hasn't mentioned it. Su Na laughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat uneasy under those dark eyes. It was strange, for some reason she couldn't explain. She was clearly meeting Lu Chenyen for the first time. But somehow, it felt like he knew her completely, as if he could see right through her thoughts. After much contemplation, Su Na was certain she hadn't met this person before. Just as Su Na was filled with doubts, the door opened. The nurse who went out earlier came back holding something to reapply medicine on Lu Chenyen's wrist. Su Na stood up nearby. You need to take good care of your wrist for a while, don't strain it, the nurse advised as she unraveled the bandage. In her eyes, the young man on the bed had a much better temperament than the man who entered earlier. Naturally, her tone softened. Lu Chenyen made a sound of acknowledgement but slightly lowered his hand when he noticed Su Na's gaze. However, Su Na still saw a noticeable bruise mark on his wrist, furrowing her brow. She couldn't help asking, little sister, how exactly did he get this injury? It seems quite severe. The nurse responded, actually, it's not that serious, probably got pinched by a door, but... At that time, it happened unintentionally. Lu Chenyen interrupted both of them, his face devoid of emotion as he said, hurry up, I want to use the restroom. The nurse smiled, you should have said earlier. You could have gone first and come back to change the dressing afterward. Lu Chenyen remained calm, without a single flaw in his demeanor, it's fine, just hurry. Su Na stared at the bruise on the youth's wrist, thinking, she had no idea to what extent, unintentional, could lead to such an injury. Chapter 22. The elevator doors opened with a ding. Lu Chenyen was walking out with a shopping bag in his hand, and Lu Chenyen closely followed behind. Lu Chenyen took out the keys, opened the door, and went inside. He pushed the other person to the sofa, go sit there. Lu Chenyen obediently sat down on the sofa. Lu Chenyen walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and took out an ice pack. It was something he prepared to occasionally use for reducing eye puffiness, but rarely used it in daily life. Hiss, that hurts. The moment Lu Chenyen placed the ice pack onto Lu Chenyen's face, Lu Chenyen drew a breath. If it hurts, then do it yourself, Lu Chenyen said as his patience from earlier at the hospital had all worn out, making his tone naturally harsh, if you can't even handle this, how did you grow up so big? He truly doubted whether Lu Chenyen should have been born as the opposite gender, maybe she was supposed to be a little girl, not someone with male parts. Sure enough, the next second, the person added, my hands hurt too. Lu Chenyen rolled his eyes and didn't want to respond. After breaking someone's arm last time, he was already regretting slapping this person today. Don't cry about pain, a few seconds later, Lu Chenyen remarked, didn't you hear what the doctor said? Rest properly and you'll be fine. There's nothing wrong with your face, it'll just get better when the swelling goes down. Lu Chenyen obediently replied with a single, oh. At this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. Lu Chenyen furrowed his eyebrows lightly. Throughout the day, whenever he picked up the phone, there wasn't any good news. So, he had no intention of answering this call. But the caller didn't give up, they hung up and called back immediately. Lu Chenyen called out to him, brother. Annoying, Lu Chenyen muttered one word and then shoved the ice pack into Lu Chenyen's hands. He picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Su Na who was calling. Since parting ways at the hospital, Su Na had sent him several messages which he hadn't responded to. This is because he and Su Na rarely contacted each other for personal matters. Chenyen. After being left behind at the hospital, Su Na felt quite aggrieved. Today was supposed to be exclusively hers, yet it had been snatched away. She cooed on the other end, didn't you say you were going to spend time with me today? Come over once you're done, I'll wait for you. I won't come today. Lu Qinyan didn't feel like dealing with anything right now. He had no idea what else might happen if he left the house again. Let's reschedule. Qinyan, I came back especially for you, Su Na said in a babyish tone. Lu Qinyan cut her off, there's no fork between us. I know, but I miss you. When tough words failed, Su Na turned soft. Alright, let's leave it here. I'm tired. He hung up after just a few words, threw the phone aside, and picked up the ice pack again to continue icing the face. Brother, Lu Qinyan had heard every word clearly and asked, are you not going? Lu Qinyan answered indifferently, there's nothing worth going for. Lu Qinyan rarely invested his thoughts in relationships. He was the type of person who wouldn't care about either sweetness or toughness. He agreed to have Su Na around because she understood things well, wouldn't bother him unnecessarily, and handled matters gracefully. Speaking of which, they merely helped each other in certain aspects, and there was no deep emotion involved. As for the phrase, returning home for him, that was even more. Lu Qinyan shook his head, feeling absolutely no resonance within his heart. Is she the one called Su Na? Lu Qinyan asked. Lu Qinyan looked at him briefly, giving a nonchalant nod in response. Lu Qinyan gazed at Lu Qinyan with an unreadable expression in his eyes, even abroad, she has always been by your side, hasn't she? All past events. Lu Qinyan put his hand down. Back when he first arrived overseas, he didn't know anyone, couldn't speak the language well, and had a falling out with Lu Zhenghan. Reflecting on those days, apart from having money, he really had nothing. Until he met Su Na, who became someone he could converse with, making him feel less alone while abroad. Sighing, Lu Qinyan squeezed the ice pack and decided not to reminisce about the past. Forget it, better not bring it up anymore. Lu Qinyan looked at him and murmured softly, actually, having her by your side back then was really a good thing. What Lu Qinyan hated most was seeing Lu Qinyan like this. He slapped him, why are you mumbling under your breath again? If you have something to say, spit it out. No, Lu Qinyan hid the disappointment in his eyes, looking straight into Lu Qinyan's eyes and smiled, I am really so happy that brother has returned. What's there to be so happy about? How childish. Lu Qinyan felt uneasy under the gaze, looked away, you'd better get well soon. Once you do, move out. I don't have time to take care of you every day. Lu Qinyan smiled faintly, then let me take care of you instead. Lu Qinyan snorted and poked his arm teasingly, with this? Lu Qinyan grew serious, when my arm gets better, it'll be fine. You can't even cook, eating takeout every day isn't clean at all. I can cook. Lu Qinyan was a bit vain, I just don't want to bother. He stood up, put the ice pack back in the fridge, don't think you're special just because you can cook, like anyone would want to eat your food. Humph, trying to act as clingy as when they were kids. Fat chance. After running around all day, Lu Qinyan was a little tired and decided to take a nap. Just as he lay down on the bed, his hand automatically reached for something but remembered that he had left his phone on the couch after taking the call earlier. Too lazy to get up, he turned over, buried his head in the pillow, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. He had a short dream. In the dream, besides himself, there was a young boy. The young boy stammered, holding a lollipop while chasing after him, calling unclearly, brother, bro, wait for me. So annoying, following me all day. Are you like a shadow? The younger version of him was harsh, turned around, pushed the boy down, go away from my house. The boy sat on the ground, looking at him blankly as if not understanding his words. Slowly, he raised the lollipop in his hand, here, for my brother. The boy got up from the ground, hooked onto his hand, and forced the lollipop into his palm, this is for my brother. From now on, everything good will be for my brother. His hands suddenly clenched tightly but grasped nothing. Lu Qinyan slowly opened his eyes, only to realize it was a dream. Outside, the sky was almost dark, and he didn't know when the curtains of his bedroom were drawn, dimming the light. He sat up, stretched his arm to grope for the clock by his bedside, picked it up and glanced at the time. 1849. It was nearly evening. Images of what happened in his dream surfaced again in his mind. Damn, how could he dream of that kid Lu Qinyan? Hardly tolerable already in real life, and now he had to come in dreams too. That kid really was an irritation. He got out of bed and went to the restroom, and upon coming out noticed that no one seemed to be home. Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan looked around and found that the door of the guest room was slightly open. He went to check but saw no one inside either. Where had he gone off to? How dare he wander around with incomplete limbs? Lu Qinyan turned around, preparing to leave when his eyes caught something neatly placed on the desk. He'd seen it before, it was the stone necklace he took from under Lu Xinyan's blanket in the dormitory last time. Lu Qinyan walked over curiously, picked it up and studied it. Such a fancy thing he liked, always keeping it visible, it wasn't anything special. Could it be that someone liked him at school and gave this to him? Damn, is this guy seeing someone outside? At 7 o'clock in the coffee shop, it was very quiet. Do you have any reason for inviting me out? Su Na elegantly picked up her cup, sipped some coffee, and looked at the young man she met an hour ago. Lu Xinyan chuckled gently, saying calmly, Su Na, 24 years old. Father, Su Hong, founder of Shifeng Group. Mother Yang Lin, currently a professor in the art department of XX University. You immigrated to Canada with your family when you were 5 years old, won the Asian Grand Prize at the FAC International Art Exhibition at 19, and... He spoke unhurriedly, yet knew everything about Su Na's family affairs, even mentioning minor details. Su Na. How do you know about our family affairs? It doesn't matter how I know these things. Lu Xinyan looked at her, voice calm and gentle. I invited you here today just to tell you one sentence. Don't climb mountains that aren't yours, and don't wish for people who aren't meant for you. Chapter 23. Knowing these things is not important, Lu Xinyan looked at her with a calm and gentle voice. I just wanted to tell you that if it's not your mountain, don't try to climb it. If it's not the person you should desire, don't think about it. Su Na looked at him suspiciously and subconsciously understood the meaning of this sentence. But at this moment she wanted to pretend she didn't understand. What do you mean? I know you understood what I meant. Lu Xinyan's expression was indifferent, his lips held a detached smile. Lu Xinyan was never someone you could touch right from the start. Lu Xinyan was well endowed, clear eyebrows and beautiful eyes, red lips and white teeth. He looked like a younger brother next door, but when he spoke it was soft yet powerful, imbuing people with a sense of undeniable strength. The matter between me and your brother doesn't concern you, does it? Su Na said. She had never met a situation where a younger brother intervened in his older brother's romantic feelings before. Of course, it was also possible that Lu Xinyan was a brother control freak, who didn't want Lu Xinyan to be taken away by her, but the words just now were a bit strange. Before Su Na had figured it out, she heard Lu Xinyan say, because he already has a partner. Question mark. Su Na's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. What? Suddenly, she remembered the kiss marks she saw during the day. Su Na's fingers suddenly clenched. Initially, all she did was scratch a mark on Lu Xinyan's shoulder, which caused him to ignore her for 4 consecutive months. Not to mention, those dense kiss marks. Do you mean he already has a girlfriend? Su Na asked with an unpleasant look, confirming this. This boyfriend and girlfriend business were pretty much the same. Su Na's face stiffened for a moment, seemingly thinking about something, then quickly recovered. She gave a seemingly carefree laugh. Is that so? He hasn't mentioned this to me. Xinyan, you might not know, although the relationship between me and Xinyan isn't romantic, we've made it very clear, as long as one of us has a liking for someone else, we will bring it up actively. I'm not someone who clings unreasonably, so I'll wait for him to tell me personally. There's no need for you to worry about this. Lu Xinyan stared at her, saying nothing. But, Su Na questioned, how do you know our family matters, and why are you so well informed? And today you invited me out, wasn't it just to make sure I stay away from your brother? She remembered something. Moreover, as far as I know, Xinyan seems to have no siblings. Lu Xinyan suddenly gave a faint smile, not reaching his eyes. His tone remained composed. I am indeed not his younger brother, and he is not my older brother. So it's not brother obsession. Su Na furrowed her brows, a little confused. After pondering for a few seconds, a flash of insight shot through her mind. Staring at Lu Xinyan, after a while, she tentatively asked, you like him? Lu Xinyan calmly replied, I think this isn't any of your business, is it? Su Na immediately had her answer. He definitely doesn't know, right? Su Na said, actually, there were quite a few of the opposite sex who liked Xinyan abroad. That fact I am very familiar with. But Xinyan is not homosexual. About this point, I am more certain than anyone, and I assume you should be more certain than anyone too. Her tone resembled that of a victor. From his words earlier, Su Na was quite certain that Lu Xinyan had investigated her, only, she and Lu Xinyan had been together for almost 4 years. Could this person have investigated her even back when she and Lu Xinyan were together? Lu Xinyan seemed not much older, probably still in school. How did he obtain the connections and substantial amounts of money needed to investigate her? Thinking about it made Su Na a little frightened, her back felt chilly, and this seemingly innocent young man before her now appeared inscrutable. Su Na, Lu Xinyan sighed, his tone slightly helpless, I hope you understand that inviting you here today wasn't for negotiation. Su Na arched an eyebrow, oh, I think I've expressed myself clearly too. Since you know so much about me, shouldn't you also know my character? That's right, can I ask one thing? Su Na's tone challenged. In Canada, it's an undeniable fact that many members of the opposite sex like Xinyan. Do you intend to summon each of them for a talk like you did today? Lu Xinyan gazed straight at her. I don't have that much time, nor would I bother with such trivial matters. Su Na shrugged. Then again, who Xinyan chooses to be with is his own freedom. I am his choice. Unless he tells me himself today that he likes someone else, I won't let go. Lu Xinyan's voice remained calm. You were merely an accident at the time. Su Na, what? Lu Xinyan expressionlessly picked up the coffee in front of him, taking a sip. He thought back to 3 years ago, when he had just finished dealing with the company's affairs and was ready to return to the dormitory for a good night's rest. Because he was too exhausted, he hadn't checked the email his senior sent him from abroad, deciding to wait until the next morning to open it. But fate was strange. If he had opened that email that night, Lu Xinyan and Su Na might never have been together. Lu Xinyan could have anything he wanted, but absolutely not women for entertainment. Unless this person was someone special. Back then, if Chi hadn't stopped them, who knows what irreversible actions he might have done. Later on, he discovered that although Su Na had a physical relationship with Lu Chinian, there were no emotions involved. Instead, Su Na's presence gave Lu Chinian someone to talk to and made him less lonely while studying overseas. And so, he gradually allowed it. He sighed slightly, also blaming himself for lacking the strength back then. Lu Xinyan didn't plan to waste more words with Su Na, raising his head and looking at the clock hanging on the wall. It was already past 7. He should be awake by now. He stood up and said before leaving, "By the way, I've booked your flight ticket for tomorrow noon. You should sleep well tonight. Consider it my welcoming gift to you, no need to thank me." With that, he walked away without looking back. What? Su Na was left dumbfounded. Did she hear wrong just now? Giving her a plane ticket as a welcome gift? Lu Chinian came out of Lu Xinyan's room, full of question marks in his mind as he sat down on the sofa. The stone must have been a gift from his girlfriend, right? Damn, how could this guy have a girlfriend and not tell him? And worse, he tried to keep it a secret. Lu Chinian felt uneasy. Ever since he was young, he always knew everything about Lu Xinyan, yet now he had an indescribable feeling deep down. There was a sound coming from the doorway. Lu Xinyan entered carrying a bag. He noticed Lu Chinian sitting on the sofa lost in thought and walked over to him. "Brother." Lu Chinian snapped out of it, staring at him. That's right, the kid wasn't a little boy anymore. As he grew up, everyone would have their own secrets. And he had reached the age where he started dating. "Brother, what are you thinking?" Lu Xinyan waved a hand in front of his face. "Huh?" Lu Chinian blinked. Lu Xinyan put the bag on the table. "What's with the daydreaming?" "I went out and bought some food earlier." Lu Chinian watched Lu Xinyan take out a box of snacks he liked from his pocket. TSK, now he finally understood why things felt off. The person who used to obey his orders was now taken. That night, as Lu Chinian lay in bed, he still couldn't fully comprehend how this weak-looking Lu Xinyan managed to find a girlfriend. Bloody hell, he'd been alive for 26 years and hadn't even successfully dated once. Chapter 24. Are you sure about these things? Yeah, I asked them, and at that time, there indeed was someone who warned them. The man on the other end of the phone said. Su Na took a breath and said, "All right, I know now." The man said, Mr. Su told you to go home after you've had enough fun. Tell Dad that I will come back after I finish my business." Su Na finished, and then hung up the phone. As expected, her guess was correct. Lu Chinian has been overseas for so many years without having a single successful romance, all because of Lu Xinyan. She still remembered 2 years ago when the second young master of the Song family, Song Yu, had his arm broken. According to what Song Yu's friends said, it was because he secretly took a photo of Lu Chinian when he went to his house, and later that night, he jerked off once. The person who beat him warned Song Yu that he had inappropriate lustful thoughts towards someone he shouldn't. At that time, she only treated it as a joke, thinking it was just due to Lu Chinian's deep charm, not taking it seriously. Now, combining it with what she had just learned, it might very well be that Lu Xinyan broke Song Yu's arm. Goodness, Su Na suddenly felt cold sweat in her palms. Back then, Lu Xinyan was barely 20 years old, right? Maybe she could dig deeper, even further back. Since Lu Chinian left for abroad, Lu Xinyan has already started monitoring every move of Lu Chinian. That's right, Su Na suddenly woke up to this fact. Last weekend, Lu Xinyan invited her out and said that sentence, "You were merely an unexpected incident at that time." She and Lu Chinian met because of a wine party, which indeed turned out to be an unexpected encounter. It was hard to believe. That seemingly obedient young man gave people a feeling of warmth and relaxation when he smiled. This stark contrast between his inner world and outward appearance made Su Na take a deep breath, making her heart unable to accept the way Lu Xinyan used such a sinister approach to win Lu Chinian. She picked up her phone and made a call. "Hey, Chinian, do you have time today? Let's meet up. I'll send you the address." "Alright, bye." Su Na specially chose a Japanese cuisine restaurant with a quiet environment. When Lu Chinian arrived, he immediately spotted Su Na. He walked over and sat down. "I thought you went back to Canada." Wearing a strapless dress and having delicate makeup on her face, Su Na said, "You didn't even have time for me after I came back, treating me as so easily dispensable." A waiter pushed a cart over to serve the dishes. After the waiter finished serving, Su Na finally said, "They're all your favorites." Lu Chinian glanced at the various dishes, neatly arranged, but since he had just eaten before leaving, he wasn't particularly hungry and had no appetite. He replied to Su Na's previous question, "Lately, I've been tied up and haven't had much time." Su Na pouted her pink lips, "I know. You've said it many times already. To tell you the truth, our several dates have always been interrupted." She indirectly reminded him, "I even suspect that someone is jealous of me being with you and does it on purpose." Su Na had returned to Shanghai almost a week ago, yet they'd managed to date only 3 times. The first time was when Lu Xinyan got into a car accident. The second time was when Lu Xinyan burned his hand. The third time, Lu Xinyan Anyway, every time something happened, when nothing happened, there were endless text messages and phone calls. Today, another unknown excuse. Lu Chinian picked up the meaning behind her words and felt a bit annoyed. There's no way around it, he's been like this since he was a kid. So dense-headed and foolish. Lu Chinian slowly chewed on a piece of sashimi he had picked up with his chopsticks. Su Na said, then he must really depend on you. Lu Chinian dryly chuckled, finding this less like dependence and more like frequent accidents. If he hadn't injured the person's arm, there wouldn't have been all the subsequent troubles. He put down his chopsticks, speaking softly, not too bad. Su Na looked at Lu Chinian a couple of times, as if she had something to say. Lu Chinian noticed and pulled out a napkin, wiping his mouth. What do you want to say? Nothing special, just. Su Na's tone was light. She grabbed the hand of Lu Chinian resting on the table, gathering courage. Chinian, I want to say, let's go back to Canada. Lu Chinian. My father plans to open a branch company, and I've already discussed it with him. We can develop our careers at his company, and he especially admires you. Uncle Lu is getting treatment overseas, this way, it would be more convenient for both of you to meet regularly. Su Na blurted it all out. She didn't want Lu Chinian to stay in the country, as her dad was in Canada. Su Na felt Lu Xinyan would behave more properly. Moreover, she liked Lu Chinian and didn't want to let him slip away. Lu Chinian frowned. Su Na, I know what you're going to say, Chinian. Su Na tightly gripped his hand, sincerely stating, we've been together for so many years, haven't you ever considered me? She was interrupted mid-sentence by the abrupt sound of a bell. Lu Chinian took out his phone and glanced at it. Su Na asked, is it Lu Xinyan? Su Na's face darkened. Did he break his hand or hurt his leg again? Every time it's like this. Today, I won't let you go. Even with her good upbringing, Su Na couldn't help but feel resentment after holding it in for so long. Lu Chinian sighed, paused for a moment, then set the phone aside, saying, Su Na, we've been very clear about our boundaries. I hope you don't overstep them. In the past few years, I have no intention of developing abroad. Please thank your father for his kindness on my behalf. After finishing, Lu Chinian withdrew his hand. Overstepping boundaries. Those two words felt like a knife stabbing into her. We've been together for so many years. Is it really overstepping to say this? Then what does it mean for Lu Xinyan to live in your house? When I was sick before, you didn't even ask me to stay at your place. Su Na was full of grievances, just thinking about how Lu Xinyan lived every day in Lu Qinyan's house made her jealous. Lu Chinian couldn't understand what Su Na was upset about, nor did he bother trying. It's different. Su Na, you're not quite right today. Let's make an appointment for another day. As he said this, Lu Chinian stood up and prepared to leave. Su Na quickly said, what's different? We've been together for such a long time. Lu Chinian stopped, somewhat helpless. He turned back and said, because I injured his arm. Also, thank you for coming back. Chinian. Su Na looked at Lu Chinian's retreating figure, feeling both angry and regretful. Why had she spoken without thinking earlier? She clearly knew Lu Qinyan's personality, and now forcing him to make a choice was simply sealing her own doom. Su Na picked up a piece of sashimi and chewed it fiercely. Wait a minute, what did Lu Qinyan just say? That Lu Xinyan's arm was injured by him. It wasn't too serious, just crushed by a door. Shit, Su Na remembered the nurse's words from the hospital and wanted to curse. No wonder Lu Xinyan didn't want her to see his wound when changing medicine. Lu Qinyan stepped out of the restaurant, glanced at his phone. Annoying pest, brother, where have you been? TSK, maybe he'd spoiled the boy too much lately. Asking about everything every day, leaving him with no personal space at all. Lu Chinian casually replied, out. Then he hailed a taxi and went straight to Qin Yu's house. You actually have time to come here? I was just about to find you to play around. Qin Yu had just returned home a few days ago. His dad insisted he work in the company, and they had a huge argument. Now, besides the bar, he didn't want to go anywhere. What's wrong? Lu Chinian noticed Qin Yu's listless appearance. You look like you're about to die. Roll away, why can't you say something positive? Qin Yu, in bad mood, recounted his family matters. Lu Chinian understood. Sitting on the sofa, he remained silent. Qin Yu noticed that something was off with Lu Chinian too. What about you? Why are you here instead of staying at home? Lu Chinian took out a cigarette and lit one. Irritating. Women were irritating, men were irritating. Is it Xinyan? Qin Yu could guess with his knee that there were only so many things that could annoy Lu Chinian. Lu Chinian looked at him once and tacitly agreed. Qin Yu laughed, didn't you know? Xinyan has always clung to you since he was little. Do you think the nickname, Little Tail, came out of nowhere? Lu Chinian sked once, realizing perhaps what Su Na said had influenced him slightly. He indeed found Lu Xinyan clingy these days. He flicked the ash off the cigarette and tentatively asked, so do you think, it's normal? Of course it's normal. What's not normal about it? It's like we meet every so often. Brothers, you know. Qin Yu didn't seem to care much. Normal. Being glued to him almost 25 hours a day is also called normal. Fine, Lu Chinian nodded. If it's normal, then it's fine. Lu Chenian didn't stay long at Qin Yu's place. His phone kept buzzing with messages non-stop. He knew exactly who was sending them without looking. Finally, tired of it, he decided to head back. TSK, how long have you been here anyway? And you're leaving already? Qin Yu was thinking about going out to play later. Lu Chenian, next time. There's some business at home, I'll go first. Qin Yu was speechless, thinking how differently they treated their single lives. How could he feel like Lu Chenian had a little wife at home? When Lu Chenian got home, there was no one inside. He entered his room. On the balcony, several pieces of freshly washed clothes were hanging. Since Lu Chenian's arms started getting better, someone had taken care of all the household chores, he hadn't even hung his clothes once. This feeling was like going back to the past. Whenever Lu Chenian was around, his soccer shoes, clothes, socks, and sometimes even his underwear were washed by Lu Chenian. It seemed that letting someone stay over wasn't entirely without benefits. Lu Chenian sighed and turned towards the bathroom, only to notice a few light-colored garments soaking in water on the wash basin. Apparently they hadn't been cleaned yet. When did Lu Chenian develop the habit of leaving things half done and just walking away? The sound of a door outside caught his attention, so he went out to check. Where have you been? Lu Chenian asked. Upon hearing this voice, Lu Chenian's initially dim eyes became vacant for a moment. Then upon seeing the man standing there, his gaze brightened slightly before he hesitantly spoke. You're back. Lu Chenian frowned at the disheveled state of Lu Chenian and continued, what happened? Did someone chase you? Lu Chenian blinked twice as he approached Lu Chenian, stopping to look up at him. His eyes abruptly reddened. Lu Chenian was startled. What's wrong with you? For a long time, Lu Chenian simply stared at him before cautiously leaning in. It seemed like it took a great deal of effort to tightly hold on to the other person, preventing him from leaving. But when his arms finally rested on Lu Chenian, the grip was as light as a feather. Upon smelling the faint scent of tobacco, the tension eased from his face down his body. It was as though he'd regained the oxygen to close his eyes and softly call out, brother. Lu Chenian stood frozen, knowing without asking that something wasn't quite right with Lu Chenian. Reluctant to push the fragile boy away, he questioned instead, who bullied you? Lu Chenian nodded. How useless you are. Lu Chenian rolled his eyes and gave a resigned pat on Lu Chenian's back. Tell me who hit you, I'll go beat them up. As Lu Chenian intended to find whoever harmed Lu Chenian and give them a piece of his mind, Lu Chenian quickly hugged him tighter, saying, no. Feeling powerless, Lu Chenian lightly patted his back while absent-mindedly pondering, what will happen if this goes on? You're too weak. In the evening, after having dinner, Lu Chenian took some rest before heading into the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out of the bathroom freshly bathed, he saw Lu Chenian standing on the balcony making a phone call. I've already given you a chance to walk away. Why do you want to make me mad? Lu Chenian said, then noticed him and offered a smile. Without giving much thought, these words made Lu Chenian assume that the other party was probably Lu Chenian's girlfriend. He ignored it and returned to the room. Once Lu Chenian went inside, Lu Chenian continued speaking into the phone, Su Na, it's your own fault for not leaving. Don't blame me. After finishing this sentence, Lu Chenian immediately hung up. Chapter 25. Lu Chenian did not return to his room but instead sat on the sofa for a long time before rising and walking directly toward the master bedroom. The room was a little dim, and Lu Chenian moved very quietly, approaching the bedside where he glanced at the man sleeping in bed. Lu Chenian was already asleep. He picked up the phone on the nightstand, it had no power left. After turning it back on and unlocking it, he saw many unread messages pop up. Pesky one, brother, come back, will you? Pesky one, where are you? I'll come get you. Pesky one, are you leaving with her, again disappearing without a word as you did back then? Pesky one, I won't let you. Pesky one, Lu Chenian, don't leave. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Pesky one, Lu Chenian, Lu Chenian, Lu Chenian. The screen light illuminated his face, casting a shadow under his long lashes, making it impossible to discern his emotions. His fingertip paused on the screen for a moment, then began deleting one by one. Having deleted all the messages, Lu Chenian sat on the edge of the bed and stared at Lu Chenian for a long time. Then he lowered his head, just about to kiss the man, when the indicator light on the phone flashed a few times. Lu Chenian. He picked up the phone and opened it. Suna, Chenian, why did your phone shut down? There's something I need to talk to you about. Suna, it concerns both Lu Chenian and you. Suna, I can't say it in a few words. Are you free the evening after tomorrow? Suna, I'll wait for you at Gunning Water Tower, until you show up. Suna, reply if you see this. Regardless of whether we have a future or not, this matter is very important for you to know. Lu Chenian read slowly, letting out a soft laugh. Truly, people wouldn't give up unless they hit rock bottom. He opened a small app, leaned closer, lightly pressing his lips to the man's, and clicked once. Even though the light was dim, the photo clearly showed two people kissing. His fingers tapped the send button. Lu Chenian, photo. Lu Chenian, this is something very necessary for you to know. Suna, question mark. The other side probably realized quickly, and several consecutive messages popped up. Suna, Lu Xinyan, is this you? Suna, crazy person, aren't you afraid I'll send this picture to Chinian? One could almost feel Suna's exasperation through the screen. Lu Xinyan hesitated for a moment about replying, but suddenly, a call came from the other side. He disconnected it without hesitation. Replying, he's sleeping. Suna, let me tell you, Lu Xinyan, he doesn't like this kind of affection. If he finds out, he will never forgive you. Lu Chinian, that's none of your concern. Whether he likes it or not is decided by me. Lu Chinian, by the way, he won't meet you. Suna, dare you say this in front of Lu Chinian? Suna, do you think you can stop me? Looking at the chat records, Lu Xinyan fell silent for a while, then thought of something, replying, all right, he'll meet you one last time. I'll tell him about this matter. After replying, he sent the photo he had just taken to his own phone, then carefully deleted some of the conversation between him and Suna, leaving only what was useful behind. After finishing everything, Lu Xinyan stood up and returned to his own bedroom. He turned on his computer and immediately started a video call. After a while, the call finally connected. Little junior disciple, what's wrong? A low, slightly magnetic voice sounded. It was daytime on that side, the sunlight was blinding. The camera panned, and the handsome features of the man were magnified on the screen. Song Shiji was lying on a rattan chair, laughing, what's going on today, reaching out to me suddenly. Song Shiji was someone Lu Xinyan met during his time in the free boxing club. Though they were close in age, their personalities were worlds apart. Lu Xinyan smiled gently and said, senior brother, long time no see. Just as he finished speaking, a strange fuzzy object appeared in the picture, and suddenly the camera zoomed out, revealing a Samoyed dog on the screen. Stupid dog, Song Shiji stuck his foot out and kneaded the dog's neck while switching hands holding the phone, asking directly, what do you need? These years, they always contacted each other only for reasons, skipping unnecessary formalities as they both understood how the other worked. Lu Xinyan didn't beat around the bush, do you know Mr. Su from Shufeng Group? Song Shiji, father of Suna, right? I just met him a couple days ago. Why do you ask? I want you to help me with a favor. Song Shiji raised an eyebrow, hey, your brother has returned to the country, and you're still asking me for help. Song Shiji was in Canada and had helped Lu Xinyan with many things, all of which were related to Lu Chinian. Of course, there were conditions for everything. Su Na has returned to Xincheng, Lu Xinyan said. Ah, Song Shiji immediately understood, then just sent her back. I gave her a chance to leave, Lu Xinyan's laughter disappeared from his eyes, his expression turning colder, but she lacked self-awareness. Good thing you're asking me now, Song Shiji said, I'll be flying to Sanya at the end of the month and won't be in Canada anymore. A new project fell into my hands through my older brother. Lu Xinyan's voice remained calm, congratulations. Alright, Song Shiji said in a good mood, what do you need? Lu Xinyan thought for a moment. Su Na was an intelligent woman who wouldn't give up easily, trying to deal with her directly wouldn't work. He asked instead. Do you know if Shufeng Group has any new moves recently? That's funny, Song Shiji recalled, last time Mr. Su came to see my brother, it was about opening a subsidiary in the UK. This opportunity was handed to him on a silver platter. In just a few seconds, Lu Xinyan already had a plan forming in his mind. His eyebrows arched upward as he said, senior brother, I'm counting on you this time. Song Shiji, hold on, what exactly are you planning? Lu Xinyan didn't want to explain too much and simply said, when this is done, whatever Shufeng loses will go straight to your account. Qi Rang will teach you how shortly. After disconnecting the video call, Lu Xinyan tapped his fingertips lightly on the desk, deciding that this matter needed to be foolproof. So, he called Qi Rang again. What's up? I'm gaming, Qi Rang's tone wasn't friendly. He was leading a noob in his game, one who couldn't distinguish north from south. Qi Rang was utterly exasperated. Lu Xinyan spoke briefly but gravely, where are you now? Let's have an online video call. I need to tell you something. Huh? Qi Rang paused instinctively. In that second, his character in the game got severely injured by the enemy, followed by another shot that killed him. Then, he saw his pig teammate stand up, freeze for 2 seconds, before awkwardly starting to dance in place. Qi Rang. What was the rookie doing instead of saving him? Celebrating his death. The next moment, the rookie also got headshot by the enemy. Their opponent quickly typed, Master, I'm sorry. I wanted to save you, but I accidentally started dancing instead. Qi Rang burst out laughing despite himself, no longer wanting to play the game. Into the phone, he said, I'm at home. If he was at home, things were simpler, alright then, don't sleep tonight. Chapter 26. Lu Xinyan didn't wake up until 8 o'clock the next day. After he finished washing up, he gradually realized something was off in the house. At this time every day, Lu Xinyan would already have breakfast ready, and he could just sit at the table to eat. But today, the house was eerily quiet. It's already 9, and he's still asleep. As Lu Xinyan was feeling surprised, Lu Xinyan came out of the room with messy hair. Brother, you're awake. Lu Xinyan asked, what time did you go to bed last night? He looked completely sleep-deprived. I stayed up late reading materials, he said, walking straight toward the bathroom. I'll wash my face and then make breakfast. Lu Xinyan muttered, bookworm, and went into the bedroom to change clothes. During the meal, Lu Xinyan mentioned Su Na. I saw your phone was out of power, so I charged it for you. Su Na has been sending you messages. I thought there might be an emergency, so I took a look. She sent me a message. Lu Xinyan hadn't checked his phone since waking up and didn't even know when it ran out of battery. What did she say? Lu Xinyan tore off a piece of bread. She said she would wait for you near the gunning water tower tomorrow evening. She probably has something to tell you. Lu Xinyan grunted and continued eating. Lu Xinyan looked at him a few times and asked, will you go, brother? We'll see, I'll go if I have time. Lu Xinyan disliked emotional entanglements. After what Su Na had said yesterday, he more or less understood what she meant. But why would Su Na like him? Wasn't everything clear from the beginning? Brother, you should go anyway, Lu Xinyan said absent-mindedly. It'd be better to clear things up face to face. Maybe she's preparing to say goodbye to you. Lu Xinyan felt that Lu Xinyan was acting a bit unusual today. Why are you taking Su Na's side today? Lu Xinyan replied calmly, I'm not taking her side. She said she'll keep waiting until you show up. Then I guess I'll take a look, Lu Xinyan asked. By the way, what time? Tomorrow evening. The gunning water tower is near the sea and counts as one of the highest and oldest landmarks in Xinjiang, located dozens of kilometers away from the city center. Lu Xinyan didn't know why Su Na chose such a distant place, and by the second day, he didn't feel like going out anymore. Maybe I'll go with you, Lu Xinyan suggested. Why would you come? Lu Xinyan threw the clothes he wasn't satisfied with to the side and changed again. Walking into the room, Lu Xinyan blurted out, I'll drive you. Lu Xinyan paused in his actions. Car? Where did you get a car? After the Lu family went bankrupt, all their cars had been mortgaged, and now he only took taxis. Ah. It was an adult gift from uncle. Lu Xinyan hesitated for a moment but quickly regained his composure. I haven't driven it yet, it's parked at Qirang's house. Lu Xinyan added, I don't use it often, so maybe brother can drive it once he starts working. Lu Xinyan snorted, uncle seems to treat you pretty well. Lu Xinyan didn't respond, continuing to sort out the pile of clothes on the bed without saying anything. Lu Xinyan didn't comment either, as if this were something perfectly normal. He usually hated tidying clothes most. He could only ensure his clothes weren't dirty but couldn't prevent them from being messy. So having someone help for free suited Lu Xinyan just fine. After changing, Lu Xinyan tacitly approved of Lu Xinyan coming along. The two went directly to the garage. Lu Xinyan had already driven the car to the garage yesterday but hadn't told Lu Xinyan. When the garage door opened, a red Lamborghini sat inside. Seeing the car, Lu Xinyan was stunned for a moment. You mean our dad gave you a car in this color? The color was excessively flashy, far from meeting Lu Zhenghuan's aesthetic standards, and also didn't fit Lu Xinyan, whose wardrobe consisted mainly of black and gray. It somewhat resembled. At the time, I just picked randomly. Lu Xinyan pulled out the car keys and handed them to Lu Xinyan. Brother, I think this color suits you. You drive it in the future anyway. It's just sitting there unused. Lu Xinyan didn't accept the keys but instead reached out to touch the car body. Isn't this your coming-of-age gift? Lu Xinyan, I don't like driving this kind. Lu Xinyan nodded, making an oh sound. The red Lamborghini sped down the highway towards the gunning water tower. Now that autumn was setting in, the sunlight dyed the ginkgo leaves by the roadside with abundant golden hues. Lu Xinyan had a faint smile on the corner of his lips, one hand casually resting on the car door, steering with the other as the wind disheveled his hair. On the passenger seat, Lu Xinyan had his hands resting on his legs, seated in a pose like a good child, occasionally glancing at the man beside him, wearing an expression of long-awaited satisfaction. If only time could stop at this moment, Lu Xinyan thought, gazing at the figure in front of him. By the time they reached the gunning water tower, the sun was almost setting. The sunset floated on the sea surface, like a luminous band lying across the water, splendid and colorful. Lu Xinyan got out of the car. In the distance, there were a few couples walking barefoot along the beach. Su Na had arrived long ago and had been sitting under the water tower. When she saw Lu Xinyan, her eyes lit up immediately. She stood up and waved, Xinyan. She was wearing a white long skirt, walking barefoot on the sand, carrying her high heels in her hand, with strands of hair fluttering in the air. I thought you wouldn't come, Su Na said as she came closer, looking deeply into Lu Xinyan's eyes. Didn't you say you'd wait for me here? Lu Xinyan replied nonchalantly. Su Na smiled and instinctively tucked her hair behind her ear, glancing briefly at the car beside them, then her smile froze abruptly. Why is he here too? Lu Xinyan was seated inside the car, looking at Su Na, giving her a faint nod with a smile. Su Na gritted her teeth angrily and pulled Lu Xinyan aside. I said I wanted to see only you. It's fine, he won't interfere. Lu Xinyan had no idea that Su Na had already placed Lu Xinyan on her blacklist. Su Na cursed silently in her mind but sighed instead. Alright, anyway what I have to say concerns him too, so it's better he's here. Concerns Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan turned back to glance at the young man in the car. What does he have to do with this? Just wait for a moment. I'll go get the computer from the car. Everything she investigated was compiled last night and stored on her laptop. Her parking spot wasn't far away. Lu Chenyan looked distantly at the horizon and then took out a cigarette, lighting one up. He leaned to the side, his gaze just meeting Lu Chenyan's eyes. From afar, their gazes locked. Lu Chenyan's brows curved upward, his eyes sparkling as he gave him a bright smile. Idiot, Lu Chenyan scolded inwardly before averting his gaze. Hey, Dad, Suna had just retrieved the computer, opened it to check if all the files were there when her phone rang. She answered it, I'm busy right now. Their father cut straight to the chase, are you and Lu Chenyan dating? Not yet, Suna glanced toward the vague silhouette in the distance and then broke into a confident smile, but Dad, after tonight, we'll officially be a couple. Suna sounded quite confident about it. The very next second, though, Su's father poured cold water over her enthusiasm, absolutely ridiculous. Do you even realize who you've offended? Get back home immediately, I'll book your flight for tonight. Suna was surprised, why? There's no reason why not, Su's father stated firmly, as your father, I think it's my duty to inform you that because of your behavior, Shufeng has lost nearly 1 billion yuan. Chapter 27. Suna, what's wrong with the company, Dad? Are you even asking? Do you know who Lu Chenyan is? You went after him. Su's father deeply regrets not stopping his daughter from the start. I like him, and you admire him too, don't you, said Suna, and Dad, why do you say that I caused the company to incur losses? Su's father, it can't be explained clearly over the phone. In short, our partner in the UK suddenly stopped cooperating with us. You need to come back immediately. But if they stop cooperating with us, it's not because of me, Suna wouldn't give up. Su's father remembered the anonymous call he received, where the caller said, little Mr. Lu probably didn't want to do this either, but whose fault is it that your daughter liked someone she shouldn't? Do you think this matter is so simple? Su's father angrily said, if no one had interfered, how could they suddenly stop cooperating with us? Suna's voice weakened, Su's father, come back right now and don't ask any more questions. After waiting for a while, Lu Chenyan didn't see Suna return. Brother, Lu Chenyan approached and handed him the phone, there's a message on your phone. Lu Chenyan took it with a cigarette in his mouth. Suna, Chenyan, I'm sorry, something has happened at my dad's company, he wants me back immediately. Lu Chenyan feigned ignorance, who is this? Lu Chenyan, Suna, she left due to some matter. Strange, wasn't she going to tell me something about you? Something about me? Lu Chenyan raised an eyebrow. It doesn't matter now that she's gone. Lu Chenyan wasn't curious at all. He thought it was likely just another thing related to Lu Chenyan messing with their dates. He crushed the cigarette butt and instead walked towards the water tower in the wind. Lu Chenyan followed his footsteps on the sand, overlapping with his own steps. Wherever they passed, there were footprints interlaced on the beach. Have you been here before? Asked Lu Chenyan. Gunning Water Tower was a place he often visited as a child. The water tower remained the same as before, evoking many childhood memories. The water tower was tall, inside there were wooden floorboards. Many couples would go up, but the upper floorboard protruded outward. Most people usually wouldn't proceed beyond this point. Weren't you saying earlier that I mentioned swimming with you? Lu Chenyan stepped on the floorboard, talking as he climbed up, it's here. Lu Chenyan hadn't forgotten this incident, but it wasn't necessary for him to remember it. Oh. Lu Chenyan said, I've been here. After a certain person left for overseas, he frequently came here. Lu Chenyan laughed slightly and saw several young people when he got upstairs. He propped both hands against the railing, enjoying the expansive scenery that improved his mood, it's been quite a long time since I've been here. He glanced at Lu Chenyan and nodded upwardly indicating, have you ever been on top? His expression was somewhat challenging as the wind flipped his clothing. Lu Chenyan met his eyes and smiled, I have been there. Wow. Lu Chenyan expressed surprise and turned to walk towards the top. Seeing no one following, he looked back and arched his eyebrows, then come on up. Lu Chenyan smiled and caught up with him. There were other people on the water tower, and upon seeing this scene, they couldn't help but whisper. Wow, are they really going up there? It's so high. They must be a couple. With several pairs of eyes watching, these two climbed to the top, and someone even took a photo of their backs using a mobile phone. At the top, Lu Chenyan's view became even wider. The strong winds in the high altitude fluttered his clothes. The distant sea merged with the sky, the horizon adorned with golden clouds. From this perspective, it seemed like the sky was within reach. The view from here is much better, Lu Chenyan exhaled deeply and turned his head to look at Lu Chenyan, you really came up here before? He thought Lu Chenyan was joking around, expecting him to get shaky legs halfway through the climb, but unexpectedly, this person ascended without changing facial expressions. Lu Chenyan gazed at the dazzling sea surface, his soft hair being lifted by the wind. He said, after you left, I used to come here waiting for you, always imagining that one day a boat would appear on the sea, and you'd be on that boat. His voice wasn't loud, the wind scattered his words here and there, only leaving, boat something, in Lu Chenyan's ears. Lu Chenyan tilted his head and looked at him, now, I have waited for you. This sentence Lu Chenyan heard, what do you mean? Nothing. Lu Xinyan said while taking off his coat and spreading it on the side, sit down. Lu Chinian sat on his clothes and felt like something was missing. Oh. Something was missing, a cigarette. Lu Chinian pulled out his cigarette box, shook one out, paused for a moment and asked, can you smoke? Lu Xinyan hesitated for a moment, then reached out to take it. Lu Chinian was slightly surprised, you can actually smoke. Lu Xinyan, isn't it normal? Lu Chinian smiled slightly as he placed the cigarette between his lips, took out a lighter, and lit it. The wind on the water tower was too strong, extinguishing the flame multiple times, almost depleting Lu Xinyan's patience. Lu Xinyan watched and suddenly leaned in, placing one hand on his shoulder and enclosing the other around his hand. This time, the flame successfully ignited. Lu Xinyan took a puff and prepared to light Lu Xinyan's cigarette, but Lu Xinyan brought the cigarette tip to Lu Xinyan's and sucked on it to ignite it. This was undoubtedly a seductive move. Lu Xinyan gave him a smug look before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Sking once, just as Lu Xinyan was about to say something, a streak of silver flashed across the sky, trailing a glowing arc that plunged into the water. Then, ships appeared on the sea surface, each with people aboard. The next second, seemingly simultaneously, hundreds and thousands of colorful arcs soared into the air and exploded spectacularly against the night sky, instantly lighting up the sea and Lu Xinyan's handsome face. People below shouted, someone is setting off fireworks at sea, how beautiful. Whose birthday is it? Or who's confessing their feelings? Why can't we see the main characters? This ocean-bound fireworks display seemed endless as Lu Chinian and Lu Xinyan sat atop the water tower, their faces illuminated by the flickering light. Behind them was dusk, and in front, a shimmering sea stretched far and wide, making the entire scene appear like a frozen painting from afar. Brother, Lu Xinyan suddenly called out to him, asking, do you like it? His eyes were bright, and the smile at the corner of his mouth radiated warmth. Lu Chinian turned his head and gazed at Lu Xinyan's elegant profile. At this moment, Lu Chinian suddenly realized that the little kid who used to follow behind him had grown up. Sensing his gaze, Lu Xinyan turned to meet Lu Xinyan's eyes and gently repeated, do you like it? Lu Xinyan blinked, realizing what had just transpired. Damn, had he been caught staring dumbly. Even if I like it, what does it have to do with us? Uncomfortably averting his eyes, Lu Xinyan crushed out his cigarette, it's probably someone confessing their feelings. As he said this, he glanced downward but didn't notice anything particularly special. At this moment, Lu Xinyan's voice came from beside him. He said, if you like it, they belong to you. Chapter 28. Hearing these words, Lu Xinyan turned back and sneered, there are many things I like, but can they all belong to me? Lu Xinyan looked at him and nodded. The wind lifted the hair on his forehead, revealing a clean and full forehead, with a pair of exceptionally bright eyes underneath. The smile on Lu Xinyan's lips widened as he pondered whether to call Lu Xinyan naive or innocent, but it meant the same thing either way. After the fireworks ended, Lu Xinyan stood up, patted his clothes, and came down from the top of the water tower. He didn't rush to leave, instead, he wandered around the beach for a while. He hadn't been this relaxed since returning to the country. Lu Xinyan followed silently behind him without a word. Hey, I remember there was a bubble tea shop over there, right? Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered, raising his finger to point in a direction. I wonder if it's still there after all these years. Lu Xinyan glanced in that direction, he remembered, the bubble tea shop had always been there, let's go check. The two headed over, and sure enough, the store was still there. This was an old store, always open, and their bubble tea tasted great too. Whenever Lu Xinyan used to come here, he would drink a cup before leaving. Since it was evening, there weren't many customers. The owner was standing by a glass wall tying bottles when she saw the two of them and smiled, please sit down for a moment, I'll be right with you. Lu Xinyan picked an empty spot, sat down, and casually asked, boss, what exactly are you doing? There wasn't much change here, but now there was a row of glass bottle decorated walls, which were not present before, so Lu Xinyan didn't know about them. Today, so many people came, I hung these bottles for them. The owner answered. Each glass bottle in her hand contained a note written by the visiting guests. Some were messages, some were blessings, others declarations of love. Each glass bottle was like a little tree hole where all those unspoken words and secrets one dared not say aloud could be penned into notes and slipped into the bottles to be stored here. Lu Xinyan took a look and noticed there were also two glass bottles on his table, roughly understanding what they were for. But, boss, don't I remember there used to be a graffiti wall here? Yes, the boss laughed, the graffiti wall was something from several years ago, and it was rare for someone to remember. She said, before, it was for graffiti, but with too many comings and goings, we changed it to this. You've been here before, young man, right? After securing the bottles, the owner turned back and saw the two, suddenly surprised, handsome guy, is that you? Lu Xinyan, ? You haven't come by for a long time, the owner said to Lu Xinyan, by the way, has the person you were waiting for returned? The owner recognized Lu Xinyan, although she didn't know his name, but the impression was very vivid. Every few days in recent years, he often came to her place and gradually got to know each other well. But she hasn't seen him for quite a few years now. She still remembered, this handsome man came here waiting for someone, but she didn't know if this person had returned. Lu Qinyan also looked at Lu Xinyan. Who were you waiting for? This is your friend, right? Both big heartthrobs. The boss genuinely complimented, then added with a smile, he used to come here frequently, saying he was waiting for someone to return. Lu Xinyan smiled, that person has already returned, it's rare that the boss still remembers. Of course I remember, the owner said, pointing to the bottles over there are quite a few of yours in there. The one you were waiting for must definitely be a beautiful lady. Why don't you bring her here? Lu Xinyan smiled faintly, glancing at Lu Qinyan, you will meet her. The owner chatted with them a bit more and then went inside. You used to come here too. Lu Qinyan thought only he came here, never expecting that Lu Xinyan was an even more regular visitor. Lu Xinyan, when missing someone especially badly, I would come here. Huh, Lu Qinyan laughed, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. After Lu Qinyan finished speaking, he became curious and asked, wasn't it the girl who gave you that stone? What? Lu Xinyan was stunned for a moment, what stone? Lu Qinyan leaned back against the chair and raised his chin, isn't it that small stone strung with a rope that I once found under your pillow? If it wasn't something precious given in love, why bother treasuring it? No. Lu Xinyan replied. Oh. Lu Qinyan wanted to ask more, but then saw the boss coming out with the bubble tea. Boss, does your place still have a graffiti wall? Lu Qinyan changed the subject. She's around, the boss said, putting down the bubble tea. It's kept inside now, the wall was too messy before. If you're looking for something written a few years ago, it'd definitely be hard to find. Not looking, Lu Qinyan picked up his bubble tea and walked in. I'll just take a look. The graffiti wall was covered with colorful writings but some were still visible. Lu Qinyan nonchalantly stared at the wall, glancing towards the uppermost corner. An ant came over, bringing along a dirty little dog. The dog called me brother, which is really annoying. The handwriting was skewed as if the writer had been standing on tiptoes to write this, yet the sentence survived because of its hidden location in the corner. Beside it, there were several lines of small words, in different pen colors but identical handwriting, it could tell that all those were written by one person. I can't stand staying at home anymore. If he really gets married to that woman, I'll kill myself. Lu XX, I hate you. Since you bully me, I'll bully your son. Humph, let's see who's stronger. Yesterday when I got home, my goldfish was dead, and the house was filled with that woman's perfume smell. Ugh, when will she leave? I will never come back, no matter how you beg me. Goodbye. There were a few more similar sentences. Upon reading here, Lu Qinyan couldn't help but laugh. What a fool whoever wrote these things must have been. Your departure didn't affect them even a bit. He sighed inwardly, sipped his bubble tea, and found a trace of bitterness. You're almost unable to read them. A voice came from behind him. Lu Xinyan had entered without him noticing, staring at the traces left by someone. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue, do you always walk soundlessly like a ghost? Lu Xinyan ignored him and asked, big brother, did you ever write anything on the wall like they did? Do you think I'm as immature as you guys? Lu Qinyan glanced at him, not feeling very friendly, I wouldn't bother with such things. Saying this, he walked out, bumping into Lu Xinyan while passing him, don't get in my way. The boss saw this scene and lowered her voice to ask, young man, are you two brothers? She had heard Lu Xinyan call the other, big brother, and remarked, your brother's temper seems quite different from yours. Lu Xinyan explained, his temper is actually great, he's just a little vain. The boss nodded and was about to say something more. An impatient voice outside cut them off, you damn fool, are you coming or not? It'll be midnight when we get back. Lu Xinyan smiled, shaking his head, then said, boss, can I borrow a marker pen? Sure, what color do you want? The boss took out a few pens from the drawer for Lu Xinyan to choose from. Lu Xinyan randomly picked one, then lifted his hand to add a line on the graffiti wall. Thanks for coming back, smiley face. After finishing, he returned the pen to the boss and left. The boss put the pen back in the drawer, looking up. Those 6 characters were tiny but still legible. Seeing this line, the boss thought to herself that perhaps the loved one really had returned. Her eyes stopped next when they landed on a sentence above it, farewell, I will never come back to this hellish place. She seemed to remember these phrases had been written by a boy. They returned home at midnight. Lu Qinyan was somewhat tired. His phone had received a message, but he didn't check it, directly brushing his teeth and going to sleep. When he woke up the next day, he finally picked up his phone to glance at it. It was Fu Xianshu's message. There's a sports event at school in a couple of days, wanna join? I'm done with everything, so I can take a break. School. Sports event. Lu Qinyan sat up, put on his shoes, and walked out of the room. Breakfast was already prepared on the table. Lu Qinyan directly went over and started eating, while replying on his phone, I fell asleep too early last night and didn't respond. What sports event is it? He sent the message, and the other side, seemingly busy, didn't reply. Lu Qinyan put his phone down and asked, is there a competition at your school? Lu Xinyan carried out the juice, humming a tune in his mouth, revealing that his mood was pretty good. He handed a glass to Lu Qinyan, there's a basketball tournament soon. Lu Qinyan nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Qinyan sat down and asked, "Are you going, big brother?" Lu Qinyan hadn't decided. Why would I go? I just asked. We'll see. After breakfast, Lu Qinyan made a call to Fu Xianshu. I might be pretty busy, working. Fu Xianshu, working. Did you find something suitable so quickly? Take another look, Lu Qinyan said. A few companies contacted me a few days ago, offering pretty good packages. I'll have time to prepare and talk to them. If Su Na hadn't come back, he would have likely confirmed the job already. Fu Xianshu caught the key point, so you haven't started working yet. It's not about watching the competition, it's just for fun. Once you start working, we'll spend even less time together. Alright then. Lu Qinyan agreed, then asked, what about Qinyu? Is he available? I called him, Fu Xianshu said. His dad is keeping a close eye on him these days, wanting him to go back to work. He's in a cold war with his father, so he might not be able to come right away. Okay. Let's relive our youth then. Lu Qinyan laughed. Hua University held basketball matches every October with other schools. The gymnasium was packed with people as the players warmed up in the court. Fu Xianshu walked from the lab to the gymnasium, where the game had already started. He found his seat and sent a message to Lu Qinyan, "Are you here yet?" "I'm at the gym." A quick voice message came back, presumably sent from inside a car, with sounds of wind. "You go ahead, I'll park the car and come over." Fu Xianshu replied with a "sure." Shit, what kind of hellhole is this? Lu Qinyan looked around after sending the voice message, confused how he ended up there. He was supposed to head directly to the gym, but the parking lot was full, so he drove around looking for a spot. Somehow, he got lost. The navigation showed that the destination was nearby, but after circling for several rounds, he still couldn't see it. Damn it, he should have taken the bus. Annoyed, Lu Qinyan parked the car on the side of the road and made a call. "Hey, where are you?" "I'm at your school now." After hearing the response from the other end, Lu Qinyan scoffed. "If I knew where I was, would I still be calling you? There's nothing but new teaching buildings around me, there's a stone statue in front of me. Alright, hurry up. I'll wait for you here." After hanging up, Lu Qinyan lit a cigarette and smoked while waiting. Just as he was about to finish the cigarette, Lu Qinyan arrived. "Bro," Lu Qinyan jogged up, asking, "Why did you come to the school?" To take a look, Lu Qinyan threw the car keys to him, opening the door and sitting in the passenger seat. Find a place to park the car first. Sitting in the car, Lu Qinyan asked, "Bro, why didn't you tell me this morning? We could have come together. What's there to say? You come to class, I come to play. Is there any conflict?" Lu Qinyan had been driving around for half an hour and was feeling a bit irritated, muttering softly, "Together? Like a kindergarten kid?" Lu Qinyan glanced at him, unsure what he had done to irritate him, but seeing that the man was in a bad mood, he didn't say anything. Lu Qinyan parked the car and got out first, then Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan looked around, still unfamiliar with the place. Lu Qinyan directly asked, "How do we get to the gym?" There was a basketball game happening today at the gym, and Lu Qinyan knew why he was here. Lu Qinyan dropped off Lu Qinyan at the bottom floor of the gym and instructed, "Bro, I still have some things to do. Call me when you're done, and I'll pick you up." It was like sending a little kid to kindergarten. Lu Qinyan glared at him. "Who needs you to pick me up? Like I can't find my way." The person who had just gotten lost was now speaking confidently. "Give me the car keys." Lu Qinyan held out his hand. Lu Qinyan looked at him, sighed, "Still keep it with me. Watch the game first, I'll find you once I'm done." Then, looking around, his eyes fell on a small convenience store outside. "Bro, wait for me a moment, I'll be right back." Lu Qinyan didn't know what he was going to do, only to see Lu Qinyan walking briskly away. 2 minutes later, Lu Qinyan returned with a bag of snacks in his hands. "There's water and food inside." Lu Qinyan handed him the bag. Lu Qinyan looked into the bag, all his favorite things were there. Apparently, he went to buy snacks. Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes and carried the snacks upstairs, entering the stadium. He looked around the audience seating and spotted Fu Xianshu, taking a seat next to him. "How long has it started?" Fu Xianshu turned around, seeing Lu Qinyan. "I thought you had something come up and couldn't make it. It's been more than half an hour, feel free to watch longer if you have no other plans." He saw the bag in Lu Qinyan's hand. "What's in there?" Lu Qinyan took out a bottle of water from the bag and handed it to him. "Snacks." Fu Xianshu saw the bag filled with various snacks. "Don't look at me like that," Lu Qinyan said. "I didn't buy them, Lu Qinyan did." Upon hearing this, Fu Xianshu's expression grew even more indescribable. "Qin, you said you let him stay at your place." "Yeah," Lu Qinyan didn't deny it. "Since there's no servant at home anyway, he can do laundry and cook, so I let him stay. Can you get used to it?" Fu Xianshu asked the same question Qin Yu had. Lu Qinyan laughed. "Why are you and Qin Yu asking the same thing?" At the beginning, there were indeed many things he wasn't used to. But gradually, he got better. Lu Qinyan didn't have many complaints, except for his nagging personality which annoyed Lu Qinyan. He casually opened a bag of chips and took a bite. Everything selected was still what he liked the most. Lu Qinyan watched the game for a while but couldn't sit still. There were people coming and going around him, and the shouts of encouragement were deafening. It was too noisy, making conversation impossible. So after sitting for only a short time, both of them left the gym. The school competitions are getting less interesting, Lu Qinyan commented on the court situation. Did they hire foreign players? Fu Xianshu, this has been happening for years now. Today, there are only 3 players from our school on the field, the rest are all foreign players. Lu Qinyan shook his head and didn't want to add any judgment. Hey, Fu Xianshu suddenly remembered, now everyone is in the gym, there's nobody on the basketball court. Want to play a few rounds? Sure, I wanted to play last time, but I didn't find the time. Watching the game wasn't satisfying enough, Lu Qinyan actually felt like playing himself. The two went together to the basketball court, and as Fu Xianshu had said, there were hardly any people there. They had all gone to the gym to watch the game. It was great this way, peaceful. Lu Qinyan threw the snack bag on the ground, picked up the basketball lying there, bounced it a few times, then flicked his wrist, and the basketball fell accurately into the hoop, bouncing back with a resounding thud. Wow, Fu Xianshu rolled up his sleeves and praised, not bad at all. Lu Qinyan raised an eyebrow, same as before. Point system. Fu Xianshu nodded, okay, loser buys dinner. Deal. Lu Qinyan agreed readily. Fu Xianshu grinned, picked up the ball from the ground, dribbled a few steps, made a small jump, and the basketball crashed loudly into the hoop. 3 points, he looked at Lu Qinyan, eyebrows raised. Shit, Lu Qinyan realized, so this has started already. Of course, Fu Xianshu replied. It seems I shouldn't underestimate you, Lu Qinyan twisted his wrist, inspired by competitiveness, and quickly walked onto the court. Fu Xianshu used to be on the basketball team, and their skills were evenly matched. Neither could take the other easily. After so many years, Lu Qinyan thought Fu Xianshu probably stayed cooped up in the lab, and his skills had regressed. But surprisingly, several rounds down, Fu Xianshu was still leading in score. Come on, Fu Xianshu wiped his face, you were once the star player of the basketball team. What star player? Lu Qinyan was also tired, but his movements remained quick. He dribbled past Fu Xianshu in a few steps, stood outside the 3-point line, and delivered a beautiful shot. It's been years since I've touched one. Shit, I feel old. Fu Xianshu laughed heartily, took 2 bottles of water out of Lu Qinyan's bag, handed one to Lu Qinyan, let's take a break and fight again. Lu Qinyan tossed the ball toward the hoop and prepared to wipe his sweat by pulling up his shirt, but paused, then put it down again. He took the water, sat on the bench, unscrewed the cap, drank a sip, and asked, do you practice often? Fu Xianshu wiped his face with his shirt, where do I have the time? Usually, I'm busy with work. Just today that I rested, so I invited you to the school. That's right, Fu Xianshu remembered, last time, you said you're starting work in a few days. Have you decided on which company? So far, there are several, I'm still weighing my options. Lu Qinyan had been quite worried about this matter recently. Fu Xianshu truly understood him, what exactly are you considering? Let me put it this way, Lu Qinyan wanted Fu Xianshu to analyze the situation. One company offered a yearly salary of 1 million, another offered 1.5 million. Fu Xianshu nodded, you naturally want the higher annual salary, understandable. Water flows downward, people seek upward. No one would go against money. True, but, do you know who the company offering 1.5 million is? Who? Fu Xianshu asked. Qi family. Lu Qinyan stated. Fu Xianshu raised his eyebrows and roughly grasped what Lu Qinyan might be contemplating. The Qi family and the Lu family had a long-standing friendship. There was more personal rapport involved, meaning, they were too close in relations. Sigh, Fu Xianshu sighed, so far, the Qi family is the best choice. This was also one of the reasons Lu Qinyan had considered. However, Fu Xianshu said, there's another company you might consider. Lu Qinyan asked, who? Fu Xianshu, CNN Group Enterprises. I've never even heard of this CNN, Lu Qinyan said. It's a company that emerged in recent years. The boss is said to be pretty young and still in school. You know how those old folks with outdated thoughts can be. I think it would be suitable for you to work with someone younger. Fu Xianshu suggested. Lu Qinyan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, the boss of this so-called CNN is a student. Come on, probably just another kid relying on their parents' money. That's not the case, Fu Xianshu had only heard about it a few times, I'm not very clear on the specifics. I'm always busy at school and don't pay attention to these things. Lu Qinyan nodded, that was true. Fu Xianshu was always buried in his experiments. But regarding this CNN, Lu Qinyan thought if he had time, he could look into it further. Chapter 29. Are you coming or not? If not, I'll leave and you can pay for dinner, Fu Xianshu asked after taking a sufficient rest. Lu Qinyan glanced at the score marked on the ground. 68:81. With another round, they might be able to pull the score back. Lu Qinyan smiled, took out a cigarette, handed one to Fu Xianshu, lit one for himself, and inhaled deeply. Let's play again after this. That's the basketball court, and if we take the small path over there, we'll arrive at the third cafeteria. We just came from there, does anyone remember? A familiar voice sounded off from not far away. After his question ended, chatter began. I know, senior. I know. I also remember. Lu Qinyan frowned, turned around, and saw a familiar young man with more than 10 people trailing behind him. Lu Qinyan asked curiously, what are they doing? Fu Xianshu had already become accustomed to it, the freshman's military training has ended, and the student council is showing the younger students around the campus. Hey, isn't that Lu Xinyan up ahead? As soon as he said that, Lu Xinyan suddenly looked over, and the previously detached and indifferent expression immediately lit up with joy. A female sophomore beside Lu Xinyan saw this and her heart rate instantly quickened. After all, throughout the morning while the senior was leading them around familiarizing them with the environment, his face was cold, making all of them too afraid to speak loudly. Afraid that they would unintentionally offend this senior. But now, this senior with a perpetually cold handsome face was smiling. This scene, however, seemed particularly ridiculous in Lu Qinyan's eyes. He clicked his tongue once and withdrew his gaze. Is he always this foolish at school? Fu Xianshu exhaled a puff of smoke, that's your prejudice. I think he's pretty good. Lu Qinyan sneered and didn't say anything. Big brother, Lu Xinyan approached, Senior Fu. Fu Xianshu smiled, it's been a long time, Xinyan. Lu Xinyan obediently hummed an acknowledgement, then shifted his gaze back to Lu Qinyan. Just after playing ball, Lu Qinyan's hair was a little messy. Lu Xinyan took out a tissue from his pocket and nonchalantly wiped the sweat off his forehead. This single action caused the mouths of the distant juniors and seniors to open wide into, shapes, their eyes burning with the flames of gossip. I think you two should be more low-key. Fu Xianshu already knew how they interacted, so it wasn't strange to him, but you still need to set a good example for the younger students. We may not have too many thoughts, but others might. What more could they think about? Lu Qinyan looked puzzled. Perhaps because he was used to being weighted on hand and foot, he didn't see anything wrong with the gesture. Fu Xianshu gave him a look that said, as long as you're happy, it's fine. Lu Qinyan glanced at the students far away and casually asked, so, are you going to show them around the school all day today? It depends, I'm helping a classmate. Lu Xinyan turned around, threw the tissue into the trash can, and caught sight of the score on the ground. Are you guys competing? Fu Xianshu held the basketball, and spoke politely. Wanna join us for a round? No thanks. Lu Xinyan declined. There were people waiting for him on the side, and Lu Xinyan couldn't stay too long. I have to go, I'll come find you later. After saying that, he left the tissue by the side before departing. Fu Xianshu saw this little act. Xinyan is really thoughtful. This is what you call thoughtful? Lu Qinyan retorted a sentence, stood up, and coincidentally finished his cigarette. Alright, we've rested enough, let's continue. Senior, which department were those two seniors from earlier? The group moved further from the basketball court, and someone finally gathered the courage to ask. They're not from our school. Lu Xinyan's mood improved much this moment, he lightly added especially, the one wearing a dress shirt is not. Wow, I thought so. The girl nearby started discussing. But he is so handsome. Handsomer than my idol. Feels like I fell in love just now. His legs are so long, even sitting down they look super long. The girl's discussion was transmitted word for word into Lu Xinyan's ears. His brows gradually knitted into the shape of a chuan. Did these people notice everything so carefully? Haha, thank goodness I took a photo. But it's a bit blurry since it's too far. Whoever said this made Lu Xinyan pause in his steps. Let me see, give it to me to see. Wow, can you send it to me? Let's add each other on WeChat. Just as the crowd was getting excited, an arm suddenly reached out and grabbed a girl's phone. Everyone. Lu Xinyan, with an expressionless face, took the phone, glanced at the photo. The picture indeed showed a moment from their earlier chat on the basketball court. Lu Xinyan looked for a few seconds, then clicked and deleted it. He then handed it back to the already stunned girl. He already has someone. Lu Xinyan's voice was steady and gentle. Lu Qinyan had planned to regain his old form in the last round, at least evening the score so that the gap wouldn't be too wide. But he ended up being utterly dominated. Not coming, Lu Qinyan slumped onto a bench, conceding immediately. I'll treat you to dinner. Fu Xianshu smiled as he bounced the ball toward the hoop, saying, knowing how easy this would be, I should have made a bigger bet. You don't have that chance anymore. Lu Qinyan unscrewed the cap of his mineral water and took a sip. After finishing the game, Fu Xianshu prepared to go back to the dormitory to take a shower and change clothes. Lu Qinyan had nothing to do, so he went along. Upon arriving, Lu Qinyan walked into the room and looked around, still living alone. Not bad treatment. No students moved in, so I've been alone. Fu Xianshu turned on the computer on the desk. You can play on the computer while I shower, and then we'll eat. You go ahead, I'll just look around. Lu Qinyan wasn't focused on the computer. He walked to the balcony and lit a cigarette. By the time he finished the cigarette, Fu Xianshu had already finished his shower, changing into a white t-shirt and jeans. Lu Qinyan threw the cigarette butt into the trash can. Where are we eating? Your choice. Fu Xianshu, there's a decent Sichuan restaurant that opened near the school's back gate, let's go there. Okay. At the dinner table, nearing the end of the meal, Fu Xianshu casually asked, are you taking a taxi back after this? He only had a break in the morning, he still had business in the lab at 3 p.m. and couldn't accompany Lu Qinyan any longer. No need, Lu Qinyan pulled out a napkin and wiped his mouth, I'll go with Lu Qinyan. After all, the car keys were still with him. Fu Xianshu thought since Lu Qinyan was busy showing the new students around the campus, he might not be free soon. He suggested, after the meal, why don't you head back to school? You can wait for him in my lab or just wander around. I think Xinyan won't be back anytime soon. No worries, you focus on your work. Lu Qinyan said. He didn't necessarily need someone to accompany him all the time anyway, he just mentioned it casually. Besides, with such a big campus like Huada University, would he run out of things to do? After they finished eating, they sat for a bit before leaving. Back at school, Fu Xianshu went to the lab according to schedule, and Lu Qinyan got bored waiting in the lab. He barely stayed seated for 10 minutes before getting up and leaving. He intended to call Lu Qinyan to ask when he would finish but found his phone was out of battery as soon as he pulled it out. Damn, what kind of battery is this? Lu Qinyan pocketed his phone and headed towards the mountain behind the teaching building. He remembered there was a lake through that way. Last time, he didn't take this path, unaware how much it had changed. It seemed that Huda University had been greening this area recently. All sorts of trees were planted on the hillside, leaving only a small stone boardwalk for the students to pass through, surrounded by lush tall grasses. He recalled that the hillside used to be barren. As Lu Qinyan walked, enjoying the view, he passed by a tree when... Meow. A faint, pitiful sound could be heard. Huh. Lu Qinyan stopped in his tracks, thinking he must have misheard. Meow, it called again. Is it a cat? Lu Qinyan looked around, confirming he hadn't imagined it, and began searching down low while imitating, meow meow meow. Meow, this time the sound was louder. It seemed to be coming from above. Lu Qinyan looked up. Sure enough, a small black cat was perched on a branch, its eyes amber, looking right at him. The kitten stretched a paw tentatively trying to climb down but retreated after a careful step, squatted on its spot and calling out, meow. Lu Qinyan. So small, he couldn't imagine how it climbed up there. Lu Qinyan stared up at the kitten for a few more seconds. The kitten also stared back, meowing again. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue once. Since he'd seen it now, not helping would weigh heavily on his conscience. What if it fell from that height? Alright, let's consider it exercise after the meal. As he spoke, he bent down to retie his shoelaces. In the next second, he gripped the trunk firmly, climbing up with ease, reaching the branch where the kitten squatted in a matter of steps. Come on, he carefully extended his hand, jump into my hand. The kitten huddled on a small forked branch. Seeing Lu Qinyan, it became frightened and ended further back, moving even farther away from him. Lu Qinyan was speechless. Don't run away. He sat down on the branch. Be a good kitty and come to my hand. I'll take you down. Lu Qinyan tried talking to it in a way that he hoped the kitten would understand, but after much effort, the kitten still remained timid, staring at him with round eyes and cautiously watching the hand reaching toward it. Meow meow. Lu Qinyan grabbed the branch firmly, leaning forward as far as possible. He finally managed to touch the kitten's head and then swiftly picked it up. Phew, got you. The kitten instantly curled into a tight ball. Its body was smaller than one of Lu Qinyan's hands, it must have been hungry for several days. It weighed almost nothing when held. How did you get up here? Lu Qinyan gently patted the kitten's head. The fur was shiny black and surprisingly clean. I'll take you down. As he spoke, Lu Qinyan prepared to climb down while holding the kitten. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard on the stone path. Someone was coming. A girl approached, jogging over and stopping just beneath this tree. Lu Qinyan, sitting in the tree. You've sure chosen a great spot. The girl hadn't noticed him yet. She brushed her bangs aside, and the next moment, she suddenly called out loudly, Senior, I like you. Please give me a chance. Lu Qinyan caught sight of a pink envelope in her hand. Fine. Looks like he was about to witness a heartfelt confession from a blossoming young girl. Let's do it, the girl took a deep breath, then remembered something. She tugged at her collar, wait, does this dress make my chest look small? From Lu Qinyan's current vantage point, he couldn't help but see what happened next. In the very next second, the girl adjusted her bra in broad daylight without any shyness. Lu Qinyan's brow twitched, and he quickly turned his gaze away. Senior. Suddenly, the girl called out again. The youth looked toward her voice, slowly stepping closer, and stood under the tree. They said you had something for me? Yes, Senior. Seeing his face, she got nervous again and closed her eyes while handing over the love letter, I like you. The youth frowned, glanced down at the envelope, but made no move to take it. I've liked you since I saw you on my first day at Huada. I hope you'll consider me. The girl's ears turned bright red, her voice hesitant. I know people say you don't date, but I still hope you'll give me a chance to be your girlfriend. The youth lowered his eyes, still silent. The girl standing in front of him didn't know what to do because of his lukewarm attitude and whispered softly, "Senior." That, her face turning crimson, having already expressed what she needed to say, she didn't know what else to say afterward. Everyone said this person was kind and polite. Even if the confession failed, according to his nature, he might offer some comforting words, but now he was nothing like what they described. Lu Qinyan, watching the slow-moving interaction from above the tree, lost patience and asked on behalf of the girl, "Hey, are you going to accept or reject her?" This startled the girl. The youth hesitated momentarily, looking up and seeing a man with bright eyes. Her eyes widened. "Why you, why you?" "What? What about me? I'm asking for her." Lu Qinyan swung his long legs on the tree, holding a little black cat in his arms. "If you keep dragging this out, it'll be dark before we get an answer." He then asked the youth, "Lu Qinyan, so are you going to say yes or no?" He truly didn't expect that the person being confessed to was actually Lu Qinyan. How on earth did this girl develop a crush on Lu Qinyan? Wasn't that weird? Lu Qinyan fixed his gaze on Lu Qinyan, his eyes glinting mischievously. "What do you think?" "I'll go by your advice." Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes and handed down the cat. "Who asked you for advice?" "Just catch the cat." The girl softly said. "Do you two know each other?" Lu Qinyan climbed down from the tree and dusted off his clothes. "You continue." "I'm leaving." Just as he turned around, unexpectedly, the girl ran away faster than him and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 30. Did he just ruin someone's confession? Lu Qinyan glanced at Lu Xinyan, coincidentally meeting his gaze. "What are you looking at?" "Give me the cat." A faint smile finally appeared in Lu Xinyan's cold eyes. "It's a bit dirty, I'll hold it." "Actually, even if brother hadn't kept quiet just now, I wouldn't have agreed to her." "It sounds like he deliberately ruined it. Does whether you agree or not have anything to do with me?" Lu Qinyan continued, "I couldn't help but speak because you don't say a word unless poked 3 times. And didn't you say you liked someone that night? How about this? Are you planning to be a scumbag and step on 2 boats? Lu Qinyan was referring to the night they returned from the ancient Ning water pagoda, when the words of the bubble tea shop owner had made him curious. So, in the car, he asked, "Who are you waiting for to come back? Is it unrequited love?" Lu Xinyan's response then was, "Yeah, I'm currently working hard to pursue him." "Do I know him?" Lu Xinyan didn't say, he just said vaguely, "When I manage to get him, I will let all of you meet." Looking at the person in front of him, Lu Qinyan felt as though he was seeing a scumbag. Lu Xinyan knew what Lu Qinyan meant, always showing sincerity at every moment. "No, I only like him." Lu Qinyan gave a light humph and didn't want to waste words with this guy anymore. "Do you have class later?" As they went down the back mountain, Lu Qinyan lit a cigarette and asked. Lu Xinyan, "No." Lu Qinyan wondered, "Why do I feel like you hardly ever have any classes? Are courses really scheduled so lightly these days? If you really don't have classes, let's go back together. What about this one in my hand?" Lu Xinyan was asking about the cat. "He is only good at raising people, not pets. Plus, he didn't like this cat from the first glance." Lu Qinyan extended his finger and lightly touched the little black cat's head. The little thing squatted in Lu Xinyan's hands, frail enough to have difficulty standing up. This kitten wasn't even 3 months old. Lu Qinyan picked it up, holding it face to face, revealing its tiny belly. His left hand held the cigarette, and the cat dared not make a sound in his hands, peering through the smoke with half-closed amber eyes at him. He exhaled a puff of smoke, sighed, feeling a little sorry for it. "We should still get it something to eat first." As soon as he finished speaking. Snap. A sound came from a distance. Both looked over without hesitation. 3 female students hesitated for half a second, quickly hiding their phones, running away after shoving each other. "How could you leave the sound effect on? How embarrassing." "I didn't know, hurry up and go." "Did you capture it clearly?" "Let me see, show me." Hearing their words, Lu Xinyan slightly frowned, preparing to go find them. "What are you going there for?" Lu Qinyan called him. Lu Xinyan seriously said, "I'll make them delete the photos." "It's just a photo, what's the big deal?" Lu Qinyan threw the cat into his hands. "Let's go buy stuff." Lu Xinyan was somewhat speechless, glanced at Lu Qinyan's carefree figure, and then at the direction where the 3 girls disappeared before catching up. On the way back, they bought a can of goat milk from the pet store. Once home, Lu Qinyan mixed the goat milk evenly and poured it into the cap of a mineral water bottle, using his finger to dip some for the kitten to lick. The cat was unable to stand steady, only squatting on the coffee table, its crimson tongue curling around continuously. After feeding it with his finger for a while, Lu Qinyan moved the cap close to the kitten's mouth. Perhaps because the cap was too large, it startled the kitten, making it freeze instantly. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue, indeed, quite a delicate creature. He dipped his finger again, and the kitten began licking carefully. Just as Lu Xinyan changed his clothes and walked out, he saw this scene. The man sat on the sofa, giving rare patience and delicacy to the fragile kitten. After eating its fill, the little creature walked towards Lu Qinyan, burrowing its little head into Lu Qinyan's sleeve, seemingly searching for the warmest place. There was a trace of displeasure in Lu Qinyan's brows, but he didn't shake off the cat. Not stopping meant indulging. Lu Xinyan finally understood why he disliked this cat at first sight. Brother, Lu Xinyan approached and sat down. Let's send it to the pet store, keeping it at home might not be convenient. Lu Xinyan didn't even look at him, calmly saying, what's inconvenient about it? It's so small, how much space does it take up? And, Lu Xinyan raised his eyes, lifting the corner of his lips, do you think this little one is like? Lu Xinyan paused, negating the words about to be spoken, and changed his statement, it's quite obedient. Here, hold it for a moment while I go change clothes. As soon as the cat got into Lu Xinyan's hands, its whole body started trembling. Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow, coldly poking the cat's head, are you afraid of me? Just then, his phone rang. Lu Xinyan picked it up, glanced at the caller ID, and answered, hello. Brother Lu, have you checked the forum? Chi Rang asked on the other end. Lu Xinyan, what? Chi Rang, you don't know. Quickly check it out, your photo is on the school forum. Ugh, let me send it to you on WeChat. After hanging up, Lu Xinyan opened WeChat. Chi Rang, link. Chi Rang, your brother is all over our school's forum now, people are asking who he is. Chi Rang, you take a look yourself. Lu Xinyan put down the cat and clicked on the link. Surprise black cat and handsome guy found on the rear mountain of the school. Photo. The description read, while passing by the rear mountain for class, I couldn't help but snap some pictures. One of them is from our school. Could anyone tell us who the one in the shirt is? Never seen him before, I wish to spend day after day, night after night with him. Only one picture was relatively clear, the second one was very blurry. But the replies already filled up the entire screen. Holy crap, this face had me doing splits right on the spot. I came here to mock these inexperienced people, ended up staying for 2 hours drooling like hell. Drool sexy. Let me through. I am steel-made chicken cage that can't imprison this brookwater chicken. I saw this handsome guy today in the gymnasium. He was so handsome that my feet started shaking involuntarily. Knew it, someone would find out eventually. Right side, that's Lu Xinyan from our finance and economics department. Left side, sorry, there's too much saliva on my screen, unable to see clearly. To speak plainly, I want to, him. He's my husband, lying next to me in bed now, everyone disperse. Seeing the last sentence, Lu Xinyan's fingers froze. Husband. His phone kept vibrating, so Lu Xinyan backed out. Chi Rang, did you see it? Your photo's also there. Chi Rang, at this rate, it won't be more than 2 days until they find out. Chi Rang, hey. Are you still there? Chi Rang, unhappy. Chi Rang, TSK, leave it to me to hack that account. Tonight we're going for hot pot, there's a new restaurant in the city center. The food is pretty good, not far from your place. Chi Rang, talk. After a long pause, Lu Xinyan finally reacted, coldly replying, no. Chi Rang, yo, what's with the act? Chi Rang, this only shows brother Qinyan has great charm, this kind of thing has happened before, it's just lust. Hey, want to come out for dinner tonight? Bring your brother along too. Lust? Lu Xinyan's eyes darkened. A step between lust and action was merely a matter of choice. And wasn't he once just like this? When Lu Xinyan came out after changing clothes, he saw Lu Xinyan staring blankly at his phone, lost in thought. He walked over, holding the kitten on his lap. What are you spacing out about? Lu Xinyan snapped back, looking at the man, his gaze slowly moving onto the cat. After a few seconds, Lu Xinyan said, Chi Rang invited us for dinner tonight. Are you coming? Why should I go? Lu Xinyan placed the cat on his chest as it boldly climbed towards his shoulder under his clothes. Lu Xinyan had an overwhelming urge to grab the cat off the man and throw it out. Why does even the cat love climbing onto him so much? I'm not going, you go. Lu Xinyan was preparing to lift the cat off himself when suddenly, pain shot through his neck the next second. Lu Xinyan quickly grabbed his neck, shit. What happened? Lu Xinyan immediately sat closer, pulling apart Lu Xinyan's hand to reveal 2 clear blood streaks on his otherwise pale neck. Is it bleeding? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Xinyan lightly touched it, and instantly, Lu Xinyan's tone turned sharp, like a tail-trodden cat, don't touch randomly. It's bleeding, Lu Xinyan held him firmly, don't move around. Lu Xinyan, go to my room and get the first aid kit. If there isn't a serious issue, no need to go to the hospital. Shit, what are you doing? Lu Xinyan suddenly grabbed the head buried in his neck and gritted his teeth, let go. Lu Xinyan bit down hard, showing his fangs greedily before reluctantly raising his head. You. What was he just doing? Lu Xinyan's face turned red with anger. Lu Xinyan innocently blinked and licked his lips, I'm worried your wound might get infected. Saliva can disinfect. Are you not feeling sick? Lu Xinyan shoved him away. A door slammed shut behind them. Lu Xinyan sat on the couch, his lips slowly curling up. He lifted his hand to touch his own lips. Meow, a faint sound came from under the coffee table. Lu Xinyan's smile disappeared. He bent down and pulled out the little thing, then directly threw it onto the table. The kitten curled into a ball, its round eyes staring at him in fear. Lu Xinyan narrowed his eyes. Shit, where did you learn such disgusting habits from? Lu Chinian grumbled as he walked in, opened the first aid kit, took out the iodine, placed a small mirror on the desk, and used a cotton swab to disinfect himself, SSS. Damn, it really hurts. Thankfully, it was just some skin breaking. There wouldn't be a need to go to the hospital for vaccines, right? But, just now, Lu Xinyan. As soon as the image of the hot, damp sensation pressed against his neck popped into his mind, Lu Chinian shuddered all over. Shit, what was that kid doing earlier? Where did he learn such moves? The door opened, interrupting Lu Chinian mid-action. He coldly asked, what do you want? Lu Xinyan dragged over a chair and sat next to him, speaking softly, let me help clean your wound. I don't need your help, I can manage on my own, Lu Chinian shot him a glance. Brother, are you mad? Lu Xinyan tested the waters by asking. Lu Chinian knew what he was referring to, but subconsciously didn't want to understand, what? Lu Xinyan's voice showed a hint of panic, when I saw your bleeding, I got worried. When we were young and our fingers bled, we always disinfected with saliva first, so I thought using saliva would work for some wounds. But I didn't expect you'd react this way. What about me? Lu Chinian interrupted him. He seriously doubted whether Lu Xinyan wasted all these years studying, how could finger injuries even compare to neck wounds? Don't you think it's disgusting? Lu Chinian was trying to find the right words, but couldn't quite describe how inappropriate two men acting like that was. Lu Xinyan's fingers unconsciously tightened as he stared at Lu Chinian for a few seconds before calmly saying, so, you feel my actions made you feel nauseated. His tone remained eerily calm. No, it's just that, between us, two guys. Lu Xinyan's explanation became more chaotic. In the end, he simply said, I'm not saying you're gross, but best not repeat actions like this in the future. If wounds can be disinfected by saliva, why bother inventing medicines? It was strange for two men to do something like that. As Lu Chinian cleaned his wound, he felt a once-off accident might be enough. Lu Xinyan looked at him for a long while before suddenly nodding, as if agreeing with what he had said. He cast a glance at Lu Chinian's buttocks, you'll know when certain areas hurt. Huh? Lu Chinian sounded confused. Never mind, Lu Xinyan smiled and took the cotton swab from Lu Chinian, let me help you. You can't see the wound properly, making it hard to treat. Don't screw around, pay attention, Lu Chinian warned, handing the cotton swab to Lu Xinyan, though still reminding, be careful, alright. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Lu Xinyan leaned closer. The man's neck was both straight and white, with a slightly protruding Adam's apple that formed an alluring line. Lu Xinyan's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and gently blew on the wound. Lu Xinyan glared at him, can you stop playing around like girls who enjoy drama? I don't hurt. At the turn of his head, he realized how close they were, almost able to count each other's eyelashes. Finish faster, Lu Xinyan twisted his neck back, looking away into the distance. As soon as the cotton touched the wound, the man's shoulders couldn't help but shrink instinctively. Does it hurt? Lu Xinyan's voice was gentle. Lu Xinyan stiffened his neck, forcing a response, no pain. How stubborn, truly like a rock. Sighing inwardly, Lu Xinyan treated the wound even more gently, after disinfecting, I'll accompany you to the hospital. There's no need for that, Lu Xinyan complained. Such a fuss. Lu Xinyan said, get a vaccine. I won't go. By the time we reached the hospital, the wound would have healed already. Hey, could you please be gentler? Lu Xinyan snapped irritably. That person who claimed no pain was clearly afraid of pain. Lu Xinyan stayed silent. Just then, the phone charging on the table lit up suddenly. Lu Xinyan reached for it and unlocked it. It was a message from Qinyu. Lu Xinyan's gaze unconsciously shifted over. Qinyu, you went to see old Fu today, right? Unfortunately, I had something else and couldn't make it. Let's go together next time. Qinyu, oh, by the way, I heard from old Fu that you're looking for a job. Why don't you come work with me? Great benefits, 5 insurances, 1 fund, legal holidays, 8-hour days. And if you want, I could even sacrifice my looks for some company in bed. Lu Xinyan picked up his phone, but before he could reply, another voice message came from Qinyu. He clicked it directly. On the other end, it seemed as though Qinyu was lying down, his voice was muffled, accompanied by some patting sounds, ha ha ha, just joking. I only sell my skills, not my body. Anyway, old Fu and I mean the same thing, it's not recommended you go to Qi family. Oh, by the way, CNN's old Fu mentioned it to me. I'll check it out when I get home and send you the information later. Shit, be gentler, will you? It feels like you're slaughtering a pig. Chapter 31. Hey, with Xinyan around, the house just feels spotless everywhere. Qinyu strode in as if he were returning to his own home. He sat down on the couch, bypassing Lu Xinyan, and asked, where's Xinyan? Are you all alone? He doesn't stay at home all day, he went to class, said Lu Xinyan as he closed the door. Qinyu clicked his tongue, I truly envy you. With Xinyan around, I bet you haven't washed your own underwear for the past while. Shut up, said Lu Chenian as he approached him, asking, what about those documents you mentioned? Over the phone, Qin Yu had said that he found some information regarding CNN's background. Right, let's talk business first. Qin Yu took out the documents he prepared earlier and placed them on the table. I've investigated this a bit. The company CNN was founded not too long ago, less than 4 years, but it has very strong financial backing. 2 years ago, when the government planned to develop a new commercial zone in the western suburbs, my dad and I attended the bidding event. The Qi and Tan families were there too, but ultimately, the land ended up in CNN's hands. Lu Chenian looked surprised. None of your 3 families got it. It was 4 houses. Qin Yu held up 4 fingers. Your dad was there too. Lu Chenian. Do you know what the housing prices in the western suburbs were inflated to in the first half of this year? They've practically reached the level of Xiangshan, Qin Yu said. None of us 4 could get even a slice of that pie. The whole juicy piece ended up in CNN's mouth. Who's the current legal representative of the company? Lu Chenian flipped through the materials and asked. That's exactly what I was about to tell you, said Qin Yu. The company's representative is named Feng Huai. He's a lawyer, but only acts as an agent. Feng Huai? Lu Chenian questioned. So, Qin Yu asked, have you heard of this name? Lu Chenian hesitated, unsure whether it was the same person. Perhaps it's just the same name. Anyway, everything we could find out is here. Take your time to go through it. Ask me if anything's unclear, said Qin Yu as he stood up and headed towards the kitchen for a bottle of mineral water. However, as soon as he opened the fridge, he froze. He blinked, wondering if he didn't open the fridge correctly. Closing and reopening it. It still contained the same things: fruits, yogurt, fresh vegetables, a bowl of Sichuan spicy fish slices wrapped with cling film, and a plate of vegetarian dish. Kidding himself, Qin Yu grabbed the mineral water, and in a trance, shut the fridge again before coming back over. You have, in your fridge. What's in my fridge? Isn't your fridge supposed to only contain water? Realizing this, Lu Chenian explained, oh, all these are bought by Lu Xinyan, who enjoys cooking and makes meals often. So your life is really comfortable then. That bowl of spicy fish slices from before looked quite delicious. Lu Chenian smiled slightly but remained silent. Hey. He suddenly stopped his movement. Is CNN a self-made company? Yes, correct. Qin Yu remembered that at the mention of this, he had almost failed to believe it himself earlier. I almost forgot to tell you about this. Do you remember the Yanqing freshwater lake? Qin Yu continued, that area used to be neglected, desolate and barren. A few years ago, it was rumored in the industry that someone had purchased that piece of land to turn Yanqing into a tourist attraction, planning to build villas beside the freshwater lake. At that time, this was more or less the laughing stock of the industry because everyone knew developing Yanqing would be like throwing money into the freshwater lake without any returns. Lu Chenian added, nowadays, the freshwater lake has been renamed Qianshui Bay and become a 4A-level scenic spot. All villas have transformed into sea view properties. Exactly, Qin Yu continued, someone snatched Qianshui Bay at rock-bottom price from the government back then, quickly received official approvals within 6 months, connected that lake to the downstream of the Gunning Water Tower, transforming the place into one of the best spots to watch sunrise and sunset along the seacoast. Within 2 years, Yanqing's GDP increased by 6%. The reason why Gunning Water Tower hasn't been given much importance by the government yet is because Qianshui Bay lies right on top of it. After finishing his explanation, Qin Yu sighed once again, I only learned this from my father's secretary. Back then, my dad and Mr. Lu had just obtained the usage rights of Shihai from the government when suddenly CNN appeared, causing our company to lose a huge amount of money. Though Lu Chenian was abroad and did not know about this matter, he sincerely praised, so apparently CNN's boss. Feng Huai has farsightedness, making quick and decisive moves. As a child, he frequently passed through Yanqing where there used to be merely a small lake that no one thought about connecting to the downstream of Gunning Water Tower. No one would have imagined how profitable Yanqing could eventually become. Therefore, when CNN made the decision to transform Yanqing into a scenic area, it required exceptional foresight into the future and the bold decisiveness necessary to act upon it. But, thinking back to the last time I saw Lawyer Fong. He was refined, wearing glasses, didn't seem like someone with this kind of ability. It appears they are just 2 people with the same name. Lu Chenian closed the file. I've never heard of a company called CNN before. Who hasn't, Qin Yu said, if it wasn't for Fu Xianshu mentioning it, even I wouldn't have known. They're quite low-key, but each time they move, it's a direct bombshell. But now that they've secured Qianshui Bay and the western suburb plot, if I make my move, I could also cause a bombshell. Lu Chenian smiled, do you not already have a bombshell in your hands? Rarely lowering his head, Qin Yu admitted, of course not, compared to them, it's like a minor sorcerer meeting a major one. The 2 chatted for a while longer. Lu Chenian packed up the documents, I'll keep these for now. They're yours, Qin Yu said nonchalantly, quickly change clothes, let's go eat outside, then later we'll play at the racecourse. Alright, wait a moment, Lu Chenian took the documents into the room and instructed as he entered, Qin Yu, help me unplug the smart pot in the kitchen. Qin Yu walked to the kitchen obediently, stopping his hand as he went to unplug it. He glanced at the fridge and looked again at the rice in front of him. When Lu Chenian came out, he heard some noise from the kitchen and went over, what are you doing? There's already prepared food in your house anyway, did Shen Yan make it for you? As Qin Yu spoke, he opened the microwave and put the soup inside. One dish, one soup, plus Sichuan spicy fish slices, just heat it up and eat it directly. I haven't tasted Shen Yan's cooking yet. Lu Chenian shrugged, you don't need to be embarrassed. Qin Yu responded, what do I have to be embarrassed about? This food looks very appetizing. Lu Chenian added indifferently, yeah, he made all this morning. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu turned around to look at him, the meaning in his eyes unclear. Lu Chenian looked puzzled, why are you staring at me? Qin Yu questioned, doesn't he have to wake up early every day just to prepare your lunch before going to school? Lu Chenian sighed inwardly, it's not that I forced him, he does it willingly. There were very few people at the milk tea store by the back gate of the school at this time. Qi Rang sat on the second floor, playing with his phone, glancing occasionally at the youth across from him. After a while, probably unable to stand it anymore, he turned off his phone, if you're bored, why don't you just go home? Lu Xinyan lazily watched the road, replying, he said I don't have much class today, so I've been at home. Qi Rang rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking that if he was live streaming well, Lu Xinyan still dragged him out to sit at the milk tea shop all morning. How different is this feeling from being kicked out of the house by his older brother? I have a question, Lu Xinyan had thought for an hour without coming up with an answer. He asked, how can I get him to choose CNN? Huh? Qi Rang blinked, you want brother Chinian to join the company? Lu Xinyan remarked, a few days ago, I saw him looking for a job. This isn't easy, Qi Rang replied, just let Fang Huai draw up a high salary offer letter. However, brother Xinyan, if brother Chinian comes to work for the company, aren't you worried about what he might discover? What exactly would he discover? Lu Xinyan cut off his words, giving him a lazy glance with slightly darker eyes. Qi Rang knew he stepped on a mine and grinned nervously, nothing. That's up to you, there's nothing worth saying between me and Siri. Lu Xinyan's expression softened somewhat as he slowly stated, just not sure whether he will ultimately choose CNN. After saying this, he remembered something else, oh right, where's that cat I gave you? After the little kitten scratched Lu Xinyan immediately decided its fate. Hey, don't remind me, Qi Rang grimaced, I sent it to the pet shop. On the way there, it almost bit me. Lu Xinyan nodded approvingly. It was good that the little thing found a place to go. He instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost lunchtime. He took out his phone and sent a WeChat message, big brother, have you eaten lunch yet? That young man who was originally emotionless now faced his phone with a radiant smile. Qi Rang shook his head, ridiculing that love really makes people dumb. When Lu Chinian just arrived at the racecourse with Qin Yu, his phone buzzed in his bag. He took it out and looked at it but didn't intend to reply. But the other party immediately sent another message, little fox peeks out.jpg. TCH. Where did this person find this cute emoticon for girls? Lu Chinian opened the WeChat, eaten, outside. Clingy 1, little fox rolls over.jpg. Clingy 1, HM. What are you doing outside? Lu Chinian. Aren't you supposed to be in class? All you do is chat. I'm with your Qin Yu at the racecourse. Clingy 1, oh, I've already finished my classes, so I was just wondering what you're up to. Lu Chinian, who are you chatting with? Qin Yu called out from afar, are we still going to compete today or not? Lu Chinian quickly sent a reply and shut off his phone as he walked toward Qin Yu, what's the rush? Qin Yu asked, who are you chatting with? So seriously. Just Lu Xinyan, Lu Chinian casually replied, let's go pick a horse. Together they entered the stables. Hey, do you remember that time when I told you about someone buying Lulu? Qin Yu said while walking. Of course Lu Chinian remembered, yeah, did you find out who bought her? Qin Yu sighed and punched a fist into his other hand, shit, I didn't manage to find out. All I know is that it was bought for someone as a gift. Hey, who on earth could have bought it? There aren't many people in Shen City rich enough to pay that kind of price. Speaking of this, Qin Yu regretted, damn, if only I'd gotten a chance to ride Lulu, that would have been the highlight of my life. Lu Chinian smiled, if you like Lulu so much, just wait here. If you see the person, go ahead and say a few good words, ask him if he could lend you Lulu. Humph, Qin Yu rolled his eyes, I've already had people watching for me, but until now, the owner of Lulu hasn't shown up. TCH. Who knows when or even if the buyer will appear, maybe get acquainted with them somehow. As they spoke, a staff member approached from within the stables. Excuse me, are you Master Lu? The staff member came near, extremely respectfully asking. Lu Chinian. Qin Yu reacted first, yes, he is. The staff member revealed an even more standard smile, Master Lu, what type of horse would you like to choose today? Our racecourse has just acquired a fiery tempered steed which we believe would be most suitable for you. Lu Chinian glanced at Qin Yu, completely confused, what? The staff member gestured, and then Lu Chinian saw another staff member leading a jet black horse walking slowly toward them. This horse was exactly the one they had been discussing earlier, Lulu. This time, it was Qin Yu's turn. Chapter 32. Just as the atmosphere became mysterious, Qin Youlian pulled Lu Xinyan aside and whispered, what have you been up to behind my back? Lu Xinyan was also puzzled. What are you talking about? So why did they bring Lulu here? Qin said, isn't Lulu supposed to be owned by someone else? At the racetrack, once a horse is sold, it belongs exclusively to the buyer and cannot be ridden by others. Could it be? Qin suddenly stared at Lu Xinyan, thinking this couldn't possibly be true. Lu Xinyan, ? Qin said, have you ever considered that Lulu might have been bought for you as a gift? That's absolutely impossible, you must be dreaming. Who would give me such a present? You wait, I'll ask. Although Qin didn't believe it either, his guess seemed closer to the truth. Qin approached and pointed at Lulu. Did you just say that Lulu can be ridden by my friend? The staff member smiled and replied, yes, Master Qin. Qin, but wasn't Lulu bought by someone during the last race? Oh yes, the staff member explained, but that guest said this horse was a gift from Master Lu Xinyan. Who do you think it could be? In the racetrack, Lu Xinyan slowly walked with Lulu, unable to figure it out. Qin shook his head, I don't know. Lu Xinyan and Qin had asked the manager of the racetrack, but the manager only said, that gentleman said this is just a simple gift, and all Master Lu needs is to be happy. Just being happy. Lu Xinyan thought, this isn't simply about being happy or not. Lulu isn't an ordinary horse, who would buy her just to give her to him? What are you thinking about? Qin gave him a pat and led the horse into the racetrack. If you're not going to ride Lulu, let me do it. This thing just feels. Lu Xinyan struggled to describe the sensation. Qin shrugged nonchalantly, why does it matter? They've already said it's just a small gift, and the person probably didn't leave their name because they didn't want you to know. Lu Xinyan countered, do you think Lulu is a small gift? Qin understood what Lu Xinyan was thinking, even if it were him, he'd be surprised to suddenly receive Lulu as a gift. But as a bystander, he still couldn't help but feel amused. That's not what I mean. What I'm saying is, how lucky you've gotten recently. Honestly, I couldn't have imagined that the person who has been inquiring about you everywhere is right next to you. Lu Xinyan shook his head, smiling and handed over the reins to Qin. Alright, then you ride her, satisfy your curiosity. Qin climbed onto his own horse, no way. This is a gift someone gave to you, how could I ride it? Qin guessed, I think maybe one of your admirers wanted to surprise you. Lu Xinyan scoffed, why does this sound so offensive? Hey, don't dismiss it. Qin stared at Lu Xinyan's face and reminded him, you forgot about Chen Yi. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xinyan instinctively recalled that face and immediately felt nauseated. Forget it, I'm not riding Lulu anyway. Don't, please, Qin hurriedly said, Chen Yi's so stingy he wouldn't even be liked by Miss Zhang, let alone buy you such an expensive gift. Alright, let's play for today, and I'll help you investigate later. Hurry up and get on the horse, let me see and indulge my eyes. Qin kept urging impatiently. Lu Xinyan sighed in frustration. Well, might as well enjoy this round since it's Lulu. Wait. Without much more thought, Lu Xinyan smoothly mounted the horse, his legs pressing firmly against its sides as he lifted his chin slightly. Speak up, how shall we compete? Watch closely, Qin pointed at the obstacles ahead, 12 obstacles. I won't make it hard for you since this is your first time riding Lulu. Get through 8 of them and you win. Lu Xinyan gave him a sidelong glance, his tone tinged with challenge. Are you looking down on someone? Hey, Qin responded, you're quite competitive, aren't you? Jumping over obstacles is one of the skills horses at each racetrack need to train for. Normally there are 12 obstacles, from low to high. Any sign of fear when the horse approaches an obstacle, knocking over a bar, or pausing, will result in point deductions. Jumping over obstacles may seem simple, but it depends on the horse's daily training as well as whether the rider gives correct instructions. Only perfect coordination between the rider and the horse ensures flawless performance over each obstacle. Qin was riding a familiar horse, whereas Lulu was Lu Xinyan's first attempt. What's the big deal? Lu Xinyan laughed freely, leaning over to whisper in Lulu's ear, then straightened up and gazed into the distance. Lulu is a 1000-li horse, and I'm her boylove. We're a perfect match. Sure know how to flatter yourself. Alright, we'll see if you're really Lulu's boylove. After Qin finished speaking, he gestured his hand in the air, and the staff in the distance quickly took their positions. Lu Xinyan slightly bent down, his eyes shining brilliantly under the brim of his hat as he locked onto the obstacle ahead. His lips curved up slightly, his eyes narrowing just a bit as he spoke with a voice that was both light and heavy. Qin, you're definitely going to lose. Qin replied with the same ready posture, that's not necessarily true. As soon as the words left their mouths, the 2 horses shot forward like arrows released from a bow. They both crossed the first obstacle at the same time, then the second. Their agile, wind-like figures instantly drew the attention of many spectators outside the arena. Someone stopped in their tracks and exclaimed in surprise. Look, who's the person riding on Lulu? I've been here several times, and this is the first time I've seen Lulu perform. So cool. I heard Lulu has been purchased. Today, I finally get to see who owns her. In the midst of their conversation, Lulu leapt high into the air, crossing the 7th obstacle, then rushing towards the 8th one. By the last obstacle, Lu Xinyan's upper body was almost parallel with Lulu, his piercing gaze fixed on the towering several-meter-high barrier as he pursed his red lips. Lulu, let's go. Simultaneously, as if understanding, Lulu sprang upward. The staff present couldn't help but catch their breath, clenching their fists tightly. It seemed as if this moment lasted for an eternity, yet it felt like only a fraction of a second had passed. Lulu successfully cleared the final obstacle. The scene was deathly silent, so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Lu Xinyan turned around, his deep, unfathomable eyes casually sweeping across most of the racetrack, his expression carefree and unrestrained. Qin Yu approached, impressive. Lu Xinyan smiled, pointing at the obstacles in front of him. Did I pass them? Absolutely, Qin Yu said. Let's go ask about the score. The distant staff member jogged over, respectfully addressing them, Young Master Qin, Young Master Lu. The two dismounted from their horses, and immediately someone came to lead the horses away to prepare for washing. How did it go? Who had more rule violations? Qin Yu asked. The staff member checked and truthfully responded. Young Master Qin bumped the bar during the 6th obstacle, causing a delay of 0.04 seconds when clearing the 7th obstacle, and there was a slight hesitation facing the 11th obstacle. At this point, the winner was already clear. Damn it, that many infractions. Qin Yu refused to believe it, pointing at Lu Xinyan. What about him? It can't be possible that he didn't make a single mistake. Staff member, Young Master Lu made a mistake only once, and that was before the race began. Qin Yu. It feels like something's wrong. Lu Xinyan took off his helmet. Can you accept that? Qin Yu wasn't happy now. His horse had followed him for years, and today it lost to Lu Xinyan and Lulu. Fucking weird, Qin Yu muttered. The two left the racetrack, changed clothes. Qin Yu insisted that Lu Xinyan go to the bar to comfort his injured pride after losing the competition. Qin Yu drove to the bar, which had already opened for business. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the manager hurriedly greeted him, boss. Speaking, he raised his gaze and noticed Lu Xinyan walking behind Qin Yu, recognizing him as the boss's friend, Young Master Lu. Qin Yu waved his hand. No need for ceremony. Just arrange us an empty seat and then go about your business. All right. The manager led them to a VIP seat, then sent some bottles of alcohol, fruits, and snacks. Lu Xinyan leaned back with one leg crossed over the other, sitting on the sofa, took out a cigarette, and tossed one to Qin Yu, just saying, I don't drink. Not drinking. Qin Yu paused as he was about to pour himself a drink. Big Young Master Lu, if you don't drink at my bar, how are you going to console my poor heart? Lu Xinyan gave him a cool look. Qin Yu tooted. Let's have just a little sip, shall we? This is fruit wine. It won't get us drunk. Don't worry, if you do get drunk, I'll take you home. Here, let's toast. Lu Xinyan sighed helplessly, looked at him again, and finally accepted the glass. Just a little, okay. Qin Yu nodded, lightly tapped his glass against Lu Xinyan's, and tilted his head back to drink it all in one go. Lu Xinyan put down the glass, took out a lighter, lit his cigarette, and inhaled. You seem pretty relaxed these days. Qin Yu replied, only recently, I went home last month. Forget about it. You don't know you're living a good life. Lu Xinyan glanced at him. You'll understand when you reach my age. Who says that? Qin Yu said, even after you went bankrupt, I haven't seen much difference. You've got Xinyan at home and Lulu outside. I'm almost jealous of you. Lu Xinyan kicked him with a smile. Don't be ridiculous. Qin Yu widened his eyes. I'm serious. One Lulu is worth several cars in my garage. At the mention of Lulu, Lu Xinyan remembered something. That's right. Ask you to check for me who bought Lulu, don't forget it. Rest assured, even if I forget to go home, I won't forget this matter, Qin Yu said, adding that he was also very curious about who had such generosity. But Lu Xinyan, if we can confirm the buyer is a male. If that man is your admirer, what do you plan to do? Qin Yu was purely curious. Lu Xinyan frowned. What the hell question was this? Without thinking, he blurted out, what should I do? Of course, return it. Do I look like a homosexual? No, why are you reacting so strongly? Qin Yu picked up his glass. Come on, let's drink again. Lu Xinyan picked up the glass in front of him and drained it in one gulp. Next time, don't make this kind of joke. Qin Yu looked at him. I know you're not gay, just asking. Lu Xinyan didn't say anything, but he seemed to have thought of something. His expression darkened a bit. Boss, there's someone looking for you in the private room. At this moment, the manager came over and said to Qin Yu. Qin Yu frowned. Who? Don't you see I'm with my friend? Tell him I'm busy. The manager hesitated. Lu Xinyan lifted his chin. Go ahead, I'm fine. Qin Yu looked at the manager helplessly and said to Lu Xinyan, you sit here first, 10 minutes, I'll be back in 10 minutes. Lu Xinyan waved his hand, indicating that he should go quickly. Chapter 33. After Qin Yu left, Lu Xinyan reached for a piece of watermelon and popped it into his mouth. Just as he finished eating, a man suddenly appeared uninvited from not far away. He sat down, with a smirk on the corner of his lips, holding 2 glasses of wine, harboring ill intentions. All alone tonight. Lu Xinyan's eyes were indifferent. This kind of approach had long become commonplace to him. He slowly placed the cigarette in his mouth, took a drag, and exhaled. Through the haze of smoke, he glanced at the man sideways, and the disdain and contempt in his eyes were unmistakable. Damn, what arrogance. The man was thrown off balance by that glance. He loosened his tie with one hand and undid 2 buttons. The man's name was Lu Hao, a regular bar visitor who relied on his wealth and acted arrogantly. He was idle all day and extremely lecherous. Lu Qinyan caught his attention as soon as he walked in. The slim waist, the straight and long legs, just a glance of his seductive gaze made Lu Hao tremble with excitement. This kind of charm outdid even some of the young stars he had dated before. Since Qin Yu was sitting there earlier, Lu Hao didn't dare to make a move. But now that Qin Yu had left, he came over immediately. Never seen you before, could you be so kind as to have a drink? Lu Hao handed the wine to Lu Qinyan and shamelessly examined him. Lu Qinyan's eyebrows slightly knitted together, clearly annoyed. He shook off the ash from his cigarette and shot a glance at Lu Hao. Do we know each other? His voice was clear, cold, yet hoarse, light and fleeting. Apparently a veteran player, Lu Hao didn't mind being snubbed by the other party, since it only further fueled his desire to conquer. Lu Hao moved closer to Lu Qinyan, speaking slickly, we'll get to know each other after having a drink. As he spoke, he gestured and emptied the glass of wine in his own hand. Lu Qinyan lightly laughed but didn't take the glass of wine Lu Hao offered. He remained composed, smoking elegantly with one leg crossed over the other. The look of haughtiness and disdain irritated Lu Hao, making him anxious inside. With an ingratiating smile, he started a conversation. Are you a friend of Mr. Qin? Lu Qinyan ignored him and instead picked up his phone to send a message to Qin Yu. Ask someone to drive this fly away from me. After sending the message, Qin Yu didn't reply. Just when he was about to turn off his phone, the notification light flashed. He opened it, and it wasn't a message from Qin Yu. Klinger, big brother, when are you coming home? I'll pick you up. Lu Qinyan casually replied, we'll be back soon. Klinger, where are you? Lu Qinyan, MT. MT was the name of Qin Yu's bar. At this moment, the sofa beside him sank as a hand fell on his shoulder, and Lu Hao's voice echoed near his ear, people come here to have fun, don't pretend to be noble. Lu Qinyan furrowed his brows, put away his phone, and turned around to glare coldly at Lu Hao. His gaze was sharp and dangerous, completely different from his previous cool and relaxed demeanor. Lu Hao stopped mid-sentence. Even though the other party hadn't said a word, he felt his fingertips tighten under this penetrating gaze. The next second, a pig-like scream came from Seat K. Ah, it hurts. Mom, it hurts. Lu Qinyan let go of his grip, and Lu Hao immediately slumped on the table, holding his thumb tightly, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Their loud commotion drew the attention of many people. The bar server noticed and rushed over. Mr. Lu, what happened? Qin Yu had already told them earlier, everyone in the bar knew he was the boss's good friend. Compared to the regular customer Lu Hao, they understood the hierarchy clearly. After asking Lu Qinyan, they helped Lu Hao up. Mr. Lu, are you okay? Lu Hao sweated profusely from the pain but still cared about saving face. He gritted his teeth, my finger is ruined, damn it. Is this how you treat your regular customers? Lu Qinyan calmly tore open a pack of wet tissues and wiped his hands clean. Lu Hao held his almost broken thumb awkwardly, flustered, what the hell is your name? Lu Hao didn't recognize Lu Qinyan and assumed he was just someone without any connections. Mr. Lu, calm down, the server didn't want to offend either side but prioritized protecting Lu Qinyan. Let me take you to the hospital to check your hand, the medical expenses will be covered. Check my hand my ass, Lu Hao shoved the person aside. His failed attempt at flirting ended up breaking his finger, and this kind of thing would surely become a laughingstock. Despite the pain, Lu Hao sat on the couch like a pest. Go call Qin Yu over here. Damn it, since it happened in his bar, he should step in. What? Are you going to handle me like this? Do you think I'm short of those few medical expenses? What are you looking at? Don't bother. This yell sent all the curious stares darting elsewhere. Looking at Lu Hao's attitude, it seemed he wasn't easy to deal with. Another waiter went to the private room to call Qin Yu. Lu sir, let's talk things over nicely, no need to get angry. The waiter bent down and poured wine for Lu Hao, here. Lu Hao swatted the glass away, drink what? Where is Qin Yu? The waiter smiled, someone has been sent to call him, Mr. Qin will be here soon. Lu Hao snorted coldly, his eyes falling back on Lu Qinyan who hadn't said a word the whole time, such a fiery temper. The waiter couldn't help but roll his eyes, at this moment, you still dare to hit on him? Truly deserves losing a finger. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, itched terribly not having eaten this kind of man into his mouth, he licked his lips and asked, hey, what's his name? The waiter answered, young Master Lu, our boss's friend. Who is young Master Lu? Is there such a good person in Xinqing? Lu Hao didn't know. He thought for a while, feeling it better to handle things first and mustn't let this fat piece of meat escape. After a while, he coughed lightly, I Lu Hao am not an unreasonable person either. Let's settle this without troubling Qin Yu to come over again since he looks so busy anyway. Lu Hao lifted the glass of wine he had grabbed earlier with his right hand, young Master Lu, if you drink this glass of wine, consider it as apology. We'll clear everything between us. Upon hearing this, Lu Chenyan squinted his eyes, as if he had just heard a joke, and said faintly, "Apology to you?" Lu Hao nodded, about to say something more, when a soft yet forceful voice interrupted, "What apology does he owe you?" Hearing a familiar voice, Lu Chenyan looked up, startled. "Why are you here?" Lu Chenyan did not reply but sat next to him and asked, "What happened?" Lu Chenyan, "Nothing." Even though Lu Chenyan didn't explain, Lu Chenyan roughly guessed some part of it. Coming to the bar for Lu Chenyan was like putting fresh and delicious meat into a wolf den. He gave Lu Hao a cold glance and saw Lu Hao's thumb. "You broke his finger." There wasn't any sense of scolding in these words, rather a bit of indulgence hidden inside. But Lu Chenyan didn't hear that, instead becoming impatient, it was he who initiated the attack. Hearing this, Lu Chenyan's face suddenly turned serious. "Where did he touch you?" Lu Chenyan clicked his tongue, looking at Lu Chenyan like he was seeing a fool. "Are you brainless? Would I let his dirty hands touch me? Hey, are you two done chatting?" Seeing them getting all intimate in front of him, Lu Hao's anger flared up. He had originally thought that Lu Chenyan was self-righteous and unapproachable. Now, out of nowhere appeared a greenhorn who completely didn't fit here, and they were talking in front of him as if he didn't exist. Lu Hao pressed down his anger, asking Lu Chenyan, "Who are you to him?" Lu Chenyan got annoyed and glared at him. "What's it got to do with you? Are you feeling better now, your finger?" Talking about this, Lu Hao immediately flared up. "Motherfucker, you don't take my step down today, huh?" Compared to the pain in his finger, Lu Hao was more furious because of the apparent special relationship between Lu Chenyan and Lu Chenyan. He saw it clearly, the meaning behind Lu Chenyan's gaze directed at Lu Chenyan. Admiration, greed, and affection. He chuckled coldly, "No wonder pretending to be so aloof, it's because of this matter, tisk tsk." Lu Chenyan didn't understand the meaning, but knew it wasn't a good one. "What rubbish are you spouting off cleanly?" "Oh, young Master Lu," Lu Hao laughed, "don't pretend you didn't understand what I said. I know exactly what the fellow beside you is up to." "Afraid? Afraid of what?" Suddenly Lu Chenyan spoke up, interrupting him with both eyes fixated on Lu Hao, seemingly polite but inwardly seething. Standing up, Lu Hao pointed at Lu Chenyan. "I know exactly what you're thinking." "What are you pointing at him for?" Lu Chenyan stood up as well. At the moment when the atmosphere froze on sight, Qin Yu arrived. He glanced at Lu Chenyan first. "Are you alright?" "What brings you here, Chenyan?" Lu Chenyan shook his head, indicating everything was fine. "Mr. Qin," Lu Hao mocked sarcastically, "you really know how to do business here." Only now did Qin Yu look at Lu Hao, unable to remember who he was at first until someone nearby reminded him, then he smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, what nonsense are you saying? Aren't you a regular customer here?" Lu Hao said, "It's precisely because I'm a regular customer that I originally didn't want to trouble you. But see how things turned out tonight." Qin Yu had already encountered people like Lu Hao who act two-faced before. After greeting Lu Hao's entire family mentally, he still maintained a pleasant expression and said, "Yeah, it's nothing big. Here, Mr. Lu, I'll cover all your expenses tonight and toast for forgiveness." What Lu Hao wanted was nothing more than saving face and an exit. Now that Qin Yu had given him both, he naturally went along with it. "You know me, I'm not the type to fuss over trivial matters. Naturally, I'll give Mr. Qin face. It's just." He looked at Lu Chenyan and said, "All I wanted was for your friend to drink a cup of wine, but now he still refuses, leaving me in an awkward position, isn't it?" Qin Yu resisted the urge to roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "If you're having trouble being reasonable, then stop trying." "Mr. Lu," Qin Yu smiled as he took the glass of wine, "you don't know, my friend here can't handle his liquor. Allow me to substitute." Of course Lu Hao wasn't willing, insisting that Lu Chenyan should drink. This was Qin Yu's bar, and Lu Chenyan didn't want to escalate the situation and affect his business. Just as he was about to take the wine from Lu Hao's hand, another hand appeared and intercepted it. Lu Chenyan said, "I'll do it." Then, right in front of everyone, he drank it all down. Lu Chenyan. Lu Hao was instantly silenced, glaring at Lu Chenyan. The atmosphere of the room immediately became quiet. "See," Qin Yu placed the wine glass down, his smile disappearing as he partly exaggerated and partly expressed genuine feelings. "Mr. Lu, this is my younger brother, who usually doesn't touch cigarettes or alcohol. And yet you insisted on making things so difficult here." Lu Hao had never expected events to take such a turn. This was Qin Yu's territory, but Qin Yu wasn't someone to be bullied. Initially, Lu Hao only wanted Lu Chenyan to drink the wine, but instead ended up dragging himself into this mess. "Mr. Qin, see me," Lu Hao's expression turned sour, showing what it meant to ruin a good game. "If only you had mentioned earlier, I would have absolutely not made things hard for your younger brother." Kang Yu responded coolly, "But you already did." Lu Hao managed a nervous laugh, "Then I'll punish myself with 3 cups as apology." Lu Hao filled his glass and drank 3 cups in succession. Qin Yu politely smiled, "Of course, I share responsibility for this matter. Since Mr. Lu enjoys drinking, I'll have them prepare some more wine. However, I need to send my younger brother home first." After saying this, he escorted Lu Chenyan and Lu Chenyan out. "I'll arrange someone to see you back." Qin Yu prepared to make a call outside the door. Lu Chenyan stopped him, "It's fine, go attend to your work." Qin Yu cursed, that bastard Lu Hao, daring to act wild in my place. If this weren't a bar, I'd really want to teach him a lesson. Hey, is Shenyan okay? Ever since Lu Shenyan drank that cup, he seemed a bit off, frowning. Kong Yu clicked his tongue, his tolerance for alcohol is so poor, 1 cup and he's out. Lu Chenyan said, that's how he is. At that moment, a waiter rushed out, asking, boss, what kind of wine should we send to Lu Hao's table? Send wine. Kong Yu exclaimed, hell no, he thinks he can drink my wine. I haven't settled accounts with him for eyeing my brothers. Take $300 worth of baijiu, get him drunk enough to land in the ICU, I'll personally call 120 for him. Hey, Lu Chenyan stopped him, you still need to run your business. Kong Yu reassured, don't worry, I know my limits. Hurry up and take Shenyan home, doesn't he look like he's suffering from alcohol allergy? Lu Chenyan glanced at Lu Shenyan, noticing his face indeed turning an unnatural shade of red. He asked, are you okay? Lu Shenyan looked at Kong Yu, trying to suppress something, his breathing unsteady, voice hoarse, I'm fine. Chapter 34. Qin Yu stopped a car on the road, helped Lu Chenyan get into the car, and held the car door, pay attention to safety on the road. Send me a message when you get home. Lu Chenyan waved, yeah, you go ahead. Alright. Qin Yu closed the car door. He only returned to the bar after the car disappeared from his sight. Mr. Qin, he had just walked to the bar counter, when Lu Hao carrying a coat came over, I am really sorry. I just got a phone call. A friend of mine has an urgent matter for me. Today there is no chance for me to drink your wine. Let's store the wine you offered me and drink it another day. Lu Hao was not confused. If he stayed at this time to drink alcohol, his brain must have been clamped by a door. Qin Yu clicked his tongue, how could that be? I've already prepared everything. Let's still drink tonight. No, Lu Hao kept shaking his head, pretending to check the time with a gesture, saying, alas, you see I am in a hurry. Qin Yu smiled, then Mr. Lu, please walk well. I won't see you off. After Lu Hao left, someone immediately came to Qin Yu, boss, then we should go and buy some liquor. The smile on Qin Yu's face disappeared. Staring at the direction where Lu Hao disappeared, he said, find a few brothers. Tonight, force him to drink all the alcohol. Alright. The night wind was slightly cool. Standing on the road, Lu Hao lit a cigarette to calm down. He did not plan to go straight home. He intended to do a massage on the street ahead. The good thing tonight had been ruined, so he needed to find something else to console himself. He threw the cigarette but on the ground and turned toward the health club. There were few people on the road at this hour as Lu Hao was walking ahead holding a piece of clothing. Suddenly, he saw 3 shadows appear on the ground. Lu Hao frowned instantly, eyes opening wide in shock. He saw those 3 shadows quickly running towards him. Lu Hao turned back in panic but before he could even make out who they were, his mouth was covered and he was dragged into the garden like a pig dragged into a slaughterhouse. Ha. Lu Hao began to panic wildly, his resisting hands and feet tightly constrained. In the next moment, the hand covering his mouth released, causing Lu Hao to start yelling incoherently, help. Who are you? Who sent you? Cough. Suddenly, spicy alcohol was forcibly poured into his mouth. Sorry, our boss said this is the wine given to Mr. Lu as an apology. Please give him the courtesy to finish drinking. Chow, curse, Qin Yu. They also said, our boss also said if Mr. Lu feels unhappy, next time he would drink not wine, but sulfuric acid. That night, Lu Hao ended up drinking so much in the garden until he had gastric bleeding and was directly rushed to the hospital emergency center. Ring, the elevator door opened. Lu Chenyan supported Lu Shenyan to walk out, took out the key to open the door, with such a poor alcohol tolerance, why did you dare to drink on my behalf? Lu Shenyan leaned slightly on the man, smelled the faint scent of sandalwood, and murmured softly, hurry up and open the door. You move a bit away. Don't get so close to me, it's too hot. The moist warm breath was right by his ear, making Lu Chenyan feel a bit uneasy. He unlocked the door. Upon entering the house, Lu Chenyan led the person to the sofa and prepared to go to the kitchen to fetch water for him. Unexpectedly, his wrist was pulled by a strong force. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Shenyan tightly gripped Lu Chenyan's right wrist, gazing at him with misty, watery eyes, his lips quivering. Where are you going? Lu Chenyan frowned, I am getting you water to drink. Lu Shenyan blinked without speaking, a layer of thin sweat appeared on his forehead. How come you're sweating so much? Lu Chenyan's brows knitted together as he took out a tissue and handed it to Lu Shenyan, I will turn on the air conditioner. Don't. Lu Shenyan pulled again with force. Lu Chenyan did not expect the strength of Lu Shenyan's grip and almost lost his balance, his left hand hastily supporting himself on the sofa, glaring down at Lu Shenyan, what the hell are you pulling me for? Brother, Lu Shenyan gazed intently at Lu Chenyan, catching his breath and said, I'm feeling so hot. While speaking, Lu Shenyan pulled Lu Chenyan's hand and placed it near his neck. Lu Chenyan thought Lu Shenyan seemed abnormal, 1 glass of wine shouldn't make him drunk like this. The very next second, the alarming heat from the neck made Lu Chenyan instinctively shocked. Shit, how can this person be so hot? Lu Qinyan glared at Lu Xinyan. Under the lamplight, Lu Xinyan's originally pale cheeks were unusually red, his fine hair sticking to his forehead, his eyes hazy, feverish in a very unnatural way. Looking at this sight, his eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly recalling something, greatly startled, he cursed, "Fuck, Lu Xinyan, did you mistakenly drink the wrong alcohol?" He recalled the glass of wine that Lu Hao had prepared for him initially. However, none of them expected that Lu Xinyan mistakenly drank it in the end. Shit, that's why Lu Hao kept insisting on letting him drink it. Drugging the wine, what a sinister trick. To confirm this fact, Lu Qinyan instinctively glanced downward. As soon as he looked, he felt his eyes almost went blind again. He should have noticed that something was wrong with Lu Xinyan while they were still in the car. Lu Xinyan nodded and looked at him with deep affection brimming in his eyes, nearly drowning the person. Something must have been put in the wine. Lu Qinyan slapped Lu Xinyan's head and snarled angrily, "You motherfucker didn't say anything on the car. I could have directly gone to the pharmacy to get medicine for you." Lu Xinyan blinked, hesitated for half a second, and obediently replied, "Medicine is not good." "Not good my ass. What are you going to do now? That dog, Lu Hao, really deserves a beating." While Lu Qinyan was cursing incessantly, all of a sudden, a hand wrapped around his waist. The force was so great that his left arm weakened, and he fell forward. Lu Qinyan widened his eyes and stared at the face just inches away from his own. "Brother," Lu Xinyan gave him a smile, then naturally buried his head in the hollow of his collarbone, inhaling deeply twice, mumbling, "You smell so good. Good your mother smells." Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, "Snap out of it and look who I am." Lu Xinyan gazed into Lu Qinyan's pitch-black eyes. Their eyes met, and the living room was silent except for two sets of breathing, one deep and one shallow. Lu Xinyan patiently traced this face with his eyes as if truly confirming it. After a moment, he called out, "Brother." Lu Qinyan felt somewhat uneasy under those eyes full of longing. "Release me, damn it." Lu Qinyan felt like his waist would break. It wasn't clear if it was because of the alcohol, but Lu Xinyan's grip was especially strong at this time. Lu Xinyan quietly focused on the man. Suddenly, he let go of one hand, switched to hugging him with both hands, and rubbed his head against his neck. "Qinyan brother." Lu Qinyan stiffened as he lay there on Lu Xinyan's body, unsure of what to do. He swallowed, his eyes darted nervously. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch on his neck. Lu Qinyan immediately reacted and supported himself on Lu Xinyan's shoulders. "Do you want to die? It wouldn't be appropriate for him to stay here right now." Lu Qinyan pointed at the bathroom, his face slightly red. "Go solve it in the bathroom first and then come out." Lu Xinyan stared at him silently for a while. His eyes slowly filled with a misty layer, resembling someone about to cry, "I'm not feeling well. I don't want to be alone when I'm feeling bad." Then, looking at Lu Qinyan, he pleaded in his voice, "Brother, stay with me, okay? Stay." Each word was familiar, yet he couldn't comprehend its meaning. Lu Qinyan tried prying off the hands on his waist. "Let me go." "Qinyan," Lu Xinyan suddenly turned serious. He grabbed his pale hand and, somewhat nervously, pushed downward, his mouth dry and tongue parched as he asked, "Help me deal with it." Upon hearing this sentence, Lu Qinyan sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, jumping down from the sofa. Lu Qinyan glanced at a certain part of Lu Xinyan, forgetting even to hit him, and spoke incoherently, "That. I'll find someone else for you." Without giving it a second thought about what Lu Xinyan just called him, he just wanted to quickly escape this sticky situation. Lu Qinyan didn't give Lu Xinyan enough time to react before hastily going to the door and putting on his shoes. Just as he finished tying them, he heard quick footsteps from behind. Lu Qinyan hurriedly opened the door. With a bang, the door shut again. At the same time, the living room plunged into darkness. Lu Xinyan tightly embraced Lu Qinyan and pinned him to the door, burying his head in Lu Qinyan's neck. His trembling voice said, You actually wanted to send me to someone else." Lu Qinyan was speechless, unable to reply. Next, Lu Xinyan's tone became plaintive again, reiterating, "How could you send me to someone else?" Lu Xinyan tightened his grip on his waist, using his strength as if trying to fuse him into his very bones. "I drank the wine for you." Lu Qinyan felt as if he was stuck on a hot pan. The heat emanating from Lu Xinyan made him restless and anxious. Lu Xinyan's fingers pinched his waist. "You can't send me to someone else." Lu Qinyan felt a sharp pain. "Your grip hurts me." The force around his waist eased momentarily. At this moment, Lu Xinyan's voice became extremely low and soft, like a child about to burst into tears. "Please, don't give me to someone else. Please, don't send me away." Upon hearing these words, Lu Qinyan felt as if his heart had been gripped tightly. He thought to himself, it was true, anyone he might call would be a stranger, and secondly, their health couldn't be guaranteed. Lu Qinyan considered for a moment, "Then let go of me, and I'll buy you some medicine." Lu Xinyan shook his head with a whimper in his voice. "No medicine. You don't want medicine, and you won't let me call anyone. Do you want to die?" Lu Qinyan exclaimed. "Can you help me, just like last time?" In the pitch-black living room, an unsettling silence descended all of a sudden. "Last time? Suddenly, certain memories came flooding back. Lu Qinyan's face flushed immediately. Are you out of your mind? The first time had been an accident, they were both drunk. But this time, they were fully conscious. Lu Xinyan pressed his lips against his neck and coaxed softly, no one will ever know, brother. Help me out, it's just the two of us here. Go fuck yourself, Lu Xinyan bellowed. Alright, fine, we won't do it. Lu Xinyan hurriedly calmed down the man teetering on the edge of irritability but kept pressing forward. Can you at least hug me, please? Just a hug. Lu Xinyan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then why are you rubbing against me? Lu Xinyan paused for a moment, denying quietly, I'm not rubbing. This statement could fool no one, not even Lu Xinyan himself probably realized its incredibility, so after hesitating, he added sheepishly, alright, maybe just a little rub. Chapter 35. Stop rubbing, let go. Lu Qinyan was a man. Although he didn't have much experience, he wasn't naive enough to be fooled by such words. No, I'm too hot. Lu Xinyan was on the verge of tears. I feel terrible down there. Lu Qinyan was also annoyed. What should he do? He knew how miserable it was for a man to hold back, especially when he'd been given an aphrodisiac. Shit, all he wanted to do was beat Lu Hao severely. But the thing hanging on his body right now. Lu Qinyan gritted his teeth and said helplessly, don't fucking rub against me. Lu Xinyan panted in response, it feels better this way. With that, he became even more audacious, brother, can you help me out with your hand? As Lu Qinyan was about to refuse, seeing Lu Xinyan's lustful expression, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He harshly said, you'd better keep it down. What if someone outside hears us? If someone were to pass by outside the door, they would surely hear the commotion inside. Lu Xinyan stared at him with red eyes and stopped moving altogether. Even without any light, Lu Qinyan knew exactly what kind of expression Lu Xinyan had right now. After a long pause, he sighed in defeat, let's go to the bedroom. They had barely reached the entrance of the bedroom when Lu Xinyan cornered Lu Qinyan against the doorframe and released himself once, still not looking relieved. Lu Xinyan's gaze was fixed on the man's face, his chest rising and falling rapidly. His Adam's apple moved slightly as he reached out to caress those inviting red lips. Brother, Lu Xinyan called out. Lu Qinyan frowned, ? I'll help you too, he said. Lu Qinyan glared at him irritably, stop messing around, take your hands off me. I haven't drunk the wrong alcohol. It feels great, Lu Xinyan said, I want to make you feel good too. You help me once, I'll help you once, Lu Xinyan said seriously, I'll bite you in a bit. This tone sounded so natural, as though they weren't discussing matters of the bedchamber, but rather like asking what he normally ate. Lu Qinyan thought he had misheard. Lu Xinyan blinked innocently, asking, can I? There's no need for you to do this. An image flashed through Lu Qinyan's mind, making him inexplicably feel a little parched in his mouth. I'm afraid brother might feel uncomfortable holding back, Lu Xinyan's voice carried a seductive tone, it's bad for your health. Occasionally letting me help will be good, Try saying more nonsense, Lu Qinyan tightened his fingers, are you a damn slut, eagerly serving people? Lu Qinyan felt inexplicably irritated because he realized that when Lu Xinyan mentioned biting him, he actually felt something stir within. Perhaps because it had been so long since he returned and hadn't found relief, hearing such words made him feel itchy at heart for a moment. But the next sentence from Lu Xinyan suddenly caused his heartbeat to accelerate sharply, almost bringing something close to bursting out. Leaning close, he whispered near his ear, no one will ever know. This room is only ours. The voice couldn't help but be hoarse and low-pitched, rough like sandpaper, as if one small misstep could lead them into this trap. Lu Qinyan's ears burned fiercely, feeling somewhat hot. Damn, was he mistaken about drinking as well? Brother, Lu Xinyan continued step by step, it won't have any impact. We'll go to bed soon, and I'll help you bite it out. Lu Qinyan was as if brainwashed by Lu Xinyan. Only these three thoughts circulated in his mind. This room is just mine and yours. No one else will know. On the bed, I'll help you bite it out. A man's willpower in matters of sex was almost zero. Staring at Lu Xinyan directly delivered a sentence that crushed Lu Qinyan's fragile rationality. He said, or else, after helping me for so long, if you end up suffering yourself, wouldn't it be a big loss? Seduced as if by a spell, Lu Qinyan swallowed saliva, pretending bravely and declared, if it's uncomfortable, you won't get it either. Lu Xinyan seemed to have been waiting for this line all along, finally hearing it. In the next second, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he scooped him up and headed towards the bed. The bedroom was quiet, only the sound of fabric friction could be heard. Lu Qinyan leaned against the headboard, gripping Lu Xinyan's hair, his pants loosely lying on the floor. Lu Xinyan. He lowered his eyes and looked at the young man prostrate before him. Then, he closed his eyes again, his fingers trembling in sheer torment. After a while, Lu Xinyan lifted his head and stared intently at the man's face. Perhaps sensing his burning gaze, Lu Qinyan slowly opened his eyes. Their eyes met. Feels good? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Qinyan didn't respond, but his reaction had already given an answer. With nearly 2 months of pent-up desire finally released, he didn't want to say another word after that. Lu Xinyan swallowed once, then stood up and directly leaned in for a kiss on the corner of his mouth. Lu Chinian dodged by tilting his head. He didn't like that taste. Don't come messing around with me, no nonsense. That fiery breath immediately obeyed and shifted focus, biting his ear and whispering, I want to use your legs. Lu Chinian frowned, I'll use my hand. Compared to using his legs, he thought using his hands was better. No, Lu Xinyan teased, you're too slow. Lu Chinian. The amount of drug Lu Hao administered must have been quite large. The two tossed and turned on the bed until late into the night before Lu Chinian couldn't take it anymore and collapsed asleep without even wanting to shower. When Lu Chinian woke up the next day, there was a hollow ache in his abdomen. He moved slightly, only to find his legs feeling close to paralysis. Thinking back to last night's wild escapades on the bed, Lu Chinian couldn't help but feel a little weak in his legs. He didn't rush to get out of bed. Just as he was leaning against the bedrest ready to rest his eyes, someone pushed open the bedroom door. The culprit came in. Seeing Lu Chinian was awake, his steps showed a hint of hesitation, whether intentional or accidental, but just happened to be captured by Lu Chinian. Though there were things he originally wanted to say, after seeing this scene, he swallowed his words. Well, Lu Xinyan was also a victim. After all, it was Lu Xinyan who drank the glass of wine for him. He remembered everything clearly from last night. He knew none of it could be blamed on anyone. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Hao had drugged their drinks, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Besides, though his legs hurt, in certain aspects, he did feel pretty comfortable. Are you feeling any better? Lu Chinian asked. Lu Xinyan nodded and came over, handing him water. Was I? Thank you, brother. Lu Chinian felt a bit more relieved after finishing the water, then coldly said, never again. If it happens again, I will straight up kick you out and leave you on the streets. Too lazy to deal with you. Lu Xinyan nodded obediently, I won't drink recklessly anymore. Lu Chinian snorted and rolled off the bed. He simply freshened up in the bathroom and returned to go to the living room sofa, picking up his phone. After opening it, he discovered several missed calls and messages. All from last night. Right when he and Lu Xinyan were on the bed together. Among them were 2 delivery messages, most of which were sent by Qin Yu at different times. 22:17. Qin Yu, back home yet? Qin Yu. Why aren't you responding? Qin Yu, picture, that bastard Lu Hao got hospitalized. Qin Yu, did you make it home? Qin Yu, why don't you reply? Is Xinyan okay? Qin Yu, reply after reading this. I gotta go do something else first. 1:49. Qin Yu, damn it, why don't you reply? Your phone was powered on, no charges due, not even busy. After reviewing these messages, Lu Chinian sat down and prepared to call Qin Yu back. However, when bending down, the fabric brushed against his thigh, causing sharp pain, prompting him to stand upright quickly. Shit, he would have to change into pants made of a softer material. Enduring the pain, he sat back down and dialed Qin Yu's number, the other end taking quite some time to pick up. Hello, Lu Chinian, I thought you'd gone missing. Qin Yu's voice suggested he was sleeping. Last night I sent you messages and you didn't reply. I almost called the cops. You're still asleep. Lu Chinian bent down to grab a pack of cigarettes on the table, lighting one and finding an excuse. I went home last night and slept directly. I didn't check my phone. Just saw your message now. Oh, well if you're alright that's fine, Qin Yu said. Did you see the picture I sent? Lu Hao, that bastard. Apparently, his father rushed to the hospital last night, and he was so angry he almost passed out. And they ordered Lu Hao to stay indoors for half a year. Lu Chinian saw the photo. He sneered contemptuously at the vile tactic of putting drugs in the drinks. Serves him right. He brought it on himself. Hey, wait, Qin Yu sensed something amiss and chuckled. Usually you tell me to go easier on people, not draw attention. Why, serves him right today. Lu Chinian, really? Qin Yu hummed, never mind him. Anyway, this serves as a lesson for him. But I stayed up too late last night, I need to get some extra sleep, I don't have time to talk. Lu Xinyan walked out of the kitchen and saw Lu Chinian answering a phone call, noticing his expression and tone. He took a deep breath, everything seemed fine from last night. During breakfast, Lu Xinyan took out a box of ointment from his bag, placed it on the table, and whispered, brother, this is for your legs. Lu Chinian paused his actions and glared at him twice, take it away, I don't need it. Shit, was he that fragile? Did he even need to apply ointment? After quickly finishing breakfast, Lu Chinian turned around and went back to the room to take a nap. Once the door was closed, he immediately let out a soft gasp, hurriedly grabbing the pants with his hand to prevent any fabric friction near the thigh root. Fuck, why did it hurt so much all of a sudden? It felt like an animal ravaged him. He didn't want to wear pants all day, it just felt uncomfortable. He bent down and used quite a bit of effort to finally take off the pants. He then looked down at the thigh root area. Besides being swollen and red, there were also unsightly bite marks, which extended along the inner side all the way to the knee bends. Lu Chinian lay in bed and silently cursed Lu Xinyan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. Before he finished cursing, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 36. What have you been doing at home these past few days? Qin Yu lay on the bed with his back bare as he muttered, you haven't stepped outside the house, I would have thought you were resting at home. Lu Chenyan sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Lazily flicking an eyelid, he told the masseur attending to Qin Yu, massage him more firmly. Huh, Qin Yu waved his hand, I was just joking around with you. Want to try out some programs? Waiting here is so boring anyway, and they do have great techniques here. It was only recently that Qin Yu started getting massages. Initially unfamiliar with it, he soon realized its pleasure and gradually joined the middle-aged and elderly wellness group. No thanks, Lu Chenyan didn't like being touched by others, nor did he want to take off his clothes because there were too many marks on his body. Just hurry up. Qin Yu, then why are you here? Just to sneak a peek at my flesh. Lu Chenyan kept staring at his phone, indifferently saying, bored. Indeed, bored. He'd stayed home for 2 days, and today, when putting on his pants, it finally no longer irritated his legs. This time, he had come out for some fresh air. By the way, Lu Chenyan scrolling through his phone suddenly looked up and asked, isn't the client of CNN called Fong Hui? Have you made up your mind? Qin Yu detected a hint of meaning in this, planning to go to CNN. Lu Chenyan remained silent for a moment before replying, there's some intention. Currently, there isn't a better choice than him. These past 2 days, he has also been considering this matter. After making several comparisons, CNN came out as the best option. This is work, it's up to you, in such matters, Qin Yu wouldn't make too many judgments, of course, I think CNN is a good place too. Aren't you planning to buy the Lu residence back? CNN is currently very strong in the industry, it's a good opportunity. Qin Yu knew about the Lu residence. Lu Chenyan remains in the country mainly because he wants to buy back the Lu residence. We'll give it our best shot, Lu Chenyan said, but I'm not sure if we can persuade them. Just sounded strange from Qin Yu, that originally belonged to your mother. Anything that can be solved with money isn't really a problem. If the money isn't enough, I'll lend it to you. Lu Chenyan chuckled softly. He glanced at the technician and asked, how long will this take? Qin Yu, about 10 minutes or so, then we're done. Lu Chenyan nodded. Uncomfortably lying down, Qin Yu lifted his head and propped his chin on his hands, his cheeks full of red imprints. When are you planning to go to CNN? On your first day of work, I'll call a few friends to celebrate with you. What is there to celebrate? Lu Chenyan said. Come on, life must have a sense of ceremony, Qin Yu insisted earnestly. Don't talk about this, Lu Chenyan recalled, did you manage to check on Lulu? Sighing deeply, Qin Yu replied, now I feel like a private detective. Not yet, but I'll tell you immediately once there's any progress. Alright. After the massage, Qin Yu felt refreshed overall. The two left the massage parlor and drove to have Western food. By the way, those high school classmates asked me about your situation the other day. During dinner, Qin Yu remembered something, have you contacted them? Lu Chenyan shook his head, why should I contact them? You're right, otherwise, they wouldn't indirectly ask for your contact details, Qin Yu said. Lu Chenyan frowned, did you give it to them? At the thought of how awkwardly the person on the other side had asked for the phone number, Qin Yu shivered, don't mention it anymore. What happened? Lu Chenyan was confused. Qin Yu, the person claimed to be your classmate, obviously a man who talks in a nasal voice, it annoyed me. So, I directly sent it over. Did they contact you? Back in high school, Qin Yu and Lu Chenyan were in the same grade but different classes. These past few days, Lu Chenyan hadn't received any strange calls, no. It wasn't that Lu Chenyan didn't want to reconnect with his alumni. In high school, although he had plenty of acquaintances, only a few were genuine friends. Among those who wanted to reach out to him, it was uncertain whether their intentions were out of sincere nostalgia or malicious intent. Besides, if they truly considered him a friend, these few days wouldn't make a difference. On the other hand, not contacting him after getting his number implies they didn't intend to greet him in the first place, which was fine as well. After dinner, Qin Yu wanted to go swimming at the Hua University swimming pool. It was Friday, and there were very few people at the swimming pool. Upon arrival, Qin Yu called Fu Xianshu, but the latter was busy attending a class. Since Fu Xianshu is having a class, let's swim, Qin Yu said as he threw his phone aside and changed into his swimming trunks. Lu Chenyan instantly regretted coming to find Qin Yu. Why were all today's activities related to undressing? You go ahead, I'll just watch. Lu Chenyan picked a bench and sat down directly. Qin Yu paused as he was about to put on his swimming goggles. Shit, I now have every reason to suspect you're lusting after my body. It's not that my period has come, Qin Yu didn't understand, you can't even get in the water. Lu Chenyan wished he could kick Qin Yu into the pool, you're the one who has periods. Why won't you get in the water? Qin Yu asked, it's no fun for me to play alone. If it's not because of your period, go change quickly. Lu Chenyan clicked his tongue, he really didn't want to take off his clothes. These past few days, every time he looked at the mirror, his sense of shame skyrocketed. From his chest to his abdomen, and even his back and waist, they were all marked with purplish-blue traces. One look would know what had been done. He didn't know what strange preference Lu Chenyan had, liking to leave marks. Who knew why Qin Yu decided to swim precisely today? Alright, Lu Chenyan pulled out his phone, ready to shift Qin Yu's attention. I'll find you someone to play with. Who? 10 minutes later. Lu Chenyan rushed from the teaching building to the swimming pool, seeing Lu Chenyan from afar, walking over with a slight curve in his eyebrows. Brother. Here, Lu Chenyan handed him a pair of swim trunks. Change into them. After swimming a lap, Qin Yu returned, his elbows resting on the edge of the pool as he sat up. He asked, Shenyan, do you know how to swim? Having two people was definitely better than one, and since Shenyan was known to Qin Yu, he didn't care much. Brother Qin, Lu Shenyan nodded, I know a little. Then go change quickly, Qin Yu exclaimed happily, we'll race later. Alright. Lu Shenyan went to the locker room as instructed. Coming out in the swim trunks. Wow, Qin Yu was surprised to see Lu Shenyan in only a swimsuit for the first time. He whispered quietly to Lu Chenyan, Shenyan has grown up, he's not like a child anymore. Sitting on the side of the pool, Qin Yu loudly said, warm up first, swim a couple laps, then we. As he spoke, Qin Yu suddenly paused, eyes wide with shock. Shit, Shenyan, what happened to your back? On the youth's sturdy back, right around the shoulder blades, were several red, long scratch marks. Lu Chenyan also looked over and immediately tightened his fingers. Shit, this was a mistake. How did he forget? It seemed like Lu Chenyan wasn't even aware these marks existed. He glanced back, then looked at the man sitting on the long chair all along, giving a meaningful smile, we've got a cat at home. That excuse might fool a 3-year-old kid, but it wouldn't work on Qin Yu, who was the owner of a bar. But still, Qin Yu gave him some face by not saying anything outright. Your cat must be pretty powerful, it probably hasn't had its claws trimmed, right? Chapter 37. Lu Shenyan smiled, said nothing, and turned to get into the water. Qin Yu's gaze returned from the pool, and he quietly asked Lu Chenyan, is Shenyan in a relationship? Lu Chenyan. Which eye do you see him in a relationship with? Both eyes have seen it. Don't pretend that those marks are from a cat. Qin Yu said. Lu Chenyan's fingers moved slightly, invisible to the naked eye. He of course knew better than anyone who had left those marks. But Qin Yu didn't know what Lu Chenyan was thinking. You really don't care at all. Lu Chenyan, why should I care about such things? Qin Yu, isn't he living in your house? Haven't heard Shenyan mention anything about having someone he likes. The person he likes does exist, but it's unrequited love. It has absolutely nothing to do with the one who left the marks on his body. Lu Chenyan thought to himself. You need to pay more attention, Qin Yu said, after all, you've watched Shenyan grow up. In Qin Yu's heart, Shenyan is almost like a younger brother. After saying this, he jumped into the water, causing a splash. As soon as Qin Yu left, Lu Chenyan glanced at the young man in the pool, feeling quite irritable when seeing those unsightly marks. Those marks were ones he had made repeatedly. That night, after Lu Chenyan had bitten hard enough to relieve him, he lost control. But why the hell are they so noticeable? Lu Chenyan looked down, observing his hands. Indeed, they had grown a bit too long. I'll take a break on land, Uncle Qin. After swimming a couple of laps with Qin Yu, Lu Chenyan got out of the pool. It was clear his mind wasn't on the pool. He dried his hair with a towel and sat next to Lu Chenyan. Brother, why aren't you swimming? Just cover yourself with the bath towel. Lu Chenyan threw the towel onto Lu Shenyan's face. Just looking at those marks made him uncomfortable. Lu Shenyan followed his instruction and draped it over himself, pretending curiosity. Are they really that noticeable? Lu Chenyan glared at him, not in the best mood. Can't you see for yourself? In that case, tonight, I'll clip your nails when we get home. Lu Shenyan naturally pulled his hand and looked at it in his palm. Lu Chenyan was used to Lu Shenyan's habit of talking while touching him. He only clicked his tongue. Have you become accustomed to serving others? You should become a nanny, you'd definitely snatch a lot of people's jobs. Lu Shenyan acted as if he hadn't heard that. Damn, Qin Yu returned from swimming, yanking off his swim goggles, grabbed a bottle of water on the shore. I haven't swum for a long time, slower than before. What were you two discussing? He saw the two of them whispering in the pool, sometimes holding hands, occasionally laughing. Nothing. Lu Chenyan withdrew his hand, stood up. Done yet? If done, let's change clothes and go back. Qin Yu also decided to leave, wiped his face, and casually asked, Shenyan, do you have any more classes later? Let's return together. Lu Shenyan, none. The three came out of the swimming pool. Qin Yu was a bit tired, so Lu Shenyan would drive instead. Lu Chenyan opened the car door, sat in the back, and lazily scrolled through WeChat moments on his phone. Just as he was about to exit WeChat, a friend request popped up in his contact list. He never randomly added friends, but the sender left a message. He tapped lightly to check it out, accidentally pressing accept. Damn. The other side probably had their phone ready and immediately sent a message. Qin Yu glanced at the rearview mirror, cursing who? No, accidentally added a friend. Lu Chenyan looked at the message the new contact had sent. Do you remember someone asking for my contact info a few days ago? Isn't it Xue Jun? Xue Jun was Lu Chenyan's high school classmate. Seems like it, Qin Yu thought for a moment and asked, did he contact you? Lu Chenian, dead once. But he didn't reply, simply shutting off his phone. After getting home, Lu Chenian took the clothes directly to shower. After finishing, he sat on the sofa wearing a bathrobe, his damp hair tied loosely at the back of his head, with a white towel over his shoulders. Opening his phone, he saw several unread WeChat messages, all from Xue Jun. Xue Jun, will you come to this alumni reunion? We're organizing a gathering, the activity fee is covered by someone. Xue Jun, they know you've returned to the country, everyone wants to see you. Although Xue Jun and Lu Chenian had a fairly normal relationship in high school, they weren't close. Lu Chenian replied, no, thank you. A 10-second voice message came back almost instantly. It was a bit noisy, but a shrill voice could be heard. Hey, what are you doing? Want to come out and play? You're in Shin City, right? Lu Chenian replayed the voice message. This is Xue Jun. Lu Chenian now understood who Qin Yu had mentioned as the man who sounded like he was pinching his nose while talking. It really did sound a bit like someone speaking with their nose pinched. In his memory, Xue Jun was an introverted person who spoke as if the words were stuck in his throat, totally different from the voice on the phone. Without careful listening, it would have been hard to recognize that voice as Xue Jun's. Lu Chenian, it's a bit noisy over there. Xue Jun switched to text, you're not coming to the alumni reunion. Everyone from the class will be there. Lu Chenian, I don't have much time. Xue Jun, I'm just here for free food. He Sheog is paying, so why miss this, Lu Chenian chuckled slightly and replied, have fun then. Xue Jun, when do you have time? Come out and play, we haven't seen each other in ages. Lu Chenian really didn't want to participate in these activities, but if he didn't go this time, he'd be invited again next time. He'd meet them sooner or later, so he hesitated as his hair was suddenly untied by someone. Let me dry you off. Lu Xinyan put the clothes aside, picked up the towel from Lu Chenyan's shoulders, and naturally began drying his hair. Lu Chenyan let him continue as he typed a reply, I'll be free these 2 days. Lu Xinyan glanced at the screen and asked quietly, who is it? Xue Jun, said Lu Chenyan, you should know him. Lu Xinyan came to Lu family during the summer of Lu Chenyan's 3rd year of junior high school. Right after 2 months, when Lu Chenyan started high school, Lu Xinyan carried a small backpack and followed closely behind him every day, rain or shine. And so until Lu Chenyan went abroad. Lu Xinyan thought for a moment and blinked, I remember. Lu Chenyan smirked, your memory's not bad. The phone vibrated again. Xue Jun, alright, I'll invite a few classmates from back then, the ones we used to hang out with. Lu Chenian casually replied, okay. He set the phone down, twisted his neck a little, feeling a bit stiff at the back of his neck, and began massaging it himself. I'll do it, said Lu Xinyan, bundling up his hair neatly before applying moderate pressure to massage the curve of the man's neck. Lu Chenian hummed softly in comfort, setting the phone aside and leaning back on the sofa with his eyes closed, relaxing completely. His long, thick eyelashes quivered lightly, his nostrils rising and falling gently. As the massage pressure increased slightly, his eyebrows would twitch involuntarily. Lu Xinyan gazed at this face and swallowed hard, unable to resist. If it weren't for the fact that the man was so relaxed at this moment, he might have thought Lu Xinyan was trying to seduce him. From his angle, all Lu Xinyan could see was a stretch of snow-white neck. Just by lowering his head slightly, he could capture those red lips in full bloom. As Lu Xinyan stared for a few more seconds, images of the man in bed came unbidden to his mind, how exquisitely beautiful and handsome he looked at the height of passion, arching his elegant neck, moaning with a hoarse voice. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan felt parched. His dark eyes seemed foggy, his fingers slowly sliding from the nape of the neck down to the shoulder. The bathrobe was very thin, and even through the fabric, he could feel the heat radiating from the skin beneath. Lowering his head, inching closer step by step until there was no gap between his lips and Lu Chenyan's ear, he softly asked, brother, does it feel good? Lu Chenyan startled, his ears were one of his most sensitive spots. His voice changed when he spoke, what are you doing? Lu Xinyan struggled to keep his breathing steady, pressing his forehead against the man's shoulder and taking a deep greedy breath before lifting his head, nothing, I thought you were asleep. His voice echoed close to Lu Chenyan's ear, making him uneasy, just talk if you need to, don't get so close all of a sudden. Lu Xinyan's eyes glimmered dreamily, alright. Lu Chenyan considered it for a few days. He had already decided to choose CNN, but an incident entirely altered his decision. He was still sleeping in bed when he was awakened by a phone call, it was Xue Jun. He asked if Lu Chenyan would be free in the afternoon to eat crabs at Jiangbei Huanan. It was the best season for eating crabs right now. Since Lu Chenyan had already agreed earlier, he sat up and responded into the phone, alright, who else is going? Cheng Hao, Jiang Xiaonan, Lin Feifei, and Xue Xue are all there. Xue Jun called out names of people they often stayed in touch with. By the way, Pei Xiao heard you came back, and insists on treating you. Lu Chenyan smiled slightly, getting up and walking to the bathroom, no worries, just send me the address. Alright. The Jiangbei Huanan area in Shin City used to be quiet despite its sandy beaches, but after the government's development efforts in the past couple of years, it became a popular hangout spot for adults. This season was perfect for outdoor activities, though the sea breeze still carried a chill. Jun arrived with a few buddies around 3 in the afternoon, and others followed shortly thereafter. As usual, Lu Chenian showed up last, spotted from a distance by the group. It wasn't that they were overly familiar with Lu Chenian. After all these years, they might not even recognize him immediately. What drew their attention was how noticeable he became the moment he appeared. After a quick glance, they identified him. Lu Chenian, Jun called out as soon as he saw him, waving his hand loudly, "We're over here." There was some traffic on the way, Lu Chenian said as he approached. Time had passed, and everyone's appearances had changed. Their short hair turned into curls, uniforms replaced by long skirts, and more accessories adorning their bodies. Pei Xiao was talking to someone beside him and stood up right away upon seeing Lu Chenian. "Lu Chenian, come sit here." "Oh, Pei Xiao," Jun immediately protested, rolling her eyes dramatically, "are you serious? I'm the one who invited him." Without choosing anyone in particular, Lu Chenian simply pulled up a chair and sat down, saying in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter where I sit." Pei Xiao smiled faintly. Years had gone by, yet this man's personality hadn't changed a bit. After whispering something to the person next to him, Pei Xiao got up and walked over to Lu Chenian, offering him a cigarette. "You didn't tell me when you came back." Lu Chenian raised his gaze, expressionless. The sea breeze stirred his hair, and after nearly 3 seconds of silence, he suddenly smirked. "What's with your fancy appearance today? Are you trying to deceive girls?" Pei Xiao was the study committee member of the class, and while Lu Chenian cut classes and fought during school days, Pei Xiao always covered for him. Their relationship had been solid. "Deceiving girls? What's the fun in that?" Pei Xiao replied half-jokingly as he sat down. "I'm here to trick you. Get lost." Lu Chenian laughed and scolded. Chapter 38. "I thought you forgot about me. What are you doing now?" Pei Xiao hadn't changed much. He was always a good student back in class, wearing glasses. Now without the glasses, his features appeared sharper, and he looked even more handsome. "Here." Pei Xiao took out a lighter, ready to light it for him. "I can do it myself." Lu Chenian took the lighter, lit up, took a puff. "I'm just an unemployed vagrant, what about you?" He remembered that Pei Xiao's family conditions were always decent, so after university, he would naturally take over the family business. But Pei Xiao said, "What kind of Mr. Pei?" "I'm doing my own startup now." Lu Chenian raised an eyebrow, "What kind of business?" "Real estate developer," Pei Xiao briefly explained, "Not bad, everything is gradually getting on track." Lu Chenian smiled, "That's good. How long have you been back?" Counting the time, almost 2 months. "Is it because of Lu Group?" The court announcing Lu Group's bankruptcy was well known within the industry. Pei Xiao naturally also knew. Lu Chenian never thought this matter was something that couldn't be mentioned, so he indifferently hummed once. "I've heard some things, but not clearly." Sigh, Pei Xiao said, "Let's not talk about those unpleasant things. Come on, eat something. Jun often comes here, saying that the barbecue and crabs of this place are delicious enough to make one cry. I wonder if it's true." During their chat, the main dishes were already served on the table. Most of the food on the table were chicken, duck, pig, none of which Lu Chenian liked. At this point, it wasn't polite to not give face, so he picked up a string of potato slices and put them in his mouth. The taste was just okay. But it still fell short compared to what Lu Xinyan could make. Lu Chenian was eating while chatting with female classmates nearby. He wasn't good at reminiscing about the past or imagining the future in such occasions. Throughout, the girls did most of the talking, and he absent-mindedly responded with a few words. But this aloof demeanor captivated the female classmate. Back in school, the word Lu Chenian appeared in the girls' dormitories almost as often as the boys discussing whose chest was bigger. After eating for a while, his phone rang. At this time, there could be no one else except a certain person. "Brother, where did you go?" Lu Xinyan was in the garage, looking at the Lamborghini parked in front of her, asking. "Lu Chenian, North Jiangshore, did you come home?" Lu Xinyan, "Yes, how soon will you be back?" "I'll pick you up." "It will be a while." "It's fine, taxis are hard to find over there at night." "I'll wait for you." Lu Xinyan insisted. "As you wish." Pei Xiao saw and seemingly unintentionally asked, "Who was that, your girlfriend urging you to go home?" "Don't say nonsense." Lu Chenian put his phone in his pocket. It was Lu Xinyan. Pei Xiao was familiar with Lu Xinyan, who used to trail behind Lu Chenian like a little tail when they were in school. "Has he grown taller?" "It's been a long time since we last met," Pei Xiao added. "By the way, do you plan to develop in Shen City in the future?" Lu Chenian joked, "What? Do you want to introduce me to a job?" Pei Xiao laughed, "You really are clairvoyant. There's actually a vacancy for someone like you in my place." Lu Chenian smiled, "I have high requirements for salary." "That's only natural." Hearing this reply, Pei Xiao felt he had a chance, and he believed the conditions he offered would be unmatched by anyone. "My standards are also very high." "Then tell me." Pei Xiao also brought out his sincerity. "Recently there's a project, and they're short of someone from our side. We're old classmates, I definitely won't mistreat you. To be honest with you, I don't lack employees. I lack a partner." Moreover, I believe this has advantages far surpassing salary. Pei Xiao indeed came prepared. The stakes he laid down were currently unrivaled by anyone. He continued, I'm a person who seizes opportunities. After this project ends, I'll directly give you half of what I deserve. You can buy shares in the company, and receive dividends at the end of the year. I don't think I need to mention the amount, you should know. Lu Chenian was short on money right now, a large sum of money, and the conditions Pei Xiao presented were indeed very tempting. Hey, this is a reunion. Xue Jun sitting across the table hit the table with chopsticks and loudly said, Pei Xiao, stop talking all about work. Quickly, drink a penalty cup. Just after Xue Jun finished saying this, she was pulled away by someone else to play finger-guessing games. Pei Xiao shook his head smiling, and said to Lu Chenian, you don't need to answer me now, consider it carefully. This was something Lu Chenian really needed to consider. However, he asked, do you even know me? Are you not worried that the money you invest in me will go down the drain? Pei Xiao wasn't actually worried about this at all. He turned his head towards Lu Chenian and smiled, to be honest, I love gambling. Isn't life just one big gamble? Lu Chenian thought about it and then nodded in agreement. Indeed, life is one big gamble. You two don't just chat there, come eat the Chinese mitten crabs. A female classmate moved the steamed mitten crabs that the boss had served over to them. Come on, hurry up and eat before we finish them all. Most of the people who were full from eating and drinking had already gone off to play in groups of 3 or 5, leaving only a few girls chatting. Let's try this. Pei Xiao had said everything he needed to say and didn't mention work anymore. He picked up a mitten crab for Lu Chenian. Lu Chenian quite liked eating crabs, but he disliked shelling them. Leave it here, I'll eat later. Pei Xiao, I'll peel it for you. Brother, a familiar voice came from behind. Lu Chenian turned around. Pei Xiao also looked over. They saw Lu Xinyan dressed in a casual outfit standing a few steps away from them, her gaze fixed on Pei Xiao's action, with a flicker of displeasure quickly vanishing from her eyes. She stepped closer and casually brushed Lu Xinyan's hair that had been ruffled by the wind aside. You flew over, pretty quick. Although it wasn't far from home, there was still some distance. Lu Xinyan pulled over a chair and sat beside him, expressionless, it's not very far. She was afraid that if she had come any later, he might have been lured away by someone else. Chen Yuan, isn't he Xinyan? So tall now, Pei Xiao remarked. He still remembered when this kid used to trail behind Lu Chenian carrying a little school bag. She was utterly unremarkable back then, but now she'd grown so handsome. Lu Xinyan gave him a polite smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. Pei Xiao wanted to say something more, but a classmate called him from afar. He had no choice but to get up. Big brother, who is he? As soon as Pei Xiao left, Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Chenian, Pei Xiao, the glasses bro, from our class. Glasses bro was their private nickname for him. Lu Xinyan made an acknowledging sound, her gaze noticing the seafood on the table. She subtly put the crab brought over by Pei Xiao back and took a new mitten crab, peeling it gracefully and scooping out the crab roe. Lu Chenian took his phone to check the time, holding a small spoon filled with the golden crab roe in one hand, and he directly ate it. How's the taste? I'll buy some to make for you later, Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Chenian indifferently replied, not bad. Not bad meant he liked it, which Lu Xinyan took note of in her heart. Why is Qin Yu calling me so many times? There were 3 missed calls in his contact list, none of which he had heard. Lu Chenian called back, and they immediately answered, Lu Chenian, where are you guys? At a class reunion, what's up? Is Xinyan also going? I'm right outside your house now, I'm almost annoyed out of my mind. When will you be back? Qin Yu asked from the other end. Outside his house. Lu Chenian, I don't have much else to do either, I'll head back now. Just wait for me. After hanging up, Lu Chenian greeted others and left together with Lu Xinyan. When they got home, sure enough, Qin Yu was standing in the corridor playing games on her phone. Lu Chenian opened the door and entered, asking, why aren't you watching your bar, why come here? Don't mention it, Qin Yu lay on the couch, stating her intention, I want to stay over at your place for a week. Lu Xinyan, who entered last, paused momentarily in the act of changing her shoes upon hearing this sentence. Stay over for a week. A week? Lu Chenian frowned. Qin Yu couldn't help it, sighing, I don't dare go to my bar anymore, I can only come here. Don't worry, I'll just sleep. Sleeping wasn't the point was, what happened? Qin Yu turned off his phone. Thinking about this matter infuriated him. He had mentioned this to Lu Chenian before. Qin's father has always wanted him to return to the company and start working. Initially, it was just a discussion between them, but now the situation had changed. His father was adamant about making him go back home and use Qin's grandmother to pressure him. After Qin Yu briefly explained the situation, irritably adding, and I don't know how my dad found out where I live, he went there looking for me. Lu Chenian understood. He said, so staying here isn't a solution either. Why don't you just go home and sort things out properly? But Qin Yu sighed, saying, if I go home like this, it won't solve anything. Lu Chenian knew Qin Yu's stubbornness well, okay, whatever. At least, this wouldn't stir up too much trouble for now. Forget it, he muttered, knowing that a couple of words with the old stubborn man would spark an argument. If I can't avoid trouble, I can at least run away. Anyway, you've got rooms here. Qin Yu used to come straight to Lu Chenyan's place whenever there were disputes with his family. But now there are 3 people here. Lu Chenyan said. It wasn't an issue for Qin Yu to stay over, but the problem was that there were only 2 rooms. The other room was where Lu Chenyan slept. Since her arm had recovered, she had been taking excellent care of everything around the house. Lu Chenyan thought about hiring a maid anyway, yet no one could be as reliable and convenient as Lu Chenyan, so he hadn't let her go back to school, instead having her stay with him. No worries, for Qin Yu, this was no issue at all. I'll just sleep in your room. After all, they used to share a bed often during their studies. As soon as those words came out, a subtle glance immediately shot over. Before Lu Chenyan could respond, Lu Chenyan quickly, helpfully, suggested, Brother Qin Yu, why don't you sleep in my room? Upon hearing that, Qin Yu looked toward her. Lu Chenyan walked into the house and smiled. I'm just worried you might not sleep comfortably. Qin Yu didn't hesitate a bit. He had Lu Chenyan take out what he needed from the room, washed up, and then unhesitatingly shut the door and went to sleep soundly. In the living room, Lu Chenyan looked pitifully at Lu Chenyan, big brother. Lu Chenyan was too lazy to deal with him. Go sleep on the sofa yourself. Saying that, he slammed the door shut heavily. Lu Chenyan sighed and sat on the couch. A moment later, something struck him. He pulled out his phone and posted a status update on WeChat moments after months of inactivity. After posting, he placed the phone down, leaning against the back of the sofa, seemingly waiting for something. 20 minutes later. The master bedroom door opened again. The man, holding his phone, clearly had an expression of dissatisfaction. Lowering his voice, he said, Come in. Chapter 39. The bedroom. Lu Chenyan was leaning against the bed, his eyes seemingly glued to the phone in his hand, but his peripheral vision was fully attentive to the movements of the other person in the room. After Lu Chenyan had finished tidying up in his but just touched the bed, he heard the man's icy voice, Do you have any bad habits when you sleep? No, replied Lu Chenyan as he blinked innocently at him, answering obediently, I don't snore, I don't grind my teeth, and I don't talk in my sleep. Good. But, if you wake me up in the middle of the night, tomorrow you go straight back to school. Lu Chenyan said it extremely rudely. He didn't even have a habit of 2 people sleeping on the same bed. If Lu Chenyan could lie silently like a dead person, he might consider sharing half of the bed with him. I've never woken you up. Lu Chenyan seriously defended himself. It took Lu Chenyan 2 seconds before he realized what Lu Chenyan was talking about. Damn, how dare this guy bring it up. Those times he was so exhausted that he couldn't even move his hands, let alone being woken up by fireworks right next to his ear. Sleep, Lu Chenyan lay down, not wanting to dwell on these accidental incidents, turn off the light. The bedroom fell into darkness. Lu Chenyan fumbled to lie down, the mattress sagged. With the loss of light, auditory sensitivity became extraordinarily heightened. Lu Chenyan almost felt as if he could sense Lu Chenyan's breathing and the dampness from his recent shower beneath the sheets. Suddenly, something touched his hand under the blanket. Shit. Lu Chenyan cursed inwardly, immediately pressing his hand tightly against his side. This wasn't their first time sleeping on the same bed, but this time was clearly different. Currently, Lu Chenyan was completely aware. And only a few days ago, they had indulged themselves on this very bed, although everyone knew it was an accident and hadn't been intentionally mentioned, he remembered it perfectly clear. If nothing had happened between them, he wouldn't care too much, but now that such a thing did occur and they were lying on the same bed again, he found it quite awkward. Damn it, he should have known better to let the person come in. He had been really impulsive earlier. Lu Chenyan turned his body to face away from Lu Chenyan. He wasn't feeling sleepy yet, so he pulled out his phone to pass the time. The screen still showed the status Lu Chenyan posted 30 minutes ago. I'm doing fine tonight, don't worry, thumbs up. The accompanying picture was of a smiling angel-like Samoyed dog that had dirted itself into looking like a teddy bear. It formed a stark contrast with his profile picture. Below, Lu Chenyan had apparently replied to someone, Uncle, you've misunderstood. Humph, making it seem like someone was abusing him or something. Angry, Lu Chenyan logged out of WeChat and got so upset that he didn't even want to watch a movie. Throwing his phone onto the bedside table, he closed his eyes to start drifting off. But someone just wouldn't cooperate, big brother. Warm breath brushed against the back of his neck. Lu Chenyan frowned. The doctor says side sleeping can compress the heart and isn't good for the body, Lu Chenyan said. Giving him a health lecture in the middle of the night. Lu Chenyan rolled his eyes despite having them closed, speaking harshly, none of your business. Sleep yourself. Say one more word, and I'll throw you out right now. Lu Chenyan. It suddenly got quiet. However, this silence lasted less than 10 minutes. Sounds of rustling began to fill his ears as the bed shook slightly. Lu Chenyan, what are you doing? My back feels a bit itchy. Lu Chenyan. 5 minutes later. Lu Chenyan, annoyed, what the hell are you doing wriggling around constantly? Still itchy. I just wanted to change position. The tone sounded pretty aggrieved. Lu Chenyan. 3 minutes later. Once again, the sound of irritation rang out across the room. "You not going to sleep, huh? If you're not, then leave." "Yes, sorry, I thought you were asleep," a careful voice replied. Speechless, Lu Chinian thought the bed slept like a waterbed. Who the hell could drift off to sleep instantly? "Big brother." Lu Xinyan called his name. "What? In pajamas, I won't be able to sleep," Lu Xinyan whispered. "What?" Lu Chinian opened his eyes. "What does that mean?" Lu Xinyan slowly said, "I'm used to sleeping nude." Everyone has their own sleeping preferences, and Lu Chinian could understand this, but, before he could respond, there was already a thump sound as something landed on the floor. Realizing what it was, by the time Lu Xinyan laid down again, Lu Chinian instantly felt the temperature under the blanket rise. Tomorrow, you're going straight back to school," Lu Chinian said ferociously and then turned around, pulling the blanket to try to create some distance between him and someone else. But it was not as satisfactory as he wished, and his hand slipped. It felt like he had touched something but also not quite, because it was a bit rough. Suddenly realizing what that was, his eyes widened in shock. "Shit, this touch is unacceptable." Just as he was about to hastily pull back, his wrist was caught firmly, and a low, husky voice came from behind. "What were you doing just now?" "What do you mean, what?" Lu Chinian feigned ignorance. "Let go of me, I feel itchy on my back." He used the same excuse. Lu Xinyan kindly said, "Where does it itch?" "I'll scratch it for you." As he spoke, he lifted up Lu Chinian's sleeping robe. When the cool fingers touched the skin, Lu Chinian immediately stiffened his body, startled like a scared cat. "Lu Xinyan, are you asking for death tonight?" The person behind him immediately calmed down. In the bedroom, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Bang, 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 bang. So quiet that even his own heartbeat sounded loud enough to disturb himself. Lu Chinian realized at that moment that he had already been having intense heartbeats. He silently pulled his hand free. After a while, Lu Xinyan suddenly called out to him and asked, "Big brother, do you know why I couldn't sleep well at first?" Lu Chinian instinctively didn't want to hear the answer. His heart raced, trying to stop Lu Xinyan when it was already too late. "Be quiet." At the same time, they both said, "I remembered what happened that night on this bed." This sentence seemed like a lightning bolt shining ahead, glaringly bright, making Lu Chinian immediately shut his mouth. "Big brother," Lu Xinyan whispered softly, wanting to take advantage of the faint glow in the dark. He moved closer to him, whispering gently in his ear, "Are you thinking of it too?" He chuckled softly, "Did you notice how particularly irritable you've been tonight?" The hot breath chased after his neck. Lu Xinyan's lips wrapped around his ear slowly, inviting him softly, "Let's do it." His heart had already been compressed by unbearable restraint since the start. Lu Xinyan continued to coax him, undoing his clothes with his hands. "Like that night, no one will ever know, I won't hurt you, only make you feel good." His voice was seductive and captivating. "No third person will know, can we be like that night, big brother?" Lu Chinian felt all the blood rushing to his face, his eyes burning hot. As his hand reached out to touch the other's chin, he stopped the other's action. He wanted to push away and say, "Can't," but instead, what came out of his mouth was an almost unrecognizable soft murmur. In the next second, a dense and suffocating kiss overwhelmed him. As if the power hidden here initially surged to the surface, relieving this intimate air that was suffocating. Chapter 40. In the darkness, it was the tremor of the air caused by two hearts. Lu Xinyan dominated yet tenderly captured Lu Qinyan's breath, making this kiss as delicate and sweet as honey, while also intentionally and gradually earning Lu Qinyan's body's trust. When they had almost exhausted all the breathable air in their kiss, Lu Xinyan gradually began to kiss even more closely, exchanging each other's breathing. "Brother," Lu Xinyan whispered while using his fingertips to caress the curve of his neck, ambiguously murmuring, "Brother, give it to me. No one will know. Let me handle it for you, alright? You're hard." Lu Qinyan's whole body was already hot with sweat, but his mind wasn't entirely muddled. He shakily said, "You motherfucker, are you, being cheap?" It's the first time he's ever encountered someone offering themselves so willingly. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan fell silent. Being cheap? Ha, he's been like this since a long time ago. So long that he can hardly remember when it started. Lu Xinyan's eyes turned dark, and he moved his body closer, lifting the blanket without giving the other person a chance to think, then leaning down. Lu Xinyan instantly sat up in shock, pushing him away, muttering unclearly, "You." Lu Xinyan. At that moment, it felt as if all the blood in his body woke up, leaving him burning with heat. With a soft waist, Lu Xinyan could no longer sit upright, falling back onto the bed heavily. The pajama pants were thrown out from under the covers. Lu Xinyan took a quick look at them, gasping slightly with his mouth open, his cheeks flushed red, and some sweat appearing on his forehead. Perhaps because Lu Xinyan has served him habitually, even in this area, he knew exactly what would make him more comfortable. Shit. It was really. Suddenly, faint footsteps could be heard from the living room. Lu Xinyan jumped, his eyes wide open, his heart nearly jumping out of his chest. There's someone in the house. Damn it, how could he have forgotten? After a moment, Lu Xinyan came out from under the blankets, drenched in sweat, swallowing once. Still dazed, Lu Chinian refocused his gaze after a few seconds, then fiercely struck Lu Xinyan's shoulder, lowering his voice. Are you crazy? What if we're overheard? Thinking about how earlier he and his friend were only separated by a wall, door, Lu Chinian was overcome with shame. Brother, Lu Xinyan instead gently grasped his limp hand, pressing it against his lips lovingly, asking, did you like it? Lu Chinian choked. How could he still have the mood to ask such things at a time like this? I'll do it for you every time you like it. Lu Xinyan whispered softly. Before Lu Chinian could think why, the sensations from earlier already involuntarily returned, overwhelming him with pleasure again. Lu Chinian has never felt this embarrassed before. His entire face was burning red, and he slapped Lu Xinyan on the head, scolding, is this what you've learned domestically? Did your teacher or classmates teach you these things? Do you even know what we're doing? All I want is to make you feel good. Lu Xinyan pretended not to hear those words, pulling his hand directly. Softly, let's return the favor, brother. Help me touch it. Lu Chinian was incredulous. Was reciprocity meant to be used like this? Touch my ass, Lu Chinian, typical of someone who forgets favors after receiving them, said, just look at the time. Don't you have class tomorrow? Go to sleep. Chinian, Lu Xinyan bent down and hugged him, praying lightly, help me touch it. Lu Chinian was annoyed, his heart beating along with the panting sounds by his ear. Chinian, just touch it once. It's because of you that it's this hard. Lu Chinian gritted his teeth, you. Are you drunk again? Otherwise, why would tonight turn out like this? Like an excited dog. Just touch it and you'll understand. Lu Chinian felt like he was going insane, yelling, don't fucking press against me. Lu Xinyan, shoo, lower your voice. There's someone here, and the soundproofing in the room isn't good. Lu Chinian immediately went quiet, feeling extremely angry inside. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Xinyan's hand moved again, causing his words to choke back instantly. Shit, where did this guy learn these habits of hands and mouth? Lu Chinian wanted to throw him out, but he worried about making too much noise. Adding to the reminder given by Lu Xinyan earlier, next he almost completely broke down. Whenever he was about to swear, he could only suppress it forcibly, fearing he might be overheard. But the other person seemed determined to elicit groans from his mouth until he couldn't help it anymore. Intermittent sounds in the bedroom continued until the dead of night, finally disappearing. The next day, during breakfast, Qin Yu noticed that Lu Chinian looked a bit sleep-deprived. What's wrong with you? He asked. Lu Chinian glanced at him and remembered his indulgence with Lu Xinyan the night before, feeling somewhat guilty. He brushed it off casually. Then, seemingly offhand, he asked, did you sleep well last night? Didn't hear anything strange. Hear what? I slept fine. Qin Yu was confused. Why, did you hear something? No, I just wanted to ask. Huh, Qin Yu was taken aback, when did you start being so polite with me? Lu Chinian never took the initiative to ask how he slept. I was just asking casually. Can't I care about you? Qin Yu laughed. Sure, you can. By the way, where's Xinyan? He hadn't seen Lu Xinyan in the morning, only breakfast on the table. He went to class, Lu Chinian said. Qin Yu responded with an, oh, then added, hey, I have nothing to do today. Let's go to the gym. Since returning from abroad, Lu Chinian had not stepped into a gym once. It wasn't until Qin Yu mentioned it that he realized how long it had been since he exercised. He immediately agreed, sure. But when he changed into workout clothes and caught sight of himself in the mirror, he instantly regretted it. A moment later, he picked up his phone and sent a text message with a huff of anger. Lu Xinyan, who had just arrived at school, heard his phone chime in his bag. When he pulled it out, he saw the text was from Lu Chinian. His lips curved upwards as he opened the message. The smile didn't last more than 3 seconds before freezing completely. Tonight, go sleep on campus. And don't come back. Chapter 41. Pei Xiao. At the gym. Qin Yu was walking briskly on the treadmill to warm up. Isn't he that bespectacled guy in your class? Lu Chinian had told Qin Yu about Pei Xiao, and Qin Yu still had a bit of an impression of Pei Xiao, which wasn't bad. Lu Chinian nodded. Yeah, what do you think? Huh, don't you already have the answer in your heart? Qin Yu said, sounds great. One works for others, one works for oneself, it's up to you. There's a saying, it's better to be a leader of a chicken than a follower of a phoenix. Qin Yu hit the nail on the head with one sentence, and it also resonated with Lu Chinian. Lu Chinian indeed already had his answer, and it was exactly the same as what Qin Yu thought, it's better to be a leader of a chicken than a follower of a phoenix. And Lu Chinian also trusted Pei Xiao's character. The two stayed at the gym for an hour, then Qin Yu was called away by a phone call. Lu Chinian found it meaningless to exercise alone, jogged for half an hour, and planned to go home. As soon as he left the gym, Pei Xiao called. What are you doing? Yesterday, I forgot to get your contact information. I had to ask Xue Jun for it, Pei Xiao asked from the other side, have you had lunch yet? Not yet, Lu Chinian replied, I just left the gym. Pei Xiao invited him, that's perfect. Let's have lunch together. We didn't have time to chat much yesterday. I'll send you the location of the restaurant on your phone. Lu Chenian had nothing else to do, so he agreed. Moreover, he had already decided to collaborate in the future. Half an hour later, Lu Chenian arrived at the agreed-upon location. He went home and changed clothes. He still had a scarf around his neck as decoration, and his hair was tied into a little ponytail at the back. Even in a crowd, he could be recognized at a glance. Over here. Lu Chenian looked toward the voice and saw the man sitting by the window stand up and wave at him. Today, Pei Xiao wore a deep black suit, impeccable from head to toe, clearly dressed with care. I'm not sure what you like to eat, but the sashimi here is good, and it's close to my company, Pei Xiao said. Take a look, is there anything you like? Lu Chenian glanced at the menu handed to him. You order. It's fine, we can order more in a while. Alright. Pei Xiao nodded and then looked at Lu Chenian again. Why are you looking at me? Pei Xiao shook his head with a smile, thinking about the old days in school. Lu Chenian smiled faintly. The waiter came over with a plate of chilled sashimi. After the person left, Pei Xiao gestured with his chin. Come on, give it a try. Lu Chenian picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Indeed, it tasted good. The two ate and chatted. Midway through the meal, Pei Xiao's phone rang, and he answered it directly. Not knowing what the person on the other end asked, Pei Xiao only chuckled lowly. I'm having lunch. I told you, send it to my phone. After hanging up, Lu Chenian asked, do you have something urgent? If the other party had something urgent, he wouldn't delay further. No big deal, someone from the company, Pei Xiao said. There's a proposal they want me to review. I let them send it directly to my phone. Oh, by the way, it's for the project I told you about. Want to take a look together? You could offer some opinions on any inappropriate parts. Lu Chenian raised an eyebrow and suddenly laughed. What's so funny? Pei Xiao pretended to be clueless. Lu Chenian shrugged and exposed Pei Xiao. I thought you were going to send the proposal straight to my computer. Both being intelligent individuals, Pei Xiao stopped playing games. This depends on your preference. Lu Chenian didn't answer immediately, put down the chopsticks, and slowly wiped his mouth with a napkin. So rushed, shouldn't you give me a week to consider? Pei Xiao said, so I'm asking now. You're right, Lu Chenian nodded, and then looked at Pei Xiao. After a pause, he calmly said, just give me the company address. He really came to your company, huh? Shuejun screamed on the phone, then you'll be closer to him from now on. Pei Xiao sat in his boss chair, thinking about their lunch earlier. A smile appeared on his face. Honestly speaking, he was confident that he could get Lu Chenian to come to the company, but he didn't expect him to make up his mind so quickly, which was somewhat unexpected. Beyond surprise, there was nothing but happiness. When we were studying, it seemed like you two were completely different kinds of people, and yet you like this type. Shuejun couldn't figure it out. After saying that, she switched to a cutesy tone. Sigh, is it that I'm not flirtatious enough, or not enticing enough? Pei Xiao chuckled lightly. They were good friends, often making jokes like this, and he had long been immune to them. However, Lu Chenian doesn't seem like he belongs in this circle. Shuejun implied that Lu Chenian was not gay. It's not easy to turn a straight man gay. Especially when a straight man encounters someone like Lu Chenian, the difficulty level isn't just a little bit. But Pei Xiao didn't want to give up. Let's try. Besides, he does date women sometimes, right? Back in high school, the number of girls who liked Lu Chenian could fill up a truck, yet no one ever saw him dating any of them. Shuejun remarked, sigh, there are so many sisters in this world, but you specifically fancy Lu Chenian. If it weren't for his good looks, I'd suspect you had a masochistic tendency. Pei Xiao smiled slightly but didn't say anything. After hanging up the phone, Pei Xiao set it aside and turned on his computer. A picture appeared prominently on the screen. The handsome man in the photo had a small mole under his chin. Pei Xiao gazed at the photo silently, with the corners of his mouth gradually curving upward. He originally thought they'd never have the chance to meet again, but unexpectedly. He still remembered how a few days ago, Shuejun mentioned in the class group chat that Lu Chenian had returned to the country. He almost couldn't believe it. When they were students, they were always held up as prime examples by teachers. Pei Xiao was a positive example while Lu Chenian was often the negative. At first, Pei Xiao didn't like Lu Chenian, always getting into fights, skipping classes, copying homework, smoking. Later, once during an experiment project where classmates were divided into groups, he ended up sharing a group with Lu Chenian by some unfortunate coincidence. The teacher hoped that Pei Xiao would bring up Lu Chenian's grades. Thus, Pei Xiao took it upon himself to lead Lu Chenian back on the right path using the grand idea of studying for the rise of China. But he never imagined, nor did anyone else probably, that because of that experimental pairing, he met Lu Chenian, betrayed the teacher's trust, secretly colluded with Lu Chenian, and even helped him skip class while covering for him. Perhaps there exist people in this world who are naturally born with dazzling and radiant charm, making others involuntarily yearn to follow. Lu Chenian was one of those people. When with him, it was impossible not to keep your eyes entirely focused on him. Pei Xiao retracted his gaze and glanced at the calendar. There were still 2 weeks till the end of the month. 2 weeks. In just 2 weeks, they would work together. Once he thought about seeing him every day, it really felt like a dream. Lu Chenian didn't go home directly. Instead, he made a stop at the stable. On Wednesdays, there were not many people at the stable. As soon as he arrived, the staff came over to greet him. "Mr. Lu, you're here." Ever since Lu Chinian rode through the field on Lu, the horse, everyone at the stable knew who he was. Lu is on the treadmill. "Let me take you there." The treadmill was specially designed for walking the horses to maintain their physical fitness and elegant figure, as they needed regular exercise every day. As they approached the treadmill, Lu was inside it. "Every day, our professional trainers train Lu, and its body fat ratio has improved compared to when she first arrived," the staff said. Lu Chinian nodded and asked, "Is the outer track available now? Let me take her for a spin outside." "On Wednesdays, the outer track isn't busy." The staff turned off the treadmill and led Lu out. "I'll take her to the outer track." Lu Chinian hummed in acknowledgement, reaching out to pat Lu. The outdoor track was longer than ordinary training tracks. Trees dozens of meters tall were planted along both sides, and not many people usually rode there due to the time-consuming nature. Lu Chinian mounted gracefully and ran 2 laps around the outer track, immediately feeling refreshed all over. After finishing his ride, rather than troubling the staff, he took Lu directly to the washing pool. As they were washing her, the stable manager approached. "Mr. Lu," the manager stepped closer, "you're washing Lu yourself?" Although many people enjoyed riding, few actually took the time to personally wash their horses. In their stable, no more than 10 people regularly did so. No problem," Lu Chinian replied casually. "You truly love horses," the manager chuckled, glancing at Lu for a few seconds before saying, "Mr. Lu, a competition will be held at our stable in a week. Would you be interested in participating?" The last time, it was only an internal stable competition, but this time it was a 3-day competition, during which the stable would close for 3 days. It was going to be a fairly significant event. But Lu Chinian wasn't interested in competitions. "No, I just enjoy riding for fun." The manager seemed disappointed. He had witnessed Lu Chinian smoothly guiding Lu over obstacles and instantly recognized that this wasn't mere amateur skill. But he couldn't force the issue. "All right then," Lu Chinian said, "go find someone else." The manager grinned, "It's all right. I'll let Master Lu know, so he can come and watch the competition." Okay. After returning home, Lu Chinian felt the sweat from his workout at the horse stable, so he took a shower. He had just lain down when he received a call from Qin, who said he'd be coming back late and not to turn off the phone. After hanging up, Lu Chinian picked out a movie but quickly lost interest after watching it for a while. He shut it off and decided to sleep instead. As soon as he slipped under the covers, his nose twitched. There was a distinct smell that didn't belong to him in the bedding. Memories from last night came rushing back into his mind, making him sit upright immediately, his expression turning sour. "Shit." Lu Chinian cursed inwardly, then got up and opened his wardrobe. He found some fresh bed sheets and laid them over the ones on his bed before lying back down. In his dream, he was plagued by all sorts of fragmented images. When he woke up, it was already dark outside. He noticed he had been covered with a blanket at some point. Hearing noises from the kitchen, he furrowed his brows and headed there. Sure enough, it was Lu Xinyan standing there. Hearing footsteps, Lu Xinyan turned around, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Big brother." Seeing that face instantly made Lu Xinyan angry. "Didn't I send you a message telling you to go back to school?" The thought of those marks on his body filled him with annoyance. Ever since he returned to the country, those bruises hadn't decreased one bit. "What?" Lu Xinyan pretended not to hear. "My phone fell somewhere this morning when I left the house." "Did you send me a message?" "Lu Xinyan. I've made pigeon soup for you, why don't you taste it and see how it is?" As he spoke, Lu Xinyan lifted the pot's lid, ladled a bowl of soup, blew on it gently, and offered it to Lu Xinyan, urging him to try. The soup looked rich and savory, extremely appetizing just from its appearance alone. Lu Xinyan suddenly felt hungry, but he was still mad. There was no way a simple bowl of soup could buy his favor. Turning around, he walked out of the kitchen coldly. "Who the hell wants your soup?" "Big brother," Lu Xinyan said, "you're really not going to drink it?" "No." This guy was such a fucking nuisance. 10 minutes later, the sound of a slap echoed clearly and loudly through the living room. Lu Xinyan handed the empty bowl back to Lu Xinyan. Another bowl. Chapter 42. Qin Yu stayed at Lu Xinyan's house for 5 days and moved out on the 6th day. When leaving, he was a little reluctant. "I won't be able to eat the food made by Xinyan after this," sigh. Lu Xinyan couldn't help but doubt, "Is the food he makes that good? You eat it every day, so you wouldn't think so. I even feel that I've gained weight." Qin Yu raised his hand to touch his stomach, then remembered something. "Oh yes, a few days ago the horse field called me to say there would be a competition. I signed up. Come to watch my competition on Monday." Lu Xinyan hummed in response. "Why didn't you sign up back then?" "It would have been great if we went together." Qin Yu heard from the people at the horse field that they had originally invited Lu Xinyan, but he declined. "I haven't played for a long time," Lu Xinyan said. "All right." Qin Yu didn't push more, picked up the car keys, but just took a few steps when he felt a warm flow come out of his nose. He raised his hand and touched a lot of blood. "Damn." Qin Yu quickly grabbed a tissue and tilted his head to stop the bleeding. "What happened?" Lu Qinyan frowned and then saw the bloodstains on the tissue. He estimated that it was due to internal heat and asked him to go to the restroom to handle it. It has been years since I've had a nosebleed, Qin Yu mumbled as he washed his face at the sink. Lu Qinyan handed him some tissues. It must be due to internal heat. Definitely because I drank too much soup these few days, causing internal heat, Qin Yu said. This blood is all from being nourished. Lu Xinyan prepared different soups every night recently, starting from pigeon soup the first time, then inkfish rib soup, flour calyx chicken foot dry scallop soup, turtle soup, etc. In short, there were different dishes every day, and the taste was quite good. Lu Qinyan chuckled slightly and instinctively said, it's your own body issue, has nothing to do with the soup. I drank it too, but I'm fine. That's true. Shit, these few days Lu Qinyan ate no less than him, such nourishing dishes, how could he not be affected at all? After stopping the bleeding, Qin Yu directly stuffed a tissue into his nose and left. At the school billiard room. Lu Xinyan sat on the stool, staring at the phone idly, lost in thought. What are you thinking about? Tan Sirui walked over with the cue stick. You've been looking at your phone all day. This needs asking. Definitely waiting for someone's message, Qi Rang bent down, aimed at the white ball, and knocked it into the hole. Big brother Lu, why don't you play around with us? Lu Xinyan wasn't interested. You guys play. Qi Rang came closer. Are you worried about big brother Qinyan's work matters? I've already asked Fang Huai to send him an invitation letter. We'll get an answer soon. Big brother Qinyan will join CNN. Tan Sirui didn't know about this. Yes, Qi Rang nodded. Just as he was about to continue saying something, his phone rang. He pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID. Wow, speaking of the devil. He answered, hello. Not sure what was said on the other end, Qi Rang's smile froze, and he slowly looked toward Lu Xinyan. After hanging up, his expression turned grave. Tan Sirui had a bad feeling. What did Fang Huai say? Fang Huai told me. Qi Rang wasn't sure how to express it. Big brother Qinyan refused him. The reason given was that he already has an appropriate job and will start working at the beginning of the month. Tan Sirui. Lu Xinyan lowered his gaze, making it hard to see his emotions at that moment. After a while, his voice remained calm. What's the name of the company? It's a new company, called Qingfeng. Qi Rang hadn't even heard of this name before and could only repeat Fang Huai's words verbatim. The company owner's name is Pei Xiao. They offered him direct equity participation. Pei Xiao. Lu Xinyan remembered meeting him not too long ago. Can CNN not match Qingfeng? Tan Sirui was surprised. When CNN was established, its name was even suggested by Lu. Qi Rang quickly gave Tan Sirui a warning glance and shook his head slightly. Watching as Lu Xinyan disappeared out the door. Qi Rang retracted his gaze and sighed. His mood will likely stay bad for a few more days. Tan Sirui, why didn't you tell big brother Qinyan? Forget about equity participation. As long as he comes, he'd be the boss directly. How can we say this now? Qi Rang replied, the timing isn't right. If big brother Qinyan knew now, everything big brother Lu has done would be in vain. That's true, Tan Sirui said, but suddenly learning that big brother Qinyan chose someone else. Even though it's a free choice, it still hurts deeply, doesn't it? Really don't know how he managed to keep this bottled up for so many years. Thankfully, no illness arose from it. Qi Rang countered, do you really think he hasn't been harmed by holding this in? He shook his head in disagreement, then turned to aim at the ball, squinting slightly as he murmured, he probably went crazy long ago. Qi Rang had known Lu Xinyan for so many years. In this world, there was only one person who could stir his emotions, Lu Qinyan. Tan Sirui might have forgotten, but Qi Rang remembered it clearly. During the first few years after Lu Qinyan left for abroad, Lu Xinyan would inquire everywhere about him. One day, he found the contact information and couldn't help contacting Lu Qinyan immediately. But the other side didn't pick up. Lu Xinyan didn't give up. He tried to contact Lu Qinyan for over a month until finally, they were connected. However, all he got was 7 words from Lu Qinyan saying, I will never come back. Qi Rang still remembered how Lu Xinyan spent the following 6 months in despair, constantly asking himself, why doesn't he want me anymore? Sigh. Qi Rang sighed heavily and threw the cue stick onto the table. It was just so boring, he might as well go back and play some games. Sir, your oysters, sir. The boss curiously eyed the young man standing by the door. Do you still want them, sir? Lu Xinyan suddenly snapped back to reality and took the bag. Oh, thank you. He didn't go home directly but instead stopped by the market on the way. After leaving the market, Lu Xinyan carried 2 bags of ingredients in his hand. As he walked, he paused momentarily and smiled faintly. Why think so much? Actually, it's already good enough that he came back. Lu Xinyan hailed a taxi home. When he entered the door, he saw Lu Qinyan sitting on the sofa making a phone call. He is here now. I know. Did she ask you to call me? I'm not going to eat him alive. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Take care of yourself over there. Since childhood, you two haven't gotten along, Lu Zhenhuan said on the other end. Now you're both adults, all those things before. When Lu Qinyan heard his voice, he rolled his eyes and said, all right, all this chatter is so annoying, you rest well over there, I'm not going to talk with you. Lu Zhenghuan. Little year. Lu Qinyan hung up irritably, annoyed, feeling frustrated after all these years. Why did people keep nagging him like this? He wasn't a tiger, how could he possibly kill someone? He stood up, ignoring Lu Xinyan, and went straight into the room. That night during dinner, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but ask a question. Brother, I heard you're going to work. How do you know? After finishing the sentence, Lu Xinyan felt it was pointless and changed his tone. What else can we do, otherwise are we just waiting to die? What do you mean by asking this anyway? Just focus on your studies. I'm in my 3rd year this year, next year will be my 4th, Lu Xinyan continued cautiously, in fact. I also want to intern early. Lu Xinyan slowly served a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Lu Qinyan, looking earnestly as he said, Brother, can you take me with you? Lu Qinyan paused his movements, staring at him. Lu Xinyan seemed somewhat nervous. My point is, anyway after graduation, I have to start an internship, I hope to seize this opportunity. You know, I always lag behind others, under brother's guidance, I wish to grow faster. Ha, Lu Qinyan chuckled lightly, it was no big deal. He put down the chopsticks and started sipping the soup leisurely. We'll discuss this when you're on holiday. Right now, I haven't even gone yet. Lu Xinyan's eyes curved into a smile. Okay, brother, drink a bit more. Alright, while drinking, Lu Qinyan continued, Qin you returned this morning. Go clean up and sleep in your own room. Okay. Later, when Lu Qinyan sat at the table, after being stuffed, he tossed away the bowl. As he returned to the room, he thought inadvertently, Qin Yu really wasn't wrong, Lu Xinyan may not be great as a person, but his cooking truly was delicious. Lu Qinyan lazily lay down on the bed and looked at his phone. A little while later, Lu Xinyan finished cleaning the kitchen and came inside. The stuff is over there. Lu Qinyan didn't even lift his head. Ever since that night, Lu Xinyan had been sleeping on a makeshift mattress in his room. Lu Xinyan glanced at the bedding, ignored it, and sat down, placing his hands on the man's shoulder and massaging skillfully. What are you looking at? Lu Qinyan didn't respond, closing his eyes comfortably as he put down his phone. Brother, Lu Xinyan leaned closer. Lu Qinyan's voice was lazy. He pulled the pillow over tightly into his arms, feeling the fingers pressing firmly against his shoulders. Then, the hands moved down his spine toward his waist. Lu Qinyan frowned slightly, gripping the pillow tightly as he became uncomfortable. Just massage the shoulders. Lu Xinyan smiled gently, I'm fine. Who the hell cares if you're alright? Lu Xinyan cursed through gritted teeth. The main problem was that his waist was too sensitive, and even a slight touch made him feel ticklish. With such a massage, it made him even more. Lu Xinyan groaned softly, his ears turning red. Suddenly, he spoke up to stop it. That's enough, stop massaging. What's wrong? Lu Xinyan feigned ignorance. Lu Xinyan sat up holding the pillow, staring at the wall for a few seconds before swallowing hard. Nothing, I'm going to the bathroom. Then he bolted out of the bedroom as if escaping. After shutting the bathroom door, Lu Xinyan looked at himself in the mirror, almost disbelieving. Shit, what was wrong with him? He pulled down his pants and slowly looked down, his eyes widening abruptly. How could just being massaged make it? Stand up. Someone knocked on the door, startling Lu Xinyan, who hurriedly covered his legs with the pillow. What is it? Brother, is something wrong? Do you have a stomachache? Came Lu Xinyan's worried voice from outside. No, Lu Xinyan struggled to keep his voice calm. I'm just using the bathroom, you go back to sleep. He had to get rid of Lu Xinyan so he wouldn't be embarrassed about going out. At this moment, Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered Qin Yu's words. It's probably because you've been drinking too much soup lately, and now you're overheated. Shit, he must also be overheated. Otherwise, he wouldn't lose control after being touched lightly. Lu Xinyan was burning with restlessness and prepared to quietly relieve himself in the bathroom since it was too uncomfortable. But somehow, it just wouldn't happen. He'd done it to himself before, but this time, he felt like something was missing. Just when his face turned red from trying to hold it all in, another deep voice called from outside the door, Brother, are you not feeling well? Ah. Lu Xinyan let out a whimper. He slowly raised his head, staring dumbfoundedly at his reflection in the mirror, filled with shock and disbelief. He had merely heard Lu Xinyan's voice, and he'd come. Chapter 43. Lu Qinyan's face turned a bit pale, and he stood there in a daze for a few seconds before turning on the cold water to rinse his hands. While washing, the bathroom door was pushed open. Lu Qinyan looked up, and their eyes met in the mirror. Lu Qinyan suddenly snapped out of it, realizing that he had forgotten to lock the door. Angrily, he shouted, Who told you to come in? Lu Xinyan stood there as if he hadn't heard him, looking down and glancing at something. Feeling Lu Xinyan's gaze, Lu Qinyan's face turned red immediately. Damn. He had hastily dealt with it, leaving his pants undone, and a certain area still lively. Lu Qinyan felt utterly humiliated and covered it with his hand. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen this before? He didn't know what happened, but the burning gaze made his blood boil. Lu Xinyan stared at his face, his Adam's apple rolling up and down. You've been doing naughty things secretly in the bathroom. Doing your sister's naughty deeds. Lu Xinyan's face was red as he tried to leave. Get out of my way. Lu Xinyan stood rooted to the spot as if he hadn't heard a word, while Lu Xinyan, losing patience, shoved him. Are you deaf or something? Before he could finish uttering more abusive words, they were all forcibly swallowed back the next second. Because Lu Xinyan's hand directly covered his, tenderly yet unyieldingly. Let me have a look. Originally Lu Xinyan was in high spirits, and since Lu Xinyan knew him so well, he felt like a volcano erupting instantly. Damn, just a moment ago he hadn't felt anything, but now all the blood in his body surged to one place. Why does it make such a big difference when it's both hands? Wise time. Lu Xinyan's pants lay loosely on the floor, leaning against the wash basin, gazing at the ceiling until the lingering excitement dissipated from his body, and he couldn't help but think, why did they end up again? How long have you held back? Lu Xinyan finished washing his hands, teasingly, such great excitement. My body is damn good, what's wrong with that? Lu Xinyan recovered and said angrily, all because of you, always making some soup. It was making him so hot inside. What has the soup got to do with it? Lu Xinyan pretended not to understand. Lu Xinyan glared at him, unwilling to waste more words, preparing to return to the room, but the moment he pulled up his pants, his wrist was caught by someone. Lu Xinyan, ? Brother, I. Lu Xinyan looked at him, pressing his lips together, wanting to say something but hesitating, his face flushed red. Just spit it out. He hated most when Lu Xinyan stammered. Lu Xinyan lowered his eyebrows. I want it too. His voice was very low, but Lu Xinyan still heard it. You damn. You've already done it, and now I want it too. This was the first time Lu Xinyan realized this kind of thing could be negotiated over, not sure whether to get angry first or laugh. But in the end, he couldn't win against Lu Xinyan. After they returned to the bedroom and relieved each other's desires, Lu Xinyan lay limp on the bed, closing his eyes half, waking up and driving him away. Go back to your room and sleep after a while. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan approached and hugged him, cooing, can I sleep with you tonight? Lu Xinyan frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't really like sleeping with two people. Especially when Lu Xinyan was so clingy. How did you feel just now? Lu Xinyan kissed his earlobe, then sucked it into his mouth slowly grinding. Lu Xinyan snorted softly, burying his whole face in the pillow. The voice wouldn't let go. Comfortable or not? Lu Xinyan felt his ears burning, his mind in a mess. Lu Xinyan didn't expect the man to admit it outright, that might take until the next life. He just needed his body to answer this question. Lu Xinyan was woken up by a phone call the next day. The curtains in the room were tightly closed, and the light was dim. He reached around blindly for his phone with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the pillow beside him sank, the ringing stopped abruptly, and a deep voice sounded near his ear, answer it. Too lazy to reach for the phone, Lu Xinyan simply said, speak. Lu Xinyan, the equestrian 3-day event at the racetrack moved up the obstacle race, advancing it to the first day. We need to head to the racetrack tomorrow. Qin Yu said on the other side. The equestrian 3-day event includes dressage, obstacle racing, and cross-country racing, which are common 3 events in equestrian sports. The competition is held over 3 days, usually with the obstacle race set on the last day. However, early that morning Qin Yu received a call from the racetrack saying that they had moved the obstacle race forward. Lu Xinyan thought it was something big, so he lazily said, oh, I know. I'm just letting you know, Qin Yu said, noticing that Lu Xinyan's voice sounded off. Are you still sleeping? It's already this late, okay, you sleep on. As Qin Yu was about to hang up, a strange yet somewhat familiar voice came from the other end. Can I sleep a bit more? What do you want to eat later? Alright, don't bother you, go to sleep. It was obviously not Lu Xinyan's voice. Could there be another man in Lu Xinyan's room? After hanging up, Qin Yu suddenly remembered that Lu Xinyan was staying in Lu Xinyan's room. Shit, could it be that the two have been sleeping in the same bed for days? Qin Yu couldn't help but imagine, given his thorough understanding of Lu Xinyan's obstinate temperament, what the scene of Lu Xinyan sleeping with someone else would look like. The day before the competition, more than half of the Shenyang equestrian team had already gathered at the racetrack, with people everywhere. The obstacle racetrack alone occupied 3 training fields. Unlike usual practices, this time there were a total of 15 obstacles, with a distance of 7,500 meters. Every 1,500 meters featured 3 obstacles and a water ditch obstacle, as well as the highest obstacle. The event mainly tested the horses' endurance and obedience, requiring an average speed of 400 meters per minute. There were professional referees and scorers on site who would deduct points based on mistakes or overtimes, making this format much stricter than usual. I'm telling you, rumor has it that this time the prize money is. Qin Yu stood by the fence overlooking the competition ground, gesturing with his fingers as he spoke. Lu Xinyan smiled, do you need that money? Qin Yu, I don't lack it, I just want to play around and help boost the average skill level. If I really win first place, then this competition is getting too easy. People who truly love equestrian sports don't want to see any fraud in competitions, but these past 2 years, there have been more and more subpar competitors. Everyone kept silent about it, but they all knew the truth. Lu Qinyan shook his head and smiled, so you're here to torture yourself, huh? If you put it that way, yeah, huh, Qin Yu laughed. The two watched the competition site for a while and then returned to the locker room. Lu Xinyan waited for them in the locker room. Upon seeing them, he immediately stood up, brother Qin Yu. Hey, Qin Yu smiled, Xinyan last time had an arm injury and couldn't ride, can you ride now? There's nothing going on right now, let's go practice in the outer field. Because of the competition, the outer field was originally closed, but Qin Yu had a way to ask the manager to open it for them. Thus, the three went to the stables to pick their horses. Can you ride? Lu Qinyan asked Lu Xinyan. Don't overestimate your abilities. The outer field is different from the inner one. With almost no one around throughout the outer field, the horses are extremely prone to losing control when galloping outside. At such times, the rider's skill is needed, and Lu Qinyan wasn't sure how good Lu Xinyan was at controlling a horse. He didn't want any troublemakers near him again. I'm not sure either, it's been a long time since I've ridden, Lu Xinyan frowned slightly, seeming a bit worried. Or, can we share a horse? Lu Qinyan didn't mind, sure. When the three arrived at the outer field, the manager stopped Qin Yu to say something. Qin Yu told them to go ahead, and he'd catch up soon. What's the matter? Qin Yu walked aside and asked. The manager said, nothing major, it's about Lily. Someone wanted to buy her a few days ago, so I'm just informing Master Qin. Qin Yu understood. Out of 10 visits to the racetrack, 7 times he rode Lily. Now she might be sold, naturally they needed to inform him. He wasn't exclusively tied to Lily, thanks, it's fine, I can switch to another horse. After saying that, Qin Yu hopped onto his horse and ran off to find Lu Qinyan and the others. Lu Qinyan hadn't ridden far. Qin Yu quickly caught up. You're out here sightseeing. That's slow. Qin Yu spurred his horse forward, noticing that something seemed off about Lu Qinyan. What's wrong, Lu Qinyan? Don't feel well. Seeing Qin Yu approach, Lu Qinyan hurriedly straightened himself, feeling slightly awkward. Nothing's wrong. Lu Xinyan sat behind Lu Qinyan, holding onto the reins, politely saying, no problem, brother Qin Yu, brother is teaching me how to ride, you go ahead, we'll catch up with you later. Huh, alright. Qin Yu didn't suspect anything. Focused solely on the horse, he squeezed his legs against its belly and quickly disappeared from their view. The moment Qin Yu left, Lu Qinyan immediately became furious. He jabbed his elbow backward and scolded, you damn give me some respect, or I'll make you walk back. What's wrong? Lu Xinyan naturally wrapped his arms around Lu Qinyan's waist, resting his chin on the latter's shoulder, I didn't do it on purpose. Lu Qinyan was utterly infuriated. Through gritted teeth, he said, you're freaking hard already. He could clearly feel a subtle outline somewhere, and yet this guy dared to say it wasn't intentional. It really wasn't on purpose. Lu Xinyan's voice softened. Lu Qinyan. Don't push your luck. If they weren't on the track, he would have kicked him off. He now understood what it meant to be stuck in an awkward situation. Lu Xinyan acted as if he hadn't heard, openly admiring the man's reddened ear tips with a slight upward curve at the corner of his lips. Then he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, signaling for Lulu to take off. Then, within less than a minute, an irate voice rang out on the empty outer track, Lu Xinyan, stop doing that to me. But, isn't this how we ride horses? Lu Xinyan sounded helpless, but there was a faint smile in his eyes, brother, lower your voice a little. If Qin Yu hears us, he might think we're doing something dirty. Chapter 44. Lu Qinyan's expression was completely different when he came out from the field compared to when he went in. After riding, his whole body's air pressure dropped to an icy point. What's wrong with you guys? Qin Yu whispered to Lu Xinyan, did you upset him again? Lu Xinyan blinked, I didn't. Qin Yu tut-tuted a couple of times, thinking it made sense. Lu Xinyan absolutely wouldn't get Lu Qinyan mad, but Lu Qinyan was unpredictable because he often got himself angry. The obstacle race would start at 2 in the afternoon. The three had lunch and then went straight to the race site. Lu Qinyan walked towards the audience seats. As soon as he sat down, his phone rang. It was a message from Pei Xiao, what are you doing? Lu Qinyan, at the horse field, what's up? Pei Xiao, file. Pei Xiao, this is the contract, take a look first. If there's anything unclear, ask me. If there are no other problems, print it accordingly. Lu Qinyan opened the file. There were several pages in total. He read through carefully. The contents inside were no different from their previous discussions, all clearly written in black and white. After buying water, Lu Xinyan returned and saw Lu Qinyan chatting on his phone with someone. He bypassed the crowd, walked over, and glanced at the screen before sitting down. He unscrewed the cap of the water and handed it to him, brother. Lu Qinyan didn't even lift his head, put it there, I'll drink later. Lu Xinyan slightly tilted his eyes, seeing the content of the chat on the mobile phone screen, and there was a clear flicker of displeasure on his face. Pei Xiao, all this is what we agreed upon earlier, it's all written above. Lu Qinyan, Pei Xiao, when will you come sign the contract, by the way? Also familiarize yourself with the company environment. Lu Qinyan, these few days. Hey Xiao, okay, good. Do you need me to pick you up? Lu Qinyan laughed, no need, don't be so formal, just send me the address. Lu Qinyan stared thoughtfully at the handsome profile of the man for a while before slowly pulling his gaze back. After replying to the messages, the competition on the field had already begun. Lu Qinyan put down his phone and fixed his eyes on the field. There were 5 riders in the field, and Qin Yu was among them. He was well versed in the procedures and rules of the competition, so Lu Qinyan wasn't worried about him. He mostly checked how many infractions there were. At the moment the referee raised his hand, the riders spurred the horse like an arrow madly galloping along the track. The entire track was 7,500 meters long, and the riders would complete the race within 18 minutes. In the pursuit event, the first infraction would deduct 40 points, continuing in the same vein. Riders would be disqualified after 3 infractions, including falling off, and scores exceeding the stipulated time wouldn't be counted. 2 people fell off their horses mid-race, 1 committed 3 infractions. 3 riders were directly eliminated. Qin Yu narrowly edged out another rider. After dismounting from the horse, Qin Yu took off his riding hat, gave a high five to the other rider, and then headed to the audience section. His enthusiasm hadn't subsided yet, and he quickly walked up to Lu Qinyan. So, did I look cool just now? Lu Qinyan smiled, you almost got disqualified, and you're still talking about being cool. Qin Yu had almost committed an infraction at the very last moment. The last obstacle was too fucking high. Qin Yu wiped his sweat lifting his shirt, laughing, go ahead and try if you think you can do better. Qin Yu said this without any intention of mockery, rather, he meant it sincerely. The final obstacle was indeed quite challenging, but he believed Lu Qinyan could clear it without committing an infraction. Unfortunately, Lu Qinyan had long since stopped participating in competitions. After watching the remaining obstacle pursuits, it was Qin Yu's turn again. His rank had fallen to outside the top 50, leaving no possibility for a second chance to go on the field, and naturally, they weren't interested in watching further. Where are we going next? Asked Qin Yu as they left the competition site. Are we going back directly? Isn't tomorrow the cross-country race? Asked Lu Qinyan. Qin Yu nodded, yeah, want to watch. Forget it. Lu Qinyan disliked watching cross-country races mainly because they were tough on horses. He had seen some horses drop dead right after the race. Qin Yu also wasn't interested in the cross-country race, so he simply let them wait here while he went to fetch the car. They would head downtown to play afterward. Lu Qinyan pulled out a cigarette, inserted a bit of agarwood into it, lit it, and took a puff. Lu Qinyan, a voice called from behind. Both Lu Qinyan and Lu Xinyan turned their heads to see a young man standing behind them, leading a horse. Lu Qinyan's eyes narrowed as he recognized him. He Zhao, a classmate from high school. But the relationship between them. Hey, it really is you, He Xiao said as he threw the reins to a staff member and approached with a few of his buddies. He truly didn't expect to encounter Lu Qinyan here. He Xiao waved and smiled, come on, guys, over here. Let me introduce someone, this is my high school classmate, the young master of Lu Group, who recently returned from abroad after his family went bankrupt. He Xiao's friends came over to greet him. Hadn't believed what Xue Jun said in the group chat about your return, He Xiao remarked, by the way, why didn't you show up at our gathering? I heard you were looking for a job. Lu Qinyan gave a slight hum. He Xiao sighed, showing regret, dude, I don't know this, when that hotel I reserved fell through, they happened to be recruiting downstairs, you could have come across something suitable. Just glanced at it, but some companies pay several thousand a month. He Xiao spoke sincerely, and if one weren't clear about their past grievances, it might have seemed like he was considering Lu Qinyan's interests. The two had clashed since their reading days. A number of girls He Xiao pursued also favored Lu Qinyan. Even many boys in their class liked hanging out with Lu Qinyan. Privately, He Xiao had always been secretly competing against Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan chuckled lightly, leisurely exhaling smoke, then I owe you one. You're talking nonsense, He Xiao responded, we are classmates after all, helping you is only natural. He then turned around and asked his friends, hey, do you guys have any good job openings? Introduce one to my classmate. They got the gist that He Xiao intended to make things difficult for him. And those who hung out with He Xiao were no different. Someone immediately chimed in, sure. My dad's company needs a security guard, comes with 5 insurances and a fund, treatment's pretty good. Ask if your friend wants it. Ha ha ha. My company's HR department recruited people just the other day. I can give you a free intro if you want. He Xiao couldn't help laughing before pretending to be angry, what are you guys saying? Is my classmate that kind of material? TSK, Mr. Lu is not like that. They're just joking around, don't mind them. Lu Qinyan didn't get upset, sneering, guess we are alike. But I think those jobs would work fine, when you're out there, isn't everyone just looking for a meal? You agree, right? As He Xiao continued, he reached out to pat Lu Qinyan's shoulder, only for his hand to be blocked and pushed back midair. Lu Xinyan's hand rested lightly on Lu Qinyan's shoulder, his face serious without saying a word, staring at He Xiao intently. Surprised, He Xiao instinctively looked at Lu Xinyan and laughed, who's this? Your friend. Before the words finished, recognition struck him, and he loudly exclaimed, "Oh! This isn't Lu Xinyan, who used to always trail behind you, that little bastard." Lu Xinyan frowned, and whatever pathetic smile remained instantly vanished, coldly ordering, "Watch your mouth." He Xiao hurriedly spat twice, sorry. Look how I just blurted out the truth. I'm such a big mouth, remember? I thought it wasn't bastard, more like illegitimate child. Was he born from your dad or maybe another affair? His words drew laughter from the crowd behind him. Lu Xinyan let go of his cigarette, which dropped to the ground. He narrowed his eyes, speaking in a cold tone, "It's unfortunate, my hands are itching right now." He Xiao, ? Then, before anyone reacted, he raised his arm and delivered a heavy punch to He Xiao's face. This act shocked everyone, including passers-by. He Xiao hadn't expected it at all, nearly falling flat on his face, unable to comprehend the situation. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Xinyan stepped forward intending to deliver another kick, but someone intercepted him by hugging him tightly. "Let go of me, damn you!" Lu Xinyan floated slightly in the air as he glared at Lu Xinyan. "Don't act rashly now." Lu Xinyan firmly grasped Lu Xinyan's hand, gesturing towards nearby journalists. Today, all the equestrian teams from Shen City were competing here, so reporters were certainly present. Lu Xinyan scanned his surroundings and noticed cameras far away. Taking a breath, he gradually calmed down. Actually, he wasn't especially angry, just irritated hearing He Xiao insult Lu Xinyan, the people he hated, no one else had the right to despise. After being hit, He Xiao immediately lost his temper, attempting to fight back. However, his friends quickly held him back, whispering something in his ear. He Xiao looked around and suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth and cursing, "F***ck your mother, Lu Xinyan." Lu Xinyan's eyes turned cold. "I should have done this long ago. Wasn't it hard holding back just now?" Tearing off the mask felt much better. He abhorred hypocrisy the most. Realizing his face would lose if he kept trying to act righteous, He Xiao backed off. He Xiao glared at him, "If it weren't for the journalists today, you bastard." "Humph, what about the journalists?" Lu Xinyan interrupted him. "I'm just teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father." As he was speaking, Qin Yu had already pulled up in the car. Lu Xinyan wasn't interested in exchanging more words with He Xiao and turned to leave, dragging Lu Xinyan along. He Xiao stared bitterly at their retreating figures, spat out some blood onto the ground after a while. "Fuck, serves them right for going bankrupt." "What do you mean, He Xiao?" Someone who hadn't dared to speak earlier asked cautiously now. "Isn't that Lu Xinyan? I guessed it was him when you mentioned Master Lu earlier." He Xiao looked away. "It's him." "So, it really is him. What did you mean earlier by going bankrupt? Isn't it because the Lu family's capital chain broke, leading to insolvency?" "How the hell would I know?" He Xiao said irritably. He had just overheard Lu's secretary reporting to his father during one of those random work conversations. He wasn't interested in business matters, but upon hearing it was the Lu family, he couldn't help but listen in more carefully. Anyway, the gist of what he overheard was that the bankruptcy of the Lu group wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. Chapter 45. After Pei Xiao finalized the contract, Lu Xinyan went directly to Chen Feng. Pei Xiao handed the contract to him. "Take a look." Lu Xinyan flipped through it. It was consistent with the documents provided, so he directly turned to the last page, signed his name in just a few strokes, and handed it back. Pei Xiao took the contract and glanced at it. The handwriting on it was graceful and elegant, quite pleasant to look at. There was a knock on the door, and Pei Xiao closed the contract, saying to whoever was outside, "Come in." "Mr. Pei," the woman entered pushing the door open, holding some documents. "This file requires your signature." "Just put it on the desk for now," Pei Xiao said, then he turned to Lu Xinyan. "This is Xiao Ling, who handles administrative affairs. You'll have a chance to meet her later. I will show you around the company first now." "No need, just do your own thing." Lu Xinyan stood up, smiling at Xiao Ling. "Do you have time?" Xiao Ling felt as if she had been electrified. "Yes, I do." Pei Xiao scared and helplessly smiled. "Romance is not allowed in my office, please rein in that misplaced charm of yours." "Xiao Ling, this is Mr. Lu, the head of the project team for Naping Project. You can take him around the office to get familiar with the place." "All right." When they came out of the office, the sound of the opening door drew the attention of several people. "How long have you been here, Xiao Ling?" asked Lu Xinyan. "Almost 2 years, I've been here since Chen Feng was founded," Xiao Ling replied. "Director Lu, the upper floor is also our office area. Let me take you there for a look." For the entire morning, Xiao Ling led Lu Xinyan around the company. Chen Feng currently holds 2 big projects, one given by Pei Xiao to Lu Xinyan concerning an engineering work in Naping, and another in Qingdao that's nearly finished. The overall scale of the company isn't large, but the systems are all well established. Lu Xinyan didn't care much. This sort of situation meant less people sharing the larger cake, resulting in bigger individual shares. "What do you think?" Pei Xiao asked during lunch while dishes were being served. "Satisfactory?" Lu Xinyan nodded earnestly. "Not bad." "Pei Xiao, after lunch, I will send you the startup plan for Naping." Lu Xinyan asked, "Then who should I coordinate with?" Pei Xiao laughed. "With me. This project was under my charge originally." Do you think anyone else knows more about it than I do? Pei Xiao said. Lu Qinyan teased, you gave me the startup plan earlier and asked for my opinions, looks like you wanted me to offend the boss by pointing out flaws. How could that be? I genuinely wanted to hear your views and suggestions, Pei Xiao said. A server brought dishes to the table, then left. Pei Xiao continued, we plan to complete this project by next summer, delivering by the end of July. The workers and materials for the initial stage have already been arranged by me. If you need anything in the later stages, just let me know. By the way, Pei Xiao suddenly remembered something, I will assign an assistant to you later. An assistant. Lu Qinyan swallowed the food in his mouth, hesitating. He said, can I make arrangements for the person? Pei Xiao was somewhat surprised, do you have someone suitable? Lu Qinyan nodded and told Pei Xiao about Lu Xinyan, he doesn't need special treatment, treat him like any other intern, and the rest I will handle personally. Pei Xiao smiled and had no objections, alright, new hires are fine anyway. Then Pei Xiao informed Lu Qinyan about the current status of the company. Currently, the marketing department has 2 managers besides Lu Qinyan, the other one is Su Lizzie, Director Su. He has gone to Qinghai because the construction site there is nearing completion. After he returns, I'll introduce you too. Good. He has also taken along an apprentice named. Pei Xiao stopped mid-sentence and laughed, never mind, I believe you're competent for this role. After finishing their meal, Lu Qinyan had nothing much to do, so he returned to the company with Pei Xiao and chatted a bit about the naping startup plan. Some details in the plan needed improvement, so Lu Qinyan immediately worked on it at the company until 5 o'clock when Qin Yu called. How's it going at Pei Xiao's? Have you seen it? Qin Yu asked from the other side, let's go out for barbecue, I've invited a few people. Lu Qinyan flipped through the proposal on the table, almost done, I'll come over once I'm finished. Alright, Qin Yu specifically reminded him, oh, and bring Xinyan along too. Why would I bring him? To eat barbecue together. Man, I want to thank him for cooking me meals huh? Qin Yu was referring to the few days he stayed at Lu Qinyan's house before. Lu Qinyan snorted. He wanted to say something about cooking for him, but the thought disappeared as soon as it emerged, alright, give me the address. After hanging up, Lu Qinyan sent a message to Lu Xinyan, where are you? Let's go out for dinner. The other side replied instantly, carrot is it just the 2 of us? Clutching pest, little fox is excited. JPG. What, just the 2 of them? Lu Qinyan coldly said, with Qin Yu and others. Once you're done with your class, come directly to this address. Clutching pest. Oh. The disappointment that seeped through the screen even made Lu Qinyan smile slightly. What a person. Lu Qinyan typed a few words absent-mindedly, his finger pausing just before hitting send. Shit. What was he doing? Pampering someone? Lu Qinyan quickly deleted the text and closed his phone. The barbecue location was downstairs from Qin Yu's apartment, which came equipped with its own barbecue area. Initially, Qin Yu had bought the house precisely for this barbecue zone. After getting out of the car, Lu Qinyan called Qin Yu upon entering the community, I'm here. Where are you guys? Qin Yu's voice sounded a bit noisy, I'll come get you. Which entrance did you use? North Gate. After hanging up, Lu Qinyan stood in place and lit a cigarette, smoking a few puffs until Qin Yu arrived. How did it take you so long? We're only waiting for you, Qin Yu saw him, Xinyan has already arrived. Let's go. Lu Qinyan exhaled smoke and followed Qin Yu. Although he'd been to Qin Yu's house before, he wasn't aware there was a barbecue spot. After taking a few winding paths, he spotted Lu Xinyan from afar. Still wearing the black jacket he left home with earlier, Lu Xinyan sat upright surrounded by a cluster of chatty women, who were gossiping non-stop. They spoke loudly enough for him to hear their conversation. Younger brother, you're still in school, right? You look really adorable. Have you turned 18 yet? And the rubber band on your wrist, can you lend me one when we eat so I can tie my hair? TSK, Ching, you've gone too far already. You're an auntie yourself, why bother the younger ones? Once this remark was made, everyone burst into laughter. Ching paid no heed, you little brat, saying who's old. I'm still full of charm, younger brother. Don't listen to them. Come, have some fruit. This is one of our girls, Qin Yu laughed and casually said, you don't know, once Xinyan arrives, eyes everywhere seem unable to leave him. If we weren't outside, I think these people would have devoured Xinyan already. Lu Qinyan snorted and said coldly, is it that exaggerated? Could it be that Lu Xinyan's type appealed greatly to older women? All experienced life's hardships, occasionally seeing a young fresh face, how could they not be excited? Qin Yu said, go sit first, I'll go upstairs to fetch drinks. Lu Qinyan walked over and pulled a stool randomly to sit down. Seeing him, Lu Xinyan brightened up, brother. The latter lifted his eyelids slightly, giving him a distant glance, maintaining his cool aloofness. As if ignoring Lu Qinyan's expression completely, Lu Xinyan stood up and then, under several pairs of watchful eyes, sat at the empty seat beside Lu Qinyan, his voice gentle, I've waited for you for a long time. His manner now seemed entirely different from earlier. Lu Qinyan kept his face blank as he tapped off his cigarette, letting out a sneering laugh. Humph, waited for him. Was he blind? Didn't Shen chat happily with those older women before he arrived? He was about to say something, just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by a loud voice. Shen, is this your brother? Another person continued, I've seen him before. The boss mentioned him in the bar and I thought he might be some famous star. The boss they referred to was Yu. I said, you ladies really are insufferable. A man responsible for grilling meat couldn't stand it anymore and joined the conversation, joking, we're slaving away to cook for you while you sit back with your legs crossed flirting with handsome guys. Ching laughed loudly, shouting, you all have the audacity to be better looking, and I'd switch to apron duty and serve you hot soup right away. Everyone burst into laughter again, and the topic drifted somewhere miles away. Just as Yu came down from upstairs carrying the drinks and beverages, he heard the laughter and approached. What's everyone laughing about? Boss, we're saying you're selfish, hoarding such a handsome friend for so long before finally letting us meet him. The man's right here. Yu laughed and sat next to Lu Chenyan, jesting, just talking doesn't count. Who among you dares to make a move? Everyone cheered. Yu was right, they were only indulging in verbal teasing. Of course, there were those who wanted to try, but mainly because. Look, the two handsome guys sitting there in silence. One was responsible for grilling the meat, while the other focused on eating with his head down, creating such a harmonious scene that it seemed unbearable to interrupt. How could they possibly flirt with them now? Lu Chenyan also noticed several pairs of eyes on him. He looked up and smiled in confusion. Everyone, please continue chatting. Why are you looking at me? Several women on site were dazzled by his smile, touching their wildly beating hearts and calming down with a sip of wine. Never mind, this is fatal. I'll withdraw from teasing. Look at your lack of perseverance. A person next to her laughed. I can withstand it but just fear that my head might end up green afterward. Isn't it all the same anyway? That's why I still prefer younger brothers, warm and considerate, like little puppies. The short-haired woman sitting opposite asked, Hey, Shen, how old are you? Are you dating anyone? Do you have any requirements regarding age? Do you like older ones? Once again, the crowd steered the topic back to Lu Chenyan. Lu Chenyan let out a sigh, put down the skewer in his hand, and replied faintly, No, I don't have any specific age preferences. Young Sister Qing has a chance now. Lu Chenyan smiled lightly, not continuing the conversation, and reached over to pour some lemon water for the man. He placed it in front of him, saying softly, Brother, have some water. Lu Chenyan stared at the glass with an unpleasant expression, chewing furiously on his food, swallowing it down, then picked up the glass of lemon water and drank it in one go, coldly saying, I'm done eating. You've only had a little, said Lu Chenyan. There were still many more skewers roasting on the grill in front of him, all of which were dishes that Lu Chenyan liked. Eat a bit more. Lu Chenyan glared at him. I don't want to eat anymore. Yu heard this while sitting next to him. He noticed something was wrong with Lu Chenyan's expression, nudging him and asking, What's the matter? Is the barbecue grilled by Shen not to your taste? Here, let me try it. Yu had been eyeing the skewers here for a while now. Without hesitation, he picked one up and popped it into his mouth. Fuck, this is really good. Yu couldn't stop praising, Are you really not going to eat anymore? Then we'll have it. Come everyone, taste the barbecue Shen made, it's super delicious. As he spoke, the skewers on the grill were swept clean by everyone. Lu Chenyan stared at the empty grill in front of him, then turned his head and gave Yu several deep looks. After taking a breath, he picked up the glass without expression and took a sip of water. I'll re-grill some fish for you. Lu Chenyan didn't expect this situation to occur. He placed a pre-marinated fish on the grill and quietly asked, Do you want a drink? Lu Chenyan coldly said, No. Lu Chenyan sighed secretly, alas, he's mad. Next, as everyone tried the barbecue made by Lu Chenyan, they all began to drool and watched closely as he handled the fish, bombarding him with questions about how he managed to make it so delicious. Lu Chenyan frowned slightly. How did he do it? Are they blind? Didn't they see the hands doing the work? Fuck. Lu Chenyan maintained a sour face throughout, unable to control himself, kicking Lu Chenyan's leg directly. Lu Chenyan's hand trembled, looking at him, ? What are you staring at? Lu Chenyan acted as if he owned the right, lifting his chin imperiously and speaking impatiently, Are you done or what? Lu Chenyan blinked, his voice filled with laughter and indulgence, It will be done in a moment, it's almost ready. Hurry up, Lu Chenyan's voice was incredibly soft, using a tone only the two of them could hear, Don't bullshit around, just get to work. Lu Chenyan slowly held back his smiling lips and responded with a After finishing the barbecue, it was already 8:30. Everyone was full and satisfied, gradually leaving one after another. Yu saw Lu Chenyan and Lu Chenyan off outside the community. I won't escort you further, I had some drinks. Yu hailed a taxi for them on the roadside. As soon as Lu Chenyan got in the car, he heard someone calling them. To be precise, it wasn't calling him, rather, Shen, are you leaving with your brother? He turned around. It was Qing, who had kept questioning Lu Chenyan during the barbecue. Lu Chenyan turned around politely, Sister Qing. Qing approached Lu Chenyan smiling, You're leaving so soon, why don't you stay a little longer? The distance wasn't far, but Qingqing's voice dropped very low, and Lu Qinyan sitting in the car couldn't hear anything at all. All he could see was Qingqing pulling out a pen from her bag, scribbling something on a piece of paper she had in her hand, and then stuffing it into Lu Xinyan's pocket with a smile. Did you hear what they said? Lu Qinyan stared at Lu Xinyan's retreating figure and asked. Qin Yu held the car door with his right hand and also turned his head to look at the direction of the two. The voice is too small to hear, alas. It's none of your business. Romance between a man and a woman is normal, and Xinyan just attracts those sister types. Attracting sisters? Lu Qinyan snorted coldly. Are the ones you hang out with all so immodest? Modesty? Qin Yu seemed unfamiliar with these words. If they were modest, would I even run a bar? I might as well open a foot massage center. Forget it, he regretted asking. The atmosphere between the two on the way home was somewhat low and mysterious. Lu Qinyan went directly to take a shower in the bathroom after entering the house. When he came out after finishing his shower, he saw Lu Xinyan sitting on the couch looking at his phone, chatting with someone. He recalled the scene half an hour ago when Qingqing handed over a note to Lu Xinyan, frowning slightly, then pausing for a moment. Fuck, who he chats with is none of my business. With a bang, the bedroom door slammed shut tightly. 3 minutes later, the door opened again, and the man stormed out of the room, standing in front of Lu Xinyan. Hearing the sound, Lu Xinyan exited the phone interface and looked up smiling, brother. Lu Qinyan looked down at him, glancing at the phone and then at this handsome face. Shit, what is it about him that makes those people like him? What's wrong with you? Lu Xinyan blinked. Lu Qinyan stared unwaveringly, not knowing what he was thinking. Suddenly, he embraced Lu Xinyan's neck, applying slight force, irritated. I'm feeling uncomfortable, let me bite it out. Chapter 46. In the bedroom, the bedside lamp illuminated a corner of the room. Lu Qinyan sat at the end of the bed, his hands resting on both sides, looking down at the young man crouching on the ground. Lu Xinyan slightly raised his head, and for a moment their gazes met in the air as if attracted by a magnet. Lu Qinyan's Adam's apple moved up and down. Then he involuntarily pressed his sweaty hand on the back of Lu Xinyan's head, staring fixedly at Lu Xinyan as he parted his moist, shiny red lips. Tonight, Lu Qinyan hadn't drunk any alcohol or gotten angry. He was just filled with an indescribable sense of irritation, even to himself. Especially when he thought about those old women surrounding Lu Xinyan in the afternoon, plus what Qin Yu said about Lu Xinyan attracting sister-type preferences, it irritated him. When did Lu Xinyan start being attractive to people? And does he even deserve to be liked? He is merely a little dog who enthusiastically follows after him trying to please him. Occasionally used to relieve his desires. When he is happy, he gives the dog a bone, when he is unhappy, he doesn't even spare a glance. Yes, this is how Lu Qinyan saw things. To him, Lu Xinyan was nothing more than a dog that followed behind him, a dog who listens well and knows how to serve. And that dog can only have one owner. Take right now, for instance. If Lu Xinyan refused when Lu Qinyan ordered him to kneel and serve, it would infuriate him. Even, Lu Qinyan sometimes wondered. If those people who like Lu Xinyan knew that at this moment Lu Xinyan was willingly kneeling in front of him to serve him, what would their reactions be? At the thought of this, Lu Qinyan's breathing suddenly quickened, and a strange kind of pleasure arose from both his body and soul. After a few seconds, Lu Xinyan raised his head, his eyes brimming with a love so intense it could drown someone. Brother. Lu Qinyan didn't respond, still lingering in the aftertaste of before. He leaned back, his bathrobe slightly open, hanging loosely on his arms, paired with his blushing face, emanating an inexplicable sensuality. Watching all of this unfold, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but think, if Lu Qinyan asked him to die right now, he probably wouldn't be able to resist fulfilling the request. However, before dying, he only wanted to devour this person, tearing him apart bone by bone, skin by skin. Lu Xinyan stood up, pushing the person onto the bed with one knee on it. Without giving the other a chance to react, he kissed those red lips directly. Lu Qinyan pushed forcefully against his shoulders, wrinkling his brows uncomfortably. Get off. Lu Xinyan noticed his resistance and whispered softly, what's wrong? Don't you like it? It wasn't that Lu Qinyan didn't like it, it was something repulsive in the air. That's fine, we'll change it. Lu Xinyan's fiery lips moved to his ear, whispering several words softly, I'll give you. The last few words were barely audible, but they stung with heat. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyan's breath momentarily hitched, and his hoarse voice cursed, you're really just a damn dog, aren't you? Lu Xinyan lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes brimming with deep affection, but only your dog, woof. Lu Qinyan. Silence fell in the bedroom, except for some faint intimate water sounds. Lu Qinyan lay face down on the bed hugging a pillow, shamefully biting his lower lip hard. He felt as though he was crazy, or perhaps Lu Xinyan was. But. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escaped him, the intensity causing his fingers to tremble as he rasped out, Lu Xinyan, you've had enough. You obviously enjoy it. Enjoy. Enjoy my ass. Lu Qinyan muttered curses while struggling to get up again but was forcefully shoved back down onto the bed by a firm hand. The following morning, the originally tranquil early hours were shattered by an explosive shout. You, get the hell out, now. The bedroom door abruptly swung open, revealing the young man staggering out. A pillow immediately followed suit and hit his shoulder. Get out. The man shouted angrily. Then, the door slammed shut with a bang. But just a few seconds later, everything returned to silence. If it weren't for the fact that he was now outside, Lu Xinyan might have assumed everything that happened earlier was just an illusion. However, fortunately, last night he had already prepared for the possibility of waking up to the man not recognizing him afterward. Lu Xinyan bent down to pick up the pillow, turned around and pushed the door open again. Just as he walked in, the pillow flew towards his face once more. Who gave you permission to come in? Seems like I really pushed him too far last night, alas. Lu Xinyan sighed, picked up the pillow from the floor, went over to the man wrapped in blankets, then got into bed. Holding him close through the blanket, he began stroking his feathers saying, "Big brother, it wasn't intentional." Lu Xinyan continued to keep his eyes closed, gritting his teeth and insisting, "Leave." It was unintentional. Lu Xinyan raised his head and kissed him near the ear, soothingly saying, "Don't be mad, I didn't go inside, I really didn't." Are you trying to fool ghosts? At the thought of last night. If he hadn't fallen asleep due to exhaustion, Lu Xinyan really wanted to punch someone. "Brother," Lu Xinyan called him gently, "don't be angry, I didn't go in." "You," Lu Xinyan interrupted fiercely, "you damn well did." The second half of his sentence left him too ashamed to continue. But someone dared to say, "Just my tongue went in, and you seemed to enjoy it so much that you came right out." The hair he just smoothed down stood up again. "Enjoy. Enjoy your sister. Is that even not disgusting?" Lu Xinyan reassured him with a smile, "It's very normal, people do this outside too." After hearing that, Lu Xinyan frowned, "Did you do this for others?" As soon as he thought about Lu Xinyan doing this kind of thing with others, he felt instantly sick. "No," Lu Xinyan hurriedly cleared his name, speaking softly, "Only for you, only served you." Lu Xinyan stopped talking. After quite some time, there was another low murmur in his ears, "Brother, be honest with me, do you like what I did for you?" Thinking about last night, Lu Xinyan's throat tightened, clenching his hand tightly, "Do you not think it's dirty?" So it wasn't that he didn't like it. Satisfied, Lu Xinyan laughed, "I know now. Go ahead and sleep a little more, I'll cook breakfast and call you when it's ready." Upon hearing the sound of the door being closed, Lu Xinyan blushed furiously as he got out from under the covers. He stared at the door and deliberately misjudged in his heart, "Damn, born to serve." But as images of Lu Xinyan serving him appeared in his mind, his face couldn't help but heat up again. No, why has he become so lustful recently? Shaking his head forcefully to erase those embarrassing scenes from last night. He propped himself up and looked at the clock. 8:45. It was the weekend, thinking that once he starts working there will be no more sleeping in, Lu Xinyan closed his eyes to catch a few more winks. Lu Xinyan walked to the kitchen, opened the fridge, took a look at the remaining ingredients, directly grabbed 2 tomatoes and eggs, turned on the tap to rinse the tomatoes. Just as he was washing them, his movement suddenly paused, unsure of something that came to his mind, and a slow smile spread across his lips. After several seconds of daze, he snapped back to reality and began cooking. Lu Xinyan couldn't fall asleep because of the sounds coming from the kitchen, probably having exhausted a lot of energy. Hunger was unbearable now that he was awake. He turned over, rolled his eyes, and decided to get up, put on his shoes, and go to the bathroom for grooming. By the time he finished grooming, 2 steaming bowls of scrambled egg and tomato noodles were already on the table. Lu Xinyan walked over and sat directly on the stool to start eating. That's right, just as he was finishing, Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered something, glanced at Lu Xinyan, coughed lightly, "Yesterday's girl, Qingqing, what did she write?" Lu Xinyan seemed to have only just remembered this matter, truthfully saying, "She gave me her number, inviting me over to eat at her house if I have time." Lu Xinyan was speechless. On the surface, he didn't say anything, but inwardly he rolled his eyes drastically. Eat dinner. They're all adults, who doesn't know whether it's really about eating or something else. Still, he didn't say directly, only said, "About that. I have something to tell you, didn't you mention wanting to intern before?" Lu Xinyan nodded, watching him. "Chen Feng is currently looking for interns. Starting now, during the times other than class, you'll be following me." Lu Xinyan blinked and smiled, "All right. What are you laughing at?" Lu Xinyan didn't find anything funny about what he just said. "Nothing," Lu Xinyan shook his head, "it's just happy to work with you, brother." Lu Xinyan scoffed and preemptively stated, "I am strict when working, don't do things unrelated to work or chat nonsense while on the job." Lu Xinyan obediently replied, "All right. Anyway, as long as you do your own responsibilities, ask me if you don't understand something." After Lu Xinyan finished speaking, he continued eating noodles. "Okay." On Lu Xinyan's first official day of work, while he was eating breakfast, Pei Xiao specifically called him. "Up yet?" "Don't be late today," Pei Xiao said, "What would you like for breakfast? I can bring it to the company for you." Lu Xinyan smiled, "Have yours, I've eaten at home and I'll come directly." Lu Xinyan had risen early to cook congee. So early, Pei Xiao was surprised, paused for a few seconds, then asked tentatively, "Did you make it yourself?" Lu Chenyan glanced at the young man sitting next to him and smiled in reply, where would I have the time? Lu Chenyan made it. He has class, so he got up early. Oh, Pei Xiao sighed with relief on the other end and laughed, alright, see you at the company later. Yeah, see you at the company. Lu Chenyan gave a faint look at the phone on the table, seemingly unintentionally asking, who was that? Pei Xiao, the boss of Chenfeng. You'll meet him sometime in the future. Lu Chenyan quickly finished his porridge, wiped his mouth, and then went into the room to change clothes. At this moment, the indicator light on the phone on the table flashed again. The screen lit up, and a message popped up directly. Pei Xiao, Chen Yan, I forgot to tell you earlier, good morning. Be careful on the way, let's have lunch together. Staring at the message, Lu Chenyan frowned unhappily. That long string of text was instantly translated in his mind to, Chen Yan, I'm going to start pursuing you. Lu Chenyan sneered softly, put down his chopsticks, and immediately dialed a call to Qi Rang. The other side picked up quickly, hello, brother Lu, what are you doing so early? Lu Chenyan, take a look if there's anything important in the school schedule for the next 2 weeks. Chapter 47. Pei Xiao arrived at the elevator with breakfast in hand. He reached to press the elevator button and was just about to straighten his collar using the mirror when a familiar voice came from behind. You still have 2 weeks before your vacation starts, right? Is it okay not to go to school now? I don't have any specialized courses today, so it's fine. Big brother doesn't need to worry. Pei Xiao turned around, seeing the person approaching, and his eyes lit up. Chen Yan, good morning. Lu Chenyan approached and greeted, good morning. Lu Chenyan smiled faintly and nodded. Ding. The elevator doors opened. The three walked into the elevator together. Is Chenyan starting work today? Pei Xiao pressed the floor button and looked at the people reflected in the mirror, smiling. I remember that school hasn't dismissed yet. Lu Chenyan glanced at Lu Chenyan, who had insisted on coming along this morning, saying he wanted to experience the joy brought by work early, but he didn't look very happy now. Let him get familiar with the job early, it's good. Pei Xiao nodded and said, in a few days Director Su will be back. At that time, you all can have dinner together and meet him. His young apprentice is also quite capable. Okay. The elevator door opened, and just as Pei Xiao stepped out of the elevator, Xiaoling came forward, Director Pei, Director Lan from Sinew Building Materials Company has already arrived and is waiting for you in your office. Pei Xiao replied, alright, you can brew him a cup of tea first, I'll be there immediately. After Xiaoling left, Pei Xiao turned around to Lu Chenyan and said, Director Lu, would you like to come with me? Sinew Building Materials is currently our biggest supplier. We'll be seeing each other often after the naping project begins. It's good to get acquainted early. That's true, Lu Chenyan handed the file folder to Lu Chenyan and said, go wait for me at the A1 group office area. Lu Chenyan found the A1 office area, looked around, and simultaneously several gazes full of questions turned towards him. They had long known that a new group leader would arrive this week, tall and handsome, but who was this refined young man who looked like he was still studying? Lu Chenyan ignored those appraising looks and casually chose an employee's seat, propping his chin with his hand while observing the office environment. Not bad, the company might be small, but its environment was pretty good. Who is he? New arrival. I just saw him go upstairs with Director Lu. Is he a new assistant? So young to be an assistant, let's wait and see how Director Su's young disciple humiliates him upon return. Isn't that right? President Pei just entrusted the naping project to someone new, do you think Director Su would agree? Maybe, if the new group leader truly has ability, even Director Su couldn't say anything. Director Su wants to promote his own team members, but President Pei also wants to elevate his own people, one side must secure this position. Moreover, the new group leader is really handsome. I hope he can silence Director Su, making us look at good-looking men every day which improves mood. Whispered conversations entered his ears. Lu Chenyan's eyes darkened slightly, lost in thought, tapping the table absent-mindedly. Soon after, vibrations came from inside his bag. Lu Chenyan took out his phone, opened the message, and saw that it was Qi Rang, Brother Lu, are you not coming to school these days? Lu Chenyan, help me sign in. Qi Rang, you asked me earlier if there were any important classes today. What are you up to? Sneaky laugh ever since Brother Chenyan came back, you've been playing happily at home, forgetting all about friends. Lu Chenyan was too lazy to explain to Qi Rang and placed the phone aside. Unintentionally, his gaze touched the blue file folder. He stared at the file folder for a few seconds, then slowly shifted his vision away. This file folder had been what Lu Chenyan had been looking at for the past 2 days, probably some business proposal or project engineering related material. He naturally wasn't worried about Lu Chenyan's working ability. Although he had been abroad for a long time, he always worked on projects. Thus, there was nothing to worry about in terms of work, but the person he was really worried about was Pei Xiao. Excuse me, a female voice interrupted his thoughts. Xiaoling stood in front of him and asked, where did Director Lu go? Lu Chenyan replied calmly, he's in the office. Is there anything you need? Xiaoling smiled, nothing much, are you his assistant? This is the login number for the senior management layer. Please pass it to him in a moment. Some companies protect commercial privacy by assigning specific login numbers to the senior management layer, which can be used for communication and normal task handovers, allowing real-time access to department chat records. Okay, Lu Xinyan took a look, then I'll log him in first. As he spoke, he skillfully turned on the computer, moved the mouse to open the web page, entered the Chin Phone website URL, and after the page redirected, input the username and password to log in. The screen soon displayed the words, "Login successful," with many department options popping up. Out of convenience, Lu Xinyan directly clicked on the marketing department tab to adjust his work interface when suddenly his hand paused. Lu Xinyan's eyes flickered as he noticed another pair of eyes staring at him from the screen. His fingers loosened slightly, and he turned his head, speaking calmly, "Is there anything else you need?" "Ah." Xiao Ling snapped out of her daze. "No, I just noticed how skilled you are with the operation." Xiao Ling had initially intended to teach him how to operate the system but was momentarily stunned by his apparent proficiency. Mr. Pei had specially instructed her that this new assistant was a student without any working experience, and in turn who had never been exposed to such tasks before and needed guidance. But from what she just observed, wasn't he even more skilled than her? Xiao Ling couldn't help asking, "Have you worked before?" If someone had no prior work experience, they wouldn't be so proficient with that series of operations. Lu Xinyan blinked and countered, "Does summer work count?" It was technically accurate enough for the moment, I suppose. Xiao Ling didn't dwell too much on it. "All right then, I have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Lu Xinyan watched as Xiao Ling fully left before returning his gaze to the computer. After gazing at the screen for a few seconds, he stood up and went to the restroom. When Lu Xinyan emerged from the restroom, he just happened to hear Lu Xinyan's voice. "Director Lan, your compliments are too generous. In the future, I hope we can continue relying on your support." Since Director Pei appreciates you so much, there must be something remarkable about you. We will surely have more opportunities ahead. Director Pei, Group Leader Lu, you may see me off here, I can go downstairs myself. At the elevator entrance stood 3 people, among them Lu Xinyan and Pei Xiao, and the other wearing a suit, exuding confidence as he spoke. Lu Xinyan involuntarily glanced at him longer. He felt like this man looked familiar, though he couldn't immediately recall where he'd seen him before. Until that person turned his way. For a brief second, they shared the same puzzled look, but then surprise replaced it quickly. In an instant, Lu Xinyan felt a jolt of shock and wanted to turn and walk away immediately, but it was already too late. A voice behind him called out to stop him, "Hey! Isn't this young Director Lu, why are you here?" Chapter 48. The man never expected to see Lu Xinyan here, and without hesitation, he stepped forward with a smile, ready to shake hands. However, his hand froze midway as he paused in surprise. The man's expression turned unusual. Lu Xinyan had his back to them and didn't know what was happening. "What's wrong?" Pei Xiao approached and asked with a smile, "Mr. Lan, do you know Xinyan?" The man called Mr. Lan hesitated for a moment, then realized the subtle hint from Lu Xinyan's expression and quickly said, "Oh no, I mistook someone else for him, I thought I saw an acquaintance." Pei Xiao took the opportunity to introduce, "This is Assistant Lu Xinyan of Team Leader Lu, who's currently interning at our company." "Assistant?" Mr. Lan looked surprised at Lu Xinyan, then glanced at Pei Xiao, finding it quite amusing. He laughed and said, "I might have really mistaken him for someone else. Mr. Pei, Director Lu, I need to go back to the company shortly, so I won't keep you any longer." "All right, I'll see you downstairs," Pei Xiao said. As the elevator doors slowly closed, leaving only the 2 of them, Lu Xinyan finally asked, "Do you know each other?" Lu Xinyan was about to deny it, but seeing Lu Xinyan's expression, he changed his answer, "Yes." Lu Xinyan raised an eyebrow. Lu Xinyan stared directly into Lu Xinyan's eyes. "I met him before when going out for dinner with Uncle Lu." Lu Xinyan lowered his gaze, nodded, not thinking much more about it, and returned directly to the office area. Watching the retreating figure until it disappeared, Lu Xinyan's stiff, tense expression finally relaxed, letting out a silent sigh of relief. He walked outside, pulled out his phone, and waited quietly for a moment until a call popped up. Understanding immediately, Lu Xinyan answered, "Mr. Lan." "Little President Lu, I think I recognized you right, don't I?" came the voice on the other end, laughing. "Mr. Lan, I apologize, it just wasn't convenient earlier," Lu Xinyan politely explained. "No need for apologies, I think Little President Lu has your own plan in mind." The other side didn't press further, instead saying, "A few days ago, when I discussed with Fang Huai about the building material supplier for the Linen Bridge project, I happened to ask about you. He said you've been very busy lately, and I thought it would be a while before we meet again." At this point, Lu Xinyan understood. He smiled and said, "Not at all, let's schedule some time soon. I'll let Fang Huai send you the location." "Good. I still have things to do, so I won't disturb you anymore, President Lu." "All right." After hanging up, Lu Xinyan stood in place for a moment, deep in thought, before turning around and walking into Chinfeng. Lu Xinyan was already sitting at his desk reviewing proposals. The workspace wasn't big, with a plant on the left-hand side, making the area feel even smaller. In any case, Lu Xinyan thought this place wasn't worthy of his brother. But he couldn't control these aspects of work. Hearing the sound, Lu Qinyan looked up, picked up a document casually, and tossed it on the adjacent desk. Take a look first. There are some of the company's policies and such, and there's nothing much happening this morning. All right. Lu Xinyan sat down and flipped through the documents briefly, finding them generally dull and full of rules and regulations. He lazily leaned back in his chair, glancing at the dense text, and involuntarily turned his gaze toward the person beside him instead of reading the files. Looking at the people around would definitely lead to someone like Qi Rang saying something like, "Beauty distracts people." This was Lu Xinyan's first time seeing the man work, serious, meticulous, and exuding a different kind of charm. The whole morning passed by as he watched. When lunch break approached, Lu Xinyan started thinking about the real task at hand. He grabbed his phone and ordered food at the precise time, asking, "Brother, what would you like to eat?" Lu Qinyan had been looking down all morning and his neck was starting to ache. He twisted his neck. "It's not yet time for lunch. If I order now, it'll be here by the time we're done." Lu Xinyan placed his hand on his neck and massaged as he said, "I know this place that makes particularly delicious mousse. Shall I order you some?" Feeling comfortable with the massage, Lu Qinyan's voice softened, "Up to you." Lu Xinyan smiled, finished placing the order on his phone, and whispered, "I also ordered you some fish and little rice cakes. Rest for a bit, I'll go get you a cup of coffee." With that, he got up holding the coffee mug and headed out. Chenfeng's interior was not large, so upon exiting, the office was immediately visible. Lu Xinyan glanced up briefly at the tightly shut office door before heading to the tea room and placing the mug on one side, waiting for the water to boil. After waiting for a few minutes, the water hadn't boiled yet, and someone passed by outside. Lu Xinyan quickly called out to stop the person, "Mr. Pei." The voice was polite and gentle. Pei Xiao paused in his steps. "Xinyan, are you making coffee?" "Yep." Lu Xinyan smiled as he picked up the cup to fill it with water and casually said, "Brother prefers it bitter, he doesn't drink anything too sweet." This sentence seemed to remind Pei Xiao of something, and a look of realization came over him. He had originally come to invite Lu Qinyan for lunch. But he didn't know what Lu Qinyan liked to eat. All he knew was that Lu Qinyan was picky. What are you guys planning to eat for lunch?" Pei Xiao asked, "Do you have any preferences?" Lu Xinyan, while stirring his coffee, said, "Spicy stuff. I remember brother should like offal." Pei Xiao nodded and walked toward the office area. Upon reaching Lu Qinyan's position, he naturally invited him, "Mr. Lu, let's have lunch together." Lu Qinyan looked up from the documents. Having already obtained an answer, Pei Xiao now felt very confident and grinned. A Chinese restaurant just opened downstairs. Their signature dish, steamed intestine with rice flour, is really good. Let's go try it out. Intestine. Who would have guessed that he hated offal most, and intestine ranked top 3 on the list. Compared with intestine and fish or little rice cakes, there's no need to think about which one is better. 3 minutes later, Lu Xinyan watched Pei Xiao walk out of A1 group's office area looking disappointed, then returned to his seat holding the cup without expression and placed the coffee on Lu Qinyan's desk, softly saying, "Brother, here's your coffee." Lu Qinyan picked it up and took a sip. It was quite sweet, overpowering the bitterness. Pretty tasty. Unable to resist, Lu Qinyan leaned down again to take another sip, set the cup down, and during the break, let Lu Xinyan massage his neck again. The soreness in his neck gradually subsided, and Lu Qinyan couldn't help but marvel inwardly that Lu Xinyan was truly skilled at attending to people. Before leaving work, Lu Qinyan asked Lu Xinyan to send a Nanping plan to his office. Lu Xinyan brought the file into the office. The door was open, so he went in directly, finding Pei Xiao sitting in the boss chair talking on the phone. "The Nanping project is mine, and I have the right to decide who is responsible for this engineering project." Pei Xiao didn't mind whether Lu Xinyan could hear. Lifting his eyes, he saw Lu Xinyan's files and indicated with a gesture for him to place them on the table. "Before leaving, kindly shut the door." Lu Xinyan obediently nodded but, upon turning, heard more of what Pei Xiao said. Nanping. Wasn't that what Lu Xinyan was currently handling? "Director Su, we all know how capable Xin Wang is. We had planned initially for A1 group to take charge, but the new director Lu has also shown excellent ability and was recruited by me for high salary." Lu Xinyan slowly closed the door, blocking out Pei Xiao's voice. Although he didn't hear much, he had already guessed the situation. In the company, projects were called, "Whoever has the ability gets it," but frankly speaking, it was simply a grab, whoever grabs, it takes responsibility. Sighing, Lu Xinyan recalled the morning discussions among employees. Combining it with the current situation, it seemed that the Nanping plan would face some additional difficulty in passing through. As Lu Xinyan had foreseen. On Friday, in Chenfeng executives meeting, the person raising objections against the Nanping project was none other than Director Su back from Qingdao. He had argued fiercely in the conference room from the very morning. "Director Su, what exactly don't you agree with regarding the Nanping plan?" Since entering the meeting room, Pei Xiao's face hadn't been pleasant. And standing beside him, the 30-year-old Director Su whose face was red from anger retorted, "Not disagreeable, Mr. Pei, you're aware how crucial the Nanping project is to our company. You can hand it over to anyone else, but..." Lu Qinyan sat with his legs crossed, calmly watching the two argue as if this quarrel had nothing to do with him. Actually, he was clear himself, the bias and opinions towards parachuted executives in the company were not insignificant. Currently, 80% of engineers at Qinfeng were managed by Director Su. If Lu Qinyan weren't around, the Nanping project would naturally fall to Su Lizzie. Now that Pei Xiao gave this project to him, it was like having a duck snatched from under their nose. Who wouldn't be upset? Lu Qinyan shook his head, such situations he'd seen plenty before. Director Lu's working capability is evident, Pei Xiao remarked, regarding Wang Xinyu's position, I'll have another arrangement. Su Lizzie chuckled, Boss Pei, aren't you being a little biased? Helpless, Pei Xiao admitted he did have selfish intentions. If it were someone else today, he might have gotten angry. However, since Su Lizzie was still a shareholder, losing face wouldn't be a great option. After coming out of the meeting room, apart from Lu Qinyan who looked composed, the other two people didn't look very good, increasingly grim. That afternoon, upon returning home, Lu Qinyan opened the door and heard a sound from the kitchen. Lu Qinyan had class today and didn't go to the company. Upon hearing the sound, he turned around, older brother, you're back. Lu Qinyan glanced at the kitchen, what are you making? Red braised pork, Lu Qinyan said. He noticed that something was off with Lu Qinyan's expression and frowned, what's wrong? Lu Qinyan didn't want to bring it up, mainly because there was no use anyway, nothing. Saying this, he walked towards the bedroom. Lu Qinyan adjusted the heat lower and followed after him, what's wrong? Lu Qinyan furrowed his brows, why do you ask so much? You wouldn't understand anyway. I want to know, this also counts as learning. Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes and while taking off his clothes, recounted what happened in the company earlier today. It's more or less like this, Su Lizzie says that whoever can negotiate the cooperation deal with Zins Hongxing within half a month will be in charge of Nanping. Lu Qinyan didn't care too much about this. This just meant an increase in workload for him. New Xinjiang cooperation. Lu Qinyan had a vague impression of it but wasn't sure. So he asked again, who is negotiating the new Xinjiang cooperation? Lu Qinyan thought for a moment. He remembered Su Lizzie mentioning something like, CNN maybe. Anyway, whoever gets this cooperation first will be in charge of the Nanping side. Lu Qinyan. Chapter 49. Lu Qinyan paused in surprise for a moment, CNN. Lu Qinyan replied, I heard that the Sin project has been under discussion since July, but it hasn't been secured yet. Lu Qinyan remembered, the Sin project was planned by Fang Hui in the first half of the year, expecting to start construction at the end of the year. If Qinfeng started negotiating the cooperation in July, and after 3 months they still couldn't secure the deal from Fang Hui, but now required it to be settled within half a month, it clearly was targeting someone. A hint of displeasure flickered in Lu Qinyan's eyes, are they making things difficult for you? Lu Qinyan's hand faltered as he buttoned his shirt, looking at Lu Qinyan's serious expression, then suddenly burst out laughing. Is he standing up for me? Lu Qinyan frowned, are you still laughing? Upon hearing this, Lu Qinyan laughed outright, retorting, what? Can't I laugh? Oh well, encountering such issues at work is normal. You'll know once you enter the field. When can we eat? I'm hungry. Lu Qinyan didn't take this minor incident to heart. If it were back then, Lu Qinyan wouldn't have tolerated it either, but now, it's different from before, he needed money, a great deal of money, to buy back the Lu family residence. So, does brother have any confidence in securing the Sin project? During the meal, Lu Qinyan casually rekindled the topic. Should, alright, although Lu Qinyan wasn't very confident inside. Actually, negotiating the collaboration isn't hard, mainly whether one could meet the main responsible person at CNN. Lu Qinyan learned from the company that the reason why Director Su hasn't been able to secure the Sin project was because he never even met the key decision-maker at CNN. To discuss cooperation with CNN, shouldn't you contact their main person in charge? Lu Qinyan brought up smoothly, in fact, I have a friend, who mentioned to me that they know someone working at CNN. Friend? The friend of a friend, Lu Qinyan said naturally. Oh. Lu Qinyan nodded, it was normal to have a few acquaintances at school he didn't know. Lu Qinyan proactively offered a way out, I'm interning right now, so I should contribute a little. I'll call them later to get the contact details. If you can get them, go ahead. Lu Qinyan didn't expect much help from Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan nodded, okay. After finishing the meal, Lu Qinyan cleaned up the kitchen and came out, hearing the sound of water from the bathroom. He directly went to the bedroom, locked the door behind him, took out his phone, and dialed a number. The other side answered quickly, it's me. Young Mr. Lu, came Fang Hui's voice on the other end, calling so late, is there something? I remember the Sin project will launch early next year, right? Lu Qinyan got straight to the point, until now, which companies have discussed collaborating with us? For the past 2 years, all big and small matters in CNN have been handled by Fang Hui on his behalf, unless some cases absolutely necessitated his presence at the company. More often than not, Fang Hui would just present the results to him, and projects like Sin only left a faint impression on Lu Qinyan. Fang Hui didn't know why the boss would ask about this, but still truthfully responded, there are 6 in total, but only 2 are under our consideration, President Zhang from Ronghua Group and President Li from Lanrue Real Estate. Is there any issue with the Sinsin project? There's no problem, Lu Shenyan said. Last year, wasn't Lanrui Real Estate owed several million yuan by the bank? Yes, Fang Hui confirmed. President Li's intention is that if we cooperate on the Sinsin project, his engineering work in Sanya next summer can be handed over to us. It seems that he's in dire need of money. Do you think the land in Sanya is worth it? Fang Hui, this, can only say it won't cause losses. President Li begged us many times, nothing can be done about it. It must be the banks pressuring him, forcing him to sell the land in Sanya. Lu Shenyan thought for a while. Alright, next stop, we don't need to negotiate with President Zhang from Ronghua. Huh? Fang Hui was somewhat dazed. Footsteps echoed from the living room. Lu Shenyan couldn't elaborate much, only simply saying, I have other arrangements, just follow what I said. After finishing, he hung up the phone himself. Hearing the busy tone from the other end, Fang Hui stared blankly for a few seconds before setting the phone down. He took off the glasses resting on his nose and placed them aside, rubbing his eye sockets, momentarily puzzled about what his boss just said on the phone. Not negotiating with President Zhang from Ronghua. What does that mean? Fang Hui remembered that when the new Xian project was first launched, CNN's main partner was originally set to be President Zhang from Ronghua Group. However, now, just as they were about to sign the contract, there was a sudden change. Fang Hui was somewhat at a loss again trying to read the mind of this young boss. He didn't know what he was planning this time. However, he had never truly understood the thoughts of their young boss at CNN ever since the beginning. From the initial purchase of Mr. Lu's residence to the pure-blooded Arabian horses, he hadn't been able to comprehend anything. All of this seemed like some kind of joke. Though Fang Hui did hear that Mr. Lu bought the house for his sweetheart, after such a long time, he still hadn't seen anyone around the young boss. Mr. Lu's residence remained empty, and everything inside stayed in its original place, with explicit instructions given to the cleaning lady to sweep through the place once a week. Sigh. The minds of the youth were indeed fickle. The mobile phone on the table lit up, and an incoming message appeared. Fang Hui picked it up and opened it. Little boss Lu, I will personally explain the situation to President Zhang from Ronghua. Regarding the Xian project, another company representative will come to discuss with us, and the partner for this project must be Chen Feng's Mr. Lu Shenian. Lu Shenian? Fang Hui was puzzled. How could this name appear again? I have just made a phone call to confirm, so when the time comes, you can directly contact the person in charge of CNN for a meeting, said Lu Shenyan, sitting on a small stool in the bedroom with his head lowered, carefully trimming the man's nails while speaking. This way, many unnecessary troubles can be avoided. Lu Shenyan's gaze shifted from the phone screen. Is this the direct person in charge? Lu Shenyan nodded obediently, yes. Lu Shenyan was somewhat surprised and tried to pull his hand back, but his fingers were held tightly. Don't rush to move, I haven't finished trimming. Humph, what's there to trim? Though Lu Shenyan spoke like this, he still let Lu Shenyan continue his work. 135x times 6558, Lu Shenyan recited Fang Hui's phone number. This is the contact information of the other party. As Lu Shenyan inputted the number, he just finished entering it when a familiar contact appeared on the screen. The phone number was exactly the same. The remark said, Fang Hui, lawyer. It was the lawyer he had met 2 months ago. Lu Shenyan suddenly remembered Qin Yu's previous investigation about CNN data. The current legal representative of CNN was indeed Fang Hui. So, they were really the same person after all. Lu Shenyan glanced at Lu Shenyan's reaction, blinked her eyes and asked, what's wrong? Lu Shenyan snapped out of his thought, I've met him. Have you? Lu Shenyan feigned ignorance excellently. Yeah, I met the lawyer last time, and I even kept his number, Lu Shenyan said as he leaned back onto the bed. You can contact him directly then. Okay, I'm done with the nail care. Lu Shenyan stretched out her hand to grab the wet wipes off the bedside table and wiped away the nail shaving she filed. What's there about maintaining the shape of the nails? Lu Shenyan retracted his hand, which now felt smooth and neat, but he defined this as, simply wasting time. Lu Shenyan smiled and sat on the bed, saying rather suggestively, I trimmed them cleanly for you, otherwise, you might scratch people randomly. Lu Shenyan caught the implication of those words. Who the hell scratched people randomly? Annoyed, he pulled the blanket over and turned his back towards Lu Shenyan, cursing, go back to your own room and sleep. Lu Shenyan looked at his silhouette for a moment and simply lay down next to him, I'll sleep with you. Who wants to sleep with you? Get out, Lu Shenyan yelled. Lu Shenyan pretended not to hear and squeezed into the blanket, grabbing his hand, let me touch your hands, I want to check if I did well earlier. Lu Shenyan became impatient. What's there to check? Get out. Don't think he didn't know what she was up to. Whenever it came to sleeping together, things always went awry. Sure enough, her hand guided his towards somewhere else, I feel like doing something. Help me out. Shit. Realizing this instantly, Lu Shenyan clenched his fingers, you entered my room to cut my nails for this purpose only? A barely audible reply followed. Not entirely. Bullshit. Lu Shenyan rolled his eyes. Actually, since he started working, the frequency of them resolving tensions in bed behind closed doors has been increasing. Although they never finished the deed, regarding Lu Xinyan coming to the bed to serve him, Lu Xinyan subconsciously took it as commonplace, treating it as a daily occurrence. And Lu Xinyan was quite stubborn in this aspect, refusing to give up until her purpose was achieved. Since it was inevitable, feeling irked by the constant nudging, Lu Xinyan stripped off his pants. Just get it out. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan paused for a moment, then kissed his neck impatiently, whispering, take your clothes off. The next morning, when Lu Xinyan was brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, his face looked terrible. You've got to stop your damn habit of biting people. And why did he have to bite there so obviously? Lu Xinyan placed the breakfast on the table and came over. What's wrong? Lu Xinyan didn't want to repeat himself, glaring at him. Go find me another set of clothes. Lu Xinyan obediently walked to the bedroom, opened the wardrobe, where all kinds of colorful clothes were in sight. After looking for several seconds, he eventually put together a dark series style with his utmost sense of aesthetics, black shirt paired with black pants. As Lu Xinyan walked in, he caught sight of the clothes laid on the bed, cursing, do you want me to wear this as if I'm attending someone's funeral? I think it's actually a decent combination. Lu Xinyan. He couldn't figure out where this person's aesthetic sense went. After finishing breakfast, Lu Xinyan didn't head to the company but called Fang Huai directly to ask if he had time for a meeting to discuss the new XIN cooperation project. I do have time, Mr. Lu. Fang Huai's voice was more polite than during their first encounter. Where would we meet? It wasn't his imagination. Lu Xinyan felt that Fang Huai's tone seemed less like that of someone negotiating a cooperation but rather more like someone holding the contract ready to get business done. Chapter 50. It drizzled early in the morning, and the air was slightly damp. Today was a workday, so there weren't many people in the coffee shop. On the table in front of him were 3 cups of rich and fragrant coffee. Fang Huai had been holding the proposal for the cooperation with Zins Hengsen for nearly 10 minutes. The usually diligent him was rarely lost in thought like this. Mr. Fang. Until the table was tapped. Fang Huai snapped back to reality, instinctively pushing his glasses up as he chuckled, oh, Mr. Lu, you should still call me Lawyer Fang. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently glanced at the young man sitting by the window, looking down at his phone. Lu Xinyan noticed his gaze, lifting his eyes, and Fang Huai immediately looked away. What's it like working while being monitored by the boss? He uncomfortably tugged at his tie, feeling somewhat uneasy. He got up and apologized, Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, I'll go to the restroom for a moment. Lu Xinyan was completely unaware of Fang Huai's inner thoughts, politely smiling, please. Don't you think Fang Huai is acting strange? Watching Fang Huai's figure disappear, Lu Xinyan softly asked the young man sitting beside him, I met him before, and his work attitude was extremely serious. It's unusual for him to space out like today. Stop playing on your phone, I brought you along for learning, not for gaming. Lu Xinyan snatched the phone from Lu Xinyan and threw it on the table. Fang Huai walked into the restroom, turned on the faucet, took off his glasses, and only then did the tense expression finally relax. He hadn't expected that Xiao Lu would come along too. Thinking about the situation at the table made him feel odd. Next, he still needed to hand over the Zins Hengsen proposal to Lu Xinyan without being noticed. Fang Huai sighed and shook his head, I'm working too hard. After just a few short minutes, he quickly adjusted his mood. Fang Huai returned to his seat, sorry for keeping you waiting. Facing 2 sets of eyes, Fang Huai held his nerve, picked up the proposal, and continued flawlessly, Mr. Lu, I've reviewed your cooperation proposal, but we do need time to consider it appropriately. I understand. Lu Xinyan originally approached with just a try-it-out attitude. Even if Fang Huai directly refused, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, for CNN, there were too many companies eager to cooperate with them. To even say they need time to consider was already unexpected. Put nicely, this was a collaboration. Put harshly, it was CNN providing poverty alleviation since cooperating with Qinfeng offered them no benefits whatsoever. Fang Huai smiled and said, but please rest assured, Mr. Lu, we will reply to your company as soon as possible. Leaving the coffee shop, Fang Huai slowed down the car until he saw his boss get in, then resumed normal speed. Lu Xinyan and Lu Xinyan didn't return home. They went back to the office to pick something up. Coincidentally, on the elevator, they ran into Su Lizzie. Leader Lu, in the elevator, Leader Su broke the silence among the 3 first. Looking at Lu Xinyan, he smiled, is this person your assistant? I heard he's still a student. Su Lizzie had heard of Lu Xinyan after returning to the company but saw him for the first time today. Upon learning more, it turned out to be a college student who was interning under Lu Xinyan. You have time to pry into others' lives instead of minding your own business. Lu Xinyan wasn't polite, you might as well spend more energy thinking about how to get CNN to cooperate with us. Su Lizzie laughed, hinting sarcastically, Leader Lu always thinks about the best interests of the company, no wonder our director Pei likes you so much. Upon finishing his sentence, he felt a piercing stare directed toward him. Turning around, the youth's eyes were indifferent, his face pure and innocent. For a fleeting moment, it was almost like Su Lizzie's illusion. Fluent talk can accompany any meal, but words shouldn't be thrown around casually. Lu Xinyan gave him an oblique look, his tone filled with heavy warning. Su Lizzie smirked, hiding his laughter. Leader Lu sure is squeaky clean, alright. Let me put it this way, why don't you take your own advice, quit wasting time chatting here with me and focus your efforts better on the Zinshungsen proposal. Su Lizzy was always arrogant and self-righteous. He now particularly detested Lu Qinyan. Initially, the Nanping project was supposed to be led by his apprentice Xinu, preparing to elevate him as one of the A1 group leader candidates. This move would leave no room for argument within the company. But unexpectedly, the moment he left, Director Pei summoned someone else to manage the Nanping project and even promoted them to group leader status. That was a bitter pill he couldn't swallow. Regarding this matter, you needn't concern yourself, Lu Qinyan replied coldly. Su Lizzy let out a disdainful laugh. To be honest, he was quite sure that Lu Qinyan couldn't secure this cooperation. He still remembered in August when he tried to meet the head of CNN for nearly a month, without even mentioning cooperation, he couldn't even get an audience. Not to mention discussing collaboration. The sole purpose of bringing up this matter was merely to exclude others from competing, anyway, it wouldn't cost him anything. In that case, I'll wait for good news from team leader Lu. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Lu Qinyan didn't linger for a moment as he stepped out of the elevator with Su Lizzy following behind him, until... Wait a moment, team leader Su, the elevator door was suddenly held open by someone, and a figure blocked Su Lizzy. Lu Qinyan stared at him, his eyes filled with gloom. What if he manages to secure this deal, then what? Lu Qinyan turned around and saw Lu Qinyan blocking Su Lizzy in the elevator. Su Lizzy was short and small, so when blocked by the towering Lu Qinyan who was almost 2 meters tall, not even his head could be seen. But this was at Chinfeng, he didn't want people to see their squabble, so he reminded them, we're in the company. It was as if Lu Qinyan hadn't heard, instead casually holding Lu Qinyan's hand in his own and said to Su Lizzy, tell me, if he secures this deal, what then? His voice was still gentle and calm. For a moment, Su Lizzy was taken aback by the question. I know you can't answer that, so I'll answer it for you, Lu Qinyan said calmly. If he secures this deal, the 5 projects currently in your possession, the 3 from Ningxia, Pingchuan, and Hengjiang will all be handled by Lu Qinyan. Su Lizzy's pupils constricted instantly, unable to believe what he had just heard. What are you talking about? Lu Qinyan, you know exactly what I'm saying. Su Lizzy glared at him. He had never told anyone about the Ningxia, Pingchuan, and Hengjiang projects, not a soul in the company knew, including Pei Xiao. In many companies, market directors often accept private contracts without their boss knowing. This kind of thing happened all the time. As long as it's done silently, there won't be trouble. However, once it's exposed, not only is it disgraceful, but it also makes it impossible to continue working in the same industry. The elevator started issuing warning alarms. That's enough. Stop causing a scene here. Lu Qinyan, unaware of what the two were talking about, forcibly dragged Lu Qinyan away. Inside the elevator, Su Lizzy's face alternated between green and white with anxiety. Back in the office, the more Su Lizzy thought about it, the less sense it made. How did Lu Qinyan know about the 3 projects from Ningxia, Pingchuan, and Hengjiang? He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Xinyu, where are you now? Master, I've just landed. Su Lizzy, don't come to the company first. Help me investigate someone. Who? Lu Qinyan, Su Lizzy said, all his information. Chapter 51. What did you argue with Su Lizzy about? On the way home, Lu Qinyan sat in the passenger seat and said, we just need to do our own jobs. He did it on purpose. Lu Qinyan stared ahead and spoke coldly, you know that. If Su Lizzy could have negotiated the new Sinocentric cooperation, it would have been done long ago. It wouldn't have waited until now, willingly giving up this juicy opportunity. Of course, Lu Qinyan knew this. After taking a breath, he was about to speak when his phone vibrated and interrupted him. He took out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, and answered, hello, Pei Xiao. Qinyan, are you back at the company? Pei Xiao had heard about the elevator incident. He heard that Assistant Lu and Team Leader Su almost got into an argument in the elevator, but when he came out, there was no sign of Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan, yeah, I went back to pick up something. Is Team Leader Su troubling you? Pei Xiao asked. Lu Qinyan replied indifferently, nothing serious, just some work-related matters. I've been so busy these past few days, unable to focus on these things. Pei Xiao's voice sounded very remorseful. It was quiet inside the car, and Lu Qinyan could clearly hear everything from the other side of the phone. In fact, I didn't tell you before, Su Lizzy has always wanted Xinyu to be the group leader of A1. But I think he is too young to handle such responsibilities as a group leader. There's been a disagreement between me and Team Leader Su in this regard. However, I didn't expect him to value this position so much. Pei Xiao added, rest assured, whether or not the Sinocentric project gets secured, Nanning will still be managed by you, this fact won't change. Oh, Qinyan, do you have time tonight? The next words from the other end were cut off as the phone was taken away. Lu Qinyan, slightly impatient, spoke into the phone, the grievances between you and Su Lizzy, don't drag my brother into it. Ah. Pei Xiao on the other end clearly paused for a moment before realizing, it's Qinyan. Lu Qinyan, you don't need to worry about whether or not the Sinocentric project will succeed because it will certainly be secured. Rarely showing emotions on his face, his soft voice carried a subtle warning. Also, he doesn't have time tonight. After stating this concisely, he hung up without further ado. The atmosphere in the car became silent. Lu Chinian realized what had just happened belatedly, still holding the phone, and looked toward Lu Xinyan only after comprehending the situation. For some unknown reason, Lu Xinyan taking his phone to argue with Pei Xiao made him feel both angry and amused. It was like a little dog they had raised going out and biting someone. Why did you take my phone? Lu Chinian couldn't help but laugh. Lu Xinyan pursed his lips, ignoring him. Not being dumb, Lu Chinian noticed Lu Xinyan's unusual expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xinyan's eyes seemed enveloped in a dense fog. After a long pause, he murmured softly, "I shouldn't have let you come here." His voice was too low. "What are you muttering about? You have better options, clearly." Lu Xinyan whispered again softly. Lu Chinian lost his patience, wanting to curse but stopped when Lu Xinyan suddenly turned his head and fixed him with a look, saying, "Disobedient." These three words carried tones of indulgence and leniency, more so of helplessness. Taken aback by these three words, Lu Chinian momentarily froze. "Wait, what?" Lu Chinian blinked slowly, a bit confused. "What the hell, why does it sound disconnected?" Though Lu Xinyan helped confront others, which pleased him, he somehow felt like Lu Xinyan was reprimanding him. "Can you explain yourself clearly?" snapped Lu Chinian. He wasn't a mind reader after all. But then, Lu Xinyan fell silent again. Lu Chinian stared at him for a few seconds, snorted, and decided not to care anymore, grabbing the phone to find a movie to pass the time. Upon returning home, Lu Chinian felt a mild discomfort in his throat and preferred to remain silent, heading straight to his room. However, upon entering the bedroom, Qin Yu called. "Mr. Lu, where are you now? Do you have time to talk?" Qin Yu rarely showed such urgency, and Lu Chinian furrowed his brows. "Did something happen to you?" "Go on." "It's not about me, it's about you." Qin Yu said on the other end, "It's difficult to explain briefly, can you come over to my place?" "Something about me?" Qin Yu, "Yes, about you, come quickly." Lu Chinian rubbed his eyes. "All right, I'll be right over." Lu Xinyan was in the kitchen preparing dinner, just putting the rice cooker in when he saw Lu Chinian come out of the room. "Big brother, are you going out?" "Yeah, Qin Yu said he has something to tell me." "You can have dinner first." Lu Chinian said this and went out. Qin Yu's house wasn't far, so Lu Chinian drove directly there. "You could have told me over the phone." Lu Chinian sat on the couch as soon as he entered. "Why did you need me to come here?" Qin Yu closed the door, "Because this is no trivial matter. Do you remember asking me to check on Lulu for you?" Lu Chinian certainly remembered. "So, do you know who bought Lulu?" They were too familiar with each other, and Qin Yu didn't plan to keep him in suspense. "You might not believe it when I say it, I don't even believe it." "The person we both know." "No." Lu Chinian was slightly surprised. Qin Yu thought for a moment and clicked his tongue. "Not exactly no, but we're aware of it, the boss of CNN, Feng Hui." "Who?" Lu Chinian hesitated, thinking he must have heard wrong. "Feng Hui? Wasn't he the one he met in the morning?" "Are you sure about this?" "You must be mistaken." Lu Chinian couldn't help but exclaim at the absurdity. "I wouldn't make such a mistake," Qin Yu said. "I verified this several times. It was indeed Feng Hui who bought Lulu." When Qin Yu first found out, he also wondered how CNN could possibly be connected to Lu Chinian. If it weren't for Lu Chinian's reaction now, Qin Yu would have thought Lu Chinian was hiding something from him. Lu Chinian looked at Qin Yu, paused momentarily, then couldn't help but mention his encounter with Feng Hui in the morning. "He didn't seem to recognize me either, always acting politely, as if he had no idea about this thing at all. If he really bought her, wouldn't he at least mention it?" That made sense. Qin Yu nodded. "Then this is strange, but it definitely is him." "Lulu. Feng Hui. Why would Feng Hui buy Lulu and send her to him? How come everything lately seemed to involve CNN?" Lu Chinian massaged his temples as his head started hurting from the confusion. Qin Yu noticed that Lu Chinian's expression was off. "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." Lu Chinian leaned back on the sofa, waving it off, "just a bit unwell." Chapter 52. Actually, Lu Chinian had felt unwell since leaving home. It was probably because of the rain he encountered in the morning while seeing Feng Hui. Now, his head was throbbing, and all he wanted to do was sleep. "I'm going to lie down for a bit. Let's talk about things later." Lu Chinian grabbed a pillow and placed it under his head, closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep immediately. When he opened his eyes again, the first thing he noticed was the smell of disinfectant. Lu Chinian moved his eyes around and just as he shifted slightly, he startled the young man sitting on the stool. "Brother, you're awake. Are you still feeling unwell? Do you need anything?" Lu Xinyan anxiously asked several questions. "Do you want some water?" Ignoring the inquiries, Lu Chinian sat up and looked around. A needle was still stuck into the back of his hand, with an IV bag hanging beside him. "What's wrong with me?" Lu Chinian's voice was weak. Seeing his pale lips, Lu Xinyan felt immense sympathy. "You fainted from a fever. Brother Qin Yu sent you to the hospital. He had something else to take care of tonight, so I let him leave." Recalling how he arrived at the hospital and saw Lu Qinyan unconscious in the bed, Lu Xinyan's heart clenched painfully. With an "oh," Lu Qinyan didn't say much more and merely closed his eyes again, dazedly. He rarely fell ill, but this time it came suddenly and landed him straight in the hospital. Lu Xinyan reached out and checked his brother's temperature using the back of his hand. The fever hadn't fully subsided yet, but it was much better than before. The usually handsome and fierce man now looked as if he'd been painted over with a layer of grey, appearing both desolate and frail. The door to the ward opened, and a nurse walked in. Seeing the man who was previously lying in bed now sitting up, she said, "You're already awake." "Shoo!" Lu Xinyan quickly turned and gestured for her to lower her voice. The nurse immediately silenced herself, her steps becoming lighter. She tore open the thermometer packaging. "We'll measure your temperature again now, to see if the fever has gone down." Understanding her intentions, Lu Xinyan whispered, "Just leave it here, I'll take his temperature later. By the way, is there a place nearby where we can buy porridge?" It was already midnight, and the restaurants were closed. Only places selling late-night snacks remained open nearby. "There is a place, but it's quite far, and it's raining outside right now," the nurse replied. "It doesn't matter, just tell me where it is." The nurse provided directions. Driving from the hospital to the location would take about 20 minutes round trip. After the nurse left, silence returned to the ward. A moment later, a very gentle voice spoke up, "You haven't eaten much tonight, so I'll go get you some porridge. If you're bored, you can watch some TV. If you're thirsty, there's hot water to your left. When I return, I'll check your temperature, and you have to be good." How annoying, why doesn't he just become the principal of a kindergarten, Lu Qinyan thought snidely. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, he opened his eyes. His vision was slightly blurry, and he picked up his phone to check the time. 0:13. At this hour, who goes out to buy porridge? It's not like it's something he must eat. He threw his phone onto the bed and closed his eyes again, wanting to sleep for a while. Not sure if it's due to being sick, they always say that people with fevers tend to feel sleepy, yet when he closed his eyes, he couldn't fall asleep. The quieter the environment, the clearer the surrounding sounds became. Outside, the rain noise disturbed his ears and showed no signs of diminishing. About 20 minutes passed, and Lu Qinyan aimlessly swiped his hands over the quilt, grabbing his phone and looking at the time. His mood inexplicably turned irritable. Lu Qinyan got up, put on his shoes, picked up the drip, and walked out. "Hey. Handsome guy," one of the nurses on duty called out upon seeing him. "Are you going to the restroom?" "It's over there." Lu Qinyan hesitated in his steps and realized he was heading towards the hospital lobby instead. Damn, why did I come out?" "Is there something you need?" the nurse asked, concerned. "Your fever hasn't fully subsided yet." "I'm fine." Lu Qinyan shook his head and paused momentarily, then returned to the room. As soon as he turned, a familiar set of footsteps approached behind him. Stopping his steps, Lu Qinyan turned around and saw the youth leaving wet footprints on the hospital corridor floor. For some reason, Lu Qinyan felt his body temperature rise again. "Where did you buy this porridge?" Sitting on the hospital bed, Lu Qinyan suddenly asked after eating 2 bites. "What's wrong?" Lu Xinyan held the spoon near Lu Qinyan's mouth, pausing for a second. "Isn't it tasty?" "I'll try a bite." Lu Qinyan remained silent, realizing his question had nothing to do with whether it tasted good or not. Though to be honest, the porridge really wasn't good. Lu Xinyan admitted, "Yeah, it's not particularly delicious. The rice was raw, and it hadn't been boiled thick enough." An ill person's appetite was already poor, especially for someone as picky as Lu Qinyan. Deciding not to continue, Lu Qinyan let him place the bowl aside. Lu Xinyan complied as though it made no difference to him whether he had run so far or not. "I'll get you something better tomorrow." Lu Qinyan disliked the smell of hospitals. Even after the 4 was finished and his fever hadn't completely subsided, he still insisted that Lu Xinyan go fetch some antipyretics and then they'd head home. Before leaving, Lu Qinyan put on his coat and happened to catch a glimpse of a bowl of cold congee. 2 minutes later, an empty congee box hit the trash can with a quiet thud. After getting home, Lu Qinyan went straight into his room and collapsed onto the bed. A few seconds later, the door opened, and the mattress sank slightly as a cool hand touched his forehead. "You're still burning up. Take the medicine before you sleep." Annoyed, Lu Qinyan grabbed the blanket tightly around himself. Looking at the cocoon under the covers, Lu Xinyan sighed and patiently coaxed, "Let's take your temperature." Lu Xinyan had brought a thermometer from the hospital mainly because a certain person refused to have their temperature taken there. "No," mumbled Lu Qinyan from beneath the blanket, "I'll be fine after a nap." There was nothing Lu Xinyan could do. He pulled away the blanket and felt the warm cheek, damp with sweat along his neck. Frowning, he muttered, "You're hotter than when we were at the hospital." Lu Qinyan didn't want to talk, his chest felt tight, and his stomach wasn't doing well either. He guessed it must be due to drinking that bowl of chilled congee. "Shit, I should have never drank that." "Brother, take the medicine before sleeping." Lu Xinyan's voice was gentle, but his actions left no room for defiance. With his fever not yet gone, Lu Qinyan's body was weak. The moment he was pulled out from the blanket, all he could do was hold on to the edge and glare at Lu Xinyan. His big eyes carried anger and resentment. I'm not taking it. His voice was hoarse and full of menace, but this menace did nothing. He probably didn't realize what kind of look he gave when saying this sentence, his cheeks flushed red from sickness, hair disheveled across the bed, eyes filled with mistiness. His whole demeanor exuded a humid heat. This scene struck Lu Xinyan hard. For a moment, Lu Xinyan doubted if the person was deliberately seducing him, luring him in with those enchanting eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that anyone could blend grace and arrogance with sultriness so perfectly. Just one glance was enough to make his body start reacting. Many times, he wished to lose control and let that usually cold, haughty pair of eyes fill with waves of desire, letting this body be entirely marked by his scent and presence. But the years of rational restraint reminded him that what he wanted was not just this body but also his heart, every minute and second of his future, even his entire life, all should reserve a place for Lu Xinyan. He used his fingers to trace Lu Xinyan's perfect features, following the eyebrows and nose until finally landing softly on his lips, pressing the soft pads. Xinyan. The two syllables echoed through the room. Lu Xinyan, feeling unwell, didn't respond, aimlessly turning his head away. The hot breath against his nose made Lu Xinyan regain consciousness. His hands paused, and he deeply inhaled, reminding himself that this wasn't the time for such acts. He closed his eyes briefly and gradually calmed his restless body. A few moments later, he picked up the thermometer, shook it, and prepared to take the temperature. But the person wouldn't cooperate. As soon as the thermometer touched the armpit, he complained, "It's freezing." Lu Xinyan, eyes closed, struggled twice, and the thermometer fell each time. People with fevers were more sensitive to cold objects. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lu Xinyan held the person tightly against his chest, pressing their bodies together seamlessly. Leaning close to his ear, his tone unusually firm, he said, "Behave. If you drop the thermometer again this time, I'll measure rectally. It's all internal temperature anyway, the readings won't differ much." After a restless night, Lu Xinyan woke up midday the next day. When he woke up, his fever had already subsided. However, his energy was still somewhat low, so Lu Xinyan directly took a week off for him. "Why are you taking so long off?" Lu Xinyan asked while sitting on the couch. His body was already fine. Lu Xinyan walked over with a cup of water, placed it on the table, mixed some medicine, and said, "There's an event in the class the day after tomorrow, likely won't return until next week. You can rest during these days, and when I come back from school which is just about to be on holiday, we can go to the company together." Lu Xinyan snorted, "Fine, don't come then." As if someone cannot live without another. Taking the medicine, without a word, he tilted his head back, swallowed them all at once, and drank water to flush it down. Then he stood up, taking just one step before his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Lu Xinyan clicked his tongue, this guy was getting on his nerves. His fingers were slowly pried open, and there in his palm were 3 pills. "Brother," Lu Xinyan handed the water back to him again. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, annoyed, and turned around to curse, "You're really acting like a kindergarten teacher." Chapter 53. At the Hua laboratory, Lu Xinyan sat on the chair with nothing to do, propping his chin and swinging his long legs as he watched Fu Xianshu modify a paper. "Are you not working today?" Fu Xianshu said without looking up. "Don't you get bored sitting here?" Lu Xinyan had come early in the morning, usually unable to stay seated for 10 minutes, yet today he was oddly there for the entire morning. "I'm taking a few days off," said Lu Xinyan, his voice still somewhat hoarse. "It's boring being alone at home, so I came to see what you're doing." Fu Xianshu replied with an "oh," thinking that Lu Xinyan might be waiting for Lu Xinyan to finish class. "How could that be?" exclaimed Lu Xinyan. "How could he possibly be waiting for Lu Xinyan to finish class? Moreover, Lu Xinyan wasn't even at school right now." Fu Xianshu shook his head and chuckled. In the past, when Lu Xinyan came to school, he would always want to go out and wander around, then a phone call would come, saying that he was going home with Lu Xinyan. Today's miracle of staying in his lab for the entire morning was indeed unusual. Fu Xianshu looked up at him and asked, "Did you two have an argument?" "We haven't argued," said Lu Xinyan. "He's not at school these days. Lu Xinyan had left last night." Before leaving, they spent a whole day together in bed, every frame of it making one blush. By the time Lu Xinyan went out last night, Lu Xinyan was already asleep from exhaustion. When he woke up this morning, he found himself alone at home. After eating breakfast, Lu Xinyan got bored at home and came to the university to find Fu Xianshu. Fu Xianshu nodded, now understanding why he could stay in the lab for the entire morning. "What are you going to do these few days?" Fu Xianshu asked. "What will you eat without Xinyan around?" "What do you mean what will I eat?" Lu Xinyan wondered aloud. Why does it matter if Lu Xinyan is gone? This confident tone made Fu Xianshu frown. Doesn't it matter? Lu Xinyan's ability to take care of himself was well known. Left alone for a month, he could turn everything into chaos. Fu Xianshu still remembered the first year when Lu Xinyan went to Canada, how he and Qin Yu would often be awakened in the middle of the night by calls about trivial things, like why the rice cooked from the pot was uncooked, why the dishes he made following their recipes were terrible, clothes mysteriously disappearing from the wardrobe, white socks vanishing into thin air, countless incidents piled up. And occasionally from across the ocean, Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu would need to call to remind Lu Chinian to eat. Fu Xianshu and Qin Yu even seriously considered whether they should secretly send Lu Xinyan to Canada because no one could bear such a troublemaker. Fortunately, in the second year, Lu Chinian found a Filipino housemaid, allowing life to finally get back on track. Hence, hearing Lu Chinian say this, as a good friend, Fu Xianshu truly doubted, what kind of wrong perception had Lu Chinian developed about himself over the years. And after returning to China, the two of them lived together, which naturally meant that who exactly took care of Lu Chinian's daily life. How could Lu Chinian confidently claim that Lu Xinyan's departure had nothing to do with him? But the person concerned didn't take it seriously. What does it have to do with? I'm fine living alone, it's peaceful without him hovering around me all the time, asking about this and that, nagging here and there, drives me crazy. Fu Xianshu's expression was indescribable as he lowered his head and continued reading the paper. Oh, alright. For some inexplicable reason, Lu Chinian felt a bit annoyed inside. Why did it seem like he wouldn't be able to survive without Lu Xinyan? Just then, the phone rang, and Lu Chinian pulled it out and looked. True to the saying, talk of the devil. Yet at that exact moment, Lu Chinian didn't feel like answering and casually hung up, but the other side quickly called back. Are you not answering? Is it Xinyan calling? Fu Xianshu said, not looking up. No. Lu Chinian cut it off angrily. The other end immediately sent a text message. Nuisance, brother, why didn't you answer the phone? Nuisance, I've just gotten off the plane. Have you eaten lunch? As much as Lu Chinian didn't want to reply, he still uneasily sent back, not yet. The moment the message was sent, Lu Xinyan directly initiated a video call. Lu Chinian glanced sideways at Fu Xianshu and stood up in a manner trying to cover something up. I'll take this call outside. What? Lu Chinian walked to the balcony and switched to audio. He answered coldly, you've arrived. I just landed. Why didn't you pick up the video call, came the young man's voice lazily chuckling from the phone. Lu Chinian turned around and looked at the people in the lab through the glass. He deliberately lowered his voice, it's all the same. What do you call for? Of course it's different, Lu Xinyan laughed, I just wanted to ask if you've taken your medicine. When I left, I prepared them for you and put them all on the cabinet in the living room, one packet each time. Lu Chinian frowned, was it necessary to call for such a small matter, taken? He didn't want to waste words, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll hang up and go eat. He detested dragging phone calls that had nothing much to discuss, what was there to talk about anyway? Lu Chinian spent the morning at Huada University and left school after lunch with Fu Xianshu, then went to find Qin Yu. He found Qin Yu at a beauty spa. Lu Chinian had the front desk girl take him into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Qin Yu lying face down on the beauty bed, his back glistening with oil. The therapist had both feet standing on the edge of the bed, bent over skillfully massaging. This time, the therapist was a young boy whose wrists were as white and fine as a girl's, but his hands were strong. Seeing someone come in, he glanced up briefly, then immediately lowered his eyes and focused on his own work. How could you live like a man in his 40s or 50s? Lu Chinian casually picked out a chair and sat down. In Lu Chinian's perception, massage and such maintenance treatments should only be something someone like Lu Zhenghuan at an older age would do. Qin Yu, hearing this, chuckled softly, you're prejudiced. I come because it feels good after each session. By the way, are you feeling better? He noticed that Lu Chinian's voice was still a little hoarse. Lu Chinian coughed slightly, just some discomfort in my throat. A few doses of medicine will fix it. You wouldn't know, Qin Yu recalled how a few days ago Lu Chinian suddenly fainted on the sofa in his house, and he still felt shaken afterward. At that moment, I really thought you passed out. Shit, why don't you think something positive about me? Lu Chinian laughed and cursed. Why did you suddenly collapse and go silent? Qin Yu said, when I sent you to the hospital, you were even bleeding from the nose. I truly thought something major happened. Lu Chinian didn't realize how severe it was back then. I recovered after getting in 4 drip at the hospital. Oh, the bar called me saying they had something to deal with, so I let Xinyan go to the hospital. Qin Yu finished speaking, lifted his head, with a trace of mark on his cheek where it was pressed against. His hands folded together supported his chin as he tilted his head looking toward Lu Xinyan's direction. You look better than that day. By the way, I mentioned that thing about Lulu last time. Lu Xinyan arched his eyebrows, indicating there was someone else in the room. Qin Yu said, it's fine, he can't speak. I just brought him because others are too noisy. Oh. Lu Chinian nodded, realizing he was a mute. Qin Yu continued about the matter mentioned earlier, during the couple of days you were sick, I checked again. If it were an ordinary priced horse, Qin Yu wouldn't have cared much. But the large scale of this transaction caught attention. Even Qin Yu himself, honestly speaking, couldn't simply pull out that sum of money, let alone gift it to others. Don't you tell me Feng Hui is just a lawyer, Qin Yu said, and also merely CNN's client. At the end of the day, he's just someone who follows orders. Yesterday, I went to the horse ranch and asked. It took a bit of trouble, but the owner of the ranch has a good relationship with me, and he quietly told me that the person who called to buy Lulu was actually a young man, and Feng Hui was just the one paying the money. Actually, Lu Chinian also suspected this. An attorney and a corporate client couldn't possibly have that much capital ready to use instantly. I've been thinking for 2 nights now, and essentially, the other party isn't asking for favors from you, or being charitable for merit-making. Hence, the truth behind this matter boils down to. Ow, Chin Yu winced halfway, be gentle, that's my kidney. Are you trying to massage it into kidneys flowers? The young therapist paused momentarily, his face full of regret, appearing quite pitiful. Chin Yu didn't care about these things at all, continuing to speak, we ruled out the option that the boss of CNN is a generous donor. This only means that he's pursuing you. Chin Yu's words carried a tone of speculation. Lu Chinian knitted his brows, so what? You're just saying this. Chin Yu showed his white teeth and grinned, or else, think why he would give Lulu to you for no reason. I even specially asked the girls there, and 99% of them said that as long as you truly like someone, even if their eyes are covered and their mouths are closed, their wallet will betray them. What the hell is all this crap? I'm being serious here, Lu Chinian said, at a loss. Hey, am I not speaking seriously? Chin Yu was long accustomed to the idea of men pursuing Lu Chinian, it happened so often. The last time Lu Chinian sat in his bar for just a moment, several people came asking him for contact information. Therefore, he wasn't at all surprised that CNN's boss gave Lu Chinian Lulu as a gift. Instead, Chin Yu was more curious, by the way, is this CNN boss handsome? Shit, I've had no clue who it is. Don't worry, I'll make sure he's worth your time. Lu Chinian started to feel something was off as he continued listening and interrupted, whose side are you even on? Huh, can't I be curious? Chin Yu laughed heartily, his chest rumbling again as he repeated, young Master Lu, let me remind you, it's Lulu we're talking about, not some Lily or Sally. The price of Lulu alone was equivalent to 2 or 3 villas in Xiangshan. Lu Chinian snorted with disdain, thinking to himself, what did he care if it was Lulu or Lily or Sally? All of these had nothing to do with him. He wasn't gay. And he didn't like men. What possible connection could there be between him and the CNN boss? Chapter 54. Lu Chinian and Chin Yu were playing outside until 7 o'clock. During that time, Lu's phone rang no less than 5 times. You are so busy with your business, Chin Yu teased at the dining table. Annoyed, Lu Chinian directly switched his phone to airplane mode and put it in his pocket, eating on his own. He was just playing around outside, not doing anything else. What's wrong? Were they calling to check up on him? Who is it? Chin Yu asked curiously, your phone has been ringing like crazy all day. Chin Yu didn't know about Lu Xinyan being away from Shin City. Lu Chinian took a bite of vegetables and put it in his mouth, harassing calls. Just as he said this, Chin Yu's phone also rang. He took it out, looked at the caller ID, glanced at Lu Chinian, and answered, hello, Xinyan. Lu Chinian involuntarily slowed his chewing. Damn, this person just wouldn't stop. My brother is with me, He came over at noon, Chin Yu replied while looking at Lu Chinian's expression, wearing a white casual outfit, I saw him taking medicine. Lu Chinian, Xinyan is asking if you've taken your medicine. Lu Chinian acted as though he didn't hear, staying silent. Chin Yu, he's not speaking, okay, I understand, After hanging up, Chin Yu asked, is Xinyan not in Shin City? Lu Chinian nodded slightly, his expression sour. Oh, Chin Yu nodded, now he knew who had been calling Lu Chinian's phone. Why didn't you answer the call? They kept calling my phone. What's there to answer? Lu Chinian's tone was cold, there was nothing important anyway, asking unnecessary questions. He couldn't figure out how Lu Xinyan thought up so many questions. He's just concerned about you, Chin Yu sighed, why don't I have a younger brother like him who sticks around no matter what, can't drive him away or yell him away. When did I? That's right, they had already fought earlier. Lu Chinian changed his words, when did I scold him? Chin Yu, think carefully, have you ever really scolded him? Lu Chinian stopped speaking. A little while later, his action of picking up food paused. He glanced at Chin Yu awkwardly, asking, what did he say when he called you just now? Chin Yu caught on, Xinyan didn't say much actually, just asked what you were wearing, whether you looked cold or not, if you had taken your medicine, suggested we head home after finishing dinner since you can't catch a chill due to the big temperature difference between day and night. After Chin Yu finished talking, he praised offhandedly, you must admit, Xinyan truly knows how to take care of others. After listening, Lu Chinian frowned, was that it? He had thought there would be something serious happening. Was such trivial matters worth so many calls? Lu Chinian felt somewhat speechless. The two finished their meal and exited the restaurant. Originally, Chin Yu wanted to show Lu Chinian around the night view of Shin City, but remembering what Lu Xinyan had said over the phone, that during his cold recovery, he shouldn't be exposed to cold winds, even though Lu Chinian wasn't exactly frail. But after Lu Xinyan's specific reminder, Chin Yu felt pressured, always keeping in mind to send Lu Chinian back home safely before 9 p.m. Don't forget to take your medicine, Chin Yu reminded, parking the car outside the residential area. Lu Chinian sniffed, how come you've become so nagging like Lu Xinyan? Specially mentioned by Xinyan to remind you, Chin Yu spread his hands, pretending to be troubled, I'm helpless too. Lu Chinian ignored him, unbuckling his seatbelt and getting out of the car. Upon returning home, Lu Chenyan's throat was extremely dry. He went to the kitchen for a glass of warm water, sat on the sofa, then turned on his phone. There were 12 unread messages and 8 missed calls. 2 of the calls were from Pei Xiao, while the rest were all from Lu Chenyan. Lu Chenyan opened the messages. Messages started from 1327. Pesky 1, brother, have you eaten yet? Pesky 1. Why aren't you responding? Pesky 1, curious little fox.jpg. Followed by messages sent later in the afternoon. Pesky 1, where did you go? I asked Senior Fu, and he said you left school after lunch. Pesky 1, why aren't you answering? Playing with fingers sad. Pesky 1, not even picking up the phone, poor guy. Pesky 1, Chenin brother about to crying. Pesky 1, pay attention to me. Pay attention to me. Hurry up and pay attention to me. Pesky 1, sigh. The little fox is closing itself off now.jpg. Looking at the string of cute pitiful emojis on the screen, Lu Chenyan inexplicably felt like laughing. The nickname in the contact list was truly apt. Lu Chenyan tried to hold back the upward curl of his lips, and as his fingertip touched the screen, a call notification popped up. 2 words flickered on the screen, Pei Xiao. Lu Chenyan couldn't help but furrowed his brow slightly. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally answered, yeah, Pei Xiao. Chenin, are you feeling better? Pei Xiao knew Lu Chenyan had taken leave because of illness. Why does your voice still sound off? Have you gotten some medicine? Lu Chenyan, I'm fine, do you need something by calling? How about, Pei Xiao chuckled from the other end, I care about you only at specific times. Do you want me to take you to the hospital to get another prescription? Lu Chenyan, no need, it's not a big issue, I'll be fine after resting for a couple of days. Pei Xiao, don't be so polite with me. Have you had dinner? Had it, Lu Chenyan asked, what about you? I just finished dealing with company matters. I called to invite you out to eat something. Pei Xiao considered for a moment, let's make it tomorrow. I will have time then. I can pick you up in the afternoon. Since your throat is sore, we could go have some congee. Lu Chenyan frowned slightly. For some reason, regarding Pei Xiao's overly apparent closeness and concern, he found it odd. No, I think I want to stay home. At home ordering takeout. Pei Xiao blocked his excuses, eating too much outside isn't hygienic. Lu Chenyan instinctively wanted to say, Lu Xinyan is here, but then remembered that Lu Xinyan hadn't been home these past few days. Just as he was about to agree, suddenly his mind flashed with what Su Lizzie had said in the elevator the other day, no wonder our chairman Pei likes him. Although he wasn't sure how Su Lizzie heard such things, there were definitely similar rumors. Chenin. Pei Xiao called out his name on the other side. Lu Chenyan snapped back to reality. Never mind. Let's do it next time. I plan to stay at home these 2 days. I've got things to do. Gotta go. After hanging up, Lu Chenyan stood up and went into the bedroom to grab some clothes to take a shower in the bathroom. When he came out, his gaze involuntarily shifted towards the phone on the coffee table. Perhaps he should call first and ask. Thinking this way, Lu Chenyan walked over, picked up the phone, and dialed a number without much thought. But the call on the other side went unanswered. Lu Xinyan would never miss a call from him. Could it be, he was angry? He didn't even answer any calls or reply to messages all afternoon, and now this anger. Hey. Wait. It doesn't matter whether Lu Xinyan was angry or not, why should he care? Damn, his brain must be clouded due to sickness. Lu Chenyan quickly shook his head to clear those jumbled thoughts and went to brush his teeth in the bathroom. After washing up, taking the medicine, he lay down on the bed. Lu Chenyan lay face down on the pillow, eyes bright and sharp, without any drowsiness. He turned on his phone to continue watching the movie he hadn't finished last time. Once opened, the screen immediately showed the protagonists fleeing, while explosions detonated one after another behind them, creating an extremely stunning scene. However, Lu Chenyan was somewhat absent-minded. Actually, he liked this movie a lot. There were several sequels, each of which he watched thoroughly, but right now, it seemed something was missing. After watching for a few minutes and feeling uninterested, Lu Chenyan set the speed to 2.0, placed the phone on one side, and stared at it intently. Suddenly, an incoming call notification appeared on the top of the mobile screen. Lu Chenyan touched it open and directly turned on the speaker. Dad. Already asleep? Lu Zhenghuan's voice sounded much heartier than before, indicating he was recovering well these months. Lu Chenyan flipped over. Have you eaten yet? It was morning in Canada right now. Just finished eating. Aunt Jiang accompanied me for a walk outside. Lu Zhenghuan noticed something was wrong with Lu Chenyan's voice. Are you sick? Lu Chenyan, not a problem, just a little cold. Lu Zhenghuan worriedly said, take good care of yourself while you're domestic. Isn't Xinyan living with you? You two must help each other domestically. I know. Rarely did Lu Chenyan listen obediently. Mainly because upon hearing the 4 words, help each other, he felt somewhat guilty. Indeed, he and Lu Xinyan were helping each other, both in public and in private. Lu Zhenghuan on the other end continued, I called to tell you, once my health gets better after a while more, I'll return to Xincheng. You're coming back. Lu Qinyan frowned, uncertain what the old man was planning again. What did the doctor say? The doctor advised me to rest, and I can do the same back in Xincheng, Lu Zhenhuan said. Do as you wish, you know your own body best. Lu Qinyan didn't want to argue further. Both of them greeted each other somewhat awkwardly about their lives. The broken father-son relationship for many years saw both sides trying hard to mend it. As Lu Qinyan was about to hang up, Lu Zhenhuan suddenly called him, Xiaoyan. Have you seen Tang Ying after returning to the country? Tang Ying, Lu Zhenhuan's secretary. Lu Qinyan wondered why Lu Zhenhuan would suddenly bring up Tang Ying. I've seen him, what's up? Lu Zhenhuan hesitated a bit before saying, I need to ask him something clearly, as he was the main person in charge of communicating with the other side at that time. Lu Qinyan immediately knew what Lu Zhenhuan had in mind and frowned, interrupting him, all this while, you're talking just for this reason. Look, you've only just recovered, can you stop thinking about work and focus on recuperating? Lu Qinyan didn't understand how his grandfather could be so stubborn. He'd been sent abroad for treatment for months, and just when his health began improving, all he could think about was returning home to resume work. But no one could change Lu Zhenhuan's mind once he made a decision, and Lu Qinyan had known this since childhood. So Lu Qinyan added, if you really have something important, tell me, and I will help you contact him. This matter seems to be related to the real reason behind the bankruptcy of the Lu family company. However, Lu Zhenhuan himself wasn't quite sure yet. After some consideration, he said, give me Tang Ying's contact information. I only have a specific point I need to confirm with him. Chapter 55. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qinyan opened his contact list, found Tang Ying's number, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally sent it to Lu Zhenhuan. If he couldn't get the contact information from him, he would surely find it elsewhere, there was no way to stop him. Whatever. Let Lu Zhenhuan do as he pleases, still, his physical condition remains as it is. Lu Qinyan returned to the phone screen and noticed that there were 2 unread WeChat messages. He tapped open the messages. Annoying pest, brother, I just finished what I was doing, you called me. Carrot. Annoying pest, my phone is almost out of power, I'll contact you immediately when I get home. By the tone of this message, it seemed like he had been waiting to hear from him. Lu Qinyan paused for a moment, then expressionlessly began typing on the screen, I've already gone to sleep. Then he clicked send. The reply came back quickly, I'm already in the elevator, wait 1 minute. Annoying pest, brother, count down from 30. Huh. What about 30? Lu Qinyan thought about something and mumbled, who wants to do such an immature thing? Although he said that, his heart had already silently started counting. When he got to 25 in his head, a video call notification popped up on his phone. As soon as he thought about seeing Lu Qinyan's face, Lu Qinyan suddenly felt uneasy and without thinking switched the video call to voice. Brother, Lu Xinyan's breathing sounded slightly hurried, probably having just run from the elevator to the room. Why did you switch to voice? You can just say what you want to say this way. Lu Qinyan relaxed against the pillow lazily. What activities have kept you so late? You're only going home now. It's almost 10:30. We were doing all sorts of things together with classmates, Lu Xinyan said. Your voice sounds worse than when I left. Have you been taking your medicine on time? Cough cough, Lu Qinyan made a pretense of coughing lightly twice. Alright, I feel much better than yesterday. On my way out, there were still 5 doses of medicine. Lu Xinyan commented from the other side. Don't you find it annoying? I remember these things well, Lu Qinyan cut him off sharply, I know to take care of myself. There was suppressed laughter from the other end. Lu Qinyan furrowed his brows. Why are you laughing? Did his words sound funny? Nothing, Lu Xinyan's voice clearly contained laughter. Lu Qinyan lost interest in continuing that topic and asked, why don't you freshen up? I haven't seen you for a day, the low voice came through the phone, I just want to listen to your voice. I'll go wash up later. Damn. How could he be saying such things? Lu Qinyan felt something strange inside but couldn't figure out exactly what. Go freshen up, I'm going to sleep. Hold on a second. Lu Xinyan's voice became louder. Huh. After reacting for 2 seconds, Lu Qinyan heard the doorbell ring from the other end, realizing that Lu Xinyan wasn't speaking to him. Who would knock at this hour? Lu Qinyan hesitated for a moment, then picked up his phone and placed it by his ear. It was very quiet on the other end, and every single sound was transmitted accurately. There was some faint talking, it was Lu Xinyan's voice. You tell, something urgent, dinner isn't needed, tomorrow breakfast, okay. The voice was too distant, but Lu Qinyan could guess the gist, it was likely someone coming to invite Lu Xinyan out for a night meal. It's this time already and they want to go out for a night meal? Brother, something came up earlier, Lu Xinyan's voice rang clearly in the phone again, are you asleep? Lu Qinyan didn't want to speak but was curious, so he asked coldly. Are you going out? Not really, did you hear anything? Nothing, isn't someone looking for you, Lu Qinyan said, just asking. Oh, Lu Xinyan replied, they invited me out for a night snack, I don't want to go, I told them I'd rather stay with you. These words sounded like he deliberately wanted to prevent Lu Xinyan from going out at night. If you want to go, go ahead, what does it have to do with me? What will you do if I go out? Lu Xinyan stated naturally. But this line, Lu Xinyan didn't know how to respond. Brother, suddenly, Lu Xinyan called him. After being silent for a couple of seconds, a sentence that warmed Lu Xinyan's blood came, I miss you. His voice was low and slow. Bang, 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 his heart was pounding. Shit. What was wrong with him today? Why did Lu Xinyan keep saying these kinds of things? Was there anything to think about? Lu Xinyan couldn't describe the feeling, he just felt his heart beating a little faster. Brother, Lu Xinyan said, shall we do a video call? Huh? Lu Xinyan was slightly surprised, coughing lightly, let's just talk this way. I want to see you. Lu Xinyan's voice carried a hint of disappointment. What's there to see? Lu Xinyan didn't want to do a video call at all. Then I'll start the video. Before Lu Xinyan could say anything, the other side had already ended the call. A few seconds later, his phone popped up with a video request. Lu Xinyan stared at his phone, not planning to answer it. But right before the video call was about to automatically hang up, he hesitated and extended his finger, gently touching the screen. A familiar face appeared on the screen. Lu Xinyan was leaning against the bed, his eyebrows slightly bent. Brother. Lu Xinyan immediately tilted his hand so the camera was focused on the pillow, asking, are you in a hotel? The background showed hotel decorations. Yeah, I'm staying alone, Lu Xinyan said, turn on the light, it's too dark in the room. Lu Xinyan glanced at the bedside lamp that was already on, slightly impatient, no need, I don't want to get up. Lu Xinyan smiled, okay, then straighten your phone, I want to see you. Lu Xinyan thought Lu Xinyan must have secretly installed a switch in his heart. Once Lu Xinyan pressed it, his heart started racing. There's nothing to see. Lu Xinyan grumbled. It's different, Lu Xinyan seized the opportunity, his black eyes staring at the lens, I really want to come back tonight, but I can't leave here. Lu Xinyan vaguely guessed the reason why, but he still wanted to ask, you haven't finished your tasks, what are you coming back for today? Lu Xinyan didn't answer, instead smiling. Smile? What the hell are you smiling for? Lu Xinyan seemed to understand something, yet he didn't. It's 11 o'clock, I'll go take a shower. Lu Xinyan sat up straight, brother, let me see you once, and I'll be able to sleep well tonight. Does it matter to me if you sleep or not? On what grounds do I let you see me? Lu Xinyan muttered in his mind, not realizing his ears had turned red. After a few seconds, he slowly aimed the phone at himself. Is that okay? Lu Xinyan looked awkwardly at the screen. Lu Xinyan's lips curled up, good, then you should go to sleep early, cover yourself properly, good night. Annoying. Lu Xinyan sounded irritable. After hanging up, Lu Xinyan tossed his phone to the side, looking up at the ceiling, thinking why Lu Xinyan was getting more and more clingy. No, he used to be clingy too, but as he grew older, he became more clingy. Lu Xinyan flipped over and saw the empty pillow next to him. He himself didn't know when he started putting 2 pillows on his bed. TSK, why did he put 2 pillows on the bed? Lu Xinyan frowned, and the next second, without hesitation, he threw the pillow Lu Xinyan used onto the floor. With a flip of his hand, he turned off the bedside lamp with a snap sound, moving his own pillow to the center of the big bed, sleeping in a position that seemed like he wanted to occupy the entire bed. 10 minutes after Lu Xinyan closed his eyes. In the quiet bedroom, a rustling sound was heard. Then came a low curse from under the covers. With the curse, an arm reached out from the edge of the bed and started searching on the ground. Long fingers swept wildly across the floor, suddenly touching the pillow that had been mercilessly thrown to the ground 10 minutes ago, appearing quite lonely. Then the hand grabbed the corner of the pillow and dragged it to the middle of the bed. Lu Xinyan's eyes were closed as he pulled the pillow into his arms, unconsciously hugging it, falling asleep shortly after. In the following days, Lu Xinyan ordered takeout every day, eating until he felt like throwing up. He wasn't sure whether it was due to a cold or the chefs, but he tried several restaurants in Xinjiang, even those with top 10 reputations, but none tasted right. One time, the food delivered was almost cold. Lu Xinyan directly opened the microwave oven and heated it on high power for 5 minutes. When he opened it again, the takeout box had softened and stuck inside, creating a mess. Lu Xinyan quickly dialed Qin Yu and asked him what was going on. Master, don't you know you should pour the food into a plate first and then put it in the microwave? After hearing the description, Qin Yu shouted on the other end, how could you put that stuff directly in for heating? On high power? Sai, when will your brother Xinyan come back? Let him come back fast. Lu Xinyan irritably hung up the phone and then called Fu Xianshu, but Fu Xianshu's answer was pretty much the same as Qin Yu's. Both of them ended by asking when Lu Xinyan would be back. Did Lu Xinyan coming back have anything to do with why the takeout box had melted in the microwave? Lu Xinyan just stared at the microwave, feeling speechless. That evening, during the video call, Lu Xinyan casually asked, do you know what brand our microwave is? Huh? The microwave? Lu Xinyan sounded surprised, what's wrong with it? It's nothing. Lu Xinyan averted his gaze twice, pretending to be calm, I just thought it was old so I had it taken away this afternoon and planned to buy a new one tomorrow. Lu Xinyan. We bought it less than 2 months ago. Lu Xinyan grew impatient with Lu Xinyan's silence, well, Are you going to say something or should I just randomly buy one online? Lu Xinyan blinked and guessed that it probably wasn't that the microwave was old, but rather someone at home had made a mistake. A smile appeared on his face. No worries, I'll buy a new one when I get back. Lu Xinyan said indifferently, oh, alright then. There was a moment of silence between them, and Lu Xinyan looked at the person on the screen not knowing what to say anymore. Lu Xinyan also quietly gazed at him. Every night since they'd been apart, they would always do a quick video call. Most of the time it would end with this kind of silence before they said goodnight. But tonight, neither of them spoke up. Time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, both opened their mouths at the same time. When will you be back? Have you missed me? Lu Xinyan suddenly felt awkward and wished he could rewind time to take back what he said. But the next second, Lu Xinyan already answered, the plane arrives late on the day after tomorrow, and I'll be in Xinjiang the following day. What about you? Lu Xinyan feigned ignorance, me what? Have you missed me? Lu Xinyan repeated. Lu Xinyan must have been pressing some switch, otherwise his heart wouldn't be pounding like this again. But Lu Xinyan still tried to cover his tracks verbally. Miss what? There's nothing worth missing, isn't it like seeing each other every day? I miss you so much, Lu Xinyan said, I dreamt about you last night. Lu Xinyan's heart rate sped up drastically, his lips moved soundlessly, not knowing how to respond. Lu Xinyan didn't mind whether the man would reply or not. He sat up, let's sleep, I'm going to shower. After hanging up, Lu Xinyan stared at the phone for a long time, blinking and recalling Lu Xinyan's last sentence. Huh. He already showered before. Now again. An image involuntarily popped into his mind. Lu Xinyan's face immediately flushed bright red. He's doing that. Lu Xinyan widened his eyes, swallowing, thinking about what Lu Xinyan might be doing right now in the hotel bathroom. His brain started buzzing. Who did Lu Xinyan think of? Was it him? When Lu Xinyan's throat no longer hurt as much, he went back to the company. Once at the office, there wasn't much to do, only that a few days ago Fong Hui had called him saying that after careful consideration, they hoped for a pleasant cooperation with their company next year. However, Lu Xinyan wasn't quite happy holding this project. Perhaps because he knew why. At the company, Xiaoling mentioned that Pei Xiao was having a meeting. Lu Xinyan directly went to the office and placed the contract on the desk. Just as he was about to leave, Su Lizzie walked in. They unfortunately bumped into each other. Director Lu. Su Lizzie saw him and seemed quite surprised. Are you over your cold? I thought you weren't coming to the company. Not coming to the company? Lu Xinyan didn't understand what this meant. What's this? Su Lizzie noticed the folder on the desk and picked it up, the contract with Xian Zhong Xian. Humph. Su Lizzie clearly wasn't surprised that Lu Xinyan had successfully negotiated the cooperation with CNN. He casually flipped through the pages and chuckled, expected you'd close the deal, as usual. His words obviously had another layer of meaning. Lu Xinyan, what do you want to express? Nothing, Su Lizzie smiled easily and put the contract back on the desk. Director Lu, don't take my words too seriously. I was just making a random comment. By the way, has your assistant come back yet? Lu Xinyan had no idea what Su Lizzie was up to, frowning slightly as he looked at him. Su Lizzie, don't glare at me like that. I'm just really impressed by him and was thinking once he returns, we should all properly welcome him. As he spoke, Su Lizzie tapped the table and smiled, consider it a celebration of Group Leader Lu's ability to persuade CNN to cooperate with us on the Xian Zhong Xian project. Both Group Leader Lu and Assistant Lu must grace the occasion with your presence. Chapter 56. Master, in the office. Wang Xinyu walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, following Su Lizzie's gaze. What are you looking at? That's the newly arrived Group Leader Lu. On the road below, Lu Qinian emerged from Chenfeng, stood by the roadside and hailed a taxi, got in, and then drove off. Su Lizzie retracted his gaze and suddenly asked, isn't he handsome? Ah. Wang Xinyu paused for a moment, surprised as Master was not usually someone who cared about looks. Group Leader Lu was indeed good-looking, even more so than many stars he had seen, but Group Leader Lu was a man. Could it be that his master wanted to replace the Master Mother with another Master Mother? Su Lizzie noticed his apprentice's meaningful glance. Wang Xinyu suddenly came back to his senses and hastily said, handsome. Su Lizzie frowned, what are you thinking, boy? Wang Xinyu, no, nothing, I'll go back to work. Wait, Su Lizzie stopped him, did you book the place I told you to? Yes, booked. Su Lizzie had ordered him a few days ago to find a top-tier restaurant, supposedly for the entire company gathering. Lon Xin Yuan called this morning asking when we need it. Not in a rush, we have to wait for an important person to return, Su Lizzie said, after all, without him, there wouldn't be much point. Who? Wang Xinyu was curious. Su Lizzie made a clucking sound, there are some things you shouldn't ask about, just do your job. Nanping slipped out of our hands, not because Pei Xiao merely wanted to cultivate his own people to balance us. If you were capable enough to advance to the A1 group leader, it would naturally fall into your hands, and how could Pei Xiao find fault with me? Oh, Wang Xinyu still didn't quite understand, but master, we lost Nanping, can't we just get other projects? Did we really have to get Nanping no matter what? Su Lizzie, exasperated with his disciple, if it was just losing Nanping, that would have been simple. But now it's not as simple as just losing one project like Nanping. Anyway, go back to work. Still perplexed, Wang Xinyu understood that his master must have his reasons, and it was better not to ask unnecessary questions. After leaving Chenfeng, Lu Chenian didn't head home directly. He went to Qin Yu's house instead. TSK, without Shen Yan, you've already become thinner. Qin Yu opened the door and remarked upon seeing him. What does it have to do with him? Lu Chenian shot him a glare. Upon entering, he saw a pair of white fluffy slippers placed on the shoe cabinet and looked at them disdainfully. What kind of peculiar hobby do you, a big guy, have that makes you like these? Oh, you're referring to these? Qin Yu knew the distinct difference in appearance of the items on the shoe cabinet and gestured toward the kitchen. They belonged to that kid. Kid? Lu Chenian glanced at the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a little boy cooking. He recognized him, the young mute who gave Qin Yu massages. Lu Chenian hushed. Why did you bring him here? The kid offended a customer and became unemployed, and I happened to come across him, Qin Yu explained. I thought he looked pitiful, so I arranged for him to work at MT. Then I found out he could cook, so I had him come over to my house. I still pay him a salary. Don't scoff, the kid cooks pretty well. Wang Liaoya was the name of the little boy. Lu Chenian asked, how come I feel he hasn't reached adulthood? The guy just looks younger than his years. He celebrated his 18th birthday last month. Lu Chenian snorted. Wang Liaoya, hearing the voices in the kitchen, stepped out. Seeing Lu Chenian, his big eyes widened even more. Confused and unsure what to do, he finally bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Lu Chenian. Lu Chenian. Huh, Liaoya, you don't need to do that, Qin Yu laughed, this is my friend. Go back to what you were doing. Wang Liaoya blushed, blinked his eyes, nodded, and ran back into the kitchen to cook. Qin Yu smiled and said, cute, right? Count, cute. Lu Chenian hesitated after snapping back to reality and reluctantly responded. He asked, does he really not talk? Occasionally I hear him hum a bit, but not speaking is fine with me. I just need someone to cook and clean, I don't need someone to chat with me. That's reasonable. Lu Chenian nodded, walked to the living room, and was just about to sit down when he froze again. A small rabbit pillow lay conspicuously on the sofa. Lu Chenian stared at it for 2 seconds, picked up the rabbit pillow, threw it to Qin Yu, and said with disdain, this thing also belongs to him. Kicking his sharp eye, Qin Yu caught it instantly. Shit, don't let him see this. I'm not even supposed to touch this thing. Lu Chenian watched as Qin Yu returned the small rabbit pillow to its place on the sofa, frowning. He didn't go to the room to see, Qin Yu recalled and shuddered, his aversion to furry objects evident. I don't understand why a guy likes these kinds of things so much. He almost spends all his salary on them. Anyway, it's none of my business. Qin Yu then asked, Shen Yan is coming back soon, right? Yes, it was getting close, his flight is tonight, he'll arrive tomorrow morning. So will you go? Qin Yu asked. Lu Chenian looked confused, go where? Qin Yu took it for granted, to pick him up, of course. Why should I go pick him up? Lu Chenian said perplexed, it's not like Shen Yan can't find a taxi in Shanghai or doesn't know how to get home. Why would I go? For some reason, what Lu Chenian had just said seemed completely reasonable. After pondering, Qin Yu agreed, that's true. Lu Chenian sneered, exactly right. In the afternoon, after eating dinner at Qin Yu's house and playing around until 4, Lu Chenian finally left. When he got home, the living room was eerily quiet. In the bedroom, there were a few clothes that couldn't be hand-washed hanging on the rack, as well as some clothes thrown on the bed that he tried on before leaving. Lu Chenian gathered the clothes on the bed, stuffed them all into the wardrobe, and sat down on the edge of the bed. After a moment of thought, he sent Lu Xinyan a message. What time is your flight ticket tonight? After waiting a few minutes with no reply, Lu Xinyan must have been busy. It didn't matter, Lu Chenian figured he'd see it and respond eventually. Thus, he sent another message, what time are you arriving tomorrow? After sending the message, Lu Chenian lay back on the bed, aimlessly scrolling through his WeChat moments out of boredom. As he did so, his curiosity drove him to click on Lu Xinyan's profile. This was the first time Lu Chenian had ever snooped on Lu Xinyan's social media. Initially, he thought he might uncover something interesting. But Lu Xinyan's profile was as barren as his face, neither using settings like 3-day visibility or 3-year visibility, nor filled with many updates. Of the most recent posts, Lu Chenian was already familiar with those, and as he scrolled further down, it became more monotonous and tiresome, with nearly 9 out of 10 updates consisting solely of punctuation marks like. Further down, there were 2 screenshots of weather conditions. Curious, Lu Chenian clicked on them, and paused upon seeing the city name, Vancouver. Wasn't this the place he had lived before? Lu Chenian exited the screen with a tap, continuing to browse through older updates. Suddenly, his finger paused mid-scroll. Lu Chenian blinked. It was a post from 6 years ago. He won't come back. He doesn't want me anymore. Who wouldn't return? Who didn't want him? Lu Xinyan mentioned that there was someone he deeply liked and waited for her to come back. But why did the text say, he? Lu Chinian found it baffling. Just as he was about to continue reading, a sudden shock struck him. The weather in Vancouver? Him. Something inexplicable stirred within him, an intense sense of being drawn into the situation. With a start, Lu Chinian sat up abruptly and fumbled for a cigarette from the bedside table, lighting up without even bothering to light his incense. He took a deep puff, trying to steady his racing heart. Lu Xinyan had someone deep in his heart, a person he had liked for a long time, who had recently returned, and whom he was now pursuing. Why did this sound so much like his own situation? Could it be that the person Lu Xinyan had waited for all this time was, him? After finishing the cigarette, Lu Chinian fell back onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Does Lu Xinyan like him? Why would he like him? Perhaps he had misunderstood somehow. What if there were others studying in Vancouver besides him? And what if it was just pure coincidence that the person Lu Xinyan liked also happened to return? These speculations kept running through Lu Xinyan's mind, causing him to instinctively raise his hand to clutch at his chest. He felt sure that Lu Xinyan must have manipulated some kind of switch, which explained why his heart was beating so fast. No, Lu Xinyan hurriedly shook off those thoughts and reached for his phone, logging out of Lu Xinyan's profile. This page was simply toxic, he couldn't afford to look at it anymore. Returning to the chat interface, Lu Xinyan hadn't replied yet. He decided to watch TV to distract himself, but before he could even leave WeChat, Pei Xiao messaged. Xinyan, has Xinyan returned yet? When will he be back in Shanghai? Lu Xinyan, not yet, he'll arrive in Shanghai tomorrow. Is there anything special? Pei Xiao, nothing major. Just asking. Tomorrow evening, Director Su will be hosting a dinner for everyone at Lon Xin Yuan. Everyone will be there. Make sure you and Xinyan both attend. Lu Xinyan agreed, only to then remember he should ask Lu Xinyan in advance whether he'd be going to school tomorrow. Sigh, never mind, Lu Xinyan must be busy too. He'll ask once he replies. Lu Xinyan was awakened by the ringtone of his phone. He answered the call groggily, hello. Bro, the voice on the other end sounded like it was in a moving car, with the whooshing sound of wind mixing in with the young man's voice. Are you sleeping? Lu Xinyan opened his eyes and realized he didn't know when he'd fallen asleep. He glanced at the clock, it was 11 p.m. already. Aren't you supposed to catch the plane tonight? Lu Xinyan said, I'm currently heading to the airport right now. Lu Xinyan let out an, oh, then casually asked, when will you arrive tomorrow? I don't know, the flight may be delayed, came the reply from the other end, followed by the sound of pulling a suitcase, possibly having reached the airport. Lu Xinyan didn't ask any further, just holding the phone to his ear. Bro, are you in bed? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Xinyan sat up and turned on the bedside lamp, where else would I sleep if not in bed? Lu Xinyan chuckled lightly, you still haven't answered my question earlier. Lu Xinyan subconsciously knew what question he was referring to but tried to avoid understanding. What? I asked. Lu Xinyan's voice was very soft, and he questioned, while I've been away these past few days, have you missed me? There it is again. What's going on with this Lu Xinyan? Why does he always ask such absurd questions? We'll see each other tomorrow, so what's there to miss? Lu Xinyan's voice was very seductive, but I want to see you now. I want to hold you and kiss you. The words were as though whispered directly into his ear, making Lu Xinyan's ears turn bright red. In truth, Lu Xinyan could deceive anyone, even himself. But he couldn't fool his own body. During the days Lu Xinyan had been away, he had also felt something. Bro, Lu Xinyan interrupted his thoughts with a single sentence, open the door. What? Lu Xinyan's eyes widened, completely startled awake. Then he suddenly remembered something, immediately threw off the blanket and got out of bed, walking quickly toward the door. I said, came a clear, cheerful, laughter-filled voice from outside the door, I want to see you now. Without a second thought, Lu Xinyan unlocked and flung the door open, only to freeze in surprise for a moment before recognizing the person. Before he could confirm that the voice coming from the phone truly belonged to the person standing right before him, Lu Xinyan suddenly took a step forward, pulled him into his arms, and held him tightly. The door closed behind them, and in that instant, it felt like the entire world became silent. Lu Xinyan could feel the breathing near his ear, the synchronized heartbeats through their chests, and the warmth radiating from Lu Xinyan, all like hands gripping his throat tightly and preventing him from speaking. How could you just open the door randomly? What if it was a bad person? Lu Xinyan's voice was slightly raspy, carrying an inexplicable sexiness. Lu Xinyan finally managed to respond, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Even now, he found it hard to believe. Lu Xinyan tightened his arms around him with a force that made it seem like he wanted to melt Lu Xinyan into his own body, nibbling wildly on his neck. I couldn't wait anymore. Every second, every moment, I kept thinking about you. Thinking about you drove me crazy. Ugh. Nearly being shoved back towards the bedroom, Lu Xinyan could barely stand up straight under the overwhelming wave-like sensation that swept through him from the contact, leaving him feeling weak and trembling. Such an aggressive side of Lu Xinyan had never seen before. It was as if a sleek leopard lying in wait in a night forest had swiftly pounced on its prey, dragging it unceremoniously back to its den before indulging in the feast with ample leisure time. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. When Lu Chinian woke up the next morning, his upper and lower eyelashes were stuck together. He raised his hand to rub his eyes, preparing to check the time, but as soon as he tried to sit up, an arm pulled him back down. Lu Xinyan's head snuggled into the crease of his neck, sighing contentedly and murmuring dreamily, "Why didn't you let me inside last night?" His hair tickled him, and the inquiry near his ear made his face flush. "You did get inside," Lu Xinyan's voice cracked harshly, startling himself. Suddenly, his ear throbbed painfully. Lu Xinyan bit his ear, beginning to express dissatisfaction through action. "I meant something different than with fingers." Lu Xinyan thought back to last night, remembering how Lu Xinyan's mere use of his fingers had caused physiological tears to flow uncontrollably, making his entire body heat up like boiling water bursting out of bubbles. Lu Xinyan propped up his head, watching the man with interest before giving in and planting a soft kiss on his hair. "It's normal, bro," Lu Xinyan hugged him tenderly, whispering softly, "Actually, it feels more comfortable for same-sex intimacy." Lu Xinyan remained quiet with his eyes closed, still reeling from the intense sensations of last night. Lu Xinyan gently caressed his face and reminded him, "Didn't you say you had something to do today? It's already 1 o'clock." Lu Xinyan suddenly opened his eyes. Was it really 1 already? Shit. How did time fly by so fast? What exactly is the matter? Lu Xinyan asked. "In the afternoon, we're going to Lanshin Garden," muttered Lu Xinyan. Recalling something, he shoved Lu Xinyan away. "Hurry up and get up, don't hold on to me. You're driving me crazy with all this affectionate nonsense." With that, Lu Xinyan struggled free forcefully, picked up the clothes he'd thrown on the floor last night, and headed to the bathroom to take a shower. By the time he finished showering, Lu Xinyan had already prepared noodles, placing them on the table. It had been a long time since Lu Xinyan last ate food made by Lu Xinyan. Besides, last night had drained his energy. The moment he smelled the rich and fragrant broth of the noodles, his appetite was already whetted. He hadn't even dried his hair yet but strode over unceremoniously to pick up the bowl and started eating heartily. After hastily finishing their meal and tidying up a bit, it was already 5 when the two were ready and left the house. Lanshin Garden wasn't far, it was located right in the city center, about 20 minutes drive from home. There was some traffic along the way, so by the time Lu Xinyan and Lu Xinyan arrived at Lanshin Garden, it was nearly 6 o'clock. The address sent by Pei Xiao was room Hongfeng Hall on the 3rd floor of Lanshin Garden. As Lu Xinyan walked outside, he could already hear the noise coming from inside. "Ah, Supervisor Su, stop teasing us already. What big announcement are you talking about? Did we win the lottery? Huh, this thing should be bigger than winning the lottery." The voices filtered through the door. Upon hearing Su Lizzie's voice, Lu Xinyan immediately thought back to all the snide remarks Su Lizzie had made before. He considered for a moment and said to Lu Xinyan, "Just ignore whatever he says later. Treat it like he's spewing nonsense." The man was practically fuming now. Lu Xinyan's eyes crinkled with amusement as he soothingly patted Lu Xinyan's hand. "All right." This small gesture made Lu Xinyan furrow his brows, his mind racing. No way, once he found the time, he would definitely ask Lu Xinyan, does he really like him? Chapter 57. Lu Xinyan pushed the door open and entered. The hall Su Lizzie booked wasn't very large, with 2 long tables put together. Everyone had arrived and was sitting in their respective seats. As Lu Xinyan appeared, dozens of eyes turned to look at him. Although they all knew a new team leader had been parachuted into the company, as they were often busy working, they didn't see him much. Even fewer had seen the assistant who followed the new leader around. All they knew was that the new team leader was handsome. Beyond that, they had no deeper impression. "Leader Lu," Xiaoling noticed Lu Xinyan first, "Your seat and Assistant Lu's are next to President Pei. They're reserved for you. Why did you come so late?" Pei Xiao asked with a smile, "We were waiting for you and Leader Shen. There was some traffic on the way." Lu Xinyan approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down. The door was opened again, as the waiter pushed a cart inside, gradually filling the long table with delicious dishes. First, following the company tradition, everyone drank a cup together, then each began eating. Leader Lu, Su Lizzie sat opposite them, smiling and raising his wine glass, saying, "Thank you for taking time to be here today. I didn't know you before, and my words tend to be blunt, so you must have some misunderstandings about me. This glass of wine is an apology, hoping Leader Lu will not hold it against me." His tone was sincere, sounding like there was a real intention to reconcile. Lu Xinyan didn't like Su Lizzie at heart, but he wasn't someone who wanted to make the relationship too difficult either. With an expressionless face, he picked up the wine glass again and said calmly, "We're both doing work for Qingfeng, Director Su is making this feel too formal." "Yes," Su Lizzie laughed meaningfully, "we're all working for Qingfeng. To be honest, I'm really impressed that Director Lu managed to close the Xian project within such a short period of time." Lu Xinyan frowned. He didn't know why, but he felt there was always some underlying meaning in Su Lizzie's words. Sure enough, in the next second, "Director Lu, can you tell me how you convinced the boss of CNN to get the cooperation done? I'd like to learn from you." "That's right, Chen Yan," Pei Xiao was also curious about this matter. "I was surprised when I saw you getting the contract for the company. We had previously tried to meet with the responsible person of CNN, but we never got the chance to discuss in detail. Maybe it was just good luck. I happened to have met the project manager of CNN before, so I made an appointment to meet. Lu Qinyan said truthfully. Indeed, he had once met Fong Hui. Su Lizhi pursued further, so Director Lu is really capable, managing to strike a deal with CNN after just meeting their responsible person once. I heard that they gave a reply in less than a week. I do want to know how Director Lu closed this cooperation. There was obvious displeasure on Lu Qinyan's face. Just by these few sentences, he understood clearly. Staring at Su Lizhi, he spoke coldly, Director Su, I think what matters most for Qing Feng is getting the contract, not questioning the process here. Su Lizhi shrugged indifferently, I'm just asking, Director Lu's reaction doesn't need to be so extreme, does it? I'm just curious. He leisurely took a bite of food, insinuating, fortunately, we're all informed people. If not, one might assume Director Lu has close dealings with someone from CNN, or there are certain unknown circumstances involved. After this statement, a sharp glance was thrown towards him. Su Lizhi looked back. In fact, since Lu Xinyan came in, he had noticed him. The young man remained silent throughout, his silence making him almost unnoticed. That's true, if not intentionally investigated, even Su Lizhi wouldn't have thought that the seemingly innocent youth would actually be the boss of CNN. And who would have guessed that the boss of CNN could be so young? Being stared at, Su Lizhi became restless, his left eyebrow twitching violently. The atmosphere at the table was obviously very subtle. Wang Xinyu sat quietly on the stool, not daring to say a word, cowering and looking around nervously. Though it seemed calm on the surface, the actual wave's undercurrents left Wang Xinyu wishing he wasn't sitting there. Director Su, Pei Xiao spoke flatly, I believe Director Lu must have his own ways to persuade CNN to cooperate with us. Since the negotiation succeeded, it's a good thing. Qing Feng is currently in its growth phase and needs capable people like Director Lu. Instead of doubting others, you should apply your idle energy into work. Niu Yu learns more from you, so he can independently complete work in the future. Pei Xiao spoke without any courtesy. President Pei, Su Lizhi snickered, ignoring the pointed gaze, actually, our company has more than just Director Lu as talented individuals. He enunciated clearly, I am also thinking about the development of the company. If Leader Lu really managed to cooperate with CNN by his ability, naturally I would want to learn from him. That's not too much to ask, is it? On the contrary, Leader Lu has been vague and refused to talk about it. Who knows if there is anything suspicious between the lines? Within the company, we usually speak in terms of ability. Leader Lu is humble and doesn't want to boast about this matter, which is very normal. Instead, Leader Su kept pushing hard, making a simple matter overly complicated, Pei Xiao said. President Pei, you should remain fair, Su Lizhi stated deliberately, sometimes personal intentions need to be addressed as well. You. Pei Xiao's heart was revealed on the spot, and his expression turned ugly. The tension in their words was palpable, akin to an endless tug-of-war without winners. Lu Qinyan could not figure out how he got entangled in these matters. It wasn't that he refused to talk about the process, rather, there was simply no such process. Perhaps it was too smooth, surprising everyone. But the fact was damn like this. He was also curious why the boss of CNN agreed to cooperate with Qing Feng. It was probably just like what Qin Yu said, the boss of CNN was pursuing him. This was a private matter, unrelated to work. Even himself was still unclear, so how could he explain? In the face of such an atmosphere at dinner, Lu Qinyan found even the delicious dishes on the table unappetizing. He did not wish to stay a single second longer. Lu Qinyan shook his head, ate the fish in his bowl, smiled cynically, if I had known Leader Su would be so insinuating today, I wouldn't have come. After saying this, he stood up directly, dragging his chair backward, emitting a sharp sound. At the other end of the long table, laughter subsided slightly. Everyone looked over in confusion, not knowing what happened here. Su Lizhi said, wait, Leader Lu, you haven't finished speaking yet. Lu Qinyan grabbed a napkin, wiped his mouth, balled it up, tossed it onto the table, giving absolutely no respect, say whatever you want quickly. I don't have time to play around with you. Damn, he was fed up. Su Lizhi was stunned, probably not expecting Lu Qinyan to speak so disrespectfully. Pei Xiao barely suppressed a grin, all signs of his earlier annoyance disappeared. Lu Qinyan was indeed the real Lu Qinyan, even if fallen from power, he wouldn't let anyone control him. Ho, Leader Lu is truly skilled at pretending to be ignorant, Su Lizhi laughed furiously, could you really not understand what I'm talking about? Lu Qinyan sked, having no patience left, do I have to understand exactly what you're saying? Did anyone understand tonight what you're talking about? Do you need me to get a teacher to teach you proper communication? His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, causing faint laughs at the table. Wang Xinyu glanced at his master, then looked at Lu Qinyan, biting his upper lip tightly, turning bright red in embarrassment. Su Lizhi gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan sat calmly, removing fish bones using chopsticks with grace before placing them neatly on Lu Qinyan's plate. The whole movement was smooth and elegant, as if they were discussing something completely unrelated. Su Lizhi laughed, irritated, indeed very composed, worthy of being the boss of CNN. Su Lizzie continued, little director Lu has been watching the show till now. Since the performance is almost over, do you have nothing more to say? Pei Xiao. Lu Qinyan. Su Lizzie stared at Lu Xinyan, his gaze almost burning through the other person. As if the young man hadn't heard a word, he slowly put down his chopsticks, moved the remaining scraps and fish bones aside, pulled out a napkin, wiped his hands, then stood up, embracing Lu Qinyan's waist without hesitation, his tone calm as water. Brother, let's go. Not once did he glance at Su Lizzie throughout. Lu Qinyan remained standing in place, still trying to comprehend what Su Lizzie had said before being forcefully pulled a few steps. A voice called out suddenly from behind, wait. Su Lizzie stood up abruptly, young director Lu, since you've joined us, at least give us a chance to get to know each other, having been colleagues for many days. Our company may have treated you inadequately, but please forgive us. No one else knew what transpired among the four of them. Whom was leader Su referring to as young director Lu? How did they start arguing when they were chatting casually just moments ago? Everyone was utterly baffled. Even Pei Xiao felt shockingly surprised. However, the truth next moment stunned him even more, that the young director Lu of CNN was working as an assistant at Qingfeng. An assistant? Really? Su Lizzie stared at the two retreating figures and spoke loudly, Director Lu, Assistant Lu, don't you have anything to say? Lu Xinyan's eyes had a hazy layer as if shrouded in mist, his expression unreadable, whether happy or angry. Feeling the stiff body of the man next to him through their contact, he saw those dark bright eyes slowly turning back towards him. He realized there was no longer any need to pretend. Lu Xinyan lowered his eyelashes, sighed softly, then turned around. Su Lizzie kept his gaze fixed on Lu Xinyan. When Lu Xinyan met his eyes, Su Lizzie couldn't help but narrow his own slightly. For some unknown reason, although the youth standing before him didn't look much older than 20 with an innocent face that seemed untouched by worldly affairs, even maintaining the same gentle brightness in his eyes since entering the room, this one look gave Su Lizzie the feeling that softness concealed sharp needles. They pierced all over his back, making him feel chills down to his bones. What do you want to hear? Lu Xinyan's voice was smooth yet deep. Little director Lu has finally decided to admit it, Su Lizzie breathed out a sigh of relief. It was like winning a battle. He sat back down and slowly continued, it's very simple. I'm not here for trouble either. There's just one thing bothering me, and I hope little director Lu and Mr. Lu can clarify this confusion for both myself and President Pei. I'd really like to understand why with your status, you bother to stoop so low as to join Qingfeng, one as a team leader, and one as an assistant. No matter how hard I think about it, I cannot fathom why you wouldn't have ulterior motives. Lu Xinyan blinked once and said slowly, first, my brother is completely uninvolved in this matter. Secondly, I doubt there's anything worth CNN's consideration within Qingfeng at present. This statement sounded arrogant, but it was indisputably true. And another thing, Lu Xinyan openly admitted, I came to Qingfeng simply because the person I like is here. Su Lizzie widened his eyes, finding it impossible to believe that the answer could be so simple, bluff. If you were here with Lu Xinyan, would he know nothing about it? That's enough, Pei Xiao took a deep breath, interrupting, I can confirm that Qinyan truly knows nothing about this. If Lu Qinyan had known, from the start when Pei Xiao invited Lu Qinyan to join the company, given Lu Qinyan's personality, he would have directly refused instead of agreeing. But Su Lizzie was unwilling to give up, then how do you explain the twisted ways you used regarding the Xinshengsen cooperation project? Speaking this, Su Lizzie himself felt the contradiction in his words, only Lu Xinyan's explanation made sense, he had come to Qingfeng for the person he liked. I'll give him whatever he wants, Lu Xinyan said plainly, without embellishment but sending a jolt through everyone who heard him, if it makes him happy, let alone the Xinshengsen project. Tomorrow morning, you'll see the legal representative of CNN change. His tone remained calm throughout, devoid of decoration, leaving an indelible impact on his audience. Having finished speaking simply, Lu Xinyan didn't linger further. Compared to everything happening here, there was someone more important who needed his comfort. Turning around, he embraced Lu Qinyan's waist, preparing to leave. Shen. Yen. Pei Xiao called out to stop him. Lu Xinyan paused, replying, rest assured. Since CNN has chosen to cooperate with your company on the Xinshengsen project, we won't renege on our word. And starting from today, Lu Qinyan will have absolutely nothing more to do with your company. After saying this, he disappeared from everyone's sight with Lu Qinyan in tow. As Lu Qinyan exited Lanshan Yard, his mind was still torn between several shocking facts. Did Lu Xinyan really like him? Or, is Lu Xinyan actually the boss of CNN? Or perhaps, the boss of CNN was indeed pursuing him. Which fact should he focus on first? Chapter 58. After returning home, Lu Qinyan opened the door without a word and went inside. Lu Xinyan followed behind, ready to turn on the light. Don't turn it on, a voice stopped him. The living room was dark, with light from the corridor shining on the entrance. Lu Qinyan took out a cigarette, lit it, and a blue flame appeared in the darkness. After taking a deep puff, he walked to the sofa, silently smoked the whole cigarette, then prepared to light another one. Suddenly, someone took away the fire from his hand. Lu Qinyan moved his fingers slightly, pinched the butt of the cigarette, and then slowly looked up at the young man crouching in front of him. Brother. Lu Xinyan called him. The man had been calm since leaving Lan Xinyuan, which scared him. He originally thought the man would be furious, but the expected anger didn't come. Instead, there was an unsettling silence. Lu Xinyan silently pulled his hand, the hands were cold, and there was a thin sweat on the palms. Lu Xinyan didn't move, staring fixedly at the person in front of him. After a long while, he finally said, "Go out." His voice was calm, detached, devoid of any warmth. Lu Xinyan, brother, hit me. Let out your anger, don't keep it bottled up like this. Lu Xinyan repeated, "I told you to go out." Lu Xinyan shook his head urgently, his voice even more determined, "No. You can hit me, scold me, torture me however you want, but don't drive me away." He tried to make amends. "You have questions for me, right? Ask them, I'll tell you everything." Tell him everything. Lu Xinyan did indeed have many questions he wanted to ask, but now his mind was in chaos, completely disoriented, and he didn't know where to start. After thinking for a long time, he randomly asked a question, "Was everything Su Lizzie said today true?" Lu Xinyan no longer concealed the truth. Lu Xinyan took a deep breath. This meant that everything Lu Xinyan had done in front of him before, appearing humble and timid, all of it was just an act, and he had believed it. Looking at the seemingly innocent face in front of him, it was as if he had never known him at all. "Who are you?" Lu Xinyan looked at him and replied, "Lu Xinyan." "That's not right," Lu Xinyan negated it, sarcastically smiling, "aren't you Mr. Xiao Lu from CNN?" "No, I am Xinyan," Lu Xinyan said, "the one who only listens to you, obeys your every command, your little tail." Lu Xinyan found this statement somewhat laughable, shaking his head with a slight smirk. "Brother, don't be like this," Lu Xinyan regretted not clarifying earlier. Seeing Lu Xinyan's smile made his chest feel even more congested. "I didn't mean to conceal it. I wanted to tell you, but I never found the right moment. I worried that after confessing, it would end up like this, you ignoring me. I was afraid that you'd reject me again." "Ha, rejecting him, again." Lu Xinyan lowered his eyelashes, sighing. Since leaving Lan Xinyuan, there was one thing in his heart he wanted to ask Lu Xinyan. This matter shocked him more than learning that Lu Xinyan was the boss of CNN. Although Lu Xinyan already had an answer in his heart, he still wanted confirmation. "You said before that you liked someone, is this someone I know?" Lu Xinyan, "You know him. Well, how long have you liked him?" "For a very long time, so long, that I almost forgot who I am." "Did you manage to get him?" I don't know," Lu Xinyan's voice trembled, "I don't know if he will give me another chance." "He won't," Lu Xinyan interrupted him, meeting those pitch-black eyes. A single sentence shattered all of Lu Xinyan's hopes. "He won't, not from the beginning." "Why?" Lu Xinyan blankly stared at him, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Is it because I'm not good enough for him?" Lu Xinyan averted his eyes, refusing to look Lu Xinyan in the eye anymore. He thought to himself, it wasn't about being good or bad, this was fundamentally an impossible situation from the start. From the beginning, it was impossible. "I don't believe it," Lu Xinyan said. Lu Xinyan, growing impatient, "Believe it or don't." "Brother," Lu Xinyan tightened his grip on his hand, as if afraid he would run away, "you can't treat me like this. If you hit me or scold me tonight, I absolutely won't fight back, but you cannot treat me like this." Lu Xinyan felt annoyed, his hand also hurting badly. He was speechless. "Let go." "No," Lu Xinyan stubbornly resisted. He made a shocking statement, "I've already given you my first time, you can't abandon me halfway, you can't leave me." "What?" Lu Xinyan slightly opened his mouth, unable to say anything for a long time. What nonsense was this? It's already the 21st century. And still talking about abandoning someone after messing around? Where do these outdated grandpa-grandma thoughts come from? Before Lu Xinyan could respond, Lu Xinyan continued, "I can pacify you until you calm down, then continue pursuing you. As long as you don't avoid me, I'll comply with whatever you want. If you want to punch me or yell at me to let off steam, I won't dodge or retaliate. I will still listen to you like before, and obey everything you say. But you cannot send me away. I want to stay by your side." Lu Xinyan's head ached from listening. He kicked Lu Xinyan in the leg. "You're asking for it, running around and serving others like this. And he's the boss of CNN. Even Mr. Xiao Lu. Really, those people who see Lu Xinyan humbling himself before him probably wonder what's going on." The pain in his leg actually lifted the heavy stone that had been pressing on Lu Xinyan's heart. He grabbed Lu Xinyan's hand and pressed it against his face. "I deserve to be punished, hit me." Lu Xinyan sneered, "Who the hell wants to hit you?" "I want you to calm down," Lu Xinyan said, "it's not healthy to hold it in. Hitting hurts." The key was, who the hell wanted to hit you? Lu Xinyan suggested, "Then find something else to hit with, we could use corporal punishment too." "I won't dodge." "Corporal punishment? You can even endure that?" Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, wanting the person to stand up, but at that moment, the phone rang. "Move away," Lu Xinyan freed his hand, pushing the person aside, and pulled out the phone, answering, "Speak." "Let me tell you something, damn it, don't be shocked," Qin Yu's voice was loud. "Shocked? Was there anything more shocking than what happened today? Damn it, I wasn't helping you investigate the CNN company before. Remember Fong Hui, their client? But do you know who Fong Hui's boss is? Qin Yu asked loudly. Because of Lulu's matter, I got really curious and looked into it quietly without telling you. Then, Qin Yu paused for dramatic effect. Oh my god, I wouldn't have known if I didn't check, but now that I did, do you know who the owner of CNN is? Lu Qinyan glanced at Lu Xinyan obediently standing on the side. Could it be anyone else? He was standing right here. It just so happens that his name matches yours, Qin Yu continued from the other side. What? What kind of tone is this, dude? Qin Yu, carrying an explosive scoop, was surprised at the reaction, saying, hey, aren't you serious that it's coincidentally the same name? Understood, Lu Qinyan was already annoyed by hearing these matters. Do you have anything else to say? Qin Yu, wait, do you think my scoop isn't surprising enough for you? Lu Qinyan, it is surprising. Qin Yu. This tone is surprising, are you fucking kidding me? Lu Qinyan currently had no patience to discuss this with Qin Yu. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. After hanging up, Lu Qinyan irritably threw the phone onto the table. Lu Xinyan looked at the phone, then at Lu Qinyan. Brother. Don't call me that. Lu Qinyan massaged his temples. All he wanted to do was go back to his room and take a nap, leaving everything else to deal with when he woke up. Thinking this, he returned directly to his room, locking the door behind him. Tired, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes, emptying his mind, and soon fell asleep. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Lu Qinyan woke up. When he came out after washing up, Lu Xinyan was just exiting the guest bedroom, dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept well all night either. Brother, Lu Xinyan said, what would you like to eat? I can get. No need, Lu Qinyan coldly cut him off, I'm going out later anyway, you eat on your own. Lu Xinyan. You didn't even lift a finger the entire time. In a bubble tea shop, Qin Yu found it unbelievable, nudging Fu Xianshu sitting beside him. Old Fu, help me confirm if this is still the Lu young master I know. What's so amazing about it? Fu Xianshu had been dragged out of school early in the morning and listened carefully to the two recounting events, roughly understanding what had happened. Calmly, he said, his tolerance for Xinyan has always been higher than most people. Now Xinyan is behaving this way because he spoiled him. What do you mean, he spoiled him? Lu Qinyan frowned, disagreeing with this statement. When the hell have I ever spoiled him? Fu Xianshu countered, didn't you? Certainly not, how would he ever spoil Lu Xinyan? Old Fu, Qin Yu said, you're wrong here. You should know, Lu Qinyan would never defend anyone but definitely not Xinyan. Haven't you seen his usual attitude? If he could beat someone, he wouldn't just yell. Fu Xianshu smiled and replied, have you ever seen him really beating Xinyan apart from yelling at him? Not only has he never beaten him, but Xinyan also always gets what he wants from Xinyan. You. Qin Yu's rebuttal was on the tip of his tongue, yet suddenly he fell silent, pondering carefully. And yes, it was true. Lu Qinyan might appear harsh towards Lu Xinyan on the surface, but most of the time he indulged in Lu Xinyan's whims. Take this current situation, if it were anyone else, they'd have been beaten senseless long ago. Previously, Lu Qinyan would fiercely assault anyone who dared to sleep with him for even a single night. Forget about those who schemed deliberately against him for such a long term. Moreover, Qin Yu remembered the important fact that Lu Qinyan had a severe aversion disorder, which reached an extent where people were kept miles away from him, preferring solitude instead. However, Lu Xinyan could cling to him anytime he pleased without Lu Qinyan minding it even a bit. Qin Yu had never noticed it before, he simply assumed Lu Qinyan's bad temper stemmed from being spoiled by Lu Xinyan. But now, after Fu Xianshu brought it up, Qin Yu murmured with awe, you don't say. It seems that all Lu Xinyan's audacious acts are indeed backed by Lu Qinyan's indulgence. Otherwise, who would dare act like this? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Qinyan gave an air of disdain toward these bizarre comments. Would he indulge Lu Xinyan? That idea was preposterous. Fu Xianshu shrugged carelessly, just saying casually, don't take it seriously. Stop talking nonsense, Lu Qinyan gripped the straw, taking a big gulp of his drink, I'm already extremely annoyed right now. Fu Xianshu asked curiously, annoyed about what? Is it about him liking you or deceiving you? Both. He currently regretted in his heart that he should have beaten Lu Xinyan up earlier. Fu Xianshu remained silent, picking up a spoon and stirring the taro pudding inside his cup. Suddenly, he spoke, I think there's something else more urgent you should be thinking about right now. What? Lu Qinyan looked up questioningly. Fu Xianshu said thoughtfully, besides this incident, is there any other major secret he has hidden from you, that you're unaware of? Maybe it's just my intuition, Fu Xianshu shook his head slightly, but I feel that Xinyan is hiding something else from you. After all, being able to plan meticulously for so many years surely implied there were many things one couldn't share openly with others. Fu Xianshu squinted his eyes slightly, as if lost in deep thought about something, and suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Glancing at Lu Qinyan, he inwardly hoped that particular matter had nothing to do with Xinyan. Chapter 59. After leaving the milk tea shop, Fu Xianshu had to return to school. Qin Yu drove Lu Qinyan home, and while on the road, his phone rang. Lu Qinyan glanced at the display and answered, "Hello. Mr. Lu, do you have time right now?" It was a man's voice on the other end. "I'm at the place where we last met, and I have something very important to tell you. I think this is something you should know." Lu Qinyan's instincts told him it wasn't anything good. "What is it?" "It's unclear over the phone. We should meet face to face." "All right." After hanging up, Qin Yu noticed Lu Qinyan's expression had changed and asked, "Who was that?" Lu Qinyan looked at Qin Yu. "It's Tang Ying, my dad's previous secretary. He said he has something important to tell me." "Qin Yu, shall we go there now?" Lu Qinyan gave an address. Qin Yu turned around, and they soon arrived at the location. "You go in." Qin Yu parked by the roadside. "I'll take a walk outside. Call me when you're done." "Okay." Lu Qinyan unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car. At noon, there were many people in the coffee shop. Tang Ying was still sitting in the same spot as last time, wearing a gray suit, with meticulously combed hair. Lu Qinyan immediately spotted him. Lu Qinyan walked over and sat down. "Tang Ying, what is it?" "Mr. Lu," Tang Ying nodded slightly, "I apologize for making you come specially." "Lu Qinyan, I just happen to be free. Just tell me what it is." "Fine." Tang Ying picked up the briefcase, opened it, took out some documents, and handed them to Lu Qinyan. "You take a look at these first, Mr. Lu." "What?" Lu Qinyan took them and opened them. Inside were several engineering planning proposals, contracts, and some contracts from the past 2 years. Lu Qinyan didn't understand why Tang Ying wanted him to look at these. "What's wrong with these?" Tang Ying explained, "All the plans here are the ones that the Lu Group planned initially." Lu Qinyan was still somewhat confused. "A few days ago, Mr. Lu contacted me," Tang Ying said, "and he asked me to investigate these projects." Lu Qinyan frowned, believing Tang Ying wouldn't have sought him out without cause, coupled with the tone over the phone. "What do you mean? Is there a problem with the Shishing project?" Tang Ying looked at him for a few seconds, and finally nodded. "Yes, there's a problem. And not just Shishing. He was one of the people who handled the Shishing project personally, responsible from when the project was bid by the government all the way to its later stages. In fact, even before the Shishing project, the Lu Group had lost billions due to problems with the Wangqing Lanhe projects. At that time, the Shishing project was practically the only straw that could save the Lu Group, so there couldn't be even a speck of error with the Shishing project. However, the more crucial it became, the more the situation often veered away from hope, much like how things always went wrong when they were already tough for the Lu Group. The problems with the Wangqing and Lanhe projects dealt a severe blow to the Lu Group, but just as they waited for the Shishing project to nearly finish, their quality inspection department conducted random checks, revealing that all building materials used in the Shishing project failed inspections. The project was halted by order from higher-ups. Thus, the billions invested in the project were effectively flushed into the sea. After that, the Lu Group was bombarded with calls from banks collecting overdue payments and workers demanding debts. On top of that, they needed to settle the accounts left over from the previous 2 projects, plus the Shishing. Inevitably, Lu Jinghuan had no choice but to sell the Xiangshan residence, company shares, and ultimately apply for bankruptcy directly through the court. This file contains the contract responsible for supplying building materials for the Shishing project, Tang Ying said. "Actually, I personally investigated the building material suppliers with Mr. Lu before. All our materials passed the inspections. If only the Shishing project had problems, it might not have raised suspicion, but the issue is that all 3 projects encountered different problems. If it weren't for Tang Ying investigating specifically, he would never have discovered how coincidental the events were." Lu Qinyan understood what Tang Ying was trying to say. No company could withstand continuous devastating blows one after another, and the Lu family seemed to be deliberately designed in such a way that every project they undertook ended up having issues. Regardless of the scale, each issue proved fatal. "To be honest, Mr. Lu," Tang Ying confessed truthfully, "the reason I'm telling you this today is because Mr. Lu contacted me last weekend, asking me to investigate this matter. I did not inform Mr. Lu directly about this, since I worried about his current health condition, which is why I invited you here." When Lu Jinghuan had asked for Tang Ying's contact details, Lu Qinyan had almost guessed exactly what it related to, the bankruptcy of the Lu family. But he never expected this kind of outcome. The Lu family's bankruptcy seemed on the surface to be due to external reasons, but upon closer inspection, one could detect the connections between them. "Thank you for calling me today in advance. If Mr. Lu Jinghuan had known about this, he would probably have returned to the country immediately." "You're welcome," Tang Ying said. Lu Qinyan looked at the documents again and asked, "Can I take these back to look over?" Tang Ying replied, "Of course. Now that I have it, it's no longer useful to me anyway. Originally, I intended to mail this to Mr. Lu. I will get to the bottom of this," Lu Qinyan stated. "Right now, his health is improving. I don't want him worrying about this, and I also hope when my dad calls you." "Mr. Lu, rest assured," Tang Ying responded, "I know what to say." "Thank you," Lu Qinyan said. After Tang Ying left, Lu Qinyan slowly leaned back on the sofa, staring fixedly at the documents placed on the table. After some time had passed, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Qin Yu sat opposite him. "What are you thinking about?" Qin Yu had walked around outside, saw Lu Chenyan sitting alone daydreaming through the window, and thus came in. Qin Yu glanced at the cold coffee on the table. He's gone. Lu Chenyan nodded, picked up the documents on the table. Let's go. Qin Yu raised his hand and looked at his wristwatch. It was already noon. Lu Chenyan didn't want to go home, so he took a car straight to Qin Yu's place, intending to stay there for a few days. Qin Yu currently lived in a 4-bedroom apartment. Wang Liaya occupied one room, leaving 2 empty bedrooms. Most importantly, there was someone to cook meals. You can stay as long as you like here. Qin Yu opened the door and entered. No one will kick you out. Leah knows how to cook, so you don't need to order takeout with me anymore. Sitting cross-legged on the couch, Wang Liaya heard the door open and stood up immediately. Upon seeing it was still the handsome guy from last time, she quickly formed 2 small dimples and greeted him with a smile. Qin Yu tossed the keys onto the coffee table. Leah, didn't you say lunch was ready? Leah nodded forcefully, put down her phone, hurriedly went into the kitchen, and brought the food to the table. Then she pointed at Lu Chenyan and gestured with her hands. Lu Chenyan couldn't understand. What is he saying? Qin Yu always guessed casually, probably saying I am better looking than you. Lu Chenyan. Leah glared at him, flailing her hands in frustration while making gestures again. Qin Yu guessed again, saying that after another glance, it turns out Qin Yu is truly the world's best-looking man. Leah almost gave up. Lu Chenyan had no interest in watching Qin Yu bully others and took the documents directly into the room. He'll stay here for a few days, Qin Yu told Leah. From now on, prepare food for 3 people, understood? Leah pretended not to hear, walked back to the sofa, sat cross-legged, and continued playing games. Qin Yu chuckled. This kid has got some attitude. Leah abruptly turned her head, her big eyes glaring at him, and vigorously gestured with her hands. Not just now did I compliment your looks. Qin Yu went over, patted her head. The boy's hair strands were soft, feeling quite pleasant. I know, you secretly think I'm good-looking. Leah froze for a moment, then rolled her eyes and stiffly lay down on the sofa. Just before lying down, she made 3-word gestures with her hand. I give up. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Yu had to head to the bar. He dressed and prepared to call Lu Chenyan along, but when he pushed the door open, Lu Chenyan was on the phone. Aren't you being too annoying? Why do you care where I go? The tone clearly indicated who was on the other end. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chenyan turned around. Qin Yu said, going to the bar, wanna come? Lu Chenyan shook his head. I've had Leah make you some porridge, Qin Yu said, eat it by yourself later. I'm leaving first. When the door closed, the voice from the cell phone came through. Big brother, are you at Qin Uncle's place? Should I pick you up? I'll stay at Qin Yu's for a couple of days. Lu Chenyan wasn't ready to return and face Lu Chenyan yet. I'll let you know when I'm coming back. Don't bother calling me. Without waiting for Lu Chenyan's response, he directly hung up the phone. Annoying, Lu Chenyan mumbled, tossing the phone onto the bed, then walked out. There was no one in the living room, only a steaming bowl of porridge on the table. He directly went over, picked up the spoon, and started eating. Lu Chenyan didn't stay more than 10 hours at Qin Yu's place. The next morning, Lu Chenyan had come to pick him up. Actually, even if Lu Chenyan hadn't come, Lu Chenyan had planned to return that day. He had thought all night, and in fact, he wanted to have a talk with Lu Chenyan. After all, hiding couldn't solve anything. Moreover, he also wanted to ask Lu Chenyan if there was anything else hidden from him. So when Lu Chenyan said he would come to pick him up, Lu Chenyan didn't hesitate, directly put on his shoes and left. Just as he finished putting on his shoes, he remembered the documents left on the bedside table. He habitually said, you go and grab the documents in the room, they're on the bedside table. All right. Lu Chenyan returned to the bedroom and looked at the bedside table, indeed finding an open document there. As he approached to close and collect it, his gaze unconsciously swept over the text, and suddenly his movement stopped. Chapter 60. What are you looking at? Lu Chenyan waited by the door for a while, and when no one came out, he came in to take a look. Lu Chenyan paused naturally, closing the file. Nothing. Lu Chenyan didn't think much about it, went over, and grabbed the file. Don't touch my things. When leaving, Lu Chenyan sent a message to Qin Yu. Qin Yu hadn't come home all night, so he probably slept in the bar. Upon returning home, as the garage door opened, Lu Chenyan saw a parked Mercedes-Maybach inside. He frowned slightly without saying anything. After entering the house, he sat on the sofa. Come over here, I have something to ask you. Lu Chenyan obediently sat close to listen. Lu Chenyan laid down the ugly words beforehand. Regarding the matters I will ask next, and those I don't, you must truthfully confess. This is your last chance to be honest, understand? Lu Chenyan nodded. Yes, I will. Looking at this deceptive face before him, Lu Chenyan got angry and turned his gaze away, coldly stating, that car wasn't bought for you by Lu Jinghuan, was it? He was referring to that red Lamborghini. Lu Chenyan hesitated and then nodded. It was now at this point where there was no sense in denying, and even if he didn't admit it, the man would still know. Then what about Lulu? Asked Lu Chenyan again. Lu Chenyan confessed without reservation. At the time, I saw that brother liked Lulu, so I took the initiative to buy her, thinking it would make you happy. Happy? Lu Chinian truly didn't know whether to be happy or angry right now. This person had paved the way with flowers from the very beginning, all he needed to do was walk along this path. Even though everything done was for his own good, thinking of the deception involved made anyone somewhat uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of being like a caged pet. It felt bad. And he still didn't know how many things Lu Xinyan had done behind his back. Lu Chinian took out a cigarette, ready to smoke, but after putting it into his mouth, it was snatched away. Lu Xinyan, smoke less, it's not good for your health. Damn, had it reached such an openly righteous stage now? Lu Chinian snatched it back roughly and said irritably, mind your own business. Lu Xinyan sighed, taking out some agarwood from under the coffee table, shaking out a piece, carefully stuffing it into the cigarette tip, replacing the cigarette in Lu Chinian's hand, quietly saying, then smoke this one. Lu Chinian looked at him, realizing there was no need to fight against his body. Thus, he accepted the cigarette offered by Lu Xinyan, lit it, took a puff, glancing sideways at Lu Xinyan and asked, do you know Feng Huai? He's CNN's client, Lu Xinyan said, currently acting as an agent for all matters big and small in the company. Holding the cigarette but tightly between his teeth, grinding deep marks on it, Lu Chinian said, then regarding the Lu residence. He remembered Feng Huai saying his boss bought the Lu residence as a gift for his sweetheart. Actually, he wanted to ask if Lu Xinyan had bought the Lu residence. But, the buyer's surname Qi. As if knowing what Lu Chinian was thinking, Lu Xinyan said, the Lu residence was bought by me through Qi Rang. Every week, there's an auntie who comes to clean, nothing inside has been moved, the flowers in the garden continue to be watered, the Lu residence remains just as it used to. You can go back there to live anytime. For Lu Chinian, the Lu residence meant as much as he meant to it. Things like buying cars and horses might not impress Lu Chinian, but the Lu residence was different. The Lu residence was the only thing left by Lu Chinian's mother, imbued with emotions that couldn't be measured by money. In other words, if Lu Chinian hadn't found out the Lu residence was sold, he wouldn't have stayed in Xing City. He would have returned to Canada with Lu Zhenghuan after taking him away. In that case, none of these events would have happened. Therefore, hearing Lu Xinyan confirm personally that he had purchased the Lu residence, Lu Chinian felt somewhat touched. I know you've been asking Feng Huai about who bought the Lu residence, and he told me. Originally, I intended to choose an appropriate time to tell you the whole story, but... Lu Xinyan paused. Lu Chinian, but what? Lu Xinyan looked at him, but you haven't agreed yet, I was afraid the situation might turn out badly if I mentioned it. Humph, Lu Chinian sneered lightly. The situation was already bad, no matter what, but, what am I supposed to agree on with you? He couldn't remember having anything unagreed upon with Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan blinked, I'm pursuing you, so I wanted to wait until you like me before disclosing everything. Hey, not quite, Lu Chinian was confused by this statement. When the hell did you start pursuing me? Always have been. Lu Xinyan said with a glance filled with yearning. Lu Chinian didn't want to talk about this, he wasn't there to listen to Lu Xinyan pour out his heart. He shook off the cigarette ash and asked, aside from these things I've questioned, are there anything else? Lu Xinyan thought for a moment, does driving away Su Na count? Driving away Su Na? Lu Chinian suddenly remembered that Su Na had left without warning before. They talked on the phone later, and Su Na hesitated as if she wanted to tell him something, but there was another voice stopping her, do you want to cause more trouble? Then Su Na reluctantly hung up, and they lost contact ever since. So it was Lu Xinyan who did it. Shit. I meddled in your relationship, Lu Chinian was somewhat irritated, every time Su Na came back, you would call saying you had a sore mouth or a sore hand. Were all those feigned illnesses just your doing? Lu Xinyan remained silent, confirming it silently. Lu Chinian remembered then, and that incident in the small woods at Hua University when 3 thugs beat you, was that real or did you arrange it? Lu Xinyan paused for a moment, they were from the dormitory next door. Damn, everything was a scheme aimed at him. Lu Chinian gritted his teeth. He felt like prey walking step by step into the hunter's trap, were you lying about breaking your hand too? He really couldn't believe he could injure someone so severely that they needed a cast. This, Lu Xinyan pursed his lips, I didn't lie to you. The fracture was real, but who caused it still required investigation. Lu Xinyan didn't want to tell Lu Chinian all the details, big brother, I concealed some facts from you, but my feelings for you are true. Pfft, can you stop saying that all the time? Show a little sincerity when acknowledging your mistakes. He extinguished the cigarette, asking, is there anything else you're hiding from me, similar to CNN and the Lu residence? His gut told him that Lu Xinyan must have done other hidden things behind his back. But, no. Lu Xinyan sounded very sure. Lu Chinian squinted his eyes, are you sure? Lu Xinyan's gaze flickered slightly, and he nodded, Alright, Lu Chinian believed him for now. So. Big brother, Lu Xinyan cautiously asked, do you agree to let me like you? Lu Chinian. If I disagree, will you stop liking me then? Lu Xinyan immediately replied, no way. TCH, that settled it then. Lu Chinian rolled his eyes, unwilling to ask any more questions. All these were within his expectations, no big deal, by the way, where are the keys to the Lu residence now? He wanted to go take a look. Lu Xinyan took out his phone. With Fang Huai, I'll call him to send them over now. Saying that, he dialed a number effortlessly. No need. Lu Xinyan got up, picked up the file on the table, and went back to the bedroom. I'm not going today. Just tell him to bring them over when he has time. Okay. Lu Xinyan's gaze lingered on the file for a few seconds. Boss, Fang Huai's voice rang through the line. Bring the keys of the Lu residence over today. Lu Xinyan said. Alright, Fang Huai asked, now. The keys are at my place, it might take me some time to get there. Lu Xinyan, not necessary, just deliver them whenever you have time today. I'll send the address to your phone. Got it, Fang Huai asked, is there anything else I need to report? There is one more thing. Lu Xinyan lowered his tone, glanced at the master bedroom, stepped into the room, and locked the door behind him. Let me ask you, regarding the Wan City and Shishing projects, if someone investigates, will they uncover anything inside? Fang Huai, no, those are categorized under common issues existence ways. Then. Lu Xinyan's pupils darkened a bit. If we add Lanha project to it. Chapter 61. Fang Huai fell silent for a moment at the other end, then said after a while, the land by Lan River is rather special, so Mr. Zhang from Ronghua and we signed a contract. Did Mr. Zhang suspect anything? Lu Xinyan asked. No, he just found it strange at the time. Fang Huai asked, what's up? Nothing, just asking. Lu Xinyan couldn't say. He just had a feeling. The only thing that puzzled him was why Lu Xinyan had the data of Lan River in his hands. Actually, the data was quite normal, but coincidentally related to 3 projects, Wangqing, Lan River, and Shishing. In fact, this piece of land by Lan River was very special. At first glance, there didn't seem to be any problems, but in reality, it had many issues. Lan River was acquired by Fang Huai under the name of a shell company from a restructured enterprise, and in the eyes of peers, Lan River was a lucrative asset. In reality, Lu Xinyan knew that this piece of land by Lan River was like a sieve. Initially, the land by Lan River was controlled by an asset management company owner. Because the company faced bankruptcy, the owner sold the debt together with non-performing debts to a state-owned enterprise. After a few years of operation by that company, they had liquidated part of the debt and sold off some assets, solving most of the problems. However, some of the debt still lacked clear leads to assets, and this matter lingered below the surface. When the top leadership changed, most people were already unaware of this remaining debt. After several years, Lan River was transferred to another restructuring company, which was where Fang Huai purchased it from. Upon acquiring Lan River, Lu Xinyan immediately contacted Mr. Zhang from Ronghua and Mr. He from Vida. Ronghua had an investment share of 25%, and initially, Vida was preparing to take the lion's share, but later withdrew for unknown reasons. This didn't affect much as Lu Xinhuan needed this project urgently due to the issues in Wangqing, thus making everything almost a foregone conclusion. A month after construction on the Lan River land started, Fang Huai discovered the original creditor company. Actually, there were no inherent issues with this land by Lan River. However, once these companies realized Lan River was being developed and belonged to their assets, they could apply to the court for a seizure order and compensation. CNN, on the other hand, remained completely detached from Lan River and had nothing to do with it. If thoroughly investigated, there would be no evidence connecting Lan River and CNN, since Fang Huai used the name of a shell company when purchasing the land, and it would be hard to trace back to CNN. The only loophole was the contract signed with Mr. Zhang from Ronghua. That contract was signed when persuading Mr. Zhang from Ronghua to invest in Lan River. Now, this has become something that worries Lu Xinyan. In any situation, you have to prepare for the unexpected. Lu Xinyan had the information on Lan River. Combined with Wangqing and Shishing, it wouldn't be hard to detect irregularities. Thinking about this, Lu Xinyan felt a slight uneasiness in his heart. But even if irregularities were detected, there wouldn't be any solid evidence pointing toward CNN, so the situation wasn't too bad. Lu Xinyan comforted himself. In the afternoon, Fang Huai delivered the keys to the Lu residence over. They were having dinner when they heard a knock on the door. Lu Xinyan put down his chopsticks and stood up. I'll go open it. There were sounds of conversation at the door. Lu Xinyan glanced and felt curious, so he took a look. The contract along with everything else is in the bag. Auntie just cleaned the place yesterday, so it's ready for immediate occupancy. Mr. Lu. Fang Huai was talking when he saw Lu Xinyan, nodding slightly in greeting. Then, glancing at the boss, he thought it inappropriate to stay, so he said, all right, I'll take my leave then. The door closed again. Lu Xinyan looked at the bag in Lu Xinyan's hands and asked, what's this? Lu Xinyan smiled slightly, came closer, and handed the bag to Lu Xinyan. Take a look. Mine. Lu Xinyan was surprised as he took it, tore open the file envelope, then poured out its contents. A string of something metallic slid out first, landing squarely in his palm. Lu Xinyan. When he looked closely, Lu Xinyan was slightly stunned. It was the key to the Lu residence. I know you must want to go back and check it out, so I made Fang Huai bring it today. Lu Xinyan said while observing Lu Xinyan's reaction. Lu Xinyan didn't say anything. He held the keys tightly, then glanced into the envelope again and saw a house purchase contract inside. It has to be admitted, Lu Xinyan was truly calculating, hitting right at his soft spots. his anger built up over the past days almost dissipated completely. After we finish eating, let's go back together, Lu Xinyan added. Lu Xinyan glanced at Lu Xinyan, his face expressionless as he sat back down at the dining table, muttering, "Who wants to go back with you? It's my home." Though he said that, after dinner, the two of them still left together. People who lived in Xiangshan were either rich or powerful. The residences mostly spiraled around the halfway point of the mountain. If one came during the day, they could look up and see white villas hidden among lush green forests. If it was night, then the night view of Xiangshan was breathtakingly beautiful. At the beginning of the 20th century, Xiangshan had been called the Small Pearl. Many famous directors would come here to shoot nighttime scenes for their movies. The evening breeze was cool, and Lu Xinyan drove through an ornately carved gateway, slowly ascending a paved mountain road. Lu Xinyan lowered the car window, letting the wind in and dispelling the stuffiness inside the vehicle. There were couples walking hand in hand on the path, young lovers, parents with their children. Lu Xinyan looked for a while, then closed the window again. Lu Xinyan spoke, "Big brother hasn't returned for quite some time, right?" "It's not true, I just came back once." "You left without waiting for me to return." There was a touch of disappointment in Lu Xinyan's eyes, "and you didn't answer my calls." Lu Xinyan furrowed his brow, seeming confused by what he said. "I drove to the airport to pick you up, but I missed you. When I got back to Lu residence, uncle told me that you had already left." Lu Xinyan said. Lu Xinyan suddenly remembered that the day he landed, his phone wouldn't stop ringing, but it was from an unknown number, so he rejected the call. Besides, he only stayed at Lu residence for half an hour, never sitting properly before leaving. Perhaps the moment he left, Lu Xinyan arrived right after. It turned out that the call that day was made by Lu Xinyan, but Lu Xinyan hadn't taken it seriously, simply thinking someone had dialed the wrong number. The car stopped in front of an iron gate with antique palace lanterns glowing brightly on both sides. The iron gate slowly opened, and Lu Xinyan softly reminded him, "We're here." He parked the car at the entrance, unbuckled his seatbelt, and stepped out. Lu residence was spread over a vast area, a standalone household. With no one living there now, the garden was silent except for a large patch of tulips quietly blooming in the flower bed. The gardener had watered them during the day, and the tulips were still glistening with droplets. When Lu Xinyan got out of the car and saw the tulips in the flower bed, he hesitated momentarily. An unusual emotion flickered in his eyes, but he didn't say anything, heading straight toward the door instead. He inserted the key into the lock. The moment the door opened slightly, a faint scent of sandalwood drifted in. This smell. Still lost in thought, Lu Xinyan pushed the door open for him. Snap, 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 the lights clicked on, illuminating the entire living room. Upon seeing the furnishings of the living room, Lu Xinyan paused mid-step, suddenly understanding the meaning behind what Lu Xinyan had said earlier at home. Everything in the house has remained unmoved, the flowers in the garden have been watered, and Lu residence is still like it used to be. Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan moved in during Lu Xinyan's school years. Back then, Lu residence always retained the appearance it had when Dong Manchu, his mother, passed away. The tulips in Lu residence's garden bloomed year-round due to soil conditions. There was always a faint aroma of sandalwood in the house. The artificial rockery by the wall housed little goldfish, famous paintings hung on the walls of the living room, and fresh flowers replaced daily filled vases in the corridors. Ever since Jiang Man moved in, the tulips in the flower beds gradually gave way to vulgar roses and lilies, the goldfish in the aquarium died one after another, and the fresh flowers every day became garish fake ones. Every week when Lu Xinyan came home from school, he could smell the overpowering perfume filling every corner of the house. It was like someone was silently declaring ownership to him. Last time he came here, that feeling of being a stranger lingered vividly in his mind. Now seeing this Lu residence, Lu Xinyan's feelings became a bit complicated. Of course, who had arranged all this was self-evident. "Big brother, welcome home." A gentle voice came from behind. Lu Xinyan snapped out of it. Still, he asked, "Did you do this?" Lu Xinyan blinked, smiling faintly, looking around. "This is how I remember Lu residence. I don't know how well it was restored." He looked around once more, realizing that this version of Lu residence was still his favorite. Lu residence held special significance not only for Lu Xinyan but also for Lu Xinyan. He still remembered the first time he came to Lu residence. Worried about appearing insufficiently pitiful as an orphan and widow, in front of Lu Xinghuan, Jiang Man pinched his arms black and blue throughout the day. His tears were controlled by Jiang Man. When she told him to cry, he had to cry. That was Lu Xinyan's least favorite day because he and Jiang Man had to use all sorts of cunning to fit in here. From that day on, Jiang Man would compete with the deceased Dong Manchu, and he would have to compete with Dong Manchu's son. But it was also the most unforgettable day for Lu Xinyan, when his arms were twisted by Jiang Man, regretting coming here. Perhaps heaven took pity on him and opened a door for him. Lu Xinyan clearly remembered that he was standing right where he is now. Suddenly, the door of the second-floor room was opened, and a basketball flew down from upstairs, landing perfectly on his head. "Xiaonian, no fooling around," came a scolding voice. Lu Xinyan got up from the ground and looked up into a pair of eyes. It was a proud pair of eyes, as if they were looking at him from thousands of miles away. Behind the boy, there was light, shining brilliantly through the doorway, blindingly white. In a daze, Lu Xinyan felt a sharp pain in his eyes, or perhaps in his pride. The boy stood on the second floor, glaring resentfully at them. A few seconds later, he turned around, slamming the door shut forcefully. For Lu Xinyan, it was like finding a match in the dark, lighting it briefly before it went out, plunging him back into darkness without ever seeing clearly. That day, Lu Zhenhuan told him that from then on, he would call that boy, brother, his Qinyan brother. Jiang Man also told him that this was the person he would have to deal with in the future. But Lu Xinyan himself knew clearly, he had found something he liked. Just like how he liked the robot in the display window, he wanted to save money to buy this thing, hide it, and not show it to anyone. So many years had passed. Lu Xinyan glanced sideways at the man beside him. He couldn't help but mock himself, perhaps the obsession was born the moment I saw you. Chapter 62. Lu Xinyan glanced around the living room, and finally his gaze stopped on the fish tank beside the artificial mountain. After a while, he suddenly spoke, "There's more." Huh? Lu Xinyan turned around, his tone unkind, "There are more fish." Lu Xinyan realized that Lu Xinyan was referring to the goldfish being more than before. And the cup wasn't placed here either. Lu Xinyan casually took the mug away from the piano. There wouldn't be any daisies in the vase. The color of tulips in the flower bed is missing one type. There's an extra painting on the wall. The carpet is darker. The flower vase wasn't initially placed there. Within 10 minutes, Lu Xinyan had pointed out over a dozen issues. In reality, those were all trivial. It was already hard to restore it back to how it used to be, especially after 8 years had passed. Without further ado, Lu Xinyan went straight to the bedroom. A sky-blue king-size bed, a 12-door wardrobe, neatly arranged bookshelves, a basketball under the desk, and a badminton racket hanging on the wall. Upon seeing the bedroom, Lu Xinyan felt a sudden lump in his throat and subconsciously rubbed his nose. Since he moved out of the Lu mansion, his bedroom had been converted into a storage room. All his clothes were packed into suitcases, his sneakers collected, and Jiang Man seemed to have thoroughly cleaned the Lu mansion of all his traces, as if he had never lived there. Shit. Lu Xinyan cursed in his heart, frowning, because he couldn't even find a single fault with this room. This feeling irritated him greatly. He regretted coming to the Lu mansion, for in his heart, he preferred to see a home altered by Jiang Man rather than everything now smoothed over and erased from the past. Lu Xinyan couldn't bear staying in this room for even a second, and turned to leave. However, Lu Xinyan blocked his way behind him. "Get out of the way." Lu Xinyan's voice sounded muffled. Lu Xinyan didn't move, calling him, brother. The next moment, Lu Xinyan looked up, glaring at him and cursed, "Are you fucking annoying me? Who asked you to do all this shit?" They were the people he hated, yet they kept trying to please him. They took everything away, and now they returned it to him. Who the fuck would cherish this stuff? Under the light, the man's eyes gradually reddened. Lu Xinyan immediately felt sympathetic, saying, "These things originally belonged to you." Lu Xinyan irritably averted his gaze again. "Damn, I really want to hit someone. I don't give a damn about these." Lu Xinyan forced down his voice, staring at the floor, rigidly saying, "Stop flattering me." Lu Xinyan looked deeply at the man. "I'm not flattering you. I'm just returning what should belong to you." "TCH, sounds nice." "No," Lu Xinyan thought for a moment, then revised, "I guess this is also a way of flattering you." Lu Xinyan snorted with a dry laugh, turning towards the balcony, "Isn't it all the same meaning anyway?" The curtains in the bedroom were tightly shut, making the room a bit suffocating. Lu Xinyan walked over and opened the curtains. Suddenly, he paused, looking at the neighboring balcony. Recalling something, after a few seconds, he retracted his gaze. He looked down at the garden, and from where he stood, he could clearly see the flourishing tulips in the flower bed. The Lu mansion's flower bed was large, stretching along from the fountain to the iron gate. Cultivating such a vast expanse of tulips required a considerable amount of energy and manpower. Moreover, it wasn't even the season for tulips to bloom, yet they were blooming well in the flower bed. For a period of time, when Jiang Man had planted roses and lilies in the flower bed which annoyed Lu Xinyan, he would frequently pour boiling water from here, scorching those dazzling flowers. They were transplanted from Holland. Lu Xinyan walked over and followed his line of sight, saying, "They arrived half a month ago. Some died, so you didn't see the pink tulips." Tulips were Dong Manchu's favorite flowers. Lu Xinyan tilted his head and looked at him. "Next time, I'll let them plant some pink tulips, so that will." As he was speaking, his voice paused. Lu Xinyan slightly opened his mouth, gazing at the opposite balcony. It seemed Lu Xinyan knew what he was looking at, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Let's go." Right as he turned, his arm was grabbed. "Brother." Lu Xinyan smiled and asked, "Do you still remember this place?" Lu Xinyan knew this person would ask. How could he forget? On the other side was Lu Xinyan's room. The distance between their balconies wasn't great, with the help of other objects, one could cross over. Lu Xinyan had been living in the Lu mansion for nearly half a year before he was granted access to this part of it. After everyone at the Lu residence fell asleep, Lu Xinyan would quietly drag out a plank and place it on the railing so that Lu Xinyan could cross over to help him copy homework. The first time Lu Xinyan stepped onto the wooden board, he was so frightened that he started crying. Recalling how Lu Xinyan had cried back then, Lu Chinian couldn't resist mocking him. You were such a coward back then, scared to tears just from the second floor. If you were really afraid, you wouldn't have come. Lu Xinyan shook his head seriously. The person I like lives over there, so I must come. These words sounded sticky and overly sweet. Don't say things like that. I'm serious. Lu Xinyan gazed at him with calm eyes filled with fervor. Lu Chinian glanced at him and said intentionally, then why didn't you dare say that when you got beaten? What? Lu Xinyan looked surprised, then seemed to remember something. There was one time when he stayed up late copying homework for Lu Chinian and didn't return to his own room. The next morning, he ran into Jiang Man when he left his room. Jiang Man was furious all morning, her face darkened in anger. Since she dared not take her frustration out on Lu Chinian, she only beat her own son. For that, Lu Xinyan endured quite a few whippings. But the harder Jiang Man hit him, the more frequently they met during the nights. Later, Lu Chinian realized ordering Lu Xinyan around annoyed Jiang Man, so in an act of kindness, he gave up half of his bed for Lu Xinyan to sleep on. He even deliberately let Jiang Man know about it. Lu Chinian didn't know who had lost or won over the years between him and Jiang Man. Brother, Lu Xinyan smiled and said, do you think we were like two lovers sneaking around back then? Lu Xinyan continued, it was because Jiang Man found me sleeping with you that she started beating me. Lu Chinian clicked his tongue, could you stop making it sound so gross? Sneaking around. Or rather, sneaking into each other's beds, spit, both equally embarrassing. Lu Xinyan laughed mischievously, I think it was. When we were sleeping, you'd also show me videos of Ms. Aoi, although. Lu Xinyan paused, tilted his head, and stared deeply into the man's face, slowly inching closer and locking eyes with him. I think in bed, you sounded better than her, and made me feel more. Do you want to die? Lu Chinian widened his eyes in surprise, glaring at this person in front of him, his mouth slightly agape, ears flushed red from embarrassment. They locked eyes as Lu Xinyan's gaze lingered briefly on his red lips before directly lunging forward and planting a fierce kiss. Chapter 63. Lu Xinyan didn't have time to react before Lu Xinyan seized his breath. This kiss was intense, and Lu Xinyan gave Lu Xinyan no chance to catch his breath, one hand gripping Lu Xinyan's waist, the other pressing his head down to deepen the kiss. Lu Xinyan's upper body was almost leaning over the railing, below bloomed tulips in full fiery splendor. Realizing the situation, Lu Xinyan slapped Lu Xinyan's shoulder with force but only got a more aggressive plunder in response. They were passionately kissing on the balcony until Lu Xinyan felt like he was running out of breath. Then Lu Xinyan slightly loosened his grip. Their eyes met briefly, and Lu Xinyan couldn't resist dragging Lu Xinyan's tongue into a gentle suckling. The kiss carried an entangled meaning. When it ended, both were breathing heavily, their noses gently brushing against each other. Coming back to his senses, Lu Xinyan pushed him away, straightening up. He felt tingling at the tip of his tongue. Are you trying to make me fall? After speaking, Lu Xinyan realized his reaction might not be focused on the right point. No, Lu Xinyan still had his hand on Lu Xinyan's waist. I'll hold you. Recalling how earlier, because of fright, the man could only rely on the deep intertwining of lips for support made Lu Xinyan almost unable to restrain himself. That burning gaze made Lu Xinyan feel awkward, and there was an unmasked depth of affection within that made him reluctant to face it directly. Let go of me. Lu Xinyan, his face flushed, tried to pry off his hands. Lu Xinyan licked his lips and couldn't resist stealing a kiss on Lu Xinyan's cheek. Feeling irritated, Lu Xinyan raised his head, heart pounding. Are you annoying or what? Brother, Lu Xinyan looked at him, his voice pitiable, when will you give yourself to me? Saying that, he moved closer to Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan, sensing something, was startled instantly. Are you high? Can you even feel something like this? I like you, not just kissing you, seeing you makes me think about such things. Lu Xinyan glanced downward playfully, isn't it the same for you? Completely unexpected where this was going. Lu Xinyan paused for a moment and shouted first, it's all because of you, why did you kiss me? The tone was fierce, but his face was crimson. Lu Xinyan's heart itched, his gaze blazing as he outlined the face before him. In a hoarse voice, he said, then I'll help you take care of it. Don't, Lu Xinyan thought of something and quickly supported himself against his face. Lu Xinyan's eyes glimmered, why? Don't you love when I bite you the most? Lu Xinyan's face turned bright red instantly. Yes, he liked it, but it wasn't the same as before now. Lu Xinyan saw through his hesitation, is it because you feel that I like you, so you don't want to do this kind of thing with me anymore? It's fine, Lu Xinyan coaxed patiently, actually, we can separate them. You just enjoy it. I'm courting you now. Lu Xinyan frowned. Doesn't this feel weird to you? Weird? Lu Xinyan kissed his forehead effortlessly, is this weird? Brother, Lu Xinyan used his fingertips to softly rub those soft lips, I want to date you, kiss you, and even make love with you, do you know? Since revealing his feelings, Lu Xinyan's words have been getting bolder. Can you stop thinking dirty thoughts, when did I agree with you? Lu Xinyan said. Lu Xinyan smirked slightly, then squatted down. Lu Xinyan couldn't stop him as his pants loosened and fell down, making his heart pound. Waves of pleasure came flooding into Lu Xinyan's mind, forcing him to bite his lips. He turned his head to look at the tulips in the flower bed, his mood becoming complex all at once. And to think, this was happening outdoors. Long fingers inserted into Lu Xinyan's hair and clenched tightly, sweat covering his palms. Lu Xinyan's mouth was slightly open, his voice trembling. That's enough. What if someone sees? What will we do then? Although there was no one around here, they were still outside after all, which made Lu Xinyan nervous. Just as he was worrying, a flash from far away struck, reflecting right onto the mirror in front of him. Lu Xinyan's heart tightened, and his hand sharply tugged at the hair. A while later, Lu Xinyan stood up, wiped his mouth, and smiled. So quick, was it that pleasurable? Lu Xinyan swung his arm to punch Lu Xinyan lightly. Screw off. This is crap. Lu Xinyan laughed helplessly. Brother, has anyone ever told you how much you're a master of saying one thing and meaning another? Who is being contradictory? Lu Xinyan pulled up his pants, strangely uneasy inside. Why are you talking about him like he's some kind of scumbag? Alright, follow your heart. Lu Xinyan gently brushed the disheveled strands of hair from his face, not pushing him further. After all, the person was already by his side. They had been through so many years, he wasn't in a rush now that they were together again. Lu Xinyan zipped up his pants and couldn't help but glance down at what was still standing tall beneath Lu Xinyan's trousers. He coughed lightly. What are you gonna do with that thing? As a man, he knew how uncomfortable it must be to hold back. Originally, Lu Xinyan thought if Lu Xinyan asked for help, he would, reluctantly, return the favor, since he'd enjoyed his share just now. But unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan simply said, it's fine. Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan arched an eyebrow, looking at him with a mischievous grin. I'll save it. Lu Xinyan licked his lips and whispered into Lu Xinyan's ear, his voice soft but provocative, I'll put everything inside you later. A jolt went through Lu Xinyan's mind. His brain exploded as if struck by lightning. He forgot to even swear back. On their way home, Lu Xinyan sat at the back seat, arms folded tightly across his chest. He glared at the back of Lu Xinyan's head with eyes so fierce it seemed like he wanted to burn a hole into it. This guy was really fucking flirtatious. The word finally came to Lu Xinyan's mind. Sensing the hostile stare from behind, Lu Xinyan adjusted the rearview mirror slightly to meet the man's unpleased glare. Brother. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, ignoring the other completely. A smile flickered in Lu Xinyan's eyes as he stopped at a red light. He watched the couple crossing the street hand in hand. Though the weather was getting cooler, they walked together laughing sweetly, unaware of whatever had brought such joy to them. Watching silently, Lu Xinyan suddenly asked calmly, Big brother, do you know when I started liking you? Lu Xinyan didn't understand why Lu Xinyan brought this up. While he had known for quite some time that Lu Xinyan harbored feelings for him, curiosity still bubbled inside of him, making him ask involuntarily. When? Lu Xinyan answered slowly, maybe it was when you left Xinqiang or perhaps even earlier. I don't know exactly. He only knew that since the moment he laid eyes on the man, he could never take them away. Smiling faintly, he added, actually, when I was 16, I went to Canada to find you. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan's eyelashes twitched slightly. Staring at Lu Xinyan, disbelief clouded his expression. I had your friend Tan Sishue's older brother take me there. Lu Xinyan continued, but when I saw you. He remembered clearly that year, he had just turned 16. Because they hadn't talked on the phone much over the years, he decided to go to Canada and find him. Excitedly, he didn't sleep for more than 10 hours straight before hopping off the plane and rushing to where Lu Xinyan lived. Seeing the man for the first time, disbelief surged within him. He almost ran to surprise him immediately. But right before he was about to approach, hesitation seized him. Recalling the scene, Lu Xinyan's face carried a hint of melancholy. I didn't know what you and your friends were chatting about. All I know is, I had never seen you smile like that before. In the Lu household, Lu Xinyan had never smiled so freely, so joyfully, so relaxed. That rare sight made Lu Xinyan secretly take a photo which he kept until now on his hard drive. Sometimes, flipping through those pictures filled him with both happiness and sorrow. Happy because Lu Xinyan seemed to be doing well overseas. Sad because those smiles were always directed toward others, none of them were for him. After listening quietly for a long time, Lu Xinyan eventually said, You've been to Canada. Driving ahead, Lu Xinyan failed to notice the complex emotions brewing in Lu Xinyan's eyes. He nodded affirmatively. You, Lu Xinyan accused, you saw me, yet you didn't say hello. I was afraid seeing me would make you unhappy again. Lu Xinyan knew fully well why Lu Xinyan left for abroad in the first place. After that, Lu Xinyan fell silent, turning his gaze to the window outside, the depths of his eyes clouded over with thoughts unknown. When they returned home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. After quickly washing up, Lu Xinyan went back to his room, locking the door behind him. Over the past 2 days, he'd forced Lu Xinyan to sleep in the guest bedroom. As soon as he lay down, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Lu Zhenghuan. He answered, Dad. Still awake? Lu Zhenghuan, whose time zone was daytime, questioned. Lu Xinyan, I'm just about to go to bed. Is there something you need? Nothing much, Lu Zhenhuan responded, I just want to let you know that the doctor said my health has improved significantly. By the end of the month, I can return home to rest. Lu Zhenhuan had mentioned this during his previous call, prompting Lu Qinyan to inquire further. The doctors confirmed that Lu Zhenhuan was recovering well, as long as his emotions didn't fluctuate too much, there wouldn't be any problems. But Lu Qinyan suspected that Lu Zhenhuan's desire to return wasn't just about coming home, it was also about uncovering the truth behind that event. After some consideration, Lu Qinyan realized that even if he tried, he couldn't stop Lu Zhenhuan. When do you plan to come back? I'll check the flight tickets for you. Lu Zhenhuan replied on the other end, early next month, by the way, when we get back. Lu Qinyan knew what Lu Zhenhuan was worried about. Don't worry about accommodation, we'll stay at the Lu residence as usual. Lu residence. This is a long story, I'll tell you when you come back. Lu Qinyan thought it would be better to discuss the matter once they were face to face, as it was difficult to explain clearly over the phone. After hanging up, Lu Qinyan got up, went to his desk, opened the web page, and prepared to book tickets. He glanced through the options, clicked on the screen, and booked 2 tickets for the end of the month, flying back to Xincheng. Chapter 64. Fang Huai had been very busy lately because a distinguished guest was about to visit CNN. He personally checked every corner from the 33rd floor down to the first, even examining the safety channels without exception. Although Fang Huai didn't want to be so cautious, he couldn't ignore the boss's orders. At 8 o'clock Monday morning, Fang Huai arrived at the company. After confirming everything was in order, he pulled out his phone and gave the boss a call. The other end quickly picked up, hello, is it okay to come over? Fang Huai nodded, it's fine, but there are not many people here this early. It was only 8, with work starting at 9. Lu Xinyan replied, it's fine, I'll just take a look. Fang Huai understood, alright, I'll wait for you at the company. Lu Xinyan hung up the phone, served the breakfast he prepared onto the table, glanced at the master bedroom, walked over, and knocked on the door. There was still no sound inside. Brother. After calling twice without response, Lu Xinyan retrieved a set of keys from the cabinet by the entrance, unlocked the door. The curtains in the room were tightly drawn, dimly lit, and the person on the bed was still asleep. He went over, gently calling, brother. Lu Qinyan usually slept lightly, waking up half-conscious, squinting eyes irritably turned over and covered his head with the blanket, continuing to sleep. Sitting by the bedside, Lu Xinyan called again. TSK, can't you stop annoying me? Irritated from bed, Lu Qinyan pushed the covers away, stared at Lu Xinyan with a raspy voice, I don't want to go. Though he had verbally agreed to go, he now regretted it and just wanted to sleep well. Lu Xinyan, looking at Lu Qinyan for several seconds, hearing the soft tone, softened his heart, if he didn't want to go, then fine. Alright, Lu Xinyan leaned over gently kissed Lu Qinyan's forehead, whispering softly, go back to sleep. I'll give Fang Huai a call. Lu Qinyan blinked, closing his eyes again before reopening them, hesitating as he felt the person getting up and voiced out, wait. Irritating, Lu Qinyan said, is Fang Huai already at the company? Lu Xinyan hummed an affirmative sound. Lu Qinyan remained silent. It's fine, I'll call him and let him get on with his own business. Lu Xinyan understood what was going through Lu Qinyan's mind. Pick me out an outfit. Lu Qinyan reached for the lamp by the bed and sat up, not black paired with black. By the time Lu Qinyan tidied up in the morning and left home, it was nearly 9. There was some traffic on the way to CNN, and they arrived after 9:30. Fang Huai waited for them in the hall on the first floor of the building. Seeing Fang Huai, Lu Qinyan felt a bit awkward, since they had agreed to arrive at 8:20, making the man wait for over an hour. Sorry, there was some traffic jam on the road. Lu Qinyan extended his hand to shake Fang Huai's, who also showed understanding. Although he drove past Lu Qinyan's place last time, the most congested part of the journey was no more than a crossroads, yet Fang Huai still smoothed things over. Yes, mornings generally have traffic jams. Did you guys eat breakfast? Lu Xinyan, let's order delivery upstairs. Too many people ate breakfast in the morning. Fang Huai nodded and went straight to press the elevator button for higher floors. Upon entering the elevator, Lu Qinyan's eyes felt slightly sore, mainly because he stayed up too late answering Qin Yu's phone call, only sleeping at 2 in the morning. Qin Yu was truly peculiar. A cousin of Wang Liaya had appeared out of nowhere, wanting to take her home. In theory, it should be easy to deal with a case like this involving a maid, but Qin Yu wasn't quite willing to let go. Lu Qinyan listened to Qin Yu rambling on for hours, ultimately leading to the conclusion that Qin Yu might have developed feelings for her. He asked Lu Qinyan to analyze it. Lu Qinyan himself was still inexperienced when it came to matters of the heart, let alone helping Qin Yu. Qin Yu, desperate for advice, told Lu Qinyan with righteous severity that it was merely habit, and once apart for some time, one would gradually adjust. On the other side, Qin Yu argued, what if we're still unable to adjust after separating? Sigh. Forget it, you've never liked someone, you wouldn't understand. This statement earned Lu Qinyan's derision. He originally wanted to refute it, but his rebuttal seemed feeble, so he let it go eventually. Brother, Lu Xinyan sensed the distraction next to him, what's on your mind? Lu Qinyan came back to reality, shook his head, nothing. That one sentence Qin Yu mentioned last night kept echoing in his mind, you've never liked anyone, you wouldn't understand. He didn't know why, but this made him irritable. The elevator door opened with a ding. Employees happened to pass by, recognizing the person beside Fang Huai and were momentarily startled. They had always seen Lu Xinyan at meetings. In their impression, the boss was young, with a soft voice, looking like a rich young master in a suit, having grown up with a golden spoon in his mouth. Yet, he could handle work in a way that made people overlook his age. Not until a casually dressed Lu Xinyan appeared at the company did they suddenly remember, Lu Xinyan was just over 20 years old. Fang Huai noticed several employees standing frozen at the elevator entrance, slightly frowning, causing the employees to snap back into reality, greet him with a good morning, and then hurriedly walk away. Lu Xinyan brought Lu Qinyan straight to the office while Fang Huai went out to have someone prepare 2 cups of coffee. Actually, Lu Qinyan was quite curious about CNN, since it was hard for him to imagine Lu Xinyan sitting in an office. The office was simple, mainly black and white tones, with a deep gray carpet on the floor, plain bookshelves, sofas, and even dark curtains. At a glance, this place was undoubtedly where Lu Xinyan worked. I'm usually not here, Lu Xinyan said, it's Fang Huai who helps me. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Qinyan asked, then how did you and Fang Huai meet? Lu Xinyan, we met because of Shallow Water Bay. Back then, Lu Xinyan had just turned adult and spent 3 months convincing Fang Huai to invest all his assets to secure this project from the government. Fortunately, no one valued the location back then, or with Fang Huai's wealth and savings, it would have been impossible to secure it. For Fang Huai, this was the riskiest investment of his life, as if it failed, his house, car, and decade-long savings would all be gone. But looking at it now, Fang Huai's investment was extremely successful. In just a few sentences, Lu Xinyan explained the situation, yet Lu Qinyan also understood that there must have been some twists and turns along the way. The door opened, and the secretary came in carrying 2 cups of coffee, smiling and placing the coffee on the table. Mr. Lu. When she looked up, she glanced longer at the man sitting on the sofa. Outside, Fang Huai had already reminded her that this person was very important to the boss, and she should be more attentive than usual. The secretary placed the other cup of coffee in front of Lu Qinyan, slightly bowing her head. Lu Qinyan smirked slightly, thank you. The secretary was dazzled by his smile for a moment, no, you're welcome. After the secretary left, Lu Qinyan ignored the displeased look from someone and took a sip of the coffee. She makes pretty good coffee. It was just slightly bitter, but still bearable. Lu Xinyan's eyes narrowed slightly, the grace he had shown before the employees immediately disappeared. Lu Qinyan glanced at him sideways, his smile tinged with mockery. What's wrong? Lu Qinyan blinked. If Lu Qinyan hadn't known that Lu Xinyan fancied him, he might have assumed there was something wrong with the coffee. Lu Qinyan raised an eyebrow, unable to hold back a laugh as he poked Lu Xinyan's forehead. What are you thinking about? Just because he took a sip of coffee brewed by someone else, so what? Lu Xinyan didn't speak. Knowing fully well that men naturally attract attention from others, while he couldn't control others, he foolishly hoped to control this particular person in front of him. He wanted this person's eyes and heart to only see him. Sometimes, just due to such a trivial matter, he would impulsively think about hiding this person in a place only he knew about. But if Lu Qinyan ever found out about these unknown dark thoughts of his, he'd probably be scared, wouldn't he? Lu Xinyan tugged at the corner of his mouth, muttering indifferently, thinking about nothing. Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes and stopped asking. He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where the view was expansive. Lu Qinyan gazed into the distance, seeing airplanes flying across the sky in the distance, suddenly remembering something. By the way, I forgot to tell you, Lu Zhenghuan will be back in a few days, on the 30th. Lu Qinyan turned around, leaning against the glass. Behind him was a vast sky. Lu Xinyan looked at him, feeling for a moment like this person was about to fly away from his side. But the next second, Lu Qinyan was smiling at him again. Jiang Man is coming back too, go pick them up when the time comes. All right. Lu Xinyan nodded, his eyes dimming slightly. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue, finding Lu Xinyan becoming absent-minded. Just as he was about to ask something, a knock on the door interrupted him. Fang Huai entered with breakfast, placed it on the table, and politely closed the door. The breakfast was bought by Fang Huai downstairs. Lu Qinyan was a bit hungry, so he sat down, opened the box. The aroma of porridge wafted out, looking quite appetizing. Lu Qinyan picked up the chopsticks and tried a bit of the side dish. It was pretty good. What's wrong with you? Lu Qinyan noticed that Lu Xinyan hadn't moved, so he kicked him lightly. Lu Xinyan. Nothing, let's eat. Lu Qinyan guessed, are you not looking forward to seeing Jiang Man? The relationship between Lu Xinyan and Jiang Man had always been rather subtle, somewhat unlike a normal parent-child relationship, but more like. Lu Xinyan lowered his gaze and shook his head gently, not really. Lu Qinyan stared at Lu Xinyan, feeling a strange sensation in his chest. It rained in Shen City on the day Lu Zhenghuan returned. The flight was delayed by half an hour. As soon as Lu Qinyan thought about meeting Lu Zhenghuan, he became restless in the car, constantly checking the time. Let's go to my place first when we get there. There had been significant changes at the Lu residence, and Lu Qinyan didn't quite know how to explain it. Bringing up the topic of the Lu residence would inevitably involve mentioning Lu Xinyan's affairs and their relationship. He didn't want Lu Zhenhuan to be upset immediately upon returning. It's fine, Lu Xinyan looked at him and spoke softly, I'll explain everything to uncle. Damn it, Lu Qinyan groaned, annoyed, what are you going to say? Are you after his son, or do you want to be his son-in-law? Lu Xinyan blinked, I'll explain the situation regarding the Lu residence. Shit. Suddenly, Lu Qinyan remembered something. That's right. He hadn't even agreed to Lu Xinyan's advances, why had he been feeling guilty all morning for no reason? Chapter 65. Lu Qinyan let out a heavy breath, glancing at the young man beside him whose lips were pressed tightly. Irritably, he pinched the youth's mouth and glared, you're not allowed to laugh. Lu Xinyan looked at him with clear eyes, I'm not laughing. Lu Qinyan felt restless, unbuckling his seatbelt and getting ready to step out of the car. However, just as he opened the car door, someone grabbed his arm. What? Lu Xinyan leaned in, their lips touched briefly before parting, I wanted to kiss you. A red flush crept onto Lu Qinyan's ears, he sarcastically muttered, you should change this habit of yours. The words were harsh, but there was no displeasure. Lu Xinyan's eyebrows curled up as he used his hand to brush back a strand of hair falling from Lu Qinyan's ear, then he searched his pocket, finding 2 black hair clips. Lu Qinyan was shocked, why do you have these things on you? And there's more than one. Your hair has grown, I'll clip it for you, Lu Xinyan said naturally, tilt your head closer. Lu Qinyan frowned, he didn't want to wear them. 10 minutes later, Lu Qinyan stood on the road, lifting his hand to feel his hair strands, feeling strange after sensing the existence of the steel clips. Damn, why did he have to put such a girlish thing on his head? Brother, your hair is messed up, Lu Xinyan said, be more natural. Lu Qinyan wanted to hit him, wear this thing on my head and expect me to be natural. Actually, the hair clip was black, hidden among the hair strands, if no one specifically looked, they wouldn't see it. But Lu Qinyan felt uneasy, it seemed like what he wore wasn't a hairpin, but a red flower that everyone could see. Thinking about it made him increasingly annoyed, so he decided to take it off directly. But just as he reached out, Lu Xinyan also reached out, helping him secure the clip tightly again, your hair will fall down. I'm annoyed to death, I'll cut it when we go home. I like your hair tied up, Lu Xinyan smiled, it looks good, it's just a bit long, trimming it will do. When Lu Zhenhuan and Jiang Man came out, they saw Lu Xinyan placing his hand on Lu Qinyan's head, the two lowering their heads talking about something. Lu Qinyan hated most when others fiddled with his hair, swatting Lu Xinyan's hand away. Just as he was about to say something, he caught a glimpse of 2 people standing at a distance from the corner of his eye, stopping his words abruptly. Lu Xinyan followed his gaze, Lu Zhenhuan only carried a handheld case, his face though lacked the former vitality, looked like he had recovered quite well. Seeing the woman beside him, Lu Xinyan's brows involuntarily knitted together, the smile on his face gradually disappeared, pausing for a moment on Jiang Man before swiftly looking away. Jiang Man noticed them, Yen Yen. Lu Xinyan went over to take the suitcase, Uncle. Mom. The latter voice was so soft that almost no one heard it. Seeing Lu Qinyan, Lu Zhenhuan was slightly excited, but still couldn't resist nagging, when you left, I told you to cut your hair, but you kept it. What does it look like now? My illness is cured, how come you've become so talkative? Lu Qinyan shrugged indifferently, if you find it unappealing, don't look. You insolent brat, what are you saying? Lu Zhenhuan frowned. Lu Qinyan recalled the doctor's advice, alright, I'll cut it another day, alright? The car is parked outside, let's go. Both of their clothes were left in Canada, Lu Qinyan asked a friend over there to send them back. This time, they didn't bring much back. Lu Xinyan carried the suitcase and walked ahead while Jiang Man's eyes remained fixed on Lu Xinyan from start to finish. After getting in the car, Lu Xinyan fastened his seatbelt and said, Uncle, let's put the luggage down first, then have dinner, the restaurant is already booked. Are you hungry? No need, we aren't that hungry, Lu Zhenhuan regarded Lu Xinyan as his own half-son, Xinyan, you arrange everything. Okay. Lu Qinyan turned the rearview mirror and looked at Lu Zhenhuan, we had breakfast before coming here, don't be polite. After saying that, Lu Qinyan sounded uneasy, that. Are you hungry? He was asking Jiang Man. Since just now until now, Lu Xinyan hadn't given Jiang Man a single glance, which Lu Qinyan noticed. But his relationship with Jiang Man wasn't good either, making this sentence even more awkward. No, Jiang Man realized and smiled, I'm not very hungry either. Lu Qinyan simply responded with an, oh. For the rest of the journey, the car was filled with conversations between Lu Qinyan and Lu Zhenhuan while the other two stayed silent. After Lu Xinyan went home, he got out of the car to carry the luggage upstairs. Once Lu Xinyan left, Lu Zhenhuan lowered the window and asked, is this the house you bought during university? Yeah, Lu Qinyan replied, tonight, both of you will stay here. The Lu mansion isn't tidied up yet, we'll return there in a few days. Lu Qinyan made up an excuse. Just as Lu Zhenhuan was about to ask about this, by the way, what's going on with the Lu mansion? Lu Qinyan, it was bought. You bought it? Lu Zhenhuan was surprised, after all, it wasn't a small amount of money. Lu Chenyan, I'll explain later. Lu Zhenhuan nodded and stopped asking further questions. Xiaoyan, Jiang Man finally couldn't help but call him, can I ask you something? Yes. Lu Chenyan glanced at her. This woman had her hair tied back, delicate features, but even she couldn't withstand the trials of time, having faint traces under her eyes. Jiang Man hesitated and said, has Shenyan been very busy recently? Busy? Recently, Lu Shenyan had been quite idle, spending every day at home. Ah, children grow up. He has to focus on his studies and work. I heard that he was interning under Xiaoyan before, so being busy is quite normal. Lu Zhenhuan patted the woman's hand, comforting her. Shenyan is a sensible child. Don't worry too much. Jiang Man looked desolate, but when I called him, he never picked up. Lu Chenyan glanced at Lu Zhenhuan. The latter gave him a look indicating something, and Lu Chenyan just shrugged and didn't say anything more. Lu Shenyan led them to a Hong Kong-style tea house where he had already booked a seat. During the meal, Jiang Man sat across from Lu Shenyan. She put a piece of fried pumpkin in Lu Shenyan's bowl. Yen. Lu Shenyan paused, then finally raised his eyes to look at Jiang Man, without any emotion in his gaze. Thank you. Jiang Man smiled slightly. I remember how much you liked eating this. Lu Shenyan expressionlessly pushed the fried pumpkin aside. I used to like it. Jiang Man unconsciously gripped her hands tightly. Lu Chenyan observed all of this and immediately felt that Jiang Man was also pitiful. In the past, she had to go out of her way to please Lu Zhenhuan, and now she had to win over Lu Shenyan, and it seemed exhausting just watching her. Throughout the meal, Jiang Man kept trying to make conversation with Lu Shenyan, but Lu Shenyan maintained a cool and distant demeanor. You and Jiang Man? In the restroom. Lu Chenyan couldn't help but ask. Lu Shenyan's hand paused while washing, then he looked up. What? Lu Chenyan stared at him but decided not to say anything else. Lu Shenyan took a tissue to dry his hands. Lowering his head, he suddenly asked, Am I really, heartless? The voice was low, and Lu Chenyan didn't hear properly. What did you say? Nothing. Lu Shenyan smirked slightly, hiding the annoyance in his eyes, and adjusting his expression. Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for so long. We've become estranged, but things will be fine after a few days. Lu Chenyan watched him, clearly not believing it. Lu Shenyan blinked. What's wrong? Lu Chenyan averted his gaze, shook his head, took a deep breath, and walked toward the exit. Let's go back. Since Lu Shenyan didn't want to talk about it, Lu Chenyan decided not to press him. Lu Shenyan stood still, looking at Lu Chenyan's back. It was as if he wanted to catch up or look up, seeming almost close, but with Jiang Man's return, it felt like a reminder that he didn't deserve someone like Lu Chenyan. He had such good background and lineage, and even after bankruptcy, he was still a star fallen into the mud. That night, Lu Zhenhuan and Jiang Man rested in the guest bedroom, and Lu Chenyan let Lu Shenyan sleep in his room. After the incident, this was the first time they had lain together on this bed. Lu Chenyan stared at the ceiling, then after a while, turned his head to look at Lu Shenyan. Seeming to sense this gaze, Lu Shenyan directly rolled over, facing Lu Chenyan, their eyes locking instantly. Once their eyes met, Lu Chenyan backed down first. Under the dim light, Lu Shenyan examined him, his eyes filled with obsession and longing. He gently touched the man's eyebrows, the prominent nose bridge, the red lips, and finally lingered on the mole on his jawline. This would normally have annoyed Lu Chenyan long ago. But today, there was something different about Lu Shenyan, and Lu Chenyan managed to suppress the impulse to push away his hand. Why are you touching me like that? Lu Shenyan responded with a smile, I'm just confirming. Lu Chenyan irritably pulled away his hand, intending to speak, but then noticed something strange. Why are your hands so cold? There was even some sweat on the palm. Lu Shenyan's reaction was delayed by half a beat until Lu Chenyan clasped both of his hands, feeling the warmth from the other's palms, the dim light returning to his previously lifeless eyes. Brother. Lu Shenyan opened his mouth to call him. Lu Chenyan detested people who were indecisive. Speak. Tonight, I want to hug you while sleeping. Lu Chenyan thought this sounded shameless. He hesitated for a few seconds, then slowly moved closer. As the familiar scent hit his nose, he still didn't forget to warn, don't touch me. There were still people living next door. He didn't have the guts to mess around with Lu Shenyan tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Shenyan's expression relaxed slightly as he pulled the man into his arms and bent down to kiss his forehead affectionately. He said teasingly, what if I really can't help myself and start touching you? I'll kick you out, came the firm reply. You sleep on the couch. Lu Chenyan could feel muffled laughter resonating from the chest against him, which suddenly put him at ease. After a while, there was a soft sigh above his head. If it weren't for the bedroom being so quiet, Lu Chenyan might have thought he had imagined it. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lu Chenyan asked, is there something bothering you? I'm thinking about something. What? Lu Chenyan arched an eyebrow. I'm wondering. Lu Shenyan continued, if uncle and aunt are already asleep. It only took a second for Lu Chenyan to understand and immediately responded through gritted teeth, are you insane? Lu Shenyan gently patted his back, sounding somewhat regretful, so, I was just thinking. Let's sleep. The next day. When Lu Chenyan woke up, there was no one beside him. Out of habit, he reached out to touch, then closed his eyes briefly before opening them again. He looked down at himself, noticing his sleepwear was still perfectly intact. How odd. Since when did this person become so obedient? Lu Qinyan lay in bed for a moment longer. When he finally got up and headed out to wash his face, he found that Lu Zhenghuan was already sitting on the couch, with Jiang Man helping him take medicine. Hearing the sound, Lu Zhenghuan turned back and softly reprimanded, "It's already this late. Shen Yan has even ordered takeaway already." Lu Qinyan stopped yawning halfway, suddenly pausing, "Huh? Takeaway? Does Lu Qinyan not cook today? Maybe he just doesn't want to bother anymore. Whatever." Lu Qinyan immediately noticed what Lu Zhenghuan was wearing and asked, "Are you going out?" Lu Zhenghuan cleared his throat, glancing away, "Well, I've met up with some friends. They knew I was back and wanted to catch up." Friends? Weren't all Lu Zhenghuan's friends business associates? Though he originally didn't want to interfere, Lu Qinyan couldn't help but remind him, "The doctor said you need rest, not running around everywhere once you're back. Some things can't be resolved overnight." Chapter 66. Lu Qinyan failed to stop Lu Zhenghuan. Breakfast wasn't finished when he took a phone call and left. He knew that Lu Zhenghuan wouldn't rest until he figured out this matter. Lu Qinyan thought about that dossier. He had investigated, but not much information was available. He couldn't even find the boss who provided building materials to the Times Prosperity Company back then, let alone look into issues regarding the 2 plots of land in Wanghe and Lancheng. On the surface, everything appeared normal, yet some things were too normal to be true. The mobile phone rang. It was Qin Yu calling. Lu Qinyan answered, "Speak. Is Uncle Lu coming back today?" Qin Yu asked on the other end, "I remember you mentioned it would be these few days. Is that woman also coming back?" Lu Qinyan glanced up at Jiang Man sitting across from him and coughed lightly, "Yeah. Is it inconvenient for you to speak now?" Qin Yu sensed something odd in Lu Qinyan's voice and asked, "Why don't you come over to my place? Anyway, I've been feeling troubled lately and want someone to talk to." Lu Qinyan just happened not to want to stay here either, so he put down his chopsticks. "Fine." After hanging up, Lu Qinyan asked, "Brother, are you going out?" Lu Qinyan stood up and met Lu Qinyan's pitch-black eyes. In a flash, he considered bringing Lu Qinyan along. But, after contemplating, Lu Qinyan said, "It's just Qin Yu asking me to go over to talk about something. I'll be back soon." The sound of the door closing echoed through the room, and Lu Qinyan's eyes darkened. Losing his appetite, he collected the food in front of him and dumped it into the trash can. "Not eating anymore?" Jiang Man noticed and softly said, "I see you haven't eaten much." She carefully pushed the small dish in front of her toward Lu Qinyan. "This one is quite tasty, try it." Lu Qinyan acted as if he hadn't heard. After throwing away the trash, he went straight to the kitchen, grabbed a cloth, and wiped the table. Seeing this, Jiang Man hurriedly stood up, "Let me do it." The moment her hand touched Lu Xinyan's, he quickly released the cloth and pulled back. A very awkward atmosphere ensued. Jiang Man tried to say something, her voice faint, "Yen Yen." Lu Xinyan frowned. He despised women calling him like that. It sounded harmonious between parent and child, but beneath it all was nothing but sarcasm. "You should gather what needs to be thrown and place it in a garbage bag," Lu Xinyan said indifferently before heading back to his bedroom. However, as he reached the door, an uncontrollable voice came from behind, "After all these years, are you still hating me?" Lu Xinyan paused mid-step. At that time, Jiang Man choked, "I had no choice." Lu Xinyan curled the corners of his lips slightly in derision, "I know." As she gazed at the youth's back, Jiang Man's vision slowly blurred. She took a deep breath, her voice trembling, "I also want to make amends, not just for Xiaoyan, but more importantly, for you." She couldn't bear seeing herself growing further apart from her son. Living under the same roof but being as distant as strangers. "But, I don't need it." Lu Xinyan turned around and stared directly at Jiang Man, ruthlessly repeating, "I don't need it." Seeing those emotionless eyes, Jiang Man felt as if something caught her throat, leaving her speechless. In the past, her own son had been the person she hated most, hating why he was born, hating why he survived in this world. But as the years passed, looking back now, Lu Xinyan was ultimately the baby she bore for 10 months. The only person in this world with whom she shared blood ties. "Isn't it painful for you to see me too?" Lu Xinyan didn't understand. "Why torture yourself?" Jiang Man shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "No, it's not like that, Lu Xinyan cut her off, "You don't have to be like you are now. Things were fine before, I've gotten used to it." Upon hearing these words, tears immediately spilled from Jiang Man's eyes, rolling down like broken strings of pearls. Only after tasting the salty flavor on her lips did Jiang Man hastily turn her face away, nervously grabbing a tissue to cover her mouth and nose. Her shoulders quivered non-stop. The voice behind her continued to resonate in her ears. "Besides, he doesn't need your compensation either because what you've done to him cannot be made up for in a lifetime." Every word struck deeply at her heart. Jiang Man gradually sat back on the stool, holding herself together by leaning against the table. Deep inside, she knew it was all self-inflicted, blaming no one but herself. Lu Qinyan stepped outside and quickly arrived at Qin Yu's house via taxi. Here. Qin Yu had just woken up not long ago. With messy hair and imprints still visible on his face, he opened the door. Lu Qinyan looked at him disapprovingly. Can't you fix your hair? It's not like anyone's watching, so what's with all the fuss, Qin Yu said indifferently. For a while now, he had been back in the countryside with his older cousin. He returned 2 weeks later, leaving him as the only one at home. Can't you show a bit of progress, Lu Qinyan said, even a mute isn't worth you acting like this. What Wang Liao looked like these days, he had almost forgotten. I can't compare with you, those experiences have to be gone through to truly understand. Alas, Qin Yu sat on the couch and picked up a bunny rabbit onto his lap, asking, did your dad come back? Lu Qinyan nodded. He arrived yesterday, and he's temporarily staying with me. That woman is also at your place. Qin Yu frowned and couldn't help but curse. Lu Qinyan, did a dog eat your brain? Have you forgotten everything from before? The things Jiang Man did to Lu Qinyan in the Lu family back then were crystal clear to Qin Yu. He remembered most vividly an incident in high school when Jiang Man bought Lu Qinyan a pair of counterfeit shoes. Lu Qinyan showed them off for 2 days. But on the 3rd day after the athletics high jump competition, Lu Qinyan found out that his foot was injured. After being taken to the medical office, they discovered a rusty thumbtack from inside the shoe sole. It was inserted deeply. If one didn't press hard, the thumbtack wouldn't pierce through the insole. The shoes were given by Jiang Man, and naturally, who did it became self-evident. Jiang Man's hypocrisy scared Qin Yu just thinking about it. You dare let her stay at your house, such people should be kept as far away as possible. Lu Qinyan was speechless. Should I make her sleep on the street instead? How could he forget those incidents when he had experienced them firsthand? I now really feel that man in her name insults your mother. Never mind, mentioning her gives me a headache. Qin Yu asked, by the way, is your dad home? Not yet, he went out, investigating something. Lu Qinyan didn't tell Qin Yu about the bankruptcy of Lu Group. He thought it over. My dad suspects someone is deliberately behind the Lu Group's financial failure, which is why he hurriedly returned to China this time. Huh? Qin Yu's eyes suddenly widened, having trouble digesting this. So you're saying the bankruptcy of Lu Group was intentionally caused? Lu Qinyan leaned back on the sofa. He himself didn't have a clear idea. Do you remember last time you took me to the coffee shop? The person I met there was Tang Ying, my dad's former secretary. He gave me some materials that day. I glanced through them, and actually, project issues seemed common enough, but quite odd. I still can't confirm anything. After all, there wasn't any direct evidence pointing to an event or a particular person. Lu Group was growing in prestige within the industry, offending no one. He genuinely couldn't figure out who would do this and for what purpose. Qin Yu recalled that the last time Lu Qinyan met Tang Ying, he came out holding a set of documents, but he hadn't asked. So, do you need my help? Qin Yu said, then tooted and mocked lightly. You don't need my help now since Shen Yan is around, right? With him, whatever you want to investigate will get done. Tell him this thing, he'll definitely handle it immediately for you. I don't want to bother him. This matter was unrelated to Lu Xinyan, and he didn't want to involve him unnecessarily. What bother or not, Qin Yu remarked, honestly speaking, though I hate Jiang Man, I've always liked Xinyan. He's completely different from Jiang Man, he likely yearns to help you in his heart. But I'm serious, Qin Yu was quite curious, what do you feel towards Xinyan? Knowing he likes you, you still keep him around, without giving a definite response, dangling him like this, that doesn't seem like your style. Lu Qinyan didn't answer affirmatively or negatively. Where am I dangling him? Not doing it. Qin Yu struck directly to the point. If you don't like him, why let him live with you? Qin Yu snickered. You are unaware of your blessings, and once lost, you'll regret it. Lost? Lu Qinyan instinctively countered in his heart. Why would he lose him? Lu Qinyan left Qin Yu's house in the afternoon and went home. Lu Zhenhuan was already back. Lu Xinyan wasn't home. Jiang Man was alone cooking dinner in the kitchen. Xiaonian, Lu Zhenhuan was sitting on the sofa, turning back when hearing a sound. Come here, I have something to ask you. Lu Qinyan walked over. What is it? On the coffee table were some documents. As expected by Lu Qinyan, they were related to those few projects. Lu Zhenhuan removed his glasses and got straight to the point. Tang Ying said he gave you some materials. Lu Qinyan, Have you seen them? Lu Zhenhuan asked. Lu Qinyan got up, went to the room to take out the materials, sat on the couch, and crossed his legs. No need to check, I've already done it for you. There's no issue. Lu Zhenhuan picked up the documents and furrowed his brow. Don't bother looking, there's nothing wrong. Hey, Lu Qinyan supported his chin with one hand and questioned, are you mistaken? Who would have time to mess with you? Lu Zhenhuan glanced at him, what do you know? I have a grasp on this matter. TSK, Lu Qinyan shrugged, alright then. He didn't even want to deal with this crap. But he was still concerned about Lu Zhenhuan's health. Don't worry so much about these things, you can tell me if anything comes up. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhuan gave a relieved smile. If you just bring me a daughter-in-law sooner, that would be good. Lu Qinyan was almost 28 this year, and this was the only thing Lu Zhenhuan had in mind. For all these years, he hadn't seen any women around Lu Qinyan. What kind of person his son liked, as a father, he had no idea. Lu Qinyan wasn't sure how they ended up talking about marriage. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't planned to get married. You're almost 30 and not ready to get married? Lu Zhenghuan said, or is there someone you like, secretly dating without telling anyone? Speaking of someone he liked, a figure unconsciously popped into Lu Qinyan's mind. It was so shocking that he straightened up in fright, inadvertently confessing, I don't like him. Why are you so agitated? Lu Zhenghuan chuckled, having someone you like isn't strange, I won't criticize you. The key is, speaking of emotions made Lu Qinyan irritable, and he worried Lu Zhenghuan might notice something, so he came up with an excuse, it was just fooling around, I haven't met someone I truly like. Saying that, he prepared to get up and return to his room, but as soon as he stood up, his peripheral vision caught sight of a young man standing at the entrance. Lu Qinyan didn't know when he returned, but now stood by the door with a very sour expression. Lu Qinyan paused his steps. He didn't know how much Lu Qinyan had heard, but, what he said earlier was exactly what Lu Qinyan did not want to hear. Chapter 67. After dinner, Lu Zhenghuan finished washing up and came out to see Lu Qinyan sitting on the sofa, writing something with his phone by his side. After a few words written, he would pick up his phone to examine it, even more seriously than when writing an academic paper. Why don't you go back to your room and sleep? Lu Zhenghuan glanced at the time. It's already past 10. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Qinyan straightened up guiltily, crumpled the piece of paper in his hand, and responded irritably, go sleep. I've got things to do. Don't stay up too late. Go wash up. Whatever needs doing can wait till tomorrow. The sofa is cold. After giving this advice, Lu Zhenghuan went back to his room. Lu Qinyan looked down at the note crushed in his palm, his expression uneasy. After several seconds, he agitatedly balled the paper into a lump and threw it in the trash can before picking up his phone and heading to the bathroom. He pulled a toothbrush from the sink counter, squeezed some toothpaste on it and started brushing. As he was brushing, he paused mid-stroke, turned off the electric toothbrush, leaned his head out, and stared pensively at the door of the master bedroom. Is he angry? He probably should be angry. But at that moment, worried that Lu Zhenghuan might sense something, those words had come out unfiltered without much thought about what Lu Qinyan might hear. So why was he feeling so anxious inside? During dinner, he hadn't said a word, avoiding eye contact entirely during the meal. Already the atmosphere was somewhat tense because of Jiang Man, and now it felt even more awkward. Seeing that closed door, Lu Qinyan felt oppressed in his heart. After a simple wash-up, Lu Qinyan walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. He drank it slowly, placed the glass down, took a deep breath, and returned to the room gradually. The bedroom light was off. Lu Qinyan activated his phone screen, using the faint glow to walk over. Lu Qinyan was lying inside facing sideways, leaving 2/3 of the bed space open. Normally, Lu Qinyan slept in the middle, shifting closer only after Lu Qinyan got in, thus warming up the blanket. Lu Qinyan stood by the bed for a few moments, then bent down to pull open the bedside drawer, picking up a pack of cigarettes, readying to take one out. However, recalling how someone recently kept nagging him about quitting smoking. He closed the drawer again, lifted the blanket, lay down, and began gazing around the ceiling. Then, he turned his head to glance at the person lying next to him. The curtains in the room weren't drawn tightly, making the interior dim, but vaguely revealing the outline of the other person. He decided to roll over completely, propped himself up with his left elbow on the bed, and asked, "Are you asleep?" There was no reply. Stretching out his hand, Lu Qinyan hesitated just as it was about to land on Lu Xinyan's shoulder, withdrawing cautiously after a moment, lips pressed together, "Are you mad at me?" Silence answered him once again. Lu Qinyan had never cajoled anyone before, nor had he ever imagined he'd have to face a day like this, standing opposite Lu Xinyan who gave no response. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do. Logically speaking, they weren't officially dating yet. Even if he made some inappropriate comments, there shouldn't have been such tension between them. Yet not only did Lu Xinyan ignore him, he refused to even look at him. Sighing inwardly, Lu Qinyan thought to leave it until the next day. As he was lost in thoughts, a voice suddenly rang out in the bedroom, "Would you care if I am upset? Didn't brother say it was all just playing around?" The voice was pitifully weak. Lu Qinyan's heart tightened instantly, opening his mouth slightly, wanting to say something. But subconsciously, he knew that once spoken aloud, there would be no going back. Even though he understood the consequences, he couldn't help but want to say, "This afternoon." "It's fine." Lu Xinyan quickly cut him off. Maybe due to waiting for this answer for so many years, getting it right now actually made him hesitant. Afraid it wouldn't be true. Afraid to be disappointed. Afraid their relationship could be irrevocably severed from then on. Lu Xinyan's fingers quietly clutched onto the sheets while trying to maintain a calm voice, "I'm fine." At that instant, Lu Qinyan's heart clenched painfully, unable to produce a single sound. In the living room, he had envisioned several possible scenarios. Lu Xinyan might pursue him, asking for an explanation, which he would then offer. Or Lu Xinyan might ignore him, in that case, he would sweet-talk him some more, thereby resolving the issue and moving on. The worst-case scenario he anticipated was Lu Xinyan ignoring him for a prolonged period. But never did he expect Lu Xinyan to simply respond with, "It's fine." This kind of response felt like having a tooth forcefully extracted, leaving an aching void behind. Though he had prepared countless explanations, it turned out none were necessary. But thinking further, what good would an explanation do? Was what Lu Xinyan wanted the same answer he could provide? That night, the two of them each occupied a side of the bed. In the wee hours of the morning, Lu Xinyan, half asleep, felt himself being embraced. Since he was restless due to unresolved issues, his slumber was shallow, and any movement immediately woke him up. Just as he was about to adjust to find a comfortable position, a faint whisper came by his ear, Lu Xinyan, if you're going to toy with me, do it for a lifetime. Don't let me go. Then, his forehead was gently kissed. Lu Xinyan's eyes were closed, his eyelashes slightly trembling, and the nails digging into his palms caused pain that he barely noticed. After what seemed like a long time, he heard steady breathing above him. The man in his arms slowly opened his eyes. He pushed away Lu Xinyan's hand, grabbed a pillow, placed it in his embrace, then quietly got up and walked out of the room. He turned on the living room light, sat on the sofa, shook out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. After finishing one cigarette, as he was about to light another, Lu Xinyan's gaze instinctively fell on the trash can. It was almost empty except for 2 crumpled papers. Lu Xinyan bent down to pick them up and uncrumpled them. The handwriting on the paper was messy, but roughly legible. It read, "How do I make someone feel better after saying the wrong thing?" Humph, Lu Xinyan glanced at this, held a cigarette between his lips, and opened the search engine on his phone, typing, "When your younger brother gets angry." His fingers paused over the keyboard, erased it, and eventually replaced it with, "How to apologize to someone you like." The next morning when Lu Xinyan woke up, Lu Xinyan had already gone to school. Having slept late last night, Lu Xinyan didn't even know when Lu Xinyan had left. While eating breakfast, Lu Xinyan absent-mindedly looked at Jiang Man and then at Lu Zhenhuan. "Speak up if you have something to say, don't hesitate," Lu Zhenhuan said, "what's on your mind?" Lu Xinyan didn't bother hiding. He hesitated briefly, set down his chopsticks, and asked, "Are you free this afternoon?" He remembered Lu Zhenhuan mentioning he would leave early yesterday. "Didn't you say you'd be leaving early this morning? Let me take you there, and you give me the time this afternoon." It was like the sun rose from the west, Lu Zhenhuan thought he misheard. If his son wanted to accompany him, of course, he was happy to oblige, sure. Lu Xinyan remained silent. After finishing breakfast, he returned to his room, changed clothes, and glanced at the man in the mirror, suddenly remembering something. He went to the kitchen. Where did my dad keep his medicine? Jiang Man was washing dishes. Hearing this, she quickly wiped her hands dry. "Let me get it for you." "No need," Lu Xinyan said, "just tell me where." Jiang Man told him the location, and Lu Xinyan went to the guest bedroom, opened the medicine box, and retrieved a bottle of soothing liver tablets. On the bottle, take 2 tablets when emotionally agitated or experiencing rapid heartbeat. Adults may consume 6 to 8 tablets per day. Lu Xinyan considered, and then decided to take the entire bottle. "Xiaoyan, did you find it?" Jiang Man worried that Lu Xinyan couldn't locate the medication and came over, coincidentally seeing Lu Xinyan taking the medicine. "Why are you taking this?" "Your father doesn't often take this medicine anymore." Lu Xinyan didn't want to elaborate, no reason, just in case. In the morning, Lu Xinyan drove Lu Zhenhuan to meet his friend. In the car, Lu Zhenhuan began studying his son, wanting to speak multiple times but refrained, until finally, he couldn't help himself. "Did you buy this car?" The car belonged to Lu Xinyan. It wasn't the red sports car but another one. Lu Xinyan said, "You should first finish discussing things with your friend before asking questions." Lu Zhenhuan still knew his son well. "If you have something to tell me today, do so." Lu Xinyan said, "I don't know if you'll be able to handle it, but rest assured, I've prepared the medicine for you." "Brat," cursing me again, Lu Zhenhuan cursed without holding back. Seriously, at a red light ahead, Lu Xinyan stopped the car, rolled down the window, and asked, "By the way, how is the company investigation going?" He was referring to the bankruptcy matter. Lu Xinyan didn't like to deal with such issues, but since it was related to the Lu family, he had to inquire. "The person I'm meeting today is from Vida." Lu Zhenhuan didn't hide anything. Initially, the land in Lanha also included Vida. But for some unknown reason, they withdrew their investment later, leaving only me and Mr. Zhang from Ronghua. Lu Xinyan frowned. He knew about Lanha. Back then, because of that land in Lanha, the Lu Corporation lost nearly tens of billions. But why didn't you directly meet with Ronghua? Lu Zhenhuan shook his head. "Since Ronghua found out I returned, they've been avoiding me intentionally or unintentionally. I've tried scheduling meetings multiple times, but no one showed up." Lu Zhenhuan initially suspected that something fishy was going on with the Lanha land deal. However, Ronghua's attitude confirmed more strongly that this situation was far from simple. "Are you sure the people from Vida will tell you?" Lu Xinyan wasn't doubting Lu Zhenhuan's ability, but rather, "I looked into it before. There are no obvious loopholes in the issues that arose with the 3 plots of land in Lanha, Shishing, and Wangcheng. Everything is just a suspicion." "Oh. You investigated too?" Lu Zhenhuan was surprised. His son had never been interested in the company's affairs, not even asking after graduating from university. "I casually checked." Lu Xinyan clicked his tongue. "Can you focus on the important part?" Even if you did investigate, you still wouldn't find evidence. I know, Lu Xinhuan was an old hand in business dealings, how could he not understand this? But still, we at least owe Lu Corporation an explanation. Lu Chenian didn't respond. The light ahead turned green, and he floored the gas pedal, driving smoothly down the road. Lu Xinhuan's meeting didn't last long. Lu Chenian waited for him in the car. Bored, he picked up his phone and started watching a movie. By the time one movie finished, Lu Xinhuan came out. How did it go? Lu Chenian asked. Lu Xinhuan placed the documents at the back, fastened his seatbelt and remained silent for a moment. Lu Chenian felt something was off with Lu Xinhuan, so he asked, "What's wrong?" He was ready to fetch the medicine for Lu Xinhuan, but it didn't seem like he was emotionally agitated either. After some time, Lu Xinhuan rubbed his temples and said, "Nothing, you drive." Lu Chenian knew Lu Xinhuan didn't want to talk about it, so he stopped questioning. In the car, Lu Xinhuan closed his eyes, but his brows remained furrowed. A little while later, he opened his eyes, looked outside the window, and suddenly realized this road was very familiar, it led to the Lu residence. Seeing that he had awakened, Lu Chenian said, "Didn't you keep asking me about the Lu estate? I'll take you there to see." Chapter 68. When they arrived at Xiang Mountain, Lu Chenian instinctively eased off the gas pedal, rolled down the car window, and let the wind blow in. The last time he came was at night, this time it was daytime. Familiar with the way, Lu Chenian drove directly to the Lu residence. As soon as the car reached the gate, a breeze carried the scent of tulips. Lu Xinhuan also paused momentarily, casting a glance at Lu Chenian. To smell tulips on the road meant there must be quite a number of them. And along this road, the only house with a garden was the Lu residence. Besides, tulips were hard to survive in this season, who would? A hesitant notion flashed through Lu Xinhuan's mind, shocking him slightly. He hastily picked up the glasses case beside him, took out his glasses, and put them on. The iron gate slowly opened, and the images in his mind overlapped with reality. The tulips in the flower bed of the Lu residence were blooming brightly and passionately, spreading all the way from the iron gate to the entrance. During the previous nighttime visit, things weren't very clear, but now in the daylight, Lu Chenian was still impressed when he saw the sight again. Even during Dong Manchu's time here, such a magnificent scene had never occurred. Lu Xinhuan tightly gripped the car window. When the car stopped, he got out without hesitation. Each tulip before him was so vibrant and beautiful, yet the person he yearned for was absent. Lu Xinhuan still remembered how during Dong Manchu's time, the flower bed at the Lu residence never lacked tulips. But after a while, there were no more flowers seen in such abundance. "Did you arrange all these?" Lu Xinhuan's voice trembled, he couldn't imagine anyone else doing all this. For so many years, the only one who cherished Dong Manchu in his heart had been this son in front of him. Lu Chenian didn't reply, instead taking out a cigarette, lighting it, and deeply inhaling. "This doesn't matter," his tone was light, but there was a faint smile beneath his eyes. He said while walking toward the house, "Let's go inside and take a look." Walking behind in a shuffling manner, Lu Xinhuan observed all the changes around. The Lu residents now felt as though Dong Manchu still lived here, as if she had never left them. The living room had also changed. When Lu Xinhuan noticed the painting hanging on the wall, his vision suddenly blurred. Dong Manchu only accompanied Lu Xinhuan for 5 years, yet she left memories that could never fade away in his life. Mother used to like painting. Now, a lot of her works are missing. Lu Chenian followed Lu Xinhuan's line of sight and spoke slowly, "These are some of the last few. Due to the long time past, damaged areas have been specially repaired by professionals, and overall, their beauty remains undiminished, fortunately." One of the paintings on the wall depicted an indistinct silhouette of a person's back. In the painting, a child was being lifted forward by a man, colorful details adorned the edges beneath their feet, and the overall use of color was simple. This painting was taken by Dong Manchu standing on the second floor with a camera and later drawn out in her leisure. "Look at you back then," Lu Xinhuan said while gesturing with his hand, "you were just that tiny little thing, now taller than me." He sighed as he continued, "It's just too bad. It's just too bad that this was your mother's last painting." Lu Chenian lowered his eyes, smiling bitterly, and extinguished the cigarette. "I was only 4 years old when mother passed away." At the time, Lu Chenian didn't remember everything clearly, but he could feel the pain of losing his mother. "Later, you worried I wouldn't get along with others, and thus never considered remarriage. During my elementary school days, you worked every day and were afraid that I would be mistreated by the nanny at home, so you especially entrusted acquaintances from the countryside to take care of my daily life. Then, in junior high school." Lu Chenian carefully recounted each detail, remembering them all vividly. "In the first year of junior high, I wanted to raise a dog to play with, but you disapproved, saying it would affect my studies. Because of that, we had a week-long conflict. Later." Lu Chenian paused for a moment, raised his eyes, and fixed them on Lu Xinhuan's silhouette, continuing, "Later, because of another matter, we had an 11-year conflict." Xiao Nian. Guilt filled Lu Xinhuan's heart. "You don't need to say sorry to me," Lu Chenian interrupted as if knowing what he intended to say, "let me finish." Recalling the past, details resurfaced in Lu Chenian's mind. "I still remember that day after work when you came into my room at night and told me that in a few days, a pretty aunt would come to our house. She would treat me like a mother. Honestly speaking, I was extremely angry at that time because in my heart, there is only one mother, and you can only have one wife. But he recalled that day when he crouched on the second floor, secretly spying on Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan. Honestly, the arrival of Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan indeed made Lu Xinyan angry at first. But later, when Jiang Man showed him just a little kindness, he was like an inexperienced child, rushing in without weighing the consequences and only backing off when it hurt. Gradually, Lu Xinyan also became afraid, as his own experiences told him that Jiang Man would not treat him like his mother. So he acted like a young lion defending its territory, trying to stop Jiang Man from getting close to Lu Xinhuan. But everything that happened afterward turned out to be futile. I didn't purely dislike Jiang Man, it was more about jealousy, Lu Xinyan said with a touch of self-mockery, jealousy because from start to finish she had your protection. If you were someone I didn't know, it wouldn't have mattered so much. But alas, you are the person I love most in this world. Lu Xinhuan slowly turned around, his eyes clouded, lips quivering. This matter was a perpetual knot between them, and also the one thing he regretted about how he treated his son. Do you think, deep down, you've always blamed us? Lu Xinhuan's voice emerged slowly. Lu Xinyan raised his eyebrows, speaking in a calm tone, at first, I thought I had lost someone very important, but then, it returned to me in a different way. With that, he took out the liver-soothing tablets, poured 2 into his hand, and walked over to Lu Xinhuan, offering them, I think you'd better take some medicine, the doctor said you shouldn't get agitated. Even knowing enough to offer him the medication, Lu Xinhuan wasn't sure whether he should feel sorrow or amusement. He picked up the pills, put them in his mouth, and swallowed them directly. I'm not blaming you today, Lu Xinyan supported Lu Xinhuan onto the sofa, stepped back slightly, and stated firmly, I came here to tell you that I've fallen for someone, and I haven't dared to admit it. I haven't told you, nor have I let anyone else know, nor even myself. Lu Xinhuan fixed his gaze steadily on him, lips pursed tightly, saying nothing. Looking back at him, Lu Xinyan's voice was abnormally composed, didn't you ask me if there was someone I liked? Answering his own question, there is. He continued, you know her, you met her long ago, and she's quite close to us. And, Lu Xinyan smiled vaguely, I've probably liked her for many years. Chapter 69. Lu Xinhuan's lips moved slightly, looking at Lu Xinyan without speaking for a moment. Lu Xinyan had grown up under his watchful eyes since he was young, with simple thoughts and everything clearly written on his face, he could easily tell what he disliked but failed to figure out what he liked. Now, he suddenly told him that there was someone he liked, and he had liked them for many years, someone I know. He didn't remember seeing Lu Xinyan getting close to any of the opposite sex, who is it? Lu Xinyan stared at the ground, taking a deep breath, and the tension in his heart seemed to ease momentarily. In fact, when it came time to be honest, it wasn't as difficult as he thought it would be. He looked up and then slowly knelt down under Lu Xinhuan's gaze. Xiaonian, Lu Xinhuan immediately tried to get up. You sit down and let me finish talking, Lu Xinyan stopped him, smiling gently and said, I'm afraid if you interrupt, I won't have the courage anymore. Lu Xinhuan froze, then slowly sat back down again. There was a few seconds of silence in the living room before Lu Xinyan started recounting slowly, when you first brought him home, I hated him so much. I hated how he always followed me around, hated how he used things you gave him to win my favor, and hated how he made me laugh after we argued. Lu Xinyan could still remember the day when Lu Xinyan came to the Lu residence for the first time. He was following Jiang Man closely with quick steps, thin like a monkey, looking like just a tiny dot from afar, not even as tall as his leg. Jiang Man walked ahead, turning her head every now and then to see if the child had caught up. When he didn't, she pulled him by the hand, as if pulling a dog, towards herself. Then, when Lu Xinhuan couldn't see, she mercilessly pinched the child's arm. The child started crying silently with his mouth turned downwards. At that moment, Lu Xinyan was hiding on the second floor, watching everything clearly. For the first half year before Lu Xinyan moved into the Lu residence, each time he saw him, he looked timid and dared not come close, yet he was secretly being good to him in clumsy but sincere ways. When Lu Xinyan got a lollipop from Jiang Man, he wouldn't eat it and instead carefully pushed the candy through the door crack into Lu Xinyan's room at night. There were countless small cakes, snacks, and toys. At the beginning, Lu Xinyan thought nothing of it, he had eaten or played with everything from a young age. How could such trivial things please him? Until one day, when Lu Xinhuan wasn't at home and he returned from school early, passing by Jiang Man's room, he faintly heard yelling coming from inside. The door wasn't closed, and through the gap, he could see everything happening inside. Jiang Man stood in front of Lu Xinyan, one hand behind her back, coldly demanding, where are the toys I bought you a few days ago? Lu Xinyan stammered, ruined. Ruined it. After hearing this, Lu Xinyan knew it was over because he saw in Jiang Man's hand behind her back was the toy she had bought just 2 days ago. In her other hand were a lollipop, pocket cake, and other things found in his room. Jiang Man saw right through it, lying. Did you give my gifts to that bastard? Lu Xinyan was too young and blinked innocently, not understanding what the word bastard meant. He corrected softly, he is Xinyan older brother. But in return, he received a loud slap across the face. Jiang Man's expression was terrifying, how many times have I told you, that bastard has a different background than you? Do you think giving him these things will make him smile at you? Jiang Man angrily threw the items in her hand onto Lu Xinyan's face, and Lu Xinyan cried instantly. His breathing became irregular as he wiped his face haphazardly with his sleeve, crouching down to pick up the things he cherished dearly in his arms. Sobbing between sobs, he retorted, "These, I bought from you. They belong to me already." Lu Qinian watched the face filled with swallowed tears and left without saying a word. That same evening, Lu Qinian opened his room to Lu Xinyan for the first time. He found a piece of wood somewhere and set it up on the balcony. He also found a good excuse, asking Lu Xinyan to copy his homework. There was still something Lu Qinian couldn't understand. Why did Lu Xinyan say those things were bought from Jiang Man? It took another year for Lu Qinian to gradually discover the truth. Originally, for Lu Xinyan to obtain a lollipop, a piece of cake, or a toy, he needed to work for Jiang Man. Whether it was helping her mop the floor, wash dishes, or making Lu Xinhuan happy for her, all had to be done to satisfy Jiang Man so he could receive his rewards. Perhaps for Lu Qinian, the items Lu Xinyan brought to make him happy seemed insignificant. But for Lu Xinyan, they were everything. Lu Qinian was acutely aware that Jiang Man disliked him even more than she disliked Lu Xinyan. Whenever Lu Xinyan got too close to him, he would be beaten in private. But if he were kind to Lu Xinyan, Jiang Man felt isolated and vulnerable in the Lu family. She also seemed to fear that Lu Xinyan might slip up and say something. To stay in the Lu household, it appeared she didn't dare do much to harm him further. By the second year, all of Lu Qinyan's friends knew that he had a little tail attached to his backside. Wherever he went, the little tail followed closely behind. The little tail always carried a school bag on his back filled with all sorts of small cakes, snacks, making Lu Xinyan carry them for him. Actually, only Lu Qinian knew deep down that he never liked sweets. But each time someone forcibly fed him without asking, his refusal would reach the edge of his throat but then be instantly dissuaded by the call of Qinian brother. This habit somehow developed gradually over time. After Lu Qinian went abroad, whenever he saw a cake shop on the street, he couldn't help but go in and pick out a few pastries to bring home. In the first few months after going to Canada, Lu Qinian often had the illusion that if he turned around, he'd see someone trailing behind him with that small backpack. This lingering dependency in his heart made Lu Qinian feel irritable and uncomfortable. Thinking himself clever, he decided that not returning to Xinqing forever might allow time to dull everything. But he hadn't anticipated that Lu Xinhuan would get into trouble. And shortly after he returned home, the night after he sent Lu Xinhuan off, he ended up having relations with Lu Xinyan. Lu Qinian chuckled helplessly. "It's strange, when you ask me since when I liked him, even I don't know." Because when he realized it, Lu Xinyan was already beside him. After hearing this, Lu Xinhuan gasped sharply, feeling a tightening in his chest. Even though he now had some idea, he still clung to a faint hope and asked, "Even after all you've said, you haven't yet mentioned whom you like." Lu Qinian ruthlessly shattered his hope. "The one I like is Lu Xinyan, the Lu Xinyan you know, the Lu Xinyan who grew up under your watch, the same one who has been sleeping in the same room as me these days." "Enough, this is absurd." Lu Xinhuan cut in sharply. He simply couldn't digest this, his son fancied, his other son. At this moment, Lu Xinhuan was thankful that he had taken his medicine earlier, otherwise, he might have fainted. But he wished he could have fainted anyway. In just an hour, he lost not only his daughter-in-law but also his grandson, and he even lost the son he'd raised as his own. Silence enveloped the living room. After a long while, Lu Xinhuan found his voice again and softly questioned, "When did you start?" Before he finished, Lu Xinhuan remembered something, and his expression darkened momentarily. "You used to call back and ask whether Xinyan went to Canada that time, didn't you? Had you two already, back then?" Lu Xinhuan couldn't bear to continue. That event stood clearly in his mind because Lu Qinian rarely called home voluntarily. When he suddenly did, he even exchanged pleasantries with Lu Xinhuan for 5 minutes. He hadn't had the chance to feel relieved before the other party asked, "Is Lu Xinyan going to Canada?" Lu Xinhuan didn't know that Lu Xinyan was accompanying the Tan family to Canada, so he was naturally unaware of it. At the time, he was curious why Lu Qinian asked this question. Little did he know, these two had already been secretly meeting right under his nose. Seeing Lu Xinhuan frowning deeply, Lu Qinian sighed and said sarcastically, "I wasn't that depraved back then, I was just asking." Clearly disbelieving, Lu Xinhuan angrily retorted, "Did Xinyan go to Canada to find you?" "Yeah," Lu Qinian admitted. They were talking about the very thing Lu Xinyan had mentioned a few days ago. Actually, Lu Xinyan's trip to Canada was known to Lu Qinian. Had Lu Xinyan approached closer at that time, he might have understood why Lu Qinian was so happy. "You." Lu Xinhuan abruptly stood up. "Was it him who corrupted you first?" "No," Lu Qinian interrupted Lu Xinhuan, gazing at him as he continued, "it was me." Lu Xinhuan nearly lost his breath, steadying himself by grabbing onto the sofa. "It's not his fault, it was me who corrupted him first," Lu Qinian said firmly, word by word. Unfilial brat, even though their relationship had just recently begun to mend, Lu Xinhuan couldn't resist reprimanding him. "Xinyan is only in his 20s. What does he know? How can I face Aunt Jiang Man if you've done this?" "You don't need to explain yourself," Lu Qinian replied, "I will explain to her." Lu Xinhuan hurriedly took a few deep breaths, feeling somewhat unable to bear it. He asked anxiously, where are the pills? If he didn't take 2 more, he feared he would faint. He finally realized that Lu Chenian giving him pills earlier was rather prescient. Lu Chenian handed the bottle over, and with trembling fingers, Lu Zhenghuan poured out 2 more pills, swallowing them directly. It took fully 5 minutes for Lu Zhenghuan's complexion to gradually recover. He slowly sat down on the sofa, took out his handkerchief, and wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. He glanced at his son still kneeling on the ground, managing after a long pause to croak out a question, "Does Xinyan know you told me about this today?" Lu Chenian shook his head, "No." But he thought if Lu Xinyan knew, he'd probably be very happy. That morning, Lu Xinyan had left without saying goodbye, likely still upset. It was unrequited love, easy enough to handle. Lu Zhenghuan started gaining a bit of confidence and opened his mouth to speak, but then another bucket of cold water came splashing down from Lu Chenian. "We both like each other." Lu Zhenghuan looked at the pills placed on the table and felt as though he hadn't taken enough earlier. Anyone could see that this son of his didn't care whether he lived or died that day. "I'm telling you this because I don't want to hide it from you. It's exhausting sneaking around under the same roof," Lu Chenian explained. Lu Zhenghuan inhaled deeply, refusing to back down. "What if I disapprove of you two being together?" He didn't believe Lu Chenian truly wanted him to die right there. Lu Chenian raised his eyes and replied slowly, "Am I not begging you ever since I stepped into this room?" Lu Zhenghuan. Lu Zhenghuan understood. Today Lu Chenian wasn't just informing him of this matter. It was a case of burning his boats, directly forcing him to agree. Chapter 70. Lu Zhenghuan was not a fuddy-duddy, and he had long heard of homosexuality. However, like most parents, though he could accept mentally that someone else's son might be gay, it was quite another matter if it were his own son. After all, up until today, he still dreamed of having a grandson. He glanced at his son kneeling on the ground again, feeling incredibly complex, simultaneously blaming himself inside. If he had paid attention to Lu Chenian's emotional side earlier, he would have nipped the bud as soon as they started developing feelings for each other. He wouldn't have let things escalate to this situation. When it came down to it, he had neglected the person before him for too many years. Back when Lu Chenian was 15 during his rebellious phase, everything he did was dismissed as childish nonsense, never placed on his heart. By the time he realized their relationship was growing distant, it was already too late to mend. He and Lu Chenian had already lost 8 years together. Did they have to lose another 8 because of this? Even if Lu Chenian could endure it, Lu Zhenghuan couldn't. Thinking about this, Lu Zhenghuan felt unsettled in his heart. He countered, "Is it really, you must have him?" "Yes," Lu Chenian replied without hesitation, "I must have him." "How old are you? And how old is he?" Lu Zhenghuan's anger rose slightly at Lu Chenian's unwavering determination. "Your lives have so much road left to walk. How many things will happen in the future, can you foresee them? Making the wrong choice now out of heated passion will affect your entire life." "I know," Lu Chenian remained unmoved and repeated once more, "I know." "If you know, then why?" "Not choosing him will also affect my entire life," Lu Chenian interrupted Lu Zhenghuan, with firm eyes. "Dad, I understand what you're worried about. Rest assured, I'm not being impulsive or rash. If you could persuade me, I would have convinced myself by now. I don't regret any of my decisions today." Lu Zhenghuan fell silent, glaring at his son. With such clear deliberation of pros and cons, what else could he say? Both sons were equally important to him. He couldn't hit the one before him. Should he go and beat Lu Xinyan instead? But what reasons did he have to confront Xinyan? From the very beginning, Lu Chenian had cut off any paths for him. It was him who corrupted Xinyan. They just remained locked in a tense standstill in the living room. Almost 10 minutes passed. Lu Zhenghuan continuously stared at Lu Chenian with tightly pressed lips, his pupils murky, not knowing what he was thinking. Trembling, he reached out to grab the medicine from the table, shakily stood up, and walked toward the door. "Go back." Lu Chenian immediately looked up at him. "Dad." Lu Zhenghuan paused his steps momentarily, turning his head to lightly scold, "Get up, you're an adult now, kneeling like this looks inappropriate." Lu Chenian blinked, puzzled for a moment, but quickly understood. On the way back, Lu Zhenghuan sat as usual in the passenger seat, but his expression was clearly much tenser than before, always looking pale and greenish, as if unable to recover from what just happened. Lu Chenian broke the heavy silence, worriedly asking, "Dad, are you all right?" Lu Chenian also knew that today's event impacted Lu Zhenghuan quite significantly. However, Lu Zhenghuan was bound to find out sooner or later, whether early or late made no difference. Still, Lu Zhenghuan was much calmer than expected. "I'm fine, I won't die yet." Lu Chenian. "I didn't mean that." Lu Zhenghuan reclined his seat backward, closed his eyes, feeling somewhat weary. He originally planned to go for his health check next month, but now felt it necessary to bring the appointment forward. Lu Chenian glanced at Lu Zhenghuan, drew his gaze away, and after deep contemplation, ultimately decided to take the opportunity while it was still fresh to reveal everything, so there wouldn't be any hidden issues later. Since things had come to this, there wasn't anything left to fear. So he began, "Do you know who planted the tulips in the Lu residence?" Speaking of this, Lu Zhenghuan opened his eyes. He was so infuriated before that he nearly forgot this detail. "Wasn't it you?" Lu Chenian couldn't help but smile faintly. "How could I have so much free time?" It was Lu Xinyan. He paused briefly, continuing, everything you saw today was his doing. The Lu house has been bought back, cleaned thoroughly, ready for you to move back anytime. When I have time, I'll send over your luggage. Lu Zhenhuan exclaimed in surprise, Xinyan. Lu Chenian nodded, his fingers gripping the steering wheel slightly tighter, that guy. Compared to coming out, Lu Chenian realized that this was actually the more difficult thing to explain. How could he clarify that Lu Xinyan was the little President Lu of CNN? And how could he explain that Lu Xinyan bought the Lu residence back from Lu Zhenhuan? Lu Xinyan is starting a business, currently, it's going quite well. The Lu house was bought back by him, Lu Chenian summarized briefly, and this car also belongs to him. Lu Zhenhuan slightly sat up, incredulous yet feeling somewhat proud. Xinyan is starting his own business now. What kind of company? 2 English letters, I don't know how he came up with the name either. Lu Chenian smiled and said, it's called CNN. Lu Zhenhuan paused for a moment, stunned. You said what? Lu Chenian asked in return, CNN, what's wrong? Lu Zhenhuan thought he might have heard incorrectly and confirmed again, could you repeat that, what's the name again? CNN. Upon hearing this name, the smile slowly faded from Lu Zhenhuan's face. Old brother Lu, after working together for so many years, let me give you one last piece of advice, there are some things better left uninvestigated. It's not that I don't want to help you, but, when I first encountered the Lan River project, I overheard some rumors, which led me to stop losses just in time. However, I wasn't certain at that point, so I didn't publicize it. Back then, you needed money, and no matter what I said, you wouldn't listen. If I had foreseen that it would end like this, I would have stopped you right away. Anyway, these are all guesses. The bankruptcy of the Lu family indeed had human factors involved, but without evidence, I cannot speculate recklessly. If you really want to know, then I can tell you this, I only knew that the Lan River project was initially handled by CNN. After they got it, I don't know why they sold it at such a low price. This information I learned from Ronghua. It said that President Zhang of Ronghua has always maintained close ties with CNN. After the Lan River incident, thanks to CNN's assistance behind the scenes, they avoided severe losses. His mind recalled Mr. He Pingjiang's words from that morning. CNN. Lan River. Ronghua. Lu family. How could Lu Xinyan be tied to the Lu family? A terrifying suspicion arose in Lu Zhenhuan's heart, but he didn't want it to be true, so he self-deceptively asked, is Xinyan just an employee at CNN? Lu Chenian hadn't noticed Lu Zhenhuan's expression and continued, nope, he's actually the founder of CNN. Chapter 71. In front of Lu Zhenhuan, it was as if an electric current passed through him, his mind went blank for several seconds, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Lu Chenian unconsciously glanced sideways and was startled by Lu Zhenhuan's ghastly pale face. Dad, what's wrong with you? Lu Zhenhuan pressed his hand to his chest, his chin tucked into his chest, and he panted short and rapid breaths. The car pulled over to the side of the road. Lu Chenian quickly unfastened his seatbelt, grabbed the medicine, and prepared to give it to Lu Zhenhuan. Lu Zhenhuan raised his hand to block him, his voice weak, no need. Are you okay? Lu Chenian felt that Lu Zhenhuan's expression was off, more severe than when they were at the Lu residence earlier. I'll take you to the hospital now. Lu Zhenhuan firmly grabbed Lu Chenian's arm, shook his head, and said painfully, it doesn't matter. Lu Chenian frowned, but could not persuade him, so he adjusted the seat backward, letting Lu Zhenhuan lean back comfortably. After Lu Zhenhuan caught his breath and saw his complexion return somewhat to normal, Lu Chenian asked, shall we check at the hospital? Lu Zhenhuan closed his eyes and shook his head. Let's go back. Lu Chenian looked at him uneasily for a few seconds, hesitated, then started the car and drove in the direction of home. Lux Shenyans. After a while, Lu Zhenhuan's voice became much calmer. He asked, where is Shenyans now? This morning, Lu Shenyans was still angry, and he didn't know, he should have gone to school. Lu Zhenhuan hummed once, then said, you, substitute for me to visit Mr. Chi's place this afternoon. Lu Zhenhuan had a calm appearance, showing no hint of deceit. I brought something for Grandpa Chi, go give it to him. Lu Chenian, we can schedule some time to go together, does it have to be today? He had other things to do. Who knew that Lu Zhenhuan insisted abnormally, you go ahead. And tell him that I will specifically come find him another day. All right. Lu Chenian drove home, and after Lu Zhenhuan entered the house, he let Jiang Man take out the things for Lu Chenian. Lu Chenian used his fingers to open the bag and took a glance inside. It wasn't anything special, just a whole set of health products and tea. Old Mr. Chi loves drinking tea and values healthcare, it was exactly what he liked. You go keep Mr. Chi company and talk for a while, and come back in the evening. Lu Zhenhuan said, our family owes him a favor. Lu Chenian didn't know what was going on, but he felt that ever since leaving the Lu estate, Lu Zhenhuan has been rushing him. As if he were hiding something from him. When Lu Zhenhuan noticed he wasn't moving, he urged, go. Jiang Man had lived with Lu Zhenhuan for more than a decade, most adept at reading between the lines. After Lu Chenian left, she asked, Zhenhuan, what's happened? Lu Zhenhuan looked at Jiang Man, and only then did his anger show. He asked in a deep tone, didn't you know about this thing earlier? Jiang Man was completely lost, what? Lu Zhenhuan gazed at Jiang Man for several seconds, seeing no signs of deception, and slowly sat down on the sofa. After pondering left and right, he said, "You go make a call, bring Shenyans back. I have something important I need to ask him face to face." Until this matter was resolved, Lu Zhenhuan couldn't sit still. What happened with Shenyans? Jiang Man instinctively grew tense, probably due to years of habit, always worrying about the future. Even though she had been by Lu Zhenhuan's side for many years, she always acted and spoke carefully, knowing very clearly what should not be said and what questions should not be asked. "Go ahead and make the call," Lu Zhenhuan said with an unfriendly expression. Jiang Man suddenly fell silent, daring not to say anymore. "My phone is charging in the room, I'll go get it." Lu Zhenhuan had never lost his temper with Jiang Man all these years. Jiang Man spoke and acted with propriety and would never displease Lu Zhenhuan. She knew very well what shouldn't be said and what questions shouldn't be asked. But, Jiang Man felt this time was different from before, so when she returned to the room to make the call and finally got someone to pick up on the other end, her voice was unusually low. "Shenyans." Lu Shenyans was in his dormitory at school. He originally didn't want to answer this call, but Jiang Man persisted stubbornly like that, so he reluctantly picked up. "What's up?" Jiang Man first asked, "Shenyans, did you upset Uncle Lu?" "What?" Jiang Man's voice was too low, Lu Shenyans didn't hear clearly. Jiang Man pursed her lips and was about to speak when she heard footsteps in the living room. She paused, and then said, "Where are you now? Do you have time to come back?" "At school. Your uncle has something for you, come back now." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Man turned around and saw Lu Zhenhuan coming in with a cup of water to take his medicine. Jiang Man quickly walked over and opened the medicine box. "Did you tell him to come back now?" Lu Zhenhuan asked. Jiang Man paused slightly as she took out the medicine, then nodded. "Yes, he will be back soon." Lu Chenian went out with a bag, put it on the passenger seat, opened the car door, and got in. Just as he was about to leave, his gaze instinctively glanced at the bag. He felt something strange but couldn't pinpoint what was odd. He opened the bag and confirmed it was health supplements, then put it aside again. Thinking for a while without finding an answer, he gave up, deciding to first deliver the items to Mr. Chi's house before asking further upon returning. Having made up his mind, he picked up his phone and opened it. There had been no messages or calls all morning. He also checked their WeChat chat record with Lu Xinyan. It remained at 3 days ago. Disappointment flashed in his eyes, and he sighed helplessly. Is he still angry with me? He probably is. Should I contact him? Lu Chinian pressed his lips into a straight line, pondered for several seconds, and then touched the keyboard. The message box displayed, "When do you finish class? I'll pick you up." TSK, would this be too forward? No way. Lu Xinyan was still upset, and he didn't even know that today he had already told Lu Zhenhuan everything about them. Maybe, he should inform him about this first. And then, when Lu Xinyan feels happy, they can talk about picking him up from school. Nodding to himself, Lu Chinian felt proud inside, thinking how skillful he was at coaxing people for the first time. But when it came time to send the message, Lu Chinian hesitated again. Wouldn't this seem too rushed on the phone? After much deliberation, Lu Chinian put away his phone, deciding to wait until after going to Mr. Chi's place later in the evening to mention it. Anyway, there was no need to rush just for a little while. When Lu Chinian arrived at Mr. Chi's home, Mr. Chi happened to have business. The housekeeper, who had served in Mr. Chi's household for over a decade, naturally knew the two young masters of the Lu family. He respectfully led the guest to the living room. Mr. Chi is busy discussing matters in the study. "Young Master Lu, please sit down a moment, and I will notify him immediately." "Oh, no need," Lu Chinian casually sat on the sofa. "I'll just wait here, no rush." Lu Zhenhuan had told him to stay and chat with Mr. Chi until evening. Since Mr. Chi was busy now, he wouldn't need to awkwardly chat either and could leave once they met. The housekeeper nodded with a smile and went to the kitchen, asking someone to brew a pot of top-grade red tea, which he placed on the table. Lu Chinian said politely, "Thank you, oh, by the way." He lifted the bag in his hand. "This is from Lu Zhenhuan for Grandpa Chi, just a small token of appreciation." "Thank you, Master Lu, for your thoughtfulness." The housekeeper solemnly accepted it with both hands and then ascended to the second floor. The housekeeper hadn't been gone long before someone came down from the second floor. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lu Chinian looked up, and when he saw the person's face, he was momentarily stunned. The next second, his look of disdain couldn't be hidden anymore. Pretending not to see was too late as the other person was already looking straight at him. Chen Yi was slightly surprised. "Oh, Master Lu." Ever since the restroom incident between them last time, they rarely ran into each other. Chen Yi was still somewhat upset when he saw someone surnamed Lu. If it weren't for Lu Xinyan, his father wouldn't have been so strict with him until these few days when he was finally allowed to go out. Just now, when the housekeeper came into the study to announce that Master Lu of the Lu family had come visiting, he hadn't paid much attention. Now that he thought about it, besides the one in front of him, how many other families in Shen City could possibly befriend the Qi family? Lu Chinian ignored him completely. But Chen Yi insisted on sticking close like a fly. "Long time no see. Master Lu." Lu Chinian raised his eyelids with impatience and coldly said, "Inconvenient timing." Chen Yi didn't care about Lu Qinyan's frosty expression, this guy always treated everyone this way. How does Master Lu find the time to come here? I thought we would never see each other again, said Chen Yi. Lu Qinyan felt no goodwill towards Chen Yi and did not want to waste words on him. The housekeeper came down from the second floor and said, Master Lu, Mr. Qi invites you upstairs. Lu Qinyan stood up, bypassed Chen Yi, and walked upstairs. As he passed Chen Yi, the latter smelled a faint aroma of sandalwood, very light yet pleasant. It made Chen Yi itch inside. This man he had set his sights on since university, he had never acted on it, then ended up making himself the bridesmaid for someone else. Afterward, he was threatened and tricked, leaving him feeling quite aggrieved even after thinking about it repeatedly. But he could do nothing but shake his head and give a cold laugh. Humph, young Master Lu really knows how to play his tricks. Chen Yi's voice was not too loud or too soft, just enough for Lu Qinyan to hear. Lu Qinyan slightly paused in his steps and gave him a sidelong glance. Chen Yi looked at him, shrugged, and didn't intend to say more as he turned and left. Lu Qinyan continued walking upstairs, took 2 steps, then stopped again, looking thoughtfully at Chen Yi's back. Young Master Lu knows how to play his tricks. What tricks did he play? Lu Qinyan pondered this for 2 seconds but didn't dwell on it much. Chen Yi's character was poor, with zero credibility in Lu Qinyan's book, it was better not to trust anything he said. Following the housekeeper into the study, Mr. Qi looked hale and hearty, still the same as before. He waved his hand for the housekeeper to remove the tea from the table. Come, sit down. Is your father back? Mr. Qi asked. Lu Qinyan, yes, Dad asked me to bring some things for you, they're downstairs. The housekeeper has already told me. Thanks for the effort, Mr. Qi said. Is your father's health improving? All is well. That's good. Lu Qinyan stayed and chatted casually with Mr. Qi in the study for not long when suddenly someone pushed the door open with a bang. Qi Rang rushed in, saw the guest, and froze, Grandpa, Brother Qinyan. This is my guest. How dare you rush in and shout like this, Mr. Qi mildly reprimanded, though his tone was full of indulgence for his grandson. He then asked, are you done with school today? Qi Rang took off his headphones and hung them around his neck, all finished. The casual conversation ended there due to Qi Rang's interruption. Lu Qinyan decided not to disturb further and thought about leaving to drive to Hua University. But Mr. Qi insisted on keeping him for dinner. Lu Qinyan had no choice but to sit idle in the living room of the Qi family. At least Qi Rang kept him company by chatting for a few sentences, making it less boring. But Lu Qinyan couldn't stay still. He asked, hey, Qi Rang, is Lu Xinyan still at school? No, he received a phone call and was asked to leave. I was bored alone in the dormitory, so I came back, Qi Rang replied. Huh. It must have been something important because that call forced him to go home. He even needed to take a leave to go, Qi Rang thoughtfully remarked, also finding it strange. Lu Qinyan frowned, fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly realized something. He finally understood what had felt wrong all along, Lu Zhenghuan deliberately sent him to the Qi family. As for why he intentionally sent him away to speak alone with Lu Xinyan. Qi Rang, Lu Qinyan abruptly stood up, I'll leave first. Tell your grandpa, I'll come again next time. Qi Rang was confused about what he might have said wrong. Brother Qinyan, what's wrong? You're not eating dinner. I'm not eating anymore. Before finishing his sentence, Lu Qinyan walked out. When Mr. Qi came down from upstairs, he found only his grandson in the living room, glanced around, and asked with surprise, where's Lu Qinyan? Qi Rang, he seems to have something to do and went home. Mr. Qi. Chapter 72. The atmosphere in the living room was unbearably heavy. On the coffee table lay several documents regarding land contracts and some materials. Jiang Man was absent-mindedly making pastries in the kitchen, looking worriedly into the living room every few seconds. It had been 10 minutes since Lu Xinyan returned home, yet there had not been a single sound from the living room. Jiang Man was paying close attention to the situation, fearing that an argument would break out between the two men. Do you have any explanation? Lu Zhenghuan picked up the documents and handed them to him, saying coldly, take a good look. What is this? Lu Xinyan reached out to take it. Upon seeing the 2 white-on-black words, Lanha, his entire spine stiffened for a moment. Uncle, what does this mean? Lu Zhenghuan turned his head and stared at him, word by word, Lu Xinyan, the founder of CNN. Lu Xinyan's fingertips tightened on the document. After taking a shallow breath, the panic in his eyes disappeared instantly. He slowly placed the document down, with a sincere voice, I'm sorry, uncle, this is my mistake. I shouldn't have kept it from you. He looked up without blinking at Lu Zhenghuan, his gaze clear, I was also planning to tell you at the right time. Lu Zhenghuan frowned. Suddenly, he couldn't read the youth in front of him anymore. He asked abruptly, Xinyan, haven't you been part of the Lu family for more than a decade? Lu Xinyan nodded. Since you were young, you've been smart and quick-witted, just like your mother, always reading people's expressions. Lu Zhenghuan paused before asking heavily, can't you hear exactly what I am asking? Looking at the boy with his student-like innocence, if it weren't for the facts laid out before him, Lu Zhenghuan wouldn't believe this had anything to do with Lu Xinyan. But now all key issues leading to Lu Corporation's bankruptcy pointed to CNN, and CNN's boss was none other than Lu Xinyan. Thinking about this, Lu Zhenhuan could hardly conceal his heartbreak, and decided to speak plainly. Have you ever done anything behind my back? Anything against Lu Corporation? Lanhe, Wangqing, Shishing, do these three projects have anything to do with you? He unfolded the documents one by one. All the files gathered over the past few days were here. I called General Manager Zhang of Ronghua. He said that it was you who asked him to approach me about the Lanhe project, wasn't it? Lu Zhenhuan questioned. Lu Zhenhuan continued, General Manager He of Vida told me that the billions lost by Ronghua on the Lanhe project were eventually compensated by CNN. Lu Xinyan slightly narrowed his eyes and said calmly, Uncle, please calm down and listen to me. Lu Zhenhuan couldn't control his anger and retorted, my sickness is entirely due to Lu Corporation. In the kitchen, Jiang Man heard the sounds outside, her body tensed as she rushed out to see what was going on. You only need to admit, Lu Zhenhuan stood up, coldly questioning, is Lu Corporation connected to you in any way? Lu Xinyan looked at him but remained silent. Zhenhuan, sensing the situation deteriorating towards something unpleasant, Jiang Man couldn't help but intervene, you just took your medicine. Be quiet. Lu Zhenhuan barked hoarsely. Startled, Jiang Man froze in place, too afraid to move. After warning Jiang Man with a glare, Lu Zhenhuan then focused intently on Lu Xinyan once again, tell me, is Lu Corporation related to you? You knew full well that Lanhe was a bottomless pit, yet you still brought it forward when Lu Corporation was short on funds. Although Lanhe couldn't recover the company's losses, it might have relieved the urgent situation temporarily. After Lanhe came Shishing. For Shishing, I personally negotiated with the supplier of construction materials. Yet, problems arose later on, and during quality inspections, it was discovered that the materials used did not meet the standards. When we tried reaching out to the responsible party, he vanished without a trace. Wasn't this also due to your work? And even before all this, there was Wangqing. Actually, within half an hour after Lu Xinyan returned from school, Lu Zhenhuan had meticulously reviewed the beginning and end of the whole matter. Although the evidence in his hands was insufficient, and he also doubted the truthfulness of He Pingjiang's statements from Vida, the truth is often what one least wants to believe. After meeting with He Pingjiang earlier that morning, Lu Zhenhuan had formed the intention to investigate CNN. What he never anticipated was that CNN's boss was not only before his eyes but someone he saw every day, greeting him regularly. When Lu Qinyan mentioned this incident in the car, Lu Zhenhuan was deeply shocked. Thus, upon returning home, he sent Lu Qinyan away and made a call to inquire with General Manager Zhang of Ronghua. Zhang of Ronghua wasn't aligned with his faction, and after prolonged inquiry over the phone, only a little useful information was pried loose. The Lanhe project was indeed delivered to Zhang by CNN, and it was CNN who instructed him to convince Lu Corporation to become another investor. Lu Zhenhuan suddenly felt a chill down his back, overwhelmed by complex emotions. 1. This was the person Xinyan liked. 2. This person was also the one who caused the Lu family's bankruptcy. These two identities put Lu Zhenhuan in a dilemma, unsure of how to choose. He didn't even dare to think about what Lu Xinyan would do if he found out about this matter. The living room fell into an oppressive silence. Lu Xinyan sat on the couch, silent from beginning to end. Neither denying nor refuting. Jiang Man had understood most of it, her eyes wide open, astonished and almost covering her mouth with her hand. Though she was a woman, she still understood roughly what had happened based on what she'd overheard in the kitchen. It wasn't hard to associate all this with the Lu Corporation's bankruptcy. After a long while, Jiang Man finally came to her senses and approached, asking in a hoarse voice, Xinyan, is what your uncle said true? Is it really true? Jiang Man's eyes were almost bloodshot, as she grabbed Lu Xinyan's arm, you child, say something. These weren't done by you, right? You wouldn't do that, would you? Speak up. Lu Zhenhuan looked away with bloodshot eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Jiang Man's voice became tinged with sobs. Lowering his head, Lu Xinyan noticed the wet marks on his sleeve. His heart irritated, he gently pried Jiang Man's fingers off his arm to free himself. Then he calmly placed the documents he had been holding onto the coffee table and glanced toward the master bedroom door. Lu Xinyan curved the corner of his mouth slightly, and a strange sense of courage welled up inside him due to the absence of a certain person. Looking at Lu Zhenhuan, he opened his mouth and said, it was me. From Lanhe, Wangqing to Shishing. With a pained expression, Jiang Man asked, why did you do this? Lu Xinyan did not reply but instead turned his eyes to Lu Zhenhuan, unhesitatingly saying, it was all my doing. Why? Lu Zhenhuan couldn't remember where the Lu family had wronged Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan blinked, seemingly asking himself the same question. Why? Why had he done it? If he had to give a reason, it should be. I have no regrets, because in this world, there is someone I cherish dearly and want to guard deeply within my heart, someone I must cunningly acquire. Lu Xinyan smiled faintly, even if I were given another chance, I would do it again. The only regret I have is that this matter has upset you, Uncle Lu. Lu Xinyan stood up and bowed deeply, I'm sorry. As soon as the words left his lips, there was a sharp sound, slap. That resonated through the living room. Jiang Man, enraged, shook violently, gritting her teeth, ungrateful. How could Lu Corporation's bankruptcy possibly benefit you? Tasting the metallic flavor in his mouth, Lu Xinyan raised his hand to touch his face. After a moment, he said quietly, "In this world, the person who has no right to hit me is you." His voice was cold and icy. Jiang Man froze for a moment, the pain transmitted from her palm made her realize what she had just done. She reflexively tried to reach out to touch Lu Xinyan, but before she completed the gesture, her arm was abruptly pushed away. Lu Xinyan looked at Jiang Man coldly, ungrateful. Lu Xinyan seemed to have heard a joke and spoke solemnly, "Jiang Zuifang, you are lecturing me about ingratitude." Jiang Man widened her eyes, "Why you called me what?" Lu Xinyan responded, "Isn't that your name? Back then, in order to get into the Lu household, you changed your name and abandoned me 5 times. And now, looking at how I am, whose fault do you think it is? My blood belongs to that person, and even if you changed my name, I am still, rape victim." "Be quiet." Jiang Man screamed, afraid to turn around and see Lu Zhenghuan's expression at that moment. "Scared to hear it?" Lu Xinyan's gaze was cold, but I've been listening to it for 13 years. Old wounds revealed, Jiang Man awkwardly covered her face with both hands, tears sliding out from between her fingers. Her shoulders trembled, and she collapsed onto the sofa, weakened by sudden weakness in her legs. Lu Xinyan looked down at her disdainfully, "You once told me that people like me need to take whatever we desire by any means necessary. Once seized and grasped, only then can it be safe. Aren't you the same? Anyone can accuse me of ingratitude except you." Jiang Man couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. Lu Xinyan said, "Being ungrateful was also something you taught me." Lu Zhenhuan didn't understand what they were talking about, glancing first at Jiang Man, then at Lu Xinyan. "What did you just say about changing names to enter the Lu residence years ago? What does that mean?" Lu Xinyan laughed bitterly. "Xinyan," Jiang Man hastily reached out and grabbed the edge of Lu Xinyan's clothing, her tearful eyes begging, Don't, please don't say." Lu Xinyan took a deep breath, wobbling backward a few steps. Suddenly, he knelt heavily on the ground. "We deceived you," he said expressionlessly. "Jiang Man's original name was Jiang Zuifang. As for me, I didn't have a surname since I was born, and it was later when I met you that I secretly adopted your surname. Thus, what you believed to be fate tied in our names was all something we had changed beforehand." Lu Zhenhuan widened his eyes. What? "The bankruptcy of the Lu Corporation is related to me," Lu Xinyan continued. "It was my scheming ambition, and I am still greedily thinking about someone I shouldn't even consider. You." Lu Zhenhuan trembled as he pointed at Jiang Man, then at Lu Xinyan, too angry to speak. "You both." "Zhenhuan." Jiang Man called out his name. "Don't call my name." Lu Zhenhuan's eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Man burst into tears. "I admit I deceived you, but I truly liked you. All these years, I have never done anything to harm you or betray you." Lu Zhenhuan laughed bitterly in rage. "If you haven't betrayed me, what about Xiao Nian? Have you ever betrayed him?" Seeing Jiang Man's silence, Lu Zhenhuan rebuked her. "Answer me. Have you ever wronged him?" Jiang Man bit her lip and shook her head forcefully. Lu Xinyan let out a derisive chuckle, slowly standing up, picking up the documents on the table, looking at them, and then tearing them up one by one before throwing them into the trash can. "Uncle, everything you've lost, I will compensate for with the entire CNN company. Making you ill wasn't something I intended back then, and I sincerely apologize." Lu Xinyan's voice became abnormally gentle. "All I wanted was for him to come back. From beginning to end, all I ever desired was him." Lu Zhenhuan held his head in pain, reaching over to stroke his chest several times to catch his breath. He couldn't say whether this was karmic retribution or some other kind of destiny. Lu Xinyan looked at Jiang Man again, giving her a sorrowful smile. "I used to hate you. Hate? Why? If you hated me so much, did you bring me into this world? Why, if you brought me here, would you treat me like garbage? Hate how you always smiled warmly at others while only scowling at me. Later, I understood, my existence was your disgrace. Seeing me reminded you of that person. Rest assured, I'll try not to show up in front of you from now on." Having said that, Lu Xinyan turned and left. After walking just a few steps, he heard a voice calling him from behind. "Xinyan." Jiang Man, looking at her son's back, memories flooded her mind. Though she felt 1,000 words pressing on her tongue, at last, only 3 insignificant words reached her lips. "I'm sorry." Lu Xinyan hesitated only a moment before continuing his walk without looking back. Jiang Man was also a tragic woman. Growing up in poor conditions, she had an elder brother below her, and thus, she quit high school early to work in a factory, earning money to send her younger brother through school. At 17, Jiang Man, pretty and vibrant, entered the factory where many young men pursued her within the same workshop. But Jiang Man was picky and dismissed everyone's advances. At that time, she hoped to find a boyfriend similar to the foreman of the workshop, and therefore, refused to start any relationship until after 2 years of working in the small county. Then, as everyone thought alike, she yearned to explore the world outside of their town. However, Jiang Man hadn't anticipated that her life's turning point occurred when she was merely 19. One night after work, heading home, she was suddenly dragged into a dark alleyway by 2 drunk men. That night was Jiang Man's most powerless night ever, disgusting alcohol smell, suffocating breaths, and sticky sweat forced upon her body. Jiang Man hadn't clearly seen what the men looked like, she only knew one of them had a broken eyebrow, and the other was a stutterer. A month later, she watched on TV as a rapist was captured, it was the one with the broken brow. Upon seeing the news, Jiang Man immediately panicked, fearing that the other man might hunt her down again. She didn't dare report it to the police. If people found out about this incident, how could she face society? Terrified for a few days, she decided to resign and return to her hometown, but unexpectedly, that very night when she was preparing to leave, the stutterer had actually tracked her down. In his heart, Lu Xinyan still sympathized with Jiang Man. He understood why she despised and disliked him. Yet, he ultimately couldn't forgive her. Back then, Jiang Man could have chosen to abort the child, sparing him from entering this world. But instead, she chose to give birth to him. Afterward, she treated him like garbage. For what sins must he endure such suffering? How utterly absurd. Lu Xinyan closed his eyes briefly, pressing the button to light up the elevator, and went straight to the underground garage. As the garage door slowly opened, Lu Xinyan's movement to grab his car key suddenly paused. On the floor lay a bunch of bright, vivid roses, accompanied by droplets of water that had dampened a small area. Beside them were 3 cigarette butts. The air still carried wisps of tobacco scent, whoever had been there must have just left. But, something wasn't right, Lu Xinyan wasn't at home. He couldn't have just stepped out either, unless he'd returned after. Wait, he had come back. Lu Xinyan's mind went blank for a moment as he slowly approached, picking up the roses from the ground. Inside was a card. He pulled it out and unfolded it. There's a flower vendor at the entrance of the neighborhood. The little girl insisted on giving me this, I guess because I look handsome, so I'm passing it on to you, your brother. The handwriting was messy, yet undeniably attractive. Lu Xinyan's face suddenly darkened, his mood more strained than when he'd faced Lu Zhenghuan's interrogation earlier. Now though, an inexplicable tension gripped him. Suppressing his worst fears, he pulled out his phone and hesitantly dialed a number. Qin Yu watched as the mobile phone on the table kept vibrating and couldn't help asking, aren't you going to answer? Are you two having some kind of argument? Reclining on the sofa with his right hand propped behind his head, Lu Xinyan stared lifelessly at the ceiling, feeling increasingly irked by the incessant buzzing. Let it go. Qin Yu clicked his tongue. Not knowing what had happened between them, he suggested tentatively, shall I answer it then? Lu Xinyan shook his head softly, muttering, no need. Qin Yu was torn. Since stepping through the door, Lu Xinyan's demeanor had been off, like a man who had lost his soul. Qin Yu couldn't describe the feeling, it was even sadder than during their family's bankruptcy. After the call automatically disconnected on the other end, a flood of messages started pouring in. What's going on between the two of you? Qin Yu sensed this time things were not simple. Lu Xinyan blinked slowly. I don't know. And truly, he didn't know. All Lu Xinyan knew was, if he could turn back time, he would wish never to have gone home today, to never have overheard those words outside the door. Chapter 73. Lu Xinyan didn't want to talk. He sat up, grabbed his phone, and turned it off. Suddenly, it was quiet around him. Staring at the phone for a few seconds, Lu Xinyan looked up silently at Qin Yu. After a while, he asked, if there's someone in this world who really likes you, but their way of liking you is extreme, would you accept them? Qin Yu blinked, roughly guessing who it was about in his mind. How extreme? He asked. Lu Xinyan stayed silent. This thing was really hard to explain. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed that Lu Xinyan could do such a thing. From when they first schemed against the Lu family, schemed against him, even his return to the country was included in Lu Xinyan's plans. Thinking about how he had come out unreservedly in front of Lu Zhenghuan just this morning just to make someone happy, Lu Xinyan felt like an idiot. In frustration, he picked up the cigarette on the table and lit it. Lu Xinyan deeply took a puff, exhaled the smoke, and slowly said, it's hard to say. At the beginning, he pretended to be good and pitiful around you, but then you realized that he was nothing like what you saw, deceiving you all these years. It depends on you. Qin Yu was also clueless about matters of affection, but, isn't this a matter of whether you like or not? Lu Xinyan flicked the ash off the cigarette, frowned, and agreed. Wang Liya came out of the kitchen with a plate of fruits, chopsticks placed on top, and set it on the table. Liya had just arrived from the countryside a few days ago. Lu Xinyan looked at him and said, thank you. Wang Liya shyly smiled, pursed his lips, pointed towards the kitchen, indicating there was still work to be done. Qin Yu lifted his chin, go ahead and busy yourself. Lu Xinyan watched Wang Liya's back for a moment, drew back his gaze, and asked, you left him here, are you not afraid your dad will suddenly attack? He just came back a few days ago. Qin Yu smirked, anyway, they will know sooner or later, let it go, I'm not getting him a daughter-in-law, so why should he care who I find? And you? Qin Yu redirected the conversation, directly saying, what did Xinyan do to upset you? Lu Xinyan, what he did? I don't even know if I am supposed to be happy or not. He was exactly because of knowing what Lu Xinyan had done, which were sincere plans for him. So he didn't know whether he should be happy or not. Before, when he learned that Lu Xinyan was the boss of CNN, he didn't have this feeling. But after knowing the real reason behind the bankruptcy of the Lu family, Lu Xinyan's love made him feel suffocated, heavy, and even gave him a chill down his spine. Others walked to their lovers holding flowers, while Lu Xinyan walked to him holding a bloody sincere heart. Lu Xinyan sighed, feeling uneasy inside, hesitating multiple times, summarized briefly, "Do you know about the bankruptcy of the Lu family?" Qin Yu nodded. "My father has been investigating this ever since he returned, today." Lu Xinyan skipped mentioning his coming out, and directly stated who caused the Lu family's bankruptcy. After finishing, Qin Yu was shocked with a slightly open mouth, unable to snap out of it for a long time. "You. Aren't you mistaken?" Lu Xinyan expressionless. "I wish I was mistaken," but those words were personally admitted by Lu Xinyan. Did he not think about what would happen if his plan was revealed? "Lu Xinyan, to be honest with you, I've investigated this before, couldn't find any trigger. If he refused to admit until death, this thing would only remain as speculation, never being definite. So he was just trying to get you to return to the country." Qin Yu suddenly didn't know what to say. If Lu Xinyan only bankrupted the Lu family, it was truly an act of ingratitude. But considering the underlying motives, how could one judge whether it was right or wrong? A vibrating sound came. It was Qin Yu's phone. Qin Yu picked it up, glanced at the incoming call, let out a hiss, and glanced at Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan didn't need to ask who it was. "He's calling." Qin Yu nodded. "He knows you know about this." Lu Xinyan thought he should know, otherwise, he wouldn't keep calling like chasing his life. Qin Yu tentatively said, "I'll answer it." Lu Xinyan didn't care, "Do whatever." Qin Yu answered, turned on the speaker. "Xinyan. Brother Qin," the voice from the other side was very low, carrying a barely noticeable panic. "Is my brother with you?" Qin Yu maintained a normal tone. "What happened? What's wrong?" "I called him, he didn't answer, his phone might be dead." Lu Xinyan asked, "Did he come to you?" Lu Xinyan was sitting on the sofa, his eyes lowered, staring fixedly at the phone, nearly snapping the cigarette between his fingers. Qin Yu thought that Lu Xinyan's appearance right now would surely lead to some violence. "Not here. He didn't come to me." Lu Xinyan's voice was hoarse. "All right, I see." When the call ended, Lu Xinyan closed his eyes briefly and then asked, "Do you have any alcohol?" "There's none at home, let's go to a bar." Qin Yu glanced at the time with a lifted hand. "It's about the right time now." 10 minutes later, after Qin Yu changed clothes in the room and informed Wang Liao, they headed out with Lu Xinyan. The moment they arrived, it was still early, so there weren't many people at the bar. This suited Lu Xinyan perfectly. Qin Yu picked a corner spot, ordering a bottle of alcohol once seated. Lu Xinyan couldn't hold his liquor well. Normally when he drank, he kept a thread of clarity, but tonight was different. His aim was only to get drunk. One cup after another went down like water. Qin Yu couldn't bear watching, knowing how distressed Lu Xinyan was. "Still," he said, "you're not supposed to drink this way." Lu Xinyan stared at the liquid in his glass and forced out a question, "Then how am I supposed to drink?" Qin Yu frowned, unable to help himself. "If you want him to come over and clear things up face to face, I can call him right now." Throughout the entire time, Lu Xinyan refused to meet Qin Yu's eyes. "No, no need. I already know." Qin Yu rolled his eyes, thinking, "What do you know? If you really knew, why are you drinking yourself into oblivion?" He'd known Lu Xinyan for years, and understood his short temper, how quickly emotions came and went. Lu Xinyan wasn't one to keep things bottled up. Forcing him to suppress something could very well lead to inner harm. Qin Yu regretted not letting Lu Xinyan come earlier so Lu Xinyan could release all his pent-up frustrations in a fight instead of keeping them locked inside. "I'll call him. Hit him or yell at him, it's up to you. No one will stop you." Qin Yu pulled out his phone resolutely and prepared to dial. "Don't," Lu Xinyan stopped him, "don't call him. What if, when the moment came, he couldn't even lift a finger? That'd be pathetic. And worse, letting others enjoy his humiliation for free." Honestly, Lu Xinyan did want to hit Lu Xinyan, but deep down, he knew well that seeing his face would make him hesitate, a sign of weakness. From childhood till now, whenever Lu Xinyan shed tears, Lu Xinyan grew irritable, and irritation led to leniency. It seemed as though Lu Xinyan had found his weak point, emotions entirely out of control. Frustrated, Lu Xinyan wondered aloud, how did I become this way? Truthfully, what bothered Lu Xinyan most wasn't the pain but rather himself. Because compared to sadness, what dominated his mind more was, if he hadn't gone back home that day, but stayed at Qi's family, wouldn't everything have been alright? Then this whole thing could have never happened. Having hidden from himself for so long, he believed he could manage this situation just the same. Qin Yu wasn't good at comforting people, he wasn't Fu Xianxu. His words often missed the mark and sometimes made things worse. So all Qin Yu could do was watch over Lu Xinyan by his side, preventing him from making a fool of himself while drunk. After finishing the bottle, Lu Xinyan wasn't drunk yet. With a flushed face, he sat there. Qin Yu poured the last bit into the glass, getting up to grab another bottle, but upon returning, he found the man who had been on the sofa was missing. Startled, Qin Yu grabbed the server nearby and asked urgently, "Where is my friend?" "Ah. Boss," the server was also busily flustered. "What's wrong?" By 7 o'clock, the music in the bar was deafening loud. Qin Yu clicked his tongue, shouting loudly, the guy who was sitting with me before. Didn't I ask you to watch over him? Realizing what Qin Yu meant, the server pointed in a direction. Oh, I think he went towards the restroom. Qin Yu nodded, leaving the staff to work and sitting back in his original seat to wait. Sitting down, he got bored after waiting a bit and took out his phone, sending a message to someone at home. Lia, what are you doing? Wang Lia replied, just now, my cousin called me, asking me to go out for dinner. Qin Yu remembered Wang Lia's cousin, having met him twice without developing much favor towards that family. He asked, are you going out? Almost simultaneously with sending the message, a 15-second voice note popped up on the screen. Qin Yu opened it, placing it near his ear. He faintly heard tapping sounds from fingertips hitting the screen. Though Qin Yu wasn't very familiar with these modes of communication, he'd quietly learned how to interpret. Translating the meaning, I rejected him. He seemed quite upset. No, I didn't go out. Haven't you told me to minimize contact with them? A smile hung on Qin Yu's lips as he tapped on the screen. I can hear it in your voice. You're saying you didn't go out because you were thinking of me, right? Lia. Lia, you're shameless. Qin Yu could imagine the image of her jumping around in frustration. He suddenly felt lucky that he had met Lia. If it had been Xinyan, he would probably have been tricked worse than Lu Qinyan. Sigh. Qin Yu shook his head and suddenly realized Lu Qinyan hadn't come back yet. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw the manager push through the crowd with a worried look on his face. Mr. Qin, it's bad news, young Master Lu got into a fight in the restroom. What? Qin Yu stood up abruptly. The person who fought with Lu Qinyan was none other than Chen Yi, whom he had met at noon. Chen Yi had been under strict supervision by his father for several months. His father relaxed his vigilance when he thought Chen Yi was behaving well, so he immediately invited some old friends to hang out at their old place. After drinking a few bottles of alcohol, Chen Yi left the private room to use the restroom. By ill fate, he encountered Lu Qinyan there. He originally intended to pretend not to see him, but Lu Qinyan seemed drunk, leaning on the wash basin, head hanging down without moving. Seeing this, Chen Yi's evil heart arose instantly. This man was the fat piece of meat he had coveted for a long time, now sent straight to his mouth. How could he let go? Without hesitation, he tried to drag Lu Qinyan into the restroom. Who knew that even though Lu Qinyan appeared drunk, before Chen Yi's hand could reach his waist, he instantly became alert. Chen Yi hadn't reacted in time when his arm was locked by Lu Qinyan, and the next second, he was thrown hard onto the ground. I don't know why they started fighting. The manager followed closely behind Qin Yu and said, young Master Lu was furious, and none of us dared to step forward to stop him. Alright, don't say more. He's in a bad mood today. Qin Yu rushed hurriedly to the restroom and saw a group of guests gathered outside to watch the spectacle. You son of a bitch, say it again. Lu Qinyan's angry voice came from inside the crowd. Shit. Fuck your mother. Chen Yi's face was pressed against the mirror, his hands twisted behind his back, yet he continued to curse. I'll say it. You were drugged by your own brother and molested by him. You enjoyed it while being with him, but not anyone else. In the next moment, a scream of pain echoed from inside. I don't know why they started fighting. The manager kept following Qin Yu closely. Young Master Lu is extremely angry. None of us dared to step forward to stop him. Alright, no more talking. He's upset today. Qin Yu hurriedly made his way to the restroom, only to find a group of guests standing outside watching the show. Chapter 74. Qin Yu knew that Lu Qinyan was in a bad mood today, and he always needed an outlet to vent. Chen Yi was unlucky to bump into him. The supervisor automatically stepped forward to disperse the guests blocking the entrance, then Qin Yu went in. He saw Chen Yi crouching in the corner, hugging his head with both hands after being beaten. Seeing Qin Yu, Chen Yi immediately shouted like a frightened grandson, Qin Yu, Qin boss, call the police quickly, this guy's gone crazy. Qin Yu hadn't seen Lu Qinyan hit anyone for many years now. Back in high school, Lu Qinyan used to fight all the time, but later on in college, he rarely resorted to violence. When Qin Yu heard Chen Yi's screams from outside, he already knew how heavy-handed Lu Qinyan had been. He felt that Lu Qinyan at this moment seemed to have returned to being a teenager of 17 or 18, irritable, impulsive, and unrelenting with his fists. Boss, the supervisor didn't know what to do about the situation. Qin Yu frowned, telling him to drive away the onlookers outside, and called a few people over to separate the two. In less than 10 minutes, the area outside the restroom became quiet. Chen Yi had injuries on his face, a gash in his eyebrow, blood trickling down his face. Qin Yu had someone send him to the hospital, and instructed them to keep an eye on Chen Yi en route, not allowing him access to any communication devices as it wouldn't look good if the matter escalated. After the two were pulled apart, Lu Qinyan appeared to have calmed down, standing there silently without saying a word. His mind was chaotic, the words Chen Yi had said earlier still swirling in his head. Lu Qinyan let me help him, but after I did, he turned against me, threatening me. You've been sold by him and are counting his money for him. You still treat him as your good younger brother. Is Master Lu blind or stupid? If it weren't for your good looks, would he have taken so much trouble? Do you know why he showed up in the restroom last time? It was just to shut my mouth. You're harboring a wolf and treating him like a little bunny rabbit. Even if you beat me, it won't change the fact that he conspired with me to get you drunk and drug you. Chenyan, Lu Chenyan, are you alright? Yu thought something was off with Lu Chenyan, calling out several times without response. Angrily spitting, he cursed, Chen-yi is nothing but an idiot, who the hell would believe those nonsense words? Yu had heard bits and pieces of what Chen-yi said earlier, but he didn't believe them at all. Being called by Yu, Lu Chenyan finally responded. Slowly raising his head, he looked at Yu. His eyes were filled with bloodshot. Yu was startled and yelled, you can't possibly be believing that garbage talk, can you? Lu Chenyan remained silent, then after more than 10 seconds, he took a step, opening a nearby restroom door with a bang before slamming it shut. Pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it, took a drag, and sat on the toilet seat cover. He was currently very disturbed. Actually, Yu was right, one shouldn't believe what trash Chen-yi had said. But in Lu Chenyan's heart, Lu Shenyan had already become completely different. That former little shadow following behind him softly calling him, brother, had now turned into a yoke around his neck. Biting the cigarette tip, Lu Chenyan took a deep puff. He suddenly felt quite useless. If it were before, he would have long ordered Lu Shenyan to come close, demanding clear answers. He wanted to know how many things Lu Shenyan had hidden from him, deceiving him, scheming against him. How much truth and falsehood lay in what Chen-yi had said. How much was there that he didn't know? And how much longer did Lu Shenyan plan to remain low and servile at his side? Yet when he really pulled out his phone, he hesitated, unable to make that call. With a bitter smile, Lu Chenyan bent over, resting his head on his knees. The light above illuminated this square little space, as if it were a temporary refuge. Lu Shenyan reached the bar 10 minutes later. When Yu called him, he had been driving around aimlessly like a headless fly. He had gone to the school to look for Fu Xianshu, and indeed, Lu Chenyan wasn't there. Then he went to Yu's house, but still found no one. He searched everywhere, visiting every place Lu Chenyan had frequented. Even when he'd been chased out of his home by Jiang Man previously, he had never been so anxious. In just a few short hours, Lu Shenyan's heart felt as though it had been fried in oil multiple times. He didn't know how much Lu Chenyan had actually heard, feeling like a sword hanging over his head, waiting to be judged. Of course, what he feared even more was if there would be no trial given, and instead a direct sentence of death. You've arrived. Seeing Lu Shenyan, Yu let out a sigh of relief. And him? Lu Shenyan rushed in breathlessly, where is he? Yu pointed at the restroom, he was utterly at a loss now, thinking this moment only Lu Shenyan could coax him out. By the way, Yu grabbed Lu Shenyan's clothes and whispered lowly, watch out for yourself. He just beat someone. Lu Shenyan's heart suddenly clenched, is he alright? He is fine, Yu said, I've already had someone send Chen-yi to the hospital. It's not serious. His skin was broken. Just, Chen-yi said something that upset him. Yu gave Lu Shenyan a heads up. In his heart, he also hoped that what Chen-yi said wasn't true, best if it weren't true. I understand. Yu didn't ask more, turning to leave while casually picking up the no entry sign and placing it in front of the door. Lu Shenyan turned around and locked the door from the inside. The raucous music outside was immediately isolated as soon as he took a few steps forward when a heavy smell of cigarette smoke hit his nose. He could see several cigarette butts under the first toilet stall panel, causing Lu Shenyan's heart to tighten. Standing by the door, he raised his hand, finding himself unable to even muster the strength to knock for a second. After a few seconds, he curled his knuckles and tapped twice. Brother, the voice rasped. Lu Shenyan paused, trying to steady his tone before asking, are you in there? Hearing the familiar voice from outside, Lu Chenyan thought he might be hallucinating. His fingers trembled slightly, the almost extinguished cigarette ash falling to the ground. How could Lu Shenyan show up here? No need to guess who summoned him. Lu Chenyan didn't reply, holding the cigarette between his lips, suddenly finding the whole situation rather laughable. Just last night, he had been upset with Lu Shenyan and had been racking his brain on how to make amends, only for everything to flip upside down within less than 24 hours. Hearing the sound outside again, Lu Chenyan shook his head and chuckled, idiot. It was unclear whom those two words were referring to. Taking one last drag of the cigarette, he stood up. Having sat for too long, his legs felt a bit numb. Lu Chenyan steadied himself against the doorframe for a moment before opening it. Upon opening the door, he saw that face, and Lu Chenyan unconsciously tightened his grip. Brother, Lu Shenyan's voice was much softer. Lu Chenyan fixed his eyes on this handsome face for a long time before asking, amusing, isn't it? Lu Shenyan looked at him, knowing full well that Lu Chenyan knew everything. Didn't you say there would be nothing left to hide from me? Lu Chenyan asked again. Lu Shenyan opened his mouth to speak, then closed it again. Lu Chenyan stared at him, suddenly unable to help but let out a soft laugh, whispering, now, you don't even want to explain yourself anymore. Lu Shenyan's heart clenched sharply, instinctively denying, no. After an excruciatingly long silence, Lu Chenyan vaguely felt a surge of anger, but right now he didn't have the energy to discipline anyone, and seeing this person irked him further. Move aside. He pushed the person away, intending to leave this place. Brother. Seeing the other person leaving, Lu Xinyan panicked and instinctively tried to grab him. However, before his hand touched the other's clothes, it was harshly slapped away. Get lost. Lu Xinyan twisted the doorknob, but just as the door opened, it was slammed shut the next second. Feeling the approach, Lu Xinyan reacted quickly, shoving the person away, shouting, "Stay far away from me. I get angry just looking at you." Thinking of all the things Lu Xinyan had done, he felt goosebumps all over his body. This was supposed to be such a pure and warm youth. Yet his mind games were more intricate and darker than anyone else's. On hearing this, Lu Xinyan was shocked, his eyelashes trembling slightly. "You're going to leave? What else should I hear?" Lu Xinyan retorted, though translating the sentiment was roughly the same, "Nonsense. Should I stay here and be connived against by you?" "Not possible." Lu Xinyan flashed a look of struggle in his eyes. The next moment, he anxiously gripped his wrist, shaking his head mutely. "No. You can't leave. Ho, once your tricks run out, you resort to this kind of tactic," Lu Xinyan sneered, staring at him. "Lu Xinyan, let me ask you, what do you think I am to you?" Lu Xinyan looked at him, speaking slowly, "My favorite person. Do you have the right to say these two words?" Lu Xinyan interrupted him, feeling inexplicably upset. "You bankrupted the Lu family company, you schemed against me and my father, you conspired with Chen Yi to drug me, and the very next morning, you feigned innocence in front of me. Did you ever think about liking me when you did all that? Is that really your definition of liking?" "That never happened." Lu Xinyan snorted derisively, asking, "What never happened? Wasn't the bankruptcy of the Lu family related to you?" Saying this, Lu Xinyan felt like he had gone mad, actually hoping deep inside that Lu Xinyan would shake his head and deny it, clinging to that last sliver of hope. Because he was very clear in his heart that as long as Lu Xinyan denied it, he certainly would too. Unfortunately, things didn't go his way. The next second, Lu Xinyan nodded in front of him. "The bankruptcy is related." These few short words were transmitted accurately and without error into Lu Xinyan's ears. This made his chest suddenly swell, unable to help but curse in his heart. "Lu Xinyan, you big idiot, you are a damn big idiot. What the hell are you expecting?" Lu Xinyan's vision gradually blurred as he struggled to free himself. "Let go." Lu Xinyan immediately shook his head. "No." He knew full well that once he let go, Lu Xinyan would definitely leave without looking back and never look at him again. He didn't dare to gamble, nor could he gamble. Even if he had 99% certainty, he couldn't risk the remaining 1%. "You damn, let me go," Lu Xinyan suddenly roared, his voice trembling slightly as he started to speak rashly. "Lu Xinyan, are you annoying or what? I don't like you, do you know that? Let go. Are you acting pitiful on purpose?" Lu Xinyan suddenly hugged him and pressed the person against the door tightly, confining them in his arms while muttering obsessively, "No, I won't let go, brother, please don't treat me like this, I'm begging you." The breath by his ear made Lu Xinyan shiver uncontrollably. It was a warm embrace, but it terrified him. "Are you crazy? Go ruin someone else. Don't come ruining the Lu family. Get off me." Lu Xinyan tightened his grip around his waist, his eyes filled with an intense fanaticism. You can't leave me. Didn't you say you were playing with me? Play then, play with me forever if you want. Don't leave me alone. His voice carried a thick tone of crying, like a drowning man clinging to a piece of floating wood. Lu Xinyan pleaded almost nightmarishly, "You can't abandon me. Can you slowly like me?" After saying this, Lu Xinyan realized he was asking for too much and quickly changed his words. "It's fine even if you don't like me, it doesn't matter. But let me like you, let me see you." By the end, feeling the person struggle more fiercely in his arms, he almost cried out loud, "Lu Xinyan, why did you give me a chance only to plan on leaving now? You're insane." Lu Xinyan cursed bitterly, "When did I ever give you a chance?" "You did." A fierce glint flashed in Lu Xinyan's eyes as he bit into his neck greedily inhaling the man's scent. "You did. You should have kicked me out of the Lu estate when we were young, but you didn't. If you had, I wouldn't have fallen for you." As he murmured, he started madly rubbing the body in his arms. "You knew I liked you, so why did you indulge me?" Lu Xinyan felt close to breaking down. He couldn't budge Lu Xinyan's arms gripping him, and the fabric chafing against his skin hurt. The more he struggled, the tighter Lu Xinyan held onto him, his teeth biting into his neck with increasing force. A pair of dazzling yet dangerous eyes were now covered with a misty layer, making it hard for him to clearly see the world before him. In the end, overwhelmed by the pain, exhausted, he let his hands hang limply at his sides. "Lu Xinyan, you're hurting me." Lu Xinyan tasted a trace of blood and abruptly loosened his bite, staring at the red tooth mark on the snow-white neck, touching it gently as he sensed the person in his arms trembling. Sorry, he muttered, lifting his head like someone who'd received a merciless beating, gazing at Lu Xinyan with tear-filled eyes. Lu Xinyan couldn't stand seeing Lu Xinyan in this state and turned away his gaze. Lu Xinyan stared at him for a long time, like a child who'd been scolded, resentfully stating, "I didn't drug you." Chapter 75. Lu Xinyan still remembered that time, he admitted, the moment he saw Lu Xinyan, the years of buried longing directly overwhelmed him. But years of pursuit and admiration became a burden, making him hesitate to move forward. He secretly rejoiced that on the day Lu Xinyan returned to the country, the two did not meet. Because Lu Xinyan knew more than anyone else, in the 7 years, 9 months, and 15 days without Lu Xinyan, night after night, he was like a patient suffering from an incurable illness, in unbearable pain when the old ailment flared up. He couldn't guarantee that upon seeing the person he had thought of day and night, he would still be able to act rationally as instructed by his brain. Every glance, every movement, every breath, would surely betray his flaws in front of the man. He dared not make any rash moves. So he waited a week, suppressing himself for a week. During those 7 days, Lu Xinyan almost never slept, finding each second unbearable. Having waited through over 2,900 days, the last week turned out to be the hardest time for him. Qi Rang even joked that this was the phenomenon of just recovering from a serious illness. Lu Xinyan met Lu Qinyan at a bar. Upon entering, under the dim light, he spotted him immediately. The man sat with his long legs crossed, appearing leisurely, semi-reclined on the sofa. His slender index finger supported his temple, beneath his long lashes were a pair of half-asleep yet mesmerizing eyes, his pale pink lips curved slightly, the collar open, presenting a scene akin to a seductive concubine wreaking havoc on the nation. Upon seeing this sight, Lu Xinyan felt as if he heard a thunderous roar inside his head. 8 years of disguise crumbled instantly. He knew that the most erroneous judgment he had made over the years was underestimating Lu Qinyan's ability to bewitch hearts. He almost couldn't restrain his desire to have him, to embrace him, to kiss him. Seeing Lu Qinyan talk to someone else sent him into a jealous rage. He almost rushed over to pin the person down on the sofa, heedless of consequences as he declared his claim in front of everyone. He indeed once harbored the dark thought of drugging him, but in the final moment, he regretted it. He had Chen Yi get him drunk, then took him away openly right in front of Qin Yu. Lu Xinyan still remembered that night, when he brought Lu Qinyan to a hotel room. When the door closed, cutting off the outside world, the greed hidden deep within him grew wildly, his emotions burning enough to consume everything. That night, he originally only intended to briefly indulge and satisfy his years-long obsession, but the moment he touched the man, a flood of desires surged uncontrollably. Every cell in his body screamed wildly, wanting this man. Lu Xinyan tried to console himself, just one taste would diminish the obsession in his heart. He knew such lies could only deceive ghosts. The 3 characters, Lu Qinyan, were already deeply rooted in his heart, unknowingly growing into a towering tree. To uproot it completely would only result in the consequence of physical and mental destruction. At the moment of getting Lu Qinyan, he felt both happiness and loathing. Loathing himself for needing to use such dark means to obtain this person, yet unable to resist the joy of having obtained him. It was the first time that Lu Xinyan felt the night was too short. If the sun wouldn't rise the next day, he would drag the other person into their downfall together. So, I didn't slip you a drug. Lu Xinyan seemed to have calmed down, repeating, I didn't give you any drugs. Lu Qinyan's eyelashes flickered, taking a deep breath. Is it that no drug is needed, or simply none was given? Even if you didn't drug me, didn't you take advantage of my situation? Wasn't it you who bankrupted the Lu family business? Yes, Lu Xinyan looked at him, his voice dry and hoarse. The bankruptcy of the Lu family business has something to do with me. But I had no other way. You said you wouldn't come back. Lu Xinyan's mind reverted to fear whenever he thought of it. You said you'd never come back. I was scared, brother. He was utterly at a loss what to do. So you used this method? Lu Qinyan was both amused and disheartened, saying coldly, didn't you know how to contact me? Didn't you? His words paused momentarily, probably because Lu Qinyan himself also recalled that Lu Xinyan had indeed contacted him. Not only once, but many times. But back then, he had been indifferent from start to finish. I tried contacting you, Lu Xinyan murmured softly. Even if you tried, let's say, hypothetically, stepping back 10,000 steps, Lu Qinyan suddenly felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. You shouldn't have done it this way. After all, our family, the Lus, have never wronged your mother or you. Do you still remember, the last time I asked you, you said there was nothing you were hiding from me? Lu Xinyan nodded, his voice barely audible. I remember. If you remember, then why? Why didn't you deny it outright and not admit? Why did you choose to admit it now? And why, when admitting it, did it have to be in a way that I overheard? Lu Qinyan couldn't help but laugh. Every time he thought about how he'd amused this person, he felt like the man who knelt in front of Lu Zhenghuan this morning was a complete fool. By the way, Lu Qinyan suddenly remembered, Lu Zhenghuan. Lu Zhenghuan's health wasn't good. Knowing the truth about the Lu family bankruptcy, wouldn't he already be in the hospital by now? Shit. Lu Zhenghuan's condition made Lu Qinyan inexplicably anxious. Let go quickly. Lu Xinyan immediately became wary. Are you going to leave? Lu Qinyan glared at him. You're going crazy again, aren't you? I'm going home. Lu Xinyan stared at him as if trying to determine whether his words were true. Lu Qinyan yelled, do you want to drive Lu Zhenghuan mad until he dies? Is that what will make you happy? Lu Xinyan's lips moved, after a few seconds, cautiously negotiating. Then let me send you back. It'll be quick. Lu Qinyan didn't bother arguing with Lu Xinyan anymore because continuing would waste both time and energy, and he realized that Lu Xinyan was stronger than him. As they left the bar, a cold gust of wind hit them. Lu Qinyan opened the car door and paused for a moment. On the passenger seat lay a bouquet of roses with a card inside. After a whole afternoon, the roses looked wilted, less fresh than they were earlier. Lu Chenyen's gaze darkened slightly, finding it utterly ironic. Lu Chenyen was just about to pick up the flowers and place them in his arms when another hand reached faster, picked up the flowers, and threw them on the ground. Lu Chenyen sat expressionlessly in the passenger seat, fastened the seatbelt, and said, "Let's go." His voice lacked any emotion. Lu Chenyen looked at him. After a while, the car door reopened, letting in another blast of cold air. Lu Chenyen got out of the car to retrieve the flowers and the card, cradling them carefully in his hands. His chest tightened uncomfortably. On the way home, Lu Chenyen remained silent, eyes closed, never even sparing the other man a glance. He wondered, usually a couple of drinks could knock him out, but tonight, despite having a slightly dizzy head, there was no trace of drunkenness. Until they pulled into the garage, Lu Chenyen was about to get out of the car when he suddenly said, "Throw them away, they're quite disgusting to look at." Lu Chenyen opened his mouth to ask, "Did you buy them?" Lu Chenyen didn't answer, getting out of the car and heading upstairs instead. Lu Chenyen watched the man's retreating figure disappear before taking out the card from his pocket and lightly tracing the words with his finger. He couldn't help indulging in a wild fantasy. Maybe, for just 1 second, he had been very close to him. When Lu Chenyen arrived home, the living room lights were off. It seemed as though today wasn't a good day to go out. Everything had seemed fine in the daytime, but returning in the evening felt different entirely. Lu Chenyen flipped the light switch absent-mindedly and was startled to see someone sitting on the sofa. Jiang Man heard the sound, turned around, and immediately avoided his gaze. Her eyes were bloodshot, clearly from crying all afternoon. After steadying himself, Lu Chenyen glanced briefly at the small handbag lying on the floor and asked, "Where's Dad?" Jiang Man kept her head down, answering softly, "In the bedroom." Lu Chenyen went straight to the bedroom and opened the door, discovering Lu Zhenhuan sitting in a rattan chair, lost in thought, holding some documents in his hand. "Dad," Lu Chenyen called out. Lu Zhenhuan twitched his fingers slightly, speaking in a hoarse voice, "You've returned." Lu Chenyen sighed faintly and moved closer to take away the documents. "Stop reading. Reading wouldn't change the facts anyway." Lu Zhenhuan clenched his fingers tightly, as if trying to conceal something. "It's nothing much. You've just come back from the Qi family. Is Elder Qi still well? Why do I smell alcohol on you? Have you been drinking?" Lu Chenyen didn't reply, forcefully snatching the documents from Lu Zhenhuan's hands. He casually flipped through them and then tossed them aside, slowly saying, "I came back quite a while ago." Lu Zhenhuan hesitated for a moment. "What's wrong?" Lu Chenyen smiled, corners of his mouth pulling up mockingly. "Is there anything I shouldn't know?" Lu Zhenhuan. "When exactly did you come back?" Lu Chenyen sat on the bed, thought for a moment, and gradually erased the smile from his face. "Around the time you least wanted me to come back." Lu Chenyen was in the process of pulling out a cigarette under the spotlight, making it particularly noticeable that one drag had left a significant mark on it. When Lu Chenyen looked up, Lu Zhenhuan quickly averted his gaze. "You?" Lu Chenyen asked, "I thought you were going to the hospital. Aren't you checking back to see if you're all right?" Lu Zhenhuan replied, "It's not necessary, there's nothing serious." Lu Chenyen nodded, "That's good. If I'd known there was nothing wrong, I wouldn't have come back." After smoking a couple of puffs, Lu Chenyen stood up and was about to leave but paused after walking a few steps. He said, "Isn't it a bit funny?" His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Lu Zhenhuan opened his mouth but swallowed his words back, asking instead, "What?" Lu Chenyen let out a soft sigh, "Don't pretend you don't understand. My knee still hurts." Xiaonian, Lu Zhenhuan couldn't help but feel for this son despite himself. It has nothing to do with you," as if predicting what Lu Zhenhuan was about to say, Lu Chenyen interrupted him, "Never mind. Pretend I never asked. You just take care of yourself." When Lu Chenyen came out of the room, Jiang Man was still sitting on the sofa. Xiaonian, Jiang Man, seeing him emerge, hurriedly stood up with a slight hunch in her back. "Are you available now?" "Lu Chenyen, do you need something?" He instinctively sensed that Jiang Man had been waiting for him all afternoon but didn't know what exactly she wanted to tell him. Jiang Man bit her lip, "I want to talk to you about something. 10 minutes will be enough." Lu Chenyen observed her for a few seconds before sitting down. "Speak then." Jiang Man was holding something tightly in her hand. Lu Chenyen watched as she slowly opened her palm. In the center of her hand lay an unremarkable pebble from Lu Chenyen's room. He had seen it many times. "This," Jiang Man said, "is for you." Lu Chenyen didn't understand and made no move to take it. "This stone belongs to Shenyan," she continued without pause. "He's carried it on his body ever since you left." Lu Chenyen wasn't at all curious about the story behind this stone. "What do you want to say?" "In fact, I didn't understand before either." Jiang Man retracted her hand, looking at the tiny stone that barely filled her fingertip. A tear rolled down her cheek. Such a foolish child. Perhaps realizing her own state, Jiang Man hastily wiped away the moisture from her eyes and looked straight at Lu Chenyen. "I'm leaving." Jiang Man had already lost her face here, needing no prompting from Lu Zhenhuan. She was self-aware. However, before leaving, she still informed Lu Chenyen, "I only thought about this event because if he hadn't said it, you would have never had the chance to know. Do you remember how Xin Yan used to struggle speaking clearly when he was young? Lu Qinyan nodded, he definitely remembered. He had teased Lu Xinyan over this matter. Maybe, it's genetic. Jiang Man closed her eyes briefly while reminiscing about the past. If I recall correctly, it should have been in the second year after you left that Xinyan began wearing this thing around his neck. Jiang Man carefully recalled. She was right, it shouldn't be mistaken. That year, Lu Xinyan was 14. It was their 5th year living with the Lu family. And it was also the second year after Lu Qinyan left the Lu household. When I think about it, it seems unbelievable. Xinyan was so young back then, how could he possibly understand such things? Jiang Man said, one day, he suddenly asked me, saying whether it was because he kept bringing you shame by following you every day that made you abandon him. At that time, I thought it was just his random question and paid no attention to it. It wasn't until months later that I gradually realized Xinyan's speech had improved greatly compared to before. At this point, Jiang Man couldn't help but take a deep breath. Do you know why? It's because of this. He tried to cure his speech defect by talking with this stone in his mouth every day. Maybe you can't empathize with that feeling, but I witnessed it once. His mouth was covered in blisters, unable to drink water. I'm an incompetent mother, but he's still my son, and every day seeing him in pain, unable to eat properly, broke my heart. After you left, he left the Lu household too, because you once said that if he left, you would return. We all knew it was just an angry remark, but he took it seriously. Every word you said, he remembers deeply in his heart. Lu Qinyan sat stiffly on the sofa for a long time. Only when the nails digging into his palm sent a sharp pain did he snap back to reality. The living room was deathly silent. A long while later, he faintly remarked, "Are you finished?" Jiang Man seemed surprised at Lu Qinyan's reaction. "Now that I'm done talking, I'll go to sleep." Lu Qinyan stood up and walked towards the bedroom without looking back, shutting the door and locking it behind him. He stood there motionless. A few seconds later, the calm facade he had been forcing finally cracked. Lu Qinyan leaned against the door and slowly slid down to sit on the floor. The tension that had gripped his nerves all day finally loosened now. Disturbing images rushed into his mind in a chaotic jumble, causing a pounding headache. He tilted his head back and rested against the door, closing his eyes. After a while, he pulled out his phone and called a friend at the hospital. The call was answered quickly, with a pleasant male voice coming through. "What's up? Why the sudden call?" Lu Qinyan's voice was hoarse. "I want to ask you something. Can genetic speech defects be cured by surgery?" "Not really," came the reply from the other end. "Why ask this all of a sudden? Who has the defect? Did you discover a stammer in yourself?" "It's not me, don't guess around," Lu Qinyan asked again. "Then how long does it take if someone uses an intermediary object like pebbles to change their stutter?" There was a sound of disapproval from the other end. "You're better off not trying this at all. For the first half year, you won't even be able to eat properly. One person in our office tried it but couldn't last even a week, and it doesn't fix the issue within just months, more like 1 to 2 years. After a long silence, he suddenly chuckled faintly, murmuring, "So, Lu Xinyan, were you threatening me?" Chapter 76. Jiang Man left on the weekend. Lu Qinyan saw she had nowhere to stay, so he let her stay 2 more days. "The medicine for Zhenhuan is ready. It's all in the medicine box." And, Jiang Man handed over a notebook to Lu Qinyan. "It contains the dates he goes to the hospital for examination. I've noted them all down." Lu Qinyan took it. "I know." Jiang Man nodded, picked up her handbag, turned and pulled open the car door. She looked back again, wanting to say something but held back. "That?" Lu Qinyan asked, "Is there anything else?" Jiang Man questioned, "Do you know where Yan Yan is?" "I've been calling him, but he hasn't answered." She knew only Lu Qinyan could reach Yan now. "But, I haven't contacted him either. He's probably at school. Little Yan, can you help me contact him?" "When you do, give me a call," Jiang Man said. "All right." After Jiang Man left, Lu Qinyan then turned around and walked into the community. Just as he arrived at the elevator lobby downstairs, his steps suddenly paused as he raised his eyes. Lu Xinyan was leaning against the wall, his hands hanging by his sides, with a cigarette between his fingers, his gaze fixated on him like a lost puppy. Even though they'd only been apart for 2 days, it felt like this man had transformed completely. He still wore the same clothes from that day, his hair messy, and dark circles under his eyes indicated he hadn't slept. He approached, his voice hoarse as he called out, "Brother." For some reason, the moment Lu Qinyan heard Lu Xinyan speak, an ache welled up in his chest. All the words of Jiang Man from these 2 days replayed in his mind. "I don't know why that kid is so foolish. He has always chased after your footsteps, never taking even 1 step back, even if his head was broken and bleeding." He clenched his fist slightly, cursing himself inwardly. After closing his eyes briefly, Lu Qinyan maintained a calm tone, feigning nonchalance. "Jiang Man just left. She has been worrying about you non-stop, asking me to make sure I tell you to give her a call so she can rest assured." "And you?" Lu Xinyan stared straight at him, his voice filled with anticipation. Have you worried about me? Even for a second?" Lu Qinyan glanced at him and coldly responded, "You're not dead yet, are you?" Lu Xinyan's dry lips quivered before pressing tightly together. He didn't know exactly what he'd been hoping for. The past 2 days had felt like living as a walking corpse, his mind filled entirely with images of this man, angry, hateful, irritable, furious, calm, every kind of expression imaginable. The one thing missing was a smiling Lu Xinyan. No matter how hard he tried to recall, Lu Xinyan couldn't unearth from his memory the sight of Lu Xinyan ever smiling. Even imagining it seemed unreal, like how, just moments ago, if Lu Xinyan admitted he had worried about him even for an instant in these 2 days, he might believe he was dreaming, though even the Lu Xinyan in his dreams sometimes misbehaved. Watching the young man bow his head before him made Lu Xinyan inexplicably irritable. With brute force, he yanked his arm free from Lu Xinyan's grasp. This person had 2 skills, one was to play the victim, and the other was to play pitiful. Abusing his harmless appearance to act irresponsibly. When Lu Xinyan prepared to ascend the stairs, his sleeve was tugged within just a couple of steps. "Brother," Lu Xinyan looked at him, "can you give me one more chance?" Lu Xinyan gave a cold glare. "Give you what kind of chance?" "A chance to scheme against me again. Learning once from a mistake is normal. Shouldn't it be enough? Can you trust me this last time?" Lu Xinyan said painfully. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes, unwilling to continue the argument. "Let go. Trust me one more time. I'll give everything to you." Finally, Lu Xinyan's dwindling patience ran out. "Trust your sister." A struggle ensued at the elevator entrance. At that moment, ding, the doors in front opened. Inside stood a young couple. Seeing the scene at the elevator entrance, both parties were momentarily stunned. The woman's bewildered gaze slid from Lu Xinyan to Lu Xinyan, and her eyes lit up unexpectedly. Cursing under his breath, Lu Xinyan hurriedly increased the distance between himself and Lu Xinyan. The couple exited the elevator. As they walked, the woman hugged her husband's arm, lowering her voice extremely low. Honey, look at that handsome guy, isn't he the person we saw in the garage these past few days? He looks very similar. His clothes are the same too. Did you even see what clothes he was wearing through the car window?" The man's voice carried a hint of jealousy. "What? I see him every day when I go to and from work. Did he offend his wife at home, or why has he been sleeping in the car for consecutive days?" The woman's words all reached the ears of the 2 men, causing Lu Xinyan to associate uncontrollably. Shit. What does it mean that he offended his wife? And besides, why should Lu Xinyan care if Lu Xinyan sleeps in the car? Who the hell allowed you to sleep in the garage? Lu Xinyan glared. Lu Xinyan looked at him and said softly, "Because I'm just afraid of you." Before he finished speaking, Lu Xinyan suddenly cut in, "Get out of the garage. Don't sell me your fake sadness in front of me. I don't fall for this stuff." With that, Lu Xinyan walked straight into the elevator and pressed the floor button. Damn it, what gives this person the right? It was him who went bankrupt, him who was manipulated, even him who got taken advantage of. Clearly, he was the victim, yet why did Lu Xinyan appear before him as though suffering a great injustice? He looked up at the jumping numbers on the elevator floor indicator, then reached his hand into his bag and felt the rope inside, wrapping it tightly around his fingers one circle after another until he gripped the small stone at its end firmly in his palm, his eyes trembling slightly. "Lu Xinyan, how adeptly you torture me, damn it." Back home. Lu Zhenhuan stood by the window. Hearing the door open, he turned and asked, "She's gone?" Having encountered Lu Xinyan downstairs, Lu Xinyan was now in an extremely foul mood and only mumbled a reluctant, Lu Zhenhuan sighed quietly without speaking. Lu Xinyan glanced at him, his throat moving a few times before asking, "Do you regret it?" "Ho ho," Lu Zhenhuan shook his head and chuckled lightly as he stepped towards the sofa, slowly sat down, picked up his teacup, and took a sip of tea. This tea had been brewed by Jiang Man earlier in the morning. The person had left, but the tea was still warm. "I won't lie and say I'm not disheartened," Lu Zhenhuan admitted honestly. "After all, we've lived together for over a decade. You raise a cat or dog around, and you'll develop feelings for it, let alone an actual person." Lu Xinyan stood where he was, silent for a few seconds, then moved over and sat down, saying, "You don't need to worry. I transferred 80,000 yuan to her, it may be a bit less, but she can survive for the next couple months." Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhuan's eyelashes fluttered, and he looked at him. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Xinyan asked pointlessly. "Not enough. Hey, I don't have spare money to support her. Besides, her son is much more talented than yours anyway. You should be more concerned about yourself." Lu Xinyan giving Jiang Man the money was purely as a token of gratitude for her devoted care while Lu Zhenhuan was sick. Little Year, after hesitating for a few seconds, Lu Zhenhuan finally voiced his question, "Do you still like Xinyan?" These past 2 days, this had been what he'd wanted to ask most. His son's stubbornness knew no bounds, he always liked to argue with himself, making it hard for him to admit aloud liking someone. What good does liking do? Lu Xinyan's pupils flashed as he stared fixedly at the teacup on the table, expressionless, and retorted. Isn't reality quick to slap him mercilessly across the face? Lu Xinyan felt incredibly defeated, especially in front of Lu Zhenhuan. He felt that day when he knelt in front of Lu Zhenhuan made him seem nothing short of a joke. Alright, Lu Xinyan didn't want to continue on this topic, can we stop mentioning this thing already? Are you enjoying ripping off my scab? Aren't you doing any better either? What is there for me to enjoy? Lu Zhenhuan snorted once. Lu Qinyan grumbled, then why did you ask, knowing it well? Lu Zhenhuan replied, just wanted to confirm. Watching you these past 2 days, you seem listless. Who's listless? Lu Qinyan's voice rose sharply, concealing too much, I'm energetic as ever. Admitting that his lack of energy was because of Lu Xinyan would hurt more than those slaps. Lu Zhenhuan shook his head, knowing well, then why don't you go outside and clear your mind? Don't stay indoors all day and get sick. I know myself, Lu Qinyan muttered. Lu Zhenhuan was about to say something more when his phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out and looked at it, it was an unfamiliar number. Lu Zhenhuan answered directly, hello. Are you Mr. Lu Zhenhuan? Came a man's voice from the other side, sorry for disturbing you. Yes, who might you be? Asked Lu Zhenhuan. Lu Qinyan wasn't in the mood to stay, so he returned to the room. Hello, I am Fang Huai, the client representative at CNN, explained Fang Huai. Mr. Lu, do you have time this afternoon? I have something that needs to meet with you in person. CNN. Lu Zhenhuan echoed, what matter? Fang Huai hesitated for a moment and said, this is an important matter. Let's discuss it in person. Now. Recalling his boss's instructions, Fang Huai nodded. Yes, I'll send you the address. After ending the call, Lu Zhenhuan sat on the sofa for a while, hesitating. Finally, he got up, returned to the room, and put on a coat. Before leaving, he knocked on the main bedroom door. Lu Qinyan opened the door, what's wrong? Lu Zhenhuan noticed that he was holding some clothes, and there was an open suitcase on the floor. Where are you going? No specific place, just tidying up my clothes. Lu Qinyan threw the clothes into the suitcase, noticing that Lu Zhenhuan was wearing a coat. Are you going out? Lu Zhenhuan nodded. I have something to do. Do you want to come along? What for? Lu Qinyan said. It's not about me anyway. Lu Zhenhuan thought for a moment, then swallowed his words. All right. At the law firm. Mr. Lu, I apologize for calling you out at this moment. Fang Huai, neatly dressed in a suit, sat opposite Lu Zhenhuan and pushed a document across the table to him. We need your signature on this document. Confused, Lu Zhenhuan picked up the document. What is this? Fang Huai nodded, saying, this is a legal representative transfer contract of CNN Company. What? Lu Zhenhuan was surprised. Fang Huai smiled. Our boss has already signed it. You just need to sign, and this contract will take effect from today. Lu Zhenhuan blinked for a moment before flipping through the contract. The white pages clearly had a signature in the legal representative section, Lu Xinyan. The handwriting was elegant and neat. Chapter 77. Lu Zhenhuan blinked, glanced through it carefully, and indeed, it was a legal representative transfer contract. The first page and the last page were already signed. All he had to do was to write his name on it, and from today onward, the legal representative of CNN would be him. But, what does this mean? Lu Zhenhuan vaguely understood, but he still wanted a clear explanation. He put down the contract and looked at Fang Hui, waiting for his explanation. The literal meaning, Fang Hui said, then habitually raised his hand to adjust the glasses on his nose bridge. Our boss specially emphasized that Lu's responsibility is his own. This contract is his sincerity. All the property rights under CNN are in it. He doesn't want anything. After Lu Zhenhuan finished listening, he didn't say anything and didn't sign. After a while, he asked, if he doesn't want anything, then what does he want? Lu Zhenhuan was a businessman. He very clearly understood that if one didn't even want money anymore, then what they wanted was even more. Fang Hui paused for a moment, smiling faintly. Mr. Lu truly has keen insight. Lu Zhenhuan said, so there are still conditions. Fang Hui replied casually, I thought Mr. Lu would know what our boss wants. Their boss only sought one person. To be honest, when Fang Hui received his boss's phone call, he was also extremely surprised. After all, there were few people in this world willing to give up their wealth voluntarily. He had personally witnessed how his boss had built CNN into its current scale over these past few years. Including himself, if he hadn't met young Master Lu, and hadn't taken that big risk, he would still be a small lawyer helping people sue and deal with litigation. He wouldn't be where he is now. Fang Hui still vividly remembered how Lu Xinyan initially approached him to persuade him to acquire the Yanqing Shallow Bay project from the government. In the beginning, after meeting Lu Xinyan 3 times, Fang Hui still didn't remember him because Lu Xinyan looked too delicate, with red lips and white teeth, obviously a student. So when Lu Xinyan approached him, Fang Hui once thought the other party had found the wrong person. He couldn't believe the words of a young man 10 years younger than him, and definitely wouldn't mortgage all his immovable properties based on Lu Xinyan's words. But Lu Xinyan, who is now the boss, said one sentence to him. Often, heaven only gives us one chance to change our fate. It was because of this sentence that he re-examined Lu Xinyan and began to listen to his plans for Yancheng. To be honest, Lu Xinyan's ideas were too grand, and his vision of the future too beautiful. Fang Hui couldn't help throwing cold water on them, but Lu Xinyan smiled lightly with firmness. There will be a day like this. At the start, Fang Hui thought that Lu Xinyan did all this for himself, for wealth and honor. Until one time during a company dinner gathering, the female employees joked. "Boss, you're so young and capable, not to mention so handsome. Whoever you like in the future is surely going to be so happy." Fang Hui still remembered how Lu Xinyan's gaze instantly softened at the time, as he softly said, "It's being liked by him that brings happiness. He's so good." Everyone at the scene was startled because none of them expected their boss to already have someone in his heart. Then another male colleague asked, "I'm really curious about how our boss courts people. Boss, can you teach us some tricks?" Lu Xinyan faintly smiled and said, "Work hard. Buy everything that he looks at for more than a second." Thus later came Lu Mansion, Lulu, luxury cars, fresh flowers, and C&N. It was inevitable for his boss to succeed because he always knew exactly what he wanted, and he worked tirelessly towards that goal. When a person works hard, the world makes way for them. Looking at the contract on the table, Fang Hui sighed inwardly. However, his boss's way of pursuing love was truly simple, direct, and pure, something he could never emulate. "But please, Mr. Lu, rest assured," Fang Hui added, worried that Lu Zhenhuan might misunderstand, "our boss's original intention isn't to exchange things for something else, but to seek your approval." Just using CNN to trade for a nod, Lu Zhenhuan naturally knew what that nod meant. Because just a few days ago, his son had merely asked for his nod as well. Lu Zhenhuan felt like he was a stick, beating apart lovers. But judging by his health condition, he feared that before the lovers were driven apart, the stick would break first. After a moment, Lu Zhenhuan sighed and said, "Mr. Fang, honestly speaking, this decision isn't in my hands right now." "Oh yes, where is Xinyan now? No, where is your boss now? Can I meet him?" Since that day, he hasn't even seen Xinyan's face. "Fang Hui, our boss said he has something very important." Lu Zhenhuan interrupted Fang Hui, "Never mind, if you've reached him but don't know how to say it, I'll talk to him." Fang Hui. Lu Zhenhuan was too persistent, and Fang Hui was somewhat at a loss. Hesitating for 2 seconds, he could only stand up, "Then please wait here for a moment." Fang Hui pushed the door open, walked out, and dialed the phone. "Where are you going?" From the mobile phone lying on the aqua blue bed came Qin Yu's voice, "Why are you leaving?" A pale hand held the phone. Lu Chenian turned off the loudspeaker and placed it near his ear, saying, "I've got some things, I'll be back in a while." Qin Yu exclaimed with comprehension, "Oh, I thought you wouldn't come back once you left." 5 minutes ago, Lu Chenian called him, asking him to send him to the airport. Qin Yu thought that this time Lu Chenian would leave again. "By coincidence, my father didn't bring his luggage back from there, so I'm going to take care of it," Lu Chenian said. Actually, Lu Chenian didn't plan to go to Canada. It was after Lu Zhenhuan told him this morning to go around a bit that this idea sprang to his mind. Anyway, there were still a few matters over there that needed handling. "Qin Yu, oh, how many days will you be away?" Lu Chenian, "I don't know yet, we'll see." "Your words sound like you're not coming back, Actually." Qin Yu hesitated, about to speak but stopping. "What?" Knew know how to hold things back in heart. After one silent second, Qin Yu still asked, "What happened after you two left my bar that day? Although, actually, I don't worry whether you'll come back or not. How could Xinyan let you stay in Canada? He probably followed right after you. I just want to know what you're thinking now. Could you stop being so nosy?" Hey, Qin Yu said twice, "I'm just asking, though I still can't believe that Xinyan would do those things, perhaps because I've seen him grow up since I was little. I didn't expect him to be so extreme." "Ah well, never mind, you think it through. I'll tidy up and then pick you up." Lu Chenian remembered suddenly, "Just wait at the entrance of the neighborhood, no need to come to the garage." "Why?" Lu Chenian made up an excuse casually, "There are no parking spots left." After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenian squatted down, took out the clothes he had just folded into the suitcase and hung them back into the wardrobe. He overestimated himself too much. Folding clothes is meticulous work. 2 hours of hard work yielded no results. 20 minutes later, Qin Yu was already at the door. Lu Chenian casually grabbed a simple black windbreaker and went out. Once downstairs, he subconsciously looked around before heading out. Qin Yu parked by the roadside. He walked over, pulled the car door open, and got in. Didn't take anything. Qin Yu glanced at Lu Chenian for a longer time. Lu Chenian rarely wore black clothes. Dressed this way, his features became even more strikingly handsome and pale, almost dazzling. "There's nothing worth taking," Lu Chenian said indifferently, turning his head to look out the window, just as a car passed by in front of him. The model of the car was too familiar. His gaze slid to the license plate number and recognized it immediately. It was Lu Xinyan's. "What are you looking at?" Qin Yu followed his gaze. "Nothing, let's go to the airport," Lu Chenian said while fastening his seatbelt. When Lu Xinyan arrived at the law firm, Fang Hui was waiting for him at the door. Seeing him, he stepped forward a few paces. "Boss." After merely 2 days, Fang Hui noticed how exhausted and gaunt his young boss looked, with his cheeks slightly thinner. In short, his overall condition wasn't good at all. Lu Xinyan held a shopping bag in his hand and asked, "Is he inside?" Fang Hui nodded. "He said he would only consider signing after seeing you." Lu Xinyan lightly curled his lips. "I understand. I'll lead you in." Fang Huai took the lead, and Lu Xinyan followed behind. When they passed the restroom, Lu Xinyan entered, taking out a more stylish piece of clothing he had bought earlier from the bag. After changing his clothes, he took out his phone from his pocket and habitually checked the WeChat interface. All chat messages were shown as having been blocked. A quiet sigh resounded in the silent bathroom, faint and elusive, easy to overlook unless one listened carefully. Shutting off his phone, Lu Xinyan neatly folded the clothes and put them back into the bag. After stepping out, he handed the bag to Fang Huai. "Send these to the dry cleaner shortly." Fang Huai took the clothes. "All right, Mr. Lu is in the third meeting room." Lu Xinyan nodded and headed toward the meeting room. Lu Zhenghuan was sitting with his glasses on, reviewing the contract. Hearing the door open, he looked up. "Uncle," Lu Xinyan's voice was still calm and gentle, just a little raspy. He walked in and sat down. Lu Zhenghuan put down the contract and looked at this son more intently. No matter how he looked, the young Mr. Lu talked about in the industry didn't seem to match. The son he had raised for over a decade had suddenly turned into a person he didn't recognize. In fact, during these 2 days, Lu Zhenghuan couldn't help but learn about CNN. Including this young Mr. Lu. He learned many versions, most of which were about decisive actions, ruthless means, farsightedness, and commercial talent, words that were worlds apart from the young man sitting in front of him now who called him uncle. Yet it was precisely these two extremes that were merged in Lu Xinyan. However, within such a short period, the other party had directly made the decision to change the legal representative of CNN, indeed proving decisive. The door opened, and Fang Huai personally brought in a cup of strong coffee, placing it in front of Lu Xinyan before leaving. "Was this your decision?" Once the door closed again, Lu Zhenghuan spoke directly. Lu Xinyan answered without hesitation, looking at Lu Zhenghuan and saying, "Fang Huai should have explained clearly, this is my decision." Lu Zhenghuan's Adam's apple moved up and down, and after 2 seconds, he took off his glasses, placed them in the case, and slipped the case into his pocket, saying, "I can't sign the contract." Lu Xinyan wasn't surprised by this result at all. If the people in the Lu family were ones who could be bought off with money, everything would have been much easier to handle. "And your brother?" Lu Zhenghuan paused mid-sentence and changed his wording. "Chenian wouldn't want me to sign this contract either." Chapter 78. Lu Xinyan's eyes dimmed for a moment. After a brief pause, he hoarsely asked, "Is it also his wish?" Lu Zhenghuan said, "More or less." The hand under the table unconsciously tightened its grip. Lu Xinyan appeared calm, but the heart in his chest couldn't help but ache. Now, he even refused to accept what was given by him. "Xinyan," Lu Zhenghuan said, "everyone experiences countless failures in their lifetime. The matter of the Lu family has already been resolved. My health now doesn't allow me to overwork, and you don't need to change the legal representative of CNN. It originally belonged to you." As he spoke, Lu Zhenghuan sighed. "In my heart, I've always placed you on the same level as Xiaoyan, although you've called me uncle all these years, in my heart, I've always regarded you as my son. If you're willing, you can still call me uncle in the future, do you understand?" Xiaoyan. So it was, still uncle. Lu Xinyan gave a faint smile, and after a long while, he said, "But I don't lack uncles." Lu Zhenghuan slightly furrowed his brows. He just didn't want to make things unpleasant. He dared to ask, "Is there anyone in this world who would let their child be with someone deeply scheming?" Lu Zhenghuan couldn't do it. He couldn't let Lu Chenian and Lu Xinyan be together. Although Lu Chenian hasn't shown any signs on the surface these past few days, he wasn't blind. He could clearly see that Lu Chenian had become low-spirited because of this matter. If not for this incident, it was highly possible that when Lu Chenian knelt down before him and pleaded for his nod, he would have agreed. After all, how could he resist his beloved son? But the thing Xinyan did left even him secretly alarmed. No matter what the reason was, he simply couldn't accept it. Lu Chenian is straightforward and simple-minded. What will happen between them in the future? As a father, he was concerned for his son. After all, he couldn't afford to gamble. "Xinyan, I hope you understand what I mean," Lu Zhenghuan said. Lu Xinyan, "I understand, but I don't want to." Lu Xinyan lowered his gaze, after a long while. He finally spoke again, "Because I like him so much that I don't know what to do with myself." These past 2 days, he had thought about locking Lu Chenian in a place where no one knows them. That way, they might be able to stay together forever. But he didn't dare, because Lu Chenian would surely be unhappy. He didn't want him to be unhappy. "Uncle, there's no need to persuade me. If persuasion could have turned me around, I would have already turned back." Lu Zhenghuan tightly pressed his lips, remaining silent. Lu Xinyan's voice trembled, yet there was no hint of crying. "There are some things I messed up from the start, allowing mistakes to pile up continuously. I foolishly hoped you would never find out. I don't even have the courage to hope that such a beginning could bring something good to my future." Lu Xinyan's lips moved lightly, his voice heavy with suppressed longing, as if every word was infused with deep emotion that quietly seeped into the cold guest room. Lu Zhenghuan's brows furrowed into a deep. "Uncle probably." Lu Xinyan paused. "Can't understand, right? What time is your flight?" "Qin, you suggested while driving, how about we eat something first? The food on the plane tastes terrible." Last time when I flew to Maryland, I almost threw up. Chin Yu's sharp eyes caught a restaurant on the road with quite a number of people inside. Does this one work? It seems decent. Lu Chinian didn't feel much, lazily replying, whatever. Chin Yu parked by the roadside, entered the store, sat by a window, and ordered a few dishes casually. I somehow feel like you got dumped. Chin Yu noticed that Lu Chinian seemed listless, teasing while sipping tea. Lu Chinian gave him a glance, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and calmly said, "Can you speak properly?" Chin Yu shrugged, "Just joking around with you." Lu Chinian exhaled a mouthful of smoke, didn't respond, and his gaze caught sight of a bank across the road. "The food's here, you can start eating. I'll go withdraw some cash." He didn't have much cash on him, and he would need it after getting off the plane, so it was a good time to withdraw some. Once at the airport, he wouldn't have to look for an ATM. Chin Yu nodded, "Go ahead." Lu Chinian stood up, exited the store, crossed the road. There was a long queue in front of the ATM, so he stuffed his hands in his pocket and waited behind. By the time a cigarette was nearly finished, it still hadn't been his turn. Everyone next to him had already withdrawn cash, but the person in front of him was still depositing money. He didn't know what large sum of money she was depositing. Lu Chinian had little patience. He exhaled, then stepped toward the inside of the bank hall. "He only gave me 80,000, no more than that." A soft female voice caught his attention, it sounded familiar. Lu Chinian's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he followed the voice with his eyes. He saw Jiang Man standing not far away from him, her back facing him. She wore a hat and carried a black big bag on her shoulder, speaking on the phone with someone. "If you keep extorting, I'll report to the police." Whatever the person on the other end said seemed to have angered Jiang Man. Her voice became sharp, "In order to get this money, I left the Lu family. Let me tell you, I now own nothing, your threats are useless." Jiang Man spoke harshly, "I might as well die with you. Don't dream of getting even 1 cent from me." Upon hearing this last sentence, Lu Chinian immediately stopped in his tracks. Who exactly was Jiang Man talking to on the phone? "You'd better mean what you say. Once I get the money, I will leave forever." Jiang Man clenched her teeth and added, "I'm already in the bank. Send me the address. After I withdraw the money, I will bring it to you." After hanging up the call, Jiang Man tightly gripped her fingers, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, the number calling system inside the bank hall went off. Jiang Man took a deep breath, lowered her head to look at the queue number slip in her hand, wiped her face, and walked towards the counter. Feeling curious, Lu Chinian wondered who exactly was asking for money from Jiang Man. "Sir, may I know what kind of business you need assistance with?" The staff member approached with a smile and asked him. Regaining his senses, Lu Chinian replied, "No, thank you." Lu Chinian watched silently as Jiang Man withdrew 80,000 in cash and stuffed it into her black bag. As she stood up, her eyes furtively looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to her, then she pulled down her cap's brim and covered her bag with both hands, rushing out of the bank swiftly. She didn't notice him while passing by. To whom did Jiang Man carrying so much cash intend to meet? With his eyes fixated on Jiang Man's hurried figure, Lu Chinian lifted his leg and followed after her. The moment he stepped outside the bank hall, he witnessed Jiang Man stepping into a taxi parked by the road. Chin Yu was looking at the steaming hot dishes on the table, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. He was pondering about how many hundreds of thousands Mr. Lu should be withdrawing since all the food has arrived but he still hadn't returned. He made a clicking sound and unconsciously glanced toward the opposite bank, catching sight of Lu Chinian standing by the roadside, hailing a taxi. In the next second, Lu Chinian opened the car door and got in, driving away instantly. Chin Yu thought he might have been mistaken. He stood up, rubbing his eyes. What was happening? They had planned to eat together. Suddenly, the phone in his palm rang. Chin Yu answered, asking immediately, "Where are you going? Aren't we eating?" "I've got something to deal with." "Driver, please follow the vehicle ahead," Lu Chinian said over the phone. Hearing this conversation, Chin Yu couldn't help but ask, "Who are you following?" "Just forget about eating for now. Drive and follow behind me," Lu Chinian instructed from the other side. "What happened?" "Send me the license plate number." While saying this, Chin Yu picked up his clothes and proceeded to settle the bill. Just as he got in the car, his phone buzzed. It was the location sharing sent by Lu Chinian. Opening the shared position, Chin Yu followed the navigation instructions. Lu Chinian tracked Jiang Man all the way to the suburbs. This area consisted of abandoned factories. It was desolate, rarely anyone came here. Getting out of the car at the roadside, Lu Chinian trailed Jiang Man from afar. Before taking a few steps, Chin Yu's call came through, so due to the unusual silence of this area, Lu Chinian promptly ended the call and messaged back, "Are you there yet?" "Chin Yu, why did you hang up?" "I haven't arrived yet." "Why are you coming here?" "Lu Chinian, it's inconvenient to talk here. I noticed Jiang Man behaving quite strangely and decided to follow her." Chin Yu, are you bored or what? There's absolutely no one here, aren't you supposed to be catching a flight? As Chin Yu drove further along, he found himself moving farther away from the city. If it wasn't for Lu Chinian leading the way, he would have turned around and gone home long ago. Lu Chinian, since you're already here, let's take a look first. He felt something was off about Jiang Man. She had managed to secure 80,000 yuan to keep close, and now she intended to give it away. Qin Yu, young master, are you here shooting a movie in such a lousy place? Don't move, I am almost there. Lu Chinian quickly typed on his keyboard, I know, I am at the first crossroad. Get out of the car, walk inwards a bit, and you will see me. While concentrating on typing, he suddenly heard a scream from within, the voice of Jiang Man. Lu Chinian abruptly tensed up, shoved his phone into his pocket, and rushed in swiftly. Qin Yu arrived at the first crossroad Lu Chinian mentioned, looked around, but saw no one. He stood by the car door and sent a text message, I'm here. Where are you? After waiting for a while, he received no reply. Qin Yu continued to send another message, speak up, or I will call you. Still, there was no reply from the other end. Qin Yu turned his head and glanced at the deserted road, tentatively calling out twice, Lu Chinian, Lu Chinian. It was too quiet. Qin Yu had an inkling that something was amiss, so he dialed Lu Chinian's phone. A cold female voice came from the other end, sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Shit. Qin Yu hung up and dialed again, only to hear the same response. This place was a desolate suburb, it was hard enough to find a person, let alone even a dog. Qin Yu hesitated for 2 seconds, then regardless of whether anything happened or not, he called 110 directly. After reporting to the police, Qin Yu wanted to go in and look for him, but seeing the abandoned factory that seemed impossible to tell where the road was, he felt uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he made another call. The person on the other side of the line took their time answering, and after hanging up, Qin Yu tried again persistently. As soon as the call connected, before the other side could speak, Qin Yu said, Shen Yan, your brother, seems like something happened. Chapter 79. Sunlight streamed in through the exhaust fan. When Lu Chinian struggled to wake up, all he could see was blackness. His arms were bound behind him, tightly twisted around a pillar with cold steel wire, and his mouth was taped shut. Lu Chinian tried to break free and realized his feet were also tightly bound. Shit. Lu Chinian let out a couple of muffled cries, attempting to make some noise. Just as he prepared to move, a sound of sobbing reached his ears. He stopped moving, hearing a man's voice, that man is, not the one you asked, to follow me? No, I didn't, I don't know how he ended up here. Let me go. The woman's voice was low, but Lu Chinian still recognized it. It was Jiang Man. He remembered what had happened before he lost consciousness. When he heard Jiang Man's voice, he thought something had happened to her. Then, when he came in, someone attacked him from behind. He woke up here. Without a doubt, Lu Chinian knew he had been kidnapped. Damn. Biting his teeth, Lu Chinian forcefully struggled to break free. He wanted to run out while the other side hadn't noticed that he was awake. However, he was tied too tightly. Not only could he not free his hands, but even making a sound with his mouth was difficult. While thinking about how to escape, Lu Chinian couldn't help but wonder. How is Jiang Man doing now? Who is that stuttering person? Outside, the two people were still talking. Lu Chinian wasn't paying attention to what they were saying. Suddenly, Jiang Man's voice broke down as if someone had grabbed her hair, and she screamed. Ah, let go of me, you beast, why don't you die inside? Then came the sharp sound of a metal bucket being kicked over. At that moment, unseen by Lu Chinian, Jiang Man was being pinned on an old wooden stool by a man. Her legs were forced open, fear showing in her eyes as if her past nightmares were about to repeat themselves. Her whole body trembled with fear. Her coarse words gradually turned into pleading cries, you bastard, I will kill you, ah, let go of me, please, how much money do you want, how much money? I'll help you, I can help you, please, don't touch me. The old stool creaked, and his bony fingers rubbed Jiang Man's face rudely. Watching Jiang Man's terrified look, he grinned menacingly. It seemed like he didn't smile often, this smile of his was rather eerie. My life, the man spoke brokenly, was ruined because of you, now I'm back. You bitch, you went out there seducing others, eating good food, drinking good drinks. You were supposed to use your money for bribes, inside. Instead, you pretended not to know me, huh? Now, I will remind you who was your first man. Jiang Man cried in panic, not caring whether anyone would hear, I paid the bribe, all the initial money went in, but they said it was useless. I have more money now, please let me go. Let you go. The man's eyes twitched, his hand tightening on Jiang Man's thin neck, then who's going to let me go? The police are looking for me everywhere outside, give me money, money for me. The man's inverted triangle eyes grew fierce, his fingers tightening, as if with another force, Jiang Man's neck would be snapped. Oxygen flowed less and less to her brain, her breathing growing increasingly faint. All Jiang Man could see was white, then black. She felt she was about to die. She really was going to die in the hands of this man today. What to do? What to do? What to do? She shouldn't have trusted him, she should have called the police. But maybe dying wouldn't be so bad. If she died, she wouldn't know anything anymore. Everything happening in this world would no longer concern her. She wouldn't have to live painfully any longer. The only regret was that she hadn't yet contacted Yen Yen and couldn't say her final goodbye. Yen Yen, Yen Yen, Yen Yen. Speak. Hurry, speak for me. The man's eyes flared. Did you send that guy from outside to arrest me? Is he a cop? No. Jiang Man's mind buzzed, her consciousness drifting away, and she finally remembered the person outside. Xiaoyan. Was it Xiaoyan? He came to save her. Yes, Xiaoyan came to rescue her. But she had led him straight into danger herself. No, no, it can't be. Yen Yen would hate her forever after knowing. If something happens to him, Yen Yen will be heartbroken. Jiang Man felt like a needle pierced her temple, causing her tears to flow non-stop. She couldn't die. Xiaoyan was still bound. At this thought, Jiang Man didn't know where she suddenly got the strange strength from. She began to struggle violently, and with a loud clang, the stool beneath her collapsed onto the ground, kicking up dust. Cough, cough. Jiang Man's disheveled hair covered her face as she lay on the floor. Without time to think about anything else, she clutched a leg of the broken stool and swung it wildly around. Go away, get off me, leave me alone. The man, caught off guard, endured a few blows, his teeth gritted with pain as he cursed under his breath. He bent over, approached her, and grabbed her hand. He took the piece of wood from her grip and tossed it far away. Jiang Man was utterly terrified. Now without any weapon in her hands, she felt like a cat stripped of its claws. Bitch, the man slapped Jiang Man across the face twice and spat harshly at her. You dare try to kill me, but I am too tough for you. Jiang Man's ears rang briefly. As her hands were dragged by the man, he dragged her along like trash outside and picked up some rope to tie her up. Xiaoyan, Jiang Man fell on the ground, tears clouding her vision as she called out, Xiaoyan. The man kicked Jiang Man hard. Call him again, and I'll kill him. Do you believe me? Jiang Man closed her eyes in despair. The man then dragged Jiang Man to one side and walked over to pull down the black cloth covering Lu Qinyan's eyes. Lu Qinyan's eyelashes trembled as he slowly opened his eyes, only to see Jiang Man pitifully sprawled on the ground. Xiaoyan. Jiang Man quickly called out. Lu Qinyan furrowed his brow slightly, shifting his eyes to see the black canvas shoes stepping on the ground, their soles covered in mud. Who are you? The man squatted down, grabbing Lu Qinyan's hair and forcing him to look up. Are you here to arrest me? Lu Qinyan narrowed his eyes. This guy stammered. The man added, are you and that bitch together? No. Jiang Man shrieked, he is not, he doesn't know anything. Shut up, the man roared back, let me finish asking you before opening your mouth. Don't provoke me or I will kill both of you. Lu Qinyan wanted to curse the man for being stupid, his mouth was taped shut after all, how could he speak? Moreover, as Lu Qinyan glanced around, he wondered if Qin Yu had already noticed his disappearance by now. Did he call the police? Have they arrived yet? How long has it been since he lost consciousness? In just a few seconds, Lu Qinyan's mind raced through countless questions. His location was very hidden, and he couldn't make any sound. What if they missed finding him? In the meantime, cries filled his ears, irritating Lu Qinyan even further as the wires sunk painfully into his wrists. What the hell is this stuff? No matter what he tried, he couldn't break free. F***K. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his scalp. Biting his teeth, Lu Qinyan felt the hand on his head loosen as the man headed toward the door, picking up a steel pipe and smashing it forcefully against the wall. The workshop, eerily quiet before, echoed with clang-clang sounds. What are you doing? Don't you want money? I have money, Jiang Man shouted, seeing the man acting crazy. Jiang Man was afraid. She realized this person was insane, capable of anything. Not getting the money, he must be planning to drag them both to die with him. I have money in my bag, Jiang Man yelled. Aren't you upset because it's not enough? Call someone to deliver it, you can have as much as you need. Isn't your goal to escape? If you want to leave, no one will find you. The police won't catch you, definitely not. Shut up. The man glared menacingly at her, dragging the iron bar towards her step by step, its tail scraping the ground, pulling out deep grooves. Lu Qinyan's pupils constricted. What is he planning to do? Don't touch me, don't. I'll give you money. Jiang Man shivered from head to toe, crawling backwards like an insect. I'll give you whatever you want, everything. 20,000 isn't enough. I'll give you 50,000 yuan. Jiang Man rambled aimlessly. If you want 10,000 notes, take them. Don't kill us. Indeed, the man stopped his steps, his thin eyes twitching, showing signs of greed. His mouth opened and closed. You have 10,000s. Even if she didn't, Jiang Man would say she did. Yes, yes, call and let people bring it. The man erupted in anger suddenly. You're lying to me. You want to summon the police to rescue you, right? Wasn't this person sent to follow you? Who is he? The sharpest end of the steel pipe pointed straight at Lu Qinyan. Jiang Man trembled, sniffed, and shivered as she said, you can't hurt him. You need him to get the money, more than 500,000 yuan. Have them deliver it in an hour, it will definitely work. Lu Chenyan stared at Jiang Man. Jiang Man couldn't meet Lu Chenyan's gaze. She was out of options, this was the only way to buy some time. The man believed Jiang Man's words and fished out a phone from her bag, hesitantly turning it on. He pressed the steel pipe against Lu Chenyan's chest and asked Jiang Man, "Who should I call? If you dare fool me, I'll kill him right here." Jiang Man opened her mouth and slowly recited a string of numbers. Listening to that familiar number, Lu Chenyan struggled hard. "Don't move," the man pushed hard against him and asked, "Whose number is this?" Jiang Man swallowed saliva without mentioning a name and simply said, "It's the boss of CNN Corporations. Call this number, it works. Just tell them Lu Chenyan is with you, demand the money, and it'll be effective." "Really?" The man was half believing. Jiang Man nodded frantically with her disheveled hair, "It works, it works. A male voice will answer. If there's any issue, just hang up." Uncertainly, the man dialed the number. On the other end, it was answered almost immediately. "Hello," came a male voice. The man suddenly became excited, stammering, "Lu Chenyan is, in my hands. I want you to bring me 500,000 yuan to get him back, fast." "Do you only want 500,000 yuan? The tone from the other end was flat, devoid of emotion. The man hadn't expected it to be so easy. "Yes, 500,000 in cash." "No, I want 1 million yuan. You come and deliver it personally. It'll take some time to prepare the money. Right now, I need to confirm if he's unharmed." "Man, no issues at all." "Good." After the call ended, the man seemed slightly incredulous. With 1 million yuan, he could escape. Damn, who would go fetch 1 million cash for him now? Qin Yu kicked the car door, irritably messing with his hair and glancing toward the young man beside him before falling silent. Shen Yan must be going through worse turmoil inside. Within 1 hour, prepare 2 million in cash and deliver it. Lu Shenyan stood nearby, holding his phone, saying, "Not a cent less, remember that." Qin Yu thought he had misheard and asked after Lu Shenyan hung up, "Didn't the guy ask for 1 million to free him?" Lu Shenyan, Qin Yu questioned further, "So what's the extra 1 million for?" Lu Shenyan's eyes turned cold and ice-like as he remained silent. 2 million isn't much. 1 million for ransom, and the other million to claim a life. Chapter 80. Feng Huai always handled things quickly. After receiving a call from Lu Shenyan, he immediately contacted the branch managers of several banks and within a short period of time gathered 2 million in cash, which was placed in a suitcase in the trunk of his car. Then he drove to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. After arriving at the location, Feng Huai took out the suitcase. "Boss, not a penny is missing." Lu Shenyan didn't even look, he picked up the suitcase and walked inside. "Shenyan," Qin Yu said, "the police are already on their way. Why don't we wait 10 minutes before you go inside?" "Brother Yu," Lu Shenyan's gaze was cold and calm, "I only want to see that he is safe." From the moment he heard about Lu Shenyan's predicament, every second of waiting felt like a long execution. If they kept waiting, he would really break down. What if the other side discovered they had reported it to the police and harmed Lu Shenyan? Lu Shenyan couldn't afford to gamble. This abandoned factory had 2 floors, with all the windows broken. Each workshop was connected, holding many large pieces of waste and wood materials, making it too easy to hide someone inside. Lu Shenyan carried the case inside, paused his steps, and looked up. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Once the other side answered, Lu Shenyan said, "I've brought the money." "Where's the person?" "You, where are you?" "Downstairs." The other side went silent for a while, seemingly watching him from somewhere. Sure enough, after a few seconds, he heard them say, "You, walk to the right, see a door, put the money behind the door, then go back." Lu Shenyan glanced to the right and saw an old door. He replied, "I need to see the person." "The person will be seen," the man said, "is the money you have brought sufficient?" Lu Shenyan's voice was very deep, 2 million. "I want him unharmed." The man crouched behind the window, eyeing the young man downstairs. When he heard the other party mention 2 million, his eyes practically pierced 2 holes into the suitcase Lu Shenyan held. Excited but stammering, he said, "Safe, extremely safe." Lu Shenyan asked, "Where are you now?" The man suddenly became alert, "Why do you ask this?" Lu Shenyan expressed calmly, "I've said it, I will give you the money only after I see the person." The man squinted his eyes, looking back at Lu Shenyan and Jiang Man. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. After half a minute, he stood up and spoke into the phone, "Wait. The man went to the corner, picked up a bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured the liquid onto the floor. Instantly, the smell of gasoline spread throughout the air. Lu Shenyan's heart clenched tightly. "You crazy bastard," Jiang Man widened her eyes in horror, "what are you going to do?" On the other end, Lu Shenyan heard Jiang Man's voice, "What do you intend to do?" The man grinned, "I want the money. If you obey me, none of us will get hurt. If you play tricks, we'll die together." "Lu Shenyan, how should I proceed?" The man tossed the bucket aside and gave directions through the phone. Lu Shenyan followed the instructions, entering the workshop and walking up the stairs. By the last few steps, he could faintly hear Jiang Man's voice. Lu Xinyan paused for a second, slightly lowering his brow and eyes, completing the final 2 steps until the entire second floor came into view. Yen yen. Jiang Man screamed once, then was immediately silenced by the man's rebuke, shut up. Lu Xinyan's pupils flickered as his gaze moved from Jiang Man to another person. At the distant meeting of their gazes, the composed expression on his face instantly faltered. Lu Xinyan remained standing still, silently calling out, brother. Lu Xinyan instinctively furrowed his brow before averting his eyes. His eyes blurred with mist. Lu Xinyan, you motherfucking idiot. Come over here. The man pressed a steel pipe against Lu Xinyan's chest. Open it, let me see. Slowly, Lu Xinyan approached, unzipped the suitcase, and revealed the bundles of red currency bills that were lifted into sight with the dust settling. Can we release the person now? Lu Xinyan asked. The man swallowed hard, suppressing the immense excitement in his heart. Stand over there. As Lu Xinyan moved 3 steps to the side, the man almost couldn't contain his impatience. Using the steel pipe, he nudged the edges of the suitcase before bending down and dragging it in front of him. With trembling hands, he touched the stacks of cash inside, muttering to himself, it's real, the money is real, it's true, ha ha ha. Brother, seeing Lu Xinyan no longer under immediate threat, Lu Xinyan immediately rushed to his side, knelt down, and gently brushed off the dust from his brother's face. Lu Xinyan stared at him, closed his eyes for a moment, slightly tilted his head and pressed his face against the warm palm, lightly rubbing it. The movement was minimal, as if to offer comfort, or perhaps to remind Lu Xinyan not to do anything foolish and to tear off the tape on his mouth first. When the tape was finally torn away, Lu Xinyan felt like he had come back to life. He took a long breath and said, help me untie my hands quickly. All right. Lu Xinyan took half a step to the side, but as soon as his eyes fell on Lu Xinyan's bound hands, his entire body froze. The wrists, pale and delicate, were completely rubbed raw. Blood seeped onto the steel wire. With each struggle of Lu Xinyan's hand, the wire cut deeper. Lu Xinyan extended his trembling hand, stopping just short of touching, fingertips moving slightly. Bloodshot eyes filled with anguish as he observed the damage. Lu Xinyan had no idea what was going on with Lu Xinyan. He moved his hand and urged, hurry up. I don't know what this stuff is binding my hands. It hurts like hell. Hey, Lu Xinyan. What are you doing? Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan's eyes widened in shock as he watched Lu Xinyan grab the steel pipe that had been resting against Lu Xinyan's chest earlier, pull the man's hair, and mercilessly slam the man's head into the wall without expression. The man screamed in agony, leaving a streak of blood on the wall. I already told you. Lu Xinyan grabbed the man by the collar, revealing a menacing look, if he gets hurt even a hair, I'll take your life. Saying this, he kicked the man in the chest. The man didn't have time to curse before being thrown several meters away, collapsing face down on the ground. The entire second floor echoed with the man's agonized cries. Lu Xinyan was shocked. This was the first time he'd seen Lu Xinyan lose his temper, far crazier than he had imagined. Xiao Nian, you need to make him stop. If this continues, someone will die. Jiang Man became frightened. Yen, stop hitting him. But the enraged individual ignored her pleas entirely. Lu Xinyan also worried, if the man were killed before the police arrived, Lu Xinyan would surely be punished. Gritting his teeth, Lu Xinyan turned to Jiang Man and said, turn your back to me. Let me untie the rope from you first. Okay. Jiang Man wiped tears all over her face, sat up, and leaned against Lu Xinyan. The rope was different from the steel wire, taking only a few moments for Lu Xinyan to loosen it for Jiang Man. As Jiang Man threw the rope to the ground, she suddenly heard faint sirens coming from outside. Watching blood splatter from the man's face, Lu Xinyan could no longer contain himself and roared, Lu Xinyan. Stop this bullshit. Lu Xinyan. If the man were beaten to death before the police came, there would be no escaping justice for Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan. Stop now. After shouting for quite some time and seeing the man fall motionless, Lu Xinyan hoarsely shouted again, my hand hurts. Untie me quick. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan hesitated, his gaze slowly calming down from its frenzied anger. He turned to look at Lu Xinyan, dumbfounded for 2 seconds, then slowly walked over. Brother, Lu Xinyan's lips trembled as he expressed his pain, does your hand hurt? Is that right? I'll untie you right now. Actually, Lu Xinyan thought he could endure the pain without Lu Xinyan pointing it out, but once Lu Xinyan mentioned it, Lu Xinyan truly felt the intense ache. Be gentle. Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth. The siren grew closer. In less than a minute, Lu Xinyan heard Qin Yu calling his name. We're here. Jiang Man immediately rushed to the window, sobbing excitedly, we're here, they're here. Seeing the flashing police lights, Jiang Man sighed in relief. When she turned around, she seemed to notice something and her eyes widened dramatically. Fooling me, huh? The man who had been beaten until his nose and face were swollen had somehow stood up again. One of his eyes was sealed shut by blood, clutching a lighter, with the cops arriving, I can't escape anyway. So you all, die with me. Don't. At the exact moment Jiang Man screamed, the man ignited a flame on his lighter and hurled it toward the gasoline-soaked spot on the floor. Almost instantly, flames spread across the second floor. Gasoline burned faster than dry wood. The heat wave swept across everything, and the fire quickly climbed up to the beams. Jiang Man and the man had long since disappeared, no one knew where they had run off to. Shit. Beads of sweat formed on Lu Chenyan's forehead due to the overwhelming heat. Right now, he genuinely thanked his stars that the gasoline hadn't poured on him. Lu Chenyan struggled with his hands forcefully and glanced at the surrounding flames. He said, "Can you get free? If not, go downstairs and find something to help." But Lu Chenyan acted as if he hadn't heard, still stubbornly trying to break free from the steel wires binding his hands. "Did you hear me?" Lu Chenyan shouted, "Lu Chenyan." Lu Chenyan still didn't respond to him. "Are you fucking deaf?" The fire raged on without diminishing, and Lu Chenyan was filled with both anger and urgency as he said, "Lu Chenyan, talk to me." "It'll be done soon." Lu Chenyan's voice trembled horribly. "Don't worry, brother. It'll be done soon, very soon. The bindings will come off in a moment." Lu Chenyan knew better than anyone how impossible it was for the binds to come loose. His hands were wrapped separately, and now not even one hand had been freed. Not to mention they were running out of time. Suddenly, there came a crash from afar as an iron bucket fell when a burning wooden pillar collapsed. Thick smoke was already swirling across the entire second floor. "Lu Chenyan, listen." Cough cough. Lu Chenyan's eyes watered from the smoke. "Listen to me. Do you remember where you came up? There's a tool downstairs that can cut through steel wire. Go get it, please. Obey me, go down. You'd better go down now." Lu Chenyan yelled with red eyes. "Your slowness has always caused trouble since we were kids. Are you trying to kill me? Get the hell down there." The person beside him suddenly froze. Lu Chenyan, a faint and heartbroken plea reached his ears. "Don't make me leave. Please, don't drive me away. No, don't leave me behind. Don't leave me alone." Lu Chenyan opened his mouth silently, then he felt something hit his numb hand. It was light, but searingly hot. That heat traveled along his hand and burned all the way into his heart. Lu Chenyan clenched his fist. He assumed it must be the heat of the flames making his eyes sweat profusely too. Lu Chenyan's vision blurred as he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Obey me." Lu Chenyan lowered his head and continued silently twisting at the tight knot of the steel wire. "Go down." Lu Chenyan thrashed both hands, shouting with his eyes closed, "Roll out of here, go." Suddenly, Lu Chenyan realized one of his hands had loosened. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he yanked it free and immediately slapped Lu Chenyan hard across the face. Their eyes met. Lu Chenyan's eyes were brimming with scalding tears. In the next second, he hooked his arm around Lu Chenyan's neck, pulling him closer, and kissed him without hesitation. Chapter 81. When Qin Yu and others rushed to the second floor, they witnessed this very scene. "Shit," Qin Yu swore, "what the hell is this? And they're still kissing." Everything around them was about to be swallowed by a raging fire. Lu Chenyan was short of oxygen, his head began to feel drowsy. He loosened his sweaty hands, lightly rested his forehead against Lu Chenyan's, muttering faintly, "Go downstairs with them first, listen to me." Amidst the noisy footfalls and other sounds, Lu Chenyan hazily closed his eyes, leaning on the post behind him. His consciousness started fading, and he suddenly felt a tinge of sorrow, not knowing if there would ever be a chance to tell Lu Chenyan face to face that he liked him. If he never gets the chance to say it in person, it will indeed be such a regret. He vaguely heard Qin Yu's irate voice. "Shenyan, quickly let go, come down with me. Lu Shenyan, give me 2 people, drag him down." Another voice chimed in, "He fainted, call an ambulance quick." "Did the fire department arrive yet?" "Get some wet towels, pliers, we must rescue them first. Drag this man down, what are you waiting for? Hurry up." That day, the second floor of the factory was devoured by the fire, unrecognizable. Hospital. The ward was silent. All the nurses coming in or out tried their best to move silently so as not to disturb the young man sitting in a chair. "Boss," the door opened as Fang Huai entered after finishing the procedures, "you should get checked over first." Lu Chenyan said nothing, blankly staring at the man lying on the hospital bed. After a long while, he asked, "Are the policemen outside gone yet?" Fang Huai shook his head, "They are still outside taking statements." With a blank expression, Lu Chenyan asked, "What's the name of that man?" "Surnamed Lu Chang," Fang Huai explained. "He had a lot of cases pending, fell ill last month inside and hit a duty nurse unconscious when hospitalized, then escaped. Somehow, he contacted Jiang Man, demanding money for his escape." Lu Chenyan coldly asked, "Where is he now?" Fang Huai hesitated before saying, "Dead." Lu Chenyan turned his head towards Fang Huai incredulously, "Dead?" Fang Huai nodded, "Yeah." Lu Chang was found dead at the stairwell's turning point, with clear signs of being bludgeoned from behind, and steel pipe driven into his lower abdomen, a bloody scene. Lu Chenyan's fingers slightly curled. "The police suspect, that it was Jiang Man who did it," Fang Huai mentioned. Fang Huai, along with the police, discovered that upon arriving at the staircase, they saw Jiang Man screaming as she dashed down from upstairs, yelling madly, "Someone's killing someone. Someone upstairs wants to kill me." Policeman, policeman, hurry up and capture him. Don't let him escape. He's trying to torment me, he wants my life. What did young man say? Lu Xinyan asked. Feng Huai hesitated momentarily, mentally affected, speaking erratically, we can't extract anything coherent from her yet. Understood, Lu Xinyan replied indifferently. Feng Huai added. Oh, Mr. Lu also asked me. He wanted to know why you left in such a hurry, what happened? Lu Zhenhuan still had no idea his son was kidnapped. Let's not tell him for now, Lu Xinyan decided. Considering Lu Zhenhuan's health condition, both Lu Xinyan and Feng Huai kept the matter under wraps, not letting even a word slip. Feng Huai nodded, didn't say anything more. As he went out, his gaze lingered on Lu Xinyan's hand. It was full of wounds caused by steel wire. Feng Huai frowned. I'll have a nurse come in and apply some medicine for you. After saying that, he left. A few minutes later, a young nurse came in. As medication was applied, Lu Xinyan's fingers reacted instinctively, but he seemed unable to feel any pain. After the nurse finished dressing the wound, Lu Xinyan continued sitting stiffly on the stool, still maintaining his posture, gazing at the man on the bed from beginning to end with his eyes. The ward was so quiet that only the sound of the foredrip could be heard. Lu Xinyan lay quietly on the hospital bed, pale-faced but without much harm done. However, both hands were sprained and bound tightly with thick bandages, the exposed fingertips bearing injuries which looked quite frightening. Lu Xinyan touched them gently, then slowly leaned down, softly kissing the injured fingers with care. Suddenly, a slight twitch was detected, Lu Xinyan froze, thinking he might have imagined it. The next moment, the man on the bed stirred slightly. Lu Xinyan stood up instantly, calling out tenderly. Big brother. Lu Xinyan felt as though he'd been dreaming. He dreamed that he and Lu Xinyan were trapped in a fire, and he was about to die. He didn't have the chance to tell Lu Xinyan his true feelings before he died. Xinyan, came a soft voice by his ear. The person on the bed slowly opened his eyes, and his blank pupils gradually focused, seeing who was there. His lips moved, uttering faintly, where am I? At the hospital, Lu Xinyan looked at Lu Xinyan's lifeless face and said softly, we're at the hospital, it's all right now, everything is fine. Is there anywhere else that still hurts? I'll ask the doctor to take a look. Lu Xinyan shook his head, his voice hoarse, I want water. Lu Xinyan poured a cup of water from the table and lightly dabbed Lu Xinyan's lips with cotton swabs, for now, we can't drink water. Let me just do this for you. Lu Xinyan nodded. After resting for a bit after waking up, Lu Xinyan regained some strength to speak. He asked Lu Xinyan to adjust the bed so he could lean back against it. As soon as he sat up, Qin Yu came in after finishing the statement outside. You've finally woken up, seeing him awake, Qin Yu sighed in relief, walking closer and asking, is there anywhere else you're in pain? Do you want another checkup? No, Lu Xinyan shook his head, raising his hand, it's my hand that hurts. Feng Huai also came in together with Qin Yu, walking directly to Lu Xinyan and whispering something. Lu Xinyan nodded, then he told Qin Yu, brother Qin Yu, I have something to do, please help me out here. Qin Yu replied, sure. The police already questioned me, if they ask you, just tell them the truth. All right. Lu Xinyan glanced at Lu Xinyan, his gaze somewhat lingering. Qin Yu thought at that moment he was shining. After everyone left, Qin Yu turned his meaningful gaze toward Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan, why are you looking at me like this? Qin Yu touched his nose, nothing, I just wanted to ask. Qin Yu gestured with his hand. Lu Xinyan furrowed his brows, what does that mean? Qin Yu said, we all saw it. Lu Xinyan was utterly confused. Qin Yu smirked, exaggerating, at that time, the two of you were kissing so passionately, we couldn't separate you. If you're going to tell me you don't like him, I wouldn't believe it. After what you both went through, aren't you finally together? Lu Xinyan remembered. But, not as exaggerated as Qin Yu made it sound. What does, couldn't separate? They weren't glued together or anything. You fainted and missed what happened later, Qin Yu said, I had someone bring Xinyan down, but he insisted on waiting for you. No one could do anything about it. Although he did make mistakes earlier, he really cares about you. Lu Xinyan took a breath, you talk too much. Whether Lu Xinyan cared deeply or not, he knew it better than anyone. Oh right, Lu Xinyan remembered something, what about the other two? He was asking about Jiang Man and the stammer. Qin Yu shrugged, evil people meet evil ends. One's dead, the other's gone mad. Jiang Man must have been brutal, Qin Yu shivered at the memory, she cut off the guy down there, the man probably died from sheer pain. Lu Xinyan roughly understood why Jiang Man acted so harshly, and what about Jiang Man? What did the police say? Qin Yu replied, she bears legal responsibility. She acted in self-defense, but she killed the man which exceeds her rights. Lu Xinyan didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, 2 policemen entered the ward. Now that Lu Chang was dead and Jiang Man's speech was disjointed, the only clear person left was Lu Xinyan. Was it because you noticed Ms. Jiang Man's abnormal behavior that you followed her? Lu Xinyan nodded, yes. What happened when you arrived at the location? The policeman wrote while asking. Lu Chenyan answered, when I got there, I didn't go inside either, but stood on the road waiting for Jiang Man to come out. Then, I heard her screaming for help inside. When I rushed in, I found the criminal trying to assault Ms. Jiang Man. There was an argument between me and the criminal, and I was knocked unconscious with a stick. When I woke up, I found myself and Ms. Jiang Man bound. The officer keenly picked up on Lu Chenyan's hesitation and asked again, are there any missing details in your account? Lu Chenyan tugged at the corners of his mouth, no, that's exactly what happened. The policeman said, please think carefully again. Lu Chenyan persisted, there really isn't anything more. That man probably did it for money, but then lusted after Ms. Jiang Man's beauty. After finishing the statement, Qin Yu's face turned a bit dark. What did they mean by their tone just now? Were they suspecting you as an accomplice? It's part of their duty, it doesn't matter. Lu Chenyan sighed and prepared to get out of bed. Hey, help me up. His hand couldn't exert much force, he had no point of support when getting up. What are you doing? Qin Yu helped him sit up. I'm going to the restroom, said Lu Chenyan. In fact, he had wanted to go earlier, but making the statement took a while. Now, he really needed to go badly. As soon as Lu Chenyan walked out of the ward, he saw Lu Xinyan sitting on a long bench in the corridor, holding two A4-sized sheets of paper, looking down at them. Lu Chenyan hesitated for a few seconds and approached. What are you reading? He looked down and just caught sight of the words, DNA test. But Lu Xinyan seemed startled. Brother, he quickly crumpled the papers into a ball and threw them into the nearby trash can. Why did you come out? Lu Chenyan glanced at the trash can, didn't ask any more questions. I'm going to the restroom. Lu Xinyan was worried. Let me accompany you. Lu Chenyan didn't say anything, allowing Lu Xinyan to follow. The restroom was almost empty. Lu Chenyan originally thought using the restroom would be easy, but now he realized it was somewhat challenging for him. His hands were all wrapped up, only exposing 5 small fingertips. You go and call the nurse for me. Standing in the toilet cubicle, Lu Chenyan awkwardly said, ask her to unwind the bandages on my hands a few turns. Lu Xinyan paused momentarily, his eyes bright as he looked at him. I'll help you. Lu Chenyan. The toilet cubicle was rather cramped with 2 grown men inside. As Lu Chenyan felt his pants being unbuttoned, his whole body tensed slightly, his cheeks flushing as he lowered his gaze to look at Lu Xinyan. It was as if his brain had stayed in the fire scene, making his legs feel heavy like lead right now. Perhaps sensing Lu Chenyan's heated stare, Lu Xinyan hesitated in his actions for a moment, then suddenly raised his head. In the moment their gazes met, Lu Chenyan's heart felt as if it had been struck hard. He immediately looked away, fixing his eyes on the wall. Unconsciously, his mind replayed the kiss that had happened between them a few hours ago. Chapter 82. Lu Xinyan's gaze weighed down on him so much that his breathing slowed for a few beats. Lu Chenyan's Adam's apple slid up and down momentarily, but he still met that gaze again, trying to keep a calm tone. What are you looking at? Is there something worth looking at? I want to ask. Lu Xinyan's voice was dry and hesitant, with a hint of innocent anticipation in his eyes. At this moment, Lu Chenyan suddenly saw that expectant waiting in his eyes, pretending not to understand. Ask what? Ask. The words had already rolled to the edge of his mouth, but Lu Xinyan suddenly became timid. Perhaps because he had been expecting it for too long, and now, he almost couldn't face it. That big fire took away half his life, and that dreamlike kiss also took away the other half. The question, did you kiss me, could possibly make him collapse no matter the answer. Because he knew, one sentence from Lu Chenyan could make him ecstatic or depressed forever. What made Lu Xinyan even more timid was, in case Lu Chenyan found out about the relationship between the kidnapper and himself. He almost dared not think about how Lu Chenyan might feel about his origins after learning the truth, possibly growing to hate him more from deep within. Realizing all this, Lu Xinyan pulled his hand back abruptly. I'll go outside first and wait for you there. Saying that, he turned around and left. Lu Chenyan didn't react at all. What happened? Had he said anything? Why did he leave so suddenly? Still bewildered, Lu Chenyan finished using the restroom. When he came out, he saw Lu Xinyan standing by the smoking area. Walking over, he smelled the cigarette and, because his throat was uncomfortable, couldn't help but cough twice. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Xinyan turned back, hastily extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Brother. Just as Lu Chenyan was about to say something, footstep sounds came from behind. The person coming was the nurse responsible for changing his bandages. Seeing Lu Chenyan, her eyes brightened. Oh, there you are. We've been looking for you everywhere. A man claiming to be your father insists on seeing you. He's currently arguing with your friend in the ward. Could it be Lu Zhenhuan? As they approached the ward, they could hear voices inside. He's really fine, he just went to use the bathroom. Look, he's alive and kicking. I saw online that they reported it very seriously. Qin Yu didn't know how to explain things to Lu Zhenhuan anymore. The whole situation was indeed severe, though luckily everything turned out fine. When Qin Yu was feeling totally baffled, the door opened, and the 2 parties walked in. Qin Yu quickly interjected, the parties involved have arrived. Seeing Lu Zhenhuan's anxious face, Lu Chenyan entered. Lu Xinyan paused briefly, politely addressing him, Uncle. How did you come? Lu Chenian looked rather indifferent. With a stern expression, Lu Zhenhuan frowned. I couldn't get through to you. If I hadn't seen it online, would you have not planned to tell me about such a big incident? What happened to your hand? Lifting his arm to take a look, Lu Chenian responded casually, there was such a huge fire, naturally, some proof needed to show up on my body. Lu Zhenhuan obviously wasn't pleased upon hearing this, glancing back and forth between the two. Fine, nothing serious. Lu Chenian didn't want Lu Zhenhuan to worry, so he leaned against the hospital bed and added, it's like I tripped and hurt myself. Don't assume it has anything to do with the fire. Simple words, yet it remained somewhat hard for Lu Zhenhuan not to dwell on the issue. Have you undergone a full-body checkup? Asked Lu Zhenhuan. Lu Chenian nodded. The doctor said I'm fine, I just felt unwell when I woke up. Look at me now, I can even argue with you. Let's talk. Lu Zhenhuan believed genuinely that Lu Chenian was alright. Lu Chenian smiled. Seeing Lu Chenian arrive, Qin Yu decided to leave first. After Qin Yu left, the atmosphere in the room became a bit awkward. I'll go outside first, Lu Xinyan said, you can chat. Just as he prepared to leave, someone called him back. Wait, Xinyan, Lu Zhenhuan gestured towards his hand, go get some medicine too. Lu Xinyan nodded, all right. The door closed behind them. Lu Zhenhuan glanced over Lu Chenian, ensuring there was no other problem before asking, was it because of you that Xinyan borrowed money today? When Qin Yu called Lu Xinyan, Lu Zhenhuan happened to be present. Although he wasn't sure what exactly was said over the phone, Lu Xinyan's face immediately turned very grim. Before he could inquire further, in the blink of an eye, Lu Xinyan disappeared from in front of him. A little while later, Fang Huai entered and told him that the boss had urgent matters and apologized for leaving early. At that time, Lu Zhenhuan still did not know that the emergency was related to Lu Chenian. It was only after he prepared to leave the law firm that he heard Fang Huai on the phone talking about how it would take some time to prepare 2 million yuan, but he didn't pay much attention to this matter and took a taxi straight home. After returning home, there was no one there, leaving an empty and desolate feeling. Jiang Man had left, and no one would come to help him take off his overcoat when he entered the house. Realizing this fact, Lu Zhenhuan walked toward the bedroom with a sense of loss. He took off his coat, took out his glasses, put them on, sat in front of the desk, turned on the computer, and started looking up information. While checking the data, an online news alert popped up informing him about a fire at an abandoned factory. Originally planning to close it, he accidentally clicked inside instead. Lu Chenian asked curiously, how do you know he got the money? Is everything really being reported on the internet? Lu Zhenhuan fell silent for a few seconds, then looked at Lu Chenian, we met this morning. So what exactly did you two discuss? A latent feeling within Lu Chenian suspected it might relate to him. Lu Zhenhuan deeply inhaled, then told him every detail, as he thought it necessary for Lu Chenian to be aware. After hearing the story, Lu Chenian hesitated, raising an eyebrow and asking, you mean he wants to change CNN's legal representative to your name? Lu Chenian remembered what Lu Xinyan said at the elevator entrance. Brother, can you trust me one more time? I will give you everything, everything belongs to you. Just trust me one last time. So that's what he meant back then. A little while later, Lu Chenian snapped back to reality and asked, then what about you? What did you say? Lu Zhenhuan sighed, not answering directly but saying, I don't support the two of you being together. It was a very simple sentence. Lu Chenian understood perfectly well, remained silent, his eyes devoid of emotion, unsure of what he was thinking. After some time, his fingers twitched slightly as he slowly asked, did you see me? Today, you were almost unable to see me again. Lu Chenian spoke in a faint voice, in the past, I thought deception was such a huge matter, but compared to life and death, I realized now that they are not worth mentioning at all. I thought I would die somewhere, watching the flames approach me. To say I wasn't at all afraid is somewhat false. Yet there was someone who wanted to stay by my side, couldn't be persuaded to leave even after being scolded. It's not the most enjoyable way to die. If it were anyone else, they'd have run long ago. Right? Stunned, Lu Zhenhuan could only look at Lu Chenian, lost for words. Lu Chenian also didn't expect Lu Zhenhuan to reply. Instead, he drew a deep breath and sat up, what I'm telling you doesn't have any other meaning. It's just that someone saved your son's life, and you handed your son over to them, it's fair. Speaking with a calm tone, it felt like he was discussing someone else's affairs. Afraid Lu Zhenhuan wouldn't understand, Lu Chenian added, look at it this way, you used to have only one son, now you have another one to care for you. Doesn't it feel like a good deal? Lu Zhenhuan. Do you realize how proud you'll be telling others this person is little President Lu of CNN Company, right? Lu Zhenhuan's lips moved, yet he couldn't refute. He asked, have you made up your mind? Lu Chenian's gaze was resolute, yes. Through this event, Lu Chenian had become very clear-headed. If Lu Xinyan could make such a commitment for him, he too could overcome all obstacles for him. The room fell into silence. For a long time, Lu Zhenhuan slowly stood up and headed towards the door. Lu Chenian called from behind, Dad. Stopping, Lu Zhenhuan responded gently, take responsibility for your own decisions. As long as you don't regret it, neither will I. Lu Chenian was stunned, taking some time to understand these words. Only after Lu Zhenhuan had left did he react, laughing lightly in astonishment. After exiting the ward, Lu Shenyan went to the adjacent kanji shop and bought 3 bowls of porridge. When he returned to the ward, he discovered that Lu Zhenhuan had already left. Placing the porridge on the table, he asked, "Uncle, did he go?" Lu Chenian merely, ed once. "Oh, right." Lu Chenian raised his head, continuing their previous conversation in the bathroom. "What exactly were you going to ask me before?" Before? Lu Shenyan suddenly recalled that he intended to ask. But before he could answer, Lu Chenian gestured for him to sit next to him. Sitting down, Lu Shenyan positioned himself a bit far away. With his injured hand, Lu Chenian found it quite troublesome. He simply stood up and moved closer to Lu Shenyan. As the distance shortened, Lu Chenian clearly noticed Lu Shenyan's pupils dilate, showing an intention to stand up. "Don't move." Lu Chenian suddenly became serious. Lu Shenyan immediately tensed up his whole body, motionless, staring at the face that was so close, and whispered softly, "Brother. Let me guess, were you about to?" Before he could finish, Lu Chenian suddenly tilted his head slightly, raised his eyes, exchanged a fiery glance with Lu Shenyan, then accurately brushed his lips against Lu Shenyan's just like back in the fire. His lips were soft. "You were thinking of asking me this?" Lu Chenian stared into his eyes, and right before his heart would leap out of his chest, finished the sentence. Chapter 83. In the ward, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lu Chen's face was flushed as he asked, "Other than this, is there anything else you want to ask?" Lu Shenyan's eyes were filled with astonishment, and he couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his lips. The sensation still lingered on his lips, and just now, it felt like the fire burning in the factory had scorched away all the remnants of his sanity. With an expression full of disbelief, Lu Shenyan stared at him. "What are you looking at me for?" Lu Chen was also somewhat nervous, yet adept at bluffing. "Am I not allowed to kiss you?" Lu Shenyan's eyelashes fluttered, but he remained silent. Seeing that Lu Shenyan didn't respond, Lu Chen couldn't help but kick him with his foot. "Say something." Unable to find the courage to speak for a moment, Lu Shenyan only fixed his gaze on the man before him. He wanted to reach out and pull the person tightly into his arms. However, as soon as this thought arose, another voice in his mind started screaming mercilessly. "You are the son of a rapist. From the very beginning, no one wanted you to be born into this world. How do you deserve to embrace this man?" "That's right, how does he deserve it?" Lu Shenyan's eyes brimmed with moisture as he countered silently. If Lu Chen knew all of this, what would he think of him? Evaluating Lu Shenyan's reaction, Lu Chen failed to read the emotions hidden in his eyes. Reaching out to touch him, just as he brushed against the edge of his clothes, Lu Shenyan suddenly stood up as if jolted. "Wah! What's wrong?" Lu Chen assumed he had startled him. A struggle flickered in Lu Shenyan's eyes. Lu Chen's hand hovered in midair for several seconds before he awkwardly withdrew it, dryly laughing. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen earnestly inquired, "Is there some other process we're missing here?" It was his first time doing something like this, and he wasn't familiar with the process of confessing. Having little experience, he acted purely based on his own intuition. For example, when Lu Shenyan was angry before, Lu Chen tried to comfort him by outing himself to Lu Zhenhuan early the next morning. When it came to matters of the heart, Lu Chen always found it hard to express himself through words, preferring to demonstrate his feelings through actions. However, he hadn't expected to frighten the other person so much. Had he known earlier, he would have looked it up online, to learn how to convey his heartfelt sentiments more appropriately. Lu Shenyan shook his head. "No, Lu Chen, you won't understand. You'll never know why the kidnapper and I are related. You'll never understand the circumstances under which I was born. I already detest myself, how could you possibly feel otherwise?" Stiffening his body, Lu Shenyan took 2 faltering steps back. Before Lu Chen could call out to him, he fled in panic. Lu Chen. Shit, did he scare him off? Shensheng had fully entered winter, and the night wind cut like sharp blades across their faces. As Lu Shenyan stumbled out of the hospital, the cold air enveloped him, but even though his clothes were thin, his body felt numb. He didn't feel the cold, and salty tears quietly rolled down his cheeks. All those voices that had accompanied him throughout his childhood surged forward one after another. "Why don't you die? Why aren't you dead? No one welcomed you into this world. Why do you bother clinging to me? You're nothing but a troublemaker. Why do you talk like that? Why are you the way you are? I should have never given birth to you in the first place." Stutter. Open his mouth. I want to see what's different about his tongue. Sorry, my mom told me not to talk to you or I'll start stuttering too. Look, it's stutter. Teach us a dog bark. Why are you a stutterer? Is it your mother who stutters or your father? Where's your father? All of us have fathers, don't we? Do you even have a father? Stutter, long tongue, cut it off, feed it to the dogs. Stutter, long tongue, cut it off, feed it to the dogs. Stutter, long tongue, cut it off, feed it to the dogs. Nightmare-like nursery rhymes coiled around his mind, prompting Lu Shenyan to clutch his head and let out a pained roar, his eyes bloodshot. Gradually kneeling down, he finally couldn't hold back any longer and cried like a child. Why did that person have to appear? Every tear that rolled down boiled and burned through his life, the heart-wrenching sobs seeming to tell of over 2 decades of grievances, perhaps a loathing for the world's injustices, or more likely, he had chased the light for too many years, only for it to suddenly shine upon him when he no longer had the courage to embrace it. Passers-by threw curious glances, their curiosity heightened further by the man in the hospital gown who had silently followed the young man all along. The moment Lu Xinyan ran out of the ward, Lu Chen had trailed after him. He had followed all the way here, stopping when the person in front halted, wanting to see what Lu Xinyan intended to do. However, it was unexpected. Lu Xinyan did nothing but sit on the ground and started crying. Lu Chen inwardly understood why. He remembered seeing the DNA test results in the corridor that Lu Xinyan had been holding onto, leaving a heavy lump forming in his throat. It wasn't because Lu Xinyan tried to hide something from him, rather, precisely because Lu Xinyan's restraint hit him so deeply that it almost left him in disarray. Perhaps earlier he hadn't fully comprehended Lu Xinyan's pain, but now, Lu Chen felt both sourness and bitterness, standing there for a while before approaching step by step. Gradually calming down, Lu Xinyan felt as though his hair had been softly stroked, like a breeze passing by, very gently. Then he heard a sigh above his head. Are you embarrassed for yourself or not? This voice carried helplessness, yet also full compassion. Lu Xinyan froze slightly, thinking he might have misheard, and slowly looked up, revealing his tear-streaked face. There stood Lu Chen, partly hidden in the shadows, his expression unclear. But Lu Xinyan could hear him speak with a familiar tone, albeit slightly disdainful, ugly. Lu Xinyan's throat tightened, unable to produce any sound. Then he saw Lu Chen crouch down and ask, "Can you stand up?" Lu Xinyan blinked his moist eyes and managed to emit a weak sound with difficulty. Idiot, muttered Lu Chen, unable to resist scolding him, then lightly rubbed Lu Xinyan's forehead and said something quietly. The words were soft, but still audible to Lu Xinyan. In a daze, Lu Xinyan was transported back to the age of 13. It was the first year at the Lu family home, and after school, he was cornered on the road by older students. That day, he thought he would be beaten again until unexpectedly, his new brother appeared. Seeing how useless he looked, the brother quickly fought them off within seconds. Stop crying, the boy commanded, standing tall in front of him, looking down disdainfully at him and saying, I already got rid of them, no one will bully you anymore. Hey, Lu Xinyan, can you get up? Although showing evident impatience, the boy eventually squatted down just like now and said to him, you did nothing wrong, they did. No crying aloud, it looks terrible. Big brother, Lu Xinyan stretched out his hand vaguely. Lu Chen caught him with his arm, silent for several seconds before saying something touching for once, Lu Xinyan, even without a father, you still have me. But, such a father, better to be without. Lu Xinyan's fingers clenched tightly, and his lips quivered, you, saw. Lu Chen rolled his eyes, what nonsense. From hearing Jiang Man's conversation with the man in the factory and observing the man's speech defects, Lu Chen had some guesses. Then after seeing the DNA test, he became certain. You didn't want me to know, I found out anyway. What you wanted me to know, I also understand now. Lu Chen looked at him and asked, word by word, so, are you going back with me or not? An insignificant sentence, yet it seemed not asking Lu Xinyan to take a step forward, but instead to leap desperately. Lu Xinyan gazed at him, his eyes clouded like those of a child about to be taken home, yes. Tisk, Lu Chen annoyed, using his sleeve to clumsily wipe Lu Xinyan's face, his movements awkward and somewhat funny. Look at what you've become, stop crying already. It's not like I don't want you anymore. Probably after having vented his emotions, Lu Xinyan now felt ashamed and replied softly, I'm not crying. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh, pointing at his soaked sleeve, then why is my clothes wet? Lu Xinyan fell silent. Let's go. Lu Chen stopped teasing him and prepared to stand up and return. Apparently, because of standing for too long, his legs went numb for a moment after he stood up, nearly making him squat again. Big brother, Lu Xinyan hastily supported him, anxiously asking, are you alright? Lu Chen shook his head, no worries, just leg numbness. As he spoke, Lu Chen gave him a glare, all your fault. Who told you to come out? Lu Xinyan fell silent for a moment and dared not to object. The next second, he squatted down, facing away from Lu Chen, looking back at him. Lu Chen frowned, what are you doing? I'll carry you back, said Lu Xinyan. Lu Chen was speechless. Someone looked over in their direction. Quietly, Lu Chen said, you'd better get up. It's fine, said Lu Xinyan as he took half a step backward and put his arms around Lu Chen's legs. Without any discussion, he easily hoisted Lu Chen on his back. Unable to hit him with his hands, Lu Chen instinctively buried his head into Lu Xinyan's shoulder at the loss of balance, gritting his teeth, Lu Xinyan, you're dead. Lu Xinyan didn't care what the passers-by thought and carefully held Lu Chen securely on his back while balancing him well. On the way back, Lu Chen cursed continuously at first, then, probably realizing it himself, his face turned red as he whispered in Lu Xinyan's ear, am I very heavy? Lu Xinyan shook his head, no, not at all. Lu Chen did not feel this statement was a compliment. Remember when we were kids? You carried me home just like this, Lu Xinyan smiled. Lu Chen. Lu Xinyan kept walking while watching the elongated shadow on the ground. Actually, I've always been thinking that I must grow up quickly so that one day I can carry you. An indignant voice came from behind. Who the hell asked you to do that? It was me, Lu Xinyan admitted. I've always harbored ulterior motives about carrying you. Brother, Lu Xinyan paused his steps slightly. He tilted his head and asked, why did you come out to look for me? After saying these words, it seemed like the whole world became quiet. Lu Xinyan waited for a while but heard no answer, so he continued walking again. Just after 2 steps, a voice slowly came, then how about you? Why didn't you leave? Are you really fearless towards death? Lu Xinyan blinked his eyes, understanding what Lu Chen was asking. However, he didn't respond immediately. Much later, nearly reaching the hospital, when Lu Chen almost gave up waiting for an answer, suddenly, in the calm night, there came a faint whisper, afraid, but more afraid of living alone. The voice was so soft that Lu Chen thought it might have been his own imagination. Chapter 84. The two returned to the hospital, where almost everyone was already asleep. Only the on-duty nurse was doing her usual rounds. Lu Xinyan cared about face, so he got off Lu Xinyan's back at the entrance of the hospital. They tiptoed back to the ward. Along the way, Lu Xinyan wanted Lu Xinyan to drag a care bed in, but when he saw how small it was and knowing Lu Xinyan's height is nearly 1.9 meters, which meant he would be uncomfortable sleeping there, Lu Xinyan gave up and asked Lu Xinyan to squeeze in with him tonight instead. Fortunately, it was a single room, so there were no other patients. Otherwise, it would look strange for 2 grown men to crowd on one bed. Lu Xinyan lay down on his side, leaving 2/3 of the space for Lu Xinyan. Brother, sleep closer to the inside. Lu Xinyan gently hugged Lu Xinyan's waist and said softly, I'm worried you'll fall off. Lu Xinyan's body stiffened as he mumbled, I won't. Though he said that, his body honestly moved closer. Because they were outside just now, Lu Xinyan's hands and feet were icy cold, oddly, but Lu Xinyan's body was very warm. Lu Xinyan typically dislikes the heat in summer and the cold in winter, always looking to hide in warm places during winter. Earlier, when the two slept together, Lu Xinyan wanted to embrace him, and Lu Xinyan was somewhat coy, but later because Lu Xinyan persisted fiercely, Lu Xinyan gradually let him do as he wished. This made him feel a bit unaccustomed to sleeping alone recently, but this moment, the familiar smell under his nose made Lu Xinyan feel his whole body warming up, especially, the hand resting on his waist, which was burning hot. Lu Xinyan shifted, the hand on his waist slightly tightened its grip, and then he stopped moving. The ward was quiet, only punctuated by deep and shallow breathing sounds. After a while, Lu Xinyan felt a hand cautiously explore his arm, all the way to his wrist, then pause suddenly, after which the fingers lightly touched the bandage, and then he heard Lu Xinyan's voice, does it hurt a lot? Lu Xinyan. It's bearable. Actually, Lu Xinyan didn't understand why he seemed so fragile in Lu Xinyan's eyes, as if bleeding or getting a scratch equated to dying. He wasn't that fragile, nor did he feel much pain, just a little when he first woke up, and now there was no sensation left. Lu Xinyan rose slightly, letting Lu Xinyan lie flat on his back, then placed both his arms on his chest to avoid pressure while sleeping. This way, we won't bump into it. Lu Xinyan lay back down again, saying. Seeing Lu Xinyan's careful manner, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but chuckle, it feels like you're the injured one, not me. I'd rather it was me who got injured this time. Lu Xinyan cut him off. Lu Xinyan's face instantly heated up. Originally, he just wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but unexpectedly, Lu Xinyan immediately heightened the atmosphere. After hesitating for a while, he softly replied, it's not your fault. Lu Xinyan gently assured him, this will never happen again in the future. Lu Xinyan turned his head and looked at him for a few seconds, then added, and in the future, don't keep secrets from me. Lu Xinyan's lips moved slightly, tightening his hold a little more, and said, I'm sorry. His voice was pitifully low. Lu Xinyan sighed, wanting to touch Lu Xinyan, but remembering that his hand was wrapped up like a dumpling, he could not, so he used his forehead to nuzzle Lu Xinyan's chin as a sign of comfort. The ward fell into silence. After a while, Lu Xinyan's voice came again, brother, does this mean we've reconciled? Lu Xinyan blinked, didn't reply directly, but asked instead, what do you think? Of course, Lu Xinyan thought they had reconciled, but he wasn't sure enough to conclude it confidently. So he waited anxiously for Lu Xinyan's words. But Lu Xinyan kept quiet, nearly falling asleep when a soft voice came from the ward, idiot. That night, the two squeezed on the bed for the entire night. Lu Xinyan hardly slept at all, the man in his arms, however, was fast asleep sweetly. The next morning, when the nurse entered the room to change the dressing, Lu Xinyan woke up. Upon waking, he realized that Lu Xinyan had been awake earlier. Not seeing him, Lu Xinyan glanced around and asked, did you see where the person who was with me yesterday went? The nurse was a woman about 25 or 6 years old, she indeed noticed and truthfully answered, he left, probably to get some things at home. Lu Xinyan responded with an, oh, shifting his gaze back to the bandaged hand, saying, can we just wrap my wrist? A bit of medicine on the hand would suffice. Wrapping the entire hand along with the fingers was inconvenient for him. His injury was on the wrist, so the problem with his hand was minimal. But the nurse insisted on applying medicine on the back of his hand and wrapping it with a bandage. Just as they were arguing, the ward door was pushed open. Lu Xinyan entered with a thermal bucket in his hand. He carried an air of chilliness. He walked over, placed the thermal bucket on the table, and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xinyan looked at him. This person must have gone home to change clothes. Seeing Lu Xinyan, the nurse's heart pounded. She had seen Lu Xinyan yesterday, and compared to the one in bed, she found this younger brother much more appealing. Thus, when Lu Xinyan entered, her face started to turn red, and with bashfulness, she recounted the events. Lu Xinyan was very perceptive. His gaze flickered between the blushing nurse and Lu Xinyan. The originally relaxed expression suddenly became slightly more serious. After hearing what happened, he picked up Lu Xinyan's hand, examined it carefully, and furrowed his brows. "We should still follow the doctor's advice." Lu Xinyan frowned unhappily. "It's fine." Lu Xinyan sat on the edge of the bed, his tone gentle yet firm. "We'll take it off once you're healed." As he spoke, he also lifted his hand and affectionately tucked Lu Xinyan's hair. This action made the nurse's pupils slightly widen, as if she were speculating about their relationship. Lu Xinyan glared at Lu Xinyan, warning him that someone was present. Lu Xinyan's features curved into a slight smile, pretending not to see. By the second day, Lu Xinyan could no longer bear staying in the hospital. Partly because he disliked hospitals in general. And another part because during these 2 days, Lu Xinyan stayed right by his side without leaving for even a moment, personally feeding him every meal and helping him drink water, not to mention taking care of everything else involving his hands, including using the restroom. Though Lu Xinyan wasn't against being taken care of so attentively, the constant flow of people in and out of the hospital. It made it seem like his hand had been amputated. The situation was such that even the doctor came personally to check his finger joints, confirming whether there was something wrong with them or why the injury seemed so severe. Lu Xinyan lost face, especially because Jiang Man's issue still needed to be dealt with. So he hurriedly told Lu Xinyan to go and handle the discharge procedures. Lu Xinyan wasn't entirely pleased, saying, "Don't mind what others think." Lu Xinyan thought to himself, "At least try to tone it down a little then." Sometimes, when nurses came to change the medication, this person acted as if he had ADHD. He would mess with Lu Xinyan's hair, touch his hand, and anyone blind could probably guess their relationship. Of course, they eventually left the hospital. However, while processing the discharge formalities, Lu Xinyan saw the nurse who often tended to his medication approaching. Lu Xinyan had noticed a pattern. Over these 2 days, whenever Lu Xinyan was in the ward, this nurse always found some reason or excuse to come and see him. Suddenly, he remembered what Qin Yu had said, Xinyan is popular with the sister type. Lu Xinyan narrowed his eyes, feeling inexplicably choked. At this moment, Lu Xinyan had just finished signing. Raising his head, he coincidentally spotted the nurse too, frowning slightly and showing obvious displeasure. But he didn't outwardly display any feelings. In the next instant, he folded the document, supported Lu Xinyan from behind the waist, and quickly led him away. Before Lu Xinyan realized what was happening, he was halfway pushed toward the entrance of the hospital. He was mentally planning how to properly declare ownership, but before he could act, the situation took a turn. What's wrong? Lu Xinyan suddenly felt puzzled. Why was this person avoiding her even more than him? Instead of answering directly, Lu Xinyan glanced at him, accusation in his eyes. Does brother think she's good too? Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan lowered his eyelashes and didn't speak. Lu Xinyan felt there was some misunderstanding. What are you talking about? He never thought that nurse was good. Lu Xinyan's jealousy wafted within a 10-mile radius. I saw it, she likes you. Lu Xinyan was speechless, thinking silently to himself that this rival died quite unjustly. As the day went on, their relationship continued to develop under layers of misunderstandings and silent declarations. Chapter 85. Lu Xinyan didn't want to waste words explaining. If it was a misunderstanding, then so be it. After leaving the hospital, they didn't go home but prepared to head to Enkong Hospital first. Jiang Man's mental state was unclear and had already been determined by a judicial evaluation that she had psychological issues. The police had arranged for Jiang Man's treatment at Enkong Hospital. Upon arrival, after going through quite a bit of relevant procedures, they finally met Jiang Man's attending physician. The doctor's surname was Cheng, in his 30s, wearing a pair of rubber gloves, dressed in a white coat. Upon seeing Lu Xinyan and Lu Xinyan, he sized them up before asking the person who brought them in, "Are they here to visit Jiang Man?" The person handed Dr. Cheng a notebook, introducing, "Mr. Lu, this is Dr. Cheng. Dr. Cheng, these are Jiang Man's family members. I've just verified with Officer Lu, and Officer Lu has allowed them to visit Jiang Man." Dr. Cheng furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly unwilling. But ultimately, he said nothing, only nodding at the man, then led Lu Xinyan and Lu Xinyan to his office. Sitting down, he came straight to the point. "Actually, now isn't a good time to visit, because Jiang Man's emotions have been very unstable recently, and she has been highly agitated over the past 2 days. A lot of the time, her memories are stuck in the past. She only fell asleep this morning, and I'm worried about what might happen if she sees you." Dr. Cheng did not finish his sentence, but Lu Xinyan had understood. "What Dr. Cheng means, I understand, but we just want to take a look, to confirm her condition." After speaking, Lu Xinyan glanced at Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan met his gaze and smiled faintly. I don't care what she has done outside, but right now she is my patient, and I must take responsibility for her illness." As Dr. Ching spoke, he flipped open the registration book that had been given to him earlier by the person outside, pausing slightly when he saw the names. Furrowing his brows, he wasn't unfamiliar with these two names. Over the past few days, he frequently heard about them from someone else, and that person was Jiang Man. Every time during treatment, Jiang Man would grab onto his arms and earnestly ask, "Doctor, doctor, once I get better, will Yan Yan come see me? Then I'll cooperate, I need to take my medicine, give me the medicine, no matter how bitter it is, give me more." Sometimes after taking the medicine, her words would change again, "I won't take the medicine, why should I take it? I'm not sick, you're the one who's sick, let me out, let me out. He's scared of being alone, I can't let him think I've left him again, it's all your fault, locking me up, I need to go fetch him." After emotional breakdowns, they could only administer tranquilizers to Jiang Man. Once she calmed down, they would hear her shout, "Ha ha ha, Beast's died, do you know, I killed him with my own hands, it's good that he's dead, where are the police? I've killed someone, why aren't you executing me?" In short, since Jiang Man came in, she had been acting deranged. Yesterday, a young man came to the hospital, and while Jiang Man was obediently taking her medicine, she suddenly got out of bed, rushed down the corridor, grabbed the young man, shouting, "Yan Yan, Yan Yan, Yan Yan, you're back, I'm sorry, Mom shouldn't have left you, did you lose your way home? Mom will take you home, follow Mom home, I won't leave you again, I'm sorry." These two words seemed to become Jiang Man's trigger. To get her to eat or sleep, nurses only needed to say, "Get well soon, then Yan Yan will come home." Lu Chenyan turned his head to glance at the doctor lost in thought before calling out, "Dr. Cheng, Dr. Cheng." Dr. Cheng snapped back to reality, "Oh, sorry about that. May I ask, which one of you is Lu Shenyan?" Yan Yan, the word Jiang Man often called out, should be referring to Lu Shenyan. "I am," Lu Shenyan replied. Dr. Cheng looked at the youth carefully and found that the youth's features did indeed resemble Jiang Man somewhat. Smiling, he asked, "Is Jiang Man your mother?" Lu Shenyan nodded lightly, without much emotion in his voice. "Yes." Dr. Cheng smiled. That was correct. Although he didn't know what had happened between this mother and son, he could discern some clues from Jiang Man's rambling. He sighed just as he was about to speak, the door was pushed open. Dr. Cheng, the patient in room 302 woke up and is currently," the nurse burst in hurriedly, suddenly noticing there were people in the room and caught Lu Chenyan's eyes. She blushed with embarrassment, lowering her head and dared not to raise it. Dr. Cheng gently scolded, "If she woke up, she woke up. Why are you rushing around so hectically?" As he said this, Dr. Cheng stood up. "Mr. Lu, please follow me." The doctor led the two of them to room 302, where Jiang Man was staying. "I think seeing you might improve her condition a great deal," Dr. Cheng said this while looking at Lu Shenyan. Through the door, Jiang Man's voice could be heard from inside, "Where is Yan Yan? You tricked me. You said I'd see Yan Yan when I woke up. Has he not come back yet? Could you please find him for me? I promise I won't abandon him again. Please. I'll kneel if I have to." Then they heard a sound like dong 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 coming from within. Dr. Cheng explained, "As you hear now, Jiang Man's memories are stuck in the past, let's say the time she most wanted to win someone back. Here's the key, you can go inside and visit her directly." After Dr. Cheng left, Lu Chenyan turned to look at Lu Shenyan, noticing that his complexion had already become pale and grim. "You." Lu Chenyan hesitated to ask whether he should go in to see her as he hadn't experienced what Lu Shenyan had endured, he had no right to tell him to forgive anyone. "I'll go in first and check on her," Lu Chenyan said. Lu Shenyan suddenly grabbed his arm, struggling with words, "Brother." Lu Chenyan looked at him and smiled, saying, "You can wait outside. If you want to come in, you can anytime. Don't force yourself." Lu Shenyan gazed at him but didn't speak. "All right, come here and sit down, and I'll go in and see her." Lu Chenyan guided Lu Shenyan to the nearby bench and made him sit quietly there. "I'm going in to take a look." Lu Shenyan looked up at Lu Chenyan for a few seconds, nodding obediently. Lu Chenyan couldn't help but chuckle, as Lu Shenyan, when he hadn't done anything wrong, really was quite compliant. Just as he was about to turn around, his hand was grabbed. Lu Shenyan said, "Be careful with your hand. When she gets emotional, keep your distance." Though Lu Chenyan's wrist still wasn't fully healed despite the bandage being removed, it remained wrapped. "I know." Lu Chenyan took out the key Dr. Cheng gave him, opened the door, and found Jiang Man kneeling on the floor, tightly gripping a nurse's clothes while pleading disheveled, "Please go and find him for me." The young nurse was trapped in a corner, completely helpless, praying that the other nurse who had gone earlier would bring Dr. Cheng quickly. At that moment, seeing someone enter, she felt immense relief and hurriedly said, "Hey, please help me. My pants are almost being ripped off." Realizing then that the person entering wasn't hospital staff. Jiang Man also heard the noise, turning around quickly, she fell silent upon seeing Lu Chenyan. The nurse seized the chance to break free from Jiang Man's grasp and looked toward Lu Chenyan. Lu Chenyan gestured for the nurse to leave. Anxious to get away, seeing someone willing to deal with this madwoman, the young nurse wasted no time and fled immediately. Left alone in the room with two people, Lu Chenyan glanced around. The room was small. Though called treatment in the hospital, it was essentially just another way of confining someone. He walked over to Jiang Man, who stared at him intently, mouth agape, uncertainly asking, Yen. Yen. As she spoke, Jiang Man's eyes widened, and she stood up abruptly, rushing over to embrace Lu Chenyan tightly. Are you Yen Yen? Have you forgiven mommy? I won't leave you again, never. Pushed back a couple of steps by her sudden force, Lu Chenyan called out sharply, Jiang Man. Jiang Man fell silent immediately. She slowly raised her head, tilting it to examine Lu Chenyan, appearing confused with more sadness evident in her eyes. Are you still mad at me? Lu Chenyan looked down at Jiang Man, unable to say any unkind words after pausing momentarily. He reached out and gently pushed Jiang Man's hair aside, stating, I am Lu Chenyan. Jiang Man blinked repeatedly, furrowing her brow as though trying to figure out this name in her mind. Lu Chenyan led her to sit on the bed and sat himself on the stool beside her, asking, Do you still recognize me? Jiang Man stared at Lu Chenyan for a few seconds, suddenly becoming wary and glancing around cautiously before whispering softly, Are you Xiao Nian, right? Lu Chenyan nodded slightly, yes. Sure. Jiang Man placed a finger to her lips, whispering further, Why are you here? Where's Yen Yen? Lu Chenyan replied. I've taken him home. Jiang Man tilted her head in doubt, Is he still angry at me? Lu Chenyan opened his mouth as if wanting to say something but ultimately closed it without a word. Seeing his silence, Jiang Man's tears welled up, rolling down her cheeks as she nervously gripped onto Lu Chenyan's hand. Xiao Nian, didn't you let him come see me, did you? I know, he has always listened to you since he was little. Can you put in a good word for me? Not realizing it, she had grasped Lu Chenyan's wrist. He inadvertently gasped, alarming Jiang Man, who then noticed his reaction and quickly released her hold, bending down to inspect his hand. Suddenly, Jiang Man seemed to recall something and shuddered in terror. She murmured, it was not on purpose, I wasn't on purpose. I'm sorry, I had no choice, it was that man who forced me. Lu Chenyan took a deep breath and his gaze slowly shifted toward Jiang Man. Memories of that day resurfaced in his mind. When he heard Jiang Man's scream coming from the factory, he thought she was in trouble and immediately rushed inside. At the hospital, the police repeatedly questioned him if he had missed anything during their statement. Lu Chenyan had firmly claimed that he hadn't. Actually, he did omit an important detail. When he ran into the building and found Jiang Man, she was just standing there, covering her ears and screaming in panic. There was no one else around her. When he asked Jiang Man what happened, she only tearfully looked at him and softly said, Sorry, run quickly. Realizing there might be a deception, Lu Chenyan attempted to act but it was already too late. The next second, he received a heavy blow to the back of his head and lost consciousness. Jiang Man trembled, avoiding meeting Lu Chenyan's eyes. She stammered, That man forced me, he forced me. Lu Chenyan closed his eyes briefly, then stood up. Hesitantly, he reached out to pat Jiang Man's hair and whispered, I won't tell him. The him naturally referred to the person outside. In fact, Lu Chenyan paused, I came to tell you this. He hesitated again before continuing more slowly, In the past, I hated you a lot, and even resented you. But I want to thank you. Jiang Man seemed disbelieving at what she'd heard, looking at Lu Chenyan with confusion. Lu Chenyan leaned down and gave Jiang Man a light embrace. He whispered softly, Thank you. After finishing, Lu Chenyan let go and walked out. As the door shut, a cry of despair erupted from within the room. On the way home, Lu Chenyan turned his gaze toward Lu Xinyan with a faint smile. Aren't you curious about anything? For instance, what exactly had happened between him and Jiang Man in the hospital? He didn't believe Lu Xinyan truly wasn't curious. You can tell me anytime when you're ready. Lu Xinyan said simply. Lu Chenyan smiled faintly, without any response. He glanced outside and noticed a road leading to Xiangshan Mountain. Hey, why don't we take this route and drive up? Lu Chenyan suggested. Lu Xinyan nodded, changing direction immediately and drove towards Xiangshan through the next intersection. Although the road they took this time was different, the destination remained the same. Upon reaching the mid-levels of the mountain, Lu Chenyan got out of the car. Lu Xinyan parked by the roadside and followed Lu Chenyan along the path. Up ahead was Xiangshan Middle School. Lu Chenyan mainly wanted to check this place out, as he studied here for junior high until transferring to the second high school later. Now that it was school break, the campus was largely deserted. Want to go in and have a look? Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Chenyan shook his head. He didn't plan on entering. A quick glance at the gate sufficed for him before turning to leave. But just as he spun around, someone spotted him. Hey, isn't that Xiaonian? Following the voice, Lu Chenyan saw the security guard uncle at the school, Uncle Yang. Uncle Yang was clearly surprised to see Lu Chenyan. He stepped out of the guardhouse. When did you come back? It's been years since we've met. Time flies so fast, you've grown so tall already. Living in Xiangshan, Lu Chenyan attended primary and junior high school at Xiangshan Middle School. With over a decade of interactions with the security guard, they naturally shared a good relationship. It was somewhat surprising to him that Uncle Yang hadn't yet retired. Seeing Lu Xinyan, Uncle Yang furrowed his brow, recalling some vague impression but couldn't quite place it. Who is this, your? Lu Xinyan politely greeted, Uncle Yang. It hit Uncle Yang instantly, and he chuckled while smacking his forehead. Oh right, Xinyan. You used to trail behind your brother every day, now look how big you've become. Lu Xinyan smirked slightly. Uncle Yang still remembers. How could I forget? Back then whenever you got into trouble, you'd flee from home and hide in my guard room. Uncle Yang's voice remained strong despite his advanced age, and you even took a puppy home, didn't get scolded a lot by your father. Huang was a dog Uncle Yang kept that everyone liked, especially Lu Qinyan. In the 3rd year of junior high, Huang delivered a litter of puppies. Lu Qinyan took one home, but his father, Lu Zhenghuan, forbade it, forcing him to return the puppy. For this reason, Lu Qinyan and his father argued for several days. Recounting it now, Lu Qinyan still remembered vividly, Dad was really rigid back then. Uncle Yang laughed heartily. But, Lu Qinyan looked around, where is Huang? I haven't seen him. Alas, he grew old. Uncle Yang's tone turned somewhat melancholic, he passed away last winter. By the way, have you gotten a dog since then? Lu Qinyan has a fondness for dogs. When he brought home the little puppy, his reluctant demeanor made people want to buy him one. Lu Qinyan smirked, about to speak when he suddenly remembered something and changed his words. Yes, it was very obedient. Uncle Yang clapped his hands and chuckled, immediately starting to talk to Lu Qinyan. That's great. In fact, this dog is very loyal, recognizing only one master in its entire life. Back when our Huang was around. As soon as Uncle Yang mentioned Huang, he could go on talking for half a day. If not for some students coming to the guard room to pick up items, he would have probably continued chatting for another half an hour. After leaving the school, Lu Xinyan couldn't help but ask, Brother, when did you ever raise a dog? To his knowledge, Lu Qinyan had never kept any pet. Lu Qinyan raised an eyebrow and replied with feigned interest, didn't I? He stopped in his tracks, turned back to look at Lu Xinyan, and frowned. I seem to remember raising one. It always followed me around, refusing to leave even when scolded, and imitated dog barks. Lu Xinyan stared at him, processing for a few seconds before catching on. When he was 8 years old and first arrived at the Lu household, he would constantly follow the elder brother around, calling out with a soft voice, Qinian brother, wait for me. But the teenager turned around angrily and snapped, don't call me brother. I don't need a younger brother, I need a dog. That sharp retort startled young Lu Xinyan, making him blink and then respond quietly, woof. Recalling this memory, Lu Xinyan smiled and answered, yes, you did keep one, but later you didn't want it anymore. His tone carried a hint of disappointment. Lu Qinyan gazed at Lu Xinyan for a few seconds before stating suddenly, I've never lacked for a dog. Saying that, he turned around and walked up the stone stairs. This was a shortcut to the Lu residence. The stone steps weren't tall, numbering around 20 or so. Lu Xinyan followed closely and seriously pursued the question, then what do you lack? Lu Qinyan pretended to consider, glancing at Lu Xinyan's expression slyly. Seeing the younger brother's concentrated focus, Lu Qinyan couldn't suppress a chuckle but still maintained a straight face, I don't lack a younger brother either. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan stopped in his tracks. Noticing he wasn't following, Lu Qinyan halted and looked back, asking, why aren't you moving? Lu Xinyan gazed at him pitifully. Lu Qinyan stopped teasing him, bending down to meet Lu Xinyan's eyes and finished his sentence. I don't lack a dog, nor a younger brother. What I lack is a lover. Chapter 86. The coffee shop. So, you two are together now? Qin Yu asked, stirring her coffee. Lu Xinyan propped his chin on one hand. His eyes moved from Qin Yu to Fu Xianshu twice, then he lightly coughed and sat up straight, more or less. Qin Yu frowned, what does more or less mean? If you're together, then you're together. There shouldn't be any questions about that. Lu Xinyan touched his nose and grumbled, well, it's true. Even when reflecting back himself, he didn't know how he ended up saying this out loud. Fu Xianshu smiled and said to Qin Yu, for Master Lu to take this step is already like a tree blooming after years of being barren. Asking him to boldly admit it would be equivalent to taking his life. Qin Yu shook her head, then continued, then what about Uncle Lu? Have you both moved back to the Lu residence? Lu Xinyan ed in affirmation. On the 3rd day after his discharge from the hospital, he and Lu Zhenghuan had moved back into the Lu residence. Lu Xinyan had hired a family doctor specifically responsible for Lu Zhenghuan's health conditions. After all, Lu Zhenghuan was greatly upset by both of them. Take the day Lu Xinyan was discharged as an example. In the afternoon, just because Lu Xinyan dropped Lu Xinyan home, and the two only embraced each other hesitantly at the door, they were spotted by Lu Zhenghuan. Unsurprisingly, Lu Zhenghuan scowled at Lu Xinyan all night long. Although Lu Zhenghuan supports his son deep down in his heart, for him to truly accept it, or even to witness their intimate gestures right before his eyes, would still require time. When Lu Xinyan convinced Lu Zhenghuan to move back to the Lu residence, Lu Zhenghuan thought that the two wanted to drive him away to enjoy their couple's life outside. Right then, Lu Zhenhuan gave them a lame excuse: Shen Yan is still in university. If you want to live together, you should wait until he graduates in his senior year. And thus forcibly kept the two temporarily apart. Thus, during this period, Lu Shenyan was so bored that he almost went moldy. The opportunities to see Lu Shenyan every day decreased significantly. Knowing it would end up like this, Lu Shenyan instead felt that secretly meeting each other might have been better. He could stay out for so long today solely because Lu Zhenhuan was going to the hospital for examination. But coincidentally, Lu Shenyan had class today. After hearing this, Qin Yu remarked with amazement, "No wonder you called us out, turns out it's because Shenyan can't keep you company, so you invited me and old Fu out." "Lu Shenyan, you really do favor romance over friendship." Lu Shenyan speechless replied, "When did I ever favor romance over friendship?" "Qin Yu, if you only remember us when Shenyan isn't around, isn't that favoring romance over friendship?" Lu Shenyan choked and turned to Fu Xianshu, "Isn't that twisting my words?" Fu Xianshu raised a hand to stop him, "This has nothing to do with me. I didn't say anything." Qin Yu smirked, "Old Fu always gives face, why would he criticize you? Anyway, we get it, you miss Shenyan. People in love act this way. By the way, aren't you free right now? Where's Shenyan? Why not let him come pick you up? If Uncle Lu asks, I'll just say you're with us." The first two sentences seemed fine, but the last few words. Lu Shenyan knitted his brows, "Who says I miss him? It's just that he feels the two spend too little time together." Upon calculation, there is still more than a year before Lu Shenyan graduates from university. Of course, Lu Shenyan could directly tell Lu Shenyan to go back and live with him. But considering the patient's mentality still needs some respect, so he decides to bear it for now. Both Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu exchanged glances, their eyes clearly stating, "So-and-so talks nonsense." However, neither of them said anything explicitly. They shared a silent understanding and took a sip of coffee. At this moment, the mobile phone on the table rang. The three looked at each other, and Qin Yu motioned with her chin, "Answer it, someone's looking for you." Lu Shenyan pursed his lips. He glanced at the screen, moved his fingers, but thinking back to what they just talked about, he feigned indifference, "I'll answer it later." With that, he cruelly turned off the phone and flipped it upside down on the table, quietly sipping his coffee. "Don't." Seeing this, Qin Yu quickly picked up the phone and handed it to Lu Shenyan, "Hurry up and answer it, it's Shenyan calling." Before the call got disconnected, Lu Shenyan hesitated for a while. In the end, he still reluctantly picked up the phone and went outside to answer it. "How stubborn," Qin Yu muttered, looking at Lu Shenyan's back, musing aloud, "How many tricks must Shenyan have pulled to pry open this mouth of his?" Fu Xianshu smiled, "Who knows?" Only after walking outside did Lu Shenyan press the answer button. As soon as he picked up, Lu Shenyan's voice came from the other end, "Big brother, I finished class. Are you at home?" They hadn't met for 2 days, and Lu Shenyan missed him deeply in his heart, but he managed to suppress those feelings in his words. He wasn't sure what medicine Lu Shenyan had given him, but he started to look forward to seeing him again. "I'm outside," Lu Shenyan replied indifferently, "Where are you?" "On the way to Xiangshan." "Send me an address and I'll come over," Lu Shenyan said from the other end. Lu Shenyan was about to agree when he suddenly remembered Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu were still inside. "You go wait for me at the Lu residence. I'll be right back." "Lu Shenyan, I'll pick you up instead." Before Lu Shenyan could say anything else, the voice on the other end dropped softer, as if conveying a confession without hesitation, "Shenyan, I miss you." "What the hell?" Lu Shenyan took a deep breath. It was rare for Lu Shenyan to address him by name, and every time it happened, it made him feel as though he was being teased. "Send me your address, and I'll come get you," Lu Shenyan continued. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Shenyan finally gave in and told Lu Shenyan his location. After hanging up, Lu Shenyan turned around and went back inside, saying to Qin Yu, I have something to do. I'll leave first." The two had already anticipated this. Qin Yu nodded understandingly, "Go ahead then. Oh, don't forget to settle the bill." Leaving the cafe, Lu Shenyan didn't have to wait long before Lu Shenyan arrived. Seeing Lu Shenyan's car immediately, Lu Shenyan walked over, opened the door, got in, and before the door even shut, Lu Shenyan leaned over and kissed him squarely on the lips. Caught off guard, Lu Shenyan soon found himself calmed by the familiar aura. Since they confirmed their relationship, Lu Shenyan kissing him regardless of the situation wasn't something new anymore. They'd been seen by Lu Zhenhuan several times accidentally. But to be honest, every time Lu Shenyan kissed him, it always gave him a fleeting fear that his pants might not survive much longer. Feeling almost out of breath, Lu Shenyan tried to pull away slightly. Lu Shenyan slowly released him, lingering on his lower lip, and murmured, "Brother. You today." Lu Shenyan's breathing became somewhat labored too. "Don't you have classes?" Lu Shenyan softly stroked his face, whispering, "I missed you too much, so I skipped class." Chapter 87. Dr. Lin is at the hospital today, Lu Shenyan said. Dr. Lin was his father's doctor, and today Lu Zhenhuan went to the hospital for a full medical checkup and wouldn't be home. Lu Shenyan figured out why Lu Shenyan had skipped class just to go out. Lu Shenyan blinked and whispered, "Uncle isn't at home either." Lu Chinian knew that Lu Xinyan had been thinking about this. He nudged him and muttered, "Stop thinking about it all day long." Lu Xinyan straightened up with a smile, took Lu Qinyan's hand, brought it to his lips for a kiss, then looked down at Lu Qinyan's wrist. The surface wounds were healed, but it would still take some time for a full recovery. "Does it still hurt?" Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Qinyan pulled back his hand, looked at it, and shook his head. With a smile in his eyes, Lu Xinyan raised his hand to look at his watch. It was only 11 o'clock. His mood was great. "Then let's go back first." Lu Qinyan nodded. On their way home, Fang Huai called. Lu Xinyan took out his phone and answered, "What's the matter?" "Boss, have you set off?" Fang Huai asked on the other end. "Mr. Zhang wants to know where you are." Question mark. Lu Xinyan processed this for a second and remembered there was an event this afternoon. His good mood disappeared instantly, feeling quite regretful. "Tell Mr. Zhang. Can I not come?" Today was the 1-month birthday banquet of Mr. Zhang's granddaughter from Ronghua Company. Fang Huai hesitated. "This. Isn't it a bit inappropriate? Mr. Zhang called you in the morning asking if you've left." Fang Huai suddenly felt fortunate he had foreseen and made this call in advance to his boss, otherwise, when the banquet began and no one could find him. Ronghua and CNN interacted closely and cooperated frequently. Not going would be somewhat improper. Lu Xinyan sighed helplessly, speaking into the phone, "Then I'll be over later." After hanging up, Lu Qinyan asked, "What's the matter?" Disappointed, Lu Xinyan said, "Today is the 1-month celebration banquet for Mr. Zhang's granddaughter." Lu Xinyan was also helpless, thinking he'd received Dr. Lin's call saying Uncle Lu was going to the hospital for a checkup. He thought they'd spend a quiet afternoon together, but now this banquet came up instead. Lu Qinyan's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Brother," Lu Xinyan said, "can you go with me?" "What am I going with you for?" If he'd known Lu Xinyan had no time, he wouldn't have come out at all. Lu Xinyan freed his right hand, pouting and hooking onto Lu Qinyan's fingers, explaining helplessly, "I didn't know it would fall on today." Lu Qinyan remained silent. The traffic light ahead turned red, and Lu Xinyan stopped the car. Turning his head, he looked hopefully at Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan got annoyed. "Focus on driving." Lu Xinyan pressed his lips, his gaze becoming incredibly pitiful. With a sidelong glance, Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue once, knowing very well that this guy was pretending to be pitiful, but somehow he just couldn't resist falling for it, and gave in, saying, "So, can we go like this?" Lu Xinyan's eyes lit up immediately. "Then let's go home first and change." Lu Xinyan drove back to the Lu residence. All of Lu Qinyan's clothes had been moved back to the Lu household, and he was still staying in the same room as before. Once home, Lu Xinyan went upstairs and picked out a piece from his wardrobe, a piece of clothing whose aesthetic level he believed had reached new heights, comparing it against himself in front of the mirror, then looking at Lu Qinyan with a hopeful gleam in his eyes, waiting for some compliment. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lu Qinyan glanced at the clothes in his hand via the mirror, and couldn't help feeling something indescribably difficult. "Could you switch the color? It's a 1-month birthday banquet, not a funeral." Throwing a necktie around his neck, Lu Qinyan reselected a proper outfit from the wardrobe. "Wear this jacket." Lu Xinyan looked at it and murmured, "These two pieces aren't the same anyway." He really couldn't tell the difference between the two outfits. Lu Qinyan rolled his eyes and decided against wasting words anymore. In the past, he still thought Lu Xinyan chose black clothes for convenience until later realizing that Lu Xinyan's sense of aesthetics was already beyond saving. There was simply no hope left, which wasted such a handsome face. Just follow your brother's advice. Lu Xinyan carefully compared the two pieces of clothing, perhaps recognizing the differences as well, and smiled. "I'll wear this one." Lu Qinyan snorted, "Quit trying to flatter me." Lu Xinyan grinned, stepped forward to give a peck on Lu Qinyan's cheek, but feeling it wasn't enough, advanced another step. Directly pushing him against the closet door, he caressed Lu Qinyan's cheek with a single hand, gazing tenderly, "I don't want to go, it's so hard to wait for uncle to be away from home." Lu Qinyan of course understood what Lu Xinyan meant, but replied, "You've agreed already. Finish the official business first." He was also hoping they'd finally have some quality time together. But breaking the appointment wouldn't be good. "Only when I'm with you can I get something really meaningful done." Lu Xinyan intentionally misinterpreted it, his fiery gaze making Lu Qinyan's face gradually flush. Unable to bear it, Lu Qinyan pushed him slightly and said, "Hurry up and get ready. If we delay any longer, it'll already be afternoon." Lu Xinyan remained completely still, a simmering intensity hidden beneath his calm eyes. Feeling uneasy under his stare, Lu Qinyan held his breath as if his throat were being pinched by Lu Xinyan's hand. "How about after the 1-month celebration banquet, we go over to that place?" Lu Xinyan asked. That place was the house Lu Qinyan had bought outside. Lu Xinyan's plans weren't lost on Lu Qinyan, who well knew that, had it not been for Lu Zhenghuan being around, they would have rolled in bed countless times already. "We'll see," Lu Qinyan responded vaguely, feeling inexplicably tense. He probably realized that their previous attempts at temporary satisfaction wouldn't be enough to satiate Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan gazed intently at him, breathing out hot breath. "What do you mean, we'll see?" He insisted on getting an exact time and place from Lu Qinyan. Lu Qinyan hesitated, saying, "Wait until Dad." His voice trailed off halfway, because Lu Chinian could clearly feel something pressing against him, quite obviously. You bastard. Lu Chinian couldn't help but curse softly, glaring at Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan's eyes darkened slightly. He pulled Lu Chinian into his arms, whispering by his ear while kissing the sensitive flesh nearby, how much longer should I wait? The breath was too hot, causing Lu Chinian to tightly clutch onto Lu Xinyan's shirt hem without saying a word. Lu Xinyan murmured lowly, his hoarse voice dripping with sensuality and deep meaning as he said, give me a time frame. I miss you. Lu Chinian immediately flushed red in the face and ears. In this period, the two had rarely been intimate. Yet faced with Lu Xinyan's temptation, Lu Chinian found himself utterly powerless to resist. Within mere seconds, he surrendered entirely, both now and in the past, it was always like this. Chapter 88. Lu Chinian tilted his head, trying to ignore the tingling sensation in his neck, and mumbled, what is there to think about? We see each other every day. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan intensified his kiss, as if venting his dissatisfaction over the past few days, just seeing each other. Lu Chinian couldn't help but let out a soft moan, it hurt a little. Did you miss me? Lu Xinyan asked softly. Lu Chinian pressed his lips together, refusing to answer. Lu Xinyan looked at him, using his fingertips to press on Lu Chinian's lips, persistently asking, did you miss me or not? Lu Chinian's face was burning as if it could drip blood, and he was somewhat angry with embarrassment. Are you annoying enough? Hurry up and go change your clothes. His words were abruptly blocked by another kiss. Lu Xinyan lowered his head and kissed him fiercely. His lips and tongue carried a hint of restlessness, chasing after Lu Chinian for a while before loosening his grip. He then stared intently at those shiny red lips and continued asking, quick, tell me, did you miss me? As he spoke, Lu Xinyan forcefully pushed Lu Chinian's legs apart, bending his knees upwards teasingly, did this part miss me? Lu Chinian softly groaned, grabbing onto Lu Xinyan's clothes suddenly, forcing himself to meet his eyes even though they had turned red. The other's knee was too intrusive, always hitting his vulnerable spot with skillful technique. Chinian, Lu Xinyan reached out to embrace Lu Chinian's weak waist, pulling him tightly against himself, speak. They were too close, their breaths intertwining. Lu Chinian closed his eyes tightly, his trembling fingertips betraying how much he was suffering. Unable to bear it any longer, he leaned his forehead against Lu Xinyan's shoulder, speaking hoarsely and hurriedly, yes, I missed you. The voice was too soft. But Lu Xinyan still heard it, yet occasions like this where such words were squeezed out were too rare. He deliberately said, what? What did you say? Lu Chinian felt utterly ashamed, almost bursting into tears. Finally, seemingly unable to endure any longer, he angrily hammered Lu Xinyan's shoulder, you bastard, you clearly know, why do you keep asking me, making me lose face? The man's cheeks were flushed crimson, his large eyes filled with shame and anger. Seeing this, Lu Xinyan squinted his eyes, rolled his Adam's apple several times, and couldn't resist pressing Lu Chinian against the wardrobe door, kissing him frantically. Lu Chinian hastily placed his hands on Lu Xinyan's chest, holding on to the last shred of rationality, saying, we have things to do, don't get crazy. Based on his understanding of Lu Xinyan, he knew that if he didn't intervene, this person would definitely go wild inside the room. But Lu Xinyan acted as if he hadn't heard anything, truly going berserk, grabbing Lu Chinian's hand, and pressing it against the cabinet door. He wildly nibbled on his neck, murmuring, big brother. Lu Chinian, partly resisting and partly accepting, raised his chin, only to catch sight of the dressing mirror beside him. Seeing the two people reflected in it, he instinctively looked away, feeling doubly ashamed. There must be marks now, Lu Chinian thought to himself. At this moment, the phone lying on the bed rang suddenly. Phone, Lu Chinian frowned, pushing Lu Xinyan lightly, answer it, it might be Fong Hui calling. I won't. Without hesitation, Lu Xinyan stretched his hand to untie Lu Chinian's clothes. In haste, Lu Chinian stopped him, saying, go and answer, who promised what? Hurry up. Lu Chinian tilted his chin, seeing no movement from him, he licked his lips, and finally leaned forward, planting a kiss on Lu Xinyan's lips, listen to me. At this moment, Lu Xinyan genuinely wanted to fire Fong Hui for having no sense of timing and daring to call at such a moment. What is it? Lu Xinyan answered the phone grimly. Fong Hui keenly sensed his boss's bad mood but had no idea who had angered him, asking, boss, are you on your way? Sitting down on the bed, Lu Xinyan replied bluntly, no. Lu Chinian adjusted the collar of his shirt which had been messed up in the mirror, picked up some clothes, and threw them directly at Lu Xinyan, gesturing for him to hurry up. Lu Xinyan deftly caught the clothes with a backwards flick, looking at him with a pitiful expression while continuing to talk business as usual. Lu Chinian inexplicably chuckled, remaining at a distance. After the phone hung up, he came over and smiled, who made the promise? Didn't expect uncle to go to the hospital today. Lu Xinyan stood up instantly, hugging him tightly, regretting it deeply in his heart, I need compensation tonight. Thinking about how Lu Xinyan planned to claim compensation, Lu Chinian felt a bit scared, randomly coming up with an excuse, we'll see, when we have time. Not acceptable, you have to agree first, Lu Xinyan insisted firmly. If there's time, I'll help you. I don't want your help, Lu Xinyan let go of him, staring into those eyes, his hands sliding downwards, whispering, "I just want you." Lu Chinian suddenly felt a tightening in his rear, recalling the pain of their first time, which made him somewhat apprehensive. Although he was aware deep down that this day would eventually come, he had always adhered to the principle of delaying it as much as possible, finding another way when there was no more room for delay. It wasn't because he disliked being with Lu Xinyan, rather, it was because Lu Xinyan's energy level was too much for a regular person to handle. In the past, just the foreplay alone could make him climax multiple times, let alone when they actually engaged in intercourse. Moreover, facing Lu Xinyan's predatory eyes now, it gave him an intense feeling as if he would be devoured alive. "That still has to wait until we get back." Lu Chinian took a deep breath and broke free, urging, "Go change your clothes, or Feng Huai will call again." After saying this, he turned around and grabbed a scarf, leaving the bedroom. Damn, he truly couldn't stay in the same room as Lu Xinyan, it was too dangerous. It felt like Lu Xinyan was about to rip off his pants at any moment. Lu Chinian quickly descended to the bathroom downstairs. He exhaled deeply in front of the mirror, glancing down at a certain area. Feeling depressed, he thought, why am I so pathetic? After entangling each other at home for a while, they left half an hour later. By the time they arrived, the full moon banquet for Mr. Zhang's granddaughter was almost over. Mr. Zhang generally disliked extravagance and arranged the feast in a hotel, inviting some close friends and family, along with business associates. When Lu Xinyan arrived, Mr. Zhang was chatting with Mr. Li. Upon noticing them entering, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up, and he apologized to Mr. Li, "Excuse me, Mr. Li, but I need to take my leave." Today, Lu Xinyan was wearing clothes chosen by Lu Chinian, catching attention immediately upon entering. With a ruddy complexion, Mr. Zhang approached and smiled, "Xinyan, why did you come so late? We were waiting for you. And these clothes of yours?" Mr. Zhang, a business partner and good friend of Lu Xinyan, despite the age gap between them, greatly admired him. From the moment Lu Xinyan entered, Mr. Zhang noticed something different about him today. "These clothes really suit you." Approaching closer, Mr. Zhang scrutinized for a few seconds and sincerely praised. "Is that so?" Lu Xinyan's eyebrows curved, looking like he'd signed several major deals as he lowered his head and seriously inspected himself. "I think they suit me too." Zhang Qiming burst out laughing, then noticed Lu Chinian who had come in together. He felt a sense of familiarity and guessed, "Is this Master Lu?" Although Zhang Qiming wasn't very familiar with Lu Chinian, he wasn't completely unfamiliar either. Lu Xinyan smiled brightly, "Yes, my older brother." "Hello." Lu Chinian gave a cold nod, acknowledging him, then looked around, telling Lu Xinyan, "You chat first, I'm going to the restroom." Lu Xinyan nodded, "Okay." As soon as Lu Chinian left, Zhang Qiming enthusiastically pulled Lu Xinyan to the main table. "Xinyan, come, sit here." The dishes on the main table were clearly just served, barely touched. Only after Lu Xinyan sat down did he ask, "Director Zhang, have you not?" "Not exactly," Zhang Qiming chuckled knowingly, "this is an extra table I asked them to add for you." Turning his head, Zhang Qiming gestured in a certain direction, where a woman dressed in a cheongsam standing in the corner noticed and gracefully walked over. "What is it?" Mrs. Zhang came near and quietly inquired. Zhang Qiming whispered something into Mrs. Zhang's ear, causing her to glance at Lu Xinyan. She then smiled and said something about definitely liking before departing. When Lu Chinian emerged from the restroom and was heading towards the banquet hall, he suddenly heard a voice nearby, though initially unwilling to eavesdrop. "Isn't that Lu Xinyan? I see him sitting at the main table, so handsome." A female voice spoke. Frowning, Lu Chinian paused slightly, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Near the elevator stood two well-dressed women. Another girl in a white dress responded, "Don't fool me. The last time, Uncle introduced a man who looked so old, his hair was practically gone. And then the man started pestering me behind the scenes, driving me crazy." The woman retorted, "Why would I deceive you? He's really good looking. If you don't want him, I'll take action." White dress replied, "I just don't want another guy clinging to me. You know how those men used to be." I know, the woman said while nudging white dress towards the banquet hall, "Take a look for yourself. I'm not lying. My taste is beyond question. Go quick, or he'll be taken away by someone else." As the two disappeared from view, Lu Chinian paused for a moment and stepped forward to follow. By the time he reached the banquet hall, he just watched helplessly as that girl approached the main table and took the seat next to Lu Xinyan. A few elders were already seated at the main table. When the girl in the little white dress sat down, she secretly glanced at Lu Xinyan, who happened to look back at her right then. Her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly shyly averted her eyes. Though Lu Chinian knew well that Lu Xinyan had no idea about this arrangement, it still left a bitter taste in his heart. It was really amusing to see him wearing the outfit they'd picked out together for such a blind date. Lu Chinian clenched his teeth, wanting to turn and leave, but couldn't bring himself to do so. In just those few seconds of hesitation, the girl in the little white dress had already edged alarmingly close to Lu Xinyan's shoulder. Lu Chinian's eyes suddenly widened. Fuck, without even thinking, he briskly walked over. "I know Xinyan well, he's young, talented, and handsome too. Miao Miao is only 2 years older than Shen Yan, so we thought we'd let the two meet. This statement came from Mr. Zhang. Another woman picked up the conversation. Yes, Miao Miao should be dating by now. Girls shouldn't be picky. Just moments before, that little white dress had been acting snobbish, yet now she blushed faintly as she softly countered, "Auntie, I'm not being picky." "Yes, you're not being picky," her auntie affirmed while remembering something important. "Shen Yan, right? You don't have a girlfriend currently, do you?" Hearing this, Lu Chenian stopped in his tracks. Mr. Zhang laughed heartily. "What are you saying? Shen Yan has never been in a relationship." "Mr. Zhang," Lu Shenyan interrupted the table's enthusiasm, finally seizing an opportunity to speak, "thank you for your kindness today, but truthfully, I already have someone." This statement was like a bucket of cold water that instantly doused everyone's high spirits at the table. Mr. Zhang's smile froze on his face, disbelief clearly visible, taking a while to regain his voice. "Shen Yan, wasn't it that you weren't, and didn't you?" He remembered that previously, Shen Yan had always been single, yet now all of a sudden, there was a significant other. Lu Shenyan smiled. "It actually happened just recently. I managed to pursue him. I simply didn't have time to tell you." The expressions on the faces around the main table varied wildly, looking every bit strange, some green with envy, others reddened in embarrassment, still others turning almost black with frustration. Finally, it was the girl in the white dress who, citing physical discomfort, excused herself first. It was nothing short of a farce. Seeing how Lu Shenyan had single-handedly scared off any romantic pursuits, Lu Chenian refrained from stepping forward and instead made his way moodily to the balcony. Growing increasingly irritated, he fished out his phone and glanced at it. "Brother," a familiar voice suddenly called out behind him, startling Lu Chenian. As if caught doing something wrong, he hastily switched off his phone. "How come you're standing here?" Lu Shenyan moved closer and asked, "Not having dinner?" He had finally escaped from the main table, sought out the restroom, found no one there, and after asking a waiter, learned Lu Chenian was here. Lu Chenian stared at Lu Shenyan, clutching his phone, shaking his head. "There's nothing I want to eat." Indeed, there was nothing he wanted to eat, moreover, his mood wasn't focused on food right now either. Lu Shenyan smiled, "I also don't feel like eating much, but I can't not come." "Don't worry, we'll go home shortly." Lu Chenian nodded, looking at Lu Shenyan, about to say something when once again, someone came from inside calling for Lu Shenyan. "Wait for me 2 minutes, I'll deal with them, and then we'll go home," Lu Shenyan said. Lu Chenian waved his hand dismissively, urging him to hurry. Once Lu Shenyan had gone, Lu Chenian reopened his phone, where the screen showed a pending payment order for alcoholic drinks. Chapter 89. Lu Shenyan was inside, having a cheerful conversation with someone older than him. Lu Shenyan knew from afar what they were discussing. It was undoubtedly about business affairs. The little girl in the Western-style dress who had just left the main table with her friend returned to the banquet hall. She probably touched up her makeup in the restroom and looked much more exquisite now. A bright smile hung on her face as she picked a seat next to her friend, lazily propping her chin in her hand, glancing occasionally at Lu Shenyan. There was an evident hint of disappointment in her eyes. Lu Shenyan furrowed his brow and glanced back and forth between the two of them. The feeling of his person being coveted by others truly made him somewhat irritated. There's a saying that sums it up well: we don't fear theft but being remembered. If there was a Miao Miao today, then perhaps a Mimi tomorrow, so who would it be the day after? As Lu Shenyan thought more, he became increasingly unable to control his thoughts, finally deeply inhaling and trying to console himself. No, he couldn't dwell on things that hadn't happened yet. It's fine, he should remain indifferent. Lu Shenyan wouldn't like anyone else anyway, it's always those other people who cling on. Yes, he needed to maintain a calm heart. What a load of crap. The more Lu Shenyan tried to reassure himself, the more restless he became. Lowering his head, he opened his phone and placed an order without hesitation. After finishing the order, he thought it wasn't enough and hesitated for a moment before placing another one. Anyway, whether earlier or later, they would come, so he might as well get it all over with, Lu Shenyan reasoned internally. While dealing with the person in front of him, Lu Shenyan kept paying attention to the situation on the man's side. Even from far away, he could see the displeased and slightly anxious expression on the man's face, though he didn't know what the problem was. "Mr. Lu, do you have something else?" The man in front noticed Lu Shenyan's lack of focus. Lu Shenyan snapped back to reality and smiled politely, "Oh, nothing." Even though he said this, the man was quite perceptive and immediately took out his business card. "Oh, here is my business card. Mr. Zhang and my company have cooperated many times, and he always endorses me highly." Lu Shenyan accepted the business card, glanced at it, and smoothly replied, "I've always been reassured when Mr. Zhang connects us. In this case, I'll have Feng Huai contact you, and you can discuss any details with him." The man beamed with pleasure. All right. After dismissing the man, Lu Shenyan took out his phone, took a picture of the business card, sent it directly to Feng Huai along with an edited message, introduced by Mr. Zhang, contact him. Feng Huai responded, understood. Lu Shenyan scanned the banquet hall once more, found the person he was looking for, and walked over. "Mr. Zhang," he greeted. Zhang Qiming turned around and saw the apologetic expression on Lu Xinyan's face. Sorry, I have something else this afternoon and need to leave early. How can you leave just as you arrived? Is it because of? Zhang Qiming assumed it was because of Miao Miao inside. Today's event was due to my lack of consideration. I made the decision for Miao Miao to come without asking. No, it's not that, Lu Xinyan smiled, it's because someone at home is in a bad mood, and I want to comfort them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiming was momentarily stunned, curious now, who exactly is it? I've never heard you mention anyone before. You should let them be known sooner rather than hiding them forever. What if another mishap like today's happens again? That would surely make everyone laugh at us. It's not that, Lu Xinyan thought secretly that he wanted the whole world to know, but still, when there's time later, he doesn't want too many people to know about our relationship right now. Zhang Qiming chuckled, alright, when you have time, make sure to bring them out for us to meet. He was quite curious who could make the boss of CNN so infatuated. As soon as Lu Xinyan left the banquet, he headed straight toward Lu Qinyan, who was currently looking down at his phone. His face was flushed red, and he even murmured, is this even possible? Brother, Lu Xinyan approached in surprise, wanting to see what exactly Lu Qinyan was looking at. But before he could clearly identify anything, the screen suddenly went black. Lu Qinyan covered his flustered expression, guiltily glancing around the banquet hall, did you finish everything already? Lu Xinyan felt that Lu Qinyan was acting a bit strange, noticing his flushed cheeks. Unable to resist, he reached out to touch him, why are your cheeks so red? This action was so natural that images flashed through Lu Qinyan's mind from what he'd just seen on his phone. He swallowed, nothing, maybe the air conditioning is too warm. Clearly disbelieving, Lu Xinyan looked at him closely. Lu Qinyan became uncomfortable under his gaze and quickly changed the subject, that woman, is her name Miao Miao? Of course, Lu Xinyan's attention instantly shifted, you saw her. I didn't know Mr. Zhang called me over to talk about this. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I've already clarified to him that I'm seeing someone. Lu Qinyan had definitely heard, but couldn't resist throwing out a deathly question, so, what do you think of that Miao Miao? What about her? Lu Xinyan didn't hesitate at all, his words full of self-preservation. I haven't even looked closely at what she looks like. His voice was a bit loud and drew several glances. Lu Qinyan clicked his tongue softly, whispering, why are you speaking so loudly? I can hear just fine. Lu Xinyan pursed his lips, I'm afraid you won't understand. That's enough, Lu Qinyan said as he didn't want to be stared at here. There's nothing left to do here, let's go back. The two left the banquet hall, silent all the way to the underground parking lot. Lu Qinyan strode ahead in large steps while Lu Xinyan felt something off about Lu Qinyan, like he was angry but not quite. Brother. Brother, he called out several times from behind, but the person ahead acted as if they hadn't heard. Lu Xinyan quickly approached, grabbed his arm, and forcefully pressed him against the car door. When facing each other, he noticed the man's face was red abnormally, causing him to nervously ask, what's wrong? Lu Xinyan looked at him, are you mad? They were very close, and Lu Xinyan raised his hand, gently caressing Lu Qinyan's cheek with great patience, I truly didn't know. Should I go back right now and make it clear to them in front of you? Lu Xinyan thought over and over again, believing that Lu Qinyan would throw a tantrum because of this. But, it's not because of this. Lu Qinyan whispered. Huh? Then what is it? Lu Xinyan asked. TSK, how could he put it, anyway, it's not because of this. Let go, this is someone else's car. It's fine, Lu Xinyan said, it's our car. You take your time to explain. What is it about? Lu Qinyan turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was really the car they had driven. Then let go first. Lu Qinyan tried to push him away, but instead of letting go, Lu Xinyan pressed him tighter, lowering his gaze to meet his eyes. Explain now. As soon as those words were uttered, a vibration came from his thigh, it was Lu Qinyan's phone ringing. Lu Xinyan reached for it, seeing three big characters flashing on the screen, Lu Zhenghuan. They exchanged knowing glances silently, and then Lu Xinyan hesitated for a moment before swiping the screen. Xiaoyan. Lu Zhenghuan's voice came through the next second, echoing in the parking lot. Where are you? I'm outside, Lu Qinyan spoke into the phone using Lu Xinyan's hands, did you go home already? Lu Zhenghuan replied, yeah, just got back with Dr. Lin. Oh, I've got something outside, Lu Qinyan smoothly lied without changing his expression, I'll come back later. Got to go, hanging up. He hung up without giving the other side a chance to say anything, muttering subconsciously, how come the checkup today was so fast, what a waste of time. After saying all this, Lu Qinyan realized the person in front had been staring at the phone the entire time, completely ignoring what he had said. Just as he was about to get annoyed, a sudden realization struck him, and his eyes widened sharply. Shit, it's over. This thought barely crossed his mind when the next moment, he felt the car door behind him being opened and was nearly thrown onto the back seat. Before he could react, Lu Xinyan leaned forward, excitement evident in his voice, brother, why did you look this up? Lu Qinyan immediately covered his face with both hands, so humiliated that he couldn't bear to see anyone. Even through the gaps between his fingers, he could still see the last screen showing a vivid picture of a male pose with detailed instructions and questions and answers. Lu Xinyan now understood why Lu Qinyan's face had been flushed earlier. I can teach you without needing to look it up. Lu Xinyan bent down, prying open the hands covering his face gently and whispering, right now, and I won't hurt you. Lu Qinyan's eyes reddened as he muffled an oath, get lost. But the back seat was too small, and there wasn't much room to roll away. Besides, accommodating two grown men was a tight squeeze, so Lu Xinyan simply picked him up, holding him possessively yet tenderly in his arms. Gazing into his eyes with increasingly deep breaths, he murmured, if you want, I can show you with my fingers. Lu Qinyan caught his breath, feeling the temperature inside the car rise sharply with that sentence. And, recalling the questions Lu Qinyan had searched, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes as he leaned towards Lu Qinyan's ear, softly consoling him, don't worry, it won't loosen, it will only tighten more towards the end. Chapter 90. Lu Qinyan was filled with shame and anger, his heart trembling involuntarily. He felt himself being strongly surrounded by Lu Xinyan's intense presence, and he couldn't control his heart that was beating erratically. Do you know, Lu Xinyan's hoarse voice was harsh, sounding both sexy and dangerous. That night several times I almost, seeing you like that, I just wanted to drive you mad. Shut up. Lu Qinyan, angry and annoyed, covered Lu Xinyan's mouth and pushed him off, preparing to leave this suffocating space. As one foot just touched the ground, an arm emerged from the car and possessively wrapped around his waist from behind. Lu Qinyan was forcibly dragged back into the car. The sound of a car door slamming shut echoed through the parking lot. Lu Xinyan, you bastard! Lu Qinyan was angry and about to curse when his words were cut off as Lu Xinyan freed his right hand to pinch his chin, forcing him to turn his head. The next second, without hesitation, he kissed him fiercely. This kissing posture was uncomfortable for Lu Qinyan since he was almost sitting on Lu Xinyan's lap, straining backward while enduring Lu Xinyan's burning breath. Lu Qinyan's breathing became disordered due to the passionate kiss, his lips feeling scorching hot. The hand that pinched his chin slowly caressed down his smooth neck, then long, pale fingers slipped from above into his shirt collar. Lu Qinyan whimpered, his back arching. Lu Xinyan pressed him tightly in his arms again, shamelessly continuing what he intended to do, muttering confusedly, just a touch, don't tempt me. Lu Qinyan felt utterly wronged. Lu Xinyan always thought he was the one tempting him, but in reality, he never did. I really like you. Fiery lips moved to Lu Qinyan's clavicle, leaving startling marks wherever they went. I like you. The temperature inside the car kept rising, and a layer of mist appeared on the glass at some point. Not long after, Lu Qinyan's whole body softened like an ice cube that had melted in Lu Xinyan's embrace. His eyes misty and wet, his legs wide open, his pants rolled down to his knees, a flexible hand skilled beyond measure made Lu Qinyan nearly unable to bear it. He tightened his feet against the seat back, panting hurriedly, gentler. Upon hearing that sound, Lu Xinyan became fully aroused. Feeling around haphazardly nearby, he grabbed the phone, urging him to unlock it. Hurry, open it. Lu Xinyan urged in a hoarse voice. Lu Qinyan didn't quite understand why, but extremely dissatisfied by the interruption near the end, he still lifted his sweaty hand to unlock it, quivering at the end of his words. What are you doing? I told you, I'll make you comfortable. Lu Xinyan gave a fierce kiss on Lu Qinyan's face, opened the webpage, stuffed the phone into his hands, and whispered something in his ear. After hearing it, Lu Qinyan paused for a moment, then realized what it meant, his face quickly turning bright red. In a certain corner of the parking lot, the black car swayed lightly, and anyone who saw it would know what was happening inside. Suddenly, the rear window cracked open slightly, a sweat-covered finger climbed out gripping the edge of the window, a pleading voice mingled with enticing tones escaping, enough, it's enough. In no time, the hand was pulled back in, and just before the window was tightly shut, a low, sultry male voice was captured, feel yourself, how wet it is back there. Go to hell. The car continued shaking for nearly half an hour before it gradually calmed down. Soon, the car door opened again, revealing a handsome young man stepping out. Apart from a strange wet mark on his thigh fabric, his entire outfit was intact, making it believable if someone said he took a light nap in the car for half an hour. He sat on the driver's seat, and the car swiftly raced out of the parking lot as if even a second of delay was intolerable. Lu Qinyan lay sprawled across the rear seats, a piece of clothing covering him, sticky all over. There was also water stains on the leather seat beneath him. Too lazy to get up, he turned his eyes and stared at the person on the driver's seat, both looking forward to yet afraid of what was coming next. On the way, he constantly reinforced his mental preparation. Lu Xinyan didn't return to the Lu residence but directly went to their previous place of residence. As soon as they entered the house, the two immediately resumed their passion from earlier in the car, passionately biting each other from the entrance to the bedroom, and finally rolling together onto the soft large bed. It had been a long time since they'd done it last, and this time it was like monks breaking their vows, determined to reach their ultimate satisfaction in this bedroom. Do you like it? Is it comfortable? Lu Xinyan panted, asking the person below him. Lu Qinyan's chest heaved, his reddened lips slightly parted as his face flushed and he nodded. It had to be said, Lu Xinyan was truly skilled. In the car, with just his fingers and mouth, he had rendered Lu Qinyan unable to stand. Encouraged, Lu Xinyan grasped his hand and pulled it downward, you'll like this even more. Fuck, feeling the fullness in his palm, Lu Chinyen realized he'd overestimated himself. His Adam's apple moved faintly, this can. Lu Chinyen knew what he wanted to say, exchanging a wet kiss with him and sounding excited, it can. It's not our first time, and besides, you already got, in the car earlier. He didn't finish before Lu Chinyen hurried to cover his mouth, can you stop saying such shit? Lu Chinyen narrowed his eyes, rolling around on the bed while still holding him. One hand lifted the quilt and covered their bodies, shielding their intimate activities beneath. The gasping sounds in the bedroom continued intermittently deep into the night, the large bed swaying back and forth from their exertions. The phone that had fallen in the living room rang countless times until it finally turned off when its last % of battery was depleted. Chapter 91. Lu Chinyen woke up at noon the next day. The curtain wasn't drawn tight, leaving a gap about as wide as a palm. Winter sunlight streamed in and spread across the floor. Due to the rain from the previous night, the light was clean and dazzling. Lu Chinyen's eyelashes trembled slightly as he turned over half awake, involuntarily drawing in a shallow breath. His whole body ached. Shit. After silently cursing in his heart, Lu Chinyen opened his eyes. The familiar style of the bedroom greeted his gaze. He was momentarily dazed for a second before his eyes landed on the clothes thrown on the ground, and his memories started flooding back. He was with Lu Chinyen. Lu Chinyen blinked twice, and all the events that occurred in this room last night surged back like waves. First passionate kisses, then overlapping bodies until they became inseparable, some details even made him blush when he thought of them. Lu Chinyen used the back of his hand to check his face's temperature. It was different from the last time he woke up in the hotel, now these embarrassing scenes in his mind were interlaced with an odd sense of pleasure and satisfaction. He took a deep breath, just about to turn and lie flat, but as soon as he moved, the arm draped over his waist tightened its hold. A lazy voice came from behind his head, as the person behind leaned forward. Lu Chinyen, still groggy, rested his chin on the hollow of Lu Chinyen's shoulder, unsatisfied, then bent down to kiss lightly. Are you awake? Sleep for a bit longer. Lu Chinyen's voice was very hoarse, making Lu Chinyen's heartbeat quicken. It was uncomfortable lying like this, so Lu Chinyen endured the discomfort in his body and turned over, looking for a more comfortable position. Just as he turned, upon seeing something, his expression froze instantly. Lu Chinyen's face was right there, his sleeping face was cute, with small locks of hair resting peacefully on his forehead, his curly and thick lashes resembling a little fan, casting shadows on his lower eyelids. There was nothing wrong with his facial features, it was only what lay beneath his collarbone that made Lu Chinyen's breathing falter. Especially around the shoulders, arms, including areas of his back unseen by others, which were covered in red marks hinting at passion. Lu Chinyen's fingers twitched awkwardly. Unable to endure the embarrassment any longer, he tried to shrink deeper into the covers, only to become stiff again in the next moment. Shit. Lu Chinyen's eyes widened, his mouth opening and closing for a long while, finally letting out a curse under his breath. This guy, who behaved as if he was born under the zodiac sign for dogs. Everything below the chest was almost too embarrassing to look at. He didn't need to see himself in a mirror to know how his collarbone and neck looked, both were things he couldn't bear to look at. Lu Chinyen was angry and grabbed the bridge of Lu Chinyen's nose tightly. Can I at least go outside without feeling embarrassed? Ever since allowing Lu Chinyen to be this way, the marks on his body had never disappeared, always having to be cautious wherever he went. Lu Chinyen cared about saving face, so going out with hickeys made him feel somewhat humiliated, especially knowing who left them. Lu Chinyen's breathing gradually became more difficult, slowly waking up, pulling down the hand on his nose and placing it in his embrace, holding the other person closely once again. He contentedly rubbed against the other person's head and said affectionately, still sleepy? Sleepy my ass. Lu Chinyen's temper flared up like fire. Before he could say anything else, a hand gently slid through his hair, massaging gently. What's wrong? Lu Chinyen asked. The massage was appropriately forceful and extremely soothing. Lu Chinyen, who was already on the brink of exploding, relaxed his eyes immediately after being touched tenderly. His jaw slightly raised upward as he glared at Lu Chinyen, his eyes filled with resentment. Lu Chinyen tilted his head downward, their gazes met. His eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his head, their lips meeting once again. Don't do that. Lu Chinyen turned away. Why can't I touch you? Lu Chinyen's burning lips chased after and kissed a mole on Lu Chinyen's jaw corner. Where on your body haven't I touched yet? When thinking of this, Lu Chinyen became infuriated and threw a punch at him. Stop biting me. Lu Chinyen lifted his head, blinking confusedly, then suddenly understood, unable to suppress the upward curl of his lips. Lu Chinyen frowned. What are you laughing at? Could it be anything else? Every time they got intimate, there would always be marks on his body the next day that made him irritable. Look, I have marks too. Lu Chinyen sat up, exposing his back, as if flaunting the medals won from last night. Lu Chinyen blushed, clutching his hands tightly, feeling his willpower waver. Lu Chinyen reached inside the covers and pulled out Lu Chinyen's 2 hands, examining them closely before smiling. I'll cut your nails later. I can cut them myself, no need for you. Lu Chinyen felt insulted, muttering quietly, this isn't a hard task, is it? It wasn't a hard task, but as long as Lu Xinyan was there, Lu Xinyan didn't even need to lift a finger to dress himself. Lu Xinyan grinned and pounced down, tightly hugging the other person, his eyes sparkling. "I'll help you." Lu Xinyan groaned under the pressure, furrowing his brows. Lu Xinyan quickly sprang into action, worriedly asking, "Did I hurt you?" "No." Lu Xinyan felt embarrassed to admit his but was sore. In an exceptionally good mood, Lu Xinyan bent down and kissed him fiercely before flipping off the bed. "Now, I'm going to prepare some food for you." The two hadn't eaten since yesterday, and Lu Xinyan remembered there were still some grains in the cabinet. He picked up his pants from the ground and slipped them on, then left the bedroom for the kitchen. From the previous move, only some daily necessities had been taken away, the pots and pans remained here. Lu Xinyan quickly prepared everything, deftly adjusting the heat until everything was set. He then returned to the bedroom, jumped back into bed, and continued embracing Lu Xinyan affectionately. "Let's look at cars this afternoon," Lu Xinyan suddenly interjected. "To buy one for you." Lu Xinyan reached down beside the bed and grabbed the phone he tossed aside last night. He opened it and was about to call Feng Huai when the phone was snatched away. "What are you doing?" Lu Xinyan asked. Lu Xinyan replied honestly, "Feng Huai went to the auto show last time. I want him to send over some photos so you can choose slowly." Not that, Lu Xinyan didn't care about the car thing. What he really wanted to ask was, why all of a sudden buy a car? There were still 3 cars sitting and used in the garage. Lu Xinyan gazed at him and said, "It's my first time in love, I know it's vulgar, but all I can think of is spending money on you." Lu Xinyan scoffed, it indeed sounded quite common. Just as he was about to return the phone, the screen lit up with an incoming call. The screen displayed 3 large characters, Uncle Lu. Both their eyes widened slightly, just like teenagers caught dating by their parents. Uncle Lu Zhenhuan had called last night too, but they were fully engrossed at the time, so they directly ignored it. Afterward, because of what happened due to that missed call, Lu Xinyan still felt uncomfortable thinking about the words he'd spoken. As he was lost in thought, Lu Xinyan had already taken the phone. "What are you doing?" Lu Xinyan grabbed his hand. "It's Uncle calling." Lu Xinyan knew Lu Xinyan understood who it was, but the focus wasn't on that, no need to answer. "I'll tell him later." "It's fine," Lu Xinyan cut him off. "I'll explain to Uncle, we'll face it sooner or later anyway." Lu Xinyan. Perhaps not wanting him to overhear the conversation, Lu Xinyan took the phone outside. Once the door closed again, Lu Xinyan lay awake, staring at the ceiling, his eyes shifting, and faint sounds could still be heard from outside. After some time, he threw off the covers, casually draped a piece of clothing around himself, put on his shoes, and walked out. Brother's phone ran out of battery, he was preparing to come back. Whatever Lu Zhenhuan had said, it definitely wasn't flattering. Lu Xinyan stood with his back turned on the balcony, speaking to the other end, "It was me who insisted on keeping him here." Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan grew unhappy and approached, snatching the phone out of Lu Xinyan's hand, sarcastically saying, "Don't take all the credit. It was entirely my decision." He didn't know what Lu Zhenhuan intended to do. He had made things clear to Lu Zhenhuan long ago. If it required some transition period to accept it, half a month had passed already. Was it still not over? Or does he find constant supervision entertaining? "It's me," Lu Xinyan said into the phone. "What is it?" Lu Zhenhuan hesitated briefly after reacting, then got straight to the point. "Were you together last night? Why didn't you even answer the phone?" Lu Xinyan didn't deny it. "Aren't you already informed? What did you do while you were together? And you don't plan to come home this morning?" Lu Zhenhuan's tone wasn't pleasant. "Is it that Lu Xinyan didn't bring you back? Or?" Lu Xinyan interrupted with a click of his tongue. "What's it got to do with him? My legs are my own. Can he tie me down? Do you have any bias against him?" Lu Xinyan defended aggressively, glancing at Lu Xinyan while talking. He noticed the other was watching him intently, his eyes wide open as if holding his breath in anticipation of his next words. "How can I possibly be biased? I'm just asking." Lu Zhenhuan replied from the other end. "You say that without feeling guilty? If you don't have bias, why are you always guarding against him as if you're afraid I'll be kidnapped?" Lu Xinyan said this to Lu Zhenhuan, but his eyes were on Lu Xinyan with a hint of amusement in them. "I'm almost 30, if anyone is going to kidnap anyone, it'd be me kidnapping him. Why are you worried?" Lu Zhenhuan was silent for a moment. He indeed harbored some prejudice against Lu Xinyan, such prejudice he didn't even know how it originated, perhaps due to psychological reasons. Lu Zhenhuan also knew that, except for Xinyan, no one else in the world could really tolerate Lu Xinyan's odd temperaments. By the way, Lu Xinyan took advantage of this chance to clear things up once and for all. "Let me tell you, Xinyan and I will move back to the Lu mansion together to live. The house is so big, and 2 people make it unbearably quiet." Lu Zhenhuan. "Did you ever consult me about this?" "You never consulted me either when you brought him to the Lu mansion initially." Lu Xinyan rebutted directly with an event from more than 10 years ago. After replying, he sighed again. "Don't get mad. Dr. Lin said your illness comes from anger. I've told you before, you should have known this day would come. Why keep fighting against yourself?" It's not me who keeps fighting against myself. Lu Zhenhuan sounded irritated upon being hit at the heart of the matter. If he had foreseen today's situation back then, he would have never brought Lu Xinyan to the Lu residence. Originally thinking they'd gain another son, he hadn't expected to lose both of his sons instead. Lu Zhenhuan remained silent for a few seconds, knowing that everything had been decided already, so he furrowed his brows and asked, "Then, when are you coming back?" Lu Xinyan casually mentioned a time. After hanging up, Lu Xinyan stood there like a wooden person, dazed. Lu Xinyan couldn't help himself and poked him lightly, "Hey." Lu Xinyan snapped back to reality, still pondering over what Lu Xinyan had just said. He confirmed, "You just said, let me move back with you to the Lu residence." Lu Xinyan looked at him for a few seconds, asking, "Do you not want to go back?" "Of course I do." Lu Xinyan pursed his lips for a moment, allowing the smile to spread across his face just briefly before returning to the bedroom. He sat down on the bed, his gaze naturally falling on the phone that was charging on the bedside table. It was the phone Lu Xinyan had brought in earlier. He remembered that yesterday he placed an order on the phone, and now over 10 hours had passed, surely it must have been cancelled by now. He picked up the phone and turned it on, opening the app to check the status of the order. Indeed, it showed that it had been returned. He had originally ordered the red wine to boost his courage, but now he didn't need that courage anymore. Placing the phone back, he intended to take a short nap. After all, he didn't close his eyes much last night, and staying awake through the night felt just like an overnight work session. No, Lu Xinyan thought to himself, living together with Lu Xinyan might mean endless nights. He certainly didn't want to die tired in bed. As he was thinking about how to approach this topic, Lu Xinyan came inside. "Come over here for a second." Lu Xinyan leaned against the bed and spoke, "I have something to discuss with you." At this point, Lu Xinyan couldn't conceal his joy. Hearing Lu Xinyan call out, he immediately moved closer, smiling broadly. "What is it?" "For the future." Lu Xinyan opened his mouth but found himself slightly embarrassed. "You know, we need to exercise restraint." Lu Xinyan blinked several times, clearly unsure for a moment what he meant. "Huh? I'm talking about, you know what." He reached up to touch his nose, setting rules accordingly. 1 week shouldn't exceed 3 times. The air froze momentarily. Lu Xinyan's smile froze on his face. "Why? Why does it have to be limited to only 3 times a week?" Lu Xinyan frowned coldly. "Doing it too often makes me uncomfortable." "That, 3 times is too little a week," Lu Xinyan argued. Lu Xinyan nodded and asked, "So, how many do you think is appropriate?" 7, no. Lu Xinyan corrected hastily, 6 times. Lu Xinyan rolled his eyes. Damn it, he knew well that unless clarified beforehand, this man would surely possess unlimited energy every single day. Both remained silent, gazing at each other for a while before Lu Xinyan sighed, struggling. "That, 5 times. Lu Xinyan widened his eyes. "This difference is laughable." "No," he insisted, refusing to let Lu Xinyan decide. "Once or twice a week, pick your choice." Lu Xinyan. "Alright, twice, as you wish." Half a month later. A man wearing a black trench coat strode briskly through the airport, pulling his carry-on suitcase, a boarding pass clutched in the other hand. A ring gleamed on one finger of his clean, pale hand. His phone kept vibrating inside his bag, his expression growing increasingly impatient. He stopped, clicked his tongue faintly, pulled out his phone irritably, and opened it. The deceiver said, "Big brother, where are you going? I heard from Dad that you left home." Deceiver, huh? Why did you block my number? Poor me, poor me. Deceiver, brother Xinyan, say something. Where are you going? Twiddling fingers, twiddling fingers. Deceiver, did you go to Qinyu's place? Deceiver, why do you need your passport? Bawling, bawling. The messages kept scrolling on the screen. Lu Xinyan squinted his eyes, took a deep breath, and sent 2 words back, liar. The phone fell silent for a moment, but was soon bombarded with another message. Deceiver, unjust, I won't do it tonight. Deceiver, brother Xinyan, I swear I won't touch you tonight. Deceiver, not tonight, not tomorrow, these couple of days, nothing will happen. Lu Xinyan had become immune to these empty promises. Every time he believed the deceiver, it was as if his brain turned into mush. With clenched teeth, he tapped furiously on the keyboard, sending another message before switching off his phone directly. At this very moment, the liar himself sat anxiously in a car stuck at a crossroad, gripping his phone while waiting desperately for a reply. Suddenly, his palm vibrated. His eyes brightened as he hurriedly opened the message, only to inhale sharply after reading it. On the chat screen, there was one huge glaring word. Go away. Chapter 92. Are you in Canada already? Qinyu's voice came through from the other end of the phone. Lu Xinyan, upon stepping off the plane, went straight to the villa. After taking a shower, he called Qinyu. Dressed in a bathrobe with the waist tie loosely fastened, his hair was tied back exposing his handsome features. Xinyan almost blew up my and old Fu's phones, Qinyu said on the other side. He said you blocked his number and ignored his WeChat messages, and that if we get in touch with you, we must let him know. Hey, how long have you two been together? And yet you keep running away so often. Ever since Shen Yan moved back into Lu's house half a month ago, Lu Chenian had stayed at his place for 5 nights. This time, it was even more drastic as he traveled overseas directly. Lu Chenian walked to the kitchen, poured himself a glass of water, and then sat down on the sofa outside on the balcony, drinking slowly before replying leisurely, "I just came here to sort some things out. It's not that dramatic." "Qi knew, then why didn't you tell him?" Lu Chenian bent his left leg onto the sofa, thinking inwardly that if he had told him, he wouldn't have been able to leave. But he didn't say this. Instead, he stated, "By the way, don't tell him you got in contact with me." Qi Yu clicked her tongue. "Do you think I care about your relationship issues? If it wasn't for his call to me, I wouldn't have asked you." "Brother," Lu Chenian chuckled softly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Chenian logged on to WeChat. After buffering for a few seconds, the messages kept coming in. Most were from the top pinned conversation, "Cheater." A minute later, the top right corner flashed a red badge, +99. Just a nap on the plane, and it seemed like he disappeared without a trace. Lu Chenian prepared to open the chat window but suddenly hesitated. A warning sounded in his heart. No, he couldn't check. He would surely be swindled again with pity appeals. The last time, he was deceived this way and couldn't bear to return. He refused to fall for the trick again. Switching off his phone, Lu Chenian bit his lip, hardening his resolve not to look. Not seeing meant peace. In reality, Lu Chenian didn't want to treat Lu Xinyan this way. Ultimately, why did he come to Canada alone? This could be traced back to the day, half a month ago, when Lu Xinyan returned to the Lu residence with him. They had clearly agreed on twice a week, but things changed when they got home. Yes, this was the main reason why Lu Chenian left the country. It's something he was too embarrassed to talk about. And who would understand? When Lu Xinyan teased him, he reasoned beautifully, twice a week, and this is the first time. Lu Chenian couldn't argue with that. Even though Lu Xinyan paid particular attention to him during their intimate moments, and he didn't feel much discomfort, he still couldn't withstand Lu Xinyan's boundless energy. He enjoyed himself at night, but couldn't get out of bed in the morning afterward. Actually, it was partly his fault for not resisting temptation. Every time they kissed, desire surged uncontrollably. If Lu Xinyan didn't want those intimate moments, Lu Chenian wouldn't either. Yet Lu Xinyan would coax and beg him, easily breaking his mental defenses, leading Lu Chenian to go along with him all the way. Precisely due to this weakness of his, Lu Xinyan took full advantage of it, doing as he pleased. Hiding at Qin Yu's place before made no difference. Once they were back home, Lu Xinyan acted as if possessed, driving Lu Chenian mad every chance he got. Therefore, this time, Lu Chenian decided to flee abroad for a couple of days. Last time, when Lu Jinghuan and Jiang Man came to Canada for medical treatment, there were still some things left behind. Lu Chenian used this opportunity to sort them out and send them back. Even if Lu Xinyan tried to track his address, it would take some time. Anyway, without doubt, after they meet again, Lu Xinyan will make up for these days more intensely. So, he could procrastinate one day at a time. That afternoon, Lu Chenian contacted Song Shichen. Song Shichen was Lu Chenyan's classmate and close friend from university. After graduation, when Lu Chenian worked in Canada, Song Shichen helped him significantly. Though their bond was not as strong as with Qin Yu and Fu Xianshu domestically, they were certainly deep friends. "Are you currently in Canada?" The man was surprised on the other side. "You returned without telling anyone." "I'm at the hospital now." "Are you staying at your old place? Would you come over tonight?" "Tomorrow, I need to rest a little first," Lu Chenian replied. Song Shichen, "All right. Song Yu and Shao Jia will definitely be thrilled to know you're back." Lu Chenian smiled faintly. "Don't tell them." Song Shichen asked, "Will you stay for a while this time?" Song Shichen knew everything about what happened at Lu Chenyan's home, which is why he returned. Maybe, Lu Chenian pondered and added, maybe not. How long he could stay in Canada entirely depended on how quickly Lu Xinyan would find him. "Anyway, I have time these days, no need to think about those things." "Alright, tomorrow my parents and grandpa are going to Brooklyn, there's no one at home. Should I call Lin Ran over?" Lin Ran was part of their group. At the mention of Lin Ran, Lu Chenian hastily said, Stop. My alcohol tolerance is terrible, he drinks like there's no tomorrow." "Ha ha ha, okay, you come over yourself tomorrow morning, I still have to go to the company once." "Aha." Lu Chenian hung up, lay on the bed, fiddling with his phone, eyeing the unread messages on WeChat with an itch in his fingers. What exactly would Lu Xinyan send him? It had been so long since he left, not even a call. Wait, it was him who blocked the number. Lu Chenian sighed, tossing the phone onto the bed. After a while, he picked it back up and opened the blacklist, gazing silently as if lost in thought. The next morning, Lu Chenian went to Song's residence. As soon as he entered, a fluffy white creature ran towards him. "Lake." A reprimand sounded from the living room, and Lake promptly braked, standing in front of Lu Chenian with his tail spinning like a windmill. Lu Chenian smiled and squatted down. "Lake, come here." Lake glanced behind him, then looked at the person in front. "What are you scared of?" Lu Chenian took a step forward, ruffling Lake's head roughly. "Silly dog, why are you afraid of him?" Song Shichen walked out leisurely in white casual wear, smiling. I thought he didn't recognize you anymore. Lu Chinian stood up and headed toward the sofa, sitting casually with his long legs stretched onto the coffee table with a slap. Lake and I get along just fine, okay. Tisk, 6 months back in the country, Song Shichen stroked his chin, looking at Lu Chinian with interest, his eyes falling on the ring on his hand, teasing him. Lu Chinian realized he had forgotten to take it off before leaving the house. It was Lu Xinyan who, when he was about to fall asleep, forced him to wear it. He could hear Lu Xinyan's voice ringing in his ear, brother's hands look so good, it would be such a waste not to have a ring on them. Who gave it to you? Song Shichen was curious. Lu Chinian felt somewhat flustered, rubbing his temples. He didn't know how to answer, only saying, do you think it's nice? I bought it because I thought it was. Song Shichen nodded with a tight smile, buying a specific ring and wearing it, indeed, it looks good. Lu Chinian didn't elaborate, and neither did Song Shichen push for an answer. Actually, it wasn't that Lu Chinian didn't want to say, but rather he didn't know how. Please tell me, should he start by saying he fell in love with a man during the 6 months he returned, or that this man happened to be the younger brother, who always followed him around? The former sounds unbelievable, and the latter downright monstrous. But what he thought came true. The next second, Song Shichen asked, hey, didn't your younger brother come with you? Him, Lu Chinian frowned, why would he come? Finally alone. Song Shichen sat on the couch and said indifferently, I thought you'd bring him over. They'd known each other for 7 years. Though Lu Chinian rarely mentioned his younger brother, the impression was quite strong. Why? Song Shichen was also puzzled, isn't it that someone was thrilled to death bragging to all of us when his younger brother was coming to Canada? My younger brother is great, but the only flaw is he listens too much to what I say and clings too tightly. As Song Shichen counted off dozens of advantages, Lu Chinian's eyebrows twitched continuously. Had he really said those words? Forgot. Song Shichen reminded, exaggerating, in the end, when he didn't come, you were gloomy for half a month. Go to hell. Lu Chinian kicked a foot over and cursed, it's you who was gloomy for half a month. He remembered now, it was the year Lu Xinyan came to Canada with Tan Sirui's older brother. When he heard that Lu Xinyan was coming, yes, he was a bit happy inside, but it wasn't enough that he ended up feeling down for half a month just because they didn't meet in the end, it was overly exaggerated. He merely felt a little disappointed. Shao Jia, Song Shichen suddenly called out, looking up, what are you filming? Lu Chinian looked up, sure enough, there stood an adult male on the second floor, dressed in a grey sleepwear, his peach blossom eyes passionate and flirtatious, his features resembling Song Shichen in some ways. Hey, Shao Jia's eyes curved as he pocketed his phone and greeted obediently, Brother Chinian, it's been a while. Brother, why don't you talk with Brother Chinian first, I'll go upstairs to change my clothes and come back down. Song Shiji said this, then turned around and returned to his room. After turning on the phone again, he saw the video that was accidentally recorded just now. The audio volume was low, but still clear enough to hear what the people inside were saying. Who exactly was so thrilled about their younger brother coming to Canada, showing off to all of us? My younger brother is great, but his only flaw is... Song Shiji stopped the video and gave a cunning smile before sending a text message, Younger master, are you there? Elder brother has something good. Do you want it? After sending, he waited for 2 minutes but received no reply. Song Shiji persisted, it's about your brother. Sure enough, a prompt reply came back, tell me. Song Shiji, don't be so cold, where's that attitude when you beg me to help you out? I've got a video of your brother. Lu Xinyan, is my brother at your place? Song Shiji. Song Shiji, yeah, do you want it? Lu Xinyan, how much? Song Shiji happily snapped his fingers and continued, this video might have quite a bit of information in it. Brace yourself, I've already sent it to your email. Song Shiji added, after watching the video, just decide based on how you feel the amount should match up. Elder brother won't make it hard for you. 20 minutes later, Song Shiji opened his laptop and checked his account balance. There was an additional sum of money. Counting the zeros on it, he couldn't help but comment, Little Junior doesn't fail to live up to being the one driving the GDP of Yen City. Lu Chinian stayed at the Song residence until nightfall, he simply didn't have the habit of sleeping over at someone else's place. Returning to the villa, Lu Chinian cleaned himself up, casually taking out his phone for a glance, only to realize it had run out of power at some point. He took out the charger, plugged it in, powered on the phone, and opened WeChat to check messages. Without hesitating this time, he clicked open the conversation and scrolled back to the very earliest history messages. Scammer, brother, are you really leaving? Reply quickly, sad face, sad face. Scammer, crying little fox.jpg. Scammer, I can't help myself, I truly won't mess with you anymore, punish me for a week, and I won't bother you for a week. Reply my message. Scammer, crying. Scammer, Chinian, I'll leave you alone, okay? Please take me off the blacklist. Scammer, big brother, I miss you, where are you? Scammer, about to cry. Scammer, sad, I miss you. You don't even miss me a bit, little fox tantrum.jpg. Scammer, I'll take you to the gym another day, we can exercise, okay? Further scrolling revealed messages from last night. Scammer, you can't let me go without water, crying. Scammer, Big Brother Chinian. These messages were sent around 2:30 a.m., likely because waiting had grown tiresome, revealing more about his nature through the tone. Scammer, reply. Scammer, sigh. Following the sigh, 10 minutes passed before another line came. Scammer, if only I'd fucked you into not being able to get out of bed by now. Lu Chinian suddenly widened his eyes. Shit. Listen. Damn it, is this supposed to be human language? Fuck. As Lu Chinian kept reading downward, his anger mounted so much that he almost threw his phone, but managed to restrain himself just in time. He wouldn't give in to such nonsense. He immediately registered an account on a website and posted a question: what to do if my boyfriend has too strong a sex drive and I can't keep up? Wasn't it his fault really? After posting the question, he took a few deep breaths, picked up his clothes, and went to freshen up. By the time he returned, he opened his phone to take another look, and nearly spat blood from shock. It was like this: the original question seemed relatively normal, but unusually so, since the site required real name verification. The gender showed as male. So now, everyone on the site knew he had a boyfriend. Looking further, the responses shattered his worldview. A sister's loyalty is worth more than anything. Sisters, don't lose sight of your happiness. Roll eyes, roll eyes, roll eyes. TSK, people here either die of drought or flood. Sisters, let your husband add me on WeChat. I'm flexible as hell. Star eyes. Where else would you find such a perfect partner? Don't pass him on to me, sisters. Police report, here someone is making personal attacks. Furious. What's wrong with people these days? Why must you tempt others like this at night? Is the blogger out of their mind? Boasting? Tell your boyfriend to find me, I haven't yet met someone who can wear me out. Following you now. Girls, come look. Is there no justice in this world? Back in the day, I was tricked into a hotel room by a deceitful person. We agreed that each would take a turn. But after my turn, that little brat just wouldn't get up. Was it because I was too naive back then, or did they think it wasn't good enough? They wanted to switch roles halfway through. Let's be honest here, I've been dry for half a year. Sisters, posting this stuff at night is asking for trouble. Let me tell you a real story. Last time I went on a date, this chick claimed online that she was reliable and skilled. But as soon as we got inside, her true nature came out. She called herself flirtatious and even gave me a splits demonstration, claiming her legs were white, long, and straight, perfect for being thrown over the waist. Then she sat up and started pulling down my pants, begging me to do her. I was so mad that I rolled up my sleeves and decided we'd play rock paper scissors to decide who gets to be the one. In the end, we almost came to blows in the room. So sister, if you've got a partner with a strong libido, consider yourself lucky. Chapter 93. Lu Chinian was utterly confused. What the hell does this mean? There were many replies, but not a single one was what he wanted to see. In other words, no one intended to help him solve the problem. Instead, there were quite a few who wanted to poach him. The more Lu Chinian read, the worse his expression became. Eventually, he turned off his phone and lay down on the bed, sleepless. But his mind wouldn't calm down. He was probably affected by something. Right now, it felt like there were comments floating in his head: sis, introduce your boyfriend to me. F***ck, where did you find such a husband? Why can't I ever find one? Brother, stop showing off at midnight. All these chickens might steal your boyfriend. Showing affection at midnight? Sis, such boyfriends are hard to find. They are scarce under heaven. I advise you to keep an eye on him, or he'll be stolen. Lu Chinian's frown deepened, turning over irritably. His heart was sour. He opened his phone and glanced at the time, 23:45. 11 o'clock, Lu Chinian mumbled to himself, calculating that he had been away from Xingqing for nearly 56 hours, 32 minutes, and 43 seconds. 56 hours, almost 57 already. What had Lu Xinyan done during these 56 hours? It wasn't even 3 days, but why did it feel so unbearable? He grabbed the blanket with one hand and buried his head beneath it. The brightness of the phone screen was dimmed to the minimum before he opened the ticket booking app. He muttered to himself, just take a look. I've heard that tickets will be hard to get in a few days. What if there are none later? Preparation is necessary. Lu Chinian, maintaining a straight face, checked the tickets for tomorrow's return flight back home. There were quite a lot available. There were also plenty of tickets for the next half month. Are these people not returning home? Lu Chinian's face turned ashen. After hesitating for some time, he dialed a number. When the call was answered, he said, Dad. Lu Zhenghuan responded, What are you doing now? I'm about to go to sleep, Lu Chinian truthfully replied, lying on the bed and rolling his eyes. How's your health? Are you used to being alone at home? What else can I do, the same old thing. With Dr. Lin around, it's okay. And you, when are you coming back? Although Lu Zhenghuan knew Lu Chinian went to Canada, Though unaware of the conflict between him and Xinyan, he could tell from his son's expression on that day that he was just sulking, nothing serious, just some coddling would do. Lu Qinyan's plan failed, oh, as long as you're used to it. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhuan laughed on the other side, you didn't just call to ask me about my well-being. Xinyan left the house at 5 this morning. Lu Zhenhuan said, if you want to find him, you'll have to call the company. Who? Lu Qinyan quickly denied, who said I am looking for him? I don't miss him. I'm just casually asking about you. Why did you tell me whether he's at home? Does that matter much to me? After saying this agitatedly, Lu Qinyan didn't know whether it was due to frustration or embarrassment, making his articulation sluggish. Oh, since you didn't ask about him, then I won't tell him you called. Hey wait, Lu Qinyan said, did you really not tell him I went abroad? Before leaving, he repeatedly instructed Lu Zhenhuan not to tell Lu Xinyan anything about him. This was out of anger at the moment, but unexpectedly, Lu Zhenhuan replied, I didn't tell you to let me stay quiet for 2 days, you'd come back on your own after cooling down. So Xinyan asked me several times, and I always told him I didn't know. You're good. Lu Qinyan wanted to give Lu Zhenhuan a thumbs up, but Lu Zhenhuan's words weren't wrong. He had dug his own grave, whose fault was it? Then what's he doing getting out so early? 5 in the morning, no one goes to work or school at that hour. It's still midnight. Lu Zhenhuan said, I don't know. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qinyan felt uncomfortable. What was Lu Xinyan doing, leaving at 5 in the morning? He opened the blacklist in his contacts and brought the person back out. He clicked and dialed. A cold female voice came from the phone, sorry, the number you dialed has been powered off. Please try again later. Lu Qinyan fiercely hung up the phone. 10 minutes passed, and he dialed again. The response from the other end was still the mechanical, cold female voice. F***ck, what is Lu Xinyan doing? Lu Qinyan, frustrated, sat up, grabbed his hair, and wanted to directly book the ticket to return immediately. That night, Lu Qinyan tossed and turned on his bed with his phone in hand, unable to fall asleep. By the middle of the night, unable to endure any longer, he slowly closed his eyes and sank into a deep slumber. When he woke up the next day, it was already 10 o'clock. The first thing he did after waking up was to call someone to come and pack all the things he had left behind, to be shipped back to his home country. Though it didn't seem like much, it still filled 2 large boxes by the end. After finishing packing, he locked the door and walked to a nearby restaurant, ordering a quick meal at random. Lu Qinyan sat by the window and pulled out his phone, but there were still no messages. What the hell is he doing? The owner placed the fast food on his table and told him to enjoy slowly in Italian. Lu Qinyan thanked him and took out a spoon from the plastic bag, beginning to eat. He used to often eat at this fast food shop and thought the taste was decent. But he wondered if either Lu Xinyan had spoiled his palate during the last 6 months or the boss had changed, because the food in front of him tasted incredibly bland, as if he were chewing on plain Chinese cabbage. After eating a few bites, Lu Qinyan stopped and paid the bill before leaving the store. However, just as he stepped out the door, a car sped past, splashing water from a puddle onto his white sneakers. Furious, Lu Qinyan watched the car vanish with annoyance and irritation, everything seemed to be going against him today. Glancing down at the stains on his shoes, he sighed and decided to go home to clean them. Unexpectedly, as he approached his place, he saw the same car again, parked outside his house. 2 people stood in front of it, but their figures were blocked by the vehicle. Who are they? Are they looking for me? The driver was a black youth who laughed happily while holding some cash, got into the driver's seat, and quickly drove away. Once the car left, blocking Lu Qinyan's view no longer, he recognized the black-haired young man standing outside. That young man turned around too. Today, Lu Xinyan was wearing a slightly stylish white coat, looking sunny and exceptionally handsome. Damn! Stunned, Lu Qinyan froze on the spot, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He immediately rubbed them hard and looked again, yes, the person was still there. Shit! His gloomy face from the whole morning finally lit up with a smile. Is this guy psychic or something? How does he show up without making a sound? Not like anyone cares anyway. Chapter 94. Sunlight poured in from the balcony. The curtains were drawn tightly, and suddenly there were 2 beeps from the pocket of a piece of clothing on the floor. A few seconds later, a hoarse voice came from under the covers, answer the call. I won't. Go do it. Lu Qinyan pushed hard, pulling the blanket off and insisted, go answer it. Lu Xinyan stared at the person beneath him with an inscrutable gaze for several seconds, took a deep breath, then bent down and kissed the man's slightly reddened lips hard before reluctantly getting up, picking up the phone on the ground, wondering who was so good at picking times to call now. As Lu Xinyan answered the phone, Lu Qinyan sat up, lazily leaning against the bed. His shirt buttons had already been undone 3 or 4, and his chest was covered with red marks, all bites from earlier. The moment Lu Qinyan had brought Lu Xinyan into the room, they hadn't exchanged a single word before tumbling onto the bed. Lu Qinyan looked at Lu Xinyan talking on the phone, catching sight of the clothes on the floor, and lightly muttered, we're really carried away, too impulsive. While he was feeling guilty by himself, the bed dipped, and Lu Xinyan hung up after exchanging a few words and turned back to the bed. Who called? Lu Chenyan asked. Lu Chenyan casually threw the phone on the bed. It was Qi Rang. He asked where I am. With that, Lu Chenyan pulled the person into his arms and prepared to continue what they had started. Hold on, Lu Chenyan, who had calmed down now, quickly propped himself against Lu Shenyan's chest. What are you doing? Lu Chenyan reached to unbutton his pants, doing the real thing. Hold on, Lu Chenyan knew he had nothing else on his mind, grasped the wandering hand firmly, sat up. How did you know I was here? I asked around. Lu Chenyan followed and sat up as well, wrapping his arms around Lu Chenyan from behind, resting his chin on his shoulder. Wasn't it easy to find you? Lu Chenyan didn't respond. Seeing that the other wasn't speaking, Lu Chenyan raised his head, looked at Lu Chenyan, leaned over to kiss his cheek. Are you still mad at me? I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Chenyan belonged to the type who sincerely admitted mistakes but absolutely wouldn't change. Only when someone was truly provoked, like this time when Lu Chenyan left the country without a word, did he realize how serious the problem was. I won't next time. Lu Chenyan grabbed his hand. Lu Chenyan had long since let go of his anger, but having someone cajoling him made his temper rise even more as he pulled his hand back. Your credit score with me is 0. Not true. Lu Chenyan held him tightly. It won't happen again. Lu Chenyan scoffed. If he believed that, there'd be ghosts. Really, you don't know how worried I've been since you left these past 2 days, Lu Chenyan complained. Lu Chenyan rolled his eyes, still speaking harshly. Why did you come here? To take you home. Though Lu Chenyan found comfort in those words, he still retorted, I won't go back. Then stay here, I'll keep you company, said Lu Chenyan. Like anyone needs your company. At the end of the day, the one with a sore waist was always him. Lu Chenyan said affectionately, so, what do you want me to do? It's simple for me to go back, Lu Chenyan questioned, didn't we agree on twice a week? Lu Chenyan nodded. But in half a month, count how many times you have done it, Lu Chenyan pointed out. If I average it, making it equivalent to 2 times a week, we will abstain for more than a month ahead. I'll give you a discount, no activities for 1 month. Lu Chenyan. Lu Chenyan. 1 month. Lu Chenyan watched as Lu Chenyan froze in disbelief, his lips tightened, urging, do you agree or not? If you don't, buy a ticket back, I'll stay here alone. What do you mean? Lu Chenyan, speak your mind. I'm not worried about myself, Lu Chenyan responded, if brother can bear it, then I can. Of course, he could bear it. But somehow, Lu Chenyan felt that Lu Chenyan agreed too easily, which made him feel that things wouldn't be so simple. But when asked what was wrong, he couldn't articulate it right away. However, he soon figured it out. That night, after Lu Chenyan finished bathing and lay on the bed, he insisted that Lu Chenyan rest his head on his arm, then slowly opened his phone, found some calcium tablets, and openly admired them in front of Lu Chenyan. Lu Chenyan had closed his eyes, but he clearly heard the sound of water coming from the video, flushed red and shouted, shut it off, damn it. Lu Chenyan hastily raised his hand, no way. It's a miracle that I don't have to resort to illegal videos, so I'm going to study this. Lu Chenyan was close to being furious and, with red ears, scolded, study what nonsense. Lu Chenyan acted as if he hadn't heard and asked, brother, my English isn't great, what did the person below just say? Lu Chenyan clearly knew Lu Chenyan was faking it, but every single sound inside the video had made its way into his ears. Isn't that the spot where you usually cry out in pleasure? Lu Chenyan's voice went hoarse, is he asking the other person to go easier? Huh. Alright then, I'll be gentler on you from now on. As soon as these words were spoken, an extremely faint voice responded, harder. Huh. Lu Chenyan's Adam's apple rolled slightly, leaving him dry-mouthed, what did you say? Harder. These 3 words lit up a fire within Lu Chenyan. The next second, he tossed his phone aside, grabbed the blanket and pulled it over their heads. A disgruntled curse came from beneath, shameless bastard. Who exactly is? It's me, I couldn't help myself, I miss you. I'll be gentle tonight, shall I bite you first? Be a good boy. Did you miss me these past few days? Say it quickly. No. Stubborn mouth, but you're already wet. Go to hell. The bedroom was pitch black, save for the faint glow of the phone left outside the covers, its content more than enough to set one's blood racing. However, beneath the sheets, it was also a scene of passion, the sounds emanating no quieter than those from the video. Even when the video reached its hour-long end, there was still no sign of them quieting down. After this event, Lu Chenyan personally experienced what it meant to escalate matters. Oh dear, what on earth are you two doing? Chapter 95. Lu Chenyan was 8 years old when he arrived at the Lu residence. Before leaving the dark, damp basement, Jiang Man had reminded him countless times to be obedient and well-behaved. With Jiang Man's nervous and greedy expression, he guessed that today was very important for her. Don't run around, stay close to me at all times, do you understand? Before leaving, Jiang Man rarely gave such concerned instructions. Lu Chenyan blinked his big eyes. Due to long-term malnutrition, his cheeks were sunken, making his eyes appear even darker and larger. Although he nodded, Jiang Man was still uneasy about him. She squatted down, pulled out a bag from under the table, unzipped it, and rummaged through it to find an iron box. When Lu Xinyan saw that iron box, his eyes suddenly widened. Then he watched as Jiang Man opened it and took out a piece of candy, turning around. Lu Xinyan involuntarily pressed his lips together, timid but clearly wanting the candy in Jiang Man's hand very much. "What's my name?" asked Jiang Man. Lu Xinyan's attention was entirely on the candy, so he blankly replied, "Jiang Man." "What's your name?" "Lu Xinyan." "Where are we going today?" "There is a place of the older brothers. I must be obedient there, and then we can stay." Jiang Man showed a satisfied expression. "Can you give this to me?" Seeing his eyes fixed on her hand, Jiang Man felt somewhat disappointed. Originally, she didn't want to bring Lu Xinyan, but she never expected that the other party noticed her because she had a child. Regardless if the feeling was sympathy or pity, it meant everything was going her way. Lu Zhenghuan, a notable person in Xinjiang with endless wealth, living in the Lu residence would mean both her and Lu Xinyan would never worry about food and clothing again. The difficulty was that the other party also had a child, already 15 years old. The phone on the table rang. The person coming to pick them up to the Lu residence had arrived, and Jiang Man hurriedly answered, "Hello. Ms. Jiang, I am Mr. Lu's assistant. Mr. Lu sent me to take you to Xiangshan. Are you ready?" "I have arrived already. Is there anything I can help with?" Jiang Man was pleasantly surprised. Of course, she dared not let people inside to see where they lived, so she quickly said, "Ready. We'll come out right away, just wait outside. There isn't much luggage, we can handle it ourselves." "All right." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Man glanced at the mirror on the table, confirming that today's 20 yuan makeup job hadn't smudged, her hair wasn't messy, and her clothes weren't dirty, before dragging Lu Xinyan out. "I want." Lu Xinyan was still thinking about the candy in her hand, trying to pry her fingers open. "To eat." Jiang Man scolded, "Eat, eat, eat, useless thing. Once we get there, you can eat whatever you want." She hit Lu Xinyan's hand hard, and with a slap, he immediately withdrew his hand back. His eyes started to water and turn red. Jiang Man complained again that Lu Xinyan's legs were too short and his walking pace too slow, so she bent over and picked him up to walk outside. Upon getting into the car, Lu Xinyan shrank in the corner and stayed silent, staying far away from Jiang Man. The assistant thought this mother and son pair was a bit strange and took a second look. Probably fearing that outsiders might notice something suspicious, Jiang Man moved closer to Lu Xinyan's direction, subtly pinching his arm while pushing the candy towards him. A classic case of first slapping and then giving candy. No one spoke throughout the ride and soon they arrived at Xiangshan. Lu Xinyan closely leaned on Jiang Man, tightly clutching a piece of candy in his small hand, too scared to eat it. Soon, the car drove into Xiangshan. Lu Xinyan's eyes darted around, looking at the front from time to time and occasionally glancing at the glass window on his left. On both sides of the asphalt road, flowers of red and yellow alternated, stunningly beautiful. As he was lost in the view, the car suddenly stopped. He heard the man driving shout, "Xiaoyan, get in the car, I'm taking you home." "Xiaoyan, why are you running?" The car slowly started again as the man reported, "Mr. Lu is at home today, he didn't go to the company." Lu Xinyan sat in the back seat and couldn't see the people outside. It wasn't until the man rolled down the windshield in front that Lu Xinyan cautiously looked out. He saw a teenager holding a basketball, running toward a stone staircase without looking back. After skipping several steps, he paused, squatted down, randomly picked up a stone, and angrily threw it at their car. As the car swiftly passed by, Lu Xinyan's face was pressed against the car window as he tried to look more closely. Suddenly, his arm experienced another sharp pain. Jiang Man grabbed him, forcing his head straight, forbidding him from looking around. Lu Xinyan sat up straight, tears welling in his eyes as he clenched his teeth, determined not to cry. He held it together until they reached the Lu residence. After getting out of the car, Lu Xinyan saw a tall-built man standing at the entrance. The man approached them upon seeing them. This was the first time Lu Xinyan had seen Lu Zhenghuan. He towered over him by a great margin, his arm alone seemed thicker than Xinyan's legs, and it frightened Lu Xinyan so much that he wanted to hide behind Jiang Man. But Jiang Man forced him to stay where he was, causing another sharp pain in his arm. "Xiao Man, this is Xinyan, right?" Lu Zhenghuan asked with a smile. Jiang Man nodded stiffly. Just a little shy." "It's fine," Lu Zhenghuan said. "The one at home is the same. Let's go inside and put our things away." Then he glanced around and added, "Where are your suitcases?" Jiang Man replied, "We don't have much luggage, it's all in the bag." "All right," Lu Zhenghuan nodded before looking at little Xinyan once more. "Let's go inside." Jiang Man and Lu Xinyan hesitantly followed Lu Zhenghuan. Flowers bloomed on either side of their path, the tulips were vibrant but neglected, some losing their color and slowly wilting. Lu residence was larger than Xinyan could have imagined. He felt entirely out of place here, as if he didn't belong, like an intruder in someone else's world. Lu Zhenghuan told him that from now on, he could call him uncle. There was also an older brother. An older one. Xinyan felt like a puppet manipulated by Jiang Man, dizzy from being pulled along. Nothing Lu Zhenhuan said registered with him, he only retained one thing: from now on, he would live here, and there would be another older brother in his life. Older brother? Lu Xinyan blinked, utterly unfamiliar with the concept. Lu Zhenhuan half knelt and smiled at him. Yan, you and your mom will live with uncle and the big brother from now on, okay? Lu Xinyan stared blankly at the man before him. Lu Zhenhuan didn't mind whether Xinyan responded or not. He patted Xinyan's head affectionately, then stood up again. Jiang Man, worrying Lu Zhenhuan might feel upset, interjected quickly. Xinyan might not be used to this yet, hurry up and call uncle. She grabbed onto Lu Xinyan's arm, urging him forward. Call him. Haven't I taught you already? Lu Zhenhuan intervened. Xiao Man, never mind, kids can be shy at first. Xiao Nian is even more stubborn than Yan. Let's go out for dinner first. I'll go upstairs and tell Xiao Nian, it seems he played basketball with classmates and came back earlier than you two. Before finishing his sentence, the door on the second floor suddenly slammed open. Lu Xinyan turned toward the sound, and suddenly a basketball came flying straight toward him. Then a reprimand echoed, Xiao Nian. The ball hit Xinyan on the ground, leaving him dazed. After a long while, he looked up, bewildered. That day, Lu Xinyan met Lu Chinian for the first time. The teenager stood upstairs glaring down at the unexpected guest. Just as Lu Zhenhuan was about to speak again, there was a loud bang, the bedroom door slammed shut. The atmosphere in the living room instantly dropped to freezing. Lu Zhenhuan frowned deeply, his expression sour. This kid really has no manners anymore. I've spoiled him too much. Yan, Lu Zhenhuan helped Xinyan get up from the ground. Are you okay? Xinyan shook his head slightly, almost inaudible. I'm fine. His head buzzed as if trying to process everything. Did the person who threw the ball earlier just come downstairs? He is so beautiful. Even though beautiful shouldn't typically describe a boy, all Lu Xinyan could think of at that moment was how handsome the older brother looked. Looking back at the basketball rolling near the door, Xinyan slipped free from Lu Zhenhuan's grip, ran over, and picked up the ball, holding it tightly in his arms. The basketball was bigger than Xinyan's head. His lips pressed tightly as he gazed upward at Lu Zhenhuan, standing in silence. Lu Zhenhuan sighed helplessly, realizing what an awkward start this was. Turning immediately, he headed upstairs. Jiang Man tugged Xinyan hurriedly along behind her, speaking carefully. Zhenhuan, please don't be mad. Lu Zhenhuan remained silent, lifting his hand to knock on the door. Xiao Nian, Lu Zhenhuan called out. Open the door, Daddy wants to talk to you. From the other side of the door, a voice replied. I don't want to talk to you unless they leave our house. Chen Nian, Lu Zhenhuan scolded sharply. Stop being rude. Come out, we need to have a proper conversation. Lu Chinian shouted back. I've already discussed everything with you, there's nothing left to say. Jiang Man stood awkwardly to the side while Lu Xinyan hugged the basketball tightly, his dark eyes fixated on the door, hoping the handsome older brother from earlier would appear. Lu Zhenhuan lost his patience. He didn't want to discuss this matter in front of outsiders, so he could only say to those inside the room, if you don't come out, I'll block all your cards. Indeed, this statement seemed to work best. Almost a minute later, the door before them slowly opened. The boy from earlier stood there at the doorway, like a little tiger, glaring at Lu Zhenhuan. Stop threatening me. Lu Zhenhuan countered, don't believe me. Alright, stop being difficult and join us for dinner. There won't be any dinner cooked tonight. Lu Chinian turned his head fiercely, noticing a much shorter kid looking at him intently. His gaze shifted to the basketball in the child's arms, and immediately filled with distaste. He snatched it away, throwing it back into the house as he harshly declared, who allowed you to take my things? Lu Xinyan's mouth opened slightly, feeling hollow now that his arms were empty. Xiao Nian, Lu Zhenhuan sighed with a headache. You shouldn't behave so impolitely. Yan will be your younger brother from now on. Upon hearing these words, Lu Chinian instantly became enraged, shouting loudly, I don't want a younger brother. Lu Zhenhuan helplessly responded, do you intend to make all of us angry today? Lu Chinian clenched his lips, his eyes gradually turning red. He glanced at Jiang Man and then at Lu Xinyan, before yelling loudly at Lu Zhenhuan, you do everything without consulting me. You wouldn't even let me keep a dog. How could I possibly treat him as my brother? Lu Zhenhuan interrupted him, because this is my home. Am I spoiling you too much? Lu Qinyan's lips tightened into a straight line as he stared at Lu Zhenhuan, remaining silent. In the end, it was Lu Zhenhuan who gave in first with a sigh, alright, let's go have dinner. Behave maturely, alright? Lu Qinyan slowly asked, will they come too? Xiao Nian, Lu Zhenhuan patiently explained, not they, it's Aunt Jiang, it's Yan. From now on, they will live with us here, taking care of our lives. I don't want them, Lu Qinyan said firmly. What did you say? Lu Zhenhuan didn't hear clearly. Lu Qinyan yelled, I don't want to live with them. As he spoke, Lu Qinyan forcefully pushed past Lu Zhenhuan, running down the stairs and leaving. That year, Lu Qinyan was 15 years old. That day was the first time Lu Qinyan had argued with Lu Zhenhuan because of two strangers. What about Aunt Jiang? Don't assume he didn't understand anything. She was just Lu Zhenhuan's woman outside the family. And what about a younger brother? Lu Zhenhuan lied to him saying a younger brother could come to accompany him. He didn't need such accompaniment at all. Especially not some skinny kid who looked like one touch would knock him over. Lu Chinian didn't run far, sitting by the flower bed outside. No one came out of the house, and Lu Zhenhuan didn't call him either. At 15 years old, Lu Chinian felt incredibly aggrieved. His eyes were equally uncooperative, feeling hot and sore. Suddenly, someone came out of the house, and Lu Chinian quickly looked over. After recognizing the person, his face grew gloomy again, and he stood up, walking briskly. He walked extremely fast. The person behind him had short legs and had to jog while calling out hesitantly, "Big brother. Big brother." The voice was cautious, probably because it was their first time calling him this way, making it awkward and unnatural. Lu Chinian closed his eyes briefly and sped up his pace. Chen Yan big brother, brother." Lu Xinyan gathered courage and called out again. After almost walking through the flower garden, the person behind him was still following, stuttering while shouting, "Big brother, please don't walk so fast, wait for me." Lu Chinian suddenly stopped in his tracks, glaring angrily at the person running towards him. Lu Xinyan's eyes sparkled as he panted, Big brother Chen Yan, please wait for me." "I don't need a younger brother," Lu Chinian roared like an evil spirit, "go away." Lu Xinyan stood in place, staring at him, seeming stunned by those words, frozen still. Lu Chinian repeated word by word, "I don't need a younger brother. I need a dog." Lu Xinyan blinked his eyes and softly replied, "Woof." Under the sunlight, the blooming tulips were vivid and beautiful. Lu Chinian looked at the person before him. No matter how he imagined it, he never thought that many years later, the little kid who barely reached his chest would become his lifelong love. Then, the little kid stretched out his hand, opening his palm to reveal a crinkled candy wrapped carefully. He gently unwrapped the paper, standing on tiptoes, trying to offer the candy to Lu Chinian's mouth, saying, "It's for you. Every time I eat this, it makes me very happy." Actually, Lu Chinian never told Lu Xinyan, he disliked eating candies very much. But now the candy was already right next to his mouth. The end.